Chapter 1. Seeking the Favor of the Seven Empresses. In the ancient wilderness, within the sacred burial grounds, lies the Divine Abyss Pavilion. Esteemed Empresses, do take a moment to rest. You are on the verge of exhausting me. In the grand hall, Gu Chengfeng lay breathlessly upon the opulent carpet. Beside him were 7 extraordinary Empresses, each possessing an ethereal grace and beauty, with waists delicate enough to be grasped in a single hand and figures that were perfectly proportioned, breathtakingly exquisite. Describing them as unparalleled in elegance would be an understatement. Yet at this moment, they had shed all of their imperial dignity, nestled against the youth, their veils disheveled, cheeks flushed, gazes dreamy. How many years have you slumbered? What insatiable hunger drives you? Surely, one cannot simply fleece a single sheep. On the youthful visage of Gu Chengfeng, a hint of exasperation and resignation was evident. The sacred body of Supreme Yang has awakened us. How could we squander such a divine gift? Nestled against his left shoulder, the moonlight sword Empress, clad in black veils, stood proudly like a blade. Yet her murmurs betrayed her. Fear not, we shall not treat you unfairly. With each encounter, we shall grant you a profound opportunity. This is destiny. The flower Yaoqing Empress, gently resting on his right shoulder, smiled like a blooming flower, her azure eyes and fair skin embodying grace and elegance. He, charming young man, allow me to begin. Perched upon his right leg, the Fengshi Ling Empress, her alluring eyes sparkling, captivated with every expression. With her words, the 7 Empresses once again leapt upon the young man, indulging in the nurturing energies he provided. Come, everyone, join in, Gu Chengfeng called out, mustering the strength to actively participate. In an instant, the hall was engulfed in a tempest, the storm unrelenting. Since resistance was futile, he chose to embrace the experience that on the carpet, blossoms of crimson and white unfurled, leaving Gu Chengfeng in a state of bewilderment. The 7 Empresses had yet to encounter the affairs of the mortal world. After a considerable time, the tumult subsided, and Gu Chengfeng collapsed onto the ground. In that moment, fleeting images danced through his somewhat vacant mind. He was once the holy son of the Lingfeng sect, one of the 3 great sects of the ancient wilderness. A month prior, the Lingfeng sect had opened the gateway to the sacred burial grounds, where countless prodigies entered to undergo trials. As the holy son, he ventured forth alongside the saintess. Unbeknownst to him, the saintess, Ling Kai'er, whom he had just rescued from the clutches of the Wind Thunder Fox demon, seized the opportunity to attack him from behind as he relaxed after vanquishing the beast. She gravely injured him and absconded with his 6th grade spirit sword martial soul, rendering him powerless. Ling Kai'er also bore another identity as betrothed, as designated by their sect. In a fit of rage, he turned and fled. Yet he inadvertently stumbled into the secret realm of the Divine Abyss Pavilion, awakening the 7 Empresses who had been gravely wounded and in slumber due to his sacred body of Supreme Yang. Thus, he became the vessel through which the 7 Empresses restored their vitality. Esteemed Empresses, we have engaged in this endeavor where, then, is the promised grand opportunity? Having regained some strength, Gu Chengfeng sat up. She picked up the gauzy garment from the ground and adorned each of them with care. Buzz! Before the 7 Empresses could utter a word, a tremendous surge of power erupted from the Moonlight Sword Emperor, coalescing into a formidable divine sword that fused seamlessly into her being. In an instant, the aura surrounding the Moonlight Sword Emperor reached its zenith. It appears that Sister Moonlight has absorbed the final essence of the Supreme Yang sacred body. Congratulations, Sister Moonlight. The essence of the Supreme Yang sacred body, though but a wisp, could only aid a single individual in regaining their strength. Such is destiny, then. Let Gu Chengfeng be entrusted to Sister Moonlight. We shall return to our slumber. As her words echoed, the other 6 transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the depths of the grand hall. Rest assured, my sisters, I shall gather this child to reunite the essence of the Supreme Yang sacred body and assist in your restoration. As the Moonlight Sword Emperor spoke, she turned her focus towards the depths of the hall, her power contained within. Hey, wait. Don't leave. What about the chance for inheritance? At this moment, Gu Chengfeng felt a surge of urgency. They had played and performed, and now they were departing. Is it truly so heartless to abandon one? Now, the sixth grade spirit sword star soul was lost, and the last glimmer of hope from the supreme Yang sacred body had been drained. Was a mere sixth grade star soul. Engaging in dual cultivation with us is your boundless fortune. The Moonlight Sword Emperor scoffed lightly. Like a sword, she stood proudly beside Gu Chengfeng. Take a moment to sense your own condition. Oh! Upon hearing this, Gu Chengfeng immediately delved his consciousness into his dantian. First layer of the innate realm, Gu Chengfeng was taken aback. His cultivation had astonishingly returned to the innate realm. Though it fell short of the peak Master Realm's fourth layer, it at least indicated that he had not entirely become a waste, and there remained a chance for redemption. The hierarchy of martial cultivation: acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, king realm, emperor realm, spirit realm, profound realm, sacred realm, immortal realm, divine realm. Wait a moment, what is this martial soul? Suddenly, Gu Chengfeng discovered that in the space where his martial soul had been stripped away, a brand new martial soul had emerged. Entirely black, resembling a black hole, it faintly resonated with a sword that spanned the void within. It seemed poised to consume everything in existence. The power contained within it was undoubtedly thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times stronger than his previous sixth grade spirit sword martial soul. It even transcended the ninth grade martial soul. Gu Chengfeng was astounded. The martial soul compendium cataloged the myriad martial souls of the world, yet there was no record of such a soul. No, wait. Before Gu Chengfeng could fully comprehend, he noticed that alongside this martial soul, 6 other distinct martial souls had manifested within his dantian. Red, yellow, blue, green, cyan, purple, and black, 7 different colored martial souls in total. Each hue seemed to correspond to the radiant divine glories surrounding the 7 empresses, and each harbored an immense power that defied his imagination. However, apart from the black martial soul, the other 6 remained sealed, rendering communication and the mobilization of their powers utterly impossible. What is happening? Gu Chengfeng looked at the Moonlight Sword Emperor with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. The Black Martial Soul is the divine grade, Devouring Sky Sword Martial Soul. The other 6 martial souls are also of divine caliber. The Moonlight Sword Emperor replied calmly. Once the other 6 empresses fully regain their vitality, the seal on their martial souls will naturally be lifted. 7 divine grade martial souls. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengfeng felt his heart race. Divinograde, such a term, was beyond his prior knowledge. Just one would be sufficient to send shockwaves through the entire martial arts realm, let alone 7. Suppressing the tumult of excitement within, he pressed on. What abilities does the Devouring Sky Sword Martial Soul possess? At present, only the Devouring Sky Sword Martial Soul was available for use. What could be utilized was indeed real. The Devouring Sky Sword Martial Soul can consume the power within the blood of martial artists. As one's cultivation improves, it can also devour spirit stones, treasures, monster cores, and anything infused with spiritual energy. Does it allow one to attain enlightenment through slaughter? To kill, to consume the blood of the slain martial artist, transforming it into one's own cultivation. At that moment, a bloodthirsty curve appeared at the corners of Gu Chengfeng's mouth, and even his gaze bore a hint of murderous intent. To attain enlightenment through slaughter. He found it exhilarating. Ling Kai, once I emerge, I shall use your blood to consecrate my Devouring Sky Sword Martial Soul. A voice laden with boundless killing intent emanated from the youth, causing a flicker of surprise to flash across the Moonlight Sword Emperor's eyes. This young boy harbored such profound malice. It was indeed a fitting match for the Devouring Sky Sword Martial Soul. She found it rather appealing. However, it was not merely the boy's murderous intent that captivated her, it was also his supreme, Yang sacred body. Once you regain your strength, I shall engage in dual cultivation with you once more. Empress, you must exercise restraint, it could harm your health. I can assist you in restoring your cultivation. Empress, I am coming. An hour later, Gu Chengfeng sensed that he had restored his cultivation to the 5th level of the innate realm. A satisfied smile gracing his face. That to elevate 5 levels in one gossip progress would typically require at least 6 months of diligent training. This realization only fueled Gu Chengfeng's eagerness, and he cast a sidelong glance at the Empress. Empress, shall we continue? Begone. Return only when your supreme, yang sacred body has fully recovered. The moonlight sword emperor huffed coldly. Then, with a mere gesture, a radiant sword light enveloped Gu Chengfeng. In the next moment, Gu Chengfeng felt a flash of brilliance before his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found himself standing before Grand Hall. Before him loomed a spatial gate, radiating an immense brilliance, suspended in the void above the hall. This spatial gate was the entrance to the divine burial ground, opened by the Lingfeng sect. It was through this very portal that those who ventured forth had entered the divine burial ground. He had never anticipated being sent back here again. Heartless, utterly heartless, Gu Chengfeng wore an expression of indignation, having intended to reclaim his peak prowess before re-emerging, only to be unceremoniously expelled. Gu Chengfeng, at that moment, a sudden voice of astonishment roused Gu Chengfeng from his thoughts. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the void. Three figures emerged from the spatial portal above the Grand Hall. At the forefront stood a woman clad in flowing garments of vibrant hues, her skin as delicate as jade, her countenance radiating youthful charm. Someone Gu Chengfeng was all too familiar with that eye. In an instant, his eyes turned icy, a murderous intent surging forth. Ling Kaier. It was this vile woman who had nearly brought about his demise. Chapter 2. The ungrateful dog dares to slay me. Who would have thought that your life is so resilient, that you could emerge unscathed? Ling Kaier, with a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes, coldly shook her head. Yet ultimately, you shall perish by my hand. Are you not afraid that the master will expel you from the sect? Gu Chengfeng, suppressing the fury within, fixed his gaze intently upon the ethereal girl. Hee, brother Feng. How naive you are! I always believed you to be a wise man, yet you proved to be so foolish. Ling Kaier sneered repeatedly, her eyes brimming with disdain. What do you mean by that? Gu Chengfeng instinctively tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, his brows furrowing deeply. Without the master's permission, do you think I would act in such a manner? The corner of the girl's mouth lifted slightly. Oh, by the way, I forgot to inform you. The master is now my adoptive father, and your martial soul is a gift bestowed upon me by him. The master? Adoptive father. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengfeng's eyes widened in realization, and he could not contain his outrage. You shameless wretch. He could never have imagined that Ling Kaier would stoop so low as to consort with the master for the sake of his 6th-grade spirit, sword martial soul. Such betrayal of humanity, devoid of any morality, deserves the scorn of the world. Yet this Ling Kaier, far from feeling shame, revels in her disgrace, boasting about it to the utmost. Even more despicable is Du Tiannan, the sect master of Lingfeng's sect, who has called the other his disciple for a decade. Even without blood ties, a decade of master-disciple bond exists. To debase oneself for a harlot disgusting. Gazing at the woman in the void, Gu Chengfeng felt nothing but revulsion at that moment. An old dog, a vile wretch. The murderous intent in Gu Chengfeng's eyes was more intense than ever before. Have you finished your curses? Once you are done, you may die. You survived the divine burial grounds by mere luck, but today, fortune will not favor you. Ling Kaier smiled, utterly unconcerned. After her words, she gestured to the 2 figures behind her. Go ahead and kill him. Yes, Holy Maiden. The 2 figures immediately plummeted from the void, hurtling towards Gu Chengfeng. 2 ungrateful curs dare to slay me. Gu Chengfeng muttered under his breath as he beheld them. Liu Bei Hanfeng. Inner disciples of Lingfeng's sect, Gu Chengfeng had always treated them well, bestowing upon them various high-grade elixirs exclusive to disciples. It was precisely due to this that they had attained the cultivation level of the 6th stage of innate realm by the tender age of 16. Yet now, they followed that vile woman Ling Kaier to kill him. Spare me your words. In your prime, you might have had the right to speak, but now you are but a waste. Why waste breath on a cripple? Kill. The 2 responded in unison. As their words fell, the 2 figures advanced from either side, closing in on Gu Chengfeng. Die. Gu Chengfeng uttered a single word, and in the next moment, the sword in his hand blazed with brilliance. With a swift stroke, the sword in Liu Bei's hand was severed, and the blade struck his throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth. You, haven't he perished? He barely managed to utter his final words before collapsing to the ground, yet unnoticed by anyone. The blood that flowed from Liu Bei's neck had entirely vanished the moment he fell, completely absorbed by the long sword wielded by Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng, you On the other side, Han Feng, witnessing this scene, was instantly gripped by terror. Especially when Gu Chengfeng's gaze turned toward him, he could scarcely steady his own sword. Wind. Brother Wind, I. Trembling under the weight of Gu Chengfeng's deadly stare, Han Feng, who had always followed him, was acutely aware of Gu Chengfeng's formidable mastery in the sword arts, just a half-step away from being a true sword cultivator. Had he not known that Gu Chengfeng had been rendered a cripple by Ling Kai, he would not have dared to lift a hand against him. With a swift flash of the blade, Han Feng's voice, much like his severed head, was abruptly silenced. Blood infused into the longsword, transforming Gu Chengfeng's weapon into a crimson hue. Not a cripple? At that moment, Ling Kai, standing proudly in the void, also took note of the unfolding drama. However, she paid no heed to the deaths of Liu Bei and Han Feng. Instead, she observed Gu Chengfeng with keen interest. She then shook her head, declaring, "Your martial soul remains in a state of ruin. It is merely residual cultivation. Truly, two worthless souls, incapable of even ending the life of a cripple." She had sensed that within Gu Chengfeng's dantian, darkness still reigned. This condition was indicative of a martial soul that had been completely obliterated. It appeared that your life would still require my personal touch to claim. Let us see you perish beneath the very power of your own martial soul. With her words spoken lightly, the girl hesitated no longer. Her sword was abruptly raised, and a kaleidoscope of sword radiance erupted forth, slicing directly toward Gu Chengfeng. The formidable light of her 6th-grade spiritual sword martial soul was fully integrated into her blade, amplifying the might of this strike immensely. 8th level of the Master Realm. Feeling the power contained within Ling Kai's sword, Gu Chengfeng's heart seized in shock. Previously, her cultivation had been slightly beneath his own, at merely the 2nd level of the Master Realm. To his astonishment, after merging with his martial soul, she had ascended to the 8th level. With such cultivation, unless he revealed his devouring heaven sword martial soul, he would have no chance of contending against her. Moreover, given that this was the territory of the Lingfeng sect, exposing his martial soul would only invite further calamity. Flee. Without a second thought, Gu Chengfeng turned and ran. What good was any pretense of dignity? Preserving his life was paramount. With the divine devouring heaven sword martial soul, it would not be long before he could rise again. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be sought until a decade has passed. Just then, an unexpected flash of violet radiance hurtled through the air. In an instant, the formidable sword strike aimed at Ling Kai was shattered, scattering spiritual light in all directions. The purple-hued sword then hovered in the air, directly pointing at Ling Kai. Her expression changed dramatically as she hastily retreated. However, the purple sword relentlessly pursued her, closing the distance to merely 3 inches from her face, forcing her back several hundred meters. At that moment, a purple figure surged forth from the spatial gate above the Grand Hall, declaring, "If you wish to kill young Master Gu, you must first inquire whether I consent." As the words echoed, the purple-clad maiden appeared before Gu Chengfeng, halting his advance. The coldness on her delicate face softened considerably. "Young Master Gu, how are you? Are you unharmed?" "Lady," Gu Chengfeng's heart leapt with joy upon seeing her, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Without her presence, escaping Lingfeng sect would have seemed nearly impossible. Here, the saintess of the Xian sect, one of the 3 great sects, had encountered him in the god burial ground when she was gravely injured and being pursued by a colossal devouring tiger. He had fortuitously stumbled upon her and saved her, albeit at the cost of sustaining significant injuries himself. Though they had crossed paths a few times before, their true connection had only been forged through that fateful encounter. "How embarrassing this must be for you, Lady E," Gu Chengfeng chuckled wryly. "This is hardly embarrassing. If it weren't for young Master Gu, I would have perished in the god burial ground, which would indeed have been far more disgraceful," Ear gently countered, shaking her head. Her gaze then turned resolutely towards Ling Kai, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. "I will never forget the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. Fear not, young master. With me here today, no one shall harm you, not even Ling Kai, nor the sect leader Du Tiannan." Upon witnessing this, Ling Kai's expression hardened. Finally managing to repel the sword that had been aimed at her, she exclaimed furiously, "This matter concerns Lingfeng sect alone. What business is it of Xian sect? I shall see to it today." Ear snorted coldly, summoning her sword back to point once more at Ling Kai. If anyone dares to harm young Master Gu, I shall slay them, regardless of who they are. You. Ling Kaier gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Ear as she shouted. Do you wish to incite a war between Lingfeng's sect and Xian's sect? Before Ear could respond, another voice emerged from the spatial gate. What if a war is provoked? Just so happens that my Luo Hua sect also wishes to partake. I wonder if your Lingfeng sect can withstand the combined onslaught of our two great sects. Sister Sheer. Ear smiled upon seeing the newcomer, quickly flying to Luo Nanxi's side and affectionately linking arms with her. As the young lady of Luo Hua sect, she certainly had the standing to make such statements. The three great sects of the ancient wildlands, Lingfeng sect, Xian sect, and Luo Hua sect, had now gathered together. Purple-clad Ear. Luo Nanxi. At this moment, Ling Kaier's expression turned utterly grim. The presence of the Xian sect did not intimidate her, but the emergence of the Luo Hua sect warranted careful consideration. Are you truly willing to wage war against my Lingfeng sect for the sake of a discarded, useless person, expelled from our ranks? Useless. Upon hearing these words, Luo Nanxi cast a fleeting glance at Gu Chengfeng and instantly sensed the dark aura swirling within his dantian. Indeed, it appeared he had been rendered powerless, his martial spirit extinguished. To her astonishment, the once illustrious prodigy of the Lingfeng sect had now devolved into a mere shell of his former self. She gently shook her head and remarked, I harbor no interest in a useless person, but I am quite intrigued by the prospect of annihilating the Lingfeng sect. You. Ling Kaier's breath caught, and she inwardly cursed, damn it. Let us go. Ear spoke no further, returning to Gu Chengfeng's side. With a wave of her hand, a shimmering flying spirit vessel appeared in midair. She, along with Gu Chengfeng and Luo Nanxi, ascended onto the vessel, which buzzed softly as it vanished into the void. Until the three departed, Ling Kaier dared not make any further moves, her teeth clenched in frustration. This grudge, I, Ling Kaier, shall remember. Chapter 3. The Holy Sun Lu Yunyi. This time, I must extend my gratitude to Miss Ear and Miss Nanxi. In the vast expanse of the void, having departed from the realm of Lingfeng's sect, Gu Chengfeng took a deep breath and respectfully clasped his fists towards the two women. There is no need for gratitude. If you were still that illustrious Holy Sun, your favors might hold some weight, but now they are utterly meaningless. Then she scoffed dismissively. She cast a glance at Zier beside her and derisively remarked, I wonder what purpose you have in bringing back a useless person. Aren't you ashamed? With that, Nanxi stepped off the spirit vessel and soared towards the direction of Luo Hua sect, not sparing Gu Chengfeng a single glance as she departed. Master Gu is my savior. Zier called out loudly to the retreating figure of Nanxi, yet received no response. This left Zier with a furrowed brow. Sister Shi, why have you suddenly become so haughty? Perhaps it is merely a sudden perception in your eyes. The matter concerning Ling Kaier and Du Tian Nen had already enlightened Gu Chengfeng that there is no such thing as sudden change. It is simply well concealed, remaining unnoticed. Observing the changes in the young man's expression, Zier pondered, Master Gu, do you harbor hatred? It is no longer significant. What truly matters is to instill hatred in them. Gu Chengfeng replied with a faint smile, concealing the resentment within. Yet, within that statement, Zier discerned something far more terrifying than mere hatred. It was a murderous intent. There was an unsettling premonition that when the young man next encountered them, they might not even have the opportunity to hate him. Such a potent murderous intent. Simultaneously, a voice of an elderly woman echoed in Zier's mind. This young man, had he not been deprived of his martial soul, would undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure in the future. The murderous aura had nearly solidified, evidently brushing against the edge of the path of killing. A step further, and he would truly embark upon the path of the god of death. If he could once again become a sword practitioner, mastering the sword of killing, he would undoubtedly evolve into a fearsome, sword-wielding deity. Alas, it is truly a pity. The old ancestor of the purple sky sighed deeply. Without a martial soul, it is tantamount to losing the possibility of enlightenment. Even if it were only a step away, that step would never again be within reach. The path of the god of death? Hearing the voice in her mind, Zier could not help but be taken aback, her gaze once more landing on Gu Chengfeng. Yet, at this moment, Gu Chengfeng still wore a smile, showing no trace of the tangible murderous intent mentioned by his master. He seemed utterly unconnected to the very notion of a god of death. I surmise that Miss Eyre must be admiring my handsome visage, yes? The young man's teasing tone jolted Eyre back to reality. She quickly averted her gaze, a faint blush gracing her exquisite features. Regaining her composure, she turned to Gu Chengfeng and said, Lingfeng's sect has disavowed you, and Ling Kai'er will not relent. Come with me to Ziyun's sect. While I cannot guarantee anything, as long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you. Oh, Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and inquired, out there? They say I am now a useless person. Are you not afraid of returning only to face whispers and pointed fingers? The opinions of others can be formidable. Moreover, as the saintess of the Ziyun sect, this could tarnish her reputation within the sect. No, in my heart, you will always be my savior. She had experienced the helplessness of being hunted, the desolation of life and death, and the coldness of human nature. Had it not been for Gu Chengfeng, she would have long since perished. Her life was saved by him. Now that Gu Chengfeng was in dire straits, how could she stand idly by? How could she face the teachings of her master? The debt of life-saving cannot be repaid. Even if Gu Chengfeng truly becomes useless, she would ensure he lives without worry for the rest of his days. Otherwise, her heart would be restless. Furthermore, I believe that even a dragon may be stranded, yet it will soar again. Ziyi's gaze was unwavering. Her confidence in Gu Chengfeng was such that even he felt a hint of astonishment. He even began to wonder if she had discerned something. But he quickly dismissed the thought. The swallowing sky sword martial soul resided within his dantian like a black hole, capable of isolating all probing forces. Not to mention Ziyi, even formidable beings would be unable to uncover it. All right. After a brief silence, Gu Chengfeng nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed, he was in need of a place to cultivate. The Ziyun sect seemed to be a commendable choice. Trust me, and I shall ensure you face no embarrassment. This was the promise of a young man to a young woman. Subsequently, the flying spirit vessel whisked the two away, transforming into a streak of light headed towards the Ziyun sect. In the vast expanse of the ancient wilderness, amidst the Ziyun mountain range, the Ziyun sect buzzed with excitement upon hearing of Ziyi's return from her trials. The god burial ground, a perilous place where survival was a near miracle. Anyone who returned alive would inevitably become a top-tier powerhouse. The saint's son, Lu Yunyi, led thousands of disciples to welcome her at the sect's entrance. It was the Ziyu spirit vessel. The saintess had returned. Amidst the cheers of thousands, the Ziyu spirit vessel hummed through the void. However, when the crowd beheld another man standing beside the saintess on the vessel, the disciples were left momentarily stunned. So, she truly brought back that discarded waste from the Lingfeng sect. Lu Yunyi, the saint's son of Ziyun's sect, furrowed his brows at this sight. The people of Lingfeng sect had long since relayed this news. He had thought Ziyi might spare his dignity and not act so decisively, yet she had done so. Since you dared to bring him back, do not blame me. He scoffed inwardly. Then, he composed himself, taking to the air to intercept the Ziyu spirit vessel. Smiling as he said, "Ear, congratulations on your safe return." Then, I cast a glance at Gu Chengfeng, feigning surprise as I remarked, "Oh, is this not the holy son of Lingfeng's sect? But wait, how could such a distinguished figure be reduced to a mere waste? Has he indeed been cast out of the sect?" Lu Yunyi. It seemed that Ziyi had seen through Lu Yunyi's facade and coldly rebuked, "This is none of your concern. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling. Ziyi, I am your betrothed. I merely wish to prevent you from being deceived by a worthless fool. The Holy Son and the Holy Maiden are destined to unite as partners, to jointly assume leadership of the sect, much like Gu Chengfeng and Ling Kai'er. However, now, the Holy Maiden Ziyi has returned with another man, which is an utter affront to him. How could he possibly stand idly by? Do not impose your own thoughts upon me." Ziyi scoffed. "Remember, you are not worthy to be my betrothed." With that, she disregarded him entirely, maneuvering the Ziyu Lingzhou towards her residence, leaving Lu Yunyi, his face contorted in anger, teeth clenched, and his gaze dark and menacing. With a single sentence, Ziyi had shattered his dignity. The most disheartening aspect was that he could not retort, for everyone knew it was the unvarnished truth. Ziyi hailed from the Grand City, a place where even the sect leader must treat her with deference. The Grand City is a coveted sanctuary of cultivation that countless martial practitioners in the vast wilderness dream of, yet cannot attain. It is a cradle of the strong. He had believed that, due to his connection with Ziyi, He would secure a place to cultivate in the Grand City in the upcoming selection tournament in 3 months. Yet, now there was a wastrel stirring discord between them. That damned fool. Lu Yanni ground his teeth in anger, glaring at the figure of the waste beside Z. Convinced that this imbecile was the cause of the rift between him and Z. If he were to ignore this, it could jeopardize his chance to enter the Grand City. With a furrowed brow, he bellowed at the Ziyu Lingzhou, "Am I not worthy? How can a worthless man like him be deserving?" In an instant, Lu Yanni pursued the Ziyu Lingzhou, blocking its path once more. His gaze fixed on Gu Chengfeng. "Gu Chengfeng, if you are a man, then descend and face me in battle." Hiding behind a woman and hurling insults. What kind of man does that? Infuriated, this fool had thoroughly provoked him. In the Ziyun sect, those who dared to enrage him faced but one fate: death. "Lu Yanni, you had better, Miss Z." As Z intended to dismiss Lu Yanni, Gu Chengfeng raised a hand to stop her, saying, "If he is targeting me, I shall handle it." "Master Gu Yu." Z hesitated, considering Gu Chengfeng's current state. Yet, Gu Chengfeng merely smiled and shook his head, saying nothing further, then stepped forward. With a tranquil gaze, he looked at Lu Yanni and remarked with a faint smile, "Lu, we have known each other for several years. There is no need for such animosity." The 3 prominent sects, Lingfeng sect, Ziyun sect, and Luohua sect, often engage in amicable martial gatherings to showcase their skills. Gu Chengfeng has frequented Ziyun sect on numerous occasions, and as a fellow holy son, he has naturally interacted extensively with Lu Yanni. Upon his initial arrival at Ziyun sect, Gu Chengfeng sought to avoid any potential friction. "Stop trying to be chummy with me." Countless martial encounters have culminated in his defeat. It is widely acknowledged that the holy son of Lingfeng sect possesses overwhelming power over that of Ziyun sect. By alluding to past events, Gu Chengfeng is undeniably attempting to humiliate Lu Yanni with his previous victories. How could Lu Yanni possibly quell his anger? On the contrary, it only serves to aggravate him further. Had this been the Gu Chengfeng of yesteryears, he might have remained silent, but the past is the past, and the present is now. A mere wastrel, still trying to flaunt the demeanor of the former holy son of Lingfeng sect before him. What audacity! Chapter 4, The Sword Cultivator. The might of a single blade. Lu Yanni abruptly raised his hand to point at Gu Chengfeng, disdainfully remarking, "Remember, even if you were formidable in the past, now you are but a worthless wretch." A wretch must possess the awareness of their own impotence. However, before he could utter the final word, a resounding slap echoed sharply across his face, silencing him instantly. Lu Yanni was momentarily stunned by Gu Chengfeng's sudden strike, instinctively covering his face. The sting was excruciating. At that moment, it was not only Lu Yanni who was taken aback. The thousands of disciples from the Ziyun sect below shared in his astonishment. No one expected Gu Chengfeng to dare lay a hand on Lu Yanni, let alone deliver a direct slap to his face. Even during his time as the holy son of the Lingfeng sect, such audacity would have been unthinkable. How much less so now, as a mere cripple. This slap transcended mere personal offense. It struck at the dignity of every disciple of the Ziyun sect. In an instant, many felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Even beside Gu Chengfeng, Ziyi air momentarily froze, but soon a subtle smile crept upon her lips. She quickly stepped forward, intending to shield Gu Chengfeng, fully aware of Lu Yanni's vengeful nature. She knew that this slap would not go unpunished. Yet once more, Gu Chengfeng raised his hand to halt her. "I can handle this myself." His calm voice reached her ears, prompting Ziyi to regard the young man beside her with renewed curiosity. Ultimately, she retreated, as if an inner voice urged her to trust Gu Chengfeng. Even she found it perplexing, yet she chose to believe. "You worthless wretch, you're seeking death." At last, Lu Yanni regained his composure. His already twisted visage was now a mask of unrestrained fury. His hand, which had been shielding his face, swiftly grasped the sword at his waist. The blade was drawn, and a chilling light emerged. The grip on the hilt was so fierce it echoed with cracking sounds. The glint of the sword and the bloody handprint on his face shimmered with an intense, murderous intent. "I will slay you, you worthless fool." With a furious roar, Lu Yanni thrust his sword toward Gu Chengfeng. To publicly be slapped, to endure such humiliation, how could he possibly allow it to go unchallenged? Yet Gu Chengfeng merely shook his head, a sigh of resignation escaping his lips. "I had no intention of provoking trouble. I only wished to cultivate and seek vengeance swiftly. Yet here they come, seeking conflict. Not wishing to court trouble did not equate to fearing it. Gu Chengfeng was here to cultivate, not to play the role of a submissive fool. If others insisted on making him a fool, he could only smile wryly and then turn the tables, reducing them to that very role. In the next instant, his sword was raised. Whoosh! In a heartbeat, a streak of black sword light, tinged with a hint of crimson, carved an arc through the air, sweeping forth. The sword remained firmly in his grasp. Yet, a torrent of black sword light burst forth, shattering the blade and swiftly striking the long sword held by Lu Yunyi. With a sharp clang, the sword in Lu Yunyi's hand was instantly cleaved in two. Even Lu Yunyi himself was forced back several steps by the sword's force, instinctively glancing at the broken sword in his grasp, his eyes filled with horror. A sword. A sword master. How could this be possible? The sword's might emerged from the blade. A sword cultivator. Only a true sword cultivator could achieve such a feat. It was the sword wind. Gu Chengfeng had cultivated the sword wind, becoming a genuine sword cultivator. Gu Chengfeng was indeed a sword master. At that moment, the thousands gathered from the Ziyun sect erupted in endless exclamations. Even Zi's eyes sparkled with brilliance at Gu Chengfeng's sword. This was a sword cultivator. In the vast expanse of the ancient wilderness, no one had comprehended the path of sword cultivation for centuries. The requirements for sword cultivators are extraordinarily high. Only those with exceptional talent can succeed. The 10 realms of swordsmanship: sword wind, sword light, sword aura, sword intent, sword will, sword heart, the truth of the sword, the essence of the sword, the domain of the sword, the path of the sword. Each realm is exceedingly difficult to transcend, with challenges increasing tenfold or 100-fold. Those who comprehend the first realm of swordsmanship may be called true sword cultivators, known as sword masters. Practitioners of the sword are as numerous as the stars, while sword cultivators are as rare as phoenix feathers. At this moment, even the revered ancestor Zi Xiao in Zi's mind could not help but exclaim, "This young man possesses remarkable talent. At such a tender age, he has indeed cultivated the path of the sword, coupled with that terrifying killing intent. The sword of the god of death is right before us." However, just thinking about the fact that the boy's martial soul is shattered caused ancestor Zi Xiao to involuntarily utter a sigh. Truly a pity, an immense pity. "Master, you who are well versed in the world, do you possess a method to restore the martial soul?" Zi hastily inquired. "There is a method, but here, one cannot find the rare treasures required." Ancestor Zi Xiao lamented, shaking his head. Zi did not respond further. Yet in her heart, it seemed she had made a resolute decision. Her gaze towards the young man beside her became unwavering. She would go to any lengths to help Gu Chengfeng restore his martial soul, to repay his life-saving grace. Even if you become a sword cultivator, you are still destined to be a worthless being without a martial soul. Coming back to his senses, Lu Yunyi fixed a fierce glare upon Gu Chengfeng. Without a martial soul, one's cultivation is bound to stagnate. In the realm of martial cultivation, true power is fundamental. Even with supreme swordsmanship, without the enhancement of cultivation, one remains worthless. Is that so? A faint smile played upon Gu Chengfeng's lips as he lowered his head and gently caressed the long sword in his hand. In the next instant, the sword was suddenly raised, pointing directly at Lu Yunyi before him. Lu Yunyi was startled by Gu Chengfeng's abrupt movement, his entire body trembling as he instinctively retreated several steps, warily watching Gu Chengfeng. "What are you trying to do?" "Just sheathing my sword. No need to be so frightened." Gu Chengfeng chuckled dismissively, smoothly retracting the raised sword into its scabbard, then uttered 2 disdainful words. "Worthless." The 2 words that Lu Yunyi had constantly uttered were now returned to him intact. Yet, Lu Yunyi found himself incapable of uttering a single retort. The mere gesture of Gu Chengfeng sheathing his sword instilled a profound terror within him, leaving him to question his own worth. Could he be anything but a waste? Gu Chengfeng disregarded Lu Yunyi entirely, turning to the young lady beside him. "Let us depart, Miss Ear." "Certainly," Zi Ear replied with a smile. And the purple jade spirit vessel surged forth once more. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This scene caused Lu Yunyi's internal energy to churn violently, igniting a fury that nearly forced a mouthful of blood from his lips. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed at the retreating purple jade spirit vessel. "You better wait for me. As long as I am here, you shall never find footing in the Ziyun sect." The youth did not look back. but a voice carried on the mountain winds to Lu Yunyi's ears. The former you was never my rival, nor will you be in the future. Waste. The weight of the final two words struck Lu Yunyi with such fury that he trembled all over, nearly losing his footing in the void. The thousands of Ziyun's sect disciples below could not help but avert their eyes, unable to bear the sight. They had expected Gu Chengfeng, the discarded holy son expelled from Lingfeng's sect, to suffer humiliation at the hands of Lu Yunyi, only to find that the one left humiliated was Lu Yunyi himself. Their holy son could not even best a Gu Chengfeng who had been stripped of his star soul. This revelation left the disciples of the Ziyun sect utterly disheartened, even feeling a sense of humiliation. What are you staring at? Keep staring, and I will have your eyes dug out. Now get lost. The gaze of the crowd became an outlet for Lu Yunyi's pent-up rage, and with a single command, they dared not look further and dispersed in haste. Yet, within their hearts, they scoffed continuously, as Lu Yunyi could not best Gu Chengfeng, but chose to vent his frustration on them. Nevertheless, no one dared to provoke him, as he was still the holy son of the sect. Woyong. Once the purple jade spirit vessel had vanished from sight, Lu Yunyi bit his teeth and shouted towards the crowd below. Immediately, a figure soared into the air, approaching Lu Yunyi and bowing deeply. Holy Son. Lu Yunyi pointed vehemently in the direction of the retreating purple jade spirit vessel, his finger trembling with rage, and enunciated each word. I want him dead. The events of the day had humiliated and insulted him excessively. It had even caused Ziyi to harbor greater disdain towards him. Unless he eliminated Gu Chengfeng, his heart's hatred would not be quelled. However, the Holy Son. Luoyang's heart quaked at the thought. If even Lu Yunyi could not contend with Gu Chengfeng, how could he possibly slay him? Stripped of his martial soul, Gu Chengfeng possessed only remnants of power, without the ability to cultivate. It would dissipate entirely in a matter of days. What did it matter if he was a sword master? Lu Yunyi coldly commanded. 3 days. I want to see the corpse of that waste in 3 days. Yes, Holy Son. The sword cultivator has indeed grasped the essence of sword cultivation. Should his martial soul remain intact, such talent would undoubtedly reign supreme in the vast wilderness. Above the sect, 2 figures stand with hands clasped behind their backs. The elder's face reflects a blend of regret, lamentation, and a hint of ire. The Lingfeng sect is truly a congregation of fools, having squandered such a top-tier prodigy. If this youth were to remain, within a decade, the ancient lands of the wilderness would no longer harbor the likes of the Ziyun sect and the Luohua sect. The sect leader, Yun Tianhua, could not help but furrow his brow, his expression heavy with sorrow. Is there truly no way for the elder to reconstruct the martial soul? The Ziyun sect was originally a renowned sword cultivation sect in the Grand City, founded by an ancestor who was a formidable sword cultivator, whose legacy included a sword cultivation manual and a monument. However, over the course of several centuries, no sword cultivator has emerged from the sect, leading to a severance in the ancestral lineage, and the sect gradually fell into desolation, besieged by various major sects. Ultimately, they were expelled from the Grand City, finding themselves barely surviving in the ancient wilderness. Should the sect produce a sword cultivation genius, it could undoubtedly leverage the ancestral heritage to restore the Ziyun sect to its former glory and reclaim all that was lost. For countless years, the sect has been on the quest for a sword cultivation prodigy, yet to no avail. Now, at long last, they have found one, only to discover that he is a discarded soul, devoid of a martial spirit. The elder remained silent for an extended period. Finally, he shook his head and sighed. It is all fate, the destiny of the Lingfeng sect, as well as that of the youth. What a pity, what a lamentable fate. Chapter 5. The Sword Technique of the Stunning Swan. The Stunning Swan Sword. At the foot of Ziyun Peak, beside a babbling stream, there lies a solitary courtyard within hundreds of meters. The gentle flow of water, the fragrance of flowers, and the abundance of spiritual energy render it an exceptional place for cultivation in the entire inner sect. The young girl glanced apologetically at Gu Chengfeng. Young master, I can only arrange for you to stay within the inner sect, the area designated for core disciples. Given Gu Chengfeng's status, core disciples are hardly worthy of his attention. Yet only the sect leader and the Grand Elder have the authority to assign spaces in that area. Do not worry, I understand, Gu Chengfeng replied with a smile, gesturing for Ziyi to refrain from further elaboration. Core disciples must undergo assessments. All 3 major sects operate this way. By the way, when does the assessment commence? I have long heard that Ziyun's sect possesses a sword technique, but only core disciples are permitted to peruse it. Since I have arrived at Ziyun's sect, I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Sword techniques are inherently rare, and the lack of genuine sword cultivators on the Great Wasteland for a century has led to the loss of some of these already scarce techniques. Presently, only the Lingfeng sect possesses half of one, along with Ziyun's sect's own. It is only in large cities that one might seek out more sword techniques. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng has only mastered half of the sword technique from Lingfeng sect, and it is precisely this portion that has enabled him to become a true sword cultivator. Should he be able to learn Ziyun's sect's sword technique, his sword cultivation realm will undoubtedly ascend once more. In 1 week, Ziyu declared, but suddenly appeared slightly startled. Young master, you do not intend to participate, do you? Gu Chengfeng chuckled. I shall give it a try. This just as Ziyu was about to say something. A figure clad in green swiftly entered the courtyard. Upon seeing the girl in green, Ziyu chose not to pursue the matter further. Green air greets the young lady and acknowledges the young master. The girl in green smiled and bowed to both of them. Very well, you shall accompany young Master Gu and attend to his daily needs. Ziyu nodded slightly, then turned to Gu Chengfeng. You may simply call her Green Air. She is my personal maid, and you may command her for any matters. Gu Chengfeng was taken aback and quickly shook his head. That is unnecessary. I can manage on my own. He had not anticipated that Ziyu would assign him a personal maid. However, Ziyu did not afford him the chance to decline. As she leapt onto the Ziyun spirit boat, Young master, I shall return now. As her words fell, the Ziyun spirit boat transformed into a streak of light and departed. Young master, I will tidy the room. Green Air promptly entered the chamber. Gu Chengfeng gently shook his head, choosing not to say more. He found a vacant space in the courtyard and sat down to meditate. Cultivation. At this moment, the most crucial matter for him was to cultivate. Only by swiftly enhancing his prowess could he seek vengeance upon Ling Kai'er and Du Tiannan, these two wretched beings. He must ensure that they repay their debts to him 100-fold, 1,000-fold. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng suddenly discovered 2 drops of crimson liquid within his dantian. This was the spiritual essence. After taking a life, the martial soul would devour the slain's cultivation, condensing it into spiritual essence, which harbored the power of the opponent's cultivation. The voice of the Moonlight Sword Emperor explained this to Gu Chengfeng. So that was it. Gu Chengfeng realized that these 2 drops of spiritual essence originated from Liu Bei and Han Feng. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he blinked slightly. Sword Emperor, I feel that dual cultivation should be expedited. Otherwise, Silence. Before Gu Chengfeng could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the Moonlight Sword Emperor's stern rebuke. The matter of dual cultivation is one that only I can bring up. You lack the qualification, understand? Gu Chengfeng pouted. You should stop calling yourself the Moonlight Sword Emperor and instead be named the Heartless Sword Emperor. You abandon one once your trousers are up. That is excessive. Regaining his focus, Gu Chengfeng immediately summoned the power of the martial soul to begin refining the spiritual essence in his dantian. An overwhelming force was released within the spiritual essence, surging into Gu Chengfeng's body and transforming into cultivation. 6th level of the innate realm. 7th level of the innate realm. Upon absorbing the 2 drops of spiritual essence, Gu Chengfeng's cultivation soared directly to the 8th level of the innate realm, a total increase of 3 levels. Such speed was hardly slower than that of dual cultivation with the Moonlight Sword Emperor. Was this the terrifying aspect of a divine-grade martial soul? Gu Chengfeng opened his eyes in astonishment. To kill 1 person and gain a level and a half in cultivation meant that by slaying 2 more, he could return to the Master Realm. The commotion from Gu Chengfeng's cultivation also drew out a tender little face from the room. Upon witnessing Gu Chengfeng's rapid ascension of 3 levels in mere moments, Green's mouth fell open in shock. Hadn't the young lady said that Gu Gongzi's martial soul was rendered useless? How could he still elevate his cultivation? Just then, Gu Chengfeng seemed to sense something and turned to glance back. Green, like a startled rabbit, quickly withdrew her head. Gu Chengfeng merely smiled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He then picked up the Chengfeng sword and commenced practicing the sword technique. The Lingfeng sword technique was half of the sword skill from the Lingfeng sect. The technique consisted of 3 forms: Storm, like a swallow, and the Stunning Swallow sword. The first 2 forms were merely ordinary sword techniques, but the third form could only be mastered by true sword cultivators. After 8 years of sword cultivation and under the endowment of talent granted by the martial soul, Gu Chengfeng finally became a genuine sword cultivator. The stunning swallow sword. With the third form of the Lingfeng sword technique unleashed, a sword energy burst forth like a rainbow, swiftly cleaving through the air and striking a tree 100 meters away. Crack! From a distance of 100 meters, the tree broke as if it were sliced. This was the sword wind. A single sword could break through the air, and its brilliance could claim a head from hundreds of meters away. Gu Chengfeng, get out here. Just at that moment, a thunderous shout echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by 3 figures swiftly dashing into the small courtyard. The individual at the forefront is none other than the core disciple, Luo Yang. Behind him, 2 others follow, their waist tokens indicating their status as inner sect disciples. What was your name again, Luo? Gu Chengfeng felt a sense of familiarity, but could not immediately recall. He vaguely remembered that during his previous visit to the Ziyun sect for a martial arts competition, this fellow had once delivered something to him, asking him to speak a few kind words on behalf of the sect's holy son, Lu Yan. He indeed obliged. And it was from that moment that this person began to follow Lu Yan. At that time, this fellow had expressed profound gratitude towards him. Luo Yang. Luo Yang frowned. Ah, yes, that's the name, Luo Wei. Gu Chengfeng suddenly understood. Nonsense. My surname is Luo. How does Wei pertain to me? Luo Yang huffed discontentedly. Gu Chengfeng replied with a faint smile. Since ancient times, the names Yang and Wei have always been intertwined. A person is indeed defined by their name. You're the one who is Wei. Luo Yang finally grasped the implication, his anger mounting as he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, pointing it directly at Gu Chengfeng. Enough of your nonsense. If you sever your own arms today, I might still spare your life out of respect for our past. Oh, it seems whether man or beast, they all wish to trample on me. Gu Chengfeng chuckled softly, shaking his head. Truly, a dragon in shallow waters is mocked by shrimp, and a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. Young master. At that moment, Lur hastened to Gu Chengfeng's side, casting a vigilant glance at Luo Yang and his companions. I shall immediately inform the young lady. No need. Gu Chengfeng waved his hand to stop her. Just drive away the barking dog. Then, pondering for a moment, he inquired. What is the penalty in the Ziyun sect for intruding into another's residence with the intent to kill? The young girl seemed to realize something and replied. Self-defense is not a crime. Return to the room. Yes, young master. Since the young lady entrusted her to Gu Chengfeng, she naturally obeyed his words. However, once back inside, Lur took out a communication stone and conveyed the news to Zi. Chapter 6. Water transforms into sword. The sword slays instantly. Since you seek death, let it be granted, kill. With a wave of his hand, Luo Yang commanded 2 of his subordinates, who promptly brandished their long swords and charged towards Gu Chengfeng. Yet, Gu Chengfeng merely stood there, seemingly oblivious to the imminent threat. It was only as the 2 approached that his gaze deepened significantly. In that fleeting moment, a shadowy sword appeared to traverse the depths of his eyes, its dark blade stained with droplets of crimson, rendering his very gaze as lethal as a sword. The 2 inner disciples, before even closing the distance, felt an involuntary tremor seize their hearts and could only grit their teeth as they swung their swords towards Gu Chengfeng. Suddenly, Gu Chengfeng raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Instantly, 2 jets of water erupted from the water vat beneath the eaves. With a mere gesture, they transformed into water swords that sliced through the air towards the 2 men's necks. For a swordsman, all things can become weapons. Water transforms into sword. The sword slays instantly. In an instant, their footsteps halted abruptly, and the swords they wielded clattered silently to the ground. Soon after, their bodies collapsed heavily upon the earth. Lifeless. Is this the might of a swordsman? In the blink of an eye, 2 men were slain. Luo Yang, witnessing this, stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide and his heart racing, even forgetting the purpose of his presence. The profundity of water transforming into sword was akin to witnessing a celestial being. Even without a martial soul, he could effortlessly slay 2 innate 8th realm practitioners. Such prowess could only be found in texts he had read. No wonder it said that swordsmen are rare. Their overwhelming strength disrupts the balance of the heavenly path, leading to their suppression. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Luo Yang fixed his gaze upon Gu Chengfeng. Even if you are a swordsman, Without the backing of cultivation, it is of no consequence. The essence of martial cultivation is paramount. The master realm shall be your nightmare. With a low shout, Luo Yang drew his sword, unleashing a powerful strike towards Gu Chengfeng. In that moment, the might of his master realm cultivation, combined with the strength of his fourth-grade wind tiger martial soul, surged into the blade. The sword cut through the air like a roaring tiger descending from the mountains. In the blink of an eye, this formidable strike was before Gu Chengfeng. Death! Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he countered with a stroke of his sword, a brilliant wind slicing through the air. Innate eighth realm. How is this possible? Feeling the power within that strike, Luo Yang was taken aback. How could someone who was previously at the innate fifth realm suddenly ascend 3 levels? Hadn't Saint's son Lu Yanni said that without a martial soul, Gu Chengfeng's cultivation would diminish, not increase? Damn it! In that instant, he realized he had been deceived by Lu Yanni. Gu Chengfeng was never crippled. It was all an illusion. As realization dawned, his fighting spirit evaporated. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. Those who can ascend to the status of Holy Son within the Lingfeng sect are, without exception, the most exceptional talents across the vast expanse of the great wilderness. Coupled with Gu Chengfeng's divine swordsmanship, even if he were devoid of cultivation, he would still dare to engage in battle. However, with the enhancement of his cultivation, even if he possessed the prowess of a master, he would stand no chance in a confrontation. Luo Yang, demonstrating remarkable decisiveness, retracted his long sword and began to flee without uttering a word. Yet, the terrifying sword wind unleashed by Gu Chengfeng surged forth with such swiftness that it almost instantaneously reached him. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yang abruptly raised his long sword, positioning it defensively across his chest. With a resounding crash, the force of the sword wind struck the blade, propelling Luo Yang through the air with tremendous force, leading him to crash violently to the ground. Struggling to rise, he gazed at the long sword in his hands, now bent into a bow shape, his eyes filled with trepidation. Fortunately, his sword was a mid-grade human tier treasure. Otherwise, this blow could have resulted in both the destruction of the sword and his demise. The hierarchical classification of treasures includes yellow tier, human tier, earth tier, and heaven tier. Each tier is further divided into upper, middle, lower, and supreme grades. Instinctively glancing back at Gu Chengfeng, he found the young man still standing there with an enigmatic smile. A haunting voice escaping his lips. Did you not intend to kill me? I was merely jesting. Please, do not take it to heart. Confronted with Gu Chengfeng's smile, Luo Yang instinctively recoiled, swallowing hard. For reasons unknown, he felt that the young man's smile was far more terrifying than any intent to kill. That chilling sensation sent shivers down his spine. Then you may leave, Gu Chengfeng said, shaking his head with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Upon hearing these words, Luo Yang felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the courtyard exit, all the while chastising himself for his audacity in attempting to slay a sword cultivator who had not yet been rendered a cripple. However, just as he had taken a few steps, an excruciating pain shot through his arms, causing him to halt abruptly. Looking down, he was horrified to see his arms lying severed on the ground. The overwhelming agony made his vision blur, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he turned to face Gu Chengfeng, bellowing, "Didn't you tell me to leave? You can't break your word." Gu Chengfeng shrugged, replying, "I apologize, I was also jesting. Who could have known you would take it seriously?" Luo Yang felt a surge of blood rise to his head, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson. "Didn't you just demand my 2 arms? Here they are." In his ears, the young man's voice echoed once more, "But now, you may die." Staring intently at the boy, the smile upon his lips resembled that of a demon, a harbinger of death. "My life is at an end." As he saw the sword in the young man's hand pointing towards him, Luo Yang summoned every ounce of strength to cry out, "Holy Son, save me. Stop." At that moment, a sharp reprimand rang out from outside the courtyard, and a figure swiftly dashed into the small courtyard. To his surprise, it was not the Holy Son, Lu Yanni, but a woman, Sister Jiaoer. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Yang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Ran Jiaoer, the beloved granddaughter of the 3rd elder of the sect, ranked among the top 5 disciples in terms of strength. Had it not been for Ziyer's sudden appearance at the Xian sect, Jiaoer would undoubtedly have been the chosen one as the Holy Maiden. Within the sect, Her status and standing were extraordinarily high. With Ran Jiao present, he could finally escape the clutches of Gu Chengfeng. Clad in a fiery red robe, Jiao stood at the entrance with her arms crossed, casting a fleeting glance at Luo Yang before her gaze shifted disdainfully towards Gu Chengfeng. A smirk graced her lips as she remarked, "A worthless wretch. If you have chosen to linger in our Ziyun sect, you might as well resign yourself to being a mere dog. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you?" "Jiao, be cautious," Luo Yang attempted to caution her, hoping to spare her from the treachery that had befallen him at the hands of Gu Chengfeng. However, before he could finish his warning, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiao's sharp retort. "Foolish trash, begone. You cannot even kill a worthless being." Yes, I shall take my leave." Luo Yang dared not utter another word and turned to depart. "Did I permit you to leave?" At that moment, the sinister voice of the demon echoed behind him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and instinctively he reached up to touch it, finding it sticky and warm. Before he could comprehend the situation, his body collapsed backward onto the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. The blade's wind struck silently and unseen, claiming a life effortlessly. Chapter 7. As an elder, have you no shame? You wretched creature, how dare you? This scene caused a sudden twitch in the cheeks of Ran Jiao, who stood outside the courtyard. She never anticipated that, even with her presence, this wretched creature would dare to commit murder before her very eyes. This was no longer a matter of respect. It was a blatant slap to her face. Very well. In the entire Ziyun sect, no one has ever dared to be so audacious before me. You are the first. Pointing at Gu Chengfeng, the girl's eyes burned with indignation, her silver teeth slightly clenched. Are you done? If so, you may leave. Do not linger at my doorstep. You are an eyesore. Gu Chengfeng merely scoffed, utterly disinterested in the woman's words. He did not spare her another glance and strode towards the 3 corpses on the ground. He meticulously retrieved 4 bottles of elixirs along with some spirit stones, then turned to enter the room. Stop right there, you wretched creature. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ran Jiao erupted with fury. The feeling of being disregarded infuriated her completely. Do you believe I want to expel you from the Ziyun sect this very moment? Are you finished? Gu Chengfeng finally halted, turning to face Ran Jiao for the first time in earnest. At that moment, although his expression remained calm, a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes. Ran Jiao fixed her gaze upon Gu Chengfeng, pointing towards the back. You, get out of this courtyard immediately. It belongs to me now. Gu Chengfeng gestured towards the ground beneath him. Come, step inside. However, his words left Ran Jiao momentarily stunned. Furrowing her brow, she questioned, "What do you intend to do?" For reasons unbeknownst to her, the intensity of his gaze instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Gu Chengfeng replied, "Did you not claim this courtyard was yours? Consider it a gift." Humph, so you've decided to concede? It's too late. Ran Jiao scoffed lightly before striding boldly into the courtyard. Gu Chengfeng approached her directly. This scene elicited a cold smirk from the corners of Ran Jiao's mouth. She had presumed Gu Chengfeng to be resolute, only to find him to be weak-willed. A useless person is indeed a useless person. After uttering this, she raised her foot and pointed to the ground beneath her. Now, kneel before me, bow your head in apology, and then leave the Ziyun sect. However, before she could finish her sentence, Gu Chengfeng struck her face with a resounding slap. Instantly, a vivid red handprint adorned her fair cheek. His speed was astonishing, and Ran Jiao had never anticipated that this worthless creature would dare to act so brazenly. She was utterly unprepared. By the time she registered the impact, the slap had already landed. You dare strike my face, you wretched creature. Fury surged through Ran Jiao as she could scarcely believe that this useless individual had the audacity to hit her. In all her years, Gu Chengfeng was the first to do so. How could she not be enraged? In her rage, she swiftly reached for her sword, intent on slaying this wretched creature. Bang! Before she could even draw her sword, Gu Chengfeng delivered a swift kick to her wrist, sending the weapon back into its sheath. With a resounding slap, he struck the other side of Ran Jiao's face. Bewildered, she was left dazed by the consecutive blows, exclaiming in fury, "I will kill you." Yet Gu Chengfeng showed no signs of stopping, unleashing a barrage of 10 slaps that culminated in a final blow that sent Ran Jiao flying out of the courtyard. Remember, he warned, the next time you speak to me, do so with a clean mouth. You've been nothing but a waste of breath and a nuisance. I've tolerated your insolence for far too long. Who indulged this young lady's temper? But before me, Such behavior is futile. Standing outside, he felt constrained, for he was still new to the Ziyun sect and needed to adhere to certain rules. However, now that she was inside, she could hardly blame him. At that moment, Ran Jianer's face was swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig's head, tears and snot flowing uncontrollably. The arrogance she once displayed had vanished completely. "You dared to ambush me. I will kill you," she screamed, though her voice had devolved into mere whimpers. Strangely, she no longer uttered the words waste or dog. Just then, a startled voice echoed from the void, followed by the sudden appearance of an elder before Ran Jiar. The old man's face bore a resemblance to the defiant girl who had just arrived. It was none other than the third elder of the Ziyun sect. "Grandfather," she sobbed, unable to contain her tears any longer, as if all her grievances were finally pouring out. She had merely come here to confront this worthless person who had upset her brother, causing him to miss a meal. Yet, she never anticipated being met with such a harsh retaliation. Observing the state of Ran Jia's face, the third elder suppressed his rising anger and shot a fierce glare at the young man in the courtyard. "Explain this at once." It was him. Ran Jiar gritted her teeth, pointing at Gu Chengfeng as she recounted the events with embellishments. "He ambushed me, or I would have surely killed him. That wretched scoundrel. If I do not eliminate you today, I am unworthy of my position as an elder." Enraged, the third elder transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Gu Chengfeng in an instant. His cane morphed into a lethal weapon, glinting ominously as it was aimed directly at Gu Chengfeng. He cherished his granddaughter as if she were a precious jewel, yet here she was, assaulted by a mere waste of a person on his own turf. How absurd. Why not inquire as to why I struck her? Gu Chengfeng retorted, gazing at the third elder before him. Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brows and spoke in a deep voice. "As an elder of the sect, if you are so oblivious to right and wrong, unable to discern gravity and triviality in the matter of slaying disciples, how can you claim the title of a sect elder? Indeed, you still bear the identity of a disciple." The third elder seemed to awaken to something. However, the murderous intent in his eyes not only remained but intensified. With a swift motion, Gu Chengfeng's disciple token manifested in his hand, only to be crushed into dust by his clenched fist. "You are no longer a disciple. To revoke one's status as a disciple is within the purview of an elder. An outsider who trespasses upon my granddaughter's residence and commits murder and injury deserves death. I shall personally enact justice." With a litany of accusations, each worthy of punishment, he concluded his statement. In an instant, his staff cut through the air, emitting a chilling brilliance aimed directly at Gu Chengfeng's head. The terrifying power of a grandmaster caused the air to resonate with explosive sounds as the staff passed. Old fool. Gu Chengfeng did not anticipate that, in his quest for vengeance for his granddaughter, the elder would cast aside all semblance of dignity. "If you seek to kill me, then let us see who meets their end first." Gu Chengfeng shouted coldly, revealing his true strength. The wind sword surged forth, and in that moment, the boundless, dark power of the devouring sky, sword martial soul, within his dantian poured into the wind sword, elevating its might to an overwhelming zenith. The sheer force of the sword rippled through the surrounding void, creating a subtle distortion, akin to a sword-wielding black hole. The intensity of the aura was so formidable that even the advancing third elder could not help but narrow his eyes in response. Chapter 8. The Sword of the God of Killing, the apex of all paths. Enough. Just as the sword in Gu Chengfeng's hand was about to strike, a sudden, sharp command reverberated from the void above. A voice pierced through the air, causing the third elder's staff to freeze midair. Upon seeing the violet figure in the void, Gu Chengfeng instinctively retracted his sword. "It is best to avoid exposure for now. Third elder, it was I who bestowed Gu Chengfeng's inner sect disciple token, who permitted you to destroy it." Accompanying this cold reprimand, the purple jade spirit vessel had already come to a halt in the courtyard. Ziyi leapt gracefully to Gu Chengfeng's side, her icy gaze pointing accusingly at the third elder. "It is this child who, disregarding the sect's rules, has acted recklessly to injure and kill." The third elder began to speak. However, before he could finish, Ziyi's fierce interruption cut him off. "I am asking you, who allowed you to destroy his token?" The third elder momentarily gasped, instinctively shrinking under Ziyi's penetrating gaze. "Saintus, I." He seemed to want to articulate a response, but was again interrupted by Ziyi. "Remember, Gu Chengfeng is under my protection." If you dare to meddle or even think of harming him again, I shall not show mercy." With that, she raised her jade hand, pointing firmly towards the courtyard's exit. "Leave." "Why yes, Saintess." The chastised third elder dared not utter another word, hastily retreating from the courtyard. Another command followed: "Clean up the ground." "Yes, yes." Once the bodies and blood were thoroughly cleared away, he quickly departed with Ran Jiaojiao, having not dared to voice a single objection throughout. Only as they left did Ran Jiaojiao shoot a glare filled with unending hatred and murderous intent at Gu Chengfeng, as if to convey that this matter was far from over. After walking a considerable distance, the third elder could no longer contain his fury. "Did I not instruct you to avoid provoking Z? Her status is not merely that of a prominent figure in the great city. Without her, the entire Ziyun sect would have been annihilated long ago." Ran Jiaojiao felt somewhat wronged. "Grandfather, I never intended to provoke her. Who could have foreseen that she would defend a waste?" Her words were abruptly interrupted. "Waste? That child is far from being useless. I distinctly sensed him utilizing his martial soul's power just moments ago. He is not only not a waste, but a prodigious swordsman. Remember this. Do not provoke either Z or Gu Chengfeng in the future." Realizing his reprimand had been somewhat harsh, the third elder's face softened with concern. Lowering his voice, he added, "Aside from these two, with your grandfather here, you can command respect within the Ziyun sect. Do you understand?" "I understand, grandfather." Ran Jiaojiao lowered her head, yet the pain etched on her face twisted her heart to the utmost. "If he is not a waste, then I shall ensure he becomes one. In summary, if this grudge is not avenged, I shall not be deemed human." In the tranquil courtyard by the stream, the young master inquired, "How are you? Are you injured?" After the departure of the third elder and Ran Jiar, Zi carefully assessed Gu Chengfeng. "No," he replied, gently shaking his head. "I have merely caused more trouble for you, Missy." The young lady smiled lightly, unfazed by his words. However, a flicker of indignation crossed her exquisite features as she muttered, "It seems that a warning is indeed in order. They have taken my words as mere whispers in the wind for far too long. There is no need. If they choose to come, let it be a source of amusement during my cultivation," he remarked. "To be precise, it accelerates my training, with others offering spiritual essence to aid in my advancement. Why not embrace it?" "Amusement." The young lady chuckled softly at his perspective. "Nonetheless, you must remain cautious of Ran Jiar. She harbors a small heart, and, relying on her status as the third elder's protégée, is quite willful. Having faced defeat at your hands today, she is unlikely to let it go easily." As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her. With a curious glance at Gu Chengfeng, she added, "I find it rather strange that Ran Jiar, possessing a cultivation of the second tier of the master realm, would suffer such a fate at your hands." Indeed, Gu Chengfeng was about to divulge that his martial soul remained intact, but the young lady interjected with a smile, "No need to reveal your little secrets, young master." Gu Chengfeng blinked, increasingly intrigued by the young lady before him. "Here, try these 2 bottles of elixirs. While they may not restore your martial soul, they will certainly mend your dantian. Who knows, you might have another opportunity to condense your martial soul anew." Zi placed the 2 bottles in Gu Chengfeng's hands. Then, narrowing her eyes playfully, she added, "I wish to witness the gallant figure of the young master who saved me on that day." With that, she stepped back onto the purple jade spirit vessel, heading toward the chamber of the saintess. Her parting words momentarily left Gu Chengfeng in a state of slight astonishment. He quickly grasped that she was instilling confidence in him to prevent his self-despair. This further deepened his admiration for the young lady's delicate sensibilities. "Young master, the room has been tidied up. I will fetch some food for you," Green said at that moment. After acknowledging her with a nod, Gu Chengfeng departed from the small courtyard. Upon returning to her chamber, Zi was met with the voice of the ancestor Zixiao echoing in her mind. "I have distinctly sensed the martial soul power within this young lad. Yet I cannot find any trace of the martial soul itself. How peculiar. Martial soul power." Zi was taken aback. "That cannot be true. The martial soul was extracted and fused by Ling Kai. That is a fact. The method of reconstruction is beyond even my master's current capabilities. So how could Gu Chengfeng possibly manage it on his own? Could it be that my master was mistaken? If there truly exists a martial soul within him, how could it possibly escape the discerning gaze of our revered master? Perhaps the esteemed ancestor Zixiao has chosen not to pursue the matter further." attributing the lapse in perception to the wounds upon his own soul, which have dulled his once keen senses. However, should this youth indeed possess a martial soul, it would be of extraordinary significance. The path of the god of killing, an authentic principle that surpasses ordinary swordsmanship. It is hailed as the pinnacle of martial cultivation. Countless sword cultivators yearn for this path. Some have even slaughtered millions of souls in pursuit of the god of killing, saturating their own spirits with blood, yet still fail to grasp its profound truths. Yet, this young lad, at such a tender age, has already grazed its periphery. How lamentable it would be if he were obstructed by his martial soul. Suddenly, Zi caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye and turned to look, her brow furrowing. Lur, why have you returned instead of staying with the young master? Lur, a bit flustered yet exhilarated, hastily replied, Miss, I have a secret to share. Young Master Gu actually. Silence. Zi intended to explain that Gu Chengfeng's martial soul was not, in fact, crippled. However, before she could finish, Zi interrupted her sharply. The girl's expression turned stern as she admonished, I sent you to care for young Master Gu, not to spy on him. Remember this well. Although I treat you as my own sister, you must discern what is permissible and what is not. Zi coldly declared, from now on, any matters concerning young Master Gu must remain locked within your heart. Should you dare to speak carelessly again, I shall send you back immediately. Miss, Lur understands her mistake and will never dare again. Faced with Zi's serious demeanor, Lur felt a surge of panic and quickly knelt, repeatedly apologizing. Rise. Zi extended her hand to help Lur up, her voice softening gradually. Remember, young Master Gu is my savior, not my enemy. If he were to learn that I sent you to monitor him, it would surely dishearten him. How then could I bear to face him again? Lur understood. Enough, return now. Should such an incident arise again, you are to act directly to prevent any harm from befalling the young master. Yes, miss. Chapter 9. The young master is willing to do anything with the young lady. What kind of person is Zi? Upon returning to his chamber, Gu Chengfeng could not help but draw in a sharp breath when he beheld the label on the vial. Elixirs are exceedingly rare throughout the vast expanse of the ancient wilderness, particularly those of a higher grade. First and second tier elixirs are already incredibly scarce, with only disciples of inner sects receiving 1 or 2 each month. Third tier elixirs are virtually non-existent. To his astonishment, Zi had provided not 1, but 2 vials, 20 elixirs in total. Such a quantity and quality are beyond the reach of the ancient wilderness. Even wealth could hardly procure them. Gu Chengfeng inhaled deeply, then retrieved the elixirs he had acquired from Luo Yang and others. Though he possessed 4 vials, they contained only 10 elixirs, all of the first tier, making them incomparable to Zi's offerings. These elixirs were nearly sufficient for him to restore his peak cultivation. Without further contemplation, Gu Chengfeng settled into a meditative position, entering a state of cultivation. After half a day's effort, he refined 3 drops of spiritual essence, finally breaking through to the master realm. He then commenced consuming the elixirs for further cultivation. To his delight, the devouring power of his swallowing sky sword martial soul was not only capable of absorbing spiritual essence, but also the medicinal potency contained within the elixirs. Normally, refining and absorbing elixirs would inevitably lead to a loss of efficacy and the accumulation of medicinal residue, which is detrimental to the body. Thus, the consumption of elixirs is typically limited, with a single elixir yielding a maximum absorption of only 60% of its potency. However, the devouring power of the swallowing sky sword martial soul could completely absorb the medicinal strength of the elixirs without any wastage or residue. This allowed for the elixir's effects to be maximally realized. Over the ensuing week, Gu Chengfeng devoted himself entirely to cultivation, ultimately achieving the 2nd level of the master realm, now merely a step away from his peak state. If only he had access to a superior technique, he could undoubtedly return to the 4th level of peak state. Reflecting on his current practice of a mid-tier human-grade technique, Gu Chengfeng could not help but shake his head slightly. The devouring power of the swallowing sky sword martial soul was indeed incredibly useful, yet the absorbed power still required conversion through a technique. The higher the grade of the technique, the better the conversion efficiency and the swifter the cultivation speed. Suddenly, he recalled the Moonlight Sword Emperor. Gu Chengfeng exclaimed, Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor, I have matters to discuss. The voice of the Moonlight Sword Emperor echoed back. Is there a superior technique available? I am in urgent need. Gu Chengfeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, but my vitality is insufficient for transmission. The Moonlight Sword Emperor replied after a brief silence, shaking his head. Transmitting a technique requires a considerable expenditure of vitality. And nearly all of the Emperor's regained vitality had been depleted while passing on the swallowing sky, sword martial soul, to Gu Chengfeng. Insufficient vitality. Gu Chengfeng murmured softly, his eyes suddenly brightening. He then suggested in a hushed tone, "My Lord Sword Emperor, shall we partake in that? Do not act like a thief, squinting and gesturing. Speak plainly." The Moonlight Sword Emperor scoffed lightly. Gu Chengfeng blinked and whispered, "Such matters cannot be broadcasted, right?" The Moonlight Sword Emperor furrowed his brow. "What kind of matter are you referring to?" "You know full well what I mean." Gu Chengfeng replied with a wicked smile. "It is precisely the kind of affair you enjoy. If you have nothing to say, then be silent and do not waste my time." Clearly, the Moonlight Sword Emperor was taken aback. Gu Chengfeng was somewhat speechless. Had the Moonlight Sword Emperor not been quite open before? Why now did she appear like an innocent maiden unacquainted with the world? Was it a game of feigned restraint? Gu Chengfeng quickly grasped the situation, grinning widely. "It is merely the dual cultivation. Must I state it explicitly?" Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding crash echoed. Gu Chengfeng was propelled through the door, hurtling out of the room and crashing heavily into the courtyard. Simultaneously, a furious voice reverberated in his mind. "Should you dare speak so recklessly again, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." Gu Chengfeng retorted loudly. "Am I not doing this to restore your vitality with the supreme, Yang sacred body, you heartless Empress? Only when your cultivation reaches the Grandmaster realm," came the final retort, after which the Moonlight Sword Emperor fell silent. Is the Grandmaster realm truly the threshold? Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed, realizing it might not be so distant after all. At that moment, outside, Leviathan, who was sunning blankets, happened to witness Gu Chengfeng being flung from the room. She hurried over, her face filled with astonishment. "Young master, what sort of technique is this? Would you like me to try?" Gu Chengfeng, exasperated, rose to his feet and brushed off the dust. "You have no discernment. What do you want me to do? Just speak plainly, young master, and I shall obey." Leviathan straightened up at his words. Gu Chengfeng cast her a sidelong glance. To be honest, the girl, with her figure and features, was indeed a rare beauty, only slightly less so than Z. Never mind. He shook his head, dispelling the jumbled thoughts. It cannot be disregarded. The young lady had said that whatever the young master desired, it could be done, and if I am unable, the young lady could also assist. Seeing Leviathan's innocent eyes, Gu Chengfeng felt a sense of resignation. Perhaps it is best to let it go. It truly cannot be ignored. In the midst of their conversation, Leviathan suddenly seemed to remember something, slapping her forehead. "Oh no, I forgot the important matter." She rushed to finish hanging the blankets. Then she returned, pulling Gu Chengfeng towards the courtyard. "Young master, today is the day of the inner sect assessment. We must hurry. If we delay, we might miss it." At this moment, the sect plaza was bustling with several hundred inner disciples, each face brimming with eager anticipation. Among them, the core disciples numbered a mere 100. Only by attaining the status of core disciple could one gain access to the true teachings of the sect, along with a significant enhancement of various cultivation resources. Furthermore, the inner assessments of the three major sects would invite participants from the other two sects to witness the proceedings. If both parties were agreeable, friendly sparring could ensue. For centuries, this had been the tradition in the Great Wilderness. The representatives from the Lingfeng sect had already arrived. One could not help but wonder if that scoundrel, that worthless wretch, would make an appearance. It was truly perplexing how the saintess of the Ziyun sect could bring such a disgrace back to the sect. Ling Jiqing scanned the crowd with furrowed brows, seemingly in search of something. At this moment, her face was etched with disdain. Beside her, Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff, remarking that trash begets trash, as has always been the case throughout history. Surely, that one in the purple attire must also be of disreputable character. Mind your words. The voice of the fourth elder of the Lingfeng sect immediately interrupted them. Speak of such matters elsewhere. This is the Ziyun sect, so choose your words carefully. Ling Jiqing huffed lightly. If it weren't for that scoundrel's intention to violate my sister, would he have been rendered powerless and expelled from the sect? One may know a person's appearance, yet not their heart. I never anticipated he would commit such a barbaric act. However, had it not been for this incident, Lin Feng would not have had the opportunity to become the new saint son of the Lingfeng sect. In that regard, he should be grateful to Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng has arrived. At that moment, a voice rang out from within the crowd. Chapter 10. The Inner Gate Assessment, the Demon Slaying Hall. Master, in the Core Disciple Assessment, if one secures the first place, there is a reward of a 4th grade star meteorite. Surely, it must belong to you. Green spoke as she elaborated on the rules of the assessment. By the time she mentioned the star meteorite, even the young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Star meteorite? Gu Chengfeng's eyes instinctively narrowed with intrigue. Yet, before he could fully react, the voice of the Moonlight Sword Sovereign resonated in his ears. You must obtain this item. The star meteorite is a unique crystal formed from the radiant light of the sun and the power of countless stars above the celestial realm. It is not only utilized for refining star power to enhance cultivation, but can also be ground into powder for concocting pills, making it an essential component for numerous high-tier elixirs. Furthermore, it can be used to augment the strength of one's martial soul, rendering it a remarkably rare treasure. However, it seemed unnecessary for the Moonlight Sword Sovereign to react with such fervor. The star meteorite, being the embodiment of the sun's essence, possesses remarkable efficacy in restoring the purity of the supreme Yang's sacred body. Even if this time he does not encounter a star meteorite, the Moonlight Sword Sovereign would undoubtedly send Gu Chengfeng to seek one. Thus, encountering it fortuitously should not be overlooked. The essence of the supreme Yang's sacred body. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chengfeng's eyes flickered, and he whispered, if I acquire the star meteorite, does it mean I can that? Inside the Star Meteor Pavilion, the Moonlight Sword Sovereign furrowed her brows and instinctively prepared to decline without a second thought. Having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, she had always held disdain for matters of intimacy. In her view, such base affairs were a defilement of her sacred form. Yet, inexplicably, after experiencing it, that ethereal sensation continued to linger in her mind, even after the youth had left the Star Meteor Pavilion. Even her body seemed to lose control at that moment, compelling her to nod in agreement, uttering a single word, yes. Upon speaking, she herself was taken aback. Just then, the youth's voice resounded again, after we restore our vitality, will we be able to inherit the techniques? Yes. The uncontrollable nodding made the Moonlight Sword Sovereign immediately cover her mouth. Yet the words had already escaped. Ha ha ha, splendid. The star meteorite shall be mine. Gu Chengfeng could not help but burst into laughter. However, his laughter caused Green's expression to shift dramatically. She instinctively crossed her arms and took 2 steps back, regarding Gu Chengfeng with a wary gaze. What is the matter with you? Gu Chengfeng was taken aback. Master, has anyone ever told you that your laughter is rather, she intended to say lewd, but after much effort, she managed to force out the words, handsome. Gu Chengfeng smirked. Many have told me I am handsome. You are neither the first nor the last. Green. Gu Chengfeng, you truly dare to come. As the two arrived at the foot of the central platform, a cold scoff from Ran Jiaoer pierced the air. Today, you shall realize that participating in this assessment was your gravest error. Beside her, Lu Yanni let out a soft snort. Were I in your position, I would depart at once. Perhaps then, you might have a chance of survival. Lu Xingzi, are you expressing concern for me? Thank you. Gu Chengfeng replied with a radiant smile, his gaze swiftly drifting to Ran Jiaoer, who stood beside Lu Yanni. It is evident that Lu Xingzi is considerate. How quickly Jiaoer's complexion has improved. You wretched creature, how dare you speak? At these words, the suppressed fury within Ran Jiaoer flared anew. Jiaoer, Lu Yanni interjected, shaking his head in admonition. Why bother quarreling with one who is on the brink of death? Humph. Ran Jiaoer finally calmed herself, casting a fierce glare at Gu Chengfeng. Soon, I shall make you wish for life and long for death. Yet, Gu Chengfeng paid her no heed. At that moment, the voice of the third elder, who presided over the event from the platform, resonated. Now, the assessment commences. The first challenge is the Demon Slaying Hall. To pass, one must emerge alive from the exit. No sooner had his words fallen than 2 shimmering portals appeared atop the platform, one serving as the entrance and the other as the exit. These portals led to a grand hall filled with numerous demonic beasts, fraught with peril. Countless inner disciples had perished in this trial. Of course, those who deemed themselves unable to succeed could retreat through the entrance, marking their withdrawal. The assessment begins. With the third elder's proclamation, hundreds of inner disciples surged towards the entrance. This time, I shall be the first to emerge from the demon-slaying hall. One shouted exuberantly. Dream on. Senior Sister Jiaoer will participate. She will surely be the first to emerge. Senior Sister Jiaoer would not concern herself with others. Everyone knew she had lowered her status to inner disciple solely to eliminate Gu Chengfeng. Indeed, should I encounter Gu Chengfeng, I would relish the opportunity. To slay a former saint son of the Lingfeng sect, the thought alone is exhilarating. Unbeknownst to this waste, who dared to join the assessment. Even though the position of inner disciple was conferred by the saintess, amidst the murmurs, the throng of inner disciples rushed through the entrance portal. Gu Chengfeng, amid the crowd, overheard their exchange yet remained unfazed. Be cautious, young master, came Green's voice from behind. Gu Chengfeng merely smiled before stepping directly into the portal, his figure vanishing from sight. Following closely behind, Ran Jiaoer entered, her face brimming with murderous intent. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Upon entering the formation, a series of sounds reached his ears. Lifting his gaze, he beheld several black venomous spiders scuttling rapidly towards him. These black spiders moved with astonishing speed, reaching Gu Chengfeng in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. As the sword was raised, the gusts of sword wind surged forth, shattering several black venomous spiders into fragments scattered across the ground. These black venomous spiders appeared to possess a strength akin to that of the 8th level of the innate realm. As long as one did not come into contact with their venom, they posed no threat to Gu Chengfeng at this moment. Soon, a stronger wave of black venomous spiders charged forth, more than a dozen of them, each exuding a powerful aura that reached the 9th level of the innate realm. Yet, they were swiftly vanquished beneath Gu Chengfeng's blade. These black venomous spiders were hardly worthy of invoking the power of his martial soul. Suddenly, Gu Chengfeng perceived a sound of slicing air near his ear. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding an arrow that whizzed past him. His gaze immediately fixed upon a figure emerging in the distance. A young boy stood poised with a bow, evidently the source of the arrow. Taken aback by Gu Chengfeng's swift reaction, the boy momentarily faltered, not expecting such agility. Do you still remember me, Gu Chengfeng? Chapter 11. The Beast King. The Black Magic Serpent. Cursed woman. Not every common creature warrants my remembrance. With a single utterance, Gu Chengfeng unleashed a sweeping torrent of sword wind that surged towards the youth. The youth swiftly evaded the blade's edge by sidestepping, only to draw his bow and unleash a flurry of arrows aimed at Gu Chengfeng. Allow me to remind you, 1 year ago. But before the youth could finish, a piercing sound echoed from his back, abruptly silencing his words. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he beheld blood gushing from his heart. The very sword wind he had narrowly escaped had curiously returned, penetrating through his chest. How is this possible? The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the sword might reverse course? What had transpired a year ago? At least allow me to finish speaking before I perish. In his ears, the faint sound of Gu Chengfeng's disappointment resonated. With all his strength, he attempted to speak, but only blood gushed forth, leaving him voiceless. He then collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in enduring fury until the end. How could there be merely 2 first-grade medicinal pills? As he searched the corpse, Gu Chengfeng was met with profound disappointment at what he found. Fortunately, a drop of spiritual essence had coalesced in his dantian, a small consolation. Securing the pills, Gu Chengfeng continued onward with haste. Along the way, he observed the scattered corpses of demonic beasts, as well as the remains of several students. Most had perished at the hands of various beasts, yet some had clearly been slain by others. The slaying demon hall was vast, and after considerable time traversing its expanse, he had only encountered a few pillars and corpses, without a single living soul in sight. Hundreds of individuals, along with countless demonic creatures, rendered the place eerily desolate. Roar! Just as Gu Chengfeng dispatched a pristine white battle tiger, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted ahead. Among them, a voice cried out for help. In an instant, a colossal, pitch-black serpent came into view. Before this fearsome creature, a young girl fled in evident terror. It is the Black Magic Serpent. Upon realizing this, Gu Chengfeng felt a jolt of alarm. Green had previously informed him of the terrifying Black Magic Serpent King within the Slaying Demon Hall, whose power had reached a staggering 8th level of the Master Realm. Throughout the history of the Slaying Demon Hall assessments, Many had met their demise at the jaws of the black magic serpent. It could be deemed the most formidable entity within the entire hall. Over the decades, no inner disciples had succeeded in slaying it. Upon sighting the black magic serpent, Gu Chengfeng instinctively sought refuge behind a massive stone pillar. Even he lacked confidence in confronting an 8th-level master. "Senior brother, save me." The girl, having spotted him, ran towards the pillar where he concealed himself, her voice filled with desperation. However, when Wu Yanmei caught sight of Gu Chengfeng hiding here, she was momentarily taken aback. "Damn it! How did I encounter such a useless person?" Wu Yanmei muttered under her breath. Before she could take any further action, the massive figure of the black demon serpent surged forth. In the blink of an eye, it circled the pillar, its dark maw looming ominously above them. Foul-smelling liquid dripped from the corners of the black demon serpent's mouth. "Enough nonsense. Let us strike together and slay the black demon serpent. Otherwise, none of us will escape." Gu Chengfeng bellowed, and then leaped into the air, his sword cleaving towards the serpent's head. He had hoped that the girl would attack from another angle. Even if they could not slay the beast, they could at least force it back temporarily and find an opportunity to flee. "It seems you're not just useless, but also a fool. Go die by yourself." Wu Yanmei scoffed, and without further ado, turned to flee. By this time, Gu Chengfeng's sword had already struck the black demon serpent's skull. Clang! The immense force inflicted pain upon the creature, sending it soaring into the air. However, Gu Chengfeng had evidently provoked the beast, which disregarded the girl entirely and lunged at him. Damn! Seeing the girl escape, a flash of anger crossed Gu Chengfeng's eyes. He never expected that in his attempt to assist her, she would abandon him. Yet, the black demon serpent offered him no respite. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a torrent of black liquid from its maw. Gu Chengfeng immediately dashed to the side, unleashing a flurry of sword winds. The wind struck the serpent's head, the sharp blades tearing through several scales. However, the serpent's venom corroded the entire pillar, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke that sent shivers down one's spine. Roar! The serpent, enraged by the pain, charged towards Gu Chengfeng with ferocious speed, like a bolt of black lightning. The sword winds he had unleashed were effortlessly shattered, and this time, even its scales remained unscathed. Gu Chengfeng had no choice but to circle around the pillar, evading while seeking an opportunity to strike. Soon, he discerned the creature's weakness lay in its head. The scales on its head were evidently much weaker than those on its body, at least susceptible to his sword. Hiding behind the pillar, Gu Chengfeng swiftly climbed up, and at the moment the serpent's body surged towards him, he propelled himself off the pillar. His entire body soared and landed precisely atop the serpent's head. Grasping one of its horns with one hand, he wielded his sword with the other, delivering blow after blow upon the serpent's skull. Each strike was imbued with the full force of his devouring heaven sword martial spirit, amplifying the sword's might manifold. Instantly, scales and flesh flew in all directions. Roar! The enraged black demon serpent thrashed wildly, seemingly intent on shaking Gu Chengfeng off. However, Gu Chengfeng clung to the horn of the black demon serpent like a parasite, waiting for the opportune moment to strike his sword upon its head. "Sister Jiaoer, I know where Gu Chengfeng is, but he is surely dead by now." In the distance, Wu Yanmei, who had just fled from Gu Chengfeng, bore no trace of remorse. Instead, she cast a triumphant glance towards Ran Jiaoer. Ran Jiaoer had long declared that whoever killed Gu Chengfeng would be granted the coveted core disciple token. "Even if he is dead, I shall scatter his bones to the winds." The fury etched upon Ran Jiaoer's face did not wane with the news of Gu Chengfeng's demise. Rather, it intensified. "Lead the way," she commanded sharply, and under Wu Yanmei's guidance, they hastened towards Gu Chengfeng's location. The echoes of the black demon serpent's roars reached them from afar. "Sister Jiaoer, I fear Gu Chengfeng may have been swallowed whole by the black demon serpent, leaving not even a trace of his body," Wu Yanmei remarked with a sly smile. "Enough of your prattle, whether alive or dead. I must see him," Ran Jiaoer urged, quickening her pace, as if the notion of Gu Chengfeng being devoured by the serpent would rob her of the chance for vengeance. Chapter 12. Does the young master not prefer women? A dazzling sword strike. In the next moment, the two heard a low shout from afar, the voice of Gu Chengfeng, followed by a furious roar from the black demon serpent. "It's still alive, let's go." They quickened their pace once more. However, upon reaching the battlefield, they were met with the sight of a colossal black demon serpent, coiled and motionless on the ground, while Gu Chengfeng had vanished without a trace. Could it be that the black demon serpent is dead? Wu Yanmei was taken aback. The black demon serpent possessed terrifying power at the 8th level of the Master Realm. How could it possibly perish at the hands of a mere cripple? The 8th level of the Master Realm, and considering that demonic beasts generally possess greater strength than martial cultivators, even a Holy Sun's presence would likely struggle against it. Ran Jiaojiao was equally astounded. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that Gu Chengfeng's strength had become this formidable. It seemed her grandfather was indeed correct. He had not been rendered useless. Even if his cultivation remained intact, slaying the black demon serpent would surely leave him gravely injured. He cannot have gone far. Let's pursue. With a low shout, the two immediately dashed forward. Whoosh! Just as they barely passed the carcass of the black demon serpent, a sudden sound of slicing air surged toward them. Not good. Ran Jiaojiao's heart raced. She swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the oncoming sword wind. Turning back, she beheld that unforgettable silhouette standing beside the corpse of the black demon serpent. Just moments ago, the serpent's body had obstructed her view. You scoundrel! You truly are not dead. Fury erupted within her almost instantaneously, igniting fiery serpents around her, emanating scorching power. A 5th-grade fire serpent martial spirit. In the vast expanse of the ancient wilderness, a 5th-grade star spirit was already considered extraordinary. A pinnacle presence among various sections, a 6th-grade spirit was virtually unparalleled. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Chengfeng's 6th-grade martial spirit had caught Ling Kaiyer's attention. Buzz! Ran Jiaojiao's sword instantly summoned swirling flames, resonating with brilliant sword cries. Coupled with her formidable cultivation at the 2nd level of the Master Realm, her sword's might was further amplified. Die, you scoundrel! With a thunderous roar, she charged forth, her sword sweeping like a tidal wave of fire, aimed directly at Gu Chengfeng. Sister Jiaojiao is truly remarkable, deserving of her place among the top 5 in the sect. Wu Yanmei quickly stepped back, avoiding the terrifying onslaught of fiery serpents. Meanwhile, Gu Chengfeng merely regarded the scene with indifference. As the fiery sword energy approached, the youth's lips moved slightly, and a voice reached Ran Jiaojiao's ears. Did I ever tell you to keep your mouth clean in my presence? You scoundrel! How dare you bring that up? The painful memories resurfaced. Ran Jiaojiao's anger could no longer be contained, and at that moment, the fiery sword energy in her hand reached its zenith. Sometimes, one must not be overly kind. Gu Chengfeng gently shook his head. In the next moment, the calmness on his face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a glimmer of lethal intent. A hand surged forth, fiercely grasping the fire serpent sword. Enveloped by an abyss of endless darkness, that hand seemed to transform into a black hole, voraciously consuming the surrounding energy. Indeed, he remained the same foolish wretch, still attempting to reach out with his hand. Behind him, Wu Yanmei observed the scene, her lips curling into a mocking sneer. Yet, in the very next instant, her smile froze at the corners of her mouth. A resonant hum echoed, and she beheld the fire serpent sword firmly clutched in the boy's dark hand. A torrent of black energy erupted, causing the sword's formidable power to surge violently towards the boy's palm. What is happening? Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Yanmei's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing to comprehend the extraordinary events unfolding before her. You wretched creature, what kind of martial soul do you possess? Ran Jiaojiao's voice, once filled with fury, now shifted to a frantic tone. The fire serpent sword remained unyieldingly grasped by the boy. No matter how much power she unleashed, it proved utterly futile. Most terrifyingly, the energy she expelled was drawn in by an overwhelming force, completely consumed by the darkness enveloping the boy's hand. Release me, you fiend. Let me go. Ran Jiaojiao screamed in desperation, yet the boy remained unmoved. His eyes, as dark as the night sky, harbored a black sword glimmering with a chilling crimson light. That was an aura of death, an aura that sent shivers through Ran Jiaojiao's very being. The insidious threat of annihilation surged into her mind almost instantaneously, instilling a profound fear within her. Gu Chengfeng, please, don't kill me. I swear I shall never dare again. The trembling pleas for mercy escaped Ran Jiaojiao's lips. Yet the murderous intent in the boy's gaze not only lingered but intensified. You wretched creature. Should you dare to kill me, my grandfather will ensure you meet your doom. A resounding slap silenced her words. You. The boy's hand struck her face again, plunging Ran Jiaojiao into a state of hysteria. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the area, mingled with the boy's murmured admonitions. How many times have I told you to keep that mouth clean? You refuse to listen. Now that mouth is of no use to you. The cacophony of slaps persisted until Ran Jiaojiao's once beautiful face was reduced to a bloody pulp, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Jiaoer. Beside her, Wu Yanmei, a witness to this horrific scene, stood frozen in terror. She trembled uncontrollably, her entire being quaking in disbelief. Ran Jiaojiao had been mercilessly struck to death by the boy before her, her face utterly unrecognizable. The wretched sight made Wu Yanmei tremble uncontrollably, her legs quaking beneath her. In the next instant, her body collapsed onto the ground as the gaze of the young man suddenly turned towards her. Instinctively, she yearned to flee, yet her legs quivered like strands of noodles, rendering her unable to stand firm. Now it is your turn. A voice, reminiscent of a malevolent demon from the depths of the abyss, echoed in her ears, and she beheld that demonic visage drawing ever closer. Please spare me, young master. I was wrong. Forgive me, I beseech you. She crawled desperately to Gu Chengfeng, incessantly bowing her head in supplication. Do we hold enmity? Why do you wish to harm me? Pointing her sword at Wu Yanmei, his gaze was chillingly fierce. And no, Wu Yanmei cried, her voice laced with desperation. It was all Ran Jiaoner's doing. She is the one who incited us to kill you. I never wished to harm you. Yet, no matter her protests, the murderous intent in the young man's eyes remained unwavering. Recalling Ran Jiaoner's tragic fate, Wu Yanmei abruptly began to tear at her garments, stripping them away to reveal expanses of pristine skin. Young master, do you not delight in women? As long as you spare my life, I shall be yours to play with, at your leisure. She had heard from the disciples of Lingfeng's sect that Gu Chengfeng had been stripped of his martial soul and expelled from the sect for attempting to defile the saintess. Perhaps this was her sole opportunity for survival. Chapter 13. The Beast King is slain. The entire sect is in an uproar. Alas, before she could finish her words, a glimmer of sword light swept across her neck, extinguishing her vitality with alarming swiftness. Subsequently, Gu Chengfeng meticulously searched the two individuals. On Wu Yanmei, he discovered merely a single first-grade elixir. However, on Ruan Jiaojiao, he found a complete 2 vials, each containing 22nd-grade elixirs. Having gathered his spoils, Gu Chengfeng departed with satisfaction. At that very moment, the plaza of the Ziyun sect erupted in excitement due to a startling revelation. The Beast King of the Demon Slayer Hall had been slain. This news originated from the Grand Elder, who had consistently sensed the aura of the Beast King within the hall. Upon the disappearance of the Black Demon Flood Dragon's essence, the Grand Elder was promptly informed. The announcement immediately set the entire Ziyun sect plaza ablaze with fervor. Even numerous stewards and elders from various sects hurried over to witness the unfolding drama. While it was not uncommon to slay a Beast King of the 8th stage of the Master Realm, it was crucial to note that the one who accomplished this feat was merely an inner sect disciple. Among the inner sect disciples, very few had managed to transcend the Master Realm. To achieve the slaughter of a Master Realm 8th stage beast with Master Realm prowess was an accomplishment beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Those who could accomplish such a feat undoubtedly belonged to the elite echelon of prodigies. The emergence of such a formidable prodigy within the sect was bound to stir the upper echelons. Ha ha ha. It must have been Jiao Jiao who delivered the fatal blow. Among all the candidates, only she possesses such strength. Upon hearing this news, the third elder, presiding over the examination from the high platform, could not help but erupt in laughter. His thunderous mirth unequivocally conveyed his elation. He had long lamented Jiao Jiao's inability to ascend to the position of the sect's saintess. Today, however, she had finally validated her worth by slaying the Beast King. Congratulations, congratulations. I always knew Jiao Jiao's talent was extraordinary. Indeed, my foresight has proven accurate. The second elder of the sect promptly approached to express his congratulations. Once Saintess Z departs from the sect, the position of the saintess shall rightfully belong to Jiao Jiao. Congratulations to the third elder. At this moment, the fourth elder also stepped forward. Congratulations to the third elder and to senior sister Jiao Jiao. The crowd below clasped their hands in congratulation, and for a fleeting moment, the entire plaza was filled with celebratory fervor. Ha ha ha, you are all too kind. Zhao Zhao's achievements today are also a testament to the nurturing provided by all of you and the sect, huh? The third elder's hearty laughter resonated, prompting many to join in the merriment. Of course, the sincerity of those present remained uncertain. Subsequently, all eyes turned towards the spatial gate at the exit of the Demon Slayer Hall, where the second, third, and fourth elders had gathered. Eager to welcome the protagonist in their eyes, warned Zhao Zhao as she emerged. However, after a prolonged wait, no one stepped forth from within. In an instant, a look of anxiety appeared on the face of the third elder. Why had they not emerged yet? Many began to murmur, logically speaking. One who possessed the strength to slay a beast king should have no difficulty escaping. They should have been out by now. Look, finally, someone is about to emerge. After a long wait, the spatial gate shimmered once more, clearly indicating that someone was about to step through. In the next moment, a figure emerged. Gu Chengfeng. It was Gu Chengfeng, that useless wretch. How had he managed to walk out alive? How could a person without a martial soul have made it through? However, when the crowd realized that the figure was not Ran Zhao Zhao, but Gu Chengfeng, an uproar ensued in the square. Master, you certainly killed the Beast King, right? At that moment, a distinct voice rang out from below. Gu Chengfeng spotted Lure at once, merely smiling without uttering a word. Yet, her comment instantly provoked a wave of laughter. He killed it? I'd sooner believe the Beast King took its own life. Ha ha ha. Perhaps it simply overindulged and died from gluttony. Ha ha ha. While the crowd was in fits of laughter, the elders on the platform were anything but amused. Their expressions were grave and somber. Among them, the third elder appeared particularly troubled. Others might be oblivious, but he knew well that Gu Chun was no mere weakling. His martial soul remained intact. Coupled with his identity as a sword cultivator, the likelihood was substantial. Moreover, the several individuals who had previously emerged from the exit had done so before the news of the Beast King's demise. This meant that the Beast King could not possibly have been slain by them. The only one who emerged after the announcement of the Beast King's death was Gu Chen alone. Zhao Zhao, why hasn't she come out yet? At this moment, the third elder grew even more anxious. Gu Chengfeng's emergence deepened his sense of unease. Within the Demon Slayer Hall, there was no longer any trace of life. Just then, the Grand Elder's voice suddenly pierced the air, plunging the entire square into chaos once more. There are no living souls. The fact that Ran Zhao Zhao had not yet appeared could only signify one thing. She was dead. Furthermore, it implied another grim truth. The Beast King had been slain by Gu Chengfeng. That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Grand Elder, please sense again. The third elder was the first to cry out. He could not accept the notion that his granddaughter was dead. She was his only granddaughter, having been raised by him after her parents perished in the secret realm. How could he bear the loss of a child in his old age, and then a grandchild? There is no need for further exploration. The Grand Elder shook his head, decisively shattering the third elder's hopes. In an instant, the third elder's entire being trembled violently. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, a pair of bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely upon Gu Chengfeng, who was bellowing, Gu Chengfeng, it must be you who killed Zhao. You took advantage of her weakened state after slaying the Beast King and ambushed her, leading to her demise, did you not? The two thunderous roars echoed through the air. At that moment, even the staff held by the third elder pointed accusingly at Gu Chengfeng. It seemed undeniable. After all, a mere waste could not have possibly slain Ran Zhao and the Beast King, the black magic flood dragon. It was clear he had seized the opportunity to strike. This treacherous scoundrel. The third elder's words left the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Yet, within many hearts, a sense of secret satisfaction blossomed. That wretched Ran Zhao was finally dead. Known for her arrogance and tyranny, she had long bullied the weak, and combined with the third elder's indulgent favoritism, many disciples of the sect had been left seething in silence. Her death at the hands of Gu Chengfeng was deemed fitting by many. They had thought this lecher had reconstituted his martial soul, yet he remained a mere waste. Not far away, Ling Jiqing could not help but let out a cold scoff. Third elder, while you may indulge in nonsense, you cannot speak without prudence. At this moment, however, Gu Chengfeng merely regarded the third elder with a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the accusations. Accusations are permissible, but present your evidence. To cast blame without proof is unbecoming of a venerable elder of the sect. Gu Chengfeng continued to smile. Yet, The smile upon the youth's lips bore a striking resemblance to that of the day he had ruthlessly slapped Ran Jiaoer in the courtyard of Linxi. Almost as if he longed to declare before the third elder, "Your granddaughter is indeed the one I killed. What can you do about it?" Chapter 14. The Sound of War Drums, Supreme Prodigy. "Ah, you wretched creature, return my beloved's life to me." A roar filled with unrestrained fury erupted as the third elder charged directly at Gu Chengfeng. Yet, Gu Chengfeng remained immobile, merely gazing with a calm demeanor, his smile unwavering. Enough. Just as the cane was about to reach Gu Chengfeng, a low voice echoed, resonating with authority. The figure of the first elder seized the third elder's cane, asserting, "Participation in the assessment inevitably leads to casualties. Not to mention you possess no evidence. Even if you did, such actions are unwarranted." How unbecoming of a dignified third elder. After the reprimand, the first elder turned to the second and fourth elders. "Fourth, escort him away. Second, you shall continue presiding over this assessment." "Yes, first elder." The two complied promptly. Within the sect, the first elder's authority is second only to that of the sect master, commanding immense respect and obedience. "No, first elder, I shall kill him. I shall slay this wretched being." The third elder bellowed as he was escorted off the high platform. "Gu Chengfeng, you despicable scoundrel." The saint's son, Lu Yanyi, who had ascended the platform, wore an equally dark expression. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. Ran Jiaojiao had entered the demon-slaying hall for his sake. Yet she perished at the hands of this rogue. "Lu Saint's son, you appear quite displeased. If you have grievances, do voice them, right?" Gu Chengfeng, standing below the platform, sensed Lu Yanyi's gaze and could not help but smile faintly. "Do not revel in triumph. There shall come a time for your lamentations." Lu Yanyi gritted his teeth, his eyes deep with a chilling intent. "Perhaps you might consider lowering yourself to the status of an inner sect disciple, just as Ran Jiaojiao did. You surely can. Cannot you?" Gu Chengfeng shrugged, the brightness of his smile intensifying, exuding an air of innocence. Yet, the more he displayed this demeanor, the more Lu Yanyi's rage escalated. That sensation of striking a pillow with a fist stirred within Lu Yanyi an impulse to spit blood. The second round of the assessment will render you acutely aware of your impending misfortune. With a cold huff, Lu Yanyi averted his gaze from Gu Chengfeng, fearing he might be unable to restrain himself and slay Gu Chengfeng on the spot. "I, too, wish to witness." Gu Chengfeng shrugged. "Ah, Jiaojiao, my beloved Jiaojiao." In that moment, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from deep within the sect, filled with unbearable sorrow and grief, causing all who heard it to shudder profoundly. Instantly, every gaze turned towards Gu Chengfeng. It was evident that the voice belonged to the third elder, who had discovered Ran Jiaojiao's lifeless body within the demon-slaying hall. Yet, what could have transpired to provoke such profound anguish in the third elder? Whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating whether it was possible that Gu Chengfeng had been the one to eliminate his opponents. Yet, Gu Chengfeng stood there, composed and seemingly oblivious to the murmurs around him. The second elder on stage cast a penetrating glance at Gu Chengfeng before shaking his head slightly. After retracting his gaze, he addressed the assembly with a booming voice. "The assessment shall proceed to the second round at Drum Peak. All 15 disciples of the demon-slaying hall, make your way to Drum Peak. Those who strike the drum 4 times will receive a core disciple token. The participant who strikes the drum the most times will be declared the champion of this assessment and will receive a grade 4-star meteorite. Core disciples wishing to test their strength are also welcome to participate." As his voice echoed, dozens of figures ascended into the air under the second elder's leadership, soaring towards the distant Drum Peak. Among them were core disciples as well as inner sect disciples who had passed the first round of the assessment. Even the Holy Son, Lu Yanyi, was among them. "Young master, give it your all and claim the star meteorite," exclaimed Green, raising her tiny fist in encouragement. Gu Chengfeng smiled in response, also taking to the skies alongside the crowd. One wondered if anyone would manage to strike the drum 9 times this time around. It was likely that the Holy Son could achieve this, having already struck it 8 times previously. 9 strikes would signify a supreme prodigy. The spectators in the square surged towards Drum Peak, eager to witness the event firsthand. At this moment, dozens had already landed on Drum Peak, each disciple facing a towering beast-hide war drum. The drums were inscribed with intricate runes, emanating a mesmerizing aura of power. By the time Gu Chengfeng arrived, the summit of Drum Peak was nearly filled with participants. Gu Chengfeng, over here. Suddenly, the second elder, overseeing the assessment, called out, gesturing towards a drum before him. Beside that drum stood none other than Holy Son Lu Yan. It appears this drum has been reserved for me. Gu Chengfeng realized instantly, yet he refrained from saying much, merely smiling as he approached. This scene caused the second elder's gaze to narrow slightly, while a sly expression crept onto Lu Yan's face. Even the surrounding disciples exchanged knowing smirks, fully aware of the challenge Gu Chengfeng was about to face. The assessment begins. With the second elder's commanding shout, the participating disciples raised their fists, channeling their strength as they struck the drums. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the resounding echoes of drums collided, rolling like thunder, resonating through the skies. Gu Chengfeng raised his fist as well, but just as he was about to strike the drum, a tremendous sound erupted beside him, accompanied by a massive surge of power. In an instant, Yu Guang observed the cold, penetrating gaze emanating from Lu Yan. However, what troubled Lu Yan was the peculiar phenomenon. When the surge of power struck Gu Chengfeng, he remained utterly unfazed, as though he had not sensed a thing. What could be the reason behind this? Lu Yan promptly struck the drum twice more, unleashing another wave of force directed at the youth. At that moment, the boy had already raised his fist, crashing it against the war drum. Boom! In that fleeting moment, an explosive sound akin to thunder erupted from the drum. Simultaneously, an immense force surged forth from within, violently colliding with Gu Chengfeng's body, causing him to stagger perilously close to being thrown off balance. He managed to steady himself, though his expression shifted slightly. Such terrifying power emanating from the war drum. Although Lu Yan was attempting to impact him with the drum's force, the residual waves hardly affected him at all. He clearly sensed that the force assailing him was nearly negligible, stemming from Lu Yan himself. It was the inherent power contained within the drum that truly resonated. Sword intent. Gu Chengfeng's brow furrowed slightly, within the power that surged from the drum. He discerned an overwhelming sword intent. It was as if an extraordinarily formidable sword lay concealed within the drum. Could it be that this war drum is related to the path of cultivation he himself is pursuing? Previously, when Luer spoke of the war drum, she seemingly did not mention this aspect. Chapter 15. The essence of the sword, the path. A wretch is a wretch. Observing this, Lu Yunyi couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. The very first beat of the war drum was so dismal. What else could it signify but incompetence? He couldn't even be bothered to unleash the residual force of the drum against Gu Chengfeng. It was an exercise in futility. Ha ha ha. Indeed a worthless individual. It was confirmed. He had seized the opportunity to ambush Ran Jiao. Otherwise, in such a pathetic state, he had no right to approach her. A wretch will forever remain a wretch. At that moment, a chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd. The first beat of the war drum was the simplest of all. Anyone with a cultivation level of at least the 4th or 5th stage of the innate realm would not be significantly affected by its backlash. In stark contrast, Gu Chengfeng was directly repulsed. This served as the most compelling evidence. But wait, how could this be? In the crowd, the little face of Lu Er was etched with confusion. She knew her master was formidable, not to mention the first beat. Even if 9 beats were struck, she would not have been surprised. Yet now, to be pushed back by merely the first beat. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, she absolutely could not believe it. Why does it sound like the stone tablet war drum? Has someone struck the stone tablet war drum during the assessment? Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the sect, the sect master Yun Tian Hua couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that another prodigious genius had emerged within the sect? At this moment, the grand elder was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. The stone tablet war drum was not an ordinary war drum. It was a drum personally crafted by the ancestor of the Ziyun sect, within which was sealed a stone tablet inscribed with the ancestor's sword intent. The power contained within was at least tenfold that of a normal war drum. Most importantly, only a top-tier genius would even have the qualification to challenge the stone tablet war drum. The sword intent embedded within would directly repel or even annihilate any lesser challenger on the spot. Even the holy son Lu Yun Yi had only struck it twice at most. Common disciples dared not approach it. Boom. At that moment, another beat of the stone tablet war drum resonated through the air. The sect master and the grand elder exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Subsequently, they both rushed out of the hall, soaring into the air, heading directly towards the drum peak. Boom! An unparalleled force erupted from the war drum. Gu Chengfeng's body was forcibly thrust back 3 steps by the power emanating from the drum before he could barely stabilize himself. In that instant, the boy's eyes filled not only with astonishment, but also with a spark of delight. Sword intent. It was undoubtedly sword intent. Gu Chengfeng was certain that the power surging forth from the drum carried a colossal sword intent. As the sword intent flooded into his mind, his comprehension of the sword was rapidly ascending. The path of martial cultivation encompasses myriad avenues: swords, spears, halberds, the sun and moon, mountains and rivers, stars and flora, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, all represent different paths. Understanding the great path elevates one's realm and enhances personal comprehension of the profound truths it embodies. Among practitioners of equal skill, the higher the realm attained, the greater the power unleashed. The 10 realms of the Great Path include Wind Realm, Light Realm, Chi Realm, Momentum Realm, Intention Realm, Heart Realm, Truth Realm, Origin Realm, Domain Realm, and the Great Path Realm itself. Each realm is further divided into Initial Stage, Subtle Stage, Great Completion, and Transformation to Extremity. Currently, Gu Chengfeng, in his pursuit of sword cultivation within the Great Path, finds himself at the initial stage of the Wind Realm. For martial practitioners, only those who reach the Master Realm have the opportunity to grasp the essence of the realms. Yet, with the second drumbeat resonating, Gu Chengfeng's initial stage of wind swiftly advanced to the subtle stage. Although it appears to be merely a minor elevation in realm, it is sufficient to significantly amplify the might of Gu Chengfeng's sword. Importantly, the surge of sword intent continues unabated, and Gu Chengfeng remains immersed in his insights. Ha ha ha! Did you see that useless one? The second drumbeat sent him reeling. At that moment, a chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd. Among the dozens of disciples striking the battle drum, the most prominent, the Holy Son Lu Yanni, had already struck the 6th drum. Even the lowest among them had reached at least 4 strikes. However, 4 strikes were already the limit for many. Notably, among the 15 inner disciples undergoing assessment, several were sent flying after the 4th drumbeat, exiting the evaluation. Only 6 managed to complete the assessment and ascend to become core disciples of the Xian sect. In the arena, apart from Gu Chengfeng, all remaining individuals were already core disciples. Boom! The sound of the battle drums echoed in succession, and in the ensuing time, only 2 individuals remained on the drum peak. One was Holy Son Lu Yanni, who was attempting to strike the 8th drum. The other was Gu Chengfeng, who was preparing for the 3rd strike. The 2 stood side by side, eliciting mocking expressions from the onlookers gazing up at drum peak. It seemed unlikely that he would ever strike the 3rd drum. After all, a useless person remains useless. Lin Feng, the newly appointed Holy Son of Lingfeng's sect, wore a derisive expression. Gu Chengfeng, if I were you, I would step down voluntarily to avoid further humiliation. As Lu Yanni struck the 8th drum, a disdainful scoff accompanied the sound, directed at Gu Chengfeng. At that moment, only one individual atop drum peak bore an exceedingly grave expression. In his eyes, one could faintly detect a flicker of astonishment. This individual was the 2nd elder, who had replaced the ordinary battle drum before Gu Chengfeng with a stone tablet drum, a fact unknown even to Lu Yanni. He had anticipated that Gu Chengfeng would be swiftly obliterated by the ancestral sword intent upon nearing the stone tablet. This would have served as a means to vent years of accumulated resentment on behalf of his longtime brother, the 3rd elder. However, he never expected that Gu Chengfeng would not only evade annihilation by the ancestral sword intent, but would also manage to strike the stone tablet drum twice. Moreover, it appeared that striking a 3rd time was within reach, a feat that even Holy Son Lu Yanni had failed to accomplish. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng remained completely oblivious to the events unfolding outside. He was wholly absorbed in the profound sword intent encapsulated within the 2nd drumbeat. When he reopened his eyes, the pitch-black devouring sky sword within his gaze had become even sharper and more formidable. Boom! Just as Gu Chengfeng opened his eyes, the 9th beat of the war drum sounded, heralded by Lu Yanni. In an instant, the entire Xian sect erupted with fervor. With 9 resounding beats, the Holy Son had finally achieved this milestone, marking him as the 2nd disciple of the sect. The Holy Son is mighty. The Holy Son is mighty. The first to achieve this was Zi, who had struck the 9 beats a year prior. And what of the 9 beats? I shall challenge the stone tablet war drum. Lu Yunyi stood there, radiating pride, reveling in the attention of the crowd below, and once again uttered a proclamation that sent the entire sect into a frenzy. I will challenge the stone tablet war drum. In that moment, all eyes were fixed solely upon the Holy Son, Lu Yunyi. The clamor of cheers was incessant. Elder 2, please activate the stone tablet war drum for me. Lu Yunyi cast his gaze towards Elder 2. However, at that moment, Elder 2 wore a rather grim expression. The stone tablet war drum stood directly before Gu Chengfeng. If it were to be discovered that he had substituted Gu Chengfeng's drum, his reputation would be tarnished. Moreover, there were still individuals who had not completed their challenges. Only upon their conclusion could further challenges commence. After a brief silence, Elder 2 finally spoke. His words immediately redirected the crowd's attention towards Gu Chengfeng. Useless. Get down. Do not waste everyone's time. You have no chance of success. We are all eager to witness the Holy Son's challenge to the stone tablet war drum. Hurry and leave. I am still awaiting the reward for the first place. A chorus of voices directed scorn towards Gu Chengfeng. Yet, in this moment, Gu Chengfeng appeared to be impervious to their taunts, his deep and luminous eyes fixated solely on the war drum before him. The sword intent emanating from the drum greatly benefited him. With just 2 drum beats, his swordsmanship ascended to a new realm. His mind was consumed solely by the sword intent within the drum. In the next instant, he concentrated all his strength into his fists and once more struck the war drum before him. Chapter 16. The 4-voice stone tablet war drum shakes the Ziyun sect. Boom. The sound of the 3rd war drum reverberated. In an instant, the area surrounding the drum was enveloped by an invisible sword intent, surging violently toward Gu Chengfeng. The terrifying aura was so palpable that even Lu Yunyi, standing several meters away, felt its overwhelming force, experiencing a jolt from the sword's might. How could there be sword intent? Lu Yunyi's mind trembled as if a realization struck him, his gaze darting almost instantly to the 2nd elder nearby. At that moment, the 2nd elder's face was etched with profound tension, yet his expression bore a hint of complexity. Without delay, he soared into the air, rushing to stand before the Grand Elder and the Sect Master. Forgive me, Sect Master, Grand Elder. It was I who replaced Gu Chengfeng's ordinary war drum with the stone tablet war drum. Upon reaching them, the 2nd elder immediately knelt in midair. Admitting his fault, stand down. The Sect Master waved his hand lightly, his gaze, like that of the Grand Elder, fixed upon the youth before the stone tablet war drum. Such formidable talent, particularly in the sword path. To strike the 3 notes of the stone tablet war drum, his aptitude is extraordinary. The Sect Master's eyes glimmered with excitement, his joy evident on his countenance. Alas, what a pity he lacks a martial soul. Why must the heavens treat our Ziyun sect in such a manner? The Grand Elder sighed deeply, words and expressions alike steeped in regret. This immediately quelled the Sect Master's exuberance, casting a shadow over his thoughts. Without a martial soul, what value does even the mightiest sword talent hold? It is akin to cooking without a pot. The finest rice cannot be transformed into a meal. Even a broken pot would suffice. Yet here we are, bereft of even that. All we can do is lament our fate. What? The stone tablet war drum. In that moment, the crowd, having heard the Sect Master's voice, widened their eyes in disbelief, utterly stunned. Gu Chengfeng had not struck an ordinary war drum, but rather the stone tablet war drum, and had sounded it 3 times. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one had anticipated that the drum before Gu Chengfeng would be the stone tablet variety. It is worth noting that the former Holy Son, Lu Yunyi, had struck 8 notes on an ordinary war drum, yet could only manage 2 on the stone tablet version. And now, Gu Chengfeng had directly struck 3. Did this not imply that Gu Chengfeng had surpassed Lu Yunyi in strength? An individual once deemed a waste, stripped of his martial soul, striking the stone tablet war drum 3 times. What terrifying aptitude this signified. A multitude of wide eyes fell upon the youth from the war drum peak. The stone tablet war drum relies on both cultivation strength and innate talent. Gu Chengfeng, devoid of a martial soul and possessing only residual cultivation, depended entirely on his innate gifts. This alone was sufficient to reveal the sheer magnitude of Gu Chengfeng's extraordinary potential. If such a person were to possess a martial soul, would he not defy the heavens? Boom. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, The fourth drum sounded once more. The fierce might of the sword has surged forth, resonating from the war drums with an overwhelming roar. The terrifying intent of the sword sent Gu Chengfeng hurtling backwards several paces, while even Lu Yun, standing a dozen meters away, was pushed back by the tremendous force, his complexion drastically altered. The fourth sound, the unprecedented fourth sound, echoed from the Ziyun sect. The sect master, Yin Tianhua, clenched his fists tightly. With each strike of the stone drum, the struggle on his face became increasingly apparent, and the crowd's reactions grew more intense. Master, no matter what, you must assist me in reforging young Master Gu's martial soul. In the distant void, a girl clad in purple, her delicate brow furrowed, implored earnestly. Child, it is not that I am unwilling to help you. Even if I do, it will require several years. After such a time, even the greatest talents will have faded into obscurity. The sword god of the killing path, the ancient ancestor Zixiao, lamented, yet felt powerless. It would be best to heed my counsel and abandon this endeavor. With my presence, your future is destined to shine brilliantly, becoming a top-tier powerhouse. This youth is merely a transient figure in your life. You are ultimately from different worlds. Master, do not speak further. The girl in purple interrupted the ancestor with a tone of reproach. Without him, I would never have had the opportunity to meet you. Regardless of the challenges, I shall never give up. At that moment, her cheeks were etched with determination. Gu Chengfeng had saved her life, allowing her a fortunate encounter with the remnant soul of the ancestor in the divine burial ground. This was fate. Boom. The fifth strike of the stone drum resounded, overwhelmed by the brilliance of the sword in the boy's hand. With a tremendous crash, he was sent flying, while Lu Yun coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth. No, this cannot be. His eyes widened in disbelief as he forced the blood back down. Gritting his teeth against the tempest of sword intent emanating from the drum, he charged back to his position. How could he retreat? Gu Chengfeng faced the onslaught of the drum's might, yet remained resolute. If he were to be pushed back by the aftermath, it would clearly signify that he, Lu Yun, was inferior to Gu Chengfeng. He would not accept such a fate. Boom. The long sword in the boy's hand unleashed a subtle, yet fierce wind, its brilliance reigniting. The sword's roar resonating with the drum's thunder. With this strike, an overwhelming sword power erupted, soaring into the air and sweeping across the entire drum peak. The boy's body was blasted backward by the terrifying sword intent of the drum, flying several meters before he managed to brace himself with his sword to halt his momentum. His complexion turned pale in response. To the side, Lu Yun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, sent flying away, his face ashen. Holy Sun! This scene elicited gasps from the onlookers gathered beneath drum peak. The Holy Sun could not withstand even the residual shock of the drum, bleeding profusely. Just how terrifying was the impact of this drum? With the mastery of a fourth-level grandmaster and the power of a fifth-tier martial soul, the sword intent emanating from the war drum possesses a might that undoubtedly surpasses that of a fifth-level grandmaster. Remarkably, this is merely the residual force. It is unfathomable to contemplate the terrifying strength that Gu Chengfeng must endure when facing the full impact of the war drum's sword intent. Yet, at this moment, Gu Chengfeng's visage remains pale. How could Gu Chengfeng be so formidable? The crowd stands utterly astonished by this spectacle. To withstand such a potent sword intent from the stone tablet's war drum is certainly beyond the capabilities of an inept individual. Not to mention the sixth beat of the stone tablet war drum. Even the 6 beats of an ordinary war drum would be insurmountable for one deemed a failure. A second-level grandmaster. This young man possesses cultivation. In the void, a voice of astonishment from the elder resonates at this moment. The sect master has sensed it as well, exclaiming with laughter, "Haha, this youth has not entirely become a failure." Sect master Yin Tianhua's laughter echoes through the heavens. He possesses cultivation and has made considerable progress since his arrival at the Ziyun sect. This unequivocally indicates that the young man's Dantian martial soul has not been completely extinguished. At the very least, a fragmented martial soul still exists. Given the youth's innate talent, even a fractured martial soul is sufficient to support him in becoming an extraordinary swordsman. At this moment, even the purple-robed ancestor within Zi cannot help but express a voice of astonishment. Young Master Gu, Zi murmurs, her face illuminated with relief and joy, a serene smile finally gracing her lips. He is not a failure. She has not misjudged him. The youth has delivered a resounding slap to all who labeled him as such through his own strength. Moreover, he has proven to everyone that her faith in him was not misplaced, as she gazes upon the young man wielding his sword against the drum with such grace. Memories of the time he valiantly slayed the celestial slaying demon tiger to rescue her in the divine burial ground resurface in her mind. In that instant, she finds herself momentarily entranced. Chapter 17. The sixth princess of the dynasty. The sword. Gu Chengfeng gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the stone monument and the war drum before him. In this moment, everything happening outside had become utterly irrelevant to the youth. His entire being had plunged deeply into the essence of the war drum and sword intent, as the immense sword aura continuously assailed his understanding of the sword path. Buzz. Then, a resounding echo reverberated in his mind, and a magnificent sword wind surged forth from the blade he held, roaring incessantly. He had attained the realm of the great ascension sword wind. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng's eyes seemed to transform into a sword, the sword of the stunning swallow. In the next instant, the long sword emitted a brilliant light, once again striking towards the stone monument and war drum. Saint Sun, retreat quickly. As Gu Chengfeng launched another assault on the stone monument and war drum, the second elder urgently shouted a warning to Lu Yunyi. How can a crippled martial soul harm me with the power of the war drum? Lu Yunyi bellowed defiantly, not only refusing to retreat, but also charging forward once more, returning to his previous position. If he were to be intimidated by the residual force of Gu Chengfeng's strike today, what face would he have to stand in the Ziyun sect in the future? The dignity of the Saint Sun must not be shattered. Boom. The stunning sword wind coiled around the stone monument and war drum, a terrifying sword intent erupting forth, shaking the heavens and sweeping outward. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with thousands of sword lights, forming a vortex of sword path that spun wildly, enveloping the entirety of the Ziyun sect. Even from dozens of miles away, it was clearly visible. Caught in the tempest of sword intent, Gu Chengfeng felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth. The Saint Sun, Lu Yunyi, was then completely hurled away with a deafening scream, blood mist scattering in the void before plummeting from the peak of the war drum. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the second elder to catch him, he would have either been crushed by the sword's might or shattered into a pulp upon impact. The Saint Sun? This scene of unfathomable terror plunged the hundreds of disciples beneath the war drum peak into a profound silence. A silence akin to death. Their Saint Sun had been unable to withstand even the residual waves of the drum's sound. Just how formidable had the true might of the stone monument and war drum become? It was no wonder that over the years, so few had managed to strike the stone monument and war drum. What a terrifying figure Gu Chengfeng was. Countless hearts trembled in unison. The stone monument war drum, with its 7 resounding beats, had achieved the unprecedented. Since the ancient ancestor of Ziyun left behind the stone monument and war drum, no one had accomplished this feat for centuries. The individual who had struck the most beats before this had only achieved 6, and that individual was not even a member of the Ziyun sect. It was the 6th Princess Luo Ying of the great Luo dynasty, a prodigious talent of merely 16 years, the esteemed general of Dahuang City, and personally conferred by the emperor. The 6th Princess Luo Ying had, a year prior, led troops to defend the borders at Dahuang City, the principal city of the Great Wilderness. Upon hearing of the stone monument war drum of the Ziyun sect, she had come to challenge it. The resounding strike of the stone drum reverberated 6 times, shaking the very foundations of the vast wilderness. Today, however, Gu Chengfeng shattered the 6th princess's record by sounding the 7th drumbeat. This singular sound, accompanied by a tempest of 1,000 swords in the heavens, not only trembled the entire Ziyun sect, but also reached the ears of those in the distant Great Wilderness City, miles away. Within the Lord's mansion of Great Wilderness City, the 6th princess, Luo Ying, clad in blood-red battle armor, felt an inexplicable stirring. In an instant, she transformed into a flash of crimson light, bursting forth from the mansion. Her gaze turned skyward. Could it be that someone had struck the stone drum 9 times? The scene before her eyes widened her perception, as she recalled her own 6 drumbeats, which had not summoned such phenomena. Perhaps only the 9 strikes could invoke such wonders. It seemed that a rare and prodigious talent had emerged from the great wilderness, and it was imperative that she witness this spectacle. Prepare the horses. The swordsmen surged forth. unstoppable as a torrent. The sword, impervious and advantageous, wielded an aura that could shatter all obstacles. At the side of the drum, Gu Chengfeng's mind echoed with a chorus of voices. With each voice that resonated, the brilliance of the sword in his hand intensified. His unwavering gaze remained fixated upon the drum. With each deliberate step toward the drum, his aura and power surged like a tide. By the time he stood before the drum again, his presence was overwhelming, and the light of his sword had reached an exquisite sharpness. As he raised his sword, the radiance coalesced into a swirling vortex of darkness, as if intent on devouring the very drum itself. He unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the second tier of the Master Realm, channeling the immense power of his sword soul without restraint. Wielding the great ascension sword wind, one strike was all he sought to sound the drum anew. The power of the martial soul was undeniable. And this was no ordinary soul. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Ziyun sect trembled with excitement, his frail body vibrating with fervor. The force of the martial soul released by the youth stirred a profound resonance within his own soul, a phenomenon only encountered in the presence of high-tier martial souls. His own martial soul was a fifth tier. Ha ha ha. Truly, the heavens have favored our Ziyun sect, bestowing upon us such an extraordinary prodigy. The laughter of sect master Yun Tianhua rolled like thunder throughout the Ziyun sect. My dear, you must keep a close watch on this lad. With his talents, it is only a matter of time before he makes his name known across the world. The voice of the ancestor of Zixiao echoed in Ziyer's mind. Hadn't the master just claimed they belonged to different worlds? A smile graced Ziyer's face, filled with joy. It is you who are in a different realm from this young man, not the other way around. You have misunderstood. Master, your words wound my pride. The young girl chuckled softly, her laughter dispelling all shadows as she beheld the youth's martial soul. The young maiden's countenance blossomed with an increased number of smiles. How could this useless individual still possess a martial soul? Ling Jiu furrowed her brow, pondering how a discarded martial soul could be reforged. Humph. Even if a martial soul remains, it must surely be a remnant left behind by Kair, a feeble shadow of its former self. It may appear formidable, yet in reality, it is merely an empty facade, its combat prowess still utterly worthless. Saint Lin Feng let out a low grunt, showing no concern whatsoever. He then coldly declared, after the assessment concludes, I must eliminate this despicable wretch. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of galloping warhorses resonated from the distant sky. Soon, the onlookers beheld hundreds of fiery lights racing towards them from the direction of the ancient city. These lights revealed a fleet of flame steeds, their bodies engulfed in fierce flames. Each steed bore a soldier clad in dark battle armor. Leading them was an individual adorned in crimson armor. Riding upon a flame steed that was not only larger than the others, but also sported a blood-red horn atop its head. It was the flame dragon steed, the sixth princess, Luoying. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Ziyun sect immediately recognized the identity of the approaching figures, collectively gasping in astonishment. The sixth princess has arrived. We have had the honor of meeting the sixth princess. We welcome her presence at the Ziyun sect. The sect master and the grand elder, seeing this, dared not hesitate and promptly stepped forward to bow in greeting. We welcome the sixth princess. The crowd, at this moment, likewise bowed and raised their voices in reverence. Who is it that has sounded the 9 war drums? Bring forth this prodigy for this princess to behold. The sixth princess directed her gaze towards the crowd and then spoke to the sect master and the grand elder. Chapter 18. The emergence of the cloud sword and the invitation from the sixth princess. At the sound of the phrase 9 drum beats, both the sect master and the grand elder momentarily paused, their expressions reflecting a flicker of surprise. The crowd too felt a jolt of astonishment. The striking of the 9 war drums had indeed captured the attention of the sixth princess. What a figure she was! To gain her favor could transform one's destiny with but a single utterance. If my estimations are correct, you must be the holy son of the Ziyun sect. Am I right? The sixth princess turned her gaze toward the sect master and the grand elder, inquiring once more. The title of Holy Son is bestowed upon the disciple of the highest talent, aptitude, and strength in any sect, and it is presumed that the Ziyun sect follows suit. The princess was indeed correct. The Holy Son had indeed struck the 9 war drums. At that moment, an excited voice rang out from the crowd. Following the cheers, a figure soared into the air, landing gracefully before the sixth princess's fiery dragon steed. He knelt on one knee, bowing deeply, his face alight with exhilaration, and proclaimed loudly, "I am Lu Yanni, the holy son of the Ziyun sect, and it was I who struck the 9 war drums." In that instant, the shadow cast by being hurled away by Gu Chengfeng's drumbeat dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. Even someone of the sixth princess's stature had come in acknowledgement of him. How could he not feel a swell of pride? However, after a brief appraisal of Lu Yanni, the sixth princess's expression shifted to one of discontent, her brow furrowing slightly. "So, you are the one who struck the 9 war drums," she confirmed. Lu Yanni bowed once more. "I was fortunate enough to strike the 9 war drums. I did not intend to disturb the sixth princess, and I humbly seek your forgiveness." How could someone who could strike the 9 war drums be so inept? The sixth princess murmured to herself, seemingly disregarding Lu Yanni. Could it be that I sensed incorrectly? The word inept fell from her lips, and Lu Yanni's countenance turned an alarming shade of purple, his expression contorted with disbelief. For a long moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The crowd, too, was left in stunned silence at this sudden turn of events. They had anticipated a remarkable prodigy, only to discover an ineffectual individual. It appeared their journey had been in vain. Back to the ancient city they would go. Disheartened, the sixth princess shook her head in disappointment, casting not another glance at Lu Yanni before turning and riding away. Let us bid farewell to the sixth princess. The sect master and the grand elder dared not utter a word, even holding their breath for fear of inadvertently offending her. With her capabilities, a mere wave of her hand could render the Ziyun sect a desolate wasteland. Their gazes turned sharply toward Lu Yanni, filled with a murderous impulse. Caught in their gaze, Lu Yanni was bewildered. He was the one who had struck the 9 war drums. The sixth princess had indeed come to acknowledge him. Could it be that her long journey from the ancient city was merely to berate him as inept? Though momentarily dazed, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head slightly. Instead of anger, he felt an unexpected sense of pride. After all, it was the sixth princess who had scolded him. The illustrious sixth princess of the Grand Luo dynasty, a figure of renown, was deemed unworthy even of reproach by the common folk. Yet, just as she and her entourage had scarcely departed, a resounding war drum echoed, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. In that moment, the might of the sword reached an extraordinary brilliance, summoning a celestial aura akin to a sword immortal gracing the world. Upon hearing this thunderous sound, the sixth princess swiftly halted her steed and turned to gaze back. Her eyes, filled with intensity, fixed upon a youthful figure standing atop the peak of the war drum. The boy, sword in hand, radiated an imposing sword intent. Clad in white, resembling a transcendent sword immortal, strikingly extraordinary and ethereal. It was he. In an instant, she comprehended that the person she sought was not the so-called saint's son, Lu Yanni, but this very youth. Who is he? A voice echoed back, reverberating through the air. It was Gu Chengfeng, a disciple of the inner sect, responding to the sixth princess. The sect leader, Yun Tianhua, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The sheer terror emanating from the sixth princess's words sent shivers through even his resolute heart. Gu Chengfeng. The sixth princess nodded slightly, then turned, signaling with a gesture before galloping alone towards the boy atop the war drum. This sight left the crowd in utter astonishment. Could it be that the sixth princess had not come for the saint's son, but rather for Gu Chengfeng? It seemed entirely plausible. At that very moment, the war drum before the youth emitted a sound akin to tearing fabric, shattering into fragments to reveal a hidden stone tablet. Embedded within it was a sword, a long sword wreathed in purple mist. It was the Cloud Sky Sword. The ancestor had concealed this sword here. No wonder it had eluded discovery for so many years. As the sect leader, Yun Tianhua, beheld this scene, his eyes widened in disbelief, his spirit trembling. The Cloud Sky Sword belonged to the purple cloud ancestor. It had vanished upon the ancestor's ascension to immortality. He never anticipated that the ancestor had hidden the Cloud Sky Sword within the stone tablet of the war drum. In the next moment, the crowd watched as Gu Chengfeng suddenly raised his hand. The Cloud Sky Sword seemed to resonate, issuing a long, melodious sword cry as it burst forth from the stone tablet and landed in the boy's grasp. As the sword entered his hands, it sang through the heavens, drawing forth the myriad sword lights from above, which instantly converged into the Cloud Sky Sword. The overwhelming sword intent that accompanied it seemed poised to rend the very heavens asunder. What a magnificent sword! What a splendid blade! Two voices emerged almost simultaneously, one from Gu Chengfeng, the other from the sixth princess. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Chengfeng turned to see a girl clad in blood-red battle armor, astride a fiery steed, regarding him intently. Yet, he did not recognize her and promptly returned his gaze to the cloud sky, sword in his hands. Undoubtedly, this is a rare treasure, surpassing his previous wind-slicing sword by several ranks, reaching at least the earth grade, if not the celestial grade. The hierarchy of treasures includes yellow grade, human grade, earth grade, and celestial grade. Each of these grades is further divided into inferior, average, superior, and exceptional categories. His former wind-slicing sword was crafted by an artisan commissioned by the elder, named in his honor, and was merely of the inferior human grade. Gu Chengfeng, do not be rude. Hasten to pay your respects to the sixth princess. Yet at that moment, the sect leader suddenly interjected with a stern command. Just as his words escaped his lips, they were met with a sharp rebuke from the sixth princess. Silence. How can such a prodigy merely be an inner disciple? I wonder what sort of sect leader you truly are. Upon hearing her words, the sect leader promptly fell silent, not daring to utter another sound. The crowd couldn't help but lick their parched lips. The sixth princess? Upon hearing the sect leader's remark, Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. Turning to regard the young lady behind him once more. Realizing something, he immediately straightened his posture, clasped his sword with both hands, and bowed deeply. Gu Chengfeng pays his respects to the sixth princess. The name of the sixth princess resounds throughout the land, and he had long been aware of her reputation. Coming from a family of military leaders, she had accompanied her father into battle at the tender age of 12, commanding an army of 10,000 by 14. At the outskirts of the great wilderness city, she had slain 1,000,000 enemies of the Northern Mang, instilling fear into their hearts and compelling the Northern Mang dynasty to cease its incursions upon the borders of the great wilderness. This decisive battle brought an end to a century of turmoil in the ancient lands of the great wilderness. This victory earned her the title of the war god of the great wilderness, leading the emperor to summon her personally, adopting her as a daughter and bestowing upon her the title of sixth princess. Today, stationed at the border in the great wilderness city, the Northern Mang no longer dares to trespass, ushering in a rare period of peace that has garnered the adoration of countless citizens of the ancient lands of the great wilderness. Gu Chengfeng harbored genuine admiration for this sixth princess, yet he had not anticipated her sudden appearance before him. However, to achieve the second level of the Master Realm and comprehend the sword wind of the transformation realm at such a young age is a testament to his genius in swordsmanship. The sixth princess, with a single statement, discerned Gu Chengfeng's cultivation and realm. Your Highness is too kind. My accomplishments pale in comparison before the sixth princess, he humbly replied. This was not mere modesty on his part. He had heard that the sixth princess had already become a grand sword master a year prior, and now she had likely entered the realm of sword kings, far beyond what this humble sword master could aspire to. I have no habit of engaging in pleasantries. The sixth princess shook her head and said directly, the path of the sword can only flourish and break through in the crucible of battle. Join me in the military camp, and I shall assist you in your rapid growth in swordsmanship. What say you? Chapter 19, Self-Punishment? Have I agreed? Kill. The moment the sixth princess spoke, before Gu Chengfeng could react, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. Eyes fixated on Gu Chengfeng burned with fervor. An invitation from the sixth princess. Behind her stood the general's mansion of the dynasty, a symbol of royal lineage. The vast wilderness was merely a corner of the dynasty's borders. Without the sixth princess, it would still be mired in chaos. Anyone offered the chance to leave this place for other realms of cultivation would hesitate not. Moreover, to accompany the sixth princess, and it was a personal invitation. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity, a grand fortune, and a beacon for a future of greatness. Alas, this opportunity was bestowed not upon them, but upon Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng was destined to soar to unprecedented heights. My apologies, sixth princess, but I have other matters to attend to. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Chengfeng's words sent shockwaves through the assembly. A refusal. Gu Chengfeng had audaciously rejected this monumental chance. No one had anticipated such a declaration from him. In an instant, countless hearts surged with a murderous impulse. This was a personal invitation from the sixth princess. Gu Chengfeng, what nonsense are you uttering? Quickly follow the sixth princess. At that moment, even the sect leader could not restrain himself from issuing a low reprimand. As the leader of the Ziyun sect, he certainly wished for the remarkable Gu Chengfeng to remain within their ranks. Yet, he understood that selfishness was not an option. Remaining in the Ziyun sect could never compare to the growth Gu Chengfeng would achieve alongside the sixth princess. He would rather witness a top-tier powerhouse emerge from the Ziyun sect than be loathed by Gu Chengfeng in the future. Furthermore, to incur the sixth princess's wrath could spell disaster. My apologies, Gu Chengfeng reiterated, shaking his head once more. Very well, if that is your decision. You may come to Great Wilderness City whenever you wish. The sixth princess offered no further reaction, merely leaving behind those words before abruptly turning her steed. The warhorse thundered forward, taking a host of generals with her. In the wake of this scene, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Ziyun sect. The youth had ultimately squandered a magnificent opportunity. In that moment, how many hearts secretly cursed Gu Chengfeng for his foolishness, for failing to seize the moment? Had it been any of them, they would have crawled to the sixth princess's feet, eager to follow her. Yet, Gu Chengfeng had turned her down not once, but twice. People even wished to pry open Gu Chengfeng's head to discern what he was thinking. But Gu Chengfeng understood his choice all too well. He still harbored a great vendetta. Once he entered the military, opportunities to depart would dwindle. To charge into battle with sword in hand, to gallop and vanquish foes in defense of his homeland. Indeed stirred his blood. But all of that would have to wait until he avenged Ling Kai'er and Du Tiannan. Waste is indeed waste. Those who fail to seize opportunities presented to them are destined to remain in their wretched state. At this moment, Ling Jiqing could not help but emit a cold snort from the crowd. Beside her, Lin Feng sneered and remarked, "Some individuals are simply not meant for greatness. The fate of the damned is invariably sealed." Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Gu Chengfeng, I have not misjudged you. After the sixth princess and her entourage departed, the sect leader, Yun Tianhua, erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the moment. There is nothing more joyous than having a peerless swordsman among us. The entire Ziyun sect has awaited this day for centuries, and finally, it has arrived in his generation. He has not disappointed the sect nor the ancestors. Master this sword. Gu Chengfeng slowly raised his gaze to the ethereal Yun Tianhua. The Yun Shao sword, having gained the recognition of the ancestors, is rightfully yours, Yun Tianhua declared, gesturing with a wave of his hand. He then produced a tome, which he placed beside Gu Chengfeng, personally handing it to him. The Yun Shao sword technique, passed down by our ancestors. Since you have earned their acknowledgement, I believe you shall master it with success. In this moment, Yun Tianhua was filled with immense joy. His admiration for Gu Chengfeng was unmistakable. Not merely a sword or a technique. One could surmise that if he had a daughter, she would be readily promised to Gu Chengfeng. This scene evoked an immediate chorus of sighs from the crowd below, their eyes brimming with envy. Just half a day ago, Gu Chengfeng was a figure of ridicule and scorn, yet in the blink of an eye, he transformed into an exceptional prodigy adored by the sect leader. A single stroke of fortune, and even the lowliest are elevated. Yet at this moment, no one dared utter a word of dissent. The terrifying power and talent exhibited by the youth had utterly captivated the crowd. Even individuals like the sixth princess extended their olive branches. He was no ordinary person. However, amidst the throng, one individual's eyes were filled with bitterness. Lu Yun. Cursed be this fate. He seethed inwardly, unable to comprehend how this once defeated soul had risen so dramatically. How could a person stripped of their martial spirit suddenly reclaim it? The sixth princess had clearly come for him, yet her gaze fell upon this wretch. Today, all glory should have been his, yet it inexplicably belonged to this man. How could he come to terms with it? His glare bore into Gu Chengfeng, his expression shrouded in darkness. Congratulations to the sect leader. Our Ziyun sect has finally produced a swordsman of such caliber. At that moment, the Grand Elder descended, showering Gu Chengfeng with praise. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The second elder hastily joined in, affirming, the emergence of a prodigy like Gu Chengfeng is a blessing for our sect. Silence. I do not wish to. His words barely escaped his lips when they were abruptly interrupted by the cold reprimand of the sect leader. The chilling gaze that enveloped the second elder sent a tremor through his very soul. Chengfeng, It is the second elder who wishes to replace your war drum, intending to utilize the Ancestor's sword intent to eliminate you. The manner of your handling is entirely at your discretion. With these words, the sect leader had evidently placed the second elder's fate squarely in Gu Chengfeng's hands. At that moment, should Gu Chengfeng utter a single word of death, there was no doubt that the sect leader would execute the second elder on the spot. A top-tier sword cultivator, a prodigy, the Ziyun sect had awaited for centuries, only to be threatened by the second elder's intent to slay him. To put it mildly, it was a matter of personal gain over public duty. To put it more severely, it was an attempt to sever the roots and future of the sect, aiming to annihilate the Ziyun sect. Not merely once, but 100 times would not suffice. At this moment, every gaze was fixed upon Gu Chengfeng. Chengfeng, do you comprehend the implications of the sect leader's actions? At that juncture, the Grand Elder spoke softly in his ear. Please enlighten me, Grand Elder. Gu Chengfeng nodded slightly. The sect leader is aiding you in establishing your authority, the Grand Elder whispered. As you are new to the Ziyun sect, the sect leader intends to pave the way for your identity as the Holy Son. However, you must not truly kill the second elder. A slight punishment will suffice, and you may use this opportunity to instill fear in others within the sect. Gu Chengfeng grasped the situation immediately. It was merely a chance for him to garner support while intimidating those like Lu Yanni and the third elder, who harbored ill intentions toward him. At this moment, the second elder let out a long sigh of relief. He was acutely aware of the sect leader's intentions, and his only fear was that the young man would fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, with the Grand Elder's guidance, such concerns evaporated. Gu Chengfeng no longer dared to speak of killing him. Chengfeng, it is my ignorance that nearly caused you harm. Thus, I shall self-impose a penalty of 6 months' salary. Let this matter rest, he declared, turning to the crowd below and proclaiming loudly, have you all heard? Anyone who dares to show disrespect to Gu Chengfeng shall face severe punishment. Yes, second elder. The crowd responded, nodding vigorously. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Gu Chengfeng's brow furrowed slightly at that moment. Was this truly a self-imposed penalty? Had he acquiesced? But in an instant, Gu Chengfeng's frown relaxed into a smile as he approached the second elder. Second elder, is everything resolved? Are you satisfied? Indeed, I am quite satisfied, the second elder replied, breaking into hearty laughter. Ha! Chengfeng, rest assured that while I am here in the sect, no one shall dare to defy you. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Gu Chengfeng's shoulder. However, before he could finish his sentence, the young man abruptly raised his hand and struck the second elder's hand away. The smile vanished from the boy's face as he declared with fierce intensity, kill him. Chapter 20, The Fourth-Ranked Fallen Star. Upon the utterance of Gu Chengfeng's name, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Countless faces shifted in disbelief, for none had anticipated that Gu Chengfeng would so boldly declare his intent to slay the second elder. Even the Grand Elder and the sect leader, for a brief moment, wore expressions of surprise, clearly taken aback by Gu Chengfeng's audacity. A palpable hesitation enveloped the surroundings. Gu Chengfeng turned to the sect leader and inquired, Sect leader, do your previous words still hold weight? Yun Tianhua, recovering quickly, asserted, when I speak, my word is as solid as gold. With that proclamation, his gaze turned icy, directed squarely at the second elder. What further words do you have? Say, sect leader, I. At that moment, the second elder was rendered speechless. The murderous intent in the sect leader's eyes made him acutely aware that his fate was sealed. With a thud, the second elder fell to his knees before the sect leader, weeping profusely. Spare me, sect leader. Consider my decades of dedication to the sect. Please forgive me this once. I shall not dare to transgress again. The one you plead to for mercy is not the sect leader, but Gu Chengfeng. The sect leader interjected with a cold snort. Chengfeng, young Master Gu. Unexpectedly, as the second elder knelt before Gu Chengfeng, the latter turned away without a second glance. Frustrated, the second elder sprang to his feet, shouting in anger, Gu Chengfeng, do you think yourself worthy? I entered the sect before you were even born, and now you wish to kill me? Who do you think you are? In that instant, a fist was hurled towards Gu Chengfeng with ferocity. If you seek to kill me, then I shall strike you down first. Second elder, you. The Grand Elder's expression darkened upon hearing those words, desperate to intervene, yet it was too late. All that echoed in his mind were 2 words, it's over. Bang. In the next moment, the second elder's head exploded in a violent rupture, obliterated by the sect leader's fist, slain on the spot. Clean this up. With those 4 words, the sect leader turned and departed, uttering not a single word more. Silence. The entire arena was engulfed in a deathly stillness. The second elder was dead. The sect leader had indeed killed him for Gu Chengfeng's sake. The second elder, Lu Yanni, was equally stunned, his gaze trembling, instinctively taking a few steps back. Why were you so foolish, second elder? The grand elder lamented, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, his heart a tumult of emotions. It was clear to all that the sect leader had no genuine desire to kill the second elder. Had he merely apologized to Gu Chengfeng, the sect leader would have surely intervened to smooth things over. Did Gu Chengfeng truly lack the courtesy to grant the second elder a reprieve, let alone the sect leader? Yet, who could have anticipated that the second elder, in his folly, would contemplate killing Gu Chengfeng? If he did not perish, who would? It is hardly surprising that Gu Chengfeng is not to blame. It is entirely the second elder's own folly. Clean this up. The grand elder sighed in resignation. And soon several disciples arrived to remove the bodies. Glancing at Gu Chengfeng and then at the crowd below, he instructed, "Let us depart." He addressed Gu Chengfeng, then soared down to the central platform once more. Gu Chengfeng followed suit. At that moment, a crystal the size of an infant's fist materialized in the grand elder's hand, which he presented to Gu Chengfeng. Congratulations on achieving first place in this assessment. This 4th grade star meteorite is your reward. I hope you will continue to strive in your cultivation and bring glory to our sect. Thank you, Grand Elder. Upon receiving the 4th grade star meteorite, a warm current surged through Gu Chengfeng's limbs, instantly dispelling all traces of fatigue from his body, allowing him to relax completely. Moreover, even the supreme Yang sacred body, which had become imperceptible after his dual cultivation with the 7 empresses in the Xinyuan Pavilion, could once again be sensed. Although faint, it signified its existence. Otherwise, he might have thought it had been entirely drained by the 7 empresses. This was merely what he held in his hand. Should he fully absorb it, it would undoubtedly restore much of the supreme Yang sacred body's vitality. Dual cultivation. At this moment, images of the 7 empresses' exquisite forms flashed through Gu Chengfeng's mind, and a faint smile graced his lips. Miss, look, that smile again." Just then, Luer, who had returned to Zier's side, caught sight of Gu Chengfeng's smile and hurriedly called out to Zier. However, by the time Zier turned to look, that smile had vanished. Zier smiled slightly. "Quite masculine, wouldn't you agree?" Masculine. Luer felt a surge of urgency that was clearly lewdness. Yet, upon seeing the joy on her mistress's face, she could only grit her teeth and amend her statement. "Indeed, it is quite masculine." Zier chuckled. "He. Gu Gongzi is hardly an ordinary man. Grand Elder, may we commence the sparring?" A sudden voice rang out from the crowd, followed by 2 figures gradually making their way to the central platform. Sister Qing, Junior Brother Lin. Gu Chengfeng instantly recognized the 2, a smile instinctively gracing his face. Ling Jiqing and Lin Feng had shared a close bond with him during their time at Lingfeng's sect. They followed him almost daily, calling him Brother Feng, and Gu Chengfeng often offered them guidance in their cultivation. It could be said that their rise to core disciples of Lingfeng's sect was significantly influenced by his mentorship. Silence. You are unworthy to address us thus. Just as Gu Chengfeng spoke, Ling Jiqing sharply retorted, pointing an accusing finger at him. You despicable scoundrel. How dare you attempt to insult my sister? You deserve to be crippled. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chengfeng was initially taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. It appeared that Ling Kaier had orchestrated for him a new identity. No wonder, during the incident at the demon-slaying hall, Wu Yanmei had dared to tug at his garments. He had previously been puzzled, but now everything fell into place. What? Such a scandalous affair? It was no surprise he had been disgraced. It turned out he had committed such despicable acts. If that were indeed the case, he truly deserved his downfall. The moment Ling Jiqing uttered these words, a wave of uproar surged through the audience. The gazes directed at Gu Chengfeng were instantly tinged with revulsion. Such conduct, irrespective of the setting, was undeniably contemptible. Scoundrel, I knew you were no good. Indeed, Irishimi had been deceived by you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanni nearly sprinted to the side of Zier, exclaiming, Irishimi, did you hear? This, Gu Chengfeng. If you wish to avoid the same fate as the second elder, you must silence yourself at once. Zier's retort effectively stifled Lu Yanni's words. Shimiyu. Lu Yunyi seethed with indignation, unable to fathom why Zer would still defend Gu Chengfeng in such a situation. You will regret this decision. He huffed angrily, sweeping away in a flourish. Chapter 21. The fifth-rank Gale Martial Soul, one sword to obliterate. The murmurs of the crowd echoed in Gu Chengfeng's ears. Yet he paid them no heed. His gaze remained fixed upon Ling Jiqing. He then spoke in a deep tone. You should be more aware of the truth than anyone else, shouldn't you? Must it come to this? Ling Jiqing coldly scoffed. What of knowing? What of ignorance? Today, your fate is sealed. Understanding dawned upon him. Gu Chengfeng nodded slightly, then directed his attention to Lin Feng, who stood beside Ling Jiqing. So, you two are in agreement. From now on, refer to me as the Holy Sun, Lin Feng replied with an air of indifference, seemingly oblivious to the guidance that had brought him to his current level of cultivation. Both believed their words would provoke Gu Chengfeng into a fit of rage, perhaps even a frenzy. Yet, to their surprise, Gu Chengfeng's expression turned notably more serene. Even a faint smile graced his lips. Observing the smile upon Gu Chengfeng's face, an inexplicable unease gripped their hearts, as if a blade, one that could claim their lives at any moment, dangled ominously above them. Stop pretending, Gu Chengfeng. Today, we shall cleanse our sect. Lin Feng bit down hard, seemingly attempting to shake off the apprehension within him with a fierce shout. Gu Chengfeng, still smiling, gently shook his head. After all this time together, you should know what kind of person I despise the most. You. Ling Jiqing's heart jolted, a sudden realization sparking within her, and instinctively, she tightened her grip on her sword. Buzz. In the next instant, Gu Chengfeng's sword transformed into a dazzling sword wind, slicing through the air directly toward Ling Jiqing. The duel begins. Whether by design or coincidence, the voice of the Grand Elder resonated at that very moment. Seeking death, Ling Jiqing exclaimed, swiftly drawing her long sword, as a tremendous martial soul power enveloped her. Fifth-rank Spirit Ice Martial Soul. The power of the martial soul cloaked her entirely, rendering her presence frigid, while her long sword emanated an overwhelming chill. Whirlwind Sword, she cried, striking her sword against Gu Chengfeng's sword wind. Bang! The terrifying force of the sword wind instantaneously shattered the brilliance of Ling Jiqing's long sword. With a resounding clang, her weapon was cleaved in two. Swoosh! The ferocious sword wind, undiminished, sliced past Ling Jiqing's neck and continued onward for hundreds of meters before dissipating. This horrifying spectacle caused everyone present to gasp in shock. Gu Chengfeng's 8 strikes on the stone tablet war drums had already established his might, yet no one could have anticipated that he was capable of such outrageous strength. Ling Jiqing, at the second level of the Master Realm, was instantly defeated, her sword shattered, and the sword wind's ferocity remained terrifying as it soared for hundreds of meters. What was even more chilling was that they had not sensed Gu Chengfeng utilizing the power of his martial soul at all. This only illustrates one truth. Gu Chengfeng's true prowess has transcended their wildest imaginations. In an instant, the square was filled with gasps of astonishment. This sword did not merely slay Ling Jiqing. It silenced all discourse regarding Gu Chengfeng. Junior Sister Qing? The sudden turn of events left Lin Feng utterly aghast, prompting him to rush to Ling Jiqing's side. His trembling hands sought to probe the bloodstains upon her neck, yet before his fingers could make contact, her head rolled lifelessly to the ground. In that moment, blood gushed forth, splattering Lin Feng, sending a chill coursing through him. Junior Sister Qing. After a brief pause, a furious roar erupted from him, his eyes turning a vivid crimson. With trembling hands, he lifted Ling Jiqing's severed head, cradling it in despair. Ah, Junior Sister Qing. We had promised that after this journey, we would partake in the Great City Academy's assessment together. We had vowed to marry following the examination. We had sworn to share life and death. Gu Chengfeng, I shall avenge you. In the next moment, Lin Feng's bloodshot gaze fiercely directed itself at Gu Chengfeng, and with a furious shout, a sword materialized in his grasp. One man, one sword, transformed into a streak of bloodlight, charging toward Gu Chengfeng. With the cultivation of the 4th level of Master Realm and the enhancement of a 5th-grade Gale Martial Soul, Lin Feng's speed at this moment was astonishing, akin to a shadow of the wind. The air stirred, the sword moved. Strands of sword light intertwined, resembling a curtain of blades sweeping toward Gu Chengfeng. Alas, How many times have I taught you that the sword must be wielded with intention? That one cannot merely pursue speed while neglecting the essence of the blade itself? Observing this, Gu Chengfeng merely shook his head lightly and declared, I shall teach you one last time how to wield a sword. The moment his words fell, the Yunxiao sword slipped from Gu Chengfeng's hand, hurtling toward Lin Feng. This strike was deceptively simple. This strike bore a dim radiance. This strike was slow in speed. Yet, it pierced through the curtain of swords conjured by Lin Feng, penetrating directly into his dantian. The sound was crisp yet chilling. Lin Feng's advancing figure came to an abrupt halt. The sword clattered to the ground as his body collapsed. Even at this juncture, disbelief lingered in his eyes. How could Gu Chengfeng's sword be so formidable? What appeared to be an unremarkable strike could shatter his defensive screen. Ah, my martial soul. In the next moment, Lin Feng's anguished scream resonated powerfully as his hand clamped over the wound in his dantian, now bathed in blood. The crimson flow could not be staunched, gushing forth through the gaps between his fingers. A single strike had pierced his lower abdomen, while not fatal. It was sufficient to obliterate his martial soul. The Holy Sun. At that instant, an elderly man in the audience sprang into action, dashing to the platform. And with a series of precise gestures, he attempted to staunch Lin Feng's blood flow. Though the wound was not lethal, excessive blood loss could prove just as deadly. Elder, it has been quite some time. At that moment, a voice reached my ears, and upon turning, I beheld Gu Chengfeng standing beside me. Gu Chengfeng, you? The second elder of Lingfeng's sect immediately gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Gu Chengfeng. You wretched traitor, how dare you incapacitate our newly appointed holy son? Gu Chengfeng, I shall kill you. I shall end your life. Lin Feng struggled and roared in fury. Do not provoke me. Rest assured, I will spare your life. Gu Chengfeng replied with a smile, gently patting Lin Feng's head, and added, Return alive and inform Ling Kaier and Du Tianan. I shall settle all debts owed to me. Elder, I bid you farewell. With that, Gu Chengfeng waved his hand dismissively. Now that Lin Feng is the holy son of Lingfeng's sect. Should he truly perish at Ziyun's sect, it would undoubtedly ignite a fierce conflict between the two sections. The master of Ziyun's sect has treated him well. He would never allow his own selfish desires to bring calamity upon Ziyun's sect. If a killing must occur, it shall be done in the future under his own identity. When others show him kindness, he must reciprocate with loyalty. This is a principle. Gu Chengfeng, the second elder, clenched his teeth tightly, then cast an angry gaze around the crowd. Ziyun's sect, this grudge shall be remembered by Lingfeng's sect. With those words, he lifted the holy son Lin Feng and ascended into the air. The corpse was also taken away. The elder's warning echoed at that moment. The second elder of Lingfeng's sect glared fiercely at the elder, then turned back, shouldering the lifeless body of Ling Jiqing while supporting the incapacitated Lin Feng, filled with boundless rage as he soared away from Ziyun's sect. Chapter 22. As long as Brother Feng is willing, I am at your service. What a remarkable figure Gu Chengfeng is. Who would have thought that the Ziyun sect would stumble upon such a top-notch prodigy? My dear girl, why did you not bring this young man back to our Luohua sect? The grand elder of Luohua sect gazed at the young girl beside him, unable to suppress a sigh. Another opportunity lost. I never anticipated that Ziyi would be so cunning. I had regarded her as a sister, yet she deceived me into believing that Gu Chengfeng was a waste. Had I known the truth, he would surely have returned to Luohua sect with me. The youthful countenance of Lanangxi bore a trace of indignation. To truly know a person's heart is a rare gift. Only you, my dear girl, remain blissfully naive. The grand elder affectionately tapped Lanangxi's forehead. Be more vigilant in the future, do you understand? Understood, dear granduncle. With that, Lanangxi suddenly inquired, Granduncle, do you truly desire this Gu Chengfeng? At her words, the elder's aged eyes sparkled with interest. Why? Do you have a plan? Such a prodigy, if he were to join Luohua sect, would undoubtedly secure an excellent position for us in the upcoming grand enrollment competition at the academy in half a month's time, thus bringing immense benefits to the entire sect. Lanangxi replied confidently, I have saved Gu Chengfeng's life and know him quite well. If I promise him the position of the sect's holy son, coupled with, she paused, a glint of cunning flickering in her eyes. Rest assured, dear granduncle, he will undoubtedly accompany me back to Luohua sect. Very well, then this matter shall be entrusted to you, my dear girl. Be sure to handle it well. Young master, You have yet to disclose whom you despise the most, have you? Greenery, filled with excitement, approached the high platform. Leaning against the edge, she looked up at Gu Chengfeng and asked. Gu Chengfeng cast a glance at Greenery and simply uttered 4 words. Ungrateful and treacherous. Ah. Upon hearing this, Greenery's eyes brightened. You are just like the young lady. She has also mentioned that she detests those who are ungrateful. Hee. Gu Chengfeng smiled as he surveyed the crowd. The girl clad in purple, exuding an ethereal aura, remained strikingly conspicuous even amidst the throng. At that moment, Z was also observing Gu Chengfeng. Their eyes met, and they exchanged faint smiles. Though no words were spoken, they understood the meaning behind each other's expressions. Gu Chengfeng's smile conveyed, I have not brought you shame. Z's smile responded, I knew you were a dragon, destined not to remain stranded in shallow waters. TCH. Such flirtation is quite unbecoming. Greenery raised her head defiantly, uttered a decisive remark, and turned to leave. Is there anyone else who wishes to spar? If not, today's events shall conclude here. I do. Before the Grand Elder's words could fade, a young girl's figure soared onto the high platform. It was the esteemed young lady of Luohua sect, legacies. Miss Nachi has actually come. The crowd gasped in excitement upon seeing the newcomer, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. Legacies is about to spar with Gu Chengfeng. The young lady of the Luohua sect is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional prodigies in the vast ancient wilderness. At merely 17 years of age, she has attained the formidable 6th level of the Master Realm, complemented by a 6th-grade martial soul, surpassing even the peak of Gu Chengfeng by a considerable margin. This presents an opportune moment for the onlookers to discern the true extent of Gu Chengfeng's prowess. Why is Sister Nanchi also present? Upon seeing the figure on stage, Z's delicate face first lit up with surprise, followed by a hint of confusion. She called out to the young woman on stage, Sister Nanchi, since you are here, why didn't you inform me in advance? In her eyes, Luo Nanchi was akin to an elder sister. However, unbeknownst to Z, a fleeting expression of disdain and aversion crossed Luo Nanchi's face the moment her words were uttered. Yet, it vanished as quickly as it appeared, and when her gaze turned to Z, her countenance was adorned with a warm smile. I shall find you shortly, my dear sister. All right, Z responded with a smile. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Although Z did not perceive it, he was acutely aware of Luo Nanchi's expression, particularly her disdain, which prompted him to frown. He understood the relationship between Z and Luo Nanchi, yet he was taken aback by Luo Nanchi's aloof and insincere reaction towards Z. It seemed imperative to reveal something to Z, lest she be deceived and unwittingly assist those with ulterior motives. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chengfeng inclined his head slightly towards the young woman before him, Lady Nanchi. After all, she had once saved him, and he felt it necessary to uphold the appropriate decorum. Young Master Gu, it appears you have been quite thoroughly deceived. My sister Z did not even inform me. She pouted playfully, feigning anger. Luo Nanchi then beamed at him. I knew young Master Gu possessed unparalleled talent, rare in this world, and indeed, it proves to be true. Merely a fortunate waste, Gu Chengfeng gently shook his head, intentionally emphasizing the term waste. It was Luo Nanchi who once stated that one should not feel indebted to a waste. Young Master Gu, you are too courteous. By the way, there is something I must discreetly share with you. With that, Luo Nanchi approached Gu Chengfeng's side. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, upon my return, I informed my father and the Grand Elder about you, and they are questioning me as to why I did not invite you to be the holy son of Luohua sect. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Chengfeng suddenly retreated several steps, creating distance between them. He shook his head, saying, Lady Nanchi, there are boundaries between men and women. One should speak plainly. Luo Nanchi's brow furrowed instantly, and her disdain was unmistakable. Boundaries between men and women? A person who would act improperly even towards their fiancé dares to lecture her on propriety? How hypocritical. In but a fleeting moment, her cheeks were once again graced by a smile. Nanchi merely felt that it would be a disservice to the young master to be relegated to the status of an inner disciple at the Ziyan sect, especially since the position of saint at the Luohua sect was currently vacant. She wondered what the young master's thoughts were on this matter. However, unbeknownst to her, her attempts at concealment were far from successful. Gu Chengfeng had been observing her intently. Every subtle shift in her expression was laid bare before his discerning gaze. Yet, Gu Chengfeng chose not to expose her ruse. Instead, he donned a look of sudden realization and, with a smile, said, "My apologies, Miss Nenshi. I failed to grasp your meaning earlier, but I now understand that you are deliberately trying to win my favor. Am I correct?" As he spoke, his eyes lingered upon the low neckline of Luo Nenshi's garment, and he even licked his lips. The young maiden, seemingly understanding his implication, leaned closer to Gu Chengfeng, playfully delivering a gentle punch to his chest with her delicate fist, and teasingly remarked, Since my intentions are so transparent to you, dear brother Feng, why bother asking?" This time, Gu Chengfeng did not shy away. Instead, he leaned in closer to Luo Nanshi, inhaling deeply. "How delightful. Sister Nanshi, if I were indeed to become the saint of your Luo Hua sect, might we?" He continued, "As long as brother Feng is willing. You may do as you please with me." Luo Nanshi blushed, her smile enchanting as 1,000 blossoms in bloom. Chapter 23. So unattractive, yet so ambitious. The reactions and exchanges between the two on stage instantaneously incited a tumultuous uproar among the onlookers. No one could have anticipated that Luo Nanshi would audaciously undermine the Ziyun sect in front of countless sect members. Moreover, Gu Chengfeng seemed to be engaging in a flirtatious exchange with her. He had just received the legacy of the Ziyun sect's ancestor, the Yunxiao sword, and the sect leader had personally bestowed upon him the Yuxiao sword technique. "Gu Chengfeng, how can you act in such a manner? Betraying the trust the sect leader has placed in you? Gu Chengfeng, I never imagined you to be such a person. How can you face the Saintess Zier? You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch, a despicable ingrate. How could I ever have believed that our Ziyun sect treated you so well?" The crowd erupted in a wave of indignation, a cacophony of accusations and curses filling the air. In that moment, the masses appeared ready to storm the stage and tear Gu Chengfeng apart. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. Even the Grand Elder, at this instant, gritted his teeth and exclaimed in fury, "Gu Chengfeng, it seems that both the sect leader and I have misjudged you." At this moment, within the entirety of the Ziyun sect, only two individuals chose to remain silent, Zier and Lu Er. Both furrowed their brows, their expressions marked by confusion and disbelief. "My lady, based on my observations of the young master these past few days, he is not that kind of person," Lu Er remarked with puzzlement. Despite occasionally exhibiting a rather lecherous demeanor, he has always been a man of integrity. At the very least, he has never harbored any inappropriate thoughts towards her. He is certainly not that kind of individual. Zier nodded in agreement. If the rumors from the Lingfeng sect were to be believed, after Gu Chengfeng had rescued her from the brink of death in the god burial grounds, she would have never left him so readily. She possessed absolute confidence in her appearance and figure, believing herself incomparable to the likes of Ling Kai and Luo Nanshi. If Gu Chengfeng held no improper intentions towards her, how could he possibly have any towards these two? It was simply inconceivable. Not only Gu Chengfeng, but Luo Nanshi should not be that type of person either. Yet, the current predicament between them left her utterly baffled, unable to comprehend why such circumstances had arisen. Two individuals. One was her savior, the other her dearest friend, akin to a sister. Yet now, you foolish girl, this lad is sacrificing his own innocence to reveal Luo Nanshi's true nature to you, so that you may not be deceived again. The voice of the Yuxiao ancestor echoed in her mind, illuminating her thoughts and dispelling the fog of confusion. The realization caused the young girl to shudder slightly. "Young master, you." As she gazed at the figure of the young man on stage, her eyes were filled with a tumult of emotions. Gu Chengfeng was willing to endure the scorn, insults, and disdain of the multitude for her sake. How could she bear such a burden? In the next moment, her gaze abruptly fixed upon Luo Nanshi, enunciating the name with deliberate clarity, "Luo Nan." She had been grievously deceived. "Miss, I never anticipated that Nanshi would reveal herself to be such a person." It was evident that Luer had uncovered something significant. Her concealment had been exceedingly profound. "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid indeed. Truly, the heavens are favoring me." At that moment, one individual could be considered the most elated. This person was the Holy Son, Lu Yan. The prowess of Gu Chengfeng instilled in him a profound sense of peril. Even he himself felt no assurance when confronting Gu Chengfeng. This could very well jeopardize his esteemed position as the Holy Son within the Ziyun sect. Yet, unexpectedly, This lecherous fiend was willing to ascend as holy son of the Luohua sect for the sake of Luo Nanshi, thereby nullifying all threats. Even Zi had returned to him. Now, you ought to discern the true nature of this wretched being. His gaze instinctively shifted towards Zi, who was already striding towards the high platform. This sight filled Lu Yunyi with uncontainable joy, his countenance radiating anticipation for the unfolding drama. Of course, the closer one was to the spectacle, the more delightful it became. Thus, he pursued Zi, ascending the high platform alongside her. Zi paid him no heed and directly approached Gu Chengfeng. With each step she took closer, Lu Yunyi's smile grew ever wider. When Zi finally stood before Gu Chengfeng, Lu Yunyi's grin nearly stretched to his ears. Since Gu Chengfeng's arrival at the Xian sect, he had never experienced such unbridled happiness. "Ear, this sort of person is not worth your ire," came the voice of the elder behind him. The elder spoke wisely. The Holy Maiden must not allow herself to be harmed by anger. The crowd below echoed their agreement vociferously. However, Zi did not spare a glance for anyone else. In this moment, her eyes were solely fixed upon the youth, Gu Chengfeng. Then, before the assembly, she deeply bowed to Gu Chengfeng. What was happening? Bewilderment enveloped everyone, including Lu Yunyi and the elder. Wasn't she supposed to strike him with 2 resounding slaps, and then unsheath her sword to vanquish this scoundrel on the spot? Why was she bowing instead? "Here, thank you, young master." Zi's subsequent words left all who heard them in a state of stunned silence, as if the slap intended for Gu Chengfeng had instead landed upon their own faces. What was this? Was it truly necessary for us to be so courteous? Gu Chengfeng merely offered a faint smile. In the vast expanse of the Xian sect, the only person he genuinely cared for was Zi. The opinions of others mattered not to him. What of being labeled a lecher? What of being called an ungrateful wretch? He remained indifferent. It was Ear who had overthought the matter. Zi nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. He abruptly turned his head, his expression transforming into one of frigid disdain. Locking his gaze onto Luo Nanshi, a gentleman severs ties without exchanging harsh words. From this moment forth, we shall part ways. Hearing this, Luo Nanshi finally grasped the situation. Her anger surging. "You wretched creature, are you toying with me?" "Toying with you?" Gu Chengfeng gently shook his head, scrutinizing Luo Nanshi with evident disdain. "With such an unappealing appearance, your aspirations are rather lofty." In that moment, the contempt etched on the youth's face mirrored the disdain the young girl had directed at him when he departed from Lingfeng's sect. Now, it was returned to her in its entirety. "You," Luo Nanshi's chest heaved with indignation. Never having anticipated that a lifetime of hunting eagles would culminate in being pecked in the eye by one. At that moment, the Grand Elder of Luo Huazong rushed to Luo Nanshi's side. Casting a furrowed brow at Gu Chengfeng, "Is the position of our holy son truly inferior to that of an inner disciple from Xian sect?" He held Gu Chengfeng in high regard and, if possible, wished to entice him to join Luo Huazong. "Have you never heard the saying?" Gu Chengfeng retorted. "What saying?" The Grand Elder of Xian sect inquired, brow knitted. Gu Chengfeng pointed at Luo Nanshi. "What spills out of a trash can is generally refused. No one willingly enters a trash can." Chapter 24. Noble Character of Lu Yunyi. "Ah ha ha ha. Gu Chengfeng, you truly are remarkable. Just now, we misjudged Gu Chengfeng." "Ha ha ha." The crowd erupted into laughter following Gu Chengfeng's words, their chuckles intermingled with apologies, which completely dispelled the earlier criticisms directed at him. At that moment, even the most naive among them understood the truth. Gu Chengfeng had no desire to join the Falling Blossom sect as a holy son. Rather, he aimed to thoroughly expose Luo Nanshi's character, and his actions were deliberate. "You little waste." The Grand Elder of Falling Blossom's sect glared at Gu Chengfeng, his face a deep shade of crimson, his teeth clenched in fury. "You scoundrel, I will kill you." Luo Nanshi shrieked, drawing her sword, prepared to charge at Gu Chengfeng. However, she was immediately halted by the Grand Elder of the Purple Cloud sect. "This is the territory of the Purple Cloud sect." Luo Nanshi quickly regained her composure. Though she possessed the power to slay Gu Chengfeng, if she were to do so here, the Purple Cloud sect would not let it pass lightly. "Gu Chengfeng, do not let me see you at the Great City Academy's recruitment competition, or I will surely kill you." She cast a fierce glare at him before turning to leave. "Just stay content as your useless inner sect disciple." The Grand Elder of the Falling Blossom sect huffed in anger. The two then ascended into the air and departed from the Purple Cloud sect, who claimed that Gu Chengfeng was merely an inner sect disciple. Just at that moment, a booming voice echoed from the distant void, followed by the sudden appearance of the Purple Cloud sect's leader. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, Gu Chengfeng shall be the holy son of my Purple Cloud sect." Upon hearing the sect leader's declaration, the two figures in the distance paused momentarily but did not linger, hastening their departure. Holy son. At this instant, the crowd was taken aback. Gu Chengfeng indeed possessed the strength and capability to become the sect's holy son. Given his performance today, they would naturally not oppose such a decision. However, was not the holy son Lu Yunyi? How could Gu Chengfeng assume that role without Lu Yunyi's consent? In an instant, the crowd's gaze instinctively shifted towards Lu Yunyi on the other side of the platform. Yet, before Lu Yunyi could respond, the sect leader's voice resonated once more. "Lu Yunyi, are you willing to relinquish the position of holy son to Gu Chengfeng?" "I do not." Lu Yunyi instinctively began to protest. The title of holy son belonged to him. Why should he yield it? However, faced with the sect leader's penetrating gaze, his heart quivered. He cast a pleading look towards the Grand Elder nearby, hoping for intervention. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Yunyi, how about this? You and Gu Chengfeng engage in a friendly spar. If you emerge victorious, the title of Holy Son remains yours. What say you? Let me spar with a waste." Lu Yunyi exclaimed in immediate frustration. His eyes burned with rage as they fixed upon Gu Chengfeng, his expression seething with a desire to consume him whole. "Let it be so." With a fierce roar, he turned and departed. As he stepped down from the stage, his legs trembled slightly. The remnants of blood on the platform still lingered, their acrid scent cutting through the air. He certainly did not wish for the metallic tang of his own blood to offend others. As a distinguished disciple of the sect, he should embody integrity and honor, not engage in morally reprehensible acts. Lu Yunyi's resolute decision to relinquish his position took the crowd by surprise. Observing his decisive silhouette, many in the audience felt a newfound respect for him. His selfless act for the sake of the sect truly exemplified nobility. The sect leader and the elder nodded approvingly. They were relieved that Lu Yunyi did not, in a fit of anger, recklessly confront Gu Chengfeng. After all, Lu Yunyi was also a remarkable talent within the sect. "Thank you, Brother Lu Yun," Gu Chengfeng shouted towards the distant figure, causing it to momentarily falter before hastening away. "Congratulations, son of the sect. Congratulations." A voice rang out, prompting a chorus of cheers to erupt throughout the plaza. Having such an exceptional swordsman as the son of the sect was indeed a fortune for the entire sect. Thanks to the sect leader and the elder, Gu Chengfeng bowed respectfully to both. The title of son of the sect held considerable weight, granting access to numerous cultivation resources exclusive to him. May the son of the sect diligently cultivate and one day elevate the prestige of our sect. The sect leader smiled faintly before taking his leave. "My lord, congratulations." The Holy Maiden, Zi, beamed at that moment. Gu Chengfeng jested. "Does this mean I can now stand on equal footing with our Holy Maiden here at Xian sect?" "Humph." Zi shot him an exasperated glance. "Chengfeng, you must not disappoint the expectations of the sect leader. In half a month, the Grand City Academy's recruitment martial arts competition will commence. If you fail to achieve a commendable ranking, it would be a disservice to the sect leader." The elder chuckled, giving Gu Chengfeng's shoulder an encouraging pat. "Rest assured, Elder," Gu Chengfeng nodded. "The Grand City Academy is merely a collective term. Its true name is the Bayan Academy. The Daqian dynasty, established on martial prowess, founded various academies dedicated to nurturing formidable individuals. The Bayan Academy, located in Bayan City, gathers the finest talents from the surrounding million-mile territory, including the ancient wasteland. It is regarded as a coveted sanctuary for the younger generation's cultivation. Initially, the Lingfeng sect opened the Divine Burial Grounds with the purpose of allowing its disciples to seek opportunities and secure a place in the Bayan Academy's martial arts assessment. Very well. The elder, pleased by the response, took his leave. A voice resonated from the elder's retreating figure. "This assessment has concluded." As the announcement echoed, the crowd in the plaza began to disperse. "Let us return as well." Zi smiled as she glanced at Gu Chengfeng. "Are we heading back to your place or mine?" Gu Chengfeng teased, winking playfully. "Huh." Zi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gathered herself, her fair cheeks flushing lightly as she retorted, "Each to their own home." "Ha ha." Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but laugh heartily. My lord, do not tease my young lady. If you must, then direct your jest towards me. Green Air, standing nearby, lifted her chin and regarded Gu Chengfeng with a provocative look. You. Gu Chengfeng's gaze swept over Green Air, appraising her anew, before settling on the girl's chest. He smirked and remarked, you are far too young. Instantly, Green Air raised her small fists, her face a picture of indignation. Do you dare to provoke me? Green Air, do not be disrespectful to my lord. He shot a glare at Green Air. It is clearly my lord who is being disrespectful, humph. Green Air pouted, huffing in response. He lifted her gaze, her eyes fluttering as she looked at Gu Chengfeng. If my lord desires, perhaps this evening Green Air could attend to you? That is out of the question. Before Gu Chengfeng could respond, Green Air shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the thought. I am the young lady's maid. I can only serve the young lady and my lord at bedtime. After a brief pause, she added in a soft voice. Only when the young lady is absent could I attend to my lord in her stead. May I suggest, perhaps we could. Gu Chengfeng squinted, uttering two words, together? Upon hearing this, Zi seemed unable to contain herself any longer, her entire face flushing crimson. After shooting a fierce glare at Gu Chengfeng, she seized Green Air's hand and fled. Faintly, the sound of the girl's banter floated back on the breeze. How could you be so frivolous? Saying such things without a sense of propriety. Alongside Green Air's voice of grievance, it was the young lady who first suggested I attend to my lord. Chapter 25. The Devouring Sky Dilation Technique upon returning to the Linshi courtyard. Gu Chengfeng was about to enter when he noticed a young lad standing at the entrance. Greetings, Holy Son, the boy said. Is there something you need? Gu Chengfeng inquired, certain that he had never encountered the boy before. The youth bowed and replied, Senior brother Lu has prepared everything and sent me to inform the Holy Son to take residence in the Holy Son's loft. Gu Chengfeng was taken aback by this news. Why had Lu Yunyi suddenly become so compliant? After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Tell him to rest assured and stay comfortably. Yes, Holy Son. The boy did not dare to linger, bowing as he took his leave. Watching the lad depart, Gu Chengfeng smirked slightly. He had initially contemplated how to deal with Lu Yunyi. Unexpectedly, Lu had turned obedient, demonstrating a sense of propriety. Given this, he decided to let it go. After all, the sect master and the Grand Elder held Lu Yunyi in high regard, and he did not wish to put them in a difficult position. At that moment, the Grand Elder personally visited the Holy Son's loft to relay the news to Lu Yunyi. Lu Yunyi was momentarily stunned, but did not express much further. By the way, Chengfeng has suggested to both me and the sect master that you continue to receive the treatment befitting a Holy Son. What do you think? Living in the Holy Son's loft and enjoying the privileges of a Holy Son, you would only lack the title itself. This revelation startled Lu Yunyi, causing him to raise his gaze to the Grand Elder in disbelief. Is it true that Gu Chengfeng said this? Indeed, the Grand Elder affirmed with a smile. Who would have thought that Gu Chengfeng would share the same lofty virtues as the Holy Son? Lu Yunyi reflected, patting his chest in assurance. In that case, I shall spare him from future troubles. With a light chuckle, the Grand Elder took his leave. At the third level of the Master Realm, the fourth level of the Master Realm, within the Linshi courtyard, Gu Chengfeng's cultivation was rapidly ascending. Once the 4 drops of spiritual essence within his dantian were fully assimilated, his cultivation ultimately stabilized at the 4th level of the Master Realm. Why did the 4 drops only elevate me to the 4th level? Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow in confusion. As your cultivation progresses, naturally, the required energy will increase, and the consumption will escalate. Is this so difficult to comprehend? Came the voice of the Moonlight Sword Emperor. Ah, I see. Gu Chengfeng realized, feeling a twinge of disappointment, but understanding that this was an immutable truth. Immediately, an idea struck him, and he produced a 4th-grade star meteorite, exclaiming cheerfully, Wait for me, Sword Emperor. With that, he summoned the devouring power of the devouring sky sword, commencing the absorption of the energy contained within the 4th-grade star meteorite. Waves of pure yang energy swiftly surged into his body, igniting him with an intense heat, as if a great furnace had ignited within him. While restoring the great yang sacred body, it also expelled the impurities from Gu Chengfeng's system. Once the 4th-grade star meteorite was fully absorbed, Gu Chengfeng distinctly felt that his great yang sacred body had undergone significant rejuvenation. granting him the sensation that he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Not only that, but even the meridians of my body have become significantly more transparent. The only discomfort I experienced was the unpleasant odor of sweat, prompting me to hastily wash myself in a nearby stream before returning to my chamber. Sword Emperor! Sword Emperor! Gu Chengfeng eagerly called out to the mark of the Xunyuan Pavilion in his palm. A somewhat languid voice echoed back, "Come in." Upon hearing this, Gu Chengfeng was filled with immense joy. A surge of power entered the Xunyuan Pavilion mark, and he was instantly enveloped by a powerful pulling force. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within the Xunyuan Pavilion. Inside the Xunyuan Pavilion, wisps of chaotic brilliance danced, casting a chaotic hue throughout the grand hall. Deep within the hall, 6 distinct divine lights flickered in the void. These 6 colorful divine lights unmistakably belonged to the 6 slumbering empresses. Observing them now served no purpose. Your supreme Yang sacred body has merely recovered slightly, and it is impossible to awaken them. At that moment, the figure of the Moonlight Sword Emperor gradually materialized before Gu Chengfeng. Encased in a flowing black garment that accentuated her perfect silhouette, her long, elegant legs peeked out from beneath her black stockings. Her exquisitely breathtaking visage, almost suffocating in its beauty, exuded an air of cold elegance against the backdrop of her dark attire. Yet, at that instant, as her gaze fell upon Gu Chengfeng, a hint of crimson graced her cheeks. Gu Chengfeng stared at the Moonlight Sword Emperor, unblinking. After a considerable pause, he finally moistens his somewhat parched lips. "We are like an old married couple now. There's no need for such awkwardness, is there? Who is an old married couple with you?" The Moonlight Sword Emperor lightly retorted, although her graceful movements suggested an eagerness that belied her words. Subsequently, the entire hall was filled with a gentle, intoxicating breeze. 3 hours later, the Sword Emperor's bottle was devoid of milk, while I felt as drunken as a dog. Gu Chengfeng's sigh echoed throughout the hall. After taking several deep breaths, he slowly rose to his feet, feeling a surge of even greater power circulating within his dantian. His cultivation had inexplicably broken through to the 6th level of the Master Realm. Unable to restrain himself, Gu Chengfeng cast a fierce glance at the Moonlight Sword Emperor's delicate form, his heart brimming with emotion. Dual cultivation truly is, splendid. Just then, Gu Chengfeng felt the scenery before him shift in an instant. Before he could even react, a delicate finger had already tapped against his forehead. In that moment, a tremendous force surged into his mind, coalescing into the form of a book within his consciousness. Just as Gu Chengfeng was about to speak, his figure reappeared in his chamber. "Must you be so heartless?" Gu Chengfeng exclaimed in frustration, feeling unceremoniously cast out after their encounter. Had he known, he would have lingered a while longer. Swallowing the Heavens De Yin Technique. The exclusive technique of the Devouring Sky Sword's martial soul harnesses the power of the martial soul to consume all things in the world, transforming into one's own path, uniting myriad paths within oneself, awakening the divine body, forging the divine soul, and devouring heaven and earth. A memory tome gradually unfurls. One by one, characters manifest in Gu Chengfeng's mind. Each character seems to encapsulate the profound principles of the cosmos, radiating a magnificent black divine light. This causes Gu Chengfeng's heart to tremble with fervor. The great evolution of the Devouring Sky is undoubtedly a rare and supreme technique in this world. Moreover, it is perfectly aligned with the Devouring Sky Sword's martial soul, ensuring that its cultivation will unleash even greater powers. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, Gu Chengfeng continued to peruse the pages. First layer, evolution of the martial soul. Consume the martial soul's crystallization to transform it into one's own martial soul, unlocking the path of multi-martial soul cultivation. Second layer, multi-martial soul embodiment. Activate multiple martial souls to jointly manifest, thereby amplifying one's strength. Third layer, multi-martial soul fusion. Merge the powers of various martial souls into a singular entity. Note, this possesses immense power. It is crucial to reinforce the physical body. Otherwise, one risks losing control and facing the peril of obliteration. Fourth layer, Chapter 26, the Soul Crystal and the Purple Sky Sword Technique. As Gu Chengfeng leafed through the pages of the Tome of Memories within his mind, he felt a tremor in his spirit, despite having mentally prepared himself. The contents of the Dian Devouring Heaven technique were nothing short of astonishing. The notion of manifesting an infinite number of martial souls. Did this not imply that by cultivating the first layer of the Dian Devouring Heaven technique, one could coalesce an unlimited number of martial souls? Martial souls are emblematic of one's innate talent. The more one possesses, the greater the aptitude and the swifter the cultivation. However, martial souls are inherently repulsive to one another. The amalgamation of two or more martial souls could incite catastrophic repulsion, resulting in the destruction of one's dantian, rendering one a cripple, or in the most severe cases, leading to death. Typically, practitioners cultivate only a single martial soul. Those capable of merging two are already rare prodigies of dual martial souls. As for those with 3 or 4 martial souls, one would only encounter them in the pages of ancient texts. Yet, through the cultivation of the Devouring Heaven technique, one could transcend such constraints and disregard the repulsion between martial souls. However, the matter of the soul crystal posed a dilemma. Gu Chengfeng mused softly. In locales where a singular power converges over extended periods, crystals imbued with that power are birthed. These are the martial soul crystals. The more potent the power, the higher the tier of the resulting soul crystal. By utilizing soul crystals, one can coalesce corresponding martial souls, and if one possesses the respective martial soul, its quality can be further enhanced. In the realm of martial cultivation, there exist even 8-tier and 9-tier soul crystals, enabling practitioners to directly manifest 8-tier and 9-tier martial souls. However, such high-tier soul crystals are exceedingly rare and often lack a market value. It seems I must seek out a few soul crystals to experiment with. Gu Chengfeng exhaled a breath of murky air. Yet, he did not hasten to cultivate the Dian Devouring Heaven technique. Instead, he retrieved the sword technique bestowed upon him by the sect leader of the Xian sect for further study. The Purple Sky Sword technique, graded as a mid-tier earth technique, comprises 4 forms. First form, Purple Chi. Second form, Soaring to the Heavens. Third form, Purple Chi like a rainbow. Fourth form, Purple Chi transcending unity. The subsequent sections of the text detailed the specific methods of cultivation for each form. The tiers of martial arts techniques are categorized as yellow, human, earth, and heaven, further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary grades. To discover that the Purple Sky Sword technique was classified as a mid-tier earth technique astonished Gu Chengfeng. The previous technique he practiced, the Lingfeng Sword technique, was merely a mid-tier human technique. This Purple Sky Sword technique was an entire tier higher. Eagerly, Gu Chengfeng ventured into the courtyard to commence his practice of the Purple Sky Sword technique. On the first day of his training, the sect leader dispatched individuals with 2 bottles of 3rd-tier elixirs. On the second day, they brought forth some spirit rice imbued with spiritual energy. On the 3rd day, a flask of spiritual wine arrived. On the 4th day, 2 more bottles of 3rd-tier elixirs were delivered. On the 5th day, they presented him with some premium beast meat rich in potent spiritual energy. Throughout the span of a week, items were delivered daily, leaving Gu Chengfeng with a sense of astonishment at the unexpected favor he was receiving. On this particular day, Gu Chengfeng was immersed in the cultivation of the potent elixir within his chamber, when the tranquility was abruptly disturbed by a knock at the door. "Young master, Miss has arrived. Is he here?" Gu Chengfeng's heart leapt with joy as he promptly rose and exited his room. Ziyi was seated upon a stone bench beneath an ancient tree, delicately savoring the tea in her hands. Upon noticing Gu Chengfeng and Luer approaching, she set down her teacup. "Ear, you have grown even more beautiful in these few days," Gu Chengfeng remarked with a smile as he settled beside the poised young lady. It must be said that Ziyi possessed an exceptional grace. Her demeanor was dignified and elegant, exuding an air of nobility with every gesture and smile. As Gu Chengfeng gazed at her, Ziyi returned his gaze, though her delicate cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson and shyness, as if she had been lost in thought. "Young master, you jest," she replied. "I came to inquire about." Entering the chambers. Mid-sentence, Ziyi suddenly froze, then quickly recovered, exclaiming, No. I meant to discuss matters regarding the Bayan Academy." Upon uttering those words, her face turned crimson, especially when meeting Gu Chengfeng's earnest gaze. Instinctively, she covered her face and turned her head away, unable to bear looking at him any longer. How embarrassing! How could she have blurted out her earlier thoughts so carelessly? Such a blunder was beneath her. In truth, I do not mind at all. If you are willing, it is truly no issue. Gu Chengfeng spoke with a serious countenance, though inwardly, he was amused. This girl took far too long to process things. It had been a week since their last conversation, and she was still preoccupied with the topic they had previously discussed. Had she been pondering it for an entire week? Rising slowly, he moved to the water vat under the eaves, glancing at the reflection in the water. With a slight nod, he acknowledged, "Indeed, I appear somewhat handsome. It is no wonder Ear cannot help but think of me. Did you not mention it was about the Bayan Academy?" Zir exclaimed, visibly flustered. "Miss, would you like me to secretly leave the door ajar for you tonight?" Luer chimed in, leaning closer to Zir. "Go away." Zir shot Luer a glare, irritated, and spat playfully. "You have corrupted me with your antics." "Humph, it is you who taught me," Luer retorted with a pout. All right. Let us return to the matter at hand." Gu Chengfeng shook his head and resumed his seat, turning his attention back to Zir, and asked earnestly, "When does the Bayan Academy commence admission?" Haraha. As he spoke, Gu Chengfeng could hardly contain his laughter, chuckling heartily. Luer, beside him, was in fits of giggles, nearly losing her balance. "You dare to say that?" Zir's cheeks flared with embarrassment, almost as if she would draw her sword in indignation, causing Luer to quickly cover her mouth in shock. The two fell silent. With a huff, Zir finally declared, "In 1 week, the Bayan Academy's martial arts enrollment will begin, right here in the ancient wilderness city." Looking back at Gu Chengfeng, the reward for securing the first place in this martial arts competition is a soul crystal containing a 6th grade cold sword martial spirit, which may aid the young master in mending his fractured martial spirit. The mention of soul crystal ignited a spark of excitement in Gu Chengfeng's eyes. Just as he was pondering how to acquire one, it has fortuitously appeared. Regardless of the circumstances, this soul crystal must be obtained. Young master, you must strive for this. Acquiring this soul crystal was no small feat, as Miss exerted great effort to persuade the dean. Green. Z interrupted Green's words, gently shaking her head. "I firmly believe that you shall undoubtedly secure the first place. Rest assured I will." Gu Chengfeng nodded, though he regarded Z with a hint of puzzlement. Although Green's statement remained unfinished, he grasped its essence. The reason this soul crystal was included among the rewards was entirely due to Z's efforts. She had done this for him. This revelation stirred a subtle emotion within Gu Chengfeng, while simultaneously deepening his curiosity regarding Z's true identity. However, since Z chose not to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. Chapter 27, The Northern and Academy, Enrollment Assessment. "Ear, do you not need to participate in the assessment?" Gu Chengfeng suddenly inquired, as a thought struck him. The prowess of Zir was so profound that even he could not fully comprehend it. If she were to compete, the first place would undoubtedly belong to her. To face Zir in combat, he had to admit, he held no confidence whatsoever. Of course, the young lady does not require it, Greener declared, lifting her head proudly. Indeed, Gu Chengfeng quickly realized, having already persuaded the headmaster of the Northern and Academy, acquiring a student token would be a trivial affair. There was no necessity for any assessment. "By the way, my lord, I have heard that Ling Kaier has obtained a great opportunity in the Divine Burial Grounds, having condensed her 2nd martial soul, thus becoming a top-tier genius with dual martial souls." Dual martial souls. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but clench his teeth slightly. That wretched woman. What a farcical opportunity. It was clearly the result of stealing his martial soul and merging it into her own. Moreover, her cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Master Realm, on the verge of advancing to the Great Master stage. "You must be cautious, my lord," Zir cautioned Gu Chengfeng. "Ling Kaier will surely participate in the Northern and Academy's martial assessment, and given the enmity between the two of them, it is destined to conclude with one of their blood." Gu Chengfeng remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The Northern and Academy had already sent individuals to approach her, and it was highly probable that a special recruitment token would be prepared specifically for Ling Kaier for this martial assessment. A special recruitment token, you say? It seems some matters indeed require resolution, Gu Chengfeng mused, his gaze profound, with a blood-stained black sword faintly visible. Specially recruited students are the most exceptional among the Academy. They enjoy numerous privileges and access to the finest cultivation resources within the Northern and Academy. However, with him present, Ling Kaier is destined to be nothing more than a corpse. A corpse has no chance of acquiring a special recruitment token. At that moment, A faint smile crept onto the boy's lips, yet it bristled with a chilling malice. Even Zi'er and Greener could distinctly sense it. Observing the boy's smile, Zi'er quietly murmured to herself, offending him may well be Ling Kai's gravest error. After bidding farewell to Gu Chengfeng, as Zi'er stepped out of the Lingxi courtyard, the voice of ancestor Ling Xiao resonated in her mind. In just 1 week, his cultivation has surged from the 2nd level of the Master Realm to the 8th level. What astonishing speed! Even with my assistance in cultivating Zi'er, such progress would be unattainable. What? Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment graced Zi'er's delicate features. How is he achieving this? Even with immense confidence in Gu Chengfeng, she was still slightly taken aback. Surely, even with the elixirs provided by the sect master, such a rapid ascent could not be attained. Ancestor Ling Xiao spoke gravely. It seems this young man harbors numerous secrets. Such a rate of advancement is far beyond what ordinary cultivation can yield. In the vast world, perhaps there remains a possibility. Yet here, it is utterly impossible. It seems that the calamity of the Lingfeng sect is imminent. In the grand ancient city, the central square buzzed with activity. On this day, the square was thronged with people from various sects and family powers of the great ancient land, alongside a multitude of onlookers, numbering in the thousands. Surrounding the elevated central platform were 10 colossal battle arenas. At that moment, each arena hosted a single individual. These 10 individuals were none other than the most renowned prodigies in the great ancient land. Among them were Chun Fei, the newly appointed holy son of the Lingfeng sect; Luo Nanxi, the esteemed young lady of the Luohua sect; Yun Ao, the holy son of the Luohua sect; and Gu Ling, the young master of the Gu family, one of the 3 prominent families of the ancient city. Each of these 10 could indeed be regarded as a formidable genius. But where are the representatives from the Ziyun sect? Could it be that this year's Ziyun sect disciples are so lacking in merit? The holy son Lu Yani and the Holy Maiden Zi'er are both quite powerful, are they not? Zi'er already secured her position and need not participate, whereas Lu Yani, it is said, was replaced as holy son by Gu Chengfeng. Yet, I recall that Gu Chengfeng was said to have had his martial soul destroyed by the Lingfeng sect. How could a mere invalid possibly take such a position? Rumor has it that he has an illicit relationship with Zi'er, thus obtaining his position through underhanded means. The crowd erupted into fervent discussions, especially upon the mention of Gu Chengfeng's name, as emotions ran high, and many were eager to voice their opinions. In recent days, rumors about Gu Chengfeng had spread like wildfire, propelled by the Lingfeng sect. How outrageous! Boss, just wait and see as I handle them. Gu Chengfeng's companion, Lu Yani, called him boss with great ease, having come from the Ziyun sect all the way to this moment. Beside them stood the sect leader Yun Tianhua and the Grand Elder. The Bayan Academy was admitting only 10 ordinary candidates along with 1 special admission, totaling 11. No matter how many more came, it was futile. To take the initial blows before striking back, wasn't that uncomfortable? Gu Chengfeng was unperturbed. Indeed, this was preferable as it spared him the trouble. Indeed, Lu Yani exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. How could I have overlooked such brilliance from you, boss? At that instant, a resounding cry from a snow eagle pierced the sky. The crowd's gaze instinctively turned towards the heavens. A radiant white light streaked across the sky, descending upon the central platform, and 2 figures slowly emerged from the back of the snow eagle. It was the enrollment mentor, Mu Yui. The crowd instantly recognized the woman in front, who was also the master of the snow eagle. However, when their eyes fell upon the young girl behind Mu Yui, gasps of astonishment erupted. It was the Holy Maiden Ling Kai of the Lingfeng sect. No one had anticipated that Ling Kai would be personally escorted by the enrollment mentor Mu Yui. In the vast and ancient wasteland, it is only I, the saintess of Lingfeng sect, who possesses such extraordinary honor, is it not? Ha ha! Upon witnessing this, Du Tiannan, the leader of Lingfeng sect, could not help but burst into laughter. That despicable woman! Gu Chengfeng's eyes suddenly narrowed, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashing within. As if sensing Gu Chengfeng's hostility, Ling Kai on the high platform immediately turned her gaze towards him. At the moment their eyes met, a smirk curled at the corners of her lips. Her red lips moved, silent yet unmistakably conveying the message. Dare you participate in the martial arts contest? Watch how I play with your demise. Boss, look quickly. That woman has the special recruitment token from Bayan Academy at her waist, exclaimed Lu Yani, pointing at Ling Kai. his teeth clenched in frustration. The contest hasn't even begun, and the recruitment instructor has already bestowed her the token. She truly shows no regard for you, boss. Evidently, Lu Yunyi was not alone in his observation, as murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd. Silence. Just then, the recruitment instructor, Mu Yui, uttered a sharp command. If anyone believes they can defeat Ling Kaier, they may come forth. Whoever wins shall claim the special recruitment token. As these words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the arena. No one dared utter another word. With her dual martial souls, Ling Kaier had undeniably become the foremost prodigy in the entire wasteland. Moreover, it was said that her methods were ruthless, with a penchant for killing. Who would dare challenge her? Unless one was seeking death. How has a shameless woman, one who doesn't even care for her own face, become the greatest prodigy of our wasteland? Yet, at that very moment, a voice suddenly pierced the sky, resonating throughout the entire square. Chapter 28. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. In the next moment, a figure surged forth from the crowd, landing squarely on the central platform. As the figure settled, the onlookers recognized it to be Gu Chengfeng, eliciting a wave of astonishment throughout the entire square. No one had anticipated that this Gu Chengfeng, whose martial soul had been rendered useless by Ling Kaier, would still dare to provoke her. Having lost his martial soul was not enough. Was he now courting death? Ha ha ha. Following the initial uproar, a cacophony of laughter erupted. Gu Chengfeng's audacity had rendered the spectators almost foolishly amused. It was a first to witness someone so eager to embrace their demise. That wretched scoundrel has truly arrived. Today, I shall ensure his end. On one side of the combat stage, Luo Nanqi's eyes ignited with a fierce killing intent upon seeing Gu Chengfeng. Did the leader not say that the first to step forward would receive the first beating? Why had he taken the initiative? Lu Yunyi stared in disbelief at the scene, his eyes widening. The leader has made his move, so I shall follow suit. With that, he charged towards the combat stage. Gu Chengfeng, you seek death. Upon witnessing this, Ling Kaier on the high platform briefly flashed a ruthless glint in her eyes. In an instant, her long sword became enveloped in a radiant brilliance, and faint breezes of sword energy could be sensed emanating from the blade. A sword cultivator, Ling Kaier had transformed into a sword wielder. This sudden revelation caused many to gasp in astonishment. The dual martial soul talent was already formidable, yet her aptitude was astonishingly strong. It was no wonder that prior to the assessment, Bayan Academy had directly entrusted her with a special recruitment token. Previously, some had felt that Bayan Academy was somewhat unfair. But in this moment, such skepticism dissipated instantly due to Ling Kaier's identity as a sword cultivator. Kaier, is he the lecher you claim to have incapacitated? The recruiting mentor, Mu Yui, cast a disdainful glance at Gu Chengfeng. Indeed, it is he. Ling Kaier nodded affirmatively. A vile character, morally corrupt and devoid of righteousness. Mu Yui spat contemptuously at Gu Chengfeng. Such a person is unworthy of entering Bayan Academy. She then pointed sternly at the platform below and commanded Gu Chengfeng, leave this sacred ground at once. Do not desecrate it. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed momentarily but quickly relaxed. He looked at Mu Yui and asked, are you a mentor at Bayan Academy? Indeed. Mu Yui could hardly be bothered to spare Gu Chengfeng another glance. The very presence of such a character repulsed her. This leads me to ponder, when did Bayan Academy invite a stray dog to serve as a mentor? Who are you calling a stray dog? At this, Mu Yui's anger flared, and she shot a fierce glare at Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng lightly shook his head, remarking, the only thing that bites without provocation is a wild dog. I cannot think of anything else. He had initially come to seek Ling Kaier and had no intention of engaging with others. However, upon being insulted, he decided not to indulge the hostility. You. At that moment, Mu Yui's face flushed with anger. As a mentor from the Northern Academy, she was accustomed to being revered wherever she went, and no one had ever dared to demean her in such a manner. Watch as I tear your vile mouth apart. Mu Yui was ready to take action. Mentor Mu, as an admission instructor, do you consider your actions appropriate? Just then, another figure appeared in the void. And who might you be? Mu Yui glared at the figure. The middle-aged man proclaimed, I am Yun Tianhua, the sect leader of the Ziyun sect. Very well, I shall remember your Ziyun sect. Mu Yui gritted her teeth. She then turned sharply to Gu Chengfeng, declaring, to participate in the assessment, I shall grant you the opportunity to seize a battle platform. Otherwise, you lack the qualifications to challenge Kaier. As she spoke, Her gaze swept over the others on their respective platforms, prompting them to eagerly prepare for action. This was indeed a chance to win Mu Yui's favor, with the mere cost of eliminating a worthless opponent. Why not seize it? May I inquire, Minter Mu? Was that statement uttered from the mouth of a dog? Gu Chengfeng scoffed dismissively. She said it herself, if you dare to challenge, step onto the platform. The special invitation token belongs to whoever wins. Now you wish to deny it? You. Mu Yui clenched her fists, suppressing her fury as she stated. This is the rule. If you do not adhere to it, I shall immediately revoke your qualification to participate. Now you remember the rules. Is it also a rule to distribute special tokens before the challenge has begun? Gu Chengfeng sneered. Utterly ridiculous. Boss, don't waste your breath on an old woman. Come here. Just then, from the distance of platform 3, a voice resounded. Lu Yunyi had already knocked one of the contestants off the platform. Gu Chengfeng glanced at Ling Kaier and Mu Yui. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. He then stepped onto Lu Yunyi's platform, while Lu Yunyi departed in search of a new target. Do not compete with me. Gu Chengfeng's life is mine to claim. In an instant, a figure rushed to Gu Chengfeng's platform, causing many onlookers to gasp in surprise. Those who had intended to rush onto the platform immediately halted their advance. It was Bai Wielding, the young master of the Bai family, one of the 3 prominent families in the great desolate ancient city. His cultivation was at the 4th level of the master realm, and his strength was undeniably formidable. Long before, his reputation had already resonated throughout the entire ancient city. Dare to offend Minter Mu? Today, you shall learn how to write the character for death. Bai Wielding glared at Gu Chengfeng, letting out a cold snort. Such a loquacious fool. Gu Chengfeng retorted with a scoff. In an instant, the cloud sky sword was unsheathed, slicing through the air with a brilliant flash before vanishing before Bai Wielding. He was caught completely off guard, and his head tumbled to the ground. It was an instantaneous annihilation. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. They had often labeled Gu Chengfeng as a useless individual. Could a so-called weakling truly possess such formidable prowess? A mere incompetent could only resort to ambush. Just then, a disdainful snort emanated from the 5th battle platform. Chen Fei, the newly appointed holy son of Lingfeng's sect, abandoned his position and rushed to confront Gu Chengfeng. The accusation of ambush immediately enlightened the crowd. Only through stealth could one achieve such swift extermination of Bai Wielding. They were eager to witness how many more holy sons Lingfeng's sect could produce. A smirk danced upon Gu Chengfeng's lips as the sword light flickered anew in his hand. Although Chen Fei vocally accused Gu Chengfeng of underhanded tactics, he understood the latter's strength all too well, and thus, he dared not let his guard down. The moment he stepped onto the platform, his 5th-grade eagle martial soul enveloped him entirely. His form ascended into the air, transforming into an eagle. With fists like talons tearing towards Gu Chengfeng's head, Chen Fei, eliminate him, echoed a low command from the sect leader of Lingfeng's sect. However, the final syllable of his command was abruptly silenced. In the air, only a spray of blood and the severed remains of a body remained. This, the esteemed holy son of Lingfeng's sect, had perished so effortlessly. In that moment, the surrounding crowd could not help but gasp in horror. They had witnessed it all clearly. It was certainly not a mere ambush. What level of cultivation did this individual possess? Confusion flashed in many eyes. To slay 2 opponents in succession without revealing his own cultivation was undeniably terrifying. Chapter 29. A blade's sharpness moves. The sword is faster than the man. Chen Fei. Damn it. Upon witnessing this scene, the lord of Lingfeng's sect, Du Tiannan, was instantly filled with rage. The second holy son had fallen at the hands of Gu Chengfeng. Du Tiannan could not help but roar, Gu Chengfeng, I will not let you off the hook. What? Brother Du, how about we have a little spar? A teasing voice floated from a distance. It was Yun Tianhua, causing Du Tiannan's heart to tremble. Casting a glance at Yun Tianhua's figure, Du Tiannan snorted, You'd best not be too arrogant. Yun Tianhua raised an eyebrow. What? Unconvinced. If you're unwilling, our 2 sects can still clash. Humph. Du Tiannan ceased to respond. Is there anyone else who wishes to court Mu Yui? Step forward, and I shall slay you. Gu Chengfeng's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice cold and indifferent. Yet, in that moment, those who had been eager to engage fell into silence. The fact that Gu Chengfeng had already killed 2 individuals made them realize a stark truth. He was far from the rumored waste. On the contrary, his strength was formidable. But no one was willing to wager their lives for a mere smile from Mu Yui. "You dog, I shall claim your life." Just then, Luo Nanshi shouted angrily and was about to charge onto Gu Chengfeng's third battle platform. However, she was halted by a voice. "Nanshi, allow me. He is not worthy of your effort." As the words fell, a figure appeared directly on the third battle platform. Yun Ao, the holy son of Luo Hua sect. Goodness! How many people has Gu Chengfeng offended? The crowd was left astounded. Not only were there many adversaries, but each was more powerful than the last. Yun Ao's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Master Realm, a being that could undoubtedly rank among the finest in the vast wilderness. Who would have thought that even he would step in? Yun Ao, it has been quite a while since I last saw him. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Gu Chengfeng could not help but smile faintly. He vaguely remembered their last encounter at a martial arts exchange hosted by Lingfeng's sect a year ago. At that time, Yun Ao had indeed been strong, and even Gu Chengfeng could only manage a stalemate. "Gu Chengfeng, since we are acquainted, how about I take you before Nanshi? You can kneel and apologize to her with 3 respectful bows, and we shall consider this feud settled. What do you say?" Yun Ao gently shook his head, unwilling to kill Gu Chengfeng. "In that case," Gu Chengfeng pointed towards the distant Luo Nanshi, "have her bow to me 3 times, and we can consider it resolved. Since we are acquainted, do not take my kindness for weakness." Hearing these words, Yun Ao's brows furrowed. Respect is not given by others, Gu Chengfeng smiled. Pointing at the sword in his hand, "It is bestowed by this." Very well. Yun Ao ceased further conversation, and the power of his martial soul surged around him. The 6th grade Outyin Tiger martial soul enveloped his entire being in the fierce illusion of a mighty tiger. "Do not accuse me of bullying. Unleash your martial soul's power." A resounding roar simultaneously reached Gu Chengfeng's ears. "No need." Gu Chengfeng shook his head, his fingers gliding gently over the blade of the Yunxiao sword. "This will suffice to deal with you." As arrogant as ever, Yun Ao snorted coldly, choosing not to speak further. He then raised his fist with sudden ferocity, launching a massive tiger fist towards Gu Chengfeng. The tremendous force of the punch howled as it rushed towards Gu Chengfeng's face, the gale swirling in its wake, seemingly intent on shattering him to pieces. The punch's vigor revealed that Yun Ao had indeed cultivated to a remarkable level. Witnessing this scene, many onlookers were taken aback with astonishment. Such mastery could only be achieved by the elite, a feat unattainable by mere mortals. Whoosh! At that moment, Gu Chengfeng raised the Yuxiao sword, and in an instant, a sword wind surged forth from its blade. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Yun Ao's punch was obliterated into nothingness. The sword wind, fierce and unyielding, sliced through the remnants of the punch. "Sword wind, you too have become a swordsman." Yun Ao felt a chill run through him. He dared not underestimate this development, swiftly retreating to the side, unwilling to confront the sharpness of the sword wind head-on. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of light caught his eye. When he blinked, a sword was already poised at his throat. "Gu Chengfeng, you!" Yun Ao gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for Gu Chengfeng's speed, not only with the sword but also in movement. With the blade against his throat, his life now depended on the whims of another. A swordsman! The crowd erupted in astonishment. In the desolate ancient lands, where no swordsman had emerged for centuries, 2 had appeared on the same day. How could this be possible? Even Du Tiannan, the sect master of Lingfeng's sect, widened his eyes in disbelief. How could Gu Chengfeng become a swordsman? His expression soured considerably. Had he known of Gu Chengfeng's aptitude in the sword arts, he would never have allowed Ling Kaier to provoke him. With both Ling Kaier and Gu Chengfeng as swordsmen in Lingfeng's sect, who could rival them in the entire desolate ancient lands? Alas, there were no what-ifs. "If it is not mine, then it must perish." Du Tiannan scoffed internally. "Go back. I shall spare your life." Meeting Yun Ao's gaze, Gu Chengfeng sheathed the Yuxiao sword and turned back to his previous position. In the past, there had existed a mutual respect between the two, and thus, he chose to spare his life. Yun Ao licked his dry lips, having felt nothing moments ago, but now realized that cold sweat had drenched the back of his head. "Yun Ao, kill him." Just then, Luo Nanshi's voice resounded again, sending a tremor through Yun Ao's body. He glanced back at Luo Nanshi before returning his gaze to Gu Chengfeng's retreating figure. In that moment, he bit his teeth together, seemingly resolved to a certain determination. "Gu Chengfeng, do not blame me. Perish." With a low growl, he charged directly at Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng's back was completely exposed before him, presenting an exquisite opportunity to slay him. If he succeeded, Luo Nanshi would agree to marry him. He had awaited this day for far too long. Thus, he could only express his apologies to Gu Chengfeng. Alas, Gu Chengfeng merely shook his head gently. In the next instant, the Yunxiao sword, grasped firmly in his hand, surged forth from his waist with astonishing speed. With a swift sound, the blade's formidable edge instantaneously shredded through Yuan Ao's fist, piercing through his very being. Yuan Ao's body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Until his dying breath, he could scarcely comprehend how Gu Chengfeng's sword could be so sharp, so swift. Even a sword cultivator should not possess such prowess. Yuan Ao was dead. Yet, Gu Chengfeng did not falter in his stride, returning to the position he had occupied before. With a flick of his hand, the sword embedded in Yuan Ao's body emitted a brilliant flash and rejoined Gu Chengfeng's grasp. It seemed that to slay a Yuan Ao was an effortless task for him. Yuan Ao, Yuan Ao. Two voices, filled with fury and disbelief, resounded from opposite directions. One was from Luo Nanshi, the other from Luo Huazong's leader, Luo Lingfeng. Luo Lingfeng's brow furrowed, clenching his jaw tightly. Yuan Ao was the most gifted male disciple of the entire Luo Huazong, one in whom he had placed immense hopes. Little did he expect him to die so easily. He hadn't even obtained the student token from Ban Academy. Nanshi has killed him, through gritted teeth. The enraged Luo Lingfeng turned his gaze toward Luo Nanshi, unleashing a furious shout. Today, he would undoubtedly perish. Luo Nanshi nodded and shouted in anger. Then, she transformed into a streak of light, rushing onto Gu Chengfeng's battle platform. The humiliation suffered by Ziyun's sect, combined with the grudge against Yuan Ao, would not be settled unless Gu Chengfeng was slain. Chapter 30. Offense as Defense, a Confident Sword. Gu Chengfeng. Luo Nanshi's gaze was fixed intensely upon the youth before her, as a long sword materialized in her hand. At the moment the sword was aimed at Gu Chengfeng, it suddenly ignited in a fierce blaze. The flames swirled, forming fiery whirlwinds that instantly elevated the temperature of the entire arena by several degrees. A sixth-grade spirit, flame, martial soul. Under the manifestation of her martial soul, Luo Nanshi's entire being was enveloped in a torrent of flames. In that fleeting instant, she resembled a deity of fire, radiating overwhelming might. The aura of the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm emanated from her, a testament to her formidable strength, truly befitting the young lady of the Luo family. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Luo Nanshi's talent and prowess had already spread throughout the vast ancient lands. However, the world only recognized her strength without understanding the source of her might. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the true terror of this young woman. Luo Nanshi, indeed impressive. Even Mu Yui, upon the high platform, couldn't help but nod slightly in approval. Such talent and strength, while not quite on par with Ling Kai, were nonetheless sufficient to earn a place in the Ban Academy. Eliminate this boy, and I shall personally escort you to the Ban Academy. The words from Mu Yui were laden with unmasked admiration for Luo Nanshi. Thank you, Mentor Mu. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, she charged fiercely towards Gu Chengfeng, sword in hand, exclaiming, You wretched creature, perish. The overwhelming flames surged upon her long sword, engulfing it in endless radiance, intent on completely consuming Gu Chengfeng. 8th level of the Grandmaster realm. Gu Chengfeng gently raised his gaze, then similarly grasped his Yunxiao sword, wielding it with the swiftness of the wind. Bang! Bang! The sword winds collided with Luo Nanshi's flame-laden sword, erupting in a tempest of fire. The scorching waves swept forth, and Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, drawing his sword to carve out several winds to counter the searing flames. He had underestimated Luo Nanshi. Though she was not a swordsman, her mastery over flames was equally profound. The path of fire she practiced had reached the realm of wind, achieving an exquisite level of finesse. The fiery winds clung to her sword, each strike unleashing a powerful and intense blaze. The exquisite fiery winds were increasingly captivating. On the high platform, Mu Yui smiled subtly. At such a tender age, possessing such a realm could be considered exceptional even within the Ban Academy. It appeared that this expedition to the vast ancient lands would yield her two remarkable talents. Flame Hell. Realizing she could not break through Gu Chengfeng's sword winds, Luo Nanshi furrowed her brow and called out, With the eruption of a mid-tier human-grade martial technique, the fiery winds surged to an unparalleled intensity, transforming into several fiery serpents. They struck towards Gu Chengfeng from multiple directions. Let us see how many you can withstand. Her cold voice revealed a palpable killing intent. It seemed this was your limit, and it was time for it to come to an end. Gu Chengfeng chuckled lightly, shaking his head. He had initially wished to witness the prowess of the illustrious Luo Nanshi, yet it seemed he was merely an illusion. With a thunderous roar, the sword transformed into a radiant arc, swiftly breaking forth. Such arrogance, courting death. To forsake defense while contemplating an attack, transforming offense into defense. What unfounded confidence. Gu Chengfeng was doomed. Observing this scene, Luo Lingfeng's lips curled into a chilling smile. Others may not comprehend the might of Luo Nanshi's blaze howl, but as his father, he understood all too well. With 4 fiery serpents approaching, even if Gu Chengfeng possessed the peak prowess of a 9th-tier master, he would either perish or be gravely wounded. Moreover, it was inconceivable that Gu Chengfeng could possess such strength. Flame Shield. As the 4 fire serpents surged toward Gu Chengfeng, Luo Nanshi conjured a flame shield before him to counter the blade's edge. Bang! Yet, in the very moment the flame shield was formed, it shattered explosively. Hiss! After a sharp sound, Luo Nanshi felt a sudden pain in his chest. Glancing down to find a sword mark had already pierced his garment. Blood surged forth from his chest. What? An astonishingly swift sword. Luo Nanshi barely managed to utter a word before his consciousness plunged into darkness, collapsing to the ground. With Luo Nanshi's fall, the 4 fire serpents racing toward Gu Chengfeng instantaneously lost their momentum, dissipating before him. What strength, what confidence! The crowd erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps. Gu Chengfeng's sword perfectly illustrated the essence of self-assurance. Had he exhibited even a modicum less confidence, he would not have chosen such a method to break the impasse. If Luo Nanshi's flame shield had withstood even for a moment, Gu Chengfeng would have been engulfed by the 4 fire serpents. At that juncture, the outcome would have been entirely reversed. Yet, Gu Chengfeng achieved it. Truly defensive through offense. This all echoed a singular notion: confidence. Only with profound trust in his own sword could one accomplish such a feat. The stunning swan sword. In that moment, even the pupils of Du Tiannan, the leader of Lingfeng's sect, widened. A flicker of struggle danced in the depths of his gaze. The third form of the Lingfeng sword technique, the stunning swan sword. This was something even he, the sect leader, had failed to master. Now, it blossomed in the hands of Gu Chengfeng, a pariah of the sect. Gazing at the youthful figure on the stage, Du Tiannan's expression darkened. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Without Gu Chengfeng, Ling Kaier would flourish. 1 Ling Kaier was worth 10 Gu Chengfengs. It was indeed a profitable trade. Nanshi. As Luo Nanshi lay on the ground, a tremor of extreme fury erupted from the crowd. In an instant, a streak of light appeared beside Luo Nanshi's body, trembling as it cradled him in its arms. A hand pressed incessantly against the wound of the lifeless body, as if staunching the blood would somehow revive the young girl. Yet, the gradual chill of the corpse forced him to confront the harsh reality of Luo Nanshi's death. Nanshi! Nanshi! His anguished cries ascended to the heavens, infused with boundless fury and a thirst for vengeance. His gaze suddenly fixed upon Gu Chengfeng, and in an instant, his body transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards him. Exuding an overwhelming aura, the mastery of a grand master loomed like a mountain, unleashing a tremendous pressure aimed at Gu Chengfeng. Bang! However, in the next moment, a sword shadow abruptly halted Luo Lingfeng's advance. If the young cannot prevail, shall the old step in? Is there no room for dignity? Yin Tianhua, a smile gracing his lips, stood beside Gu Chengfeng. As he spoke, he patted Gu Chengfeng on the shoulder, saying, "Chengfeng, well done." "Master," Gu Chengfeng replied with a smile. "Yin Tianhua, you are courting death." In his fury, Luo Lingfeng abandoned all restraint, consumed by a singular desire to eliminate Gu Chengfeng and avenge his daughter. "Whoever obstructs me shall perish." Enough. Just as Luo Lingfeng lunged again at Yun Tianhua, a sharp rebuke echoed from the high platform. "This is the recruitment battle stage of the Bayan Academy. If you wish to fight, seek another venue." Mu Yui, although equally intent on eliminating this vile character, as a recruitment mentor, could not permit such a disturbance. Luo Lingfeng gritted his teeth, casting a glance between Mu Yui and Yun Tianhua. I shall not rest until this grievance is avenged. With a roar, he cradled Luo Nanshi's lifeless body and ascended into the air. In that moment, gazing upon his daughter's pallid, bloodless visage, his heart bled. Rest assured, Nanshi, your father will offer the blood of the entire Zun sect in your honor. Subsequently, a communication talisman appeared in his hand. You seek to join forces to annihilate the Zun sect? I accept. Haha, splendid. From the crowd in the square, Du Tiannan's hearty laughter resonated. Observing the figure of the young man on the battle stage, Du Tiannan's lips curled into a slight smirk. It seems I owe you my gratitude. The Zun sect's time has come to an end. Chapter 31, The Prodigy. Forever a prodigy. Where did this martial soul originate? On the high platform, Ling Kaier furrowed her brows. The world claims that Gu Chengfeng's martial soul is but a shattered remnant. Yet, she knows all too well that Gu Chengfeng's martial soul resides within her dantian. A mere broken martial soul cannot exist. However, the strength he exhibited, beyond that of a sword cultivator, clearly indicated at least a mastery of the ninth layer. Without a martial soul, such prowess would be unattainable. But no matter how she pondered, she could not comprehend how Gu Chengfeng had reassembled his martial soul. It must be that wretched woman, Zihe. Suddenly realizing, the young girl couldn't help but curse under her breath. Mu Yui had already informed her of Ziyer's identity. It must be Ziyer who had reforged Gu Chengfeng's martial soul. Glancing at the youth on the battle stage, Ling Kaier couldn't help but sneer. Even if you have reforged your martial soul, you shall still meet your demise. Only the dead cannot speak. Otherwise, she might face disgrace. Mentor, may I ask if I can challenge Ling Kaier now? Gu Chengfeng's gaze, laced with mockery, turned towards Mu Yui. The battlefield had become desolate, with 3 platforms now empty. Chen Fei, Yun Ao, and Luo Nanshi, 3 prodigies, had fallen, plunging the remaining platforms into chaos. Yet, none dared approach Gu Chengfeng. He had sacrificed 4 lives, making it abundantly clear to all present that any who dared to ascend the stage would face certain death. Who would be foolish enough to provoke Gu Chengfeng? Rather than risk it, they preferred to vie for spots on other platforms. Kaier, what say you? Mu Yui's gaze fell upon Ling Kaier, who smiled faintly. When the king of hell calls for souls, why must one intervene? As she spoke, she produced 2 items, a special recruitment token and a 6th-grade cold sword martial soul crystal. Mu Mentor, to avoid accusations of unfairness, it is better that you hold these. Very well. Mu Yui nodded, surprised by how thoroughly the girl had planned. Remarkably, she had prepared both the recruitment token and the martial soul crystal in advance for Ling Kaier, truly adhering to the rules. Lu Yunyi, standing on the 6th platform, couldn't help but scoff lightly. His voice was loud enough for all present to hear, clearly mocking Mu Yui for insisting that Gu Chengfeng play by the rules. Mu Yui's expression hardened, but she chose not to engage further. To argue with the younger generation would be to lose dignity and face, and, more importantly, yield no advantage. Young man, you may come to meet your end. With that, Mu Yui stepped aside on the battle platform. Gu Chengfeng remained silent, soaring onto the high platform. His gaze met Ling Kaier's in an instant. In that moment, the youth's eyes were icy, and the sword deep within his gaze seemed stained with the hue of murder, exuding a faint glimmer of blood. Faced with such intensity, even Ling Kaier felt a slight tremor of her spirit. Just the rage of the incapable. She gently shook her head. Ling Kaier abruptly raised her sword, pointing it directly at Gu Chengfeng. Brother Feng, prepare to meet your demise. A whisper escaped her lips. An ice lotus blossomed, instantly enveloping her in a cascade of ice petals, their ethereal blue radiance cloaking the young woman, resembling a resplendent ice lotus in full bloom. Frigid yet exquisite, it evoked a sense of suffocation in all who beheld it. The 5th-grade ice lotus martial soul, though not extraordinary, was undeniably formidable. Windblade. As her words fell, the sword in her hand erupted with a flurry of ice lotuses. Each bloom transformed into a blade of icy wind, slashing forth in a torrent, creating a tempest of ice that surged toward Gu Chengfeng. The pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Grandmaster realm was unleashed alongside the ice wind blades, emanating a powerful chill that could be felt by those hundreds of meters away. 9th stage pinnacle? Even Gu Chengfeng's gaze narrowed in surprise. Was this the terrifying prowess bestowed by her dual martial souls? He knew Ling Kaier too well. Her previous aptitude could only be deemed average. Yet, after merging with his spirit sword martial soul, She had ascended to a dual martial soul, drastically enhancing her capabilities. In less than a month, her cultivation had surged from the 2nd to the 9th stage pinnacle. Such speed was nothing short of astonishing. Windblade is not solely your domain. As the ice wind blades rushed towards him, Gu Chengfeng raised his sword with fervor. The wind blade surged forth, its might slicing through the void to clash against the ice wind blades. Crack, crack, crack. The moment their energies collided, sharp, piercing sounds echoed through the air. The ice wind blade shattered, yet simultaneously, Gu Chengfeng's wind blade was also consumed by the onslaught of the ice wind. 9th stage of the Grandmaster realm. This single strike unveiled his cultivation level to all present, causing many hearts to constrict in fear, though they had anticipated it. Witnessing it firsthand was still a jolt to the senses. Achieving such a level with a damaged martial soul was nearly miraculous. With this strength, it was no wonder that by Wielding, Chen Fei, Yin Ao, and even Luo Nanqi had all fallen before Gu Chengfeng. The subtle sword wins. In stark contrast to the crowd's astonishment, Mu Yui's pupils widened in an instant. She sensed the nuanced sword winds emanating from Gu Chengfeng's blade. This was the realm of nuanced sword winds, a level that only a few grandmasters could hope to grasp. Yet here it was, manifested in the hands of a mere youth. What extraordinary talent in the sword arts was this? Initially, she believed that her encounter with Ling Kaier, a remarkable swordswoman, was a stroke of fortune. Little did she expect that this young man's swordsmanship surpassed even Ling Kaier's by a significant margin. Ling Kaier's sword winds were still merely nuanced. However, she soon shook her head. No matter how exceptional one's talent and swordsmanship might be, it ultimately remains shackled by a fractured martial soul, with growth inevitably constrained. Coupled with a despicable character and a notorious reputation, such a person is destined to be nothing but a calamity. Your mastery of swordsmanship. At this moment, Ling Kaier could not help but widen her beautiful eyes, clearly sensing Gu Chengfeng's subtle sword intent. Otherwise, with just this single strike, it would have been impossible to tear apart her Ice Lotus sword wind. Her sword wind, after all, is augmented by her martial soul, while Gu Chengfeng possesses none. Do you think that by merging with my martial soul, you can also assimilate my swordsmanship talent? What a farce. Gu Chengfeng let out a cold laugh. A prodigy is destined to remain a prodigy. Relying on crooked paths will only lead to ephemeral glory. Like a soaring sword, gritting her teeth, Ling Kaier unleashed the second form of the Lingfeng sword technique once more, engaging Gu Chengfeng in combat again. The brilliance of the Ice Lotus burst forth, radiating formidable energy, as Gu Chengfeng brandished his long sword to parry her attacks. In that instant, the clash of sword lights erupted upon the high platform, leaving the onlookers both dazzled and filled with trepidation. Chapter 32, The Purple Sky Pendant, The Inheritance of the Mighty. Yet, at this moment, the crowd was engulfed in a tide of astonishment, provoked by a single statement from Gu Chengfeng. The fusion of Gu Chengfeng's martial soul. Could it be that his martial soul had not been destroyed, but rather had been excavated and merged by Ling Kaier? The practice of merging another's martial soul is notorious for its malevolence, ruthlessness, and insidiousness, and is regarded as a taboo within the realm of martial cultivation. Once employed, it invites scorn and disdain from the entire martial community. After all, no one wishes for their martial soul to reside within another's dantian. Such absurdity. If that were true, how could Gu Chengfeng's martial soul remain shattered? It should have vanished entirely. However, it was not long before the words of the sect master of Lingfeng sect resonated through the crowd, garnering widespread acknowledgement. There was no doubt that Gu Chengfeng possessed a martial soul within his dantian. The fact that Gu Chengfeng had not unleashed it could only imply that it was indeed broken, unable to manifest. This contradicted Gu Chengfeng's assertions entirely. Not a single word of truth escaped his lips. Mu Yui could not help but sneer. Boom. As both individuals unleashed their respective swords, the formidable force of their blades sent them reeling backwards. What is this? Are you not the prodigy with dual martial souls? Why have you yet to release your second martial soul? Are you afraid of revealing your malevolent deeds? Gu Chengfeng, wielding the cloud sky sword, regarded Ling Kaier with an expression of indifference. He lightly caressed the blade and quipped, "If you do not release it soon, I fear you may not have another opportunity." Ling Kaier clenched her teeth in frustration. In that moment, all traces of her earlier arrogance and aloofness had dissipated. Gu Chengfeng's prowess had far exceeded her expectations. She had initially believed a single strike would suffice to vanquish him, but after their clash, she realized that although her cultivation surpassed his, Gu Chengfeng's mastery of swordsmanship was unparalleled. Even with the fusion of martial souls and techniques, she found it impossible to defeat him, let alone gain any advantage. Moreover, Gu Chengfeng had yet to unleash his martial soul throughout their encounter. The crowd had evidently recognized this as well, their eyes fixed intently on Ling Kai'er. If she were to release Gu Chengfeng's martial soul, the truth would be laid bare. Kai'er, unleash your second martial soul and slay this brat. Yes, release your second martial soul. After Mu Yui's command, the crowd erupted in a chorus demanding Ling Kai'er to reveal her second martial soul, the spirit sword martial soul. Gritting her teeth, Ling Kai'er suddenly let out a low roar, and in an instant, a sword blossomed atop the ice lotus. The long sword merged seamlessly with her form, and the ice lotus sword was forged in that moment. Instantly, Ling Kai'er's power surged, doubling in intensity. The ferocious aura of the ice lotus sword threatened to rend the very fabric of the surrounding void. Could it truly be the sixth-tier spirit sword martial soul? Could it possibly be Gu Chengfeng's martial soul? No one could have anticipated that a sixth-grade spiritual sword martial soul truly existed. In an instant, the crowd was enveloped in astonishment. Even Mu Yui's expression grew solemn. She harbored an intense disdain for the act of forcibly merging martial souls and would never permit her own to engage in such conduct. Such individuals were unworthy of entering the Bayan Academy. What is the fuss about? In the past, the sect leader, by chance, acquired 2 sixth-grade spiritual sword martial soul crystals, one bestowed upon Gu Chengfeng and the other upon Ling Kai'er. Just then, Du Tianen's voice resonated. Although it dispelled the doubts of many, it was evidently insufficient to convince everyone. You shameless old dog, have you no decency? Previously, you claimed that Ling Kai'er achieved dual martial souls by chance, and now it has turned into a gift from you. On stage, Gu Chengfeng scoffed. What? Are you so infatuated with this wretched woman's body? Upon hearing this, Du Tianen's countenance darkened severely. If the rumors of his illicit affair with a female disciple were substantiated, he would no longer be able to navigate the ancient wilderness. He couldn't afford to lose that face. You wretched creature, dare to speak such nonsense again, and I shall personally end your life. Kai'er, take him down, came a fierce shout. Yes, master. Without Du Tianen needing to say more, she would not allow Gu Chengfeng to continue. Stunning swan sword. Following this, the long sword, enveloped in dual martial souls, transformed into a resplendent ice lotus sword, slicing through the air like a dazzling swan, directly sweeping toward Gu Chengfeng. How could one commit such shameless acts and still desire to maintain their dignity? Gu Chengfeng snorted coldly. Purple chi sword. Suddenly, an endless surge of purple energy erupted from the long sword, coalescing into an overwhelmingly powerful sword intent that swiftly struck against the oncoming ice lotus sword. Yet, at that moment, no one was focused on their confrontation. Instead, they were all reeling from Gu Chengfeng's recent declaration. If it were true that the esteemed sect leader had an affair with a saintess disciple, it would undoubtedly constitute explosive news. Coupled with Ling Kai'er's act of stealing Gu Chengfeng's martial soul, the two incidents intertwined, painting the master and disciple as utterly devoid of humanity. Far worse than beasts. Such scandalous affairs are rarely found even in literature. However, discerning the truth from falsehood remained a challenge. Boom. At that moment, the two sword intents on the battle platform collided. In an instant, ice lotus and purple energy intertwined, fiercely clashing against each other. Moments later, the ice lotus sword was shattered into fragments, while the purple sword intent continued its relentless pursuit of Ling Kai'er. With one clash, the outcome was determined. Even Ling Kai'er, unleashing the full power of her dual martial souls, was unable to withstand Gu Chengfeng's sword. The swordsman is invincible. Gu Chengfeng's sword was indeed an indomitable blade. Once drawn, it surged forth like a torrent. Ha ha ha, splendid. I knew you would master the purple Shaojin technique. The leader of the Ziyun sect, Yantianhua, laughed thunderously, his voice reverberating through the crowd. After centuries, someone has finally emerged to inherit the ancestral sword technique. Yantianhua believes that even a century hence, he will be able to greet his forebear with a smile. The legendary Zixiao sword technique. Oh my. A mid-tier earth-grade sword technique. The crowd trembled at Yantianhua's voice. They had long heard of the name Zixiao sword technique, but had never witnessed it with their own eyes. only to find it manifesting at this very moment. Could it be? At that instant, even Mu Yui's eyes widened in astonishment. Rumors had circulated in Bayan City that the unparalleled sword master, Yun Shuren, had left behind a legacy of the Zixiao sword technique centuries ago, yet it had vanished for hundreds of years. Who could have imagined that it would resurface here today? Ziyun sect, Yuntianhua sect. Could it be that the Ziyun sect is the very Yuntianhua sect from the Yunshao mountain range of Bayan City in those bygone days? At this moment, Mu Yui seemed to realize something, her entire face etched with profound shock. Furthermore, it was said that in addition to the Zixiao sword technique and the Yunshao sword, Yun Shuren had bequeathed another priceless treasure, the Zixiao pendant. Within the Zixiao pendant lies the inheritance of a formidable power. In those days, Yun Shuren's swordsmanship was derived from the Zixiao pendant. The entire martial arts community of Bayan City had sought it for centuries, yet to no avail. Chapter 33. The Might of the Sky-Swallowing Sword Martial Soul. Boom. Ling Kai executed several sword strikes before finally shattering the oncoming purple sword wind before her. However, her body was violently pushed back several paces by the force of the purple sword energy, her expression becoming exceedingly grim. I will kill you. Her face twisted in desperation. The ice lotus sword wind surged furiously towards Gu Chengfeng. It is time to settle the debt owed. Blood surged in the youth's eyes as he transformed into a beam of sword light, charging forth to meet the sword. With the Yunshao sword swirling in his grasp, wherever he passed, the ice lotus sword wind dissipated into nothingness. In but a moment, the youth's figure had already rushed before Ling Kai. Whoosh! The Yunshao sword, infused with resplendent sword might, swept horizontally toward Ling Kai's throat. Kai, be careful! Du Tianan exclaimed in alarm, even dashing to the base of the platform, ready to intervene should the situation turn dire. Yet, he arrived just as Yuntianhua did, firmly pinning him in place and denying him any chance to act. To kill me. You are not yet worthy. Gritting his teeth, Ling Kai roared in fury, the power of the ice lotus martial soul surging forth, igniting into an immense force that sent Gu Chengfeng and his sword flying backward. The young woman's face was stained a deep crimson. Burning the martial soul? Kai, are you? This scene elicited a gasp from Mu Yui not far away. The crowd was also taken aback. Burning the martial soul could indeed temporarily unleash the latent potential of the martial soul, resulting in a formidable surge of power. However, this course of action would inevitably inflict permanent damage upon one's martial soul. The consequences could range from a mere decline in rank to the utter ruin of one's martial spirit. Such a path is nothing short of self-sabotage. No one anticipated that in their fierce exchange, Ling Kai would be driven to such a desperate state by Gu Chengfeng. Die! Ling Kai shouted furiously, her sword slicing through the air with a ferocity aimed at Gu Chengfeng. The sheer force of the blade reverberated through the void, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Gu Chengfeng felt a chill run through him, yet he shook his head, murmuring softly, Zixiao sword technique, second form, Angxio sword. With those words, his sword ascended, soaring into the heavens. A majestic purple aura converged from all directions onto the blade, casting a violet glow that enveloped half the sky. Suddenly, it pierced downward through the void like a bolt of purple lightning, brimming with overwhelming power. Boom! In the next instant, it collided forcefully with the sword wielded by Ling Kai. Clang! The sound of shattering metal echoed as her sword shattered. Ling Kai's expression changed dramatically as she instinctively raised the broken sword to shield her chest, receiving the Angxio sword's strike upon its hilt. The terrifying force sent her reeling back several paces. With the ice lotus martial soul igniting fiercely, she managed to disperse Gu Chengfeng's attack, but a trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth. The onlookers were stunned, their scalps tingling with fear. So powerful. The might of Gu Chengfeng's strike was enough to overwhelm even Ling Kai, who had ignited her martial spirit. Is this the true essence of a sword cultivator? The crowd trembled in awe. In that moment, many questioned internally whether a youth with such mastery in the sword path could truly harbor intentions to insult the fiancé of the Sanctus. Look at Ling Kai. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, drawing all eyes to her. They beheld Ling Kai radiating sword energy, her power surging. Even her burning ice lotus martial soul had ceased its flames. A breakthrough. Ling Kai had ascended to the Grand Master realm. In an instant, the crowd erupted in cheers. their voices reaching a fever pitch. To comprehend and break through in the midst of battle, what extraordinary talent and potential. Gu Chengfeng was finished. In that fleeting moment, the sole thought occupying the minds of the spectators was this: the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Master Realm, a mere step away from the Grand Master Realm. Yet the difference in power was like night and day. Her strength had at least doubled. With Ling Kai's breakthrough, Gu Chengfeng would no longer stand a chance. Ha ha. My brother Feng, I truly owe you my gratitude for aiding my ascent to the Grand Master Realm. The girl laughed maniacally, her mirth rendering the blood at the corner of her mouth more chilling and sinister, sending shivers down spines. Fate decrees your demise. Remember, this is your destiny. The sword was raised once more. The broken sword erupted with overwhelming brilliance, sweeping fiercely toward Gu Chengfeng. This sword is the final strike. It is also the sword that resolves all grievances. Grandmaster. Gu Chengfeng's brows furrowed slightly, for he had never anticipated that Ling Kai would, at the last moment, break into the realm of the Grandmaster. In this instant, even he felt an immense pressure. It was the first time he truly sensed the weight of pressure when confronting Ling Kai. If that is the case, allow me to show you what a true martial soul is. As the words fell, a shadow of pitch-black sword energy enveloped Gu Chengfeng. The long sword in his hand instantly surged with overwhelming black power. A torrent of colossal devouring force erupted forth at that moment, transforming Gu Chengfeng into a voracious sword deity, ravenously consuming the spiritual energy from all directions. The rolling spiritual power was absorbed into his body, intensifying the aura of strength that surrounded the youth. All this energy coalesced entirely within the celestial sword he wielded. The sword remained still, yet its might extended 3 feet. It exuded a terrifying sword pressure. How could this be possible? Mu Yui, standing nearby, was instantly struck with horror as the martial soul within her trembled. It seemed to sense something dreadful. She possessed an 8th grade martial soul. Could it be that Gu Chengfeng's martial soul was of the 9th grade? At this moment, it was not solely her. The surrounding crowd shared the same disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Master, what kind of martial soul is this? From afar, Z, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Beyond the 9th grade, only 4 words echoed in her mind. 4 words laden with profound gravity. Clearly, Gu Chengfeng's martial soul was so extraordinary that even Patriarch Zixiao had never encountered it, sensing only its exceptionally high rank. Beyond the 9th grade. Upon hearing these words, the young girl felt her head buzz. Yet, soon after, a genuine smile graced her lips, a heartfelt joy for Gu Chengfeng. Child, your insight surpasses mine by far. After a considerable pause, the voice of Patriarch Zixiao resonated once more. Boom. When the long sword, empowered by the might of the devouring sky, sword martial soul, struck Ling Kai's broken sword, a thunderous roar reverberated. The shattered sword was obliterated, and Ling Kai was sent flying through the air, leaving behind a trail of blood mist before crashing violently to the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Her face had turned as pale as paper. You, what exactly is your martial soul? Cough. Ling Kai clutched her chest, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Chengfeng. Yet before she could finish her words, she spewed forth another mouthful of blood. In that moment, her entire aura diminished, leaving her utterly spent. Chapter 34. Who obstructs me, I shall slay. I must extend my gratitude to you. Were it not for you and that old dog Du Tianan, who extracted my soul, I would not have had the opportunity to reconstruct my martial spirit. Gazing upon Ling Kai, Gu Chengfeng's lips curled into a smile. Yet in that moment, his smile was imbued with a sanguine, murderous intent. With measured steps, the youth, sword in hand, advanced toward Ling Kai. Cloaked in the shadow of his black sword, he resembled a demonic sword deity, his eyes suffused with a blood-red hue, imparting an added air of ferocity to the already formidable youth. With each step he took, it was as if he tread upon the very essence of the girl's soul, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. When Gu Chengfeng's figure loomed before Ling Kai, her countenance drained of color, her eyes glazed over in terror, and her entire form quaked. Before the gathered crowd, he declared, I, Gu Chengfeng, have treated you with kindness. Why have you repaid me with such treachery? With his sword pointed at Ling Kai, he unleashed a sweeping strike, instantly carving a crimson line across her pallid face. A low growl resonated, and beneath the shroud of impending death, the girl quaked anew. Please, Brother Feng, spare my life. Faced with Gu Chengfeng's blade, fear enveloped her. In that moment, she genuinely feared, as though she had glimpsed her own demise. But she did not wish to perish. Blessed with unparalleled talent and potential, she was destined to become a formidable force in the future. How could she succumb so easily to death? Master. Instinctively, she yearned to call for Du Tiannan's rescue. Yet, upon witnessing Du Tiannan firmly obstructed by Yun Tianhua, the realization struck her that salvation was futile. Her gaze then shifted to Mu Yui, who appeared lost in the terror of Gu Chengfeng's formidable martial spirit, oblivious to her plight. It seemed no one could come to her aid. Desperation gripped her. Brother Feng, I have said it before, do not kill me. I am merely a victim of circumstance. Her voice trembled, her eyes glistening with fear. Swoosh. Another blade sliced across the other half of her face, flesh tearing, blood cascading. The delicate features of the girl were marred, leaving only a visage of horror and grotesqueness. Yet, it appeared she had become numb to pain, under the shadow of death. Pain was a distant concern. Speak. The youth's voice thundered again, the sword now poised at her throat. It was Du Tiannan. He violated me. If I did not comply, he threatened my life. Du Tiannan promised that if I yielded to him, he would help me extract your martial spirit and fuse it with mine, allowing me to become the unparalleled genius of the ancient wilderness. She sobbed, crawling to Gu Chengfeng's side, desperately seeking to grasp his leg, imploring for mercy. Begone, he retorted, kicking her away. The cold, murderous glint in his eyes sent tremors through her very soul. It was all Du Tiannan's doing. I did not intend this. Brother Feng, spare me. I shall first slay you, and then him. With that, the sword descended, aimed directly at Ling Kaiyer's throat. At this moment, the crowd had erupted in chaos, all astonished by Ling Kaiyer's revelations. Gu Chengfeng's words were indeed true. Ling Kaiyer's martial soul was derived from Gu Chengfeng's own, forming a dual martial soul. Moreover, the mastermind behind it all was none other than Du Tiannan, the leader of Lingfeng's sect. In that instant, countless gazes converged upon Du Tiannan, their expressions shifting from shock to disdain, then to shame, and finally to utter contempt. A treacherous female disciple had harmed her male counterpart, a disgrace that shattered the lowest standards of the martial arts community. You vile woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Du Tiannan was utterly frantic at this point, nearly wishing to personally execute this wretched woman. Yet, he found himself firmly obstructed by Yun Tianhua, unable to break through with his strength. He could only listen as Ling Kaiyer directed all blame towards him. You deceitful woman, it was you who seduced the sect leader and harmed Gu Chengfeng. And now you dare to shift the blame onto me. Du Tiannan roared, but his words only served to confirm the accusations. In an instant, the crowd's gazes were filled with even more scorn and loathing. Suddenly, the sword held by the young man was poised at Ling Kaiyer's throat. Just as the blade was about to pierce her, a deafening explosion erupted before her. Gu Chengfeng's figure was violently thrown aside. Mu Yui. Gu Chengfeng's eyes turned icy upon seeing the figure that appeared beside Ling Kaiyer. She is now a member of Bayan Academy. You have no right to kill her. Mu Yui shook her head indifferently. She then produced a special recruitment token, which bore the name Ling Kaiyer inscribed at its lower right corner. Her character will be dealt with upon her return to Bayan Academy, but it is not for outsiders to decide the fate of our members. At her words, the crowd erupted in uproar. Mu Minter, the recruitment has yet to commence. On what grounds do you issue her a token? Indeed, Mu Minter, Bayan Academy has always been known for its fairness and impartiality. What is the meaning of this? Voices of protest rang out from the crowd. Was Bayan Academy treating them like fools? If such favoritism were permissible, then what was the purpose of the martial arts recruitment? What Bayan Academy decides to do is not for you to criticize. Mu Yui shouted back at the crowd, though she loathed Ling Kaiyer's character. The special recruitment token had already been issued, and failing to bring her back could lead to serious trouble. Regardless of the circumstances, she had to ensure Ling Kaiyer's return. Anyone who obstructs me shall be slain. The young man suddenly barked. Then, the onlookers witnessed Gu Chengfeng's sword radiating with renewed vigor as he pointed it directly at Mu Yui, charging forward with a single strike. He was eager to discern the rationale behind Mu Yui's actions. You are courting death. Mu Yui furrowed her brow and let out a soft huff upon witnessing his audacity. With her sword in hand, she countered with equal fervor. She pondered how to eliminate Gu Chengfeng. for only his demise would render her issuance of the token to Ling Kaier justifiable. Otherwise, should Gu Chengfeng truly appear at the Ban Academy, the higher-ups would undoubtedly uncover her indiscriminate granting of special tokens, resulting in the irrevocable loss of her position as an admissions mentor. To her surprise, Gu Chengfeng had unwittingly delivered himself to her doorstep. Given this turn of events, she would not be held accountable for her actions. Striking against a mentor of the Ban Academy was a crime deserving of punishment. In that moment of confrontation, a grave charge was inevitably placed upon Gu Chengfeng. Boom! The two swords clashed, unleashing a formidable force of devouring energy that surged from Gu Chengfeng's blade, roaring into Mu Yui's sword. In an instant, an explosion of dark brilliance erupted. Gu Chengfeng's body was hurled backwards, crashing forcefully to the ground, his complexion paling dramatically. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Although the power of the swallowing sword martial soul was formidable, Mu Yui's cultivation was far superior. So much so that Gu Chengfeng found himself utterly bereft of any means of resistance. Chapter 35. The Venomous Beauty. You wretched creature. Though she had vanquished Gu Chengfeng, Mu Yui's countenance was far from pleasant. The formidable power of Gu Chengfeng's devouring sky sword martial soul surged through the sword in her grasp, invading her very being like a parasite. It seemed to provoke her own martial soul, as if it were on the verge of collapse. The most alarming revelation came when she managed to expel Gu Chengfeng's martial soul power from her body. She discovered her own cultivation had plummeted by a full rank. Moreover, her martial soul was unstable. What manner of martial soul is this? A look of horror enveloped Mu Yui's face. You truly deserve death. Gritting her teeth, she exhaled an angry huff and drew her sword, unleashing a brilliant sword light. The second realm of swordsmanship, the sword light. A true grand sword master. The sword light shattered the air and was poised to strike at Gu Chengfeng's head. No matter how powerful the martial soul, it must perish under the weight of absolute strength. Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth. Boom. However, in the next moment, Mu Yui's sword light was suddenly obliterated by a streak of violet radiance that pierced through the void. In the air, shimmering purple light swept across as the air descended upon a violet jade spirit vessel, landing gracefully beside Gu Chengfeng, who bestowed upon you the audacity to harm an examinee. A cold rebuke erupted from the lips of the young girl. Simultaneously, her gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed upon Mu Yui, causing her entire being to tremble. Young Lady Air. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mu Yui was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated Zi'er would materialize here. Just a week prior, she had encountered Zi'er at the Ban Academy. How could she inexplicably appear in this place? I am inquiring of you. Did you not hear me? Zi'er's voice cut through the air with icy severity, her eyes gleaming like a sword. It is this wretch who intended to kill me. Mu Yui gritted her teeth, managing to utter a few words. Slap. However, before she could finish, a resounding slap struck her face. Utter nonsense. You deserve death. Zi'er fixed her gaze upon Mu Yui. I shall ask you once more, who authorized you to issue special recruitment tokens without undergoing the examination? I. Mu Yui began to reply. Slap. Another fierce slap landed on her other cheek, causing her to collapse to the ground. She dared not raise her head to meet Zi'er's gaze. Young Lady Air, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I have violated the Academy's rules. I implore you to spare me this once. Please do not inform the Dean. I beg of you, Young Lady Air. Zi'er, the beloved granddaughter of the Dean of the Ban Academy, the young lady of the Northern King's residence. Either of these identities could crush her like an ant. How could she not feel fear? Immediately return to the Ban Academy and confess your transgressions. Begone. Zi'er pointed toward the distance. Obediently, Mu Yui dared not utter a single word of dissent, hastily retreating into the void. Leave the item. Another low command echoed. Mu Yui stumbled, nearly plummeting into the abyss, and quickly turned back, delivering the 6th grade cold sword martial soul crystal into Zi'er's hands before departing once more. Is everything all right? After Mu Yui's departure, Zi'er finally turned to gaze at Gu Chengfeng, her previously icy demeanor transforming instantaneously into a warm smile. All is well. Gu Chengfeng inhaled deeply, expressing gratitude. Thank you. He was acutely aware of Zi'er's noble lineage and formidable background. Yet he had not anticipated that even a mentor from the Ban Academy, like Mu Yui, could be so thoroughly intimidated. Clearly, He had underestimated her. "I have told you countless times not to be so formal with me," the girl replied with a radiant smile. "Now, here is your item." With that, she produced a special recruitment token, placing it along with the 6th grade cold sword martial soul crystal into Gu Chengfeng's hands. In his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of Ling Kaier, who sat helplessly on the ground. "The rest, you shall handle yourself." With those words, she stepped aside. At that moment, Ling Kaier was utterly paralyzed by fear. She had believed she was saved, yet could hardly fathom the terrifying extent of Ziyer's background. "It is over." Gu Chengfeng raised his sword, launching it directly at Ling Kaier's head. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Brother Feng, please do not kill me," Ling Kaier shrieked, pleading for mercy, but the boy's sword only grew more formidable. In this moment, her eyes reflected despair intertwined with boundless regret. Regret for inciting Gu Chengfeng's wrath. Regret for plotting against him. Yet, it was far too late. Such a remarkable talent would be a tragedy to lose. Just then, a transcendent voice, ethereal and resonant, echoed from the void above. The voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, omnipresent. At the instant it sounded, the sword aimed at Ling Kaier froze midair, as if an invisible hand had firmly grasped it, rendering it motionless. "Who?" Gu Chengfeng's heart raced, his gaze snapping towards the void, instinctively retreating a few steps. The aura was terrifying, so dreadful that it sent shivers through his very being, instilling a sense of impending doom as if a mere utterance from this presence could seal his fate. A chilling laugh rippled through the air, accompanied by the sudden appearance of a stunning woman materializing beside Ling Kaier. The woman possessed elongated, slanted eyes, a high nose, and a uniquely pallid complexion that sent a chill coursing through anyone who beheld her. A venomous beauty. At the moment the figure descended, Zika, standing beside Gu Chengfeng, couldn't help but furrow her brows tightly. A flash of astonishment flickered in her eyes, clearly taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the infamous venomous beauty. Venomous beauty? Gu Chengfeng felt a twinge of confusion, as he had never encountered this moniker before. Ziyer elucidated. "She is the leader of the Ice Lotus Sword sect, one of the 3 major sects in the Northern Territories, known as Bing Huayin. For decades, Bing Huayin has traversed the Northern Realm, rarely encountering worthy adversaries. Even when considering the entire Deqian dynasty, she is undoubtedly among the elite. Furthermore, her character is treacherous and ruthless, employing savage tactics, earning her the title of Venomous Beauty among the populace." Oh, it seemed that upon hearing Ziyer's words, the Venomous Beauty also turned her gaze towards them, and a slight smile graced her lips. "Ah, so it is Miss Ziyer here. My apologies for the intrusion." Clearly, she recognized Ziyer. However, the smile she wore was anything but commendable. "Given your esteemed position, esteemed sect leader, is it appropriate for you to meddle in the recruitment of our Northern Academy?" Ziyer questioned, her delicate brows knitting together, a hint of discontent flashing in her eyes. "Miss Ziyer, you overthink it. I merely happened to pass by and encountered a girl who piqued my interest. As for Northern Academy," the venomous beauty chuckled coldly, then continued, "It is only because you are present, Miss Ziyer, that I would even engage in conversation. Otherwise, even if the director of Northern Academy were here, they would have to hold their tongue." With that, she dismissed Ziyer entirely, shifting her focus to Ling Kaier beside her. "Come with me, and you may live and take your revenge. What say you?" Chapter 36. You may leave, but the person must remain, otherwise, all shall stay. The young maiden trembled, yearning to rise, yet the overwhelming presence of Gu Chengfeng had rendered her legs weak, robbing her of the strength to stand. The alluring yet venomous woman furrowed her brow slightly. With a mere gesture, a force surged into Ling Kaier, allowing her to rise to her feet. Pointing towards Gu Chengfeng in the distance, the woman inquired, "Do you harbor hatred for him?" Upon hearing this, the newly emerged Ling Kaier knelt before the woman. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "If you assist me in ending his life, I shall serve you loyally, like a beast of burden." No, no, no. A nemesis must be personally vanquished for true satisfaction. Torture him, cramp his muscles, flay his skin, whip him, drip wax. Whatever it takes to exact my vengeance. The woman spoke with an emotionless countenance, yet each word she uttered carried an ominous weight, sending shivers through those present. Many instinctively took a couple of steps back, fearful of the woman's presence, including Gu Chengfeng, who felt an icy chill envelop him, his brow furrowed in trepidation. Let us depart. The woman then grasped Ling Kai's hand, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, Gu Chengfeng inhaled deeply and suddenly stepped forward, blocking the woman's path. You cannot take her away. Oh, the venomous woman raised an eyebrow, a fleeting chill passing across her features. Young man, focus on your training. She smiled, and in an instant, her figure ascended into the air. To kill Gu Chengfeng? She deemed such an act beneath her dignity. The boy's continued existence would fuel Ling Kai's growth and hatred. Each additional day he lived would spur her on further. Hatred is the driving force behind growth. I have stated it clearly. Today, no one shall take Ling Kai away. Just as the two figures had ascended, the boy abruptly surged forward once more, positioning himself before the venomous woman. Young master. This scene shocked Ziyi, who immediately rushed to Gu Chengfeng's side. Shaking her head at him, there is no need for this. She had heard tales of the woman's nature. Should she truly be provoked, no one could predict her actions. In that moment, even Yun Tianhua, the leader of the Ziyun sect, broke into a cold sweat, urgently calling out, Chengfeng, step aside. Do not provoke this fearsome individual. She might annihilate the Ziyun sect with a mere gesture. It is not worth it. Goodness, he truly has a death wish. The crowd murmured in astonishment, questioning whether revenge was indeed more important than one's own life. I shall claim Ling Kai's life, and no one shall take her away from me. The young man raised his sword, circumventing Ziyi, and directed it straight at the venomous woman. In that moment, his gaze was resolute, the bloodied sword within his eyes shining ever brighter, tinting his irises crimson. Missy, you have already granted me face. If you obstruct me further, I shall have none left. In the triangular eyes of the venomous beauty, a flicker of anger surged forth at this moment. How dare an insignificant ant provoke me time and again? The desire to kill does not equate to the inability to do so. Yi'er furrowed her brow, yet resolutely positioned herself in front of Gu Chengfeng, her gaze unwavering as she addressed the venomous beauty. Should you harm him, it will be to the bitter end. Step aside, girl. Yet, as Yier's words escaped her lips, the voice of the venerable purple sky master resonated in her mind. This young man undoubtedly harbors secrets. His audacity is surely backed by sound reasoning. Do not speak unnecessarily. Yier fell silent. She possessed a degree of understanding regarding Gu Chengfeng. He was not one to act thoughtlessly. In such circumstances, retreat would typically be his inclination. Yet now, he stood his ground, which only confirmed the master's assertion. Yier, this is not your affair. Return at once. At that moment, the voice of the youth reached Yier's ears. This time, she chose not to respond, shifting to stand behind Gu Chengfeng. Simultaneously, another voice echoed in the mind of the purple sky master. Master, should anything happen, please do not hold back. The young man's life is of utmost importance. Fear not. The purple sky master nodded in acknowledgement. If you seek death, then I shall grant you that. The venomous beauty smiled sinisterly, her hands adorned with nails several inches long suddenly raised. With a mere gesture towards Gu Chengfeng's direction, the void surrounding him began to warp. An invisible, contorted hand materialized from thin air, reaching for Gu Chengfeng's head. Lord Sword Emperor, it is your time to act. At that moment, only a singular voice resonated within Gu Chengfeng's mind. No sooner had the voice emerged than the intangible hand looming above him erupted in a thunderous explosion, vanishing without a trace. The venomous beauty's expression shifted instantly, her brows knitting together as she glared at the space above Gu Chengfeng, commanding, "Show yourself. I sovereign. This is the ancient city. It is not a place for you to intrude." A somewhat indifferent voice materialized in the air. In the next heartbeat, a dozen figures suddenly tore through the void, descending with grace. At the forefront, a figure clad in crimson battle armor rode a blazing steed, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The sixth princess. Upon seeing the arrival, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, swiftly bowing to the ground. We pay our respects to the sixth princess. The thunderous cheers resounded like a tempest, clearly illustrating the exalted status the sixth princess held in the hearts of the people. The sixth princess? At this moment, Gu Chengfeng felt a jolt of surprise, having intended to call upon the Sword Emperor for assistance. Little did he expect the sixth princess to appear at this juncture. Yun Tianhua and the elder, upon witnessing the event, also breathed a sigh of relief, bowing in deference. We pay our respects to the sixth princess. Only Zi smiled faintly, merely nodding slightly. The sixth princess clearly noticed her and conveyed with her gaze a message to visit the lord of the city later. With a wave of her hand, she addressed the crowd. You may all stand down. Her gaze then fell directly upon the venomous beauty, and she said coolly, you may leave, but the person will remain. The countenance of the venomous beauty shifted repeatedly. Her triangular eyes darted back and forth between the sixth princess and the elderly figure in gray beside her. After taking a deep breath, she spoke in a low tone, Sixth princess, with your esteemed position, you should not interfere in this matter. She was well aware that this was the ancient city and had no intention of causing trouble. She merely sought to accept a disciple that piqued her interest. However, she never anticipated the arrival of the sixth princess. This revelation made the venomous beauty cast a chilling glance at Gu Chengfeng. A mere border youth had managed to provoke the sixth princess to stand in his defense. Once more, the person stays, you may depart. Otherwise, all shall remain. The sixth princess sat proudly atop her fiery dragon steed, her armor glinting with a fierce crimson light under the sun. Although her voice was calm, it resonated with an undeniable authority. The gray-clad elder behind her, at the instant her words fell, emitted a glimmer from his eyes, directing his attention toward the venomous beauty. Even someone as formidable as the venomous beauty could not help but feel a tremor of unease. Senior, save me. On the side, Ling Kaier was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, clutching the venomous beauty's leg and pleading with a quivering voice. But the venomous beauty kicked her away, exclaiming, Get lost. Affection aside, it was simply inconceivable to offend the sixth princess on account of such fondness. A mere Ling Kaier lacked the qualifications to do so. With a shadowy gaze, the venomous beauty suddenly glanced at Gu Chengfeng not far away and chuckled menacingly. Young man, heed my advice. Do not attend the Bayan Academy. It is perilous. Ahaha. And with that, she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Chapter 37. The Four Swords slay Ling Kaier. As the treacherous beauty departed, Ling Kaier found herself bereft of her last glimmer of hope, collapsing to the ground in despair. Her trembling gaze turned towards the girl atop the blazing dragon steed. Sixth princess, please spare my life. Yet, in that moment, the sixth princess cast not even a fleeting glance in her direction. Addressing Gu Chengfeng, she commanded, Complete your task and meet me at the city lord's residence. With those words, she exchanged a significant look with Zi'er, then spurred her fiery steed, soaring into the skies with her entourage. What a marvel! Had the sixth princess recognized Gu Chengfeng's prodigious talent? If even she was stirred, Gu Chengfeng was destined to soar to great heights. After the departure of the sixth princess and her companions, the crowd erupted in a chorus of hushed gasps, envy etched upon every face. At last, the taut nerves of Yun Tianhua and the Grand Elder began to relax. Brother Feng, I implore you, grant me a chance to live. Ling Kaier pleaded as she watched Gu Chengfeng, sword in hand, advancing towards her once more, making a final attempt at resistance. Swoosh! The first sword cleaved through her lower abdomen. Brother Feng, I return your martial soul. Spare my life, I beg you. Ling Kaier's eyes bulged in terror, her entire being trembling. Swoosh! The second sword pierced her fifth-grade Ice Lotus martial soul. Gu Chengfeng, she screamed, her face a tumult of rage and fear. Swoosh! The third sword shattered her sixth-grade spirit sword martial soul. Gu Chengfeng, even as a ghost, I shall not let you off. Ling Kaier roared defiantly. Swoosh! The fourth sword silenced her cries abruptly. Her colossal head rolled from her neck and fell to the ground. Even in death, her eyes remained wide open, betraying a flicker of resentment, a hint of regret, a trace of fear, and an outpouring of fury. They faded to a dull gray, devoid of life. This is merely the beginning. Soon it shall be Du Tiannan's turn. The long sword returned to its sheath, unstained by blood. Yet by this time, Du Tianan had already vanished from the scene. He had stealthily departed long before Ling Kaier revealed her heinous deeds. But while the monk may escape, the temple remains. He would ensure that Ling Feng's sect would be left desolate. The tension escalated, nearing its zenith, just a breath away. Beside Gu Chengfeng, Zi'er once more heard the voice of her master, Ancestor Zixiao. What is this final breath? She questioned, perplexed. The killing intent is just a whisper away from coalescing into genuine murderous intent, and with the identity of a sword cultivator. The path of the sword god will soon take form. Ancestor Zixiao's voice brimmed with excitement. In a certain sense, Gu Chengfeng had also received his legacy. Both the Zixiao sword technique and the Yunxiao sword belonged to her. These were her gifts to the founding ancestor of the Ziyun sect, Yunxian, in years gone by. After Yunxian's demise, she was once again sealed within the Zixiao pendant. After several centuries of wandering, she was successfully awakened by Zi Air and bore witness to the two artifacts, which subsequently fell into the hands of Gu Chengfeng, a young man poised to embark on the path of the god of killing sword. With the god of killing sword technique and the might of the Yunxiao sword, it truly honored her legacy from years past. However, this legacy was merely the most ordinary of inheritances. Ha ha ha, Chengfeng, how delightful and commendable. Just then, the laughter of Yun Tianhua, the sect leader of Ziyun sect, and the Grand Elder echoed. During the martial arts examination, Gu Chengfeng not only secured the first position but also received a special invitation from the Ban Academy. Furthermore, he avenged himself and forged a bond with the sixth princess. Each of these developments could be deemed a significant triumph. The prestige of Ziyun sect would undoubtedly receive a considerable boost. Soon, they would witness throngs of people eager to join the Ziyun sect. The rise of the sect was promising. How could the two refrain from excitement? Rest assured, Chengfeng, when the opportunity arises, we shall annihilate Lingfeng's sect and allow you to personally deal with Du Tiannan. The sect leader clapped Gu Chengfeng on the shoulder, his face radiating with satisfaction. Gu Chengfeng nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sect leader. With both of you as the holy son and holy daughter, it is indeed a blessing for Ziyun sect. Amidst their hearty laughter, Yun Tianhua suddenly recalled something. He turned to Gu Chengfeng. By the way, Chengfeng, the sixth princess is still waiting for you. You should make your way over. Remember, do not offend her. Simply acquiesce to whatever she says, and avoid rejecting her as you did previously, understood? Rest assured, sect leader. Gu Chengfeng affirmed with a nod. He then soared into the air, heading towards the city lord's residence. Sect leader, I will accompany the young master. Zi Air remarked to Yun Tianhua before summoning the Ziyu Lingzhou and pursuing Gu Chengfeng. In an instant, she had caught up to his side. Gu Chengfeng was taken aback and then leaped onto the Ziyu Lingzhou ear. Are you also heading to the city lord's residence? Yes, it's been a while since I last saw Luo Ying. It's a good opportunity to reminisce. Zi Air replied with a gentle nod. You two know each other? Gu Chengfeng asked in astonishment. Just moments prior, his gaze had been fixed on Ling Kai Air, and he had not noticed the silent exchange of glances between Zi Air and the sixth princess. Zi Air smiled and said, We are good friends. Ah. Gu Chengfeng sighed inwardly, acknowledging Zi Air's noble status while also feeling a sense of relief. Although the sixth princess was young, her years on the battlefield had endowed her with a formidable aura of intimidation. With Zi Air by his side, the pressure would be somewhat alleviated. Greetings, Miss Air. As the two arrived at the city lord's residence, a group of armored soldiers outside promptly bowed in respect, clearly recognizing Zi Air. Is your general in the main hall? Zi Air inquired with a faint smile. Yes, he is, one of the soldiers affirmed. The two then proceeded directly into the city lord's residence. Within the lord's manor, one could observe numerous squads of warriors clad in black armor. The ancient city served as a border stronghold between the De Qin dynasty and the Bei Meng Empire, necessitating a permanent military presence, thus transforming the lord's manor into a general's residence. In the main hall, a vast sand table was prominently displayed at the center. At this moment, Luo Ying sat beside the sand table, thoughtfully grasping several small flags. On either side of her, a dozen generals were attentively observing. Luo sister. Upon entering the grand hall, Zi Air cheerfully called out, All right, you may all withdraw for now. Luo Ying gestured to the assembled generals with a wave of her hand. After their departure, she approached Zi Air with a warm smile and enveloped her in a hearty embrace. Oh, my dear Air, it has been far too long. I have truly missed this little one. As she spoke, she playfully pinched the hem of Zi Air's gown, adding, You are blossoming more beautifully with each passing day. Luo sister. Zi Air blushed, instinctively glancing at Gu Chengfeng behind her, and admonished, Stop it. I saw nothing. Gu Chengfeng, visibly embarrassed, quickly turned away to exit, his expression a mix of disbelief and discomfort. What on earth is happening? Zi Air hastily approached and grasped Gu Chengfeng's arm, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? Luo's sister has always been this way, so carefree and uninhibited." Chapter 38. Young Master, it is not what you think. Luoing approached with an expression of wonder, as if she had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. Her keen gaze flitted between Gu Chengfeng and Ziyi, scrutinizing them intently. Ziyi, caught in her stare, could only respond with exasperation, while Gu Chengfeng felt a slight chill run down his spine. Ultimately, her gaze settled on the hand of Ziyi, which was entwined with Gu Chengfeng's arm. This little girl has become quite bold, hasn't she? Just a few days apart. And she is already claiming him? With that remark, Ziyi immediately reacted, her cheeks flushing slightly as she withdrew her hand as if shocked. "Pa, Sister Luo, don't speak nonsense." "Well done, lad." Luoing paid no heed to Ziyi, instead giving Gu Chengfeng a pat on the shoulder. "If you can win over this girl, I truly have not misjudged you. The sixth princess is jesting. Ziyi and I are merely good friends." Gu Chengfeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had anticipated that this visit would either result in the sixth princess forcing him into military service or demanding some arduous task. Little did he expect the scene before him. The sixth princess's personality was almost overwhelming, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Could this truly be the same princess who, at the age of 14, had galloped onto the battlefield, effortlessly vanquishing countless foes? The contrast was striking, to say the least. "Nonsense. I know exactly how many times I have shared a bed with this girl." The sixth princess shot a glare at Gu Chengfeng. "Now tell me, how far have you two progressed?" Gu Chengfeng could only stammer in response. "Sister Luo, what are you talking about?" Ziyi echoed his disbelief, her eyes wide with indignation. "Why do you have to broadcast everything?" She turned to Gu Chengfeng, attempting to clarify. "Young master, it is not what you think." Clearing his throat awkwardly, Gu Chengfeng fumbled for words to alleviate the tension. Ziyi shot a fierce glare at Luoing. "If you keep babbling, I will take the young master away right now." Luoing burst into laughter, waving her hand dismissively. All right, I won't say another word." But she quickly shot Gu Chengfeng a knowing look. "Lad, cherish this opportunity. It is rare to catch this girl's eye." Faced with the impending ire of Ziyi, the sixth princess raised her hand to intervene. "All right, let us put this matter to rest. I understand. Sister Luo, speaking of serious matters, did you summon the young master for a reason?" Ziyi swiftly shifted the topic, hoping to prevent any further inappropriate comments from Luoing. Luoing shrugged. "I initially intended to recruit him into my army, but it seems that is no longer necessary." Ziyi scoffed. "Young Master Gu has received a special recruitment token from the Bayan Academy. Why would he want to join your army? A special token? What of it? My army is far superior to the mere Bayan Academy. In the company of a group of unruly children, what growth can one expect? A true sword cultivator should traverse the battlefield, tempering their blade with blood. A sword stained with blood is the essence of a genuine weapon." Luoing let out a disdainful snort. "What do you know, woman? As if you are not a woman yourself." Ziyi shot Luoing a disapproving glance. Luoing pounded her chest proudly and declared, "I am unlike you women. I aspire to be the first female war goddess in the history of the Deqian dynasty." "Fine, you are the strongest, aren't you?" After saying this, she turned to Gu Chengfeng. "Let us go. Ignore her." Gu Chengfeng nodded awkwardly, having hardly contributed to the conversation. "Wait." Just as the two began to move, Luoing called out to them. She strode over, pointed at Ziyi, and asked Gu Chengfeng, "Does this girl often tell you not to be polite with her?" Gu Chengfeng, bewildered, nodded, unsure of what the sixth princess meant. Luoing continued, "Not being polite means you should call her ear, and she addresses you as young master every day, right?" Gu Chengfeng pondered for a moment and nodded again, confirming her words. Luoing then turned directly to Ziyi. "From now on, don't call him young master, just call him, let's say Chengfeng." With that, she waved her hand. "Come, let us hear you say it." "Sister Luo, what are you doing?" Ziyi looked at Luoing in exasperation, but before she could finish, Luoing interrupted. "You must call him that. Otherwise, do you believe I will immediately take care of him?" Ziyi sighed. "I really can't deal with you." With a huff, she grabbed Gu Chengfeng's arm and started toward the hall's exit. "Hurry up and call him, or I might get angry." Luoing shouted after them. "We are leaving now. Chengfeng, farewell." With that, she quickened her pace, pulling Gu Chengfeng out of the grand hall. They released the purple jade spirit boat, leaving behind a trail of violet light before vanishing from the city lord's mansion. Watching their retreating figures, Luoying scoffed. Women are indeed troublesome. Can a mere change of address simplify matters? However, barely half an hour had passed when the purple light in the sky returned once more. What is going on with you two? Luoying called out to the figures on the purple jade spirit boat. The sect master and the elder have returned to the sect. It has grown late, so we shall stay here for the night and return tomorrow. They had initially intended to return with the sect master and elder, but since they had already departed, the two had turned back. As they spoke, they landed. Ha ha. I thought it was something serious. Luoying laughed heartily, raising an eyebrow as she teasingly looked at Zi. So tonight, will you sleep with me or with your Chengfeng? Gu Chengfeng. Zi. We will all sleep together. Zi replied with a huff, clearly annoyed. Gu Chengfeng. The sixth princess. With a grin, Luoying chuckled and remarked, You little girl, when did you become so open-minded? If you don't mind, I certainly won't. Gu Chengfeng timidly interjected. Ladies, could we perhaps consider my opinion? A little respect for me, please. Luoying raised an eyebrow. What opinion do you have? Gu Chengfeng scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Well, actually, I don't mind either. Ziyi, upon hearing this, could not help but roll her eyes dramatically at Gu Chengfeng. What are you thinking? Ha ha. Luoying, however, laughed heartily without reservation. Then, with a commanding tone, she called out, Come here. As soon as she spoke, several armored soldiers rushed over. General, quickly prepare 2 guest rooms. It seemed she recalled something and added, Make sure to tidy them up properly. I don't want them resembling your doghouse. Yes, General. The soldiers retreated and soon returned, cupping their fists in salute to Gu Chengfeng and Ziyi. Please, follow us. Then we shall take our leave, Ziyi said, glancing back before following the soldiers to the guest rooms. Jest aside, it was clear they wouldn't actually be placed together. Once settled, the sky had darkened considerably. Yet, at this moment, Gu Chengfeng found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. His entire mind was consumed by the swallowing heaven great transformation technique. Chapter 39, Your Majesty, the Empress. The 6th grade cold sword martial soul crystal has been acquired, signifying that he shall become a true dual soul martial cultivator. Despite his disdain for Ling Kaier, the advantages bestowed upon her by possessing dual martial souls, both in terms of cultivation speed and enhanced strength, left him utterly astonished. With dual martial souls in his possession, his power would undoubtedly surge to new heights. Moreover, within his dantian, he had once again gathered 8 drops of spiritual essence. Sensing the quantity of spiritual essence within his dantian, Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. Having slain only 5 individuals, there should be but 5 drops, yet there were 3 extra. Where did they come from? The better the qualifications and the greater the strength of those he had slain, the more spiritual essence he would gather. Luo Nanshi had increased by 2 drops, Ling Kaier by 3 drops, and the others by 1. The explanation from the Moonlight Sword Emperor finally enlightened Gu Chengfeng. He had indeed not anticipated such a notion. Did this not imply that he must venture to the Northern Academy? Only in such a place could he encounter more powerful and exceptional talents. Your Excellency, the Sword Emperor. Suddenly recalling something, Gu Chengfeng complained, I am on the verge of being killed by that old witch, and you do nothing? Do you wish to watch me perish? The Moonlight Sword Emperor shook his head, stating, You had best pray that I do not intervene. Gu Chengfeng paused. Why? Because each time I intervene, I drain you. The Sword Emperor replied with a smirk. Gu Chengfeng blinked, and in the next instant, his entire form vanished from the room. Simultaneously, a youthful voice rang out from within the Divine Abyss Pavilion. Your Majesty, the Empress, drain me now. Note, to conserve bandwidth, the next 100,000 words are omitted. The night had grown deep. A refreshing breeze, laced with the chirping of crickets, enveloped the room in tranquility. Gu Chengfeng's figure reappeared, a trace of exhilaration from the battle lingering upon his visage. The only source of discontent was that his cultivation had only ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Master Realm during this dual cultivation. It seemed that the power of the Supreme Yang Holy Body, which had just been partially restored, had once again been wholly expended. For the sake of a blissful future, he might need to seek out Starfall Stones once more. After taking a deep breath, he retrieved the 6th grade cold sword martial soul crystal. Following the first layer of the great swallowing heavens technique, he began his cultivation. In an instant, A tremendous force of devouring energy enveloped the martial soul crystal in his palm. The formidable power of the martial soul contained within the crystal was consumed and absorbed into Gu Chengfeng's body, gradually manifesting a brand new martial soul within his dantian. After an hour, the 6th-grade cold sword martial soul fully took shape. In that moment, an overwhelming power surged from the martial soul into Gu Chengfeng's body, imparting such a potent sensation that he felt as though he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. In the time that followed, Gu Chengfeng began to absorb the spiritual essence within his dantian. After devouring 2 drops of spiritual essence, his cultivation successfully ascended to the 1st level of the Grandmaster realm. Upon consuming all 8 drops, his cultivation ultimately stabilized at the 3rd level of the Grandmaster realm. Evidently, it required the potency of 3 drops of spiritual essence for him to elevate his cultivation by 1 level, rendering the process somewhat slower than before. Glancing at the sky, noticing it was still early, he proceeded to take out a vial of medicinal pills given by the sect leader and began to consume them. Meanwhile, in Ziyi's chamber, Luo Ying and Ziyi were engaged in conversation. A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Ying's face as she exclaimed, "You say this Gu Chengfeng possesses a martial soul of grade 9 or above. A grade 9 martial soul is already considered a peak martial soul within the Duqian dynasty. I have never even heard of one surpassing grade 9. But wait, you've never seen him. How do you know this?" Suddenly realizing, Luo Ying cast a suspicious glance towards Ziyi. It seemed she had made a connection, her gaze honing in on the purple pendant adorning Ziyi's neck. "You succeeded?" "Yes," the young girl nodded, not concealing the truth. "In the god burial ground, severely wounded and drenched in blood, I was granted the opportunity to meet my master." She added, "It was Gu Chengfeng who saved me. Otherwise, I would never have had the chance to encounter my master alive." Understanding dawned upon her. Previously, she had wondered why Ziyi was so attentive to a man. No matter how exceptional his talent, it would have been difficult to capture Ziyi's interest. However, the debt of life-saving grace rendered it comprehensible. Suddenly recalling something, she quickly rose and bowed respectfully. "I, Luo Ying, pay my respects to you, esteemed senior." "Enough of that. My master does not concern herself with such formalities," Ziyi interjected, halting Luo Ying. Nodding in agreement, Luo Ying refrained from saying more. "By the way, the emperor has summoned me back to the imperial capital. I will be passing through Bayan City. Shall we set off together tomorrow?" Ziyi nodded in affirmation. "All right." However, just then, as if sensing something, Ziyi abruptly produced a sound transmission talisman. The voice that reached her ears caused her to furrow her brow. "It seems we will be departing later. I must go see Chengfeng." Without waiting for Luo Ying's response, she swiftly exited the room. "Chengfeng, the sect is in trouble." Startled from his meditation by the voice echoing from outside, Gu Chengfeng quickly rose and stepped out of his room, inquiring, "What is it, error? What has happened?" Ziyi, her brow knitted in concern, replied, "I just received news that Lingfeng's sect has allied with Luohua sect, leading over 10,000 individuals towards Ziyun's sect, intending to jointly obliterate it. They are courting death." Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Gu Chengfeng's eyes. Let us return to the sect. He had yet to seek out Du Tiannan, yet the adversaries had now come knocking at their door. "Indeed," Ziyi nodded, promptly unleashing the purple jade spirit vessel. In an instant, the two transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. A great battle had commenced. Under the onslaught of 10,000 attackers, Ziyun's sect suffered considerable losses. Fortunately, with the protective sect formation in place, the sect managed to endure. Du Tiannan, Luo Lingfeng, you two wretched beings. What prowess do you possess in your alliance? If you have any courage, face me one-on-one. Yuan Tianhua, with his feet suspended in the void, brandished his long sword, pointing it towards the two men several hundred meters away, fury burning brightly upon his countenance. Spare me the trivialities. Today, you shall either surrender Gu Chengfeng or face the annihilation of your entire Ziyun sect. Du Tiannan gritted his teeth in rage. Gu Chengfeng, I shall tarnish his reputation, rendering him a pariah in the eyes of the world, despised by all. Countless disciples from various sects have clandestinely severed their ties with Lingfeng's sect. It will be exceedingly difficult for anyone to join Lingfeng's sect henceforth. To ruin his name is to sever the foundation of Lingfeng's sect. As long as Gu Chengfeng lives, this resentment shall endure. Yuan Tianhua, I demand Gu Chengfeng. Otherwise, I shall raze Yin's sect to the ground today. Luo Lingfeng also bellowed. A torrent of wrath had completely consumed him. The vengeance for his daughter was an unquenchable fire. You are delusional. Even if Ziyun's sect is obliterated today, you shall not succeed. When Chengfeng returns from Bayan Academy, he will personally destroy your two great sects to avenge Ziyun's sect. Yun Tianhua then roared, My disciples of Ziyun's sect, tell me, do you consent to their desire to slay our holy son? No, we do not consent. No, we do not consent. Amidst the resounding cries, a fervent resolve of unyielding spirit filled the air. If it is war they seek, and they wish to kill our holy son, then let them perish first. Then you shall all meet your demise. Du Tianen shouted in fury, and in an instant, the members of the two great sects surged forth like a tidal wave. The battle intensified to a fever pitch. Old Dog Du, today I shall witness how you intend to kill me. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous voice descended from the heavens above. Chapter 40. The dual-wielding spirits emerge. Confronting Du Tianan, Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng. Upon the appearance of that figure, whom they loathed to the core, Du Tianan and Luo Lingfeng clenched their teeth in unison. A torrent of hatred and murderous intent surged forth from both of them. Chengfeng, why have you returned? Yun Tianhua, witnessing the scene, was momentarily overtaken by urgency, and then he bellowed fiercely at Gu Chengfeng. Depart at once. This matter does not concern you. Even if the Ziyun sect is annihilated, as long as Gu Chengfeng remains, the legacy of the Ziyun sect endures. With Gu Chengfeng's exceptional talent and aptitude, he is destined to achieve great renown in the world and restore the Ziyun sect. At present, with the two major sects joining forces, the Ziyun sect stands no chance. If Gu Chengfeng were to perish, the Ziyun sect would indeed be lost forever. Rest assured, Sect Master, the Ziyun sect shall not perish. Gu Chengfeng shouted back at Yin Tianhua. His gaze then shifted directly towards Du Tianan and Luo Lingfeng. Did you not wish to take my life with your own hands? Come, I present you this opportunity. With that, he cast a glance at the side of him where Zi stood. One for each of you. Is there a problem? Zi smiled sweetly. Just take care of yourself. Ha ha ha, splendid. Gu Chengfeng laughed heartily and leapt down from the Ziyu Lingzhou. A thunderous roar erupted simultaneously. Come forth. Old Dog Du, you miserable cur, today I shall flay you alive. Seeing this, Du Tianan charged forward, aiming directly for Gu Chengfeng, with Luo Lingfeng closely following. However, in an instant, a purple figure intercepted them. Your opponent is me. How dare you obstruct me? Luo Lingfeng fumed with rage. Subsequently, the two engaged in a fierce duel. Meanwhile, Gu Chengfeng had already collided with Du Tianan. Boom. The swords in their hands clashed violently, and after a tremendous surge of energy, Gu Chengfeng was sent flying. Die. Du Tianan pursued with his sword drawn, believing an ant like him was unworthy to contend. Chengfeng. Both Yin Tianhua and the Grand Elder gasped in horror upon witnessing this scene and rushed to save Gu Chengfeng. However, as they moved, they were intercepted by two elderly figures, the Grand Elders of Lingfeng's sect and Luohua sect. Even though they possessed the capability to slay their opponents, they required time, leaving them only to fret helplessly. Chengfeng, be cautious. Du Tianan possesses the cultivation of an 8th-level Grandmaster. You cannot defeat him. Run. Gritting his teeth, he shouted into the distance, warning Gu Chengfeng. At this moment, the battle on the ground had descended into chaos. Countless members of the two major sects had infiltrated the Ziyun sect, engaging in mutual slaughter. Rivers of blood flowed, and the cries of battle and roars echoed throughout the entire Ziyun mountain range. Purple Chi Sword. As Du Tianan charged forth, Gu Chengfeng suddenly let out a fierce shout, and the sword in his hand erupted with boundless purple radiance. The Great Ascension Sword Wind, carrying an immense purple sword aura, was slashed horizontally towards Du Tianan. Endless slaughter lies within the sword, casting a sanguine hue upon the violet radiance of the blade as it cuts through the wind. You, wretched creature, still in your infancy, dare to challenge me? How audacious! Du Tianan scoffed, drawing his sword with a majestic flourish. The chilling winds of the Great Ascendancy surged within the sword's might, rendering this strike as if it were summoned from the depths of the abyss. As the blade sliced through the frigid air, the icy brilliance shattered the heavens. Boom. The cold wind sword effortlessly tore apart the violet sword energy unleashed by Gu Chengfeng, hurtling towards him with unrelenting resolve. Gu Chengfeng's countenance tightened. After a decade of mentorship, he was acutely aware of Du Tiannan's formidable prowess. Yet today, no matter the cost, Du Tiannan would perish. It was time to settle old debts. He called forth the celestial devouring sword spirit and the frostblade spirit. With a fervent roar in his heart, the two disparate powers coalesced within his Inshao sword. In an instant, the long blade erupted with a brilliant sword cry. The ascendant sword surged forth, cleaving the skies. Boom! The sword's might instantly shattered Du Tiannan's incoming cold wind sword, bearing down upon him with unstoppable momentum. At this moment, the full strength of the third tier of the Grand Master realm surged into the sword, rendering its brilliance even more resplendent and dazzling. The third tier of the Grand Master realm? How can this be? Du Tiannan gasped in astonishment. How had Gu Chengfeng's cultivation suddenly soared to such heights? Just yesterday at the recruitment tournament, he had merely been at the 9th tier of the Master Realm. How could he ascend 4 tiers overnight? Such a feat was inconceivable. Du Tiannan's exclamation echoed around, causing many nearby to shudder in disbelief. This was impossible. Even Luo Lingfeng, engaged in battle with Zi, was momentarily stunned by the revelation, his focus wavering just briefly. In that fleeting moment, a violet sword wind sliced through the void, piercing his left shoulder. Had he not reacted swiftly, the blade might have pierced his heart, ending his life on the spot. Damn it! Luo Lingfeng seethed, gritting his teeth as he charged towards Zi. Ha ha ha, splendid. So you were concealing your true power. Yun Tianhua's booming laughter rang out, revealing the truth behind Gu Chengfeng's sudden leap to the 3rd tier of the Grand Master realm. Wretched creature, how cunning! Du Tiannan grumbled in frustration. What difference did it make between the 3rd tier and the 9th tier of the Master realm? Merely a stronger ant. Cold Wind Fist. With a disdainful snort, he sheathed his sword, unleashing a torrent of fist energy. The great ascendancy cold wind enveloped his fist, and with a powerful strike, the space erupted in a cacophony. The blow crashed violently against Gu Chengfeng's ascendant sword might. In an instant, Gu Chengfeng's sword shattered midair, dispersing into 2 distinct forces, one black, one blue. The power of the blue cold sword martial soul dissipated in an instant. Yet, the black devouring sword martial soul coalesced into a swirling mass, refusing to disperse. In a heartbeat, it enveloped Du Tiannan's fist wind. A low hum resonated as immense devouring force erupted forth, and the might of the cold wind fist, having surged forward for less than 10 meters, was entirely consumed by this overwhelming power. What is happening? The expression on Du Tiannan's face shifted dramatically. What manner of power is this? The power to kill you, came the response, as the youth suddenly charged forth with his sword, sweeping towards him. The Yunshao sword, having traversed through the void where the devouring sword martial soul resided, instantly absorbed that force back into itself. With a swift stroke, the sword's might struck directly at Du Tiannan's face. You foolish creature! Du Tiannan scoffed, delivering a powerful punch against the descending sword. He was not a sword cultivator. His greatest strength lay not in wielding a sword, but in his fists. This punch contained a force that undoubtedly surpassed all his previous attacks. Likewise, this blow was intent on obliterating Gu Chengfeng. Boom! Under the full activation of the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm, his punch sent Gu Chengfeng, along with his sword, flying through the air. In mid-flight, the youth coughed up a mouthful of blood. The vast disparity in power between the 8th and 3rd levels of the Grandmaster realm was evident. Even with Gu Chengfeng's full strength, he still fell short. The overwhelming dominance of absolute strength. Had Gu Chengfeng not been bolstered by the dual martial soul power, this punch would surely have dispatched him on the spot. Chengfeng, not far away, Zi, engaged in battle with Luo Lingfeng, felt a jolt of alarm upon witnessing this. Yet, in the next moment, she was taken aback to see a smile inexplicably emerge at the corner of the youth's lips. It was a smile she had seen far too many times before, cold and filled with murderous intent, reminiscent of the times he had slain Luo Nashi and Ling Kaier. Chapter 41. The Fall of Two Great Masters, the Annihilation of the Assaulting Forces. How dare you engage in battle while divided in focus? You shall perish. Seizing the moment, Luo Lingfeng unleashed a thunderous roar, appearing beside Zi in an instant, sword in hand. Yet, with a flicker of her eyes, Zi swiftly countered, unleashing a torrent of purple light. With a swift stroke, she severed his throat. In a spray of crimson, Luo Lingfeng's head was instantly detached from his body, plummeting to the ground. The once mighty leader of the Luo Hua sect had fallen. Gu Chengfeng, what have you done to me? Simultaneously, a piercing cry erupted from Du Tiannan's lips, contorted with rage and fear. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the grotesque visage of Du Tiannan, his cheeks contorted, eyes filled with terror. A dark force ravaged his meridians and dantian, voraciously consuming his strength. It seemed intent on devouring his martial soul, threatening to obliterate him entirely. Break free. With a thunderous roar, his martial soul ignited, channeling immense power to expel the horrifying force from his body. His gaze fixated on the dark energy enveloping Gu Chengfeng, trembling with barely contained fury. You old dog, perish. The quivering intensity of his glare met a chilling voice, laced with unrestrained malice. The boy's eyes had turned blood red, his hair disheveled, cascading like a crimson waterfall. In that moment, he transformed into a harbinger of death, wielding a sword of slaughter. The third form of the Zixiao sword technique, the purple aura as a rainbow sword. With a thunderous shout, the sky was filled with a sweeping purple sword aura, bloodied and mesmerizing. It is done. The girl has succeeded. In her mind, the voice of the Zixiao ancestor resonated with uncontainable joy. The sword path of the god of slaughter had taken shape. In that instant, the blood-drenched sword aura pierced through Du Tiannan's unleashed force and penetrated his chest, erupting from his back. How is this possible? Du Tiannan uttered a disbelieving cry, and then his body crashed to the ground. As he fell, his eyes remained filled with endless confusion and disbelief. Even in death, he could not comprehend how Gu Chengfeng's final sword strike could possess such strength. He was a grandmaster at the 8th level and had ignited his martial soul, achieving at least the pinnacle of the 9th level. Yet, this terrifying force could not withstand the boy's final sword. How could this sword be so absurdly powerful? Is this the sword path of the god of slaughter? Witnessing this scene, Zi'er could not help but display a hint of astonishment on her fair face. The sword path is renowned for its ferocity, sharpness, and indomitable might. Yet, the divine killing sword path shall surpass any ordinary sword technique by at least double in every conceivable aspect. The might of the great ascension stage sword winds of the divine killing sword path has even transcended that of the transformation stage sword winds. Bang! Bang! Two thuds echoed as the lifeless forms of Luo Lingfeng and Du Tiannan fell to the ground, scarcely separated by a mere few breaths. The sect master! The sect master! The cries of alarm erupted among the countless disciples besieging the Ziyun sect. The sect masters have perished. Both leaders of the major sects are dead. With Luo Lingfeng and Du Tiannan slain, those who wish to survive should leave the Ziyun sect. Seeing this, Yun Tianhua was overwhelmed with joy, unleashing a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Leave the Ziyun sect. The disciples of the Ziyun sect echoed his sentiments, their morale soaring. In an instant, the disciples attacking the mountain from the Lingfeng sect and Luoyan sect were struck by shock, their momentum crumbling. Kill. Avenge our sect master. Annihilate the Ziyun sect. For the sect master's vengeance, eradicate the Ziyun sect. Destroy the Ziyun sect. With the commanding shouts of several sect elders, the disciples of both sects immediately joined in the uproar. The entire Ziyun peak reverberated with cries of vengeance for the sect master. With a mournful determination, the disciples of the Ziyun sect charged forth, leaving a river of blood, countless casualties in their wake. At this moment, in the void above, Zi'er sensed a shift and swiftly rushed to Gu Chengfeng's side, steadying him. She observed that Gu Chengfeng's complexion was ashen, his body unsteady, his power wavering. The divine killing sword path, being exceedingly domineering, was still beyond his complete mastery as he had just begun to tread this path. Rendering him temporarily incapacitated, a brief respite would suffice for recovery. The voice in his mind eased Zi'er's worries slightly. After administering a recovery elixir to Gu Chengfeng, she assisted him onto the Ziyu Lingzhou. The Ziyun sect must not fall. Yet, as Gu Chengfeng gazed down upon the besieged Ziyun sect, he clenched his teeth resolutely. The sect master had treated him with immense kindness. He could not bear to witness the demise of the Ziyun sect. Rest assured, all will be well. Zi'er gently caressed the youth's back, soothing his turbulent energy. But scarcely had she spoken when the ground below suddenly quaked. In just a moment, a thunderous rumble reverberated throughout the entire mountain range. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a dark mass advancing in the distance, like a looming storm cloud, stirring dust for hundreds of meters. At the forefront, a scarlet figure rode a blazing dragon steed, charging ahead. It was the Blazing Flame Army. The sixth princess's Blazing Flame Army. What brings the sixth princess here? Upon witnessing this scene, chaos ensued on Ziyun Peak. Ha! It is the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden who have summoned the sixth princess's Blazing Flame Army to our aid. Disciples of the Ziyun sect, let us break through and welcome the Blazing Flame Army. Yun Tianhua and the Grand Elder were instantly filled with elation. They never anticipated the emergence of the sixth princess's Inferno Legion. At this moment of utmost peril for the Purple Cloud sect, it appeared impossible. It cannot be. How could the Purple Cloud sect possibly summon the Inferno Legion of the sixth princess? The members of Lingfeng sect and Luohua sect were utterly dumbfounded, completely intimidated by the terrifying Inferno Legion charging from the mountains below. This was the Inferno Legion of the sixth princess. It was the sixth princess who, with her 100,000 Inferno Legionnaires, had once slain 1,000,000 iron cavalry of Beimang. The grandeur of her might and the chilling aura of her intent were unmatched. The members of Lingfeng sect and Luohua sect had no mercy in their hearts. Kill! And in the next moment, the sixth princess's commanding shout resonated through the ranks of 3,000 Inferno Legionnaires. A massacre had irrevocably commenced. The terrifying might of the war deity enveloped every soldier of the Inferno Legion, transforming each into a harbinger of death. Wherever they passed, blood gushed forth. In less than half an hour, the entire Purple Cloud Peak was shrouded in an eerie calm. The mountains and plains were strewn with corpses. Not a single soul among those who came to assault the Purple Cloud sect from Lingfeng sect and Luohua sect survived. The sect leader, Yun Tianhua, along with the Grand Elder, immediately led the remaining disciples of the sect to the sixth princess. With Yun Tianhua and the Grand Elder at the forefront, they knelt in unison, expressing their profound gratitude to the sixth princess and the Inferno Legion. Thank you, sixth princess. Thank you, Inferno Legion. Chapter 42. Engagement. An unexplainable array of betrothed. Gu Chengfeng and Ziyi, I shall take my leave with you. You may do as you wish. With but a single phrase, the sixth princess commanded, then called out to the two figures in the void, "Follow me." She swiftly turned her horse and, leading the Blaze Army, departed from Ziyun Peak in grand procession. The gathered members of the Ziyun sect knelt in reverence, bidding farewell to the sixth princess and the Blaze Army. The sect master, disciple Gu Chengfeng, took this opportunity to express his gratitude. These past days, I am indebted to the sect master for your care. I shall dedicate myself to my cultivation, striving to meet your expectations. Gu Chengfeng bowed respectfully to sect master Yun Tianhua. In farewell, Ziyi also nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to summon the Ziyu spirit vessel. Wait. At that moment, Yun Tianhua called out, soaring into the air to approach the Ziyu spirit vessel. He looked at Gu Chengfeng and then, without hesitation, pulled the space pouch from his waist. Within, you will find some elixirs and spirit stones, which will surely serve you well at Bayan Academy. Sect master, this. Gu Chengfeng hesitated. The elixirs and spirit stones aside, the pouch itself was an invaluable rarity, possessed only by Yun Tianhua and Ziyi within the entire Ziyun sect. Yet now, the sect master was bestowing it upon him. Furthermore, there were over a dozen bottles of third-grade elixirs, 20 or so bottles of second-grade elixirs, and a substantial amount of spirit stones. Likely the entirety of the sect's resources resided within. Gu Chengfeng instinctively sought to refuse. It is far too precious. What will become of the sect if I accept this? But Yun Tianhua, undeterred, grasped Gu Chengfeng's hand and placed the pouch firmly into his grasp. After all, you are departing from Ziyun's sect. It would be a laughingstock if you left without even a space pouch. Then, thank you, sect master. Gu Chengfeng could no longer decline, fastening the pouch to his waist. Yet, he suddenly noticed the sect master's expression, as if he were on the verge of saying something. If you have any matters to discuss, please do not hesitate to speak, sect master. Yun Tianhua nodded and glanced at Ziyi, appearing quite hesitant. Sect master, it is not that we will not return. Ziyi presumed it was a reluctance to part with him. Yun Tianhua seemed to have made a decisive resolution. He then produced a piece of aged, yellowed beast skin parchment from his robes, worn by the passage of time. He brushed it gently, revealing two prominent characters, Marriage contract. A marriage contract? At the sight of this, Gu Chengfeng felt momentarily bewildered, instinctively glancing at Ziyi. However, to his surprise, she bore no expression of shock. Instead, a look of realization crossed her face. So, the vow truly exists. Yun Tianhua began. It was not that I did not wish to entrust this to you previously. But one must understand. His words trailed off momentarily before he broke into a hearty laugh. Now, however, the winds have shifted with Chengfeng's arrival. And you happen to be here as well. Henceforth, let it be decided by you both. Ha ha ha. With that, he placed the item directly into Ziyi's hands. At that moment, a palpable lightness enveloped Yun Tianhua. He could not contain himself and gazed skyward, proclaiming once more, for the honor of our sect, for the legacy of our ancestors. Ha ha ha. Beside him, Gu Chengfeng observed the exuberance radiating from the sect leader and glanced at Ziyi, who seemed somewhat dazed. It appeared that he alone was bewildered. Gu Chengfeng began to inquire about the situation, but Ziyi gently shook her head. She then bowed respectfully to Yun Tianhua, stating, Ziyi bids farewell to the sect leader. The moment her words fell, she activated the purple jade spirit boat, and the two vanished into the void. Farewell to the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. The disciples of Ziyun's sect, witnessing the event, nodded in acknowledgement and raised their voices in salute. Once the two had completely disappeared, sect leader Yun Tianhua promptly commanded, Elder, you shall lead a force to completely annihilate the Fallen Blossom sect. The rest shall accompany me to obliterate the Spirit Peak sect. From this day forth, the great wilderness will be solely the domain of Ziyun's sect. A proclamation of pride surged forth, and the disciples eagerly followed suit. Yes, sect leader. What exactly transpired? On the purple jade spirit boat, Gu Chengfeng could no longer restrain his curiosity and pressed for answers. The tale is long, Ziyi replied. In truth, I came to Ziyun's sect for this item and the purple sky pendant. She then recounted the history to Gu Chengfeng. Centuries ago, the founding ancestor of Ziyun's sect inadvertently acquired the swordsmanship legacy contained within the purple sky pendant, thus becoming a formidable master of the sword and establishing Ziyun's sect in the northern territories. However, news of this legacy ignited envy among other prominent sects, leading several to conspire against Ziyun's sect while its foundations were still unsteady. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Ziyun's sect retreated from the northern territories with the aid of the ancestor's closest friend, seeking refuge in the borderlands of the great wilderness. The ancestor had perished hundreds of years ago, yet even now, the major sects of the north have not ceased their pursuit of the purple sky pendant. This single pendant encapsulated centuries of trials for the sect. Moreover, throughout the years, it was the lineage of the ancestor's closest friend that safeguarded Ziyun's sect, allowing it to endure to this day. And she, Ziyi, was indeed a descendant of that lineage. Now I understand, Gu Chengfeng mused, realizing the tumultuous history of Ziyun's sect over the centuries. But what of the marriage contract? From the sect leader's words, it is evidently connected to me, and I must clarify it. After Ziyun's sect established itself in the great wilderness, the ancestor, in gratitude for his friend's assistance, forged a brotherly bond, solidifying their vow. Within the sect, should a prodigious sword cultivator emerge, one may seek their descendants. If there are contemporaries among them, the female shall become partners in the Dao, while the male shall be sworn brothers of a different surname. As she spoke, Ziyi unfurled the crimson beast skin parchment, revealing two sheets. The one beneath prominently featured the oath of brotherhood. Gu Chengfeng glanced at the two pledges, then turned to Ziyi, stammering, Could it be that you are the cherished friend of the ancestor, this generation's woman? Guess, the young maiden replied, arching an eyebrow playfully. Gu Chengfeng pondered. Does this imply that this marriage contract is between us? His eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that he had unexpectedly gained an unwed fiancée? Observing her demeanor, it seemed she was somewhat reluctant. The girl curled her lips slightly in disdain. Gu Chengfeng mused, then suddenly broke into a grin. I am amenable to it. Humph, you are taking advantage and yet feigning innocence. The maiden retorted with a light huff. Gu Chengfeng blinked, leaning closer to her. So, does that mean I should first capitalize on this advantage? Go away, the girl asserted, playfully pushing his head back with her delicate finger. Warning him, Sister Luo and the others are just ahead. Behave yourself. Does that mean it's permissible if they are not present? Gu Chengfeng grinned. We shall discuss it then. She shot him an exasperated glance before soaring towards the direction of the Flame Legion, exclaiming, "Sister Luo, we are coming." Chapter 43, The Academy of Beichan, the Ice Forest Realm. The Academy of Beichan is situated amidst the vast demon forest, 1,000 miles north of Beichan City, where it is surrounded by ferocious beasts and lurking dangers. To prevent the recruitment mentors from indiscriminately distributing student tokens, any student who secures a token through admission must traverse the demon forest before they can truly be considered a pupil of the Academy of Beichan. The entrance to the demon forest is located within Beichan City. Upon their arrival, Gu Chengfeng, Zier, and Elvier immediately attracted numerous curious glances. "Look, it's Zier, the most beautiful among the top 10 of the Academy of Beichan. She is already a student. Why has she come here?" The murmurs were rife. Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "It seems, heir, that your reputation precedes you." "Indeed." Before Zier could respond, Elvier chimed in. "My lady is pursued by countless admirers at the Academy of Beichan. You must strive hard, young sir." With a mischievous grin, she added, "But worry not, young sir. My lady has no interest in them. Only you can hope to win her favor." "You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Zier shot a glare at Elvier. "Exactly. What are you babbling about?" Gu Chengfeng echoed, directing a stare at her. "When have I ever won her favor?" He then glanced at Zier. "Isn't that so, heir?" "Bah, you two are incorrigible," she retorted with exasperation, gesturing towards the entrance. "Chengfeng, you should hurry on ahead. We will wait for you at the academy." As Zier and Elvier were already students of the academy, they were unable to enter the demon forest. "Very well." Gu Chengfeng nodded. Just as he was about to step into the demon forest, a young man in splendid attire approached briskly, exclaiming, "Miss Heir." The young man, clad in white and holding a folding fan, wore a faint smile, embodying the demeanor of a nobleman. Upon seeing him, Zier furrowed her brow slightly. Choosing to disregard him and signaling Gu Chengfeng to proceed, "Chengfeng, you go ahead." However, the young man in white obstructed her path, saying, "This young man must be Gu Chengfeng. Am I correct? You know me?" Gu Chengfeng was taken aback. It was indeed strange for someone to know his name. "Indeed, I am Mu Beifeng, and I have come to await you, young sir, to wish you a safe passage through the demon forest." The young man smiled, but there was a hint of menace lurking beneath his words, particularly the phrase safe passage, which sounded particularly jarring. Observing the exchange, Elvier leaned closer to Gu Chengfeng and whispered, "Young sir, this is Mu Beifeng, a scion of the Mu family, one of the 3 major families in Beichan City. Mu Yui is his aunt." "Oh." Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed with understanding. It seemed he had come to settle a score on behalf of Mu Yui. No wonder Zier was reluctant for him to engage with this individual. With a subtle lift of his gaze, he turned to the obstruction before him. "Mu Beifeng, if I am not mistaken, your Mu family members resemble dogs, one who barks incessantly, and another who obstructs the path." "Hiss." Upon uttering these words, Gu Chengfeng elicited gasps of astonishment from those nearby. Many could not help but steal glances at him, inwardly marveling. The name Mu Beifeng had long since circulated. He was a distinguished recruit from Bayan City, and Bayan City was undoubtedly a realm of prodigies, where securing a special recruitment token attests to unparalleled strength and talent. Coupled with his status, it was apparent that few dared to provoke him. This youth had the audacity to speak such insults. No wonder he stood beside Z, for he must possess considerable power and position. Very well, indeed. He was acerbic with his words. Mu Beifeng's expression stiffened momentarily as he retorted, "I hope your sword is as sharp as your tongue. Otherwise, you shall have no chance of entering the Bayan Academy. Rest assured, even the dullest sword can easily slay a dog." With that, Gu Chengfeng disregarded him entirely and plunged into the depths of the demon forest. As Gu Chengfeng's figure vanished from sight, Zi's smile faded, her gaze turning icy as it fell upon Mu Beifeng. "You of the Mu family had best behave yourselves." With that, she departed with lure. Mu Beifeng fell silent for a moment, his expression darkening as he muttered, "Damnable country bumpkin." He had assumed their relationship was trivial, yet he was taken aback that Z would issue such a warning on behalf of a mere rustic peasant. This compelled him to reassess the situation. Nevertheless, he soon reaffirmed his conviction. The illustrious North King's residents would not act against their Mu family due to a simple country dweller. A mere rustic did not deserve such consideration. Those who dare insult him and the Mu family must be eradicated. He then pursued Gu Chengfeng into the spatial portal of the demon forest. Following Mu Beifeng, more than a dozen figures entered the demon forest as well. Boom! Gu Chengfeng felt a sudden jolt before crashing onto the trunk of a colossal ancient tree. The entrance to the demon forest's spatial portal would randomly materialize in various regions within the forest. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dazed and confused, Gu Chengfeng barely had time to comprehend his surroundings when a hissing sound reached his ears. Whipping around abruptly, he beheld a serpent's head, the size of an adult's head, flicking its scarlet tongue at him. A black-scaled python. Startled, Gu Chengfeng pushed off the trunk beneath his feet, propelling his body into the air. Whoosh! The black-scaled python, akin to a streak of black lightning, opened its cavernous mouth wide, giving chase. Flash! The brilliance of the Yunxiao sword erupted, and a beam of sword light cleaved through the air, striking the black-scaled python fiercely. In an instant, scales flew asunder. The black-scaled python, writhing in pain, attempted to flee, but Gu Chengfeng swiftly appeared behind it. With a swift thrust, the Yunxiao sword pierced through the shattered scales. Subsequently, with a violent twist, the lengthy python, measuring over 10 meters, crashed to the ground, thrashing wildly. Gu Chengfeng leaped gracefully and landed beside an ancient tree, a fifth-tier Master Realm beast. Observing the python's frantic movements, Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated that the creatures within this demon forest possessed such formidable strength. Encountering one would mean facing the power of a fifth-tier Master Realm. Young man, such a swift and sharp sword. If I am not mistaken, you must belong to the Ice Lotus Sword sect. A voice suddenly emanated from an ancient tree ahead. Raising his gaze, he beheld a girl clad in a light green skirt, her twin ponytails cascading down as she perched on the tree trunk, her legs dangling and swaying gently. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with a petite and delicate visage, her fair skin rendering her undeniably enchanting. Chapter 44, Poisonous Soul Powder, Sure. The Ice Lotus Sword sect? Gu Chengfeng merely shook his head lightly, disregarding the other party, and with a swift stroke of his sword, severed the head of the black-scaled python. He then proceeded to dissect it, preparing to extract the demon core within. The demon cores of mystical beasts are indeed valuable treasures, imbued with the essence of their power, making them excellent materials for medicinal use. However, Gu Chengfeng possessed the devouring heaven sword martial soul, allowing him to directly consume it. Wait, young man. Just as Gu Chengfeng reached for the demon core, the girl perched upon the tree suddenly called out, leaping in front of him. She placed her hand atop his, smiling as she said, "Give me the demon core. How many pills or spirit stones do you desire? Name your price." She had been tracking the black-scaled python, and upon finding it, was prepared to strike, only to be thwarted by the young man before her, having already gathered 35 poisonous demon cores. This final one was essential for her. However, her actions caused Gu Chengfeng to furrow his brows. He gently pushed her hand away and replied, "No need, my apologies." With that, he directly seized the demon core from the python's head and stored it in his spatial pouch. He then turned and strode deeper into the demon forest. "No, you will hand over the demon core willingly," Sure replied with a gentle smile. She then stood silently, counting down the numbers as she gazed at the boy's retreating figure. 7, 6, 5. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with confidence. Yet, when the countdown reached 0, the boy had not reappeared, causing her brows to knit in concern. What was happening? Could it be that her poisonous soul powder had failed? This was unexpected. After a brief moment of contemplation, she swiftly pursued the direction in which the young man had departed. Poison? That wretched woman. Gu Chengfeng, after sprinting a few hundred meters, sensed something amiss. Clearly, it was that girl who had poisoned him when she touched his hand. Moreover, the potency of this poison had directly infiltrated his body, surging towards his dantian and targeting his martial soul. It was a terrifying poison that attacked directly at the martial soul. However, just as the poison aimed to assault his martial soul, the devouring heaven sword martial soul seemed to sense the threat, erupting with a formidable devouring force that consumed the poison. The effects of the poison were suppressed under the might of the devouring heaven sword martial soul. Yet, to completely devour it might require some time. At the very least, he could ensure that it would not erupt, allowing Gu Chengfeng to breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He bore no grudge against this woman, yet she had chosen to strike him with such malice. This matter could not simply be overlooked. Just as Gu Chengfeng prepared to find a safe location to consume the poison, a sudden voice pierced his ears. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but frown. In the blink of an eye, a familiar figure emerged before him. It was none other than Mu Beifeng, the individual he had encountered previously. Behind him trailed 3 other shadows. Damn it! Gu Chengfeng frowned. Encountering Mu Beifeng at this moment was truly unfortunate. TSK, I initially thought that locating you, a mere country bumpkin, might require some effort, but it seems this is your fate. He approached Gu Chengfeng slowly, a sinister look in his eyes, and taunted. Is your mouth still as insolent? Such a loquacious fool. Gu Chengfeng scoffed, swiftly drawing the Yunxiao sword, unleashing a gust of sword wind aimed directly at Mu Beifeng. However, the moment the sword wind was unleashed, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, causing him to stagger back 3 steps. Evidently, the toxicity of the poison soul scatter had not been entirely suppressed, prompting a subtle change in his complexion. I thought you were someone of significance, but it appears you are merely a waste. Mu Beifeng observed, furrowing his brow, then gestured dismissively to the 3 behind him. Kill him. He had intended to eliminate Gu Chengfeng personally, but dismissed the notion, finding it beneath him to deal with a mere weakling. Yes, young Master Feng. The trio drew their blades in unison, charging toward Gu Chengfeng. Frowning, Gu Chengfeng summoned the power of the Tunshin sword martial spirit, intensifying his strength to suppress the poison within his dantian. He then drew his sword once more. With a swift motion, the sword wind sliced through the neck of one assailant, continuing its deadly arc toward the second. Wait, he is not a weakling. The other 2, realizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively raised their long knives to counter Gu Chengfeng's formidable sword strike. Clang! To their dismay, their blades shattered like scrap iron beneath the might of the Yunxiao sword, taking their necks with them. The massive head rolled away, and blood erupted in a frenzy. The last remaining youth's complexion paled instantaneously, and he retreated hastily. In a single stroke, Gu Chengfeng had dispatched 2 opponents, both of whom were at the 4th level of the Master Realm. This demonstrated the formidable strength of Gu Chengfeng, indicating he had at least reached the 5th level of the Master Realm. Such prowess rendered him an equal match against the remaining foe. Die. Regrettably, Gu Chengfeng offered no chance for reprieve. Uttering a single word, he hurled the Yunxiao sword forth. The blade pierced through the opponent's heart, pinning him firmly against a nearby tree. In less than 3 seconds, all 3 adversaries lay lifeless beneath Gu Chengfeng's blade. This spectacle caused Mu Beifeng's eyes to narrow slightly. Yet he merely shook his head, remarking, "It seems I underestimated you." Clearly, the demise of the trio held no significance for him. Gu Chengfeng remained silent, raising his hand as the sword embedded in the corpse flew back into his grasp, pointing it menacingly at Mu Beifeng. However, this time, Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth, refraining from striking again. Within the dantian, the previously suppressed poisonous spirit began to exhibit signs of eruption due to the continuous exertion. Under such circumstances, it was exceedingly difficult for him to contend with Mu Beifeng. Remember, in your next life, should you hear the surname Mu, be prepared to be a subordinate. With a low grunt, Mu Beifeng's folding fan suddenly unleashed a dazzling gust directed at Gu Chengfeng. The fan's azure light swirled around, swiftly enveloping Gu Chengfeng. The instantaneous fluctuation of power reached the formidable 6th level of the Grand Master Realm. Had Gu Chengfeng been at his peak, he would have easily countered it. However, at this moment, it proved to be quite a challenge. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Chengfeng unleashed 3 consecutive sword strikes, barely shattering the gust. Yet, at that moment, Mu Beifeng, with his fan once more, directed another assault towards Gu Chengfeng. Each rib of the fan seemed to transform into a sword in that instant. A dozen radiant beams of light surged through the air. Gu Chengfeng retreated step by step, each step marked by a countering sword wind. Ultimately, he could only shatter 4 of the luminous threats. The remaining beams, however, surged towards his face, throat, and heart, targeting vital points with evident intent to kill. Useless. Mu Beifeng let out a low snort, perplexed as to how such a worthless individual could possibly capture the Eye of Z. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he believed Gu Chengfeng was doomed, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside him. With several vibrant green flashes, she obliterated the threatening beams before Gu Chengfeng. Turning to him, she asked, "Are you all right, young sir?" Chapter 45, Blackhawk's Call, the Academy's Command. "It is you." Upon seeing the newcomer, Gu Chengfeng's fury ignited, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Forgive me, dear sir. I merely intended to jest with you. I did not foresee that someone would attempt to assassinate you," Shishir said, her face adorned with an innocent expression, her eyes gazing at Gu Chengfeng with an almost pitiful glimmer. Shishir. At that moment, Mu Beifeng regained his composure. Upon sighting the young woman, his expression hardened. He never anticipated that this troublesome woman would make her appearance. "Stop calling out. Let us leave quickly. If we linger any longer, you may find it impossible to escape." Shishir playfully smiled at Mu Beifeng. However, this smile sent a jolt of apprehension through him. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What is your connection to him?" "That is none of your concern," the young woman pouted. "Very well, I shall remember this," Mu Beifeng said, choosing not to engage further, and turned to depart. The Xuandu sect, one of the three major sects of the Northern Territories, is reputed to be the most fearsome of them all, though its strength may appear ordinary. The terrifying poison techniques it wields instill dread in many. Even the Ice Lotus Sword sect and the North Night Fist sect, both of which are also among the three, dare not provoke it lightly. Shishir, without a doubt, belonged to the Xuandu sect. He was acutely aware of the horrific and troublesome nature of their poison arts, and had no desire to incite their wrath. "My dear sir, I truly apologize," Shishir said, her expression full of regret as she watched Gu Chengfeng leave. "You would do well to keep your distance from me, otherwise I cannot guarantee that I will not resort to violence," Gu Chengfeng warned, his teeth clenched, a hint of malice evident in his eyes. Had it not been for this woman, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. With that, he approached the three corpses on the ground, retrieving a dozen third-grade elixirs and a multitude of spirit stones from them. Without looking back, he departed. To have been afflicted by the soul poison, yet still manage to slay 3 individuals is indeed intriguing. As she observed the youth's retreating figure, Shishir's eyes sparkled with interest. Ordinary individuals struck by the soul poison would be unable to stand, let alone commit murder. Yet this young man appeared scarcely affected, leaving her increasingly perplexed about how he had achieved such resilience. As the youth walked further away, Shishir's eyes glinted with mischief. She quickly pursued him, calling out, "Wait. Dear sir, allow me to detoxify you, and in exchange, you shall give me the demon core of that black-scaled python, shall you not?" "No need for that," Gu Chengfeng scoffed, his desire to distance himself from her growing stronger. He sought only a place to cleanse the poison from his system, and then he would deal with the woman who had nearly brought about his demise. "Oh dear sir, you are so strikingly handsome, yet your gaze is so frightening." Seemingly attuned to Gu Chengfeng's murderous intent, Shishir pouted, raising her delicate, fair finger to gently glide across the tip of his nose. "Very well, I shall detoxify you, and I shall no longer ask for your demon core. Must you be so stingy?" As her finger brushed past, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. As the fragrant essence permeated his being, Gu Chengfeng once again sensed the poison within his dantian, and, as the young maiden had predicted, it indeed dissipated. He remained silent. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his sword, pointing its blade towards the maiden's throat. Startled, she did not retreat but instead gazed at him with a feeble expression, saying, "I was merely jesting, dear brother, I truly meant no harm. If you are not appeased, then by all means, end my life." With a slight frown, Gu Chengfeng sheathed his sword, commanding, "Keep your distance." After uttering these words, he resumed his journey. After all, it was the maiden's intervention that had thwarted Mu Beifeng's lethal strike, and she had also alleviated his poison. He decided to let the matter rest, unwilling to pursue it further. I knew you were not a cold-blooded person, given your striking looks." The maiden laughed, trotting up beside him. Thus, they continued their trek, one leading the way while the other followed closely behind. "By the way, dear brother, how did you incur Mu Beifeng's wrath? That fellow is quite treacherous. You must be cautious. I see your swordsmanship is quite impressive. You must be from the Ice Lotus Sword sect, right? Who would have thought that such an annoying sect would produce someone as handsome as you?" Throughout the journey, the maiden's chatter was incessant, much to Gu Chengfeng's annoyance. Finally, unable to contain himself, He turned and exclaimed, "Could you possibly be quiet?" "Oh." Yi Shishir immediately covered her mouth, then quietly approached Gu Chengfeng's side, asking one last question. "Dear brother, do you have a girlfriend?" Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow, initially wishing to ignore her. But to silence her, he replied, "I do." Yi Shishir was momentarily taken aback, then gleefully exclaimed, "What a coincidence. So do I. How about I introduce you to my girlfriend later? With your charm, I am sure they will be quite fond of you." Gu Chengfeng could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Was it truly such a crime to be a tad more handsome, graceful, and possessing better poise? Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from ahead, finally silencing Yi Shishir's incessant chatter. Such intensity! Could they be vying for the Academy token? In the realm of the Demon Forest, the Bayan Academy had placed numerous tokens. Securing a token and activating it would transport one into the Bayan Academy, thereby passing the assessment and becoming a true student of the institution. Hearing Yi Shishir's words stirred something within Gu Chengfeng, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the source of the commotion, with Yi Shishir closely following. Before long, they reached the summit of a grand mountain, where an ancient tree stood proudly. From this vantage point, they beheld a nest belonging to a black eagle owl. In the nest, the formidable creature stood fiercely, and beneath its talons lay a dozen eggs along with 3 Academy tokens. Surrounded by 8 figures, the Black Hawk was under siege, evidently targeted for the 3 tokens of the Academy. However, regardless of the relentless assaults from the assailants, the Black Hawk merely defended itself, remaining steadfast in its lair. Boom! Powerful strikes surged towards the Black Hawk, which, in a majestic display of wings, unleashed gusts of wind that shattered the attacks entirely. It was clear that the Black Hawk had attained at least the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm. In contrast, the attackers appeared to be at the 5th or 6th level of the same realm. Were it not for the Black Hawk's unwavering guardianship over the eggs in its nest, these individuals would hardly stand a chance against it, even if they joined forces. Mu Beifeng, Yi Feng. Observing this scene, Gu Chengfeng and Yi Shishir simultaneously uttered a name. The 9 individuals assaulting the Black Hawk were evidently divided into 2 factions, one led by Mu Beifeng, comprising 5 members, while the other was presumably the Night Wind mentioned by Yi Shishir. Yet, in Gu Chengfeng's eyes, only Mu Beifeng mattered. With a resonant clang, his long sword sang as it was drawn, and in an instant, he charged towards Mu Beifeng and his companions, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his gaze. Chapter 46. A sword unsheathed, its sharpness revealed. The purple cheese sword. In the midst of the air, amidst the howling of purple energy, it suddenly transformed into several sword shadows, cleaving towards Mu Beifeng and the 4 individuals beside him, who were attacking the Black Eagle Owl. In an instant, 2 of them were slain on the spot. Mu Beifeng and the other 2, however, managed to evade the onslaught due to their quick reflexes. Startled, Mu Beifeng turned abruptly to behold Gu Chengfeng advancing with his sword drawn. A chill swept across Mu Beifeng's countenance. "You insolent wretch, dare you seek death?" He had never anticipated that Gu Chengfeng, whom Yi Shishir had rescued, would audaciously approach and launch a surprise attack on them. "You wish to perish? I shall oblige." With a low grunt, he swiftly gestured, "Eliminate him first." The moment his words fell, the 3 immediately abandoned their assault on the Black Eagle Owl and redirected their lethal intent towards Gu Chengfeng. In Mu Beifeng's hand, a resplendent fan transformed into a colossal whirlwind, sweeping towards Gu Chengfeng. The 2 others wielded their long knives, unleashing a dazzling blade wind. Faced with this scene, Gu Chengfeng neither retreated nor evaded, and with a powerful swing, he struck at the fan's whirlwind. The sword's might erupted, severing the vortex in 2. In that instant, one person charged forth from the split, wielding a sword infused with radiant murderous intent, swiftly eliminating the 2 individuals beside Mu Beifeng. The sword wind was then rapidly redirected, aimed directly at Mu Beifeng. Clang! Mu Beifeng raised his folding fan to block Gu Chengfeng's sword force, only to be forced back by the pressure of the long sword. This sudden turn of events left the 4 members of Night Wind momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such a fierce counterattack, which had quickly dispatched Mu Beifeng's 4 subordinates. Each sword was swift, precise, and merciless, imbued with the essence of a Grandmaster's sword wind, sharp and resplendent. Night Wind's eyes narrowed. To think, beyond my Ice Lotus Sword sect, there exists such a gifted swordsman. Huh, were they not allies? Behind the stone, Yi Shishir was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed Gu Chengfeng dared to strike because Nightwind and his companions were present, as they were all from the Ice Lotus Sword sect. However, it was evident that Nightwind and the others did not recognize Gu Chengfeng, which sparked a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Could it be that Gu Chengfeng was not of the Ice Lotus Sword sect? Get away. At this moment, with a furious roar from Mu Beifeng, a tremendous force erupted from his fan, sending Gu Chengfeng and his sword flying. Yet, he was equally astonished at the sudden surge of power from this seemingly worthless individual. Die! Gu Chengfeng uttered a single word before raising his sword once more. With a celestial thrust, he unleashed the Ascendant Sword. The blade soared into the sky, its force arcing a radiant rainbow above Mu Beifeng, swiftly descending with lethal precision. One sword, its sharpness revealed. Even as Mu Beifeng faced the northern wind, he could not help but feel a profound dread. Gritting his teeth, a tempestuous gale surged forth from his entire being, manifesting the 8th grade wind martial soul. The formidable might of the martial soul erupted, allowing him to unleash a vortex that rapidly intensified in power. In an instant, it ensnared the soaring sword, the Chongshao sword. Within its grasp, boom, 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 a thunderous cacophony erupted from within the vortex, and moments later, the whirlwind was violently torn apart. The sword's formidable aura swiftly descended upon Mu Beifeng. He barely had time to unfurl his folding fan and shield himself, but the sword's might struck the fan with such force that it sent him careening backward. In midair, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body was flung back, nearly colliding with the Black Hawk Owl, which sent a surge of terror through him, prompting him to roll away in haste toward the direction of Yi Feng and the others. The shrill cry of the Black Hawk Owl behind him made his hair stand on end. Fortunately, the Black Hawk Owl, intent on protecting its egg, dared not leave its nest. Otherwise, having narrowly escaped death by Gu Chengfeng's sword just moments ago, he would have surely met his demise beneath the creature's talons. You wretched beast. Upon rising once more, Mu Beifeng glared fiercely at Gu Chengfeng, his countenance twisted in fury. He could scarcely comprehend how, merely an hour prior, Gu Chengfeng had been but an insignificant insect, and yet now he had transformed into such a formidable adversary. Particularly alarming was his terrifying mastery of the sword, which rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Yi Feng, a true disciple of the Ice Lotus Sword sect. Yi, my brother, assist me in vanquishing this child, and I shall owe you a favor. As Gu Chengfeng charged at him once again, Mu Beifeng gritted his teeth and turned to Yi Feng and the others. I demand 4 bottles of 4th grade elixirs. Yi Feng merely responded with a nonchalant remark. Upon hearing this, Mu Beifeng's anger flared. 4 bottles? Why don't you go steal them? Whether you use them or not is up to you. Yi Feng shrugged dismissively, and with a wave of his hand, the 3 companions behind him retreated. You. Mu Beifeng's face was contorted with indignation. In the next moment, the sound of sword cries once again filled the air, compelling him to grit his teeth and declare, Fine, I agree. Act swiftly. Ha, brothers. 4 bottles of elixirs, 1 for each of us. Let us do this. Yi Feng laughed heartily and waved his hand vigorously. Attack. The 4 of them drew their swords simultaneously. 4 rays of brilliance surged forth as they encircled Gu Chengfeng. Seeking death, Gu Chengfeng's expression turned icy as he tightened his grip on the Yunxiao sword, suddenly flipping it downward. A chilling sword wind surged from the blade, unleashing waves of frosty light. He then met the incoming swords head-on, wielding his sword to unleash a torrent of fierce sword wind that clashed with the 4 swords. However, this time, he had clearly underestimated Yi Feng and his companions. Each sword wielded by the 4 contained a potent sword wind, nearly reaching the Great Ascension level. Leading the charge, Yi Feng was particularly terrifying, having already broken into the pinnacle realm. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the sword winds unleashed by Gu Chengfeng. Pressing forward toward him, young man, the path of the sword cultivator is one of inheritance, without the legacy of a sect. Aspiring to tread this path is merely a fanciful dream. The gentle voice of Yi Feng resonated. In an instant, a sword descended with overwhelming ferocity, cleaving towards Gu Chengfeng's head. Cold sword. Gu Chengfeng roared, channeling the might of his 6th grade cold sword martial soul into the blade. With a swift strike of the Chao Shao sword, he retaliated. As their swords collided, an immense tempest of sword energy surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. However, Gu Chengfeng's Chao Xiao sword soon shattered under the onslaught. He staggered back, retreating several hundred meters before stabilizing his stance, his brow furrowed in concern. The opponent was a grandmaster at the 7th level. He had underestimated him. "Brother Yi, finish him off. Quickly," Mu Beifeng exclaimed, elated by the turn of events. "Preparing the elixirs should be your priority," murmured Han Feng. The four of them, wielding their swords, surged forward once more. Upon witnessing this, Gu Chengfeng immediately sought to harness the power of the devouring heaven sword martial soul. It was the only force capable of aiding him in vanquishing the four adversaries. However, just at that moment, a series of deflating sounds emanated from the approaching four. Their energies dissipated in an instant, and the might of their swords was entirely shattered. Chapter 47. The Venomous Powder, all slain. What is happening? It is poison. The venomous powder. In an instant, the faces of the four changed dramatically, a debilitating sensation rendering them incapable of even lifting their swords. Their long swords fell to the ground one after another, and the four of them slumped helplessly to the earth. Yifeng fixed a penetrating gaze upon Gu Chengfeng. You are one of the Xian poison sect? Sure. Witnessing this scene from behind, Mu Beifeng immediately grasped the situation and swiftly retreated to avoid the contamination of this venomous powder. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng also came to a realization, glancing back toward the direction of the large stone. There he caught a glimpse of a girl's half-exposed face, which made a grimace at her before retreating again. Gu Chengfeng remained silent, withdrawing his gaze to focus on the four before him. He too had been poisoned. However, for him, the swallowing of the sky-devouring sword's martial soul sufficed to suppress it. He then directly raised his sword, advancing toward the four. Feeling the murderous intent in the boy's eyes, Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "You little brat. Do you know who we are? If you harm us, you will undoubtedly meet your demise." Swish! Gu Chengfeng raised his sword and struck down directly. Before Yifeng could finish his words, his head had already rolled to the ground. Hiss! This scene left Mu Beifeng utterly shocked. Behind the large stone, Sure quietly gasped in disbelief. How ruthless! Nevertheless, this confirmed a fact for her. Gu Chengfeng indeed possessed a resistance to poison. It also made her even more curious. How could Gu Chengfeng withstand the venomous powder without consuming an antidote or mobilizing his strength to suppress it? Was there a flaw in the poisons of the Xian poison sect? She had to uncover the truth. "Young master, spare us, we." The remaining three pleaded loudly for mercy. Swish, swish, swish. Before their cries could fully escape their lips, 3 heads had already rolled to the ground. Mu Beifeng felt a chill run down his spine. Especially at the moment when the boy's gaze fell upon him, his entire body trembled slightly. He turned to flee. The cloud sky sword in Gu Chengfeng's hand was unleashed, hurtling through the air, aimed directly at Mu Beifeng. Anyone could live, but Mu Beifeng must die. Don't! Mu Beifeng was horrified, screaming as he fell to the ground in fear. The long sword hung in the air, imbued with lethal intent, slanting downward. A shadow of death loomed, and Mu Beifeng was engulfed in despair. Boom! Just as the long sword was about to pierce Mu Beifeng's head, a sudden burst of brilliance sent the cloud sky sword flying away, embedding itself fiercely into a nearby stone, sending shards flying. One could only imagine the scene had that sword struck Mu Beifeng's head. Who? Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow, his gaze gradually tinged with bloodlust. According to the rules of the Biangan Academy, killing was permitted, but massacre was not. Accompanied by a faint voice, a white crane swooped gracefully through the air, hovering in mid-flight. Upon its back sat a middle-aged man clad in the distinctive robes of a mentor from the Northern Academy. "Uncle, save me." Upon seeing his arrival, Mu Beifeng let out a long sigh of relief, his entire being relaxing as he thought, "Finally, I need not face death." "Mentor?" Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow and questioned, "What do you mean by slaughter and killing?" "Killing is simply killing. How can there be such a distinction? When others kill him, it is murder, but when he kills others, it is deemed slaughter. What logic is this? I declare it slaughter, that is what it is." Mentor Anling retorted with a dismissive snort. "Do you dare to question me?" Gu Chengfeng frowned, fixing his gaze firmly on Mentor Anling. "Is the Northern Academy your family's establishment? What audacity do you possess to utter such words? Enough of your nonsense. Speak further, and I shall revoke your examination eligibility and expel you from the demon forest." Minter Anling disregarded Gu Chengfeng's words. As the crane let out a long cry, it landed beside Mu Beifeng. Are you well? Is everything all right? Anling inquired. His brow knitted in concern. Yes, I am fine. Mu Beifeng gestured toward Gu Chengfeng, exclaiming, It was this vile creature who humiliated my aunt at the border. Oh, Anling's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within them. However, the youth seemed to have sensed danger and had already hidden behind a large rock. There are 1,000 ways to eliminate him upon entering the academy. As a mentor, I cannot act directly. Yet once he steps into the Northern Academy, he will perish without even realizing how. Let us go. With that, he hoisted Mu Beifeng onto the crane's back. Mu Beifeng shot a furious glare in the direction of the boulder and bellowed, Vile creature, I hope you survive the examination. The crane spread its wings and ascended slowly. However, just as it was about to soar into the void, a sudden shadowy light erupted from behind the boulder, sweeping toward them. Minter Anling's expression turned icy upon witnessing this. He had spared the youth's life, yet he dared to strike against him? Such arrogance. With a wave of his hand, a forceful gust shattered the oncoming menace in the air before him. His gaze then fixed on the boulder. He called out, Youngster, you are courting death. He had no intention of engaging the youth, yet now he found himself provoked. You reap what you sow, you shall not survive. Just as Minter Anling prepared to eliminate this foolhardy individual, the crane beneath him suddenly threw back its neck and emitted a sharp cry. It then plummeted from the sky with a thunderous crash. The loss of control of the crane alerted both Minter Anling and Mu Beifeng, their expressions shifting dramatically. Poisonous mist. The malevolent force that surged forth made Mu Beifeng immediately recognize it as the very same poisonous mist from earlier. Curse that wretched creature. Minter Anling gritted his teeth in frustration, never having anticipated that the previous power had been laced with poisonous mist. The force was shattered by him, causing the sinister poison to disperse, leaving them utterly unprepared and vulnerable. As he sensed the power within him also surging forth, Minter Anling, though furious, dared not act carelessly. He swiftly channeled his energy to suppress the malevolent poison within, simultaneously seizing Mu Beifeng and leaping off the back of the white crane to the side. With a thud, the white crane crashed heavily to the ground, its wings flapping furiously, emitting piercing cries. Brother, hurry. The toxicity of the sinister poison affects those at the monarch level for only a brief period. Yi grasped Gu Chengfeng's hand, ready to flee. Minter Anling, being a monarch-level expert, posed a significant threat once the poison was contained. Yet, Gu Chengfeng did not flee. Instead, he inquired, How long do we have? After a moment's contemplation, Yi replied, At most, no more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Realizing the implications of her words, she turned to Gu Chengfeng in alarm. Brother, what are you planning to do? What do you think? I'm going to deal with them. Gu Chengfeng grunted, drawing his sword and stepping forward. You stay here. This matter does not concern you. With that, he had already exited the boulder-esque shadow. Yi felt a shiver run through her and hurriedly cautioned in a hushed tone, No. Even with the sinister poison suppressed, you cannot defeat a monarch-level expert. If he cannot defeat him, then... Gu Chengfeng did not continue his thought. Instead, he brandished his sword and charged toward Mu Beifeng. Chapter 48. Such darkness. Do you harbor malicious intent towards me? As Gu Chengfeng charged forward with his sword, Mu Beifeng was instantly struck with terror. He had witnessed Gu Chengfeng, with a mere swing of his blade, severing Night Wind's head. The same fate had befallen Night Wind's 3 companions. Uncle, save me! The alarmed Mu Beifeng cried out, hastening towards Minter Anling. You worthless fool! How dare you! Minter Anling's fist clenched in fury as he glared at Gu Chengfeng. Do you think I would hesitate? The words resonated with the sound of his sword. The 3 styles of the Zixiao sword technique were unleashed. The first style, Purple Qi sword. The second style, Soaring sword. The third style, Purple Qi as a rainbow, all aimed at Minter Anling. With a series of explosive sounds, the sword's might was shattered by the force of Minter Anling's fists. Yet, Gu Chengfeng paid no heed, relentlessly continuing his assault. You mutt, do you believe you can harm me? Minter Anling scoffed. Before a king realm expert, even if poisoned, you are but an insignificant insect. The waves of sword energy were obliterated before Minter Anling. Though his punches remained formidable, the poison within him rendered him defensively incapacitated, unable to retaliate against Gu Chengfeng. Is that so? Gu Chengfeng retorted with a cold laugh, unleashing more strikes. You shall meet your demise today. At that moment, Mu Beifeng, standing beside Anling, smirked. He thought it wise to refrain from intervening, as Minter Anling had yet to seek his death. But now, the youth had provided the reason himself. However, as Mu Beifeng's words fell, a sword strike pierced through his throat. You. His eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck, attempting to utter a curse. But only a gurgling sound of blood escaped. He then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. What a ruthless young man. Peeking from behind a great boulder atop the mountain, Yi Shishir's eyes sparkled with excitement. You dare! Minter Anling, clearly witnessing this scene, erupted in rage. He had never anticipated the treachery of this youth. The attack directed at him was but a diversion, a calculated ploy to distract him while Mu Beifeng was slain. Fury and astonishment gripped Minter Anling as he ground his teeth, ready to charge at Gu Chengfeng to exact vengeance. But as he took a step forward, the poison within him surged once more, forcing him to halt and suppress the malevolent toxin. Weren't you the one who claimed that whatever you say is law? Gu Chengfeng grinned at Minter Anling. If you say I dare, then indeed I shall. You. Minter Anling's face flushed crimson with rage, nearly causing him to spew blood. Gu Chengfeng, however, paid him no heed. Instead, he unsheathed his sword and strode toward the white crane that was still flapping on the ground. He murmured to himself, I've heard that the flesh of a white crane is imbued with spiritual energy and is exquisitely tender. Damn it, if you dare to touch that crane, I will tear you apart. The sudden outburst from Master Anling ignited a fury within him, compelling him to curse. You say I dare? Well, if I must, then I shall. Gu Chengfeng shrugged nonchalantly. With a swift stroke, he severed the crane's neck. What had merely been a slight poisoning, which could have been remedied once the toxin dissipated, now resulted in the creature's untimely demise. Following this, Gu Chengfeng struck several more times, carving out a dozen or so chunks of meat, pure as jade, from the crane's body and stowed them away in his spatial pouch. Farewell, Master Anling. Upon completing his task, Gu Chengfeng turned and made his way toward the great stone. As he watched the figure of the youth vanish behind the stone, Master Anling's face contorted into a mask of fury. An overwhelming rage caused his hair to rise as if stirred by an unseen wind. His jaw clenched so tightly that blood began to seep from between his teeth. This white crane was one he had nurtured since childhood, having cared for it for over a decade until it had attained sentience, capable of understanding his thoughts. With a mere notion, the crane would comprehend his intent. He had always tended to it with utmost care, even more so than he would for his own children. Yet now it had been. Oh, if Master Anling wished to savor its flavor, I shall send you a piece once I have roasted it. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the great stone. You scoundrel! I will surely rend you asunder. Master Anling's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could no longer contain himself, spewing a mouthful of blood. His voice resonated powerfully, befitting a master of the king's realm, his aura robust. As they descended the mountain, Yi Shishir, walking beside the youth, was filled with admiration. He dared to confront a master and even made him vomit blood. Aside from Gu Chengfeng, she had never heard of anyone daring to do such a thing. Even merely witnessing it filled her with exhilaration. How thrilling! We should flee. We can't linger here. Gu Chengfeng called out, quickening his pace. We must run. If Master Anling's poison dissipates, we will be the ones in dire straits. He found even running to be sluggish. Run. The girl echoed, following suit. As they fled, doubts crept in. Wait a moment, it seems I haven't done anything. Why am I running? Then you may stay behind. Gu Chengfeng waved his hand dismissively. No. I want to stay with you, big brother. Yi Shishir called out, quickening her pace to catch up. Yet, just as they reached the halfway point of the mountain, Gu Chengfeng suddenly halted. Yi Shishir, who was trailing closely, could not stop in time and collided with him. Gu Chengfeng frowned and promptly stepped aside. However, to his surprise, the girl did not retreat. Instead, she pressed closer to him. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she gazed weakly at Gu Chengfeng. Dear sir, do you often tease little girls in such a manner? Her eyes sparkled mischievously, and her voice had a teasing lilt. Oh, but I am engaged, Gu Chengfeng retorted, pushing her away with mild irritation. Humph, I am not afraid, so why should you be? The young girl puffed her chest and raised her chin defiantly. Is she older than I am? Gu Chengfeng glanced down, nodded, and replied, indeed. Huh. The girl pouted, clearly dissatisfied with his response. Boom, boom, boom. You wretched creature. Do not let me see you again. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds and furious shouts erupted from the mountain summit. It was evident that the large rock atop the mountain had suffered a misfortune. If you wish to avoid peril, then flee quickly. Gu Chengfeng's heart tightened, and he hurriedly dashed toward a nearby cave he had previously noticed, prompting him to halt. "PSH, it's nothing," the girl scoffed, pursing her lips, before promptly following Gu Chengfeng into the cave. He cleared away the brush at the cave's entrance to ensure it remained concealed, finally allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. The cavern was shrouded in darkness, with only faint rays of light filtering through the foliage, casting delicate beams within. It appeared that someone had once inhabited this space. Remnants of dry twigs and ashes littered the ground. As Gu Chengfeng pondered how to ignite the wood, a tantalizing fragrance wafted towards him, accompanied by an alluring voice. "Dear sir, it is so dark in here. Did you bring me to plot something nefarious?" Gu Chengfeng remained silent. Chapter 49. Breaking Through Four Realms, the Sword Wind of Transformation. Best not to flaunt in my presence, lest you wish for me to deal with you immediately. Gu Chengfeng shot her a piercing glare. The young girl paused for a moment, then, unable to help herself, broke into a charming smile. Come on, come on." Gu Chengfeng dismissed her with indifference. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Do you have fire?" "Hee, have I ignited the heart of my handsome brother?" The girl leaned closer with a smile, her eyes sparkling like flowers. At this remark, Gu Chengfeng nearly lost his temper. Pointing to the dry branches on the ground, he retorted, "I asked you to start a fire, you infatuated fool." "Huh, you're nothing." With a flick of her head, the girl raised her finger, and a small flame leapt from her hand, igniting the wood. Glancing at Gu Chengfeng, she remarked, "A pharmacist without fire is hardly a pharmacist." Gu Chengfeng was taken aback. "Aren't you skilled in poisons? What does that have to do with being a pharmacist? A poison master is but a type of pharmacist, you know. Besides, poisons are far more entertaining." The girl regarded Gu Chengfeng with a peculiar look. "Are you not from the northern region?" "This is common knowledge. Any martial artist from the north should know this." Gu Chengfeng nodded. "The ancient wilderness, Xian sect. There was nothing to conceal about that." No wonder. The girl realized. She had indeed not anticipated that the borderlands could produce a talent in swordsmanship as exceptional as Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng fell silent, standing at the cave entrance, listening to the sounds outside. The previous raucous shouts of Enling had long since faded away. He then returned to the fire, retrieved 2 pieces of meat, skewered them on a stick, and began to roast them. Before long, a fragrant aroma filled the cave. "Wow, it smells so good," Sure exclaimed, unable to suppress her saliva at the enticing scent. Having consumed various beast meats, she had yet to taste that of the white crane. Once the meat was ready, he handed a piece to Sure. As if recalling something, Gu Chengfeng also offered her the demon core of the black-scaled python. To prevent her from overthinking, he added, "This is a token of gratitude for the poison powder. Without it, I could not have slain Mu Beifeng and quelled my hatred for Enling. I truly owe you for your poison." Crunch. She bit into the white crane meat, savoring it as she mumbled, "So delicious, it's almost intoxicating." Sure accepted the demon core, continuing to eat as she said, "No need for thanks. Just ensure you don't reveal me when Master Enling comes looking for you." After swallowing a mouthful of meat, she continued, "We, the members of the Xian poison sect, still have to make our way in the Northern Academy." Gu Chengfeng took a few bites himself. Indeed, it was delightful. The rich aroma lingered in his lungs, refusing to dissipate, imbued with spiritual energy that nourished his meridians and dantian. "Rest assured I won't. By the way, little brother, with how enraged Master Enling is with you, it's likely to be quite uncomfortable for you upon entering the academy. You should be cautious. If you provoke me again, it won't be mere anger you'll face." Gu Chengfeng raised an eyebrow slightly, suddenly recalling something. He inquired, "If I remember correctly, the enrollment mentor seems to possess rather low cultivation. How is it that the mentor's level is so high?" Mu Yui's cultivation appeared to be around the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm. Yet, this Enling was evidently a powerful figure of the King realm. "That is indeed the case," the young girl promptly explained. "The enrollment mentors hardly qualify as true mentors. They are primarily individuals with connections who merely assist the academy in recruiting students and receive a meager salary in return." No wonder. Gu Chengfeng realized. Mu Beifeng referred to Enling as uncle, indicating that the previous enrollment mentor, Mu Yui, must have been in Ling's companion. After finishing the roasted meat, Gu Chengfeng sensed the spiritual essence within his dantian. He had already accumulated 15 droplets. He then settled down to meditate, channeling the power of the swallowing heaven sword martial soul to devour the spiritual essence one by one. His cultivation solidified at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. What surprised Gu Chengfeng even more was that even his swordsmanship had entered the realm of transformation. He could even faintly sense the 2nd stage of sword intent. Could it be that slaying also enhances one's swordsmanship? A trace of doubt flickered in Gu Chengfeng's heart. The sword of the god of killing was intrinsically about understanding the path through slaying. Each life taken would deepen one's comprehension of this sword path, naturally elevating one's realm. The explanation from the Moonlight Sword Emperor only added to Gu Chengfeng's bewilderment. Isn't this sword path? How has it transformed into the sword of the god of killing? The Moonlight Sword Emperor elaborated. The sword of the god of killing represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It is the most formidable and aggressive path within the realm of sword cultivators. Goodness! Gu Chengfeng silently marveled. No wonder when he faced Du Tiannan. An invisible aura of murderous intent had suddenly surged through him. He had assumed it was the hatred towards Du Tiannan that had triggered such killing intent. It now seemed that it was indeed the sword of the god of killing. By the way, Sword Emperor, are there any other legacies available, such as techniques for movement or defensive martial arts? After all, even the most potent attacks require speed for enhancement. After several skirmishes, Gu Chengfeng felt that his sword's speed remained insufficient. Most importantly, his ability to escape was too slow. In case he encountered someone he could not defeat, ensuring an escape was paramount. Within the Divine Abyss Pavilion, there are numerous chambers, each harboring a unique legacy. Whether one can obtain it depends solely on oneself. Chambers? Gu Chengfeng immediately recalled the rows of rooms he had seen in the Divine Abyss Pavilion. Roughly estimating, there must be at least several hundred. However, he had been preoccupied with being tormented by the 7 Empresses and had not ventured to explore. To his surprise, there were legacies hidden within. Gu Chengfeng hurriedly pressed on. Are there any restrictions on accessing the rooms? The Moonlight Sword Emperor slowly replied. After cultivating the swallowing heaven great transformation technique, for each additional martial soul you condense, you may unlock one room to accept its legacy. Does this mean that after I have condensed the 6th grade cold sword martial soul, I already have a chance to activate it? Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. Then why didn't you remind me? The Moonlight Sword Emperor chuckled. You didn't ask. Gu Chengfeng was left speechless, preparing to directly enter the Divine Abyss Pavilion to discover the nature of the inheritance. Hey, young master? Young master? The voices calling out to him jolted him back to reality, nearly causing him to forget that Ishurshur was beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he found a delicate little face almost pressed against his own. What are you doing? Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow. Ishurshur, startled by his sudden awakening, quickly took 2 steps back. I called out to you for ages, worried that something might have happened. She had called out numerous times earlier, but Gu Chengfeng had shown no response. She had even feared that he might have fallen into a trance during his cultivation. I'm leaving. Gu Chengfeng shook his head and then stood up to walk towards the cave's exit, observing the silhouette of the young man before her. Ishurshur's delicate face was still etched with uncertainty. She had clearly witnessed Gu Chengfeng's cultivation earlier. In an instant, he had broken through 4 levels, ascending from the 5th to the 9th stage of the Grandmaster realm. Such a rapid advancement led her to momentarily wonder if he was practicing some forbidden technique. This concern was precisely why she feared he might have gone astray in his cultivation. Yet, unexpectedly, nothing had occurred. In under an hour, he had elevated his prowess by 4 levels. Nothing could be more astonishing than this. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. After a considerable time, she finally forced herself to suppress her astonishment and hurriedly chased after Gu Chengfeng. Chapter 50. The Legacy, the Little Black Dog. Observing the direction in which Gu Chengfeng had departed towards the mountain peak, I couldn't help but inquire, young sir, are you not concerned that Minter and Ling may still be present? To which he replied nonchalantly, if he hasn't left, then we shall simply deal with him. Gu Chengfeng's carefree smile belied the gravity of his words, which, upon reaching the ears of the young maiden, resonated with an ominous undertone, instilling in her an unshakable sense of certainty. Atop the mountain, tranquility reigned. Minter and Ling had already departed, leaving only the 8 lifeless bodies behind. Gu Chengfeng immediately set about searching the corpses, but alas, they were devoid of any valuables. Clearly, Enling had rifled through them before taking his leave. Nothing of worth. He muttered under his breath, his gaze shifting towards the lair of the black eagle owl. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword. Whoosh! The blade glimmered, its icy radiance cascading forth as blood splattered in all directions. The black eagle owl barely had time to emit a shrill cry before being beheaded by a single stroke. Having attained the 9th level of the Grand Master realm, and having transcended into the realm of the Sword of Transformation, the might of his strike had more than doubled since before. Slaying a black eagle owl was a trivial endeavor. He retrieved the Academy token from the lair of the black eagle owl and tossed one piece to Yi Shishir. Egg, do you want it? Egg. The young maiden paused, instinctively glancing at Gu Chengfeng's lower half. Gu Chengfeng, taken aback, followed her gaze and quickly realized his misstep. His eyes filled with exasperation, he clarified. I meant the egg of the black eagle owl. The black eagle owl's. Yi Shishir averted her gaze, meekly commenting, You are quite fierce, young sir. Observing her demeanor, Gu Chengfeng felt as though he were striking a pillow with his fist. With a resigned shake of his head, he muttered, Forget I said anything. He then proceeded to extract the demon core from the black eagle owl. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the Academy token shimmered, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot. Humph, just looking, didn't he even touch it? Why so fierce? She pouted, her figure also disappearing from view. However, Gu Chengfeng's disappearance was not a result of activating the Academy token to exit the demon forest, but rather an entrance into the Divine Abyss Pavilion. This was merely a ruse for Yi Shishir, as he could not enter the pavilion with her present. My esteemed Empress, I have arrived, he proclaimed within the Grand Hall, addressing the Moonlight Sword Emperor who lingered in the void. The Moonlight Sword Emperor merely cast a glance in his direction, replying, Attend to your duties. Ugh. Gu Chengfeng pouted, scoffing, heartless. Once the great sun saint body is drained, it transforms into an utterly emotionless visage, seemingly oblivious to its former self. Wait until I acquire a few meteorite shards. I shall make sure to tidy you up. With a huff, he strode towards the passageway leading to the Divine Abyss Pavilion. A dimly lit corridor, seemingly endless, stretches into the depths. On either side of the passage, there are rooms, all with their doors firmly shut. Gu Chengfeng soon arrived beside the first door, a dark and ancient portal adorned with 2 crystalline orbs. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned a thread of the Tongtian sword martial soul's power, coalescing it in his hand before pressing it against one of the orbs. The essence of the Tongtian sword martial soul surged into the orb, which immediately erupted in a dazzling radiance of sword light. Observing this, Gu Chengfeng promptly infused the power of his 6th grade cold sword martial soul into the other orb. Both orbs ignited successively. A series of mechanical clicks echoed from the door at that instant. As the sounds faded, the door creaked open slightly. Gu Chengfeng pushed the door and stepped inside. An ancient aura enveloped him, startling him into a swift survey of his surroundings. The room was modest in size and devoid of any embellishments, featuring only 4 bare walls. His gaze quickly fixated on a stone pedestal in the center of the room, more specifically, on a black and red box resting upon it. The box was engraved with intricate patterns that shimmered with a ghostly black-red light, intertwining to form a mysterious design. Gu Chengfeng approached hastily, cradling the box in his hands for a closer inspection, yet he remained perplexed. Instinctively, he channeled his spiritual energy into the box. In an instant, the entire box erupted in a black-red luminescence. Above it, an image materialized in the air, a colossal beast, moving amidst flames. With the eyes of a tiger and the head of a lion, adorned with 2 horns and a long tail covered in dragon scales, resembling an ancient divine creature, exuding an overwhelming presence. Gu Chengfeng gazed at this scene with astonishment, as he had never encountered such a fearsome creature before. At that moment, the box in his hands suddenly opened, and the vision in the air transformed into a stream of light, merging entirely into the box. An egg? As the brilliance subsided, Gu Chengfeng stared in disbelief at what lay within the box. A black and red egg, roughly the size of a human head, quietly nestled inside. Could it possibly be the egg of that terrifying beast? A surge of delight flooded Gu Chengfeng's heart. If that were true, he would have struck gold. Just as he pondered this, cracks suddenly appeared on the eggshell, which then shattered. A black and red figure burst forth, materializing before Gu Chengfeng. It was a small black dog with a canine head, lacking horns and scales, sporting a short tail, which wagged enthusiastically as it stuck out its tongue in a display of affection. Stunned, Gu Chengfeng was left utterly bewildered as their eyes met. After some lingering doubts, Gu Chengfeng glanced at the eggshell, confirming the absence of any possibility of twins, before he crouched down. You! Woof, woof! However, before Gu Chengfeng could utter another word, the little black dog leaped into his arms, its large tongue eagerly licking his hand. At that moment, everything around him faded to black, and he nearly lost consciousness. All extraneous thoughts were utterly extinguished. Gu Chengfeng glared at the little black dog and sternly asked, "Speak honestly. Did you usurp the original inhabitant of the egg? Where have you taken them?" The little black dog seemed to grasp Gu Chengfeng's displeasure and issued a pitiful whimper. Woof! Woof! With a hint of helplessness, Gu Chengfeng gently set the little black dog down and turned to exit the room. Little did he know, as soon as he left, the dog began to crunch on the eggshell on the floor. In an instant, a surge of dark red power erupted from the little black dog's body, only to be drawn back inside moments later. The little black dog promptly chased after Gu Chengfeng, leaving the room. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, Gu Chengfeng could no longer contain his frustration and complained to the Moonlight Sword Sovereign, "Sovereign, are you certain that is a legacy? A legacy in the form of a dog? I can't believe this nonsense. The legacy manifests because of you, aligning with your heart and matching your essence." The Moonlight Sword Sovereign merely responded with a calm remark. As the words left his lips, a surge of power enveloped Gu Chengfeng, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself once again beside the Black Hawk's lair, the little black dog faithfully at his feet. Gazing down at the dog, Gu Chengfeng pointed to himself, questioning, "Am I really that dog-like? What does it mean to match with me? I seriously suspect the Sword Sovereign is speaking in riddles. Wouldn't you agree?" Woof! The little black dog seemed to wholeheartedly agree, barking loudly in response. Ha ha! Seeing the little dog's expression, Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but laugh. The little creature was rather endearing. He then activated the Academy's command, and in an instant, he vanished once more. At the Northern Academy, the plaza was alight with streams of light. As numerous young boys and girls appeared in succession, the plaza had already gathered thousands of people. Where is Gu Chengfeng? Who is Gu Chengfeng? Come out! The shouts of anger echoed throughout the plaza as Gu Chengfeng's figure just appeared. Chapter 51. It seems we must kill again. At this moment, the crowd was scanning their surroundings, hoping for a response. The one calling out was a familiar figure to many present, Mu Nanfeng from the Mu family of Ban City. He was the twin brother of Mu Beifeng and was consumed with rage upon learning that his brother had fallen at the hands of Gu Chengfeng. His furious shouts had echoed for quite some time. Alongside him stood several members of the Ice Lotus Sword sect, numbering at least a dozen, led by Lin Xiao, an inner disciple renowned for his formidable strength, acclaimed as the foremost prodigy of this generation in the Ban Academy, surpassing all others in brilliance. The name Gu Chengfeng resonated throughout the crowd, yet curiously, not a single soul recognized him. Logically, one would expect that among the northern prodigies, even if they had never met, they would at least be familiar with each other's names. However, this individual seemed to have materialized out of thin air, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. What a remarkable presence! The leader truly makes an entrance. Meanwhile, concealed within the throng, Lu Yunyi felt a tremor of unease. The Mu family of Ban City and the Ice Lotus Sword sect, either of which possessed the power to obliterate the Xian sect, were formidable adversaries. How delightful! Sure, also hidden among the crowd, couldn't help but smirk with intrigue. Yet, her expression quickly shifted to one of irritation. Gu Chengfeng had deceived her into revealing herself while she remained concealed. Just then, she caught sight of a familiar figure descending from the void, landing gracefully upon the square. It was none other than Gu Chengfeng. "Gu Chengfeng, my dear brother." Upon recognizing him, sure exclaimed and dashed toward him. "Little demoness, sure." The crowd collectively gasped at the revelation, astonished to discover that this Gu Chengfeng was acquainted with the infamous little demoness. As sure halted before a young man, an audible gasp swept through the square, with all eyes drawn to Gu Chengfeng, murmuring his name in awe. He was indeed Gu Chengfeng. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Those surrounding Gu Chengfeng and the little demoness instinctively recoiled several paces, eager to avoid any misinterpretation. You sure you? Gu Chengfeng regarded the girl beside him with a furrowed brow. Hee, allow me to introduce you to everyone. No need to thank me. The girl flashed a playful smile before turning and sprinting back into the crowd, playfully slapping Gu Chengfeng's backside as she departed. Thank you very much. Gu Chengfeng muttered, exasperated. I'll take care of you eventually. Suddenly, figures soared toward Gu Chengfeng, revealing themselves to be Mu Nanfeng and Lin Xiao of the Ice Lotus Sword sect. You wretched scoundrel. You are the one who killed Mu Beifeng. Mu Nanfeng immediately stepped forward, brandishing a folding fan and pointing it at Gu Chengfeng. Anyone who dares to harm a member of the Ice Lotus Sword sect shall perish today, regardless of their identity. Lin Xiao echoed with a fierce shout. And in an instant, dozens of sword lights surged forth, all aimed at Gu Chengfeng. You are so powerful, and with such numbers. Is it not a tad unjust to bully me alone? Gu Chengfeng feebly gazed at the throng surrounding him, instinctively taking a step back. Is there a way out of this? Blood for blood. Mu Nanfeng gritted his teeth, unfurling his fan, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him. Indeed, blood for blood. There is no other alternative. Lin Xiao added with a cold snort. Are you certain? Gu Chengfeng retorted. Enough of your nonsense. I shall eliminate you first. Upon uttering these words, Mu Nanfeng swung his fan towards Gu Chengfeng's throat with lethal intent. Alas, it seems another life must be taken. Gu Chengfeng shook his head slightly. In the next moment, the Yunxiao sword was drawn, slicing through the air with a flash of light. The sword light swept past, and Mu Nanfeng, in mid-strike, inexplicably halted in place. Mu Nanfeng, what are you waiting for if you do not kill this scoundrel? Lin Xiao could not help but hiss in frustration. Yet, as soon as his words fell, they witnessed Mu Nanfeng's fan suddenly slip from his grip, clattering to the ground. Damn, how useless can one be? Frightened to the point of dropping their weapon? Lin Xiao muttered under his breath. He then gestured vigorously, get out of the way. We shall handle the bloodshed ourselves. But at that very moment, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Looking up, they beheld a crimson line across Mu Nanfeng's neck, from which blood gushed forth uncontrollably. With a thud, Mu Nanfeng's head fell to the ground. Is he dead? This scene caused the onlookers to collectively gasp in shock. How had Mu Nanfeng met his end? Many only saw Gu Chengfeng draw his sword, which then swiftly returned to its sheath. If he truly fell by Gu Chengfeng's blade, then the speed of that strike was astonishing. A swordsman, a top-tier swordsman. In an instant, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. No one had anticipated that this previously unknown Gu Chengfeng was a formidable swordsman, having reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In the past, such swordmasters had only emerged from the Ice Lotus Sword sect, yet there had been no word of any new sword sects arising in the northern territories. At this moment, even Lin Xiao and his companions were left momentarily dumbfounded. What swiftness, what ferocity in that blade! He had not even perceived the opponent's attack. Clearly, Gu Chengfeng's mastery of the sword might surpass his own. While he could be regarded as a prodigy in swordsmanship, the one who had slain a member of the Ice Lotus Sword sect was destined for death. With a swift shake of her head and a decisive wave of her hand, she commanded, kill. In an instant, over a dozen individuals drew their swords, their blades shimmering with radiant light. Stop! Just then, a woman's authoritative voice pierced through the air. A lady suddenly emerged from the void, descending gracefully before the crowd. Clad in a form-fitting attire and bearing a long sword upon her back, her gaze swept over the gathered throng, exuding an unmistakable air of superiority that could be felt from a considerable distance. Ji Tingyu, Senior Sister Ji. The onlookers gasped, realizing that Gu Chengfeng had truly provoked the Ice Lotus Sword sect to such an extent that even Ji Tingyu had arrived. Ji Tingyu had entered the Bayan Academy the previous year, showcasing remarkable prowess. Furthermore, she held a respectable position within the proud Sword Celestial sect, and it was rumored that she was soon to be promoted to a core disciple. Greetings, Senior Sister Ji. Lin Xiao and the others, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly bowed and saluted with their swords. No need for that. Ji Tingyu waved her hand dismissively and approached Gu Chengfeng directly. May I inquire, young sir, from which school do you hail? Might you have any interest in the Ice Lotus Sword sect? At this, the crowd began to comprehend the true intent behind her arrival. She was not there to take Gu Chengfeng's life. Rather, she recognized his exceptional swordsmanship and sought to recruit him. It was only natural that the Ice Lotus Sword sect, A sect dedicated to the art of the sword would be drawn to such a prodigious talent at such a young age. However, Lin Xiao interjected loudly, "Senior Sister Ji, he has slain Yi Feng." Silence. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by her sharp rebuke. If we can recruit a swordsmanship prodigy for our sect, what does the life of one individual matter? Chapter 52. The Second Realm of Swordsmanship, the Sword Radiance. The Grand Swordmaster. Fair maiden, are you attempting to entice me? Gu Chengfeng's gaze flickered with amusement, a teasing smile dancing upon his lips. You may interpret it as such. Ji Tingyu replied with a nod, her demeanor exuding pride. As long as one becomes a member of my Ice Lotus Sword sect, what does it matter to eliminate a few individuals? The Mu family is but a trifling matter. I could easily make them avoid you. Indeed, the Ice Lotus Sword sect possesses such formidable strength. As one of the 3 major sects in the northern region, its prowess is unmatched and cannot be compared to the Mu family of Bayan City. However, Gu Chengfeng hesitated, as if summoning the courage to speak. Yet, you are somewhat lacking in beauty. Perhaps if you were to send someone more attractive, I might consider your proposal. Giggling, Ishirshir interjected, "Oh dear. Your taste is quite discerning. She truly is rather unattractive." Upon hearing Gu Chengfeng's words, laughter erupted from the crowd. Yet it abruptly ceased when Ji Tingyu's icy gaze swept over them. Only Ishirshir remained unfazed, her laughter continuing unabated. "How dare you? You are given a chance to live, but refuse to take it." Lin Xiao barked angrily, pointing his sword at Gu Chengfeng while casting a glance at Ji Tingyu. If he wished for death, then let it be so. Ji Tingyu huffed in irritation, dismissing the matter with a wave of her hand. What? Is it forbidden to speak the truth about one's appearance? Gu Chengfeng shrugged helplessly. "Kill him," Ji Tingyu commanded through gritted teeth. At her command, Lin Xiao and his companions wasted no time, their swords lunging toward Gu Chengfeng. With a sharp intake of breath, Gu Chengfeng propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air as he unsheathed his Yun Xiao sword, sweeping it horizontally at the ground beneath him. A brilliant sword wind surged forth, cascading like a tidal wave. Clang, clang, clang. The swords in the hands of over a dozen individuals were severed in an instant by the boy's strike. Then, with a sudden twist in midair, bright crimson streaks appeared across the throats of the assailants, who subsequently collapsed to the ground in unison. Only Lin Xiao remained, utterly stunned, as he processed the swift demise of his companions. Quickly, too swift. In the blink of an eye, 10 individuals had met their end, all members of the Ice Lotus Sword sect, each a capable swordsman in their own right. Yet none could withstand the boy's singular blow. A heavy silence enveloped the surroundings, as all witnesses were rendered speechless. "Now it's your turn." Just as Lin Xiao stood in shock, Gu Chengfeng's voice snapped him back to reality. "I shall slay you." In a fit of rage, Lin Xiao directed his sword toward Gu Chengfeng. A tempestuous gust surged with the sword's might, illuminating the air with dazzling brilliance. The 8th-tier Gale sword martial spirit had fully manifested, and at that moment, the pinnacle of his grandmaster-level prowess erupted into existence. The formidable strength emanating from the youth instilled a profound sense of trepidation in those surrounding him. Whoosh! As the long sword approached the boy, he abruptly raised his own blade. With a singular strike, he obliterated Lin Xiao's tempestuous sword, simultaneously unleashing an unrelenting force that aimed directly at Lin Xiao's chest. The path of the Slayer, a pinnacle of swordsmanship. The more one kills, the stronger one becomes. The sword, tainted by the blood of 10 men, had in that moment become exceedingly sharp. The overwhelming intent to kill had seamlessly fused with the sword wielded by Gu Chengfeng. To strike was to take life. How could one possess such overwhelming strength? At that moment, Lin Xiao's countenance altered dramatically. He could not fathom why, despite sharing the same swordsmanship, the same cultivation level, and the same transcendent sword winds, the opponent's blade radiated such ferocity and power. Under the weight of the opponent's sword, he found himself devoid of any means of resistance. As the youth charged towards him, sword in hand, Lin Xiao retreated in rapid succession. The crowd behind him instinctively scattered in disarray. The long sword pressed against Lin Xiao, propelling them both over 100 meters until a brilliant light erupted from Gu Chengfeng's sword, at which point he gracefully landed back on the ground. Simultaneously, Ji Tingyu had positioned herself in front of Gu Chengfeng, evidently having intervened to halt his advance. Facing Gu Chengfeng, Ji Tingyu gently shook her head. Slaying a few ordinary disciples may allow for some leeway, but should you kill Lin Xiao, it would be a matter of life and death. I am rather timid. It would be best not to threaten me. Gu Chengfeng chuckled. Timid? The words spoken by the youth caused the faces of those surrounding him to stiffen in disbelief, eliciting a chorus of murmurs. Even Ji Tingyu's eyes flickered momentarily. Timid. Yet he had just arrived at the academy and killed the two brothers of the Mu family? Timid. Yet he dared to slay the disciples of the Binglian sword sect, killing dozens without hesitation? Timid. Yet he had the audacity to insult her appearance? You should consider yourself fortunate that it is I who stands before you. Had it been senior sister Yueha, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Ji Tingyu slowly drew her sword, her fingers delicately gliding over the blade. In this final choice, I hope you do not disappoint me. Even the onlookers were taken aback that Gu Chengfeng had slain another 10 disciples of the Binglian sword sect. Yet Ji Tingyu had not abandoned her intentions. Clearly, the youth's extraordinary talent and swordsmanship made her reluctant to take his life. I have a personal creed. Those who wish to kill me must perish, Gu Chengfeng stated, shaking his head. He then directed his sword, pulsating with purple energy, straight at Lin Xiao. You may try to win me over, but first, eliminate him. Ji Tingyu frowned, her gaze instinctively glancing back at Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao merely chuckled, bemused by the audacity of this unknown individual who dared to suggest that Ji's sister kill him. What a joke. Boy, do you truly consider yourself significant? Lin Xiao scoffed coldly. At this moment, Ji Tingyu's expression turned icy, utterly unaware of her own limitations. Heh, Gu Chengfeng, however, merely offered a faint smile in response. In the next instant, the purple chi sword surged forth, and with a single stroke, it swept past Ji Tingyu, directly aimed at Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's heart sank, and he quickly called out, Senior Sister Ji. Humph. With a mere flick of her hand, Ji Tingyu conjured a radiant sword barrier before Lin Xiao. The blade of the purple chi sword struck against the barrier, unleashing a series of dazzling flashes, only to dissipate entirely. Gu Chengfeng's figure was also forced back several steps by the tremendous force emanating from the barrier, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Sword radiance? A grand sword master? The power within this barrier evidently transcended the realm of mere sword winds. It could only be the work of sword radiance. You are severing your own escape route. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed across Ji Tingyu's face. In that moment, she had completely abandoned any notion of winning over Gu Chengfeng. Some individuals can only comprehend what is right and wrong in the face of death. This youth before her is precisely such a person. I shall witness the prowess of a grand sword master. Gu Chengfeng let out a low grunt, and then, with renewed vigor, he raised his sword. With a single stroke, he ascended towards the heavens, accompanied by a torrent of sword wind, and fiercely descended upon Ji Tingyu's head. Chapter 53. The top of the battle rankings, Yuhi. Humph. Ji Tingyu's eyes turned icy, and the aura of his sword surged instantly, unleashing a dazzling beam of sword light that erupted from his blade. The might of the sword radiated with undeniable sharpness. In an instant, it shredded Gu Chengfeng's soaring sword into fragments mid-air, the brilliance still lingering, as it continued with unstoppable momentum, aiming directly at Gu Chengfeng. Is this the essence of sword light? Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, advancing rather than retreating, as another soaring sword ascended with great force. However, at this moment, the power of the soaring sword no longer echoed with the cries of the wind, but transformed into a radiant burst of sword light. Endless sharpness was contained within the sword's might, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the void. The resonating sound of the sword accompanied its descent. Sword light, you too are a grand sword master. Feeling the realm of sword light within the sword's might, Ji Tingyu's expression stiffened. He had initially thought his opponent was merely a sword master, yet it turned out he was also a grand sword master. A 16-year-old sword master is not uncommon, but a 16-year-old grand sword master is exceedingly rare. Even within the entire Ice Lotus Sword sect, only one has achieved such a feat, that is, Senior Sister Yuhi. Yet, Senior Sister Yuhi is a direct disciple of the sect leader, the formidable and enchanting Bing Huayin. Trained personally by the sect leader from a young age, her mastery of the sword is nothing short of transcendent. Could this young man's swordsmanship truly rival that of Senior Sister Yuhi? So, he is a grand sword master. No wonder I am no match for him. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao behind them let out a long sigh of relief. Losing to a grand sword master is not a disgrace. Little did they know, Gu Chengfeng's comprehension of sword light was merely a recent revelation following a deadly encounter. The Chaos Sword. As the sword's might descended, Ji Tingyu abruptly raised his sword, unleashing a tremendous slash. The powers of their swords clashed, resulting in a spectacular explosion. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me for the consequences. At this moment, Ji Tingyu was furious. A newcomer daring to provoke him truly believed that a mere spark of talent made him exceptional. She had seen and eliminated many with talent. You cannot protect him, mark my words. Gu Chengfeng's gaze gradually became tainted with crimson as overwhelming murderous intent began to spread. From the eyes to the sword, from the sword to the strike. Purple energy surged like a rainbow. With a low roar, the purple energy cascaded down magnificently. The overwhelming aura of the killing sword light stained the endless purple mist with a hint of blood, making the crowd in the square acutely aware of the murderous intent emanating from the sword, causing their hearts to chill. This fellow is indeed growing stronger and increasingly inscrutable. In the crowd, Lu Yanni trembled with trepidation. It was only at this moment that he truly realized how wise his decision had been to relinquish the position of Holy Son to Gu Chengfeng. Otherwise, he might have already met his end beneath Gu Chengfeng's sword. Indeed, one must remain prudent in life. Lu Yanni secretly rejoiced and resolved to follow Gu Chengfeng without fail. Boom! A magnificent purple aura surged like a rainbow, crashing down upon Ji Tingyu. She raised her sword in defiance. Yet the blade in her hand was abruptly severed in two beneath the force of that strike. Following this, the purple energy enveloped her, and the might of the sword pierced her very being. In an instant, Ji Tingyu's body was torn asunder, blood splattering in all directions, leaving the multitude present in sheer horror, recoiling in shock. Lin Xiao stood frozen, dazed, oblivious even to the blood of Ji Tingyu that splattered upon him. Lin Xiao, be careful. At that moment, a voice from the crowd jolted him awake. He opened his eyes wide, only to see the young man, sword in hand, advancing toward him. One person, one sword. His eyes were blood red, and the blade was stained with blood. A chilling aura of murderous intent surrounded him, his long hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Faced with this scene, Lin Xiao felt a wave of terror wash over him. His mind consumed by a single thought, run. His entire body propelled into the air. Yet, at that very moment, the young man's sword had already soared through the air. The speed of the person was outmatched by the speed of the sword. In the blink of an eye, the long sword was poised at the back of Lin Xiao's head. The shadow of inevitable death loomed large, and Lin Xiao bellowed in fury, Gu Chengfeng, even if I perish, you shall surely die. My Ice Lotus Sword sect will not let you escape. If the Ice Lotus Sword sect will not spare me, then I shall annihilate it. The young man scoffed, an icy wave of murderous intent radiating from him. How dashing you have become, I truly adore it. Yi Shishir's eyes sparkled with a blue glow, her smile radiant as a flower. Not only was he handsome, but his talent was extraordinary, and his strength was remarkable. She found herself increasingly enamored. What audacious ants dare to utter such words? Just then, a thunderous voice descended from above. Accompanying the sound was a streak of brilliance that instantly sent Gu Chengfeng's sword flying, allowing Lin Xiao to narrowly escape yet again. A woman's figure sliced through the void, standing tall above the throngs of thousands in the square. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, clad in a form-fitting garment of vivid colors that accentuated her perfect curves, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, a long sword resting on her back. A blood-red tassel adorned the hilt of her sword, adding an extra touch of grace to her presence. Yuhi, the foremost contender of the North and Academy's battle rankings. Yuhi, the prized disciple of the beautiful yet deadly matriarch. Yuhi. The instant the girl appeared, the square erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Excitement gleamed in the eyes of the crowd. Yuhi not only held the title of the strongest in the Northern Academy, but also ranked second among the 10 most beautiful women. She was undeniably a terrifying presence, embodying beauty, physique, and strength. Throughout the Northern Academy, she had an abundance of admirers. Many had come specifically for her, and among the crowd in the square, numerous individuals were drawn by her allure. At that moment, the girl stood defiantly in the air, her cold gaze directed at Gu Chengfeng below, Those who kill members of my Ice Lotus Sword sect shall pay the price. Accompanying the sound, 2 streams of sword aura surged forth, aimed directly at Gu Chengfeng. With a wave of his hand, the sword aura erupted, emanating an overwhelming sword might. It was as if he had transcended to the realm where fingers transformed into swords, and all things became blades. The essence of sword might had completely surpassed the 3rd realm of the sword path, achieving the sword chi realm. Sword King. Faced with these 2 terrifying sword energies, Gu Chengfeng felt a profound chill in his heart. The sensation of utter helplessness was a novel experience in his world. The overwhelming pressure of cultivation and realm was palpable. Against these 2 sword auras, Gu Chengfeng found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance. One touch would mean death. Swallowing heaven, sword martial soul. Gu Chengfeng fixed his gaze intently on the approaching sword auras, letting out a low growl within. Have you had your fun yet? However, before Gu Chengfeng could unleash the power of his swallowing heaven, sword martial soul, a sudden voice cleaved through the air. The voice resonated as the 2 sword auras that he had unleashed shattered before Gu Chengfeng. An elder then materialized in the void. Salutations, Elder Yi. Upon sighting the newcomer, the crowd in attendance immediately bowed in respect. There is no need for such formality. The elder gestured lightly to the crowd, and then turned his gaze toward Yuhi, shaking his head. Yuhi, have you lost your senses? The esteemed number 1 on the battle rankings, attacking a newcomer. Is that not beneath your dignity? Anyone who kills a member of the Ice Lotus Sword sect must face death. Concerns of dignity are irrelevant to me. Yuhi retorted with a disdainful huff. Her gaze still fixed coldly upon Gu Chengfeng. This is the Bayan Academy, not your Ice Lotus Sword sect. The elder admonished sternly. He then directed his gaze down at Gu Chengfeng, stating unequivocally, Young scholar, your actions of taking a life are indeed erroneous. You must come forth and apologize to your senior sister, Yuhi, at once. Chapter 54. The Terror of the Black Light, One Arm of the Waning Moon. Apology. Upon hearing these words, the crowd present momentarily fell silent. This was clearly an effort to provide Gu Chengfeng with a means of retreat. Having slain 11 members of the Ice Lotus Sword sect, including the esteemed Ji Tingyu, a true disciple of the Bayan Academy. To conclude matters with a mere apology would ensure Gu Chengfeng's survival. Otherwise, Yueha would undoubtedly seek his life. Boss, let it go. We cannot afford to provoke them. Lu Yunyi quietly approached Gu Chengfeng, softly advising him. Gu Chengfeng glanced at Lu Yunyi and merely smiled. He then raised his gaze towards Elder Yi and inquired, May I ask, Elder Yi, if one were besieged by a dozen individuals, would they retaliate? Elder Yi's brow twitched slightly, but he soon nodded in affirmation, naturally. Then if one were to retaliate and inadvertently eliminate them all, why should I be the one to apologize? Gu Chengfeng pressed further. His words not only rendered Elder Yi speechless, but also cast a hush over the entire assembly. Everyone present recognized the truth in Gu Chengfeng's assertion. Even if an apology were warranted, it should not come from him. Inadvertently? You claim to have accidentally killed 11 members of my Ice Lotus Sword sect. Yueha's eyes turned frigid, her gaze sharp and fierce, as if a multitude of swords were erupting forth. If you insist on framing it that way, then I must apologize. Gu Chengfeng raised his head towards Yueha with an air of mock contrition, but in the very instant he spoke, a smile broke forth. Indeed, it was I who deliberately killed them. His smile radiated with brilliance, pure as a spring, yet every word he uttered was steeped in an unfathomable malice, causing an involuntary shiver among all who beheld it. This was especially true for Yi Shishir, who watched with eyes alight with intrigue. Yet Yueha, enraged, perceived this as a provocation, an unabashed affront. You truly deserve death, she declared, and with that, a beam of sword light surged toward Gu Chengfeng once more. Elder Yi raised his hand, prepared to intervene, but at that moment, a figure appeared by his side, halting his motion. Elder Yi. Anling, is there something amiss? Elder Yi frowned at Anling, who merely shook his head slightly. Understanding dawned upon Elder Yi as he glanced back at Gu Chengfeng below. He intended to speak, but ultimately remained silent, retreating to a distance instead. Arrogant brat, let us see who will protect you now. You deserve to die? Yueha scoffed, and the brilliance of her sword light intensified. Be careful, boss. Lu Yunyi cried out in alarm beside Gu Chengfeng, but was swiftly pushed away by Gu Chengfeng's hand. Brother, not far away. Yishirshi's expression shifted, and she cried out to the heavens, Yueha, if you dare to harm him, I will not let this go. What are you even worth? Yuhi merely scoffed, choosing to disregard the situation. She continued to wield her sword, striking towards Gu Chengfeng. Damn that woman! Yishirshir muttered under her breath. Immediately, she raised her hand, and a jade pendant in her grasp transformed into a streak of luminous energy, exploding into a protective barrier above Gu Chengfeng's head. Boom! In an instant, Yuhi's sword energy collided with the energy shield. The shield shattered into nothingness. Yet it successfully obstructed Yuhi's sword force. Brother, let us go? Yishirshir swiftly ran to Gu Chengfeng's side, grasping his hand and pulling him away, not casting a glance at the shattered jade pendant on the ground. She did not look, but the surrounding crowd was stunned. This is a spirit energy jade pendant. The spirit energy jade pendant is an exceedingly rare treasure, capable of storing a formidable power for offense or defense. Typically, it is bequeathed from elders to the younger generation of prominent families for protection. It is undeniably a life-saving treasure, with each piece holding immense value. Seldom possessed even by the three major sects of the northern region. No one had anticipated that the little demoness Yishirshir would use one for Gu Chengfeng. Yishirshir, you. Gu Chengfeng was equally astonished that this woman would take such a step. Yishirshir, Yuhi was evidently taken aback as well, her brows furrowing tightly, yet she was resolute in her intent to not let Gu Chengfeng escape. If she, Yuhi, could not eliminate even a Gu Chengfeng, she might as well abandon her place in the Northern Academy. She launched herself directly in front of Gu Chengfeng and Yishirshir, raising her sword to block their path. If you dare to move against her, this matter will not end well. Yishirshir glared at Yuhi with a darkened expression. Yuhi coldly retorted, he must die? Yishirshir clenched her teeth, but it was evident that she was no match for Yuhi. While Yuhi refrained from harming her, she was indeed incapable of protecting Gu Chengfeng in the face of Yuhi's might. As she bit down hard, she wished to say more, but at that moment, a hand landed on her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw the boy smiling gently and shaking his head at her. Yishirshir paused for a moment, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Even she was taken aback by her own actions. How could she retreat when she was meant to protect Gu Chengfeng? Soon, she understood. His smile, though faint, it seemed to possess a certain magic, evoking a profound sense of trust within her. It felt as if the boy was reassuring her, saying, do not worry, everything will be fine. She believed him, unconditionally. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a chill for Gu Chengfeng. Even the little demoness Yishirshir had given up. It seemed that Gu Chengfeng, this prodigy of swordsmanship, was destined to fall. Some individuals are beyond the reach of your animosity. In the void, Minter and Ling could not help but let out a cold snort upon witnessing the unfolding events. He once proclaimed that within the Northern Academy, he possessed a myriad of methods to eliminate Gu Chengfeng. How perceptive of you. Yuhi let out a cold laugh, and then, with a flick of her finger, 8 strands of sword light shot forth. Her intent was to dismember Gu Chengfeng into pieces, thus alleviating the hatred that festered in her heart. Meanwhile, Gu Chengfeng stood motionless, as if entirely oblivious to the imminent peril presented by the 8 strands of sword light, his lips still adorned with a faint smile. Even in the face of death, he continued to feign nonchalance. Many onlookers could not help but silently curse him for his audacity. Whoosh! Yet, in the next instant, a surge of black light erupted from Gu Chengfeng's form. Within that dark radiance, a flicker of crimson could be discerned. However, in the blink of an eye, this black light vanished. Alongside its disappearance, the 8 strands of sword light aimed at Gu Chengfeng also dissipated. No, it was not merely those 8 strands. An entire arm was lost. Yuhi's arm, which had unleashed those sword strikes, was as if it had been severed by some vicious teeth. The wound a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. Yet, not a single soul witnessed how Yuhi had lost her arm. It appeared as though the black light had flashed, and then her arm simply vanished into thin air. In that fleeting moment, all present were rendered speechless, standing in stunned silence, their wide eyes reflecting a myriad of bewilderment and disbelief. At this instant, Yuhi's agonized scream pierced the air, her remaining hand clutching the stump of her severed arm, her face contorted in a mask of pain. How could this be? In the void, Minter Anling and Elder Yi were equally perplexed, just like the crowd, having failed to grasp the situation. Behind Gu Chengfeng, Yi Shishir's delicate face bore a look of utter confusion, completely unaware of what had transpired. If they were bewildered, Gu Chengfeng himself was taken aback, instinctively uttering two uncertain words. Little Black? Chapter 55, Confess? Get lost. Just moments ago, Gu Chengfeng discreetly summoned the Moonlight Sword Emperor to intervene. He had anticipated that the Moonlight Sword Emperor would undoubtedly take action this time. However, to his utter astonishment, it was not the Moonlight Sword Emperor at all, but rather that little black dog. Gu Chengfeng had a vague suspicion that it was indeed the little black dog, though he could not be entirely certain. The little black dog had vanished when he activated the Academy token to leave the Demon Forest realm. Previously, Gu Chengfeng had even entertained doubts about whether it had become lost within the Demon Forest. He had considered going back to search for it, thinking that since it had emerged from the Divine Abyss Pavilion, which was a place of cultivation for the 7 Empresses, nurturing it might yield unexpected surprises. Yet, to his surprise, before he could even begin to nurture it, a surprise had already arrived. Woof! The moment the name Little Black escaped Gu Chengfeng's lips, he heard the little black dog's response ringing in his mind, seemingly in acknowledgement of the name. Could it be that you are in the Divine Abyss Pavilion? Gu Chengfeng responded with a hint of skepticism. Woof! The little black dog's reply immediately confirmed Gu Chengfeng's thoughts. He was taken aback. It seemed this creature could freely enter and exit the Divine Abyss Pavilion. Could it also have interactions with the Empresses? Ugh! Gu Chengfeng quickly spat out this wicked thought, casting it aside. Little Black, was that you who bit? Gu Chengfeng inquired inwardly. Woof! Another triumphant bark echoed in his mind, affirming his suspicions. This made Gu Chengfeng recall the image that had appeared when he opened the inheritance box. Could it be that this creature was truly the offspring of that terrifying divine beast? Then why did you not bite her to death? What was the meaning of merely biting her arm? Gu Chengfeng huffed in response. Woof woof! The little black dog barked twice more, and this time, Gu Chengfeng inexplicably grasped its meaning. It seemed to convey, I am full. This left Gu Chengfeng at a loss for words. Gu Chengfeng, how dare you injure others using the forbidden techniques? My Bayan Academy shall never allow anyone to practice forbidden techniques. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar resonated from the mouth of Minter and Ling in the void. The mere utterance of forbidden techniques sent chills down the spines of all present. The forbidden techniques had always been regarded with trepidation and were intolerable within the martial arts community. No one could have anticipated that Gu Chengfeng would resort to using forbidden techniques. No wonder it was so terrifying. Following Ling's roar, he immediately dashed to Yu He's side and hastily administered a pill. Yu He, are you all right? Yu He, with bloodshot eyes, fixed a piercing gaze upon Gu Chengfeng. Help me. Kill him. My Ice Lotus Sword Sect owes you a favor. A favor from the Ice Lotus Sword Sect. This is no ordinary matter of human sentiment. It possesses the power to alter one's fate. Although he serves as a mentor at the Bayan Academy, he is but an insignificant insect compared to the Ice Lotus Sword Sect, and his standing is even inferior to that of Yu He. How could Yu He's words fail to stir his heart? The crux of the matter is that eliminating Gu Chengfeng is an act he is determined to undertake. Under such circumstances, why not embrace the opportunity? Rest assured, this youth shall not escape retribution. And Ling nodded, then bellowed into the void. Where is the law enforcement team of Bayan Academy? As his voice echoed, a dozen figures soared into the air. Leading them was a young man, Li Tianhua, the captain of the law enforcement team and also a top 10 contender on the battle rankings of Bayan Academy. All the members of the law enforcement team were renowned warriors in their own right. As they landed, they immediately surrounded Gu Chengfeng. Li Tianhua appeared beside Yu He and inquired, Miss Yu He, are you all right? In response, Yu He gritted her teeth and retorted, Are you an idiot? Can't you see my arm is broken? Instead of asking questions, go and eliminate that scoundrel. Rest assured, Miss Yu He. Li Tianhua's expression stiffened, yet he nodded in compliance. Just then, Minter and Ling pointed fiercely at Gu Chengfeng and shouted once more. Gu Chengfeng, having practiced forbidden techniques and harmed the students of Bayan Academy, you shall face death for your crimes, and there shall be no mercy. Li Tianhua drew his sword, pointing it directly at Gu Chengfeng. You audacious wretch, do you dare to deny your guilt? With a swift motion, the swords and blades of the other law enforcement members were unsheathed, all directed at Gu Chengfeng. This scene prompted the surrounding crowd to shake their heads in disbelief. To injure others using forbidden techniques could lead to expulsion and the forfeiture of one's cultivation, or, in severe cases, instant annihilation. Moreover, it was well known that Yu He had countless admirers at Bayan Academy, with Li Tianhua being one of them. Given that Yu He had suffered due to forbidden techniques, Li Tianhua would not let Gu Chengfeng go, both for personal and professional reasons. It appeared that Mentor and Ling, grief-stricken over the death of Bai He, had become so distraught that he could no longer discern whether it was indeed forbidden techniques at play. Finally, Gu Chengfeng spoke, uttering a single phrase that sent the crowd into a frenzy. Bai He has been slain. No wonder the once pedestal-bearing Mentor and Ling had not summoned Bai He this time. It turned out he had been killed. Gu Chengfeng's words implied that he was the one responsible for the act, leading many to piece together the reason behind Mentor and Ling's sudden hostility toward him since his appearance. What forbidden techniques had Mentor and Ling employed? At that moment, Li Tianhua turned his gaze towards Mentor and Ling. As a member of the law enforcement team, he knew that evidence was essential for action. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain credibility. Though he had witnessed the unfolding events, he could not identify the nature of the forbidden techniques employed. Perhaps Mentor and Ling, with his wealth of experience, can discern something that would justify the execution of Gu Chengfeng. However, if Li Tianhua is unable to perceive it, what makes one think Mentor and Ling can? Yet, he soon collected his thoughts and remarked, a mere insect, lacking forbidden techniques. How could it withstand a lethal blow from Yu He, let alone sever an arm? What a farce. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhua furrowed his brow. While it was indeed a fact, it hardly constituted evidence, much less a basis for condemning Gu Chengfeng to death. After a brief silence, Li Tianhua approached Gu Chengfeng and softly urged, just admit to it. Rest assured, I promise that as long as you confess, I will ensure your safety. Confess? Upon hearing this, Gu Chengfeng burst into laughter, but his expression quickly turned cold as he barked, get lost. To suggest he confess while assuring him of safety? Did they take him for a fool? He feared that the moment he confessed would be the very moment Li Tianhua's sword of justice fell upon him. The single word get lost caused Li Tianhua's expression to shift dramatically. His teeth clenched as a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Gu Chengfeng, however, paid him no heed and retorted disdainfully, what nonsense from the law enforcement team. Do not feign righteousness before me. When Yu He attempted to kill me, you turned a blind eye. Is it in accordance with the rules for the top of the battle rankings to assassinate a mere newcomer? Now, when I sever an arm from Yu He, it becomes a forbidden technique. How utterly absurd. Gu Chengfeng's words were relentless and unyielding. Chapter 56. Bah! A bunch of rubbish. These words not only delivered a stinging slap to Li Tianhua, but also tore away the hypocritical facade of the enforcement team. Indeed, it is permissible for others to kill him, yet his act of taking a life is deemed forbidden. What justifies this disparity? Is it merely because they hold the title of the first on the combat rankings? Or because one is the second most beautiful in Bayan Academy, while he is merely a newcomer? Must he be dealt with simply for lacking power and influence? Is this what the enforcement team calls justice? What grounds do they have for such claims? At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Countless questioning gazes were directed towards Li Tianhua's enforcement team and the distant Elder Yi. Silence. Faced with the crowd's skepticism, Elder Yi could no longer remain composed. The enforcement team represented the entire Bayan Academy. If they were doubted, the reputation of the academy itself would be at stake. Once this news spread, who would dare to come to Bayan Academy in the future? As the elder in charge of the enforcement team, he would be the first to bear responsibility should anything go awry. After a brief silence, Elder Yi leaped before Gu Chengfeng and sternly declared, the blood dissolution forbidden technique cannot escape this elder's discerning gaze. The utterance of those 5 words immediately stirred uncertainty within the crowd. It was indeed a forbidden technique. Elder Yi's vast knowledge was commendable, truly befitting his status as an elder of Bayan Academy. While they might deceive us, they cannot deceive Elder Yi. Instantly, a wave of admiration surged from the crowd. However, Elder Yi raised a hand, signaling for silence. He then thundered, Li Tianhua, I command you to immediately execute this child and dispose of his corpse beyond the borders of Bayan Academy, leaving it exposed for 3 days as a warning. Yes, Elder. Li Tianhua exclaimed with joy, promptly accepting the order. With a sudden gesture, a dozen individuals around him drew their weapons, all aimed at Gu Chengfeng. Ha ha! What a remarkable Bayan Academy. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but laugh heartily. His gaze then fiercely swept across the crowd. Since you all believe it to be a forbidden technique, let us see you experience it firsthand. As soon as the words left his lips, Elder Ye's expression changed dramatically, and he was the first to retreat. Minter Anling and Li Tianhua followed suit. The remaining dozen individuals encircling Gu Chengfeng also wore expressions of horror as they hastily withdrew. While retreating, they shouted, "Now you admit it, don't you?" By the time their words fell, not a single person remained within 100 meters of Gu Chengfeng. Each individual stared in astonishment at his every move. Clearly, the recent display of effortlessly negating the formidable Moon He-8 sword and directly tearing apart one of Moon He's arms lingered vividly in their minds. With Gu Chengfeng's declaration, who would dare act recklessly, unless one truly feared not for their life? A bunch of worthless fools. Gu Chengfeng couldn't suppress a cold snort. You. Li Tianhua gritted his teeth, yet found himself at a loss for words to retort. The forbidden technique, how could it be unleashed repeatedly? Li Tianhua, will you not kill him already? Behind him, the voice of Yu He, filled with rage, echoed. Li Tianhua immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the forbidden technique was inherently beyond one's control. Even a single use exacted a considerable toll, let alone continuous invocation. Without further hesitation, he brandished his blade and charged at Gu Chengfeng, declaring, "Vile wretch, meet your end." Meanwhile, Elder Yi and Minter and Ling merely furrowed their brows, neither intervening nor advancing. "Xiaohei, bite his neck. Just a nibble will suffice once you are satiated." At that moment, Gu Chengfeng had reached a tacit understanding with Xiaohei. With a singular bark, Xiaohei provided Gu Chengfeng with a definitive response: death. With a thunderous roar, Li Tianhua's blade shimmered menacingly. Yet, in the next instant, the shadow that had seemingly vanished from Gu Chengfeng's form re-emerged, albeit fleetingly. As Li Tianhua fell back, his body sprawled on the ground, his neck severed, unable to emit even a cry of despair. His head was cleaved from his body in an instant. Silence enveloped the scene, plunging it into an eerie stillness. Whether it was Elder Yi, Minter and Ling, Yu He, or the surrounding crowd, all were left wide-eyed and speechless. A collective gasp of astonishment finally broke the silence. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Elder Yi, Minter and Ling, Yu He, and the 10 or so members of the enforcement team instinctively retreated. Had they not seen Yu He lose an arm, it might have been attributed to a lack of attention. However, this time, everyone was fixated on Gu Chengfeng's every movement. Yet all they witnessed was a fleeting shadow. Li Tianhua lay dead. Could this truly be the forbidden technique? A question flashed through everyone's minds. How could such a power be wielded repeatedly? Elder Yi, were you not certain it was the forbidden method? Come now. You shall be next. Gu Chengfeng's gaze fixated on Elder Yi as he advanced step by step. Do not come any closer. Elder Yi's complexion paled, retreating in haste. Though formidable, in the face of that shadow, he found himself devoid of any desire to resist. No matter how strong one may be, if one cannot even perceive the threat, how can they defend against it? As Elder Yi withdrew, Minter and Ling, equally terrified, followed suit. Even Yu He, with but a single arm remaining, frantically retreated. At that moment, the onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Just moments ago, they had stood in judgment over Gu Chengfeng, the newcomer, with haughty disdain. Yet in the blink of an eye, the youth now pursued the panicked throng. As the scene unfolded, the crowd simultaneously echoed for words in their minds. Cowardly towards the weak, aggressive towards the strong. These individuals had embodied this phrase to perfection. Had the youth lacked strength, he would have perished countless times by now. A group of inept individuals. How did our North Courtyard manage to produce such incompetence? At that moment, an elder appeared, slicing through the void and arriving in an instant. Clad in a gray robe, his eyes were deep and narrow, resembling two ancient wells, dark and seemingly capable of consuming all light. A formidable aura enveloped him, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Greetings, Vice Dean Ling. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Minter Anling, Elder Yi, and the members of the law enforcement team expressed their delight, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to Vice Dean Ling. The crowd echoed, hastily offering their bows. No one anticipated that the Vice Dean himself would be stirred by this incident. To disrupt the order of the academy and slay members of the law enforcement team, whoever it may be, deserves punishment, Vice Dean Ling declared. his gaze fixed directly upon Gu Chengfeng. Our Northern Academy will not tolerate a newcomer who so brazenly disrespects the institution. He regarded Gu Chengfeng, who met his gaze with an equally cold smile. Now I understand why they behave as they do. It is due to a vice dean who cannot discern right from wrong. Such a pathetic institution as Northern Academy is beneath my contempt. With that, Gu Chengfeng turned to leave. He had come to cultivate, but faced with the chaotic atmosphere of Northern Academy, it was disheartening. Bah, a bunch of trash, he spat, departing with disdain. Indeed, young sir, come with me back to Xian Poison Sect. We shall not serve this group of worthless individuals any longer. Ishur chimed in, clearly pleased. To insult our Northern Academy and slay our law enforcement team leader. How can you expect to survive? Ling Weisstein thought, resolute in his intention not to let Gu Chengfeng escape. If he were to let Gu Chengfeng leave today, where would the dignity of Northern Academy be left? Chapter 57, The Wine Sword Master. The Old Swordman. In the instant Vice President Ling concluded his speech, a formidable aura surged forth, hurtling towards Gu Chengfeng with tremendous force. The intensity of this aura was such that even the void reverberated with a cacophony of explosive sounds. It was inconceivable that anyone, not even a peak warrior of the Battle King realm, could survive this onslaught. A powerful sense of intimidation rippled through the crowd, leaving them in awe. Is this truly the terrifying prowess of Vice President Ling? Damn it! Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow, just as this wretched being approached. He had summoned Xiaohe. The response he received was merely 3 words, cannot defeat. Otherwise, he would not have turned to flee so swiftly. These fools are utterly useless. As Ling's formidable power drew near to Gu Chengfeng, it suddenly erupted in a spectacular explosion. A voice, accompanied by the slightly unruly figure of an elderly man, materialized from the void. The old man donned loose, flowing garments, his gray-white hair tousled, holding a wine gourd in one hand and a long sword on his back. With eyes squinted as if intoxicated, he emanated an air of unrestrained exuberance. The sword old man. Upon seeing the newcomer, Vice President Ling was instantly taken aback, retreating several steps in astonishment. The wine sword master. The crowd, too, reacted with sudden realization, gasping in unison. The wine sword master was a legendary figure within the Bayan Academy, unmatched in the art of swordsmanship. Decades ago, he had roamed the cultivation world of the Dacian dynasty, his sword radiating unparalleled brilliance. He had once led the entire Bayan Academy to fame throughout the Dacian dynasty, heralded as one of the 3 great academies. However, for reasons unknown, he had since succumbed to the allure of alcohol, neglecting all worldly affairs. For over a decade, he had devoted himself solely to 2 pursuits, drinking and polishing his sword. Consequently, the South Academy of Bayan had fallen into utter decline, with no students remaining save for him. No one had anticipated that the wine sword master, who had disregarded external matters for over a decade, would suddenly make an appearance today. The North Academy? The South Academy? Gu Chengfeng felt a flicker of confusion. He had never heard of such a division within the Bayan Academy. Traditionally, the academy was known to possess both a Southern and a Northern Academy, with the 2 competing against each other to inspire their students' cultivation. However, due to the sword old man's negligence, the South Academy had become a mere shadow of its former self, known only by reputation. At this moment, Ishur explained, the sword old man has rendered tremendous service to the academy. The president once stated that as long as the sword old man remains at Bayan Academy, the South Academy shall never be disbanded. Understanding dawned upon Gu Chengfeng. He gazed at the elderly figure, feeling a stir within. The sword master, it seems this old swordman is indeed extraordinary. Yet, the sword old man paid no heed to anyone else. Upon his arrival, he approached Gu Chengfeng directly. The god of death's swordsmanship? As the old man's slightly inebriated eyes scanned Gu Chengfeng, the haze of intoxication visibly began to dissipate. However, he soon reverted to his inebriated state. He then inquired, young man, are you willing to accompany me to the southern courtyard for cultivation? Gu Chengfeng glanced at the old swordsman, then surveyed Mentor Anling, Elder Yi, and Vice Dean Ling. He subsequently asked, in the southern courtyard, is it permissible to slay those from the northern courtyard? Upon hearing this, the old swordsman was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Feel free to kill. If you manage to slay the head of the northern courtyard, I shall treat you to the finest wine. Gu Chengfeng pressed further. Is it truly unrestricted? Will no one intervene? The old swordsman nodded affirmatively. Unrestricted. No one will intervene. It is settled. Upon finishing his words, Gu Chengfeng bowed with his sword in hand, proclaiming, I, Gu Chengfeng, pay my respects to the dean. Ha ha ha, splendid. The old swordsman laughed heartily. And at that moment, his previous drunkenness seemed to dissipate. It appeared that he had not encountered such joy in a long while. He took Gu Chengfeng's hand and was about to leave. Old swordsman, this lad intends to kill those from my northern courtyard. Is your action not a bit against the rules? As the two prepared to depart, Vice Dean Ling stepped forward, teeth clenched. Slap. The old swordsman, however, swiftly swung his hand and struck Vice Dean Ling sharply across the face. Damn it, enough of your clamor. With that, he lifted Gu Chengfeng into the air. Old swordsman. You. Vice Dean Ling covered his face, his eyes instantly reddening, never expecting this old man would resort to violence without hesitation. Yet he dared not advance another step. It was at that moment another figure appeared, blocking the path of the old swordsman and Gu Chengfeng. This individual was also an elder, exuding a calm demeanor with an air of arrogance. Additionally, a powerful aura surrounded him, characteristic of someone who has long held a position of authority. Dean Long. Upon seeing this figure, the crowd erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps. Many inhaled sharply. Not only had the reclusive wine sword master emerged, but now even the head of the northern courtyard had arrived. The simultaneous presence of the heads of the southern and northern courtyards was an unprecedented occurrence in many years, evidently for a singular purpose. Gu Chengfeng. Even if one party sought to end his life, the gaze of all present towards Gu Chengfeng had irrevocably changed. One must pay for blood with blood. My northern courtyard's enforcement team does not permit arbitrary killings. Dean Long's low growl emanated a commanding presence, instantly filling the air with tension. Killing. Whether it was Vice Dean Ling or Dean Long, both spoke solely of murder, without mentioning any forbidden techniques. This realization dawned upon everyone, highlighting that the forbidden techniques indeed did not exist. Otherwise, such a transgression would far outweigh the crime of murder. But what was that shadow? No one knew. Confronted by the oppressive aura of the Dragon Academy's leader, even Gu Chengfeng could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. What an overwhelming presence. Although he could not discern the depth of this individual's cultivation or realm, he could certainly sense that this was the essence of a true powerhouse. Gu Chengfeng, too, aspired to become such a formidable being in the future. Taking a deep breath, his gaze instinctively flickered towards the old swordsman beside him, curious about how he would respond. However, in the next moment, the old swordsman once again delivered a resounding slap to the Dragon Academy's leader. The sharp sound of the slap echoed as it struck the leader's face, instantly dispersing the formidable aura surrounding him. Accompanying this act was the old swordsman's disdainful remark, "You're far too noisy." With that, he vanished from the crowd, taking Gu Chengfeng with him. Throughout this encounter, the Dragon Academy's leader remained utterly speechless, seemingly dazed by the slap. At that moment, the venue was enveloped in an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was not until a considerable time later that the Dragon Academy's leader managed to force out a few words. Another breakthrough. At this juncture, Vice Academy head Ling swiftly flew to the Dragon Academy's leader's side, covering his left cheek, and gritted his teeth in anger. Dragon Academy leader, that old swordsman. But before he could finish his sentence, another slap left a bloody handprint on his right cheek. Stop your incessant chatter. Haven't you had enough? Get lost. Everyone disperse. After venting his frustration, he too disappeared from sight, leaving Vice Academy head Ling in a state of bewilderment. After a long pause, he bellowed, "Everyone disperse. If anyone dares to speak of today's events, I will not show mercy." Once the crowd had scattered, Vice Academy head Ling cast his dark, brooding gaze upon the two individuals before him. "Elder Yi and Ling, I want him dead. Do you understand what needs to be done?" "Understood, understood." The two responded hastily, not daring to utter another word. Furthermore, an announcement was made within the Northern Academy. A reward of a 5th-grade elixir and a ground-level treasure will be given to anyone who kills Gu Chengfeng. Unable to deal with the old swordsman, they could at least eliminate a mere youth. Yes, Vice Academy head Ling. In the Northern Academy, two main peaks stood in opposition to one another. In the void above, a blood-red bridge spanned the distance between the two summits. At the center of this crimson expanse stood a blood-red battle platform, known as the Life and Death Platform. To the north of the Life and Death Platform lay the Northern Academy's territory, while to the south resided the Southern Academy. However, for the past 20 years, due to the decline of the Southern Academy, the blood-red Life and Death Platform had long been sealed away. The entirety of Northern Academy, save for a single peak of the Southern Academy, had been claimed by the Northern Academy. At this moment, the old swordsman stood atop the blood-red Life and Death Platform with Gu Chengfeng. A chilling aura of death lingered over the platform, instilling a sense of dread even in Gu Chengfeng's heart. Before them stood the southern peak. Let us proceed. The old swordsman seemed utterly unfazed by the palpable aura of death surrounding them as he ambled along the blood-red bridge towards the southern peak. Along the path, the bridge was adorned with an array of skulls. The wind howled through them, producing an eerie and unsettling sound. Gu Chengfeng cast a bewildered glance at the old swordsman. These skulls, are they your fellow disciples? The old swordsman replied with an unsettling calmness. On the bridge of life and death, between the Northern and Southern Academies, for each life claimed by the adversary, a head is hung upon the bridge of death. These skulls have lingered for over 20 years. My negligence ultimately led to their demise at the hands of the Northern Academy's students. His words were devoid of emotion, as if he spoke of events entirely detached from himself. Yet, Gu Chengfeng could detect an inexplicable sorrow within the old swordsman's heart. He glanced back towards the Northern Peak's bridge of life and death, noting the presence of several skulls and bones, albeit far fewer than those adorning the Southern Peak. He began to grasp the underlying truth but refrained from further inquiries. At such a tender age, to comprehend the path of the god of death in swordsmanship, indeed, it seemed you were born solely for slaughter. The old swordsman chose not to dwell on the past, and instead let out a soft sigh. Oh, Gu Chengfeng momentarily paused, but soon a knowing smile graced his face, and he remarked, "Killing is a most exhilarating endeavor, particularly when it involves those who seek to end my life. The joy is doubled. Not only does joy accelerate, but my cultivation and ascension in realm also double in pace. Why not embrace it?" The old swordsman merely shook his head and said, "Someone instructed me to fetch you. I had no intention of doing so, yet it has turned into a pleasant surprise." "Someone? Who?" Gu Chengfeng was taken aback and pondered briefly before inquiring. "Is it Z?" In the Northern Academy, she was the only one he knew, and he could think of no one else. "She will convey it to you upon her return," the old swordsman offered cryptically. The two walked in tandem on the bloodstained bridge. "Do you know the other manifestation of the god of death in swordsmanship?" The old swordsman's voice reached Gu Chengfeng's ears from behind. Gu Chengfeng shook his head. "I do not know." Suddenly, the old swordsman halted, turning sharply to face Gu Chengfeng. In an instant, a glimmer of crimson flashed in his gaze, and he pronounced each word with deliberate emphasis. "Killer. Demon. Demon?" A chill ran through Gu Chengfeng's heart. He could not ascertain whether it was the old swordsman's abrupt transformation or the weight of those three words that startled him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the old swordsman's gaze returned to a state of drunken tranquility, as if the moment had vanished into thin air. Withdrawing his gaze, he resumed his pace, his voice regaining its calm. "The aura of killing accumulates gradually through the act of murder. Once it reaches a critical threshold, it undergoes a transformation, ultimately staining the soul with blood, devouring the will, and plunging one into the path of demons, becoming a mindless killer." Upon hearing this, Gu Chengfeng could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. He was only aware that the killing god sword technique was formidable, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that it could lead one to succumb to demonic transformation due to the aura of slaughter. The essence of cultivating the killing god sword technique lies not in the enhancement or thrill derived from taking lives, but rather in the mastery of control, controlling the intent to kill, controlling the murderous aura. Conceal the killing intent, hide the murderous aura. All of these should be contained within the sword, not within the heart, and certainly not displayed upon the face. The sword serves as the instrument of death, while the individual is the wielder of the sword. The voice of the old sword master resonated behind Gu Chengfeng, each word flowing in succession like the chime of morning bells and evening drums, echoing within his mind. He seemed to grasp something profound, yet it felt as though he had captured nothing at all. After a long contemplation, Gu Chengfeng finally raised his gaze and inquired, Does the head of the academy imply a separation between man and sword? Yet, is it not paramount for a sword cultivator to possess a sword in their heart and comprehend it through their spirit? Without understanding the sword, how could one wield it? To express that one holds a sword in their heart and comprehends it through their spirit is sufficient to demonstrate that you are a promising sword cultivator. The old sword master nodded slightly, but then shook his head decisively. The killing god sword technique does not require a separation of man and sword, but rather a separation of man and the murderous aura. To kill without harboring the murderous aura within oneself is the true path. Gu Chengfeng pondered these words thoughtfully. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the end of the blood-colored life and death bridge, South Courtyard Peak. The grand hall atop South Courtyard Peak was magnificent yet marred by fallen tiles, the courtyard square overgrown with weeds, presenting a visage of abandonment. "Young master, you have arrived." Suddenly, a familiar voice drew Gu Chengfeng's attention to a green figure emerging from within the hall. "Green air?" Gu Chengfeng paused momentarily, then smiled, realizing that the old sword master had indeed spoken of Ze Air. In the next instant, Ze Air's figure appeared before Gu Chengfeng and the old sword master. Smiling at the latter, "Well, old sword master, did I fail to meet your expectations?" Yet, the old sword master merely glanced at her before taking a hefty swig of alcohol. Disturbing my tranquility, he uttered 4 words before striding into the hall. "What a peculiar old man." Ze Air pouted. "Young master, miss, we have tidied up over here." Green Air's voice chimed in from behind. "Let us proceed." Ze Air grasped Gu Chengfeng's arm, and they made their way toward the pavilion in the courtyard. "Did you not say that the south courtyard was deserted? How are you both here?" Gu Chengfeng inquired, puzzled by their presence. Ze Air replied, "We are neither from the south courtyard nor the north courtyard." "Is there another courtyard?" Gu Chengfeng was taken aback. "We belong to the Bay and Academy and are not under the jurisdiction of either courtyard." Ze Air cheerfully poured tea for Gu Chengfeng from Green Air's cup. "Very well," Gu Chengfeng replied without further questioning. "Chengfeng, I have heard that you nearly caused a ruckus in the north courtyard just now. Now that you have arrived at Bay and Academy, it would be wise to maintain a low profile." She originally intended to personally assist Gu Chengfeng in resolving the matter, but due to her status, she sought the intervention of the old swordsman instead. Gu Chengfeng solemnly remarked, "There's no helping it. Being handsome breeds jealousy." Giggling at the boy's serious demeanor, the young lady couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Indeed, the young master is the most handsome man I have ever encountered." Greenery, standing nearby, nodded emphatically in agreement. "Indeed, you have discerning taste. Tonight, you shall attend to his rest." Gu Chengfeng cast an appreciative glance at Greenery. She quickly shook her head. "No, I'd rather serve the young master and miss." "You two are at it again, aren't you?" Ze Air shot an exasperated glance at the pair. She then turned to Gu Chengfeng, saying, "By the way, Chengfeng, you should cultivate here from now on. The old swordsman possesses profound mastery of the god-slaying sword Dao, which can save you from many detours." She gestured to the expansive surroundings. "Moreover, it is relatively tranquil here. I believe you would appreciate it." Gu Chengfeng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite peaceful, just missing a sturdy cage." "What are you talking about? Who would confine you to a cell?" Just then, amidst their conversation, 2 voices echoed from the direction of the mountain. Upon hearing the calls, Ze Air smiled slightly. "It seems the southern courtyard shall not be too desolate in the future." With that, she rose to her feet. "Chengfeng, you shall remain here. Greenery and I must return." "All right," Gu Chengfeng nodded. Ze Air then took to the skies with Greenery. Chapter 59. Whose good dog is eating the elixir? Shortly after Ze and her companion departed, the figures of Lu Yunyi and Yi Shi emerged within Gu Chengfeng's line of sight. "What brings you two here?" Gu Chengfeng inquired, momentarily taken aback by their presence. "Since the boss has come to the south courtyard, naturally, I must follow suit," Lu Yunyi asserted confidently. Yi Shi, without hesitation, approached Gu Chengfeng and entwined her arms around his. With an air of playful defiance, she remarked, "Little brother, you can't simply abandon me. You." Gu Chengfeng withdrew his arm and glanced down, bemused as he retorted, "You're not that big. Why are you clinging? Isn't that what makes one grow?" Yi Shi pouted, disregarding his protest as she once again embraced his arm. "Hey, you two," Lu Yunyi interjected, clearing his throat with urgency. "Could you perhaps acknowledge my presence? Go on, play elsewhere." Sure shot Lu Yunyi a glare. Fine. Lu Yunyi sighed in resignation as he made his way into the grand hall to seek out the old sword master. Sure, I warn you. It's best not to play with fire. Gu Chengfeng cautioned, feeling that this woman persistently tested his limits. The girl remained silent, pressing against Gu Chengfeng as she gazed up at him. Her lips curled in a defiant expression, as if to say, "What will you do about it? Just you wait." Gu Chengfeng muttered under his breath, turning to stride towards the grand hall. However, after a considerable time had elapsed without his return, Sure couldn't help but pout and mutter, "What a useless fellow. Gu Chengfeng, if you have any guts, come to the blood death stage. Through wind and rain, the blood death stage awaits your arrival. Aren't you quite capable? Don't be a coward." At that moment, a series of commanding shouts echoed from afar, atop the bridge of life and death. Vaguely, shadows could be seen gathering around the blood death stage at the center of the Crimson Bridge. Evidently the students from the North Courtyard. Word of Gu Chengfeng's affairs had already spread throughout the North Courtyard. However, details regarding the forbidden secret arts and the enigmatic shadows had been intentionally suppressed by the Vice Dean. After all, matters concerning the reputation and prestige of the entire North Courtyard could not be allowed to circulate. In this context, with Vice Dean Ling promising substantial rewards, numerous formidable students sought to challenge Gu Chengfeng at the Blood Bridge. Who wouldn't he wish to seize a share of the bounty for slaying a newcomer? Upon hearing these proclamations, Sure, already brimming with unspent energy, immediately made her way to the blood death stage. In an instant, she stood before the crowd of North Courtyard students. The clamor ceased the moment she appeared, replaced by whispers of astonishment. The little demoness. Sure. Isn't that Gu Chengfeng? Why is she here? Damn it, the little demoness has also entered the South Courtyard. We must leave. Upon hearing the name of the little witch, the crowd, without uttering a word, instinctively turned to flee. Yet, in the next moment, a burst of green light erupted above their heads. Thud, thud, followed by one shadow after another collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. In her hand, Sure held a long blade, severing the heads of these dozen individuals with precision, tossing them back towards the direction of the Northern Courtyard's bridge of life and death. Having completed this grim task, the young girl beamed with satisfaction. At last. It is quiet. She then skipped back to the Southern Courtyard, leaving behind the few who had just set foot on the bridge of life and death. Petrified by the sight, their faces ashen, not daring to utter a word, they scurried away in defeat. Meanwhile, Gu Chengfeng found himself in a cultivation chamber within the Grand Hall. The spiritual essence within him, devoured by the sword soul of the devouring sky, transformed into cultivation power that surged through his limbs and bones. Gu Chengfeng's cultivation had decisively broken through to the Grandmaster realm, advancing to the second level of that realm. Subsequently, Gu Chengfeng produced 2 bottles of third-grade elixirs, pouring them onto the ground in preparation to consume them. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow darted out, accompanied by 2 barks, and the elixirs on the ground were instantly consumed. Little Black had taken up residence beside Gu Chengfeng, crunching away happily. The sound was delectable. Gu Chengfeng stood there, stunned. "What the hell? You devoured my training elixirs." Woof! Little Black grinned, seemingly trying to placate him, pawing repeatedly at Gu Chengfeng's leg with an air of ingratiation. "These are elixirs. For cultivation. Which good dog eats elixirs?" Gu Chengfeng muttered under his breath, vexed. Yet he still retrieved 2 bottles of second-grade elixirs. Crunch, crunch. Little Black was relishing every bite. After consuming 4 bottles of elixirs, Little Black's fur visibly gleamed brighter. Gu Chengfeng's eyes nearly popped out. Could it be that you can also cultivate by eating elixirs? Woof! Little Black's excited bark confirmed Gu Chengfeng's suspicion, leaving him speechless. Was he to acquire double the elixirs in the future? He himself could barely keep up. Sensing Gu Chengfeng's displeasure, Little Black stood tall, baring its teeth at another location. Its mouth full of sharp, glistening fangs, it clearly communicated to Gu Chengfeng, "I am formidable. I know you are powerful, so let it be." Gu Chengfeng patted the dog's head. It was indeed quite impressive. Even someone of Yuhi's caliber had lost an arm to it. Even without the King of War realm, Yuhi's cultivation was likely at least at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. Had it not been for Little Black, Gu Chengfeng would have found himself in quite a predicament. Little Black softly whined, nuzzling against Gu Chengfeng's hand. You rascal. Observing Little Black's mischievous demeanor, Gu Chengfeng reluctantly produced 2 bottles of second-grade elixirs. Fortunately, when departing from Xian's sect, the sect master had bestowed him with a generous supply. Otherwise, he would have been left without anything, not even for his dog. However, it was evident that these 2 bottles were still insufficient for Little Black's voracious appetite, as it quickly consumed the contents. Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. If you continue this way, I cannot afford to keep you. Even as an alchemist, I cannot sustain such consumption. Woof. Little Black let out a low bark and then dashed out of the room, disappearing without a trace. Don't run too far. I wouldn't want someone to stew you. Gu Chengfeng called out with exasperation, but he was met with silence. Boss, the courtyard head is calling for you. At that moment, Lu Yun arrived outside the door. All right, I shall head there now. Gu Chengfeng nodded and departed the room. At that moment, the old swordsman sat upon a large stone in the courtyard. One hand held a flask of wine, while the other gripped a cloth, diligently polishing his sword as he sipped. The blade gleamed brilliantly, tinged faintly with a hint of blood, shimmering under the sunlight with a resplendent radiance. Even from a distance, one could sense the sword's lethal aura and sharpness. Courtyard head. Upon reaching the old swordsman, Gu Chengfeng offered a respectful salute. The old swordsman cast a glance in his direction, then produced a tome, tossing it into Gu Chengfeng's hands. Take this and cultivate. Chapter 60. The Sword of the God of Slaughter. Upon beholding the 4 characters emblazoned on the cover of the sword technique, Gu Chengfeng felt a stir within his heart. As he turned to the first page, 3 words caught his eye: no rank. A sharp intake of breath escaped him at the sight of those words. He had once encountered a reference to no rank in a tome, denoting not a lack of quality rendering it unclassifiable, but rather that such entities defy conventional means of assessment. Whether treasures or martial techniques, those classified as no rank yield only 2 outcomes. Either they are utterly worthless, or when harnessed to their fullest potential, they unleash formidable power. Moreover, they can be wielded indefinitely. The Sword of the God of Slaughter was evidently the latter for him, specifically crafted for the path of the God of Slaughter. He resolved to study it in private, away from prying eyes. The elderly sword master grunted without lifting his head. Thank you, Dean, Gu Chengfeng replied, taking a deep breath before retreating. Yet at that moment, the sword master's voice echoed once more. Remember, use it with caution. Gu Chengfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to his chamber, he commenced his diligent study. With the blood of the God of Slaughter, forge the sword of the God of Slaughter. With the essence of the God of Slaughter, temper the sword of the God of Slaughter. With the heart of the God of Slaughter, crystallize the sword of the God of Slaughter, ultimately achieving the sword of the God of Slaughter. Following this were the methods of cultivation for the sword. The entirety of the text contained but a single technique, the sword of the God of Slaughter. For several days, Gu Chengfeng remained confined within his room. Day and night consumed by 3 tasks: forging the sword, tempering the sword, and crystallizing the sword. He practiced the sword of the God of Slaughter. During these few days, due to Shirshir's actions beside the blood-red life and death platform, where she had dispatched over 10 individuals, the northern courtyard was enveloped in fear, and none dared to approach. However, on this particular day, several figures appeared beside the blood-red life and death platform, all of whom were formidable warriors from the northern courtyard's battle rankings. The weakest among them, Luo Feng, possessed the cultivation of a 3rd-tier grandmaster. Typically, the warriors of the battle rankings would scorn the idea of slaying a newcomer, yet the allure was too great, for Vice Dean Ling had offered an enticing reward. After days without challengers, Vice Dean Ling had augmented the prize: a 5th-tier meteorite and a 7th-tier martial soul crystal. The mere mention of these treasures was enough to ensnare even the most seasoned warriors. Mentor Anling, are the rewards prepared? Luo Feng bellowed with laughter as he stood upon the blood-red life and death platform, casting a glance towards Mentor Anling behind him. Today, should Gu Chengfeng dare to show up, the rewards shall undoubtedly belong to me. The rewards are right here with me. Once Gu Chengfeng is slain, they shall be immediately claimed. As he spoke, Anling laid the items before him: a vial of 5th-tier spiritual essence pills, a piece of earth-tier inner armor, a 5th-tier meteorite, and a 7th-tier martial soul crystal. The sight of these treasures ignited the interest of the gathered crowd, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Each item was indeed of the highest caliber. Ha ha ha, splendid. He laughed heartily. Suddenly, Luo Feng directed his voice towards the direction of the southern courtyard peak, bellowing, "Where is Gu Chengfeng of the southern courtyard? Come forth and meet your demise." The piercing call, laden with murderous intent, reverberated throughout the entire southern courtyard peak. How tiresome, this incessant clamor. Within the pavilion outside the courtyard, Ishirshir, who was diligently grinding toxic powder with a pestle, could not help but tighten her grip on the pestle, a glimmer of chilling light flashing in her beautiful eyes. "I shall summon the leader," she declared. Not far away, Lu Yunyi, who was seated in meditation, promptly rose. "No need. I have heard it," he replied just as Gu Chengfeng emerged from the grand hall. Upon seeing Gu Chengfeng, the gloom in Ishirshir's eyes instantly dissipated, as if vibrant flowers were blooming in her presence. "Little brother," she exclaimed, running gleefully to his side and embracing his arm. With her gaze directed towards the blood bridge, she remarked playfully, "They are disturbing my little brother's cultivation. I shall make them quiet." "Do you sense something?" Gu Chengfeng inquired. Raising an eyebrow, the girl paused, perplexed. "What scent?" she asked. Facing the blood bridge, Gu Chengfeng shook his head slightly and said, "The fragrance of pure yang energy." He presumed that Ishirshir had also detected the scent of pure yang energy from the falling star, prompting her to take action. However, it seemed she had not. The girl suddenly lowered her head, softly murmuring. Even her delicate face slightly flushed with shyness as she whispered, "I indeed sense the pure yang energy emanating from you. Little brother, I want to." Gu Chengfeng, taken aback, hastily pushed Ishirshir away, exclaiming in a low voice, "What on earth are you thinking? You woman." He had clearly referred to the pure yang energy from the meteorite. The sensation of the supreme yang sacred body had already reached him. He was certain that a meteorite had indeed materialized over there. Yet, he never anticipated that this would lead Ishirshir to misconstrue his words. Disregarding Ishirshir, he gripped his Yunxiao sword and headed directly towards the blood bridge. Observing the young man's retreating figure, Ishirshir pouted slightly. "Humph, I indeed sensed it." This, however, was not a mere fabrication on her part. The Wan Yin absolute body, being of an extremely Yin constitution, was particularly sensitive to pure yang energy. Though they had first met in the demon forest, she had not noticed it then. Yet, in recent days, as Gu Chengfeng's supreme yang sacred body gradually recovered, the emanation of pure yang energy had become increasingly potent, drawing her in and intensifying her affection, even stirring within her an impulse to throw the young man to the ground. "He has arrived. Gu Chengfeng has come." Upon sighting Gu Chengfeng, the crowd surrounding the blood-red life and death stage erupted into excited cheers, especially Luo Feng on the stage, whose lips curled into a sinister smile. "Ha ha ha, Gu Chengfeng. I thought you would hide away in the southern courtyard forever. Hiding there may have spared you from me, but now that you have come, your return is fated to be thwarted today." The sound reached Gu Chengfeng's ears. However, he did not spare him a glance. His gaze was fixated on the objects laid out on the ground behind the crowd. Not only were there starfall stones, but also a soul crystal. Undoubtedly, Gu Chengfeng was stirred. These two items were precisely what he urgently needed. While others might slowly refine the starfall stones to enhance their cultivation, he could utilize them for dual cultivation with the Empress, potentially elevating his prowess by at least 2 ranks. This method was far more direct and infinitely pleasurable. As for the soul crystal, its enhancement was even more substantial. It could even assist him in unlocking a doorway to a legacy within the Divine Abyss Pavilion. The little black dog had already provided him with numerous surprises. Who knew what other marvels awaited him? Since Gu Chengfeng had arrived, he was prepared to face his demise. At that moment, on the Crimson Life and Death platform, Luo Feng's voice resounded once more. However, immediately following his words, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed across the youth's eyes. In the next instant, the Yunxiao sword sliced through the air, swiftly aimed at Luo Feng on the platform. The brilliance of the sword erupted, striking down in an instant. The sounds on the platform ceased abruptly. A massive head tumbled to the ground, and Luo Feng was reduced to a lifeless corpse. Simultaneously, the youth's figure had already taken its place upon the Crimson Life and Death platform. The Yunxiao sword traced an arc in the air before returning to Gu Chengfeng's grasp. The sword lightly pointed at the corpse on the ground, and a single phrase escaped the youth's lips. "Your words were too many." It was a strike that was precise, swift, and ruthless. In an instant, the surrounding onlookers were caught off guard, unable to react. Only after the youth's voice echoed did the crowd awaken to the reality. Luo Feng. Gasps erupted, but by that time, only a headless corpse remained of Luo Feng. The blood-soaked scene rendered the crimson life and death platform's sanguine glow even more blinding. The wretched creatures from the southern courtyard only knew how to ambush, did they? Gritting his teeth, another figure descended directly onto the crimson life and death platform. Chapter 61. The Blade's Subtlety. Ants Shall Perish. Du Xiao, ranked 90 on the 100 Warriors list. In terms of both strength and talent, he undoubtedly surpasses Luo Feng by a considerable margin. Luo Feng merely exists at the bottom of the list, hardly qualifying as a true contender. It is Du Xiao who embodies that title. What a remarkable newcomer, Gu Chengfeng, has managed to provoke a powerhouse from the list. As Du Xiao made his move, Gu Chengfeng realized he was truly up against an insurmountable obstacle. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, countless figures ascended from the Northern Academy, hovering around the blood-red bridge to witness the clash of true warriors. Could it be the fourth level of the Grandmaster realm? Perceiving the tempestuous power radiating from his opponent, Gu Chengfeng's gaze subtly sharpened. You may perish. Du Xiao uttered not a single superfluous word, wielding a long blade that he instantly directed toward Gu Chengfeng. His seventh-grade frenzied blade martial spirit enveloped him as he struck. Chaotic blade slash. A low shout accompanied the dance of his blade, transforming into dazzling arcs of light that surged toward Gu Chengfeng. Each arc could cleave through 3 feet of solid matter, exuding overwhelming ferocity. Subtle blade light. Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and with his cloud sky sword, he simultaneously unleashed several arcs of sword light. Upon their collision, the blade's radiance shattered into fragments. In that moment, a faint smile graced the young man's lips. So, the warriors on the list are nothing but trash. Speak those words again. Du Xiao, incensed by the remark, stomped fiercely on the ground, propelling himself into the air. A long blade, shimmering with brilliance, descended upon Gu Chengfeng. Alongside the blade's arc came a chilling command. Unleash your martial spirit, or face certain death. Apologies, but you are unworthy. Gu Chengfeng gently shook his head, and then the sword's body swelled with violet energy. With a single upward stroke, he instantaneously shattered Du Xiao's blade light, cleaving through the long blade as well. Blood rained down. Then, the body fell, severed in two. Du Xiao was dead. Gasped this. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to shudder profoundly. How could Gu Chengfeng possess such formidable strength? The formidable Du Xiao, ranked 90 on the list, had fallen so easily? How could this newcomer wield such terrifying power? New students typically require a year before they can even hope to enter the warrior rankings. To decisively slay a ranked powerhouse as a newcomer, only one person in the entire Northern Academy has achieved this feat. That individual is the second-ranked swordsman, the Blade Maniac. Yin Fei. Though the Blade Maniac holds the second position, it is entirely due to his decision to forego the first. He is also a member of the Ice Lotus Sword sect. Yu He is his senior sister, and thus he willingly relinquishes the top spot to her. However, everyone knows that the true strongest in Northern Academy is the Blade Maniac. The Blade Maniac of yesteryear resembled Gu Chengfeng of today, perhaps even more fierce. On the very first day of enrollment at the academy, he boldly challenged the formidable warrior ranked 80th on the battle list, successfully claiming his place. Within a month, he vanquished the warrior ranked 50th. After 6 months, he ascended to the 30th position, and within a year, he achieved the remarkable feat of securing the second place on the battle list. If he were to contend further, the first-ranked warrior, Yu He, would undoubtedly not prove a worthy opponent, yet he chose to refrain. Thus, he emerged as the most resplendent prodigy of the Bayan Academy, unmatched for centuries. As the crowd gazed at the youth who had effortlessly slain Du Xiao with a single stroke, a moment of bewilderment enveloped them. Could it be that the Bayan Academy was on the brink of producing another unparalleled genius, one to rival the legendary sword maniac? Bang! The sound of Du Xiao's lifeless body hitting the ground jolted the crowd back to reality. Simultaneously, a gasp echoed from the blood-red bridge. Du Xiao, a woman, surged toward the stage of life and death, cradling Du Xiao's head, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Bai Lingjun. She was also present. Upon recognizing her, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Bai Lingjun, Du Xiao's partner, ranked 10 places above him. The two had entered the Bayan Academy together. both belonging to the elite echelon of prodigies. Their bond was exceptionally strong. Realizing Bai Lingjuan's presence, the crowd instantly comprehended the imminent turmoil. Ah, Gu Chengfeng, if I do not slay you, I shall not be called human. Her furious roar resonated. Bai Lingjun, wielding a sword, swiftly ascended the stage of life and death. Her bloodshot eyes radiated an aura of murderous intent. A tempestuous wave of sword power erupted, splashing water high into the air. With the 8th grade wave, Sword Martial Soul. As she unleashed her sword energy, it surged forth like a boundless azure tide, its might unfathomable. The terrifying wave of sword light shattered the air for 3 feet around her. Clearly, her mastery of the sword had reached an exquisite level, with only a half-step remaining to achieve grand perfection. Such formidable sword power. In that moment, even Gu Chengfeng felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing a hint of danger emanating from her blade. As a 6th-level Grandmaster, he was 4 levels her junior. With a resolute thought, he summoned the strength of his 6th-grade cold sword martial soul, enveloping his body in a surge of power, amplifying his might significantly. Then, with a sword strike that released a purple aura like a rainbow, he countered the approaching wave of sword energy. Is it merely a 6th-grade martial soul? Many in the crowd were taken aback as they beheld Gu Chengfeng's martial soul. They had anticipated that his ability to battle 3 tiers above would stem from an exceptionally potent martial soul, at least in 9th grade, to achieve such a feat yet. To their astonishment, it was only a 6th-grade martial soul. Ha ha, I ought to slap myself for ever comparing him to the sword maniac. Voices of self-mockery echoed through the crowd. I should also strike myself. This is nothing but an ant competing with the bright moon. Utterly ridiculous. The soul of the sword madman is an exceedingly rare super 9th rank soul. Such a soul is regarded as one of the pinnacle manifestations throughout the entire Deqian dynasty. It is utterly laughable that they dare to compare a mere 6th rank soul qualification with the brilliance of a super 9th rank soul prodigy. Insects, how detestable. With a furious roar from Bai Lingjun, the tide sword clashed violently against Gu Chengfeng's purple aura sword in the void. In an instant, a dazzling eruption of tidal light and purple aura filled the air. Bai Lingjun, wielding the tide sword and charging at Gu Chengfeng, was forcefully pushed back several steps, while Gu Chengfeng himself was sent staggering backward a dozen paces. In the contest of swords, the disparities in their lengths became glaringly apparent. An 8th rank soul, Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed. The tremendous force of the soul collided with him, rendering the power of his 6th rank cold sword soul feeble and fragile. It was precisely due to the suppressive force of the soul that his swords might dissipated so thoroughly. Yet, in that very moment, Gu Chengfeng seemed to sense something. As his gaze subtly contracted, a blood-drenched sword surged forth in his mind, radiating an overwhelming crimson brilliance before vanishing from his consciousness. However, after the blood light dissipated within his mind, the sword deep within Gu Chengfeng's gaze shone even more brilliantly. The sword's radiance became exquisitely sharp. Gu Chengfeng could not help but feel elated. His recent sword practice had allowed him to brush against the edge of the subtle sword radiance. This confrontation had also granted him insights from Bai Lingjun's sword light, leading him to a breakthrough into the realm of subtlety. In that fleeting moment, even the soul power surrounding the young man suddenly became significantly sharper. Chapter 62, The Terrifying Body Refinement. Blade edge of celestial radiance. The tumultuous waves surged forth, accompanied by the windstorm sword. A thunderous roar echoed as an immense force, akin to a tidal wave, erupted from within Bai Lingjun. In an instant, it coalesced entirely within his longsword. The tempest swirled, and the sword radiated with brilliance, manifesting into a multitude of sword lights that cascaded down towards Gu Chengfeng in a fierce onslaught. Gu Chengfeng lifted his gaze. In that fleeting moment, a purple aura surged around him, intertwining with a chilling glimmer, as if his long sword were stained with blood. His body lunged into the void, enveloped by an overwhelming purple luminescence that suddenly merged into the cloud sword. The purple energy transformed into a singular sword. As the sword was unleashed, the entire firmament became awash in a sea of purple aura, violently colliding with the endless waves. The blood-dyed purple sword light erupted with an intensely formidable aura of slaughter. Wherever the sword light swept, both the waves and Bai Lingjuan's sword might were utterly shattered. In the blink of an eye, it swept across the arena, advancing relentlessly toward Bai Lingjun's form. The subtle sword light? Damn it! Bai Lingjun clenched his teeth, his face, now tinged with rage, also bore a hint of horror at that moment. The youth's sword light, which had only recently reached the initial stage, had now transcended into the subtle realm amidst the heat of battle. What a terrifying talent! The surrounding crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. The realization of insight in combat and breakthroughs during battle had always been the hallmark of the most elite prodigies. Without exceptional comprehension and innate talent, such feats were simply impossible. No matter how great the talent, limited potential renders one insignificant. Whoever can slay this boy today, I shall reward them with a vial of 5th-grade elixir. The mentor and Ling huffed in anger and promptly struck the ground before him, producing a vial of elixir. His proclamation immediately stirred a commotion among the onlookers. The sight of the reward was irresistible to all. And dog, your life shall be claimed today. Gu Chengfeng, sword in hand, directed his strike toward Bai Lingjun, catching a glimpse of Ling from the corner of his eye. After repeatedly instigating from the back, it would be a disservice not to eliminate him. With that thought, he refocused, channeling all his strength into a single strike. The sword's might bore down upon him. Startled, Bai Lingjun raised his long sword, crossing it above his head. Boom! In the next instant, Gu Chengfeng's purple aura and sword might descended with full force. The terrifying edge of the sword effortlessly tore through Bai Lingjun's blade before cleaving toward his head. Bai Lingjun executed a desperate roll to evade the lethal blow. Yet, his legs were caught unawares and severed in the process, his entire body collapsing to the ground. Death! Gu Chengfeng exclaimed with a low voice. He twisted his sword and executed a horizontal slash, aimed directly at Bai Lingjun's head. Swoosh! Bai Lingjun's head was instantly split in two, meeting his demise on the spot. In the moment of Bai Lingjun's death, Gu Chengfeng felt 5 drops of spiritual essence materialize within his dantian. To slay one and gather 5 drops. This was a first. This alone suffices to reveal the exceptional talent possessed by Bai Lingjun. The 5 drops of spiritual essence are more than enough for Gu Chengfeng to elevate his cultivation level. This realization sharpened Gu Chengfeng's gaze, imbuing it with a fierce intensity. His eyes suddenly darted towards the surrounding crowd, and with a violent thrust, his sword was driven firmly into the life and death platform beneath him. His words, laced with an ominous killing intent, resonated slowly among the onlookers. Today, whoever comes shall die, as I, Gu Chengfeng, declare. The scent of blood enveloped the crimson arena at that moment, casting a ghastly glow and an overwhelming aura of menace. With his proclamation, it was as if a chilling tempest of murderous energy had surged forth, leaving all who heard it feeling a profound dread. A shiver coursed from their feet to the crown of their heads. The crowd hovering around the blood-red bridge instinctively recoiled a few steps. There was no escape. Even Bai Lingjun was fair game. This time, no one could rescue you. Witnessing this scene, Mentor Anling could not help but curl his lips into a peculiar smile. Bai Lingjun was, after all, the scion of the Bai family, the foremost among the 3 great families of Bayan City. The Bai family wielded immense power within the Bayan Academy, with their presence felt from the elders and mentors down to the students. There exists a saying within the academy: it is better to offend the 3 major sects than to touch a single member of the Bai family. This illustrates the terrifying influence of the Bai family within the Bayan Academy. Anling had brought Bai Lingjun and Du Xiao here merely to credit them for the act of slaying Gu Chengfeng, hoping to curry favor with the Bai family. Yet, unexpectedly, both Du Xiao and Bai Lingjun had perished at Gu Chengfeng's hands. However, this was perhaps for the best. At least that detestable scoundrel Gu Chengfeng had no chance of survival left. Just as if to affirm Anling's thoughts, a sudden exclamation erupted from afar. A figure swiftly soared through the air, appearing on the life and death platform in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the lifeless body of Bai Lingjun on the ground, the newcomer trembled violently. Lingjun, the cry, laden with emotion, soared toward the heavens. It was Bai Huafeng. Upon recognizing the visitor, Mentor Anling smiled. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd, as Bai Huafeng, Bai Lingjun's elder brother, ranked 50 on the battle list and a master at the 7th level, had made his entrance. This was escalating into a significant affair. Seeing this, Yi Shishir immediately cautioned Gu Chengfeng. Be careful, this guy is formidable. Gu Chengfeng remained silent, his gaze fixated on Bai Huafeng. At that moment, Bai Huafeng's fierce eyes locked onto Gu Chengfeng's, creating an instantaneous feeling of pressure that momentarily stifled Gu Chengfeng's breath. His eyes gleamed like blades, fierce and menacing. "If you harm my sister, I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts and tear you apart." With a roar, Bai Huafeng drew a dark battle blade from his waist and charged toward Gu Chengfeng with a thunderous force. Gu Chengfeng immediately raised his sword in response. In an instant, two figures clashed, unleashing a terrifying force with each strike of their blades, creating surges of roaring energy. Gu Chengfeng found himself continually pushed back by the furious Bai Huafeng, and in mere moments, he was forced to the edge of the battlefield. What tremendous strength! Gu Chengfeng felt a twinge of astonishment. Without the use of a martial soul or the release of martial techniques, every strike was purely a manifestation of his physical prowess. A body cultivator. Gu Chengfeng quickly realized that this individual was not a martial cultivator, but a body cultivator. Martial cultivators hone their martial souls and spiritual power, while body cultivators refine their physical form. The path of body cultivation is an exceptionally formidable one, second only to the path of sword cultivation among the myriad paths. A powerful body cultivator can transform their flesh into something akin to a treasure, impervious and capable of shattering the void with a single punch. Boom! Another strike sent Gu Chengfeng flying. Mid-air, he performed a somersault and, suddenly gathering his strength, unleashed a sword strike that descended with ferocity upon Bai Huafeng's raised battle blade. The immense force once again hurled Gu Chengfeng away, while Bai Huafeng launched himself forward, propelling his body in pursuit of Gu Chengfeng. The entire scene appeared to depict Bai Huafeng dominating Gu Chengfeng. The onlookers were left speechless. The body cultivator was simply too powerful. Gu Chengfeng's purple aura had once cleaved Bai Lingjun, yet the same strike against Bai Huafeng's blade aura had no effect whatsoever. Instead, Gu Chengfeng was sent reeling. Such a potent spectacle made it clear to everyone that the battle had reached its conclusion. At the moment when Gu Chengfeng's most formidable strike was effortlessly shattered, the outcome was already sealed. People could almost envision Gu Chengfeng being mercilessly reduced to pulp by the enraged Bai Huafeng. Chapter 63. The Sword of the God of Slaughter. Piercing the royal realm. The devouring sky, sword martial soul. Gu Chengfeng suddenly let out a thunderous roar. From his body, already enveloped by the 6th grade cold sword martial soul, surged forth a torrent of black energy. This black energy, roaring forth, transformed into a massive obsidian sword, enveloping Gu Chengfeng entirely. In that moment, the power of the 6th grade cold sword martial soul fused with that of the devouring sky, sword martial soul. The simultaneous manifestation of dual martial souls instantaneously doubled Gu Chengfeng's strength. This terrifying spectacle immediately drew gasps of astonishment from the surrounding crowd. Dual martial souls. Gu Chengfeng possesses dual martial souls. The revelation of his dual martial souls sent shockwaves through the onlookers. No one had anticipated that Gu Chengfeng was an exceptionally rare talent with dual martial souls. Upon witnessing this, the crowd quickly understood why he could effortlessly dispatch opponents of higher ranks, as if they were mere ants. It was only natural for someone with dual martial souls to achieve such feats. However, the identity of this second martial soul remained a mystery. The crowd stared in awe at the black sword martial soul enveloping Gu Chengfeng, yet none could recognize it. Boom! In an instant, as both martial souls manifested, a single strike shattered the blade aura unleashed by Bai Huafeng. Simultaneously, a formidable force from the devouring sky, sword martial soul, surged forth from the sword's body. Encroaching upon Bai Huafeng through the warblade, he wielded. Bai Huafeng's 8th grade battle body martial soul power erupted from within him, attempting to resist the encroaching force of the devouring sky, sword martial soul. However, as the two martial soul powers collided, the strength of the 8th grade battle body martial soul was swiftly devoured by the devouring sky, sword martial soul. The power surged into Bai Huafeng's body, voraciously consuming his internal strength. Bai Huafeng, not being a martial cultivator, possessed only a meager amount of spiritual energy. Yet, the devouring sky, sword martial soul audaciously began to consume his very flesh. Bai Huafeng's robust physique began to wither at a visibly alarming rate. What accursed power is this? Bai Huafeng exclaimed in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief as he frantically retreated. It seemed he believed that by distancing himself from Gu Chengfeng, the enigmatic force invading his body would dissipate. Hiss! In the next moment, the youth's sword surged forward, piercing directly through Bai Huafeng's chest. You. Bai Huafeng's eyes bulged, fixated on Gu Chengfeng in disbelief. With a swift motion, Gu Chengfeng withdrew his longsword, and Bai Huafeng's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The fifth-ranked warrior on the battle rankings, Bai Huafeng, was dead. This. As the crowd gazed upon Bai Huafeng's lifeless form, shock reverberated among them. This was Bai Huafeng, a top-tier powerhouse ranked 50 in the entire North and Academy. Among tens of thousands of students, he was among the top 50. No matter where one placed him, he was a figure of unparalleled strength. Yet now, he had been slain by a mere freshman on the spot. When the sword madman achieved such a feat, he had already been enrolled for half a year. And Gu Chengfeng had accomplished this in just 3 or 4 days. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Minter and Ling's heart trembled with disbelief. I still remember, just a few days ago in the Demon Forest, Gu Chengfeng was merely at the 7th level of the Master Realm, struggling against an opponent at the 9th level. Yet, in a span of 3 to 4 days, he ascended to the 2nd level of the Grand Master Realm, even capable of slaying those at the 7th level of the Grand Master Realm. Such terrifying growth in just a few days is astonishing, if given more time. How much more formidable would he become? No, this young man must not be allowed to grow any stronger. He must perish immediately. Anling's gaze swiftly turned to the crowd surrounding him. At that moment, confronted by Anling's fierce eyes, the onlookers instinctively took a step back, their hearts trembling with fear. They did not dare to lift their eyes to the youth on the life and death stage. Though rewards were enticing, one must possess the means to claim them. Even a powerful figure like Bai Huafeng had fallen to Gu Chengfeng. How could they possibly stand against him? Seeing the hesitation, Anling shouted, "He is currently exhausted. His inner strength depleted. He is no match for you." Yet still, none dared to step forward. "Perhaps, Master, you should take the lead," one among them suggested. And the remaining 10 or so formidable figures on the battle ranking immediately retreated behind Anling, no longer daring to cross the blood bridge. What folly it would be to remain and await death. The bloodstained stage of life and death spares no one. To die would be for naught. Unlike Bai Huafeng, who had a powerful family backing him for revenge, their demise would be absolute. "You all." Anling's face contorted with fury as he glared at the crowd, his disappointment palpable. "And Do, it is your turn." But just then, a fierce shout erupted from behind, and turning swiftly, Anling beheld a dazzling sword aura sweeping toward him. The young man wielded a single sword, unleashing a streak of black light directly at him. Was he attacking the master? Had Gu Chengfeng lost his mind? This unexpected scene startled the onlookers, who had not anticipated such an audacious act from Gu Chengfeng. He had gone mad, disregarding all caution. "Brother," Sure gasped, alarmed. Anling was a formidable warrior of the King Realm. No matter how strong Gu Chengfeng was, he stood no chance against a King Realm expert. There was not even a glimmer of hope. "What?" Anling was initially taken aback, but then erupted into laughter. "Huh. He has come to seek his own death." The master was prohibited from striking a student, but if the student attacked the master, it would only lead to self-destruction. With a sudden wave of his hand, Anling summoned a tempest akin to a celestial curtain, enveloping Gu Chengfeng. The terrifying power of the King Realm was unleashed in a single motion, with no hint of restraint. It was evident that he aimed to obliterate Gu Chengfeng with one decisive blow. The vendetta against Bai He would finally be avenged. "Brother, be careful. Be careful." Lu Yunyi and Sure exclaimed simultaneously. However, Gu Chengfeng remained unperturbed. The figure that surged forward unleashed a torrent of blood directly onto the Yunxiao sword. In an instant, the sword, enveloped by the devouring spirit of the Sword of Heaven and a rare martial soul, radiated an exceedingly brilliant crimson light and an aura of lethal intent. A colossal phantom blossomed atop the long sword, akin to a deity of death, suddenly merging into the blade. An astonishingly terrifying brilliance surged forth from the Yunxiao sword. Subsequently, it was violently hurled from Gu Chengfeng's grasp, cascading with endless radiance, and directly clashed with the tempest unleashed by Anling. Boom. Hiss! A fearsome force erupted, shattering the silence, accompanied by the sound of void being torn asunder. This dreadful strike tore a gaping chasm in the tempestuous sky, and through this rift, it hurtled forth, aiming straight for Enling's chest. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, everyone was rendered speechless. Gu Chengfeng, with a single stroke, had managed to rend a breach in the power wielded by the king-level expert, Mentor Enling. How could such a sword be so terrifying, so formidable? A master at the second level dauntlessly clashed with a king-level expert without yielding. This utterly subverted the crowd's understanding of cultivation and strength. Chapter 64. The objective is clear. The treasures are mine. Cursed be this power. Enling was taken aback at this moment. How could a single sword wield such a terrifying aura of death? Even he felt his very soul tremble. Had it not been for his recently enhanced strength, he would have struggled to withstand the ferocity of this seemingly divine blade. Yet, in an instant, Enling regained his composure. No matter how formidable the sword technique, it requires cultivation as its foundation. Even a mere ant, no matter how gifted, remains but an ant. To think an ant could aspire to greatness, how laughable. With a cold snort, he retreated a few steps and then, with a sudden gesture, sent the oncoming crimson sword force hurtling away, crashing down to the ground. Though the sword's menacing brilliance was powerful, it was significantly diminished by the initial force. Now that its strength had waned, how could it defend itself? But wait, where is Gu Chengfeng? Just then, a voice of doubt rang out from the crowd. The gazes of the onlookers quickly shifted from the flung sword to Gu Chengfeng. Moments before, their attention had been captivated solely by that terrifying strike, completely overlooking Gu Chengfeng. It was only now that they realized he had the treasures. Elder Enling, your treasures have been snatched away by Gu Chengfeng. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng appeared beside the pile of treasures, having seemingly materialized from thin air. With a swift motion, he cleared the ground of its contents and turned to flee. Only then did Enling, amidst the crowd's shouts, finally react. Upon looking down, he saw that 2 vials of 5th-grade elixirs, a piece of Earth-grade armor, a star meteorite, and a martial soul crystal had vanished. All that remained was the sight of Gu Chengfeng's rapidly retreating figure. Running with such speed one might think he had sprouted additional legs. Ah, Gu Chengfeng, you wretched scoundrel! Enling bellowed in a fit of rage, chasing after him. In that moment, it was not just he who understood. All present grasped the truth. Gu Chengfeng's previous strike was not aimed at killing Enling. It was a mere distraction, allowing him to stealthily approach the pile of treasures while Enling's focus was diverted by the sword. His sole intention was to pilfer those treasures. And indeed, he had succeeded. The ground was strewn with valuable items. Rewards prepared by Vice Dean Ling for the purpose of eliminating Gu Chengfeng. I shall tear you apart, you wretched cur. Enling, consumed by fury, sprinted forth, swiftly closing the distance to the base of the life and death arena. Yet, Gu Chengfeng's speed was equally remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the Crimson Sky Bridge leading towards the southern peak. Mentor Enling, should you cross the Crimson Life and Death arena, you will have violated the rules. Yi almost immediately stepped forward, attempting to block Enling's path. The Life and Death arena was the boundary. To the north lies the domain of Beiyuan Peak, while to the south resides that of Nanyuan Peak. Crossing boundaries to commit acts of violence is strictly forbidden. This has always been the rule of the Bayan Academy. To hell with the rules. Get lost. Enling was utterly exasperated. The numerous treasures seized by Gu Chengfeng had driven him to the brink of fury. How could he possibly remain calm? The items were entrusted to him by Vice Dean Ling as a reward for the one who would eliminate Gu Chengfeng. Now, with Gu Chengfeng still alive and the reward snatched away, he bore the weight of responsibility. When the time came, where would Vice Dean Ling seek these precious items? He could not afford to be left in such a precarious position. Master Enling, rules are rules. No one is above them. Just then, a soft, ethereal voice resonated through the air. In an instant, a radiant purple light streaked across the void, drawing near. It was Zier. The purple glow illuminated the surroundings. Even before her figure materialized, her name escaped the lips of the onlookers in astonishment. As the purple light descended, a girl clad in exquisite purple garments appeared before Master Enling. It was indeed Zier. Heavens, Zier has arrived. Her presence elicited gasps from the crowd, their eyes fixated on this stunning maiden. Zier, the most beautiful woman in Bayan Academy, radiated an otherworldly charm and breathtaking grace. In terms of figure, appearance, talent, strength, status, and standing, She had no equal within the academy. At the same time, she was also one of the more enigmatic figures in the institution. Countless rumors circulated about Zier, yet her public appearances were remarkably rare. No one had anticipated that the unfolding events would even attract her attention. I dare anyone to impede my path. In that moment, Master Ling, consumed by rage, had clearly lost all sense of reason. With a thunderous roar, he directed a formidable force towards Zier, who stood in his way. However, before the power could reach her, it shattered into fragments. Smack! With a mere flick of her wrist, a resounding slap landed on Master Ling's face, halting him in his tracks. Enraged, he was about to unleash his fury, only then realizing that it was Zier who stood before him. Why, Your Highness? Master Ling's face drained of color as he was taken aback, never expecting the one who obstructed him would be Zier. Your Highness, how could you? He stammered, his gaze trembling as he looked at the girl before him. In that moment, he even forgot the sting of the slap. Are you now more lucid? She asked, her tone calm and composed. Why, yes, I am awake. Master Ling hastily bowed. Ling pays his respects to Your Highness. Remember your place. Rules exist to be upheld, not broken, Zier concluded, waving her hand dismissively. Now step aside. Indeed, Miss Zier. Ling dared not utter another word and turned to leave. Even as he departed, he couldn't resist casting a fierce glare at Gu Chengfeng. Yet, before Zier, he would swallow his pride, regardless of the bitterness it brought. In the Northern Academy, and indeed throughout the entire Northern Realm, a single word from Zier held the power to alter a person's destiny. How could he dare to act recklessly? Go, everyone leave, he shouted, prompting the crowd to disperse. What brings you here? Gu Chengfeng inquired, a smile breaking across his face as he turned his gaze towards Zier. There are too many eyes here. Let us speak elsewhere. The young lady nodded in agreement, and together they strolled towards the southern peak. This scene did not escape the notice of Lu Yunyi and Yi Shi, who observed from behind. Lu Yunyi remained largely indifferent, but Yi Shi's expression became somewhat rigid. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at Lu Yunyi and asked, the betrothed mentioned by Gu Chengfeng, could it be Zier? Indeed, Lu Yunyi confirmed with a nod. It appears to be a marriage pact left by their ancestors, quite formal in nature. After a moment of silence, Yi Shi fixed her gaze on the retreating figures and queried, have they consummated their relationship? Lu Yunyi was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Yi Shi shot a piercing look at him and insisted, I ask you, have they slept together? Lu Yunyi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. With such delicate beauty, how could she speak with such ferocity? After moistening his parched lips, he hesitantly replied, I suppose, not yet. Oh, that's a relief. The young lady's face lit up with a charming smile as she remarked, though the engagement is in her favor, the advantage of the body must be mine to seize. With that, she pursued the direction of the two. Miss Shi, we are individuals of high moral standing. We must exercise restraint. Lu Yunyi called after her, hastening to catch up. Suddenly pausing, he glanced back, then returned to pick up Gu Chengfeng's sword before continuing his chase. Chapter 65. The third type of martial soul, continuous advancement in cultivation. Within a chamber on the 28th floor of the Northern Academy, a storm of emotions brewed. What? Ling Jun and Hua Feng perished at the hands of Gu Chengfeng? Upon hearing in Ling's account, Elder Bai Muhai's visage contorted with rage. He slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, Cursed Southern Courtyard! I demand retribution for Ling Jun and Hua Feng's lives. Today, this wretch nearly fell by my hand, had it not been for Miss Yi's unexpected appearance. And Ling remarked, I surmise that for the time being, he will not dare to emerge from the southern summit. Bai Muhai's expression darkened. If that were indeed the case, eliminating Gu Chengfeng would prove rather troublesome. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Ling and inquired, What are your thoughts? Speak freely. Ling responded, In half a month, the martial soul burial ground shall be unveiled. I am certain this lad will participate. At that juncture, he will be easily dispatched. The martial soul burial ground? Excellent. The southern courtyard shall be purged of its members, one by one. Meanwhile, within the great hall of the southern summit, upon hearing the mention of these 4 words, Gu Chengfeng's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The martial soul burial ground is a renowned secret realm within the northern territories. There, the power of martial souls is exceptionally potent, making it an ideal locale for cultivation. Moreover, certain areas may even yield martial soul crystals. Each year, by mere chance, some discover ninth-grade martial soul crystals, while others manage to elevate their ordinary martial souls to the ninth grade. In the past, various factions within the Northern Territories sought to claim the martial soul burial ground as their own, yet ultimately, the Northern Royal Mansion intervened, designating it as a training ground. Once it opens, any prodigy under the age of 20 is eligible for entry. The entrances to the martial soul burial ground are scattered across the major cities of the Northern Territories. Chengfeng, do you intend to go? Inquired Ziyi, as she retrieved several garments from her spatial pouch, handing them to Gu Chengfeng. You've stained yourself with blood. Change into these. I shall have Luer wash your clothes. Indeed. Gu Chengfeng nodded, accepting the garments. Such a remarkable place is not to be missed. At present, what Gu Chengfeng lacks most is a martial soul. The prospect of the martial soul burial ground is too enticing to disregard. As he spoke, he had already stepped outside the chamber. Ziyi halted him. Go change. Yet, suddenly, Gu Chengfeng stretched his arm, his expression shifting as he began to rub his shoulder. Ouch, it hurts. You are injured? Ziyi gasped in surprise at the sight. She quickly approached to massage Gu Chengfeng's shoulder. Is it serious? Why didn't you mention it earlier? I pulled a muscle. A few days of rest will suffice, Gu Chengfeng replied, glancing at the young woman and gesturing toward his clothes. Perhaps you could. Do not overexert yourself in the future. Even those of the King's realm seek to test their limits. What if your injuries are severe? The girl huffed, then supported Gu Chengfeng as they entered the room together. Gently, she removed Gu Chengfeng's outer garment and adorned him with a light blue attire. Every motion was exquisitely tender, as if fearful of disturbing his wounds. The fragrance of the young girl enveloped Gu Chengfeng, who, immersed in the moment, smiled and remarked, from now on, this task shall be entrusted to you. Upon witnessing his expression, the girl blushed profusely, instantly grasping the implications. The hand she had placed on Gu Chengfeng's shoulder transformed from a gentle support to a firm pinch, as she exclaimed, How dare you deceive me? With a playful tone, she added, Well, we are family now. Gu Chengfeng seized her hand, saying, If you wish to touch, then do so. Why exert such force? Who wants to touch? She retorted, pouting before swiftly retracting her hand and turning to leave. However, a thought struck her, and she promptly returned to the room to retrieve Gu Chengfeng's soiled clothing. I'll have Green deliver it to you, she declared. Observing her departing figure, Gu Chengfeng chuckled and called out, That clumsy girl. Better let me deliver it personally. Understood. Her voice, laced with laughter, echoed back. Once Ziyi departed, Gu Chengfeng took a moment to sense the quantity of spiritual essence within his dantian, 17 droplets in total. He then settled into a meditative posture, channeling the power of his swallowing heaven sword martial soul to devour the essence. With the aid of the grand swallowing heaven technique, he quickly transformed the energy of the spiritual essence into cultivation. Consequently, his cultivation level surged, breaking through to the 4th stage of the Grandmaster realm. Why is it only 2 stages? Gu Chengfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that advancing even a single stage now required the consumption of 8 droplets of spiritual essence. The pace of advancement was becoming increasingly sluggish. However, the speed at which he could condense spiritual essence had noticeably accelerated, as a single white painting added 6 droplets to his reserves. In retrospect, it was not so slow after all. A divine-grade martial soul truly was a remarkable asset. The enhancement of his cultivation evoked a subtle sense of contemplation within Gu Chengfeng. Without the swallowing heaven sword martial soul, he might still be languishing in the desolate borders, laboriously toiling away at his cultivation, making minimal progress over the course of a year. This realization fueled his anticipation for the other 6 sealed divine-grade martial souls residing within his dantian. The transformation initiated by the swallowing heaven sword martial soul had been monumental. He could only imagine the strength that the other martial souls would bestow upon him. If he could awaken just one more divine-grade martial soul, all those so-called prodigies and strong ones would be compelled to kneel before him. He resolved to inquire with the Moonlight Sword Emperor about how to restore the essence of the Supreme Yang sacred body. Only the essence of the Supreme Yang sacred body could awaken the Empress. Yet, the current meteorite fragments could only restore a fraction of the power of the Supreme Yang sacred body and were utterly incapable of reviving its essence. Taking a deep breath, He dismissed further thoughts and directly retrieved the martial soul crystal, the essence of a 7th-grade fire spirit martial soul. The power within the martial soul crystal was immediately recognizable to Gu Chengfeng. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the martial soul crystal. In an instant, a torrent of magnificent flames erupted from the crystallized martial soul, enveloping Gu Chengfeng entirely. At that moment, the great yin devouring heaven technique surged into action, absorbing the surrounding flames and integrating them into his dantian. Ultimately, within the dantian, it coalesced into a 7th-grade fire spirit martial soul. When Gu Chengfeng reopened his eyes, the martial soul had been completely solidified. The 7th-grade fire spirit martial soul had become his 3rd martial soul, elevating his prowess once more. 5th-grade star meteorite, Gu Chengfeng murmured softly, then proceeded to fully refine and absorb the power of the 5th-grade star meteorite in his hand. He could keenly sense that his supreme yang sacred body had regained considerable strength. The invigorating sensation coursing through his body brought a smile to Gu Chengfeng's face. Moonlight Sword Emperor, wait for me, he whispered, preparing to step directly into the Divine Abyss Pavilion. However, the next moment, a knock echoed from outside. Little brother. It was Yi. Upon hearing that sweet voice, Gu Chengfeng knew she had arrived. Shaking his head gently, he opened the door. To his surprise, Yi, who had been leaning against the door, lost her balance as it swung open and tumbled directly into his embrace. Chapter 66. This woman is bewitchingly enchanting. Do not jest. Gu Chengfeng found himself somewhat speechless, recognizing a remarkably familiar maneuver. Just moments ago, it was she who performed this on others, and now the roles had reversed. Yet, Yi exhibited no intention of departing. Instead, her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she inhaled deeply, drawing in Gu Chengfeng's essence. Tilting her head back, with sultry eyes, she remarked, "Little brother, the radiance of your yang energy is utterly intoxicating. I am quite fond of it." Having recently absorbed a fallen star, Gu Chengfeng's already potent yang energy surged even more intensely. This alluring aura rendered Yi completely defenseless, causing her entire form to soften. The fragrance exhaled from her lips enveloped Gu Chengfeng's face, sending his heart racing uncontrollably. This woman was indeed enchanting. Is it necessary to be so genuine? Gu Chengfeng hastily placed the young lady upon a seat, fearing that if this continued, he might lose his composure. Are you afraid of Yi? Yi rested her elbows on her long, delicate legs, cradling her chin in her hands, gazing provocatively at Gu Chengfeng. He merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. If you have nothing to discuss, you should leave. Do not hinder my cultivation. However, the young lady paid no heed to his words, continuing unabated. Do not presume that a betrothal guarantees anything. Zi's status ensures that no engagement can constrain her. You lack the power and influence to earn her family's approval. Her identity is destined for the family and for power. As she spoke, she turned her gaze back to Gu Chengfeng. I harbor no intention of sowing discord between you. I simply do not wish for you to become too deeply entangled, lest you be harmed. In that moment, she appeared unusually earnest. After a brief silence, Gu Chengfeng inquired, what is her true identity? Yet, the young lady merely shook her head. Let us leave it be. I would not want you to think me a villain. With that, she stood and returned the cloud sword to Gu Chengfeng. Leaning closer, she whispered, if you desire, I shall come find you tonight. As she exited the room, Gu Chengfeng called after her, Yi. Her cheeks flushed with surprise and delight. Are you in a hurry, little brother? Do you wish for me now? Gu Chengfeng ignored her playful tone and directly posed a question. To be frank, do you wish to recruit me? In that fleeting moment, clarity dawned upon him. This woman had been following him, undoubtedly with the intention of bringing him into the Xian poison sect. There was no other explanation. Yi blinked, her eyes sparkling like blossoms. No, I crave you. Crave me? Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow. What purpose do you have in entangling yourself with me? She licked her lips and replied playfully, I crave. Gu Chengfeng sighed. Enough, just leave. Hastily, he pushed Yi out of the room. Gu Chengfeng took several deep breaths. Yet he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the rising flames of desire within him, ignited by Yi captivating presence. Resolutely, he entered the Shun Yuan Pavilion, directing this fervor towards the Moonlight Sword Emperor. The Moonlight Sword Emperor was enveloped in a black divine radiance, and as Gu Chengfeng unleashed his energy, vast torrents of power surged into his being, elevating his cultivation to the 6th level of the Grand Master realm. Lying on the ground, Gu Chengfeng cast a glance into the depths of the hall, where 6 divine auras lay in slumber. Turning to the Moonlight Sword Emperor, he inquired, "My Lord Sword Emperor, how can I restore the essence of the supreme Yang sacred body? Ordinary starfall stones are inadequate. They must be of divine quality or higher." The Moonlight Sword Emperor, nourished by Gu Chengfeng, spoke with less arrogance. Divine quality starfall stones. Gu Chengfeng thought, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Who knows what divine quality truly entails? Such divine objects may not even exist within the entire Daqian dynasty. Indeed, the Moonlight Sword Emperor asserted confidently, "I have sensed the presence of a divine quality starfall stone within the royal palace of your Daqian dynasty." The royal palace? Gu Chengfeng felt a shiver run down his spine, dumbfounded. "You cannot be suggesting that I disguise myself and infiltrate the palace. That would be madness." The Daqian dynasty was founded on martial prowess, with the entire realm devoted to cultivation. The royal city was the heart of this dynasty's practice, teeming with formidable powerhouses. Within the Daqian dynasty, the royal family boasted the most powerful and terrifying forces. With his current level of cultivation, he feared he couldn't even defeat a pet dog kept in the palace. The Moonlight Sword Emperor's demeanor grew cold once more as she remarked, "With the Yuan Pavilion at your disposal, if you cannot reach the pinnacle of a minor nation strongman within a year, you shall not be worthy of possessing the Yuan Pavilion. At that point, I will personally eradicate you." Gu Chengfeng shot an angry glare at the Moonlight Sword Emperor, exclaiming, "Must you be so heartless? Without me, how will the Supreme Yang's sacred body nourish you?" The Moonlight Sword Emperor replied indifferently, "Eradicating your soul and refining your Supreme Yang's sacred body into a dual cultivation puppet is still possible." Gu Chengfeng gulped nervously, staring at the Moonlight Sword Emperor with gritted teeth. "Fine, you are ruthless, you heartless Empress. Just 1 year? If you wish to kill me, I shan't grant you that opportunity." With a huff, Gu Chengfeng turned away and strode towards the inheritance passage. Upon arriving at the entrance of the 2nd inheritance gate, Gu Chengfeng took a deep breath and injected the 3 types of martial soul power into the gate. The inheritance gate soon opened. Inside the chamber, there remained only a stone platform and a box. However, the carvings upon this box were entirely different, as spiritual energy flowed into it. The box seemed to ignite in a fierce blaze. Then, in the void, a scene re-emerged. The imagery depicted an alchemical setting, where a colossal cauldron radiated resplendent light amidst the fierce flames. Could it be a legacy related to the art of potion making? Gu Chengfeng's heart jolted in surprise. He could scarcely contain his eagerness as he opened the box. To his astonishment, it contained merely a single crystal. He had anticipated that within the box might lay a cauldron or perhaps a manual for alchemists, or at the very least, several vials of elixirs. Instead, there was only an enigmatic crystal of unknown origin. Furrowing his brow, he retrieved the crystal from the box and examined it closely. The crystal was entirely transparent. Devoid of any impurities, it resembled neither jade nor gold, leaving its materiality a complete mystery. Suddenly, as Gu Chengfeng continued his scrutiny, the crystal emitted a resonant hum and rapidly disintegrated, transforming into an intangible force that surged into Gu Chengfeng's mind, manifesting as a tome of memories that hovered within his consciousness. It was reminiscent of the moment when the Moonlight Sword Emperor had imparted the Da Yin swallowing heaven technique to him. Gu Chengfeng's spirit stirred, and he promptly opened the tome of memories. Chapter 67. Inheritance, the art of alchemy with 10,000 flames. The art of alchemy with 10,000 flames harnesses the power of fire to concoct elixirs, utilizing the strength of flames in cycles of 72 celestial rotations, allowing for the successful creation of potions. For the first great elixir, one requires materials such as the 10,000 spirits flower, spirit grass, and the spiritual spring. The subsequent pages are replete with a multitude of elixir names alongside their requisite materials, as well as various insights and precautions pertaining to the alchemical process. From 1st to 9th grade, the formulas and methodologies for alchemy are thoroughly detailed. After perusing the tome, Gu Chengfeng found the knowledge seamlessly transforming into a memory, embedding itself within his mind. This sudden mastery of the alchemical arts, despite his previous ignorance, was astonishing. He believed that with merely an alchemical cauldron and some herbs, he could instantly become an alchemist. In the realm of martial cultivation, alchemists are exceedingly rare, requiring exceptional talent, particularly in the case of high-tier alchemists, who are even scarcer. Those who attain the status of alchemist inevitably become coveted by various families and sections. For instance, the previous Ziyun sect boasted only one third-grade alchemist, revered akin to an ancestral figure within the sect, to the extent that even the sect leader treated him with utmost deference, fearful of causing offense. With this newfound ability to refine elixirs for his own cultivation, Gu Chengfeng felt a surge of joy. The prospect of continuously consuming elixirs to enhance his cultivation alleviated any concerns regarding slow progress. Taking a deep breath to temper his excitement, he exited the chamber, gazing down the corridor with a glimmer of anticipation. The first room belonged to the little black dog, while the second held the inheritance of the alchemist. The treasures in the chambers beyond would only grow more splendid. Lord Sword Emperor. Gu Chengfeng called out to the ethereal figure of the Moonlight Sword Emperor, radiant with divine light. As he returned to the hall, the Sword Emperor opened his eyes and glanced at Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng, feeling somewhat awkward, spat out, "Bah?" Unfeeling Empress. As the words left his mouth, he immediately summoned his energy to depart from the Divine Abyss Pavilion. However, he soon discovered he was unable to exit. The Moonlight Sword Emperor appeared before him, her expression one of icy indifference. Gu Chengfeng chuckled sheepishly. My Lord Sword Emperor. I was merely jesting. How could he have forgotten that this was her domain? The Moonlight Sword Emperor huffed dismissively. Lie still. It's detrimental to your health. Gu Chengfeng exclaimed in protest. In that moment, a wave of black divine light enveloped him, revealing the Sword Emperor's shadowy veil. An hour later, Gu Chengfeng reappeared in the room, muttering in discontent. A dignified empress should possess a modicum of restraint. Why shout so loudly? Upon exiting the chamber, he stepped into the courtyard and inhaled several breaths of fresh air. Lifting his gaze, he spotted Yi in the pavilion, diligently working on her poisons. The acrid scent of a mysterious poison lingered in the air, detectable from a considerable distance. Upon spotting Gu Chengfeng, Yi promptly set down her mortar and pestle and hurried to his side, disregarding her appearance as she inhaled deeply, her gaze fixated on him. However, her expression shifted slightly as she raised her eyes to Gu Chengfeng and said, "Brother, why has your pure yang energy diminished so significantly? Previously, it had been exceedingly potent, enveloping her in comfort with just a single breath. Now, it had waned considerably, reduced to mere wisps, rendering it incomparable to before." Pouting slightly, she huffed, "Honestly, is there a vixen who has infiltrated your cultivation chamber? What nonsense are you thinking?" Gu Chengfeng vehemently denied. He had not anticipated Yi acute sensitivity to pure yang energy. "Though I have been outside, I haven't seen anyone enter." The girl scratched her head, perplexed. "Ah, I understand." Suddenly, her eyes brightened as though a realization struck her, and she widened her gaze at Gu Chengfeng. You actually. Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow. "What is it? You actually used your hands." Yi glared at him in outrage. "I told you to seek me if you needed help. How could you prefer to handle it yourself?" Her expression was one of indignation. Did she not compare favorably to a mere hand? "What nonsense are you babbling?" Gu Chengfeng's face darkened in embarrassment. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he thought to himself how this woman could be so indiscreet. Not wanting the conversation to spiral further into awkwardness, he swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, "Where in Bayan Academy can one procure an alchemical cauldron and medicinal herbs?" This was the matter of utmost importance. Having just inherited the art of alchemy, he learned of a 6th-grade body refining elixir. According to the prescription, this elixir could purify the body, expelling impurities and fortifying the meridians, thus accelerating the pace of cultivation. Most importantly, it could enhance the physical body's strength. In his battle against Bai Huafeng, despite ultimately defeating him, the latter's mastery of physical cultivation had left a profound impression on Gu Chengfeng. The body was akin to a treasure, resilient and robust, with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Even sword strikes against him failed to leave a scratch. Moreover, his speed was astonishing, leaving no opportunity to escape. Had it not been for the power of the swallowing sky sword spirit, which countered his opponent, Gu Chengfeng might have perished long ago. The path of physical cultivation began with body refining, and he was eager to experiment with it. "Brother." Upon hearing this, the girl's face immediately flushed, and she shyly glanced at Gu Chengfeng. However, Sensing her shift in demeanor, he quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Stop with the theatrics. Just speak plainly. Look at you. Sure pouted. She sidled up to Gu Chengfeng, cautiously retrieving 3 black pills from her spatial pouch and offering them to him. What are these? Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow in confusion. The enchanting Isher, who dabbles in the art of toxicity, has unexpectedly turned her attention to the study of elixirs. Yet, the aroma and appearance of her concoction are rather disconcerting, dark, and uninviting, accompanied by an overpowering fishy scent. Were it not for Gu Chengfeng's mastery of the heavenly fire alchemy technique, one might easily mistake it for a poison. Even he, well-versed in the realm of alchemy, finds himself utterly bewildered by the nature of this peculiar creation. This brew was painstakingly concocted for a certain young gentleman, infused with an array of potent ingredients such as tiger whip, deer blood, epimedium, and cinnamorium, each adding to the labor and time invested in its preparation. The young maiden leaned in closely to Gu Chengfeng's ear, her voice sweet and enticing. It's meant to invigorate and enhance vitality, a true tonic. Once consumed, you shall feel as vibrant as ever. No need for you to delve into alchemical studies for your health. Clearly, she assumed that his inquiries regarding the cauldron and herbs stemmed from a dire need to replenish his energy due to excessive depletion of yang. As she spoke, she added with a hushed tone, "Dear sir, be mindful of your hands, for they may cause harm to your body. In the future, I shall assist you ahem." At her words, Gu Chengfeng nearly choked on his own saliva. The references to those ingredients began to sound increasingly dubious. It dawned on him that this woman had been preoccupied with this endeavor for several days. He looked at Isher in exasperation. "Who told you that my alchemical pursuits were aimed at concocting such brews? I seek to formulate elixirs for cultivation." Cultivation. Chapter 68. The Exceptional Alchemist, Wan Lingyi. The young girl pressed herself against Gu Chengfeng, her slender fingers gently swaying before him. Don't worry, big brother. I'll keep your secret." "Who asked you to keep it a secret?" Gu Chengfeng replied, utterly speechless, and turned to descend the mountain. The girl paused, momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be a pill for cultivation? Yet, in the next instant, she saw him abruptly turn around and swiftly snatch the pill from her hand. "It's of no use to you. Better to avoid harming others." As they walked down the mountain, he muttered to himself, "Such a fine item. It must not go to waste. TSK, how pretentious." She couldn't help but scoff. She quickly caught up with him, exclaiming, "Where are you going?" "Big brother? I'll accompany you. I already told you. I'm going to get an alchemical furnace and gather some herbs." Seeing the girl running up beside him and grabbing his arm, Gu Chengfeng helplessly clarified once more, "It's truly for cultivation purposes." With a hint of skepticism, she asked, "Big brother, do you really know how to concoct pills?" Gu Chengfeng nodded. "I have a basic understanding." The girl stared at him in astonishment. "But both of your martial souls are not fire-based. Without a fire soul, how can you become an alchemist? Fire is fundamental for alchemy. Without it, no matter how high your talent, you cannot be an alchemist. Just because I didn't have it before doesn't mean I don't have it now." Gu Chengfeng shrugged. The stone path down the mountain, long neglected, was overgrown with weeds. He decided to simply take to the air and landed at the foot of the mountain. The girl followed closely behind. "Let us go to the Apothecary King's platform. They always have furnaces and herbs available for students to practice alchemy." The Apothecary King's platform at Bayan Academy was established by Tian Xinzi, the only Apothecary King in the Academy's history. It was specifically designed to select talented individuals with alchemical aptitude from among the students. Any student could attempt to test their alchemical talent. If they were indeed found to possess it, they could join the Alchemy Hall and receive guidance from experienced alchemists. The Alchemy Hall operated independently of the 2 main academies, free from their constraints, yet able to utilize all their resources. Within Bayan Academy, it held a position of great prestige. However, those with alchemical talent were exceedingly rare. Even within the entire Alchemy Hall, the number of members did not exceed 30. Out of tens of thousands of students, no more than 30 possessed such talent. One can only imagine how extraordinary alchemical aptitude truly is. The Apothecary King's platform is located west of the Central Academy Tower, at the plaza outside the main hall atop the Alchemy Peak. This is also the location of the Alchemy Hall. At this moment, the plaza surrounding the Apothecary King's platform was teeming with no fewer than 1,000 people, all drawn by the arrival of a young girl. Behind her stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Wan Lingyi? Why is she here? Gu Chengfeng and Yi Shishir arrived at the summit square of the Pill Refining Peak. Yi Shishir's gaze immediately fell upon the young girl on the Pill King platform, yet she could not help but furrow her brow. Gu Chengfeng's eyes flickered with intrigue. She appears to be quite renowned. Do you know her? She hails from Beiwang City, a prodigy in alchemy since childhood, and has been taken as a disciple by the foremost alchemist of Beiwang City, Chengfeng, earning significant favor from the Beiwang Duke's residence. Yi Shishir replied. It is said that several academies in the northern region have extended their olive branches to her. I suspect she has come to assess the alchemical standards of Bayan Academy and decide whether to join. Indeed, she seems exceptional. Gu Chengfeng nodded slightly. Acknowledging that being sought after by the various academies in the northern region is no small feat, the northern region encompasses a vast territory, claiming half of the great Qian dynasty, including the northern, western, eastern, central plains, and the ancient borderlands. There are 4 prestigious academies, one of which is Bayan Academy. Being courted by these 4 institutions is indicative of extraordinary talent. However, Yi Shishir scoffed dismissively at Gu Chengfeng's words. Just a conceited woman. Gu Chengfeng merely smiled, his attention returning to the girl on the Pill King platform. The girl possessed delicate features and a tall, slender figure, adorned in elegant garments of white and blue, exuding an air of haughty grace. Though she stood there expressionless, the crowd below was in a frenzy, erupting in cheers. Spirit Goddess, you have finally arrived at Bayan Academy. Spirit Goddess, please join Bayan Academy. We need you. The calls echoed fervently. Yet the girl showed no reaction, her gaze laced with disdain. She lightly brushed her finger against the nearby alchemical cauldron, letting out a soft sneer. I had expected the cauldron on the Pill King platform to be a supreme artifact, but it turns out to be merely a low-grade one. She then glanced at the 2 racks filled with various herbs and derided. What a pile of worthless materials. A trash cauldron paired with worthless ingredients. No wonder Bayan Academy lacks any alchemical geniuses. Her words hung in the air, plunging the venue into a heavy silence, the expressions of the crowd darkening. No one anticipated that Wan Lingyi would speak so disparagingly of Bayan Academy. However, it wasn't long before someone chimed in. If the Spirit Goddess were to join Bayan Academy, wouldn't it then possess a genius in alchemy? We are eagerly awaiting the Spirit Goddess's arrival. Upon hearing these sentiments, Yi Shishir could no longer contain her disdain, muttering, a bunch of sycophantic fools from the Northern Academy. Gu Chengfeng frowned slightly. Although he had criticized Bayan Academy himself, he was now, in some capacity, associated with it. Being belittled by an outsider stirred a sense of indignation within him. Nevertheless, he merely shook his head, choosing not to engage further. At that moment, a stooped old man hurriedly approached the Pill King platform, with an expression filled with regret. The elder bowed his fists towards the young lady, saying, I was unaware of Miss Lingyi's arrival. I hope she will not take offense. The antiquated cauldron and herbs here are certainly unworthy of Miss Lingyi. As he spoke, he produced another alchemical cauldron, which shimmered with ethereal light, clearly of superior quality, perhaps even reaching the celestial tier. This revelation caused many to gasp in astonishment. The esteemed apothecary cauldron. This was none other than the cauldron left behind by the legendary apothecary, the founder of the apothecary platform and the only apothecary in the history of the Bayan Academy. Known as Chichenzi, it was truly unexpected for Elder Lu of the Alchemy Hall to present the apothecary cauldron so freely. With a sycophantic grin, Elder Lu added, moreover, this spatial pouch contains various herbs. Miss Lingyi may use them as she pleases. If they could entice Wan Lingyi to join the Bayan Academy, her presence would not merely signify the addition of a top-tier alchemist, but would also bring with her the vast resources of the Wan family and Chengfeng, the foremost alchemist of Beiwang City. This would undoubtedly elevate the Alchemy Hall of Bayan Academy significantly. Seeing the apothecary cauldron, Wan Lingyi finally nodded slightly and waved her hand dismissively at Elder Lu, saying, You may leave. I prefer to refine alchemy without any distractions. Yes, of course. Elder Lu replied with an obsequious smile, retreating hastily, not daring to offend her. Wan Lingyi then commenced her alchemical work. A magnificent flame ignited beneath the apothecary cauldron as she began to toss in various precious herbs. Soon, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, a scent only achievable by fifth-tier elixirs. Fifth-tier elixirs. The fact that the goddess Lingy was concocting a 5th-tier elixir was astonishing. A 16-year-old 5th-tier alchemist, truly a prodigy among alchemists. The crowd could not help but exclaim in awe. Even Elder Lu, who was merely a 5th-tier alchemist himself, was already in his 70s. Yet this young lady was only 16. This showcased the terrifying and formidable talent of the young alchemist. However, just as the crowd was fixated on Wan Lingyi's alchemical process, a figure slowly approached the apothecary platform. Gu Chengfeng. The Gu Chengfeng from the south courtyard. The moment the crowd recognized the newcomer, a chorus of gasps erupted. No one had anticipated that this individual, who had slain numerous formidable warriors from the north courtyard, would dare to leave the south courtyard peak. Moreover, he had chosen this critical moment to ascend the apothecary platform, where Wan Lingyi had explicitly stated that no unauthorized personnel were allowed. He must surely be here to cause trouble. Chapter 69. Stealing Knowledge? Gouging out eyes. The sudden uproar of the crowd caused Wan Lingyi, who was engrossed in alchemy, to furrow her delicate brows. As she cast a 5th-grade Wanyang flower into the alchemical cauldron, a sharp reprimand echoed throughout the square. Silence. If you utter another word, be gone. Elder Lu echoed this command with a low growl. Instantly, the crowd covered their mouths, silenced by the authority of the elder. Yet their gazes were drawn to Gu Chengfeng atop the apothecary's platform, watching him approach the cauldron with disdain. I do not care who you are. Get down before I lose my temper. I shall act as if nothing has transpired. Wan Lingyi's voice resonated once more. However, Gu Chengfeng appeared oblivious to her words. After inspecting the cauldron, he turned his attention to the herbs on the nearby shelf, muttering to himself, "Where are the 6th-grade Zhiyang spiritual plants?" As Wan Lingyi's face darkened with growing ire, Elder Lu hurried to Gu Chengfeng's side, saying, "Young man, Miss Lingyi has commanded you to leave. Do not provoke her anger, or you shall be the one to suffer." Gu Chengfeng merely glanced at Elder Lu before resuming his search for the materials needed to concoct the 6th-grade body-enhancing elixir. At that moment, a voice interjected, "Are you an elder of the Bayan Academy's alchemy hall, or merely her pet?" Wan Lingyi had to stoop and bow to speak. But now he approached her with an air of superiority, oblivious to the absurdity of his audacity. As an elder of the Bayan Academy, should he not act with dignity? She dismissed him with a glance, continuing her selection of herbs. To her dismay, however, she found no 6th-grade herbs at all. Only a few 3rd and 4th-grade materials remained. Even 5th-grade herbs could be somewhat useful, albeit less effective. But the 3rd and 4th-grade materials were simply insufficient. His words left the onlookers in shock, their mouths agape. This was Elder Lu, an elder of the alchemy hall. Yet, Gu Chengfeng showed him no respect, openly rebuking him. The crowd could only think of one word: arrogant. Overly arrogant. They had heard tales of Gu Chengfeng's audacity. Upon entering the Bayan Academy, he had slain members of the North Courtyard's enforcement team and even roasted Master Anling's white crane in the Demon Forest. This sight surpassed all their expectations, revealing an unparalleled level of audacity. However, rather than condemning Gu Chengfeng, they found themselves secretly amused. They had long disdained Elder Lu's behavior, but no one dared to confront him due to his position. Now, with Gu Chengfeng speaking on their behalf, they felt a wave of hidden delight. Yet, while they reveled in their satisfaction, Elder Lu was consumed by fury. How dare this insolent student insult him, an esteemed elder? Elder Lu's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Chengfeng. Being scolded and pointed at by a student in front of so many onlookers would naturally incite anger. "I have no interest in engaging in a verbal battle. I am here to work with my medicinal cauldron and herbs. This is the apothecary pavilion, where propriety and regulations reign. Do not disturb me, do you comprehend?" Gu Chengfeng remained undeterred, meticulously selecting each herb. "If I cannot concoct a 6th-grade elixir, then a 5th-grade one will suffice. You, now, at once, vacate the premises." Elder Lu glared at Gu Chengfeng, his teeth clenched as he hissed. Observing Gu Chengfeng's unwavering demeanor, he was about to confront him directly. However, in the next moment, he was halted by the figure of Yi Shishir. "Elder Lu, this is the apothecary pavilion, and my little brother is refining medicine here. What is the issue?" The young girl met Elder Lu's gaze, disdain evident in her tone. "As an elder, you should watch your language. This is not a latrine for you to spew filth, understand? You." Elder Lu's complexion instantly darkened. At that moment, a gentle reprimand from Wan Lingyi resonated. Upon hearing her words, Elder Lu's expression swiftly transformed into a sycophantic smile as he hurried to her side. Bowing and scraping, "Miss Lingy, what further instructions do you have? I shall attend to them immediately." Without turning her head, Wan Lingy coldly retorted, "My alchemical skills are inherited from my esteemed master, Master Chengfeng. Now, 2 insignificant insects have dared to pilfer my craft. Do you understand what must be done? I understand the rules, of course. Remove their eyes to prevent the leakage of alchemical techniques." Elder Lu quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The matter was not significant initially, yet Wan Lingy escalated it to the level of theft, evidently incensed by their presence. If alchemical techniques could be so easily appropriated, there would not be such a scarcity of alchemists. Master Chengfeng is an 8th-grade alchemist, mere steps away from ascending to the realm of a 9th-grade apothecary king. To steal the techniques of an alchemical master is tantamount to a death sentence for the two. Merely removing their eyes was already a concession made in consideration of the students of Bayan Academy. Wan Lingy huffed coldly. "Since you understand the rules, why are you not acting on it?" "Yes, yes, yes." Elder Lu nodded repeatedly. He then bellowed to the crowd, "Bring those 2 here and escort them to the law enforcement hall. Remove their eyes." "Yes, Elder Lu." From the crowd, several students clad in law enforcement attire surged forward. Just as they were about to reach the alchemical platform, Yi Shishir suddenly shouted, "If anyone dares to touch my little brother today, I will kill them." The shout immediately halted their advance. They were well aware of Yi Shishir's identity as a disciple of the Xuandu sect, deeply versed in the essence of toxic alchemy. A single vial of poison could likely incapacitate them all. Who would dare to act recklessly? Seeing that the crowd was immobilized, Yi Shishir's gaze turned sharply towards Wan Lingy. "You vile woman, if you have grievances against me, speak plainly. Do not slander me with baseless accusations." "Shishir, dear, remember to be a bit gentler." Gu Chengfeng, feeling somewhat exasperated, intercepted Yi Shishir and remarked, "A practitioner who meticulously selects ingredients for a mere 5th-grade elixir dares to clandestinely learn from others?" Without a hint of hesitation, he continued to address the now visibly displeased Wan Lingy. "It's likely that his master, Chengfeng, is equally inept. Why bother with her?" Gu Chengfeng had no intention of engaging with Wan Lingy. "You pursue your alchemy, and I shall choose my materials. Our paths shall not cross." However, the audacity of his opponent, who seemed intent on gouging out his eyes, was intolerable. If he were to endure this any longer, he would no longer be Gu Chengfeng. "He, what you say is quite right," Yi Shishir responded, her previously frosty demeanor melting away as she flashed a radiant smile at Gu Chengfeng. Yet, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of gasps, caught off guard by Gu Chengfeng's boldness. They had never anticipated such ferocity. Not only did he insult Wan Lingy, but he also dared to denounce her master. It was nothing short of madness. After all, he was a master alchemist. In the northern region, and indeed throughout the entire De Qian dynasty, such a figure was revered and celebrated wherever he went. "How dare you speak of this?" "Repeat that." At this moment, Wan Lingy was thoroughly incensed, unable to contain her wrath any longer. The pride displayed on her lovely face swiftly transformed into unrestrained fury. Chapter 70. If you succeed in refining it, I shall blind myself. To concoct a mere 5th-grade elixir, with such stringent requirements for both the alchemy furnace and the medicinal materials, one might presume you were attempting to forge a 9th-grade potion. How dare you even boast of your alchemical prowess? Gu Chengfeng regarded Wan Lingy with a calm demeanor, stating, "Did your master not enlighten you that the essence of true alchemy lies in transforming the most commonplace ingredients into exquisite elixirs? Both alchemy and artifact forging demand exceptional innate talent. Only a select few can truly be deemed masters in these crafts. A true master is one who can transmute the ordinary into the extraordinary. What merit is there in using premium materials to create superior elixirs? Such a person can only be considered a mere amalgamator of ingredients. It is only through the adept use of ordinary materials to produce extraordinary elixirs that one earns the title of master, that one truly embodies the art of alchemy." Upon hearing these words, Wan Lingy's expression froze. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at Gu Chengfeng, utterly at a loss for a retort. For what he spoke was indeed the truth. After a prolonged silence, her face reddened further until she managed to utter, "You possess considerable knowledge of alchemy, do you not? Very well, then, Demonstrate your skills with this shabby furnace and these inferior materials to concoct a 5th-grade elixir. Me? Gu Chengfeng replied with a gentle smile and a slight shrug. You are not yet qualified to witness my alchemical process. I fear you might attempt to steal my techniques, and I would not wish to have my eyes gouged out. With that, he resumed selecting his materials. In an instant, Wan Lingyi positioned herself in front of Gu Chengfeng, declaring, "Today, you must concoct an elixir for me. Should you fail, it would be a humiliation to me and my master, and I shall personally ensure your demise." Gu Chengfeng raised an eyebrow at her. "And if I succeed, what then?" Furious, Wan Lingyi retorted, "If you can indeed succeed, I will apologize for the disgrace I brought upon the Bayan Academy today, and I shall blind myself to guarantee that your alchemical secrets remain undisclosed." Agreed. It is settled. Gu Chengfeng nodded affirmatively, then turned to the gathering crowd below. "Did you all hear her words?" "We did," came the resounding reply, an apology and self-blinding. In that moment, the crowd erupted with excitement, their faces alight with anticipation. "Are you sure about this?" Yi Shishir gazed at Gu Chengfeng in astonishment. "With me here, she cannot harm you. Do not let this vile woman provoke you." Chuckling softly, Gu Chengfeng merely smiled. Upon witnessing this expression, Yi Shishir chose to refrain from further commentary and retreated to the back, casting a fierce glare at the dozen members of the enforcement team below. They instinctively took a few steps back. "You are doomed, utterly doomed." Elder Lu observed the scene, gritting his teeth in a disdainful snort. To compare one's alchemical skills against the direct disciple of Master Chen Fei was tantamount to courting death. He even began to doubt whether Gu Chengfeng possessed any genuine alchemical skill, suspecting he was merely posturing, biding time for the old sword master to intervene. Buzz. Gu Chengfeng ceased to utter further words and promptly unleashed his 7th-grade fire spirit martial soul. Flames erupted vigorously, surging beneath the alchemical cauldron and igniting into a fervent blaze. The temperature of the cauldron ascended rapidly. Beside him, Yi Shishir gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, realizing that there truly existed a fire-type martial soul. Not merely a dual martial soul, but a triad of souls. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with elation. She had initially thought Gu Chengfeng's dual martial souls made him an unparalleled prodigy. To her surprise, he was instead an exceedingly rare possessor of 3 martial souls. The pinnacle talent of 3 martial souls is a rarity in the entire northern region, likely to be found in only a handful of individuals. Sure. Stop dawdling and come assist me with the medicinal materials." At that moment, the youth's voice rang out. "Oh, I'm coming." Yi Shishir, recovering from her astonishment, dashed forward. As a poison master, she was also a branch of the alchemist profession, well-versed in various medicinal materials. This task posed no challenge for her. Humph. The flames of a mere 7th-grade martial soul require assistance to gather ingredients. Yet he dares to claim mastery in alchemy. Wan Lingyi scoffed disdainfully, simultaneously extinguishing the flames beneath her medicinal king cauldron. After a brief pause, her 5th-grade spirit jade pill would soon be complete. She intended to use this concoction to demonstrate to all within the Bayan Academy what a true genius in alchemy truly was. How dare a mere nobody attempt to eclipse her brilliance? Such a fantasy. 3rd-grade flower-inducing grass, 4th-grade jade blossom stock, 4th-grade sweet spirit spring, 3rd-grade stone spirit powder. As Gu Chengfeng recited the names of various medicinal materials, Yi Shishir diligently delivered each one into his hands, which he then cast into the cauldron. In no time, 28 types of medicinal materials had been tossed into the alchemical vessel. Remarkably, these materials were identical to those utilized by Wan Lingyi, albeit with significantly lower grades. The materials Wan Lingyi employed were all of at least 5th grade, with the majority being 6th-grade ingredients. Indeed, he has pilfered my alchemical techniques. Yet this cur refuses to acknowledge it. Wan Lingyi observed this scene with a suppressed snort. Elder Lu, standing nearby, quickly offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Rest assured, Miss Lingyi. I shall ensure that this insolent wretch meets his end shortly." Wan Lingyi replied coldly, "Did I not make it clear that I wished to deal with him myself? Were you unable to comprehend?" Elder Lu nodded vigorously. Yes, I will hold him down for you. Now, I require a 3rd-grade or higher demon pill and 10 low-grade spirit stones." The youth's voice resonated once more. Yi Shishir promptly complied. Foolish wretch. Does he think alchemy is a mere game? Can ingredients be thrown about indiscriminately? Wan Lingyi's expression was one of utter disdain. In alchemy, the gravest error is to act whimsically. The properties of various medicinal materials differ vastly, and haphazardly combining them could only result in catastrophe. Gu Chengfeng, if you dare to ruin the cauldron, I shall not spare you. Elder Lu could no longer contain his stern admonition. To be appointed as an elder of the apothecary hall naturally implies one is an alchemist, and thus, he is certainly capable of concocting the 5th-grade spirit jade pill without any need for the latter 2 ingredients. While demon pills can indeed be used in potions, I have never heard of anyone employing spirit stones for such purposes. It is utterly absurd. In this moment, he became even more convinced that this Gu Chengfeng had come solely to cause chaos. Yi Shishir turned back and shot a glare at Elder Lu. At your advanced age, a 5th-grade alchemist should refrain from making a scene here. You are unworthy to address my young master. Gu Chengfeng, with a magnanimous gesture, halted Yi Shishir's words. Why bother with an old fool? If he truly understood alchemy, he wouldn't be on the verge of the grave, still claiming to be a 5th-grade alchemist. Indeed, my young master speaks the truth. An old fool. Yi Shishir averted her gaze, choosing to disregard him. However, the incessant taunts of old fool nearly caused Elder Lu to spit blood in fury. His fists clenched, producing a cracking sound. If you cannot produce it today, I shall have both of you skinned alive. Wan Lingyi, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and looked over. Did I ever claim that I would personally kill him? Elder Lu was taken aback, swallowing hard as he shot a fierce glare at Gu Chengfeng and Yi Shishir before hastily turning to Wan Lingyi with a forced smile. Nodding. Yes, I misspoke. Please forgive me, Miss Lingyi. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within the cauldron, the medicinal liquid continued to bubble, roll, and meld, swiftly reaching the 36th cycle. Still no sign of opening the cauldron? At this moment, Wan Lingyi became increasingly certain that the other party was merely floundering in a chaotic attempt at alchemy. To concoct pills, reaching the 36th cycle necessitates opening the cauldron. Otherwise, the efficacy of the medicine within would be compromised, ultimately leading to failure in alchemical creation. Even the renowned Pill King, whom she had witnessed in action, adhered to this principle. How dare this fool exceed the 36th cycle, and still audaciously claim to possess knowledge of alchemical arts? It is laughably absurd. Chapter 71. The Alchemist Master Chengfeng, with purple qi surging from the cauldron. At that moment, Wan Lingyi's alchemical furnace erupted, and in an instant, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped the peak of the pill refining summit. As the 6 radiant elixirs burst forth from the cauldron, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Wan Lingyi began to extract the pills from the cauldron, each one glistening with a lustrous sheen, indicative of their superior quality. Congratulations, Miss Lingyi, on your successful refinement. Elder Lu exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight, while casting a sweeping glance over the crowd. The onlookers enthusiastically echoed, Congratulations, Goddess Lingyi. However, Wan Lingyi merely glanced at them with disdain and replied, These mere inferior pills are hardly worthy of congratulations. With that, she hurled the pills into the crowd. The spectators, filled with exuberance, scrambled to seize the falling elixirs. 5th-grade pills were indeed considered top-tier within the Northern Academy. Those fortunate enough to catch one knelt in ecstasy, calling out in celebration. Observing their fervor, Wan Lingyi couldn't help but smirk with pride. She relished the sensation of watching a throng of ants desperately vying for something she deemed worthless. Out of the corner of her eye, she involuntarily glanced at Gu Chengfeng, who was still engaged in alchemy, a chill of murderous intent flickering in her gaze. You are the first to insult me and my master. I shall personally sever your head. Suddenly, a resounding whistle echoed through the air, as a white jade spirit vessel tore through the void, revealing the engraved name Chengfeng on its bow. An elder stood proudly atop the vessel. Master Chengfeng? Elder Lu gasped in shock upon seeing the white jade vessel and quickly bowed in reverence. Lu Hua pays respect to Master Chen. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically as they too bowed and hailed, We pay respects to Master Chen. No one had anticipated that such a renowned alchemist would make a personal appearance. Master. Upon seeing the visitor, Wan Lingyi's lips curled into a smile. Her mentor had often reminded her that alchemy was not merely a means of display. Master Chengfeng reprimanded her sternly, yet his expression softened as he waved dismissively. Let us go. It is time to return. He had come to Northern City on business with Wan Lingyi and had allowed her to visit the academy, thinking it would merely be a brief excursion, not realizing she would engage in alchemy. Master, wait. Wan Lingyi's gaze fixed on Gu Chengfeng, who was still refining his pills. Someone has insulted me and my master, claiming our alchemical skills are subpar. Today, I must teach her a lesson. The disputes of the young are meaningless. Come, let us depart. Master Chengfeng gently shook his head, fully aware of his disciple's temperament. He knew that Wan Lingyi must have provoked someone, and that a mere verbal exchange did not warrant further pursuit. However, when his gaze instinctively fell upon the young man immersed in alchemy, his eyes unconsciously narrowed. The air was thick with the rich essence of alchemy. The harmonious fusion of various herbs produced a potent medicinal aura. The more thoroughly the herbs blended, the richer the aroma became, resulting in superior elixirs. This elusive aura was invisible and intangible, discernible only to seasoned alchemists who could interpret the state of the cauldron. With a single glance, he recognized that the youth's concoction had achieved an almost unprecedented level of integration. The strength of the potion was undoubtedly comparable to that of a fifth-grade elixir. Chengfeng could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that within the Northern Academy, there existed a prodigy capable of refining fifth-grade elixirs. Turning to Wan Lingyi beside him, he inquired, Lingyi, is he using fifth and sixth-grade herbs? To this, Wan Lingyi scoffed. He actually dares to attempt the refinement of a fifth-grade elixir? How utterly laughable. Third grade, fourth grade? Upon hearing these words, Chengfeng's heart jolted, and his complexion shifted dramatically. The thought that third and fourth grade materials could not yield such a rich medicinal aura even for him was astonishing. Yet, Wan Lingyi remained oblivious to her mentor's reaction, continuing. This waste has been refining for nearly 70 cycles. I suspect his cauldron now contains nothing but dregs. Clearly, he is stalling for time. Suppressing his astonishment, Chengfeng doubted his ears and asked again, did you say how many cycles? Wan Lingyi disdainfully replied, 70 cycles. Now it's 71. As her words fell, she finally noticed the change in her mentor's demeanor, her heart quivering slightly. Master, you. With an extremely grave expression, Master Chengfeng fixed his gaze on Wan Lingyi. Quickly, tell me, what else has he done? Under her master's intense scrutiny, Wan Lingyi could not help but lick her dry lips. He even added a third-grade demon elixir and 10 low-grade spirit stones. Her master rarely displayed such seriousness. At this moment, she seemed to grasp something significant. Master, could it be that the waste? However, at that moment, Master Chengfeng paid no heed to Wan Lingyi. He muttered to himself, demon elixir, spirit stones. Suddenly, he raised his eyes to the youth with a fierce tremor in his gaze. Could it be? Elder Lu, witnessing the scene, assumed Master Chengfeng was angered and hurried forward. Master Chen, please do not be upset. I assure you, I will personally bring this youth before you. You may do with him as you wish. But instead of a response, he was met with a cold rebuke. Elder Lu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, having intended to curry favor with Master Chengfeng, only to find him so unapproachable. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he retreated trembling, daring not to utter another word. 72 cycles. It was at this moment that Master Chengfeng uttered a few words, his eyes fixed intently on the youth. At that moment, the youth finally took action. As he retracted the flames, a surge of power instantly merged into the alchemical cauldron. With a resonant hum, the lid of the cauldron burst open, and in an instant, a magnificent purple aura erupted from within. 12 beams of violet light ascended skyward, each soaring dozens of feet high. The rich fragrance of medicinal herbs exploded forth, swiftly permeating every corner of the alchemy peak. Even those surrounding the peak could catch a whiff of it. The crowd below gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. How could this be possible? Wan Lingyi was equally taken aback by this sudden occurrence. An extraordinary phenomenon, an alchemical marvel, the purple aura surging from the cauldron. A breakthrough in elixir refinement. Such a phenomenon could only manifest with 8th or 9th grade elixirs, and even then, the odds were exceedingly slim, perhaps less than 1 in a million. Yet now, this extraordinary occurrence was happening with a concoction crafted from 3rd and 4th grade ingredients. How could this be conceivable? Chapter 72, The Ancient Art of Alchemy. This is impossible, pure luck. Absolutely luck. Wan Lingyi shook her head frantically. How could a mere worthless insect concoct a pill that elicits such phenomena? It is utterly inconceivable. Silence. But at that very moment, A large hand struck her face with force, causing her entire delicate body to shudder violently. She gazed vacantly, her complexion pale, at her master beside her. The master, who had always indulged her, had struck her. For the sake of a worthless insect, in front of so many people, he had struck her. Master Chengfeng, filled with disappointment, coldly reprimanded her. I see you are the true, worthless insect. His eyes did not spare her a single glance. Instead, he remained fixated on the youth beneath the purple aura, and could not help but whisper in trembling tones. It truly is the long-lost ancient 72 heavenly cycle alchemy technique from hundreds of thousands of years ago. In that moment, Master Chengfeng was so overwhelmed with excitement that his frail body trembled slightly. The ancient alchemy technique. Upon hearing these words, Wielding felt as if struck by lightning. Simultaneously, beside the cauldron, Gu Chengfeng extracted a pill from within. However, the intense heat emanating from the cauldron compelled him to shake his hand repeatedly, exhaling breaths onto the pill he grasped. It was too hot to handle. This awkward and unrefined gesture astonished many onlookers, who retrieves a pill directly with their hands. They began to doubt whether Gu Chengfeng had ever refined a pill at all. Yet the pill in the cauldron, which had manifested extraordinary phenomena, proclaimed his high alchemical prowess. The stark contrast left many bewildered. Was this merely a sixth-grade pill? Finally, when the heat was bearable, Gu Chengfeng gazed at the pill in his hand, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated that the purple aura surrounding the cauldron indicated at least a seventh-grade pill, only to discover it was a mere sixth grade. Gasp! Yet the crowd erupted in astonished gasps at the youth's words. He claimed it was just a sixth-grade pill. Using third and fourth-grade materials to refine a fourth-grade pill is considered normal. Fifth-grade pills are the limit, and sixth-grade pills are practically unheard of. Even the revered apothecary king could not achieve such feats. And Gu Chengfeng dares to express disdain. Sixth grade? At that moment, upon hearing those words, Wielding's face drained of color, her very soul seemingly extracted, her eyes vacant. She had lost. And so miserably. Was she truly destined to blind herself? In her tumultuous mind, her gaze instinctively turned to her master. However, Master Chengfeng did not even glance her way. Instead, he approached Gu Chengfeng, slightly bowed, and clasped his fists, saying, "This old man pays his respects to you, young master. Who are you?" Gu Chengfeng arched an eyebrow. Just a moment ago, Chengfeng was entirely engrossed in alchemy and had not noticed the presence of the individual before him. With a face marked by regret, he spoke. "I am the aged Chengfeng, the master of Wielding. I have come to offer my sincerest apologies on behalf of my reckless disciple. I hope you will not take offense." The mention of Wielding's mentor caught Gu Chengfeng's attention, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. After casting a glance at Wielding, he replied, "There is no need for that. Accepting the wager means adhering to its terms." With that, he dismissed Chengfeng and continued to carefully place the pills from the cauldron into a vial. The onlookers, witnessing Gu Chengfeng's actions, were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how he could show such disregard for Master Chengfeng, a highly esteemed alchemist. Wager? Chengfeng furrowed his brow and turned to Wielding, inquiring, "What wager?" Wielding promptly recounted the details of the wager. Upon hearing the stipulation regarding the loss of her sight, Chengfeng's expression tightened, and he couldn't help but mutter, "What a foolish child. Apologize immediately to Bayan Academy." "But master," Wielding attempted to protest, only to be silenced by Chengfeng's commanding voice. "Apologize?" "Yes, master." Faced with her master's fury, Wielding dared not speak further. She promptly bowed deeply and addressed the crowd. "I, Wielding, sincerely apologize to Bayan Academy for my inappropriate behavior today, which has brought shame upon it." The crowd below, witnessing Wielding's bow of apology, could not suppress their disdain. Just moments ago, she had exuded an air of arrogance, treating everyone with contempt. Now, she was forced to lower her proud head. Even her once celebrated alchemical prowess had been thoroughly dismantled by Bayan Academy, much to the satisfaction of the onlookers. Their respect for Gu Chengfeng grew immeasurably. Without him, they might not have had the courage to lift their heads in her presence, let alone witness the proud woman bowing before them. "Ah, there is no need to take it to heart, Miss Lingy. We did not feel insulted," ventured Elder Lu, believing he had found an opportunity to intervene. He hurriedly approached, smiling ingratiatingly and gesturing for the crowd to echo his words. However, this time, No one echoed him. The onlookers had seen through his obsequious nature and were filled with contempt for his character. Elder Lu, witnessing this, was seething with anger. Just moments ago, it was only Gu Chengfeng and Yi Shishir who had shown him disregard. Now, even the crowd was turning against him. How dare you? Do I need to ask you to leave again? Yet at that moment, Master Chengfeng let out a cold snort, causing Elder Lu to scurry away in dismay, casting a fierce glare at the crowd. This matter is far from over. Come here. After dismissing Elder Lu, Master Chengfeng turned sharply to Wan Lingyi and commanded her to step forward. He stated plainly, apologized to young Master Gu. Wan Lingyi, thoroughly intimidated, bowed her head and replied, Young Master Gu, it is my fault for failing to recognize your greatness. I hope you can forgive my shortcomings. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by Gu Chengfeng, who raised his hand and said, No need for that. The wager is not yet complete. You may continue. Apologizing? If that were the case, what was the point of the wager? Don't overstep your bounds. In that moment, Wan Lingyi could no longer contain herself. Offering an apology to a group of insignificant beings was already a concession, yet they insisted on pushing her further, practically demanding her to blind herself. Gu Chengfeng's gaze shifted to Chengfeng. TSK, is this truly the disciple nurtured by Master Chen? With a frown, Chengfeng struck Wan Lingyi's face once more. The resounding slap sending a shiver through the crowd. Get out of here. Do not disgrace yourself further. After that, he turned back to Gu Chengfeng, inquiring with a calm smile, If I may ask, from whom have you learned? Ancient alchemical arts, even when presented, could not be mastered by a mere youth without the guidance of a distinguished mentor. Nevertheless, Gu Chengfeng simply shook his head, none. This took Chengfeng aback momentarily. But he quickly grasped that there must be some rule within Gu's sect. Such lost alchemical techniques would not resurface without proper protocol. Young master, a prodigy like you, at such a tender age, possessing such exquisite alchemical skills, it is only a matter of time before you become renowned throughout the realm. I am aware. No need to state the obvious, Gu Chengfeng replied dismissively. To him, training such a disciple was not a reflection of quality. Yet, he suddenly recalled something and inquired. By the way, do you have any medicinal materials? 5th or 6th rank. Medicinal materials? Chengfeng was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered, exclaiming, Yes. We have 7th and 8th rank materials as well. He then unfastened a spatial bag from his waist and presented it to Gu Chengfeng. If you require them, feel free to choose whatever you need from within. Chapter 73, The Young Heir? Snatch and dash. With a casual flick of his gaze, Gu Chengfeng inquired, Are you certain? Chengfeng nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Of course, if the young master desires, feel free to take everything. As far as he knew, within the Daiqian dynasty, only 3 families possessed the mastery of ancient alchemy. One was the Mu clan, one of the 3 great clans of the Daiqian dynasty. Another was the Yaowang sect, one of the 3 major sects, and the last was the royal family, the sovereign of the dynasty. The royal family, being the very foundation of the dynasty, overshadowed the other 2 families, each of which could cause the entire dynasty to tremble with a mere stamp of their feet. Traditionally, the scions of noble families often concealed their identities to venture out and hone their skills. This young man, possessing such formidable alchemical prowess at such a tender age, was likely one of those who had hidden his true identity. If he could befriend him, it might grant him the opportunity to engage with the Yaowang, potentially allowing him a glimpse into the realm of alchemy. Take them all. Gu Chengfeng blinked, then promptly began to examine the contents of the spatial pouch. In an instant, he became utterly agitated. The pouch brimmed with an array of herbs, piled high like a small mountain. The lowest quality among them reached the level of 5th-grade herbs, and countless exceedingly rare varieties were present, each worth a fortune. Good heavens, is this truly the collection of a master alchemist? Gu Chengfeng's heart raced with astonishment. The wealth of materials was beyond comprehension. He even suspected that this Chengfeng had spent decades amassing such a treasure. Regaining his composure, Gu Chengfeng tightened his grip on the spatial pouch and turned his gaze towards the elder. Are you truly certain I may take them all? At Gu Chengfeng's intense stare, Chengfeng felt a sudden pang of unease, a foreboding sensation washing over him as beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. However, having made the promise, he took a deep breath and nodded slightly, saying, The herbs within are my cherished collection gathered over many years. It has not been easy. If the young master desires them, he may certainly take them. Then I thank you, esteemed elder. Before Chengfeng could finish his sentence, Gu Chengfeng clutched the spatial pouch and fled. Young master, young master. Watching Gu Chengfeng's retreating figure, Chengfeng was left bewildered. He had anticipated that by emphasizing the difficulty of his collection, the young man would reconsider and take only a few prized items. He never imagined that his polite gesture would be met with such unabashed audacity. He had taken everything, every single piece. This was hardly the demeanor of a noble heir. Even a lesser family would maintain some semblance of decorum. This was nothing short of banditry. Yet, all of this stemmed from his own words. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to despair. Suddenly struck by a thought, he swiftly stepped in front of Gu Chengfeng. Young master, you aren't reconsidering your promise, are you? Before he could reach the apothecary's terrace, Gu Chengfeng was abruptly intercepted, a feeling of frustration welling up within him. His pace was indeed too slow. In that moment, he resolved that he would return, and even if it meant employing both soft and hard tactics, he would procure a manual of footwork techniques from the Moonlight Sword Emperor to prevent such an incident from recurring. No, you've misunderstood, young master, Master Chengfeng exclaimed, quickly shaking his head. Oh, if that is the case. Gu Chengfeng's face transformed from a frown into a broad smile, and he waved his hand with great enthusiasm. If you have matters to discuss, please do so. As long as it does not involve the spatial pouch, I am open to anything. Well, Chengfeng hesitated before continuing. If you are truly in need of medicinal herbs, I have quite a surplus at home. You may come to my place to concoct potions whenever you wish. The materials are plentiful. He gestured toward the spatial pouch in Gu Chengfeng's hand. The herbs within that pouch are actually of too high a grade. Gu Chengfeng interrupted him with repeated bows. Indeed, the quality is exceptionally high. Thank you, Master Chen. Your generosity is unparalleled in this world, and your noble character commands my utmost admiration. Gu Chengfeng's expression darkened. He had intended to remark that the herbs were of such a grade that Gu Chengfeng's alchemical skills were insufficient to utilize them, and it would be better to return them. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Gu Chengfeng's repeated bows and expressions of gratitude, making it awkward for him to bring it up again. At that moment, his mind was filled with two words, killed by kindness. Yet, knowing this, he could say nothing further. Young master, you are being too polite. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his heart aching. Unwilling to concede, he gritted his teeth and proposed once more. How about you come to my place to refine potions? But before he could finish, a voice suddenly echoed from the void. Brother Chun, isn't it rather unprincipled to openly poach talent from the apothecary peak of the Ban Academy? Along with the voice, a figure descended from the sky and swiftly appeared on the high platform. Peak Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, Elder Lu's heart tightened, and he promptly bowed in respect. Greetings, Peak Master Zhua. The crowd followed suit, bowing deeply. Zhua Tianfeng, the Peak Master of the Apothecary Peak at Ban Academy, was also an 8th grade alchemist, but he was so absorbed in his craft that he rarely made appearances, spending most of his time in the alchemical chamber. No one had anticipated that today's events would not only involve Master Chengfeng, but would also attract the attention of the Peak Master himself, Zhua Tianfeng. Upon seeing the visitor, Chengfeng couldn't help but furrow his brow. But soon, a glimmer of realization brightened his expression. He quickly said, Brother Zhua, it has been quite a while since our last meeting. Today, I have come to visit and prepared some rare herbs for you. As he spoke, it seemed he suddenly remembered something, striking his forehead. Oh, my memory. The herbs are already in young master's possession. In his mind, he thought, surely this young man has no sense of shame. The older generation should at least have some dignity, right? As the esteemed leader of the alchemy peak, one must ensure that the disciples do not receive such valuable items, while others may be oblivious to the significance of what lies within his spatial pouch. Zhua Tianfeng is undoubtedly aware. Yet, to his surprise, Zhua Tianfeng merely smiled gently, exclaiming, Ah, Brother Chun, why are you being so courteous? Since it is now in the hands of the younger generation, consider it a humble gift from an elder. With that, he promptly gestured to Gu Chengfeng, saying, Young friend, do not forget to express your gratitude to Master Chun. Gu Chengfeng immediately understood, nodding fervently. Master Chun, you are exceedingly gracious. I shall accept this gift with utmost respect. Thank you, esteemed elder. The two of them, Chunfeng's concealed hand was nearly on the verge of breaking from clenching in frustration. How shameless of the younger one. Yet the elder proved to be even more so. He was so incensed that he almost spat blood on the spot. Zhuo Tianfeng, however, appeared utterly oblivious to the tension. As he strode directly towards Gu Chengfeng, pointing at the alchemical cauldron, he inquired, "Young friend, were you the one who attracted the extraordinary phenomenon of alchemy just now?" "That would be correct," Gu Chengfeng replied with a nod, then clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. "Esteemed elder, let us converse further another time. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he turned and fled, seemingly anxious that Chengfeng might change his mind and demand the spatial pouch back. Seeing this, Chengfeng's heart raced, and he called out, "Young sir, your wager with my disciple remains unfulfilled. One must not lack integrity. Retaining the individual was crucial for devising a means to reclaim the items. Let it go? Let it go. Consider it non-existent," Gu Chengfeng retorted without looking back. One cannot take advantage of another so brazenly. Having acquired such precious herbs, it would be unreasonable to demand the pupil's very sight in return. He understood this facet of human nature. If he persisted, there would be no fault in the other reclaiming the spatial pouch. Yet what use would he have for those 2 eyes compared to the invaluable herbs contained within that pouch? Suddenly, at that very moment, a shadowy figure materialized before him out of thin air. Chapter 74. The unreasonable little black. The sudden appearance of a shadow abruptly halted Gu Chengfeng's steps. In an instant, the vial of elixir he had just concocted vanished from his grasp. The shadow then crouched at his feet, its furry black paws tipping the vial and greedily devouring the contents with a crunch. Little black? Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that this creature, which had been absent for several days, would return so suddenly. He couldn't help but suspect that perhaps a nearby female dog in heat had captivated its attention. Yet, judging by its appearance, it was evidently several pounds heavier, not resembling a creature that had been busy for days. Just as he was about to inquire about Little Black, 2 piercing shouts of fury pierced the air. "Damn that black dog! How dare you return?" Turning around, Gu Chengfeng beheld Master Chengfeng and Lord Zhuofeng, their faces contorted with rage. At the instant the voices echoed, the 2 charged towards him with fervor, specifically targeting the little black dog. Their faces and eyes were ablaze with boundless fury and murderous intent. Little Black was clearly startled. It leaped up and clung to Gu Chengfeng's leg with all 4 paws. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Chengfeng quickly amended his words, exclaiming, "Where did this little black dog come from, daring to steal my elixir? It infuriates me." He then kicked the little black dog away with force. As it flew through the air, he whispered urgently, "Run." Upon hearing this, Little Black transformed into a streak of black light and vanished without a trace. Although Gu Chengfeng was uncertain of the mischief this creature had committed, the sheer fury displayed by the 2 distinguished alchemists suggested that the offense was indeed significant. If they caught Little Black, it would likely be tossed into the cauldron for punishment. Realizing that Little Black was his spirit companion, he knew he would not fare much better. After Little Black had fled, Chengfeng and Zhuo Tianfeng immediately pursued. Witnessing this, Gu Chengfeng stepped forward to obstruct their path, saying, "Sirs, where did that wretched mutt come from, stealing my elixir right before my eyes?" The 2, evidently anxious, barely had time to respond as they circumvented him in their relentless pursuit. "We will discuss it later. I will surely skin that dog alive." Esteemed seniors. Seniors. Gu Chengfeng raised his hand once more to block their advance. "My elixir. Who will compensate me for it?" However, after 2 interruptions from Gu Chengfeng, Little Black's figure had completely vanished. The 2 pursuers quickly realized that chasing after it was no longer an option. "You." Their furious gazes turned toward Gu Chengfeng, but soon their anger dissipated, and they sighed in unison. Alas, Lord Zhuofeng shook his head in resignation. "It is not entirely your fault. After all, your elixir was stolen, and it is only natural to feel anxious." Gu Chengfeng, with an innocent expression, inquired, "Esteemed seniors, what on earth is happening?" Chengfeng, filled with indignation, pointed towards the direction where the little black dog had vanished and exclaimed, "It is all due to that wild dog. Just days ago, the medicinal herbs stored in the treasury of the North and City Lord's residence were completely plundered overnight. Subsequently, at the invitation of the City Lord, I came to assist in the preparation of some emergency elixirs. After completing the concoction, I set the elixirs aside on the shelf, intending to deliver them to the City Lord. However, before I could do so, a shadow whisked away all the elixirs. 20 bottles of 6th and 7th grade potions vanished into thin air. It was only later that I discovered the thief was none other than that very black dog. As Chengfeng recounted the tale, his anger swelled, nearly compelling him to pursue the little black dog into the skies. Listening to him, Gu Chengfeng felt a chill creep down his spine, sweat forming on his brow. How terrifying! He would never have imagined that this little black creature could be so ruthless, stealing all the elixirs from the city lord's treasury, even those freshly concocted by Chengfeng. What an astonishing array of superior potions! At that moment, Zhuo Tianfeng interjected, not only that, the potion vault of my alchemy peak has also been ravaged by this unknown black dog. I have searched for it for 2 days, only to discover that this wretched creature had ventured to the north and city lord's residence. The fury radiating from the two masters left everyone in the square too terrified to utter a sound. Yishishir swallowed hard, fully aware that the little black dog was the enigmatic shadow that Gu Chengfeng had summoned using forbidden techniques on that fateful day. She had only just confirmed her suspicion, and she was taken aback to learn that it was merely a little black dog. The words of the two alchemy masters made her break into a cold sweat for Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng gulped nervously. Esteemed seniors, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for further dialogue, he turned and fled. Truly frightening. If anyone were to discover that the little black dog was his pet, he would likely meet an untimely demise without even understanding how. He could devise a way to handle these two, but the city lord's residence, that was an entirely different matter. The city lord of Northern City, a gathering of formidable beings who would dare provoke them. My young master, allow me to replenish your elixirs. Zhuo Feng called out. No need. Gu Chengfeng replied hastily, not looking back as he dashed away. Replenish? He would be fortunate if he wasn't discovered and forced to provide compensation. He was just eager to escape. With great haste, he returned to the south courtyard peak. Finally, Gu Chengfeng let out a long sigh of relief. That was a close call. He was fortunate to have reacted swiftly and sent the little black dog away in time. Woof! Just as Gu Chengfeng settled down in the pavilion, the little black dog suddenly sprang to his feet and barked. Startled, Gu Chengfeng nearly jumped, fearing the two alchemy masters had pursued him. Upon realizing it was just this creature, he relaxed and gestured towards the stone bench beside him. In a swift motion, the little black dog leaped up, making a series of affectionate sounds towards Gu Chengfeng. Do not attempt to charm me with your antics. You, wretched creature, not only pilfered the elixirs, but consumed them all yourself, leaving none for me. Have you no sense of decency? Are you even a creature of humanity? Or merely a dog? His frustration was not directed at the theft itself, for the stolen elixirs were not his own, but rather at the absence of any being returned to him. The treasury of the city lord undoubtedly overflowed with elixirs, and the alchemical repository of Bain Academy would be even more abundant. Yet this dog had selfishly consumed all of it. With a disgruntled bark, the little black dog protested, then opened its mouth wide and regurgitated onto the stone table before them. In an instant, numerous elixir vials flew forth, quickly filling the surface of the stone table before Gu Chengfeng. A cursory glance revealed at least 200 vials, the lowest grade being 5th-tier elixirs. Vaguely, he even glimpsed some of the 8th-tier variety. Good heavens! Gu Chengfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a bounty of elixirs could lead to immense fortune. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he embraced the dog, showering its face with kisses, exclaiming, Little Black, I adore you. I am utterly thrilled. Though he had recently acquired the ability to concoct elixirs himself, his skill was limited to 5th-tier creations, and producing a 6th-tier elixir had been a stroke of luck. Higher grades remained elusive, hindered by his current mastery over flame quality and cauldron control, achievements likely attainable only through the understanding of mental energy, a comprehension reserved for those in the King's realm. Moreover, alchemical endeavors demanded copious amounts of materials and energy. Thus, having an abundance of ready-made elixirs was a true delight. However, this scene did not escape the keen eyes of Yishishir, who had returned alongside Gu Chengfeng. In an instant, the young girl's face paled. The brother she cherished most was not only employing his hands, but had also resorted to a dog? Chapter 75. The Roar of the Left Master. Upon hearing the sound, Gu Chengfeng instinctively glanced at the little black dog nestled in his arms, then turned to see the mixed expression of shock and disdain on Yishishir's face. Ah. He couldn't help but smack his forehead, realizing that this was a situation he couldn't explain away. He pointed weakly at the little black dog in his embrace and said, Sure, if I say I'm excited. Would you believe me? No matter how excited you are, you shouldn't be associated with a dog. Ishirshi's face turned pale, her body shivering in disgust. You are dirty, I no longer like you. Really, damn it. Gu Chengfeng muttered in frustration. Upon hearing this, Ishirshir was utterly infuriated, her delicate finger trembling as she pointed at him. How dare you even mention such a thing? With a loud huff, she turned to leave, heading straight down the mountain, clearly disappointed in Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng felt on the verge of madness. His once pristine reputation was now in tatters. Looking down, he saw the little black dog with its head held high, grinning as if enjoying the spectacle. Slap! Gu Chengfeng raised his hand and gave the little black dog a light smack, grumbling, If you don't explain this clearly, I'll hand you over to those two old men. Woof! At the mention of the two old men, the little black dog immediately yelped. It then leaped forward, blocking Ishirshir's path, and opened its mouth at her feet. In an instant, the air was filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs as bottles upon bottles of elixirs were regurgitated from the dog's mouth, quickly burying Ishirshir's legs in a pile of potion bottles. Ishirshir was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the elixirs. She instinctively glanced at the little black dog, then at the table in front of Gu Chengfeng. Her eyes widened in disbelief, leaving her momentarily speechless. Woof! The little black dog's bark snapped Ishirshir back to reality. She fought to contain her astonishment as she picked up a bottle labeled 7th grade by Xiandan. Upon opening it, she found it filled to the brim with elixirs. She opened 2 more bottles, both equally full of 6th grade and above elixirs. Even the well-informed Ishirshir could not help but swallow hard at that moment. 100 or 200 bottles. Insanity, pure insanity. Stop staring. They're gifts from the little black one, Gu Chengfeng said lazily. Woof! The little black dog wagged its tail and barked excitedly. All for me. Wow, I'm rich, incredibly rich. Ishirshir exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she scooped up the little black dog and showered it with kisses. Little black, I adore you. Woof! The little black dog whimpered, seemingly enjoying the affection. Just then, Gu Chengfeng cast a disdainful glance at them, abruptly rising to his feet, pointing at Ishirshir with indignation. Ishirshir, you are tainted. How could you even associate with a dog? Ishirshir, setting aside little black, hurriedly dashed to Gu Chengfeng's side. She faced him and declared, Brother, in truth, I still love you the most. Hey. Gu Chengfeng, caught off guard by the girl's sudden advance, felt a jolt and quickly wiped his face. Rising to his feet, he asserted with a serious demeanor, I am a respectable person. Upon witnessing his reaction, the girl's mood plummeted. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Gu Chengfeng, pouting in a pitiful manner. Brother, you're scaring me. Gu Chengfeng, seeing her distressed expression, felt a headache coming on. Who could withstand such a sight? All right. I shall be less respectable. Is that acceptable? He said, shaking his head in resignation. Hee. Ishirshir finally smiled in satisfaction. Disregarding the girl, Gu Chengfeng began to gather the pills on the table. Observing that Ishirshir remained still, he prompted, Hurry and collect those, or someone might discover them and conspire against us, and Little Black. The girl obediently nodded and turned to gather the pills from the ground. Little Black, come here, he called out, and Little Black, wagging its tail, promptly ran to Gu Chengfeng. Crouching down, he affectionately patted Little Black's head, eliciting a grin from him. This smile startled Little Black slightly, causing it to instinctively attempt to flee, only to be firmly pulled back by Gu Chengfeng. Honestly, how many pills do you still have? Wong. Little Black whined pitifully, as if shouting, None left. I've given you all. Yet, Gu Chengfeng was unconvinced. The city lord's treasury wouldn't lack at least 1,000 or 800 high-grade pills. The alchemy store at Bayan Academy likely contained over 1,000 vials. Little Black, without a doubt, had at least 1,000 more pills in stock. Just admit that I treat you well. Gu Chengfeng stared intently at Little Black. I was the one who hatched you from your egg, and I've shared my own cultivated pills with you. And yet, you still guard against me. Do you think that is right? Woo! Little Black lamented, seemingly wrestling with guilt under Gu Chengfeng's heartfelt revelation. Ultimately, it relinquished 200 more vials. Only then did Gu Chengfeng release Little Black with satisfaction. Suddenly struck by a thought, he slapped his forehead. Realizing he had forgotten to attend to an important task today, he had intended to procure some pills and utilize the alchemical furnace at Yaowang platform to refine some medicinal liquid for crafting a 6th-grade body-tempering elixir. However, in the midst of all this, he had forgotten to refine the liquid. His eyes brightened as he turned to Little Black. Since you are so capable, go fetch me an alchemical furnace. Wang Wu. Little Black, still moved by the earlier sentiment, immediately agreed without hesitation, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing before Gu Chengfeng and Yi Shi. Yi Shi seated herself before Gu Chengfeng, her voice tinged with concern. Brother, are you not afraid of being discovered by the city lord's estate and Zhuofengzhu? I never anticipated that Little Black would be so ruthless. Gu Chengfeng spoke, suddenly breaking into a wide grin. It's nothing, they're all quite wealthy. Who can blame us for being so poor? Let us consider it a case of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Huh? Robbing the rich to aid the poor? The young girl blinked, nodding in enthusiastic agreement. That is true. They're so affluent. Losing a bit doesn't matter. Giggle. With his legs crossed comfortably, Gu Chengfeng appeared quite at ease. With Xiaohei by my side, those priceless high-grade elixirs will practically be a daily meal. Just thinking about it brings such delight. Young master, you mustn't forget about me. Yi Shi reminded him promptly. Gu Chengfeng tossed his head back. Of course, what kind of relationship do we have, right? Exactly. That is absolutely right. In that moment, the entire pavilion resonated with their playful laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Yi Shi cautioned, previously, when you severed Li Tianhua's and Duan Yue's arms, many witnessed Xiaohei's shadow. We must exercise caution, even in the academy. Indeed, Gu Chengfeng nodded, acknowledging his concern. Fortunately, those who had seen the shadow had yet to connect it to Xiaohei. If he were to limit Xiaohei's appearances, they could avoid suspicion for the time being. As for the city lord's estate, it was unlikely they would trace anything back to the Bayan Academy in the near future. With a carefree wave of his hand, Gu Chengfeng laughed heartily. As long as we remain cautious, there shouldn't be any significant issues. Ha! Yi Shi tilted her head back proudly. Right. Even if they come looking for us, we'll face them head-on. Who's afraid of whom? Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Shi, and she looked at Gu Chengfeng with a spark of excitement. By the way, young master, just what kind of dog is Xiaohei? It's the first time I've seen a dog consume elixirs, and it can hold so many in its belly. I can't help but wonder if it has a spatial pouch inside. Gu Chengfeng shrugged. Who knows? Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, a furious, blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Ah, you damn black dog, I will skin you alive. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire Bayan Academy, causing countless individuals to glance in shock towards the figure suspended in the void. The owner of that figure was none other than the peak master of the alchemy peak, Zhuo Tianfeng. Chapter 76, The Medicine King's Cauldron, the Soul of Martial Arts Awakened. Xiaohei. Yi Shi gazed wide-eyed at Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng could not help but blink. Surely it won't venture to the alchemy peak to fetch a cauldron, will it? Moments later, Xiaohei appeared before them. Before they could utter a single word, Xiaohei opened its mouth and expelled a cauldron. Upon seeing this cauldron, their eyes widened in astonishment. The Medicine King's Cauldron. Xiaohei, you have brought back the Medicine King's Cauldron from the alchemy peak. Gu Chengfeng was left dumbfounded. The Medicine King's Cauldron is the treasured possession of the alchemy peak of the Bayan Academy, a legacy passed down from the Medicine King himself, dating back at least a millennium. Its worth transcends monetary valuation. A heavenly grade cauldron, there are likely no more than 3 throughout the entire Deqian dynasty. Whether others have lost their sanity or not, it was evident that the peak master of alchemy peak, Zhuo Tianfeng, was already driven to madness. Staring at Xiaohei, Gu Chengfeng managed to utter 2 words, impressive. Xiaohei strutted proudly, its head held high, displaying an air of arrogance. Just then, a furious roar echoed from the void, seemingly directed towards them. Gu Chengfeng's heart raced with alarm, and he swiftly stored the Medicine King's cauldron in his spatial bag. Xiaohei darted back into the Xunyuan Pavilion. Gu Chengfeng promptly drew his sword, ascending into the air, his expression fierce as he faced a certain direction. Zhuo Tianfeng, the peak master of alchemy peak, appeared before Gu Chengfeng moments later, urgency and anger etched across his face. Young master, have you seen that wretched black dog? It seemed to have headed this way. I did see it and was in pursuit, but that dog is far too swift. It vanished in an instant. Gu Chengfeng fumed. It infuriates me. If I catch it, I shall surely skin it alive for daring to steal my elixirs. Hearing Gu Chengfeng's words, Zhuo Tianfeng took a deep breath and patted Gu Chengfeng's shoulder. In the future, if you encounter it, do not startle it. Contact me immediately. Gu Chengfeng readily agreed. Rest assured, Master Zhuo, I shall notify you at the earliest opportunity. With a final remark, Zhuo Tianfeng, gritting his teeth, departed. Watching Zhuo Tianfeng's retreating figure, Gu Chengfeng grinned, then descended back to the pavilion. Yi Shishir looked at Gu Chengfeng with admiration. Big brother, you are so wicked. I like you even more. Gu Chengfeng shook his head lightly. On another note, I do feel somewhat guilty towards Master Zhuo. He has been quite decent, even speaking on my behalf previously. It seems a bit unfair to cause him trouble. Yi Shishir blinked. Big brother, you are truly kind-hearted. I like you even more. Knowing well the nature of Yi Shishir, Gu Chengfeng chose not to engage further with her. Perhaps, in the future, he would find an opportunity to make amends. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. He promptly returned to the cultivation chamber, retrieving the apothecary cauldron to commence the concoction of medicinal elixirs. When the potion was finally prepared, 3 days had elapsed. He had not anticipated that the formulation of the elixir would prove to be far more intricate than the crafting of pills. Nevertheless, the results were commendable. Utilizing the high-grade herbs provided by Master Chengfeng, the body-enhancing liquid achieved a remarkable 7th-tier quality, sufficient for Gu Chengfeng to immerse himself for an entire week. Naturally, Gu Chengfeng would not neglect Yi Shishir, for the girl had always been rather kind to him. Brother, do you know the best way to soak in the elixir for optimal effects? Upon receiving the potion from Gu Chengfeng, Yi Shishir's eyes sparkled with excitement. What do you mean? Gu Chengfeng replied, momentarily taken aback. The girl blinked and suggested, let us soak together. It will maximize the potion's efficacy, and the results will surely be splendid. Gu Chengfeng, feeling disinclined to engage further, turned and retreated to his cultivation chamber. Watching the young man's departing figure, Yi Shishir called out, Brother, you must trust me. I am a professional. Yet, Gu Chengfeng continued onward without looking back, prompting Yi Shishir to pout and mutter, umph. Utterly useless. As the effects of the elixir coursed through Gu Chengfeng's body, he felt his meridians gradually becoming increasingly unblocked. Streams of power penetrated his muscles and bones, allowing him to distinctly sense the enhancement of his strength. Moreover, the impurities within his body were expelled by the elixir, rendering his physique more refined and his sensitivity to the natural spiritual energy heightened. This indicated an increased rate of absorption of the celestial energies. However, after a full day of soaking, Gu Chengfeng discovered that the elixir still possessed a potent efficacy. This realization left him contemplative. It seemed that a shared soak indeed could more effectively harness the elixir's power. Should he seek out that girl? Half a month swiftly passed. On this day, the martial soul burial ground was set to open, and the entrances to the spatial gates of the various cities in the Northern Territory would also be activated. In the Northern Territory, all manner of sects and families, comprised of martial cultivators under the age of 20 who had reached the Grand Master realm, had gathered outside the entrances of the spatial gates, eagerly awaiting their opening to venture into the martial soul burial ground in search of opportunities. Opportunities are deemed as such due to 2 factors, luck and strength, with strength often taking precedence over luck. No one knows who will be the fortunate one to seize a grand opportunity. Should one truly acquire it, the rewards would be monumental, elevating even their supporting families and factions to new heights. The 9th grade martial souls were highly coveted, even by the 2 most prestigious institutions of the empire, the Royal Academy and the Great Ancient Academy. This was the sacred ground of cultivation that the younger generation of the entire Qin dynasty fervently yearned for. The threshold for entry is a 9th grade martial soul. Countless individuals have gathered beneath the spatial portal at the heart of Bayan City. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng, Yi Shishir, and Lu Yanni have also arrived at the square. With a resonant hum, the spatial gate in the void suddenly erupted into a brilliant white light. It has opened. Following a collective cheer, the crowd surged forward. Rushing into the portal, let us proceed. Gu Chengfeng addressed Lu Yanni and Yi Shishir, preparing to ascend into the air. Just then, a dozen figures materialized before them. Leading the group was a youth of around 20, Gu Chengfeng. Upon entering the martial soul grave, remember to keep your distance. or I shall ensure you understand the consequences of crossing the Mu family." After delivering this warning, the young man, Mu Han, charged into the spatial gate with his companions. Yi Shishir remarked, "That is Mu Han, the eldest son of the Mu family. He has graduated from the Bayan Academy, though his talent is mediocre. His age grants him considerable strength." Oh, Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he merely responded with a cold smile. "My dear brother, I have received word that not only the Mu family, but also the Bai family and the Ice Lotus Sword sect seek your demise," Yi Shishir said, a playful smile gracing her face. "However, I believe in you. If they dare to confront you, they will likely perish before comprehending their fate." As she spoke, she cast a sympathetic glance at the retreating figures of Mu Han and his entourage. "Let us go." Gu Chengfeng smiled lightly, opting not to elaborate further. The trio then plunged into the void of the spatial gate, vanishing from sight. Chapter 77. The Revelation of Secrets and the Pursuit in the Burial Grounds. As the Martial Soul burial grounds were unveiled, nearly half of the population of the Northern Academy had vanished, rendering the once bustling institution considerably desolate. The city lord of Northern and Zongming personally arrived at the academy, accompanied by the renowned alchemist Chengfeng and the peak master of the alchemy peak, Zhuo Tianfeng. The three of them materialized above the southern courtyard peak, their brows furrowed in deep concern. Zhuo Tianfeng stated unequivocally, "I can assert with certainty that the last known location of that black dog was within this vicinity, after which it never reappeared." Chengfeng responded gravely, "It is undoubtedly not the spirit pet of the old sword master, which implies it is highly likely to belong to one of the three students." Zhuo Tianfeng inhaled deeply. "In recent days, I have dispatched individuals to investigate. The student named Gu Chengfeng is highly suspect. During his previous combat with other students, he unleashed shadowy figures that caused harm, but due to their swiftness, even Minter Anling and Elder Yi could not discern their true nature." Upon hearing this, the city lord's eyes flashed with a chilling glint. "Are you suggesting that the shadow is indeed that accursed black dog?" "Most likely." Zhuo Tianfeng's gaze shifted toward Chengfeng and Lord Zongming. "I have already sent people into the Martial Soul burial grounds. If that black dog is truly Gu Chengfeng's spirit pet, it will surely be released once again, and we shall ascertain the truth. Everything requires evidence. With proof in hand, even if the old sword master wishes to shield him, it will be in vain." Gu Chengfeng, Lord Zongming murmured darkly, then promptly produced a communication talisman. "Immediately dispatch some prodigies into the Martial Soul burial grounds to locate a youth named Gu Chengfeng." Before Zongming could finish his command, a voice erupted ominously from the depths of the southern courtyard peak. "Leave within 3 seconds, or remain here forever." The voice was imbued with an icy sharpness, as if each word transformed into a sword, piercing their very souls. Despite their notable status, all three men visibly paled upon hearing it. After exchanging glances, they hastily departed. Swish! As Gu Chengfeng traversed the spatial gate and opened his eyes, he beheld a kaleidoscopic world. Endless peaks and forests stretched before him, adorned with resplendent hues that coalesced into beams of light soaring toward the heavens. In the azure sky, fleeting figures could be discerned racing swiftly. Could these luminous beams be the very essence of martial soul power? Gu Chengfeng marveled silently at the sight of the vibrant pillars ascending into the sky. The further he gazed, the more magnificent the columns became, clearly indicating the potency of the martial soul energy. In such a realm, the potential to forge martial soul crystals was immense. Yet, with such opportunity came significant peril, not only from other individuals, but also from fierce beasts and formidable barriers. However, it should be noted that areas devoid of light pillars did not preclude the existence of martial soul crystals. Once, in a secluded and desolate area, an individual stumbled upon a 9th-grade martial soul crystal, which propelled them to extraordinary heights. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Gu Chengfeng's gaze drifted towards a distant purple pillar of light soaring into the sky, and he murmured softly, "That must be the region of the Bayan Academy." The Bayan Academy stands as the sole institution of learning in the Northern Territories, affiliated with the Northern Royal Mansion, gathering the most talented individuals from the region. The Northern Royal Mansion designated the most favorable area for the Academy's students, the sacred land of purple radiance. This resplendent purple light envelopes a 100-mile expanse, where the potency of martial soul energy is most concentrated and the emergence of martial soul crystals is most probable, boasting the highest quality. Other sects, clans, and forces of the Northern Territories are forbidden from entering this sacred domain. This arrangement was established after discussions with various sects and families, as many have their representatives within the Bayan Academy. In contrast, other regions remain open, but they are predominantly occupied by the major sects, with the strongest forces claiming the most advantageous territories, thus forming an unwritten rule over the years. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chengfeng set forth towards the sacred land of purple radiance, exercising caution along the way. The martial soul burial grounds are fraught not only with opportunities, but also with peril. Beasts roam freely, and various dangerous prohibitions are in place. A moment's inattention could spell doom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Gu Chengfeng crossed a mountain peak, a sudden flurry of whistling arrows pierced the air behind him. Startled, he instinctively sidestepped. A barrage of arrows whizzed past the spot he had just occupied, their immense force shattering a nearby boulder into fragments. "Well, I must admit, your reflexes are quite impressive," a voice called out, and upon turning, Gu Chengfeng beheld 4 figures emerging into view. He recognized them immediately as members of the Mu family who had trailed Mu Han prior to their arrival. However, the leader among them was not Mu Han. Clearly, they had been dispersed upon entering the martial soul burial grounds due to spatial transport. Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, he drew his Yunxiao sword and charged towards the 4 individuals. "You dare!" They seemed taken aback by his audacity to counterattack. 2 of them swiftly nocked arrows, aiming their projectiles at Gu Chengfeng, while the other 2 unsheathed their blades, advancing to strike him down. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Chengfeng's sword cleaved through the air, shattering the arrows before they could reach him. In an instant, he appeared before the 4. With a resounding clash, his sword light devoured the blades of the foremost attackers, severing their necks cleanly, their heads rolling to the ground. How could he be so formidable? The sudden turn of events left the remaining 2 archers in a state of shock. As far as they were aware, Gu Chengfeng's cultivation was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Grand Master realm, while theirs were firmly at the 5th level. Initially, one might have thought that eliminating Gu Chengfeng would be as effortless as crushing an ant. However, to their astonishment, mere moments into the confrontation, 2 individuals were obliterated. "The information is erroneous. We must flee and seek out young Master Han," one of them exclaimed urgently. Without a moment's hesitation, the duo turned to escape. Yet, Gu Chengfeng's Yunxiao sword suddenly slipped from his grasp, piercing directly through one man's chest. In an instant, the blade was reversed and transformed into a streak of light, striking towards the other adversary. His sword was not merely sharp, it was astonishingly swift. So swift, in fact, that the second individual barely had time to react before the lethal force materialized before him. It was over. In that fleeting moment, despair enveloped the young man. Gu Chengfeng's formidable prowess surpassed all expectations, his cultivation evidently reaching the 8th level of the Grand Master realm, an opponent far beyond his capacity to withstand. Bang! Just as he resigned himself to an inevitable demise, a streak of light tore through the air, forcefully deflecting Gu Chengfeng's sword. Led by Mu Han, 6 figures swiftly encircled Gu Chengfeng. "Young Master Han." The youth hastily approached Mu Han, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. "Useless wretch, get lost." Mu Han scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the 3 lifeless bodies before settling on Gu Chengfeng. In an instant, his eyes turned icy with malice. "In my grasp, you shall find no escape, nor the solace of death." Chapter 78, The Realm of Kings, Mental Assault. Gu Chengfeng raised his hand to retrieve the Yunxiao sword, gazing at Mu Han and the others with a furrowed brow. The aura emanating from Mu Han was extraordinarily potent, and when his piercing gaze fell upon Gu Chengfeng, even he felt a shiver running down his spine. Such a sensation was one he had only experienced in the presence of those who had attained the Realm of Kings. The moment the words Realm of Kings flashed through his mind, Gu Chengfeng instinctively tightened his grip on the Yunxiao sword. "Kill!" With a sudden motion, Mu Han signaled, and 5 figures surged forward, charging with unyielding ferocity. The strength of these 5 individuals was remarkable. They were incomparably superior to the 4 that had just engaged. Each of them wielded blade techniques that reached the pinnacle of the Great Master realm at the 9th level. 1 king and 5 great masters at the 9th level. Even Gu Chengfeng felt a sense of uncertainty. Wait. As the five advanced, Gu Chengfeng's gaze flickered, and he bellowed, halting their advance. Beg for mercy? Futile. A cruel smirk crept across Mu Han's lips. From the moment you harmed my Mu family members, your life no longer belonged to you. With fear etched in his eyes, Gu Chengfeng interjected. If I were to tell you that I know the location of a 9th-grade martial soul crystal, would you spare me? Ha ha ha. Do you take me for a fool? Mu Han erupted in laughter, but it quickly morphed back into cold indifference. Kill. The 9th-grade martial soul crystal does not possess a specific location. It is solely dependent on fortune. Why would he place his trust in such a claim? Just as Mu Han's 5 subordinates prepared to move, Gu Chengfeng's voice rang out once more. If you kill me, no one will know the precise location. If I deceive you, you can kill me afterward. As a king, are you truly afraid of me escaping? At this statement, even Mu Han's 5 subordinates instinctively turned their gazes toward him, their expressions collectively conveying a single thought. There is merit in this. After all, the strength was evident. What could Gu Chengfeng achieve by merely stalling for time? If he indeed possessed information about the 9th-grade martial soul crystal, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the entire Mu family. This caused Mu Han to hesitate. Killing Gu Chengfeng would be a trivial task, yet the quest for a 9th-grade martial soul crystal was akin to scaling the heavens. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Han declared, "Very well. I shall grant you a chance to live. Reveal to me the precise location of the 9th-grade martial soul crystal, and I shall spare your life." Gu Chengfeng nodded and stepped directly towards Mu Han. "What are you doing? Halt." The sudden movement prompted the other 5 to raise their long blades once more, pointing them at Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng indicated toward Mu Han. "I will only disclose this information to him. You are not worthy of knowing." You. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 darkened. Yet Mu Han chuckled. "Haha, splendid. Then tell me, just to one." In that moment, he lowered his guard due to Gu Chengfeng's words. He had encountered a myriad of individuals in his life, and those who could articulate such remarks were often driven by self-interest and ambition. The more influential a person was, the more selfish and fearful of death they tended to be. With no obstacles in his way, Gu Chengfeng leaned in close to Mu Han's ear and whispered, prompting Mu Han to listen intently. "In truth, you are quite foolish." The instant those words left Gu Chengfeng's lips, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he transformed his finger into a sword, aiming directly at Mu Han's heart. His speed was astonishing. Yet Mu Han reacted with equal swiftness. Sensing the impending danger the moment Gu Chengfeng made his move, he unleashed a surge of power that propelled towards Gu Chengfeng while simultaneously retreating to the side. Nevertheless, the sword-like force still pierced Mu Han's body. With a sharp sound, one of Mu Han's arms fell away, followed by a piercing scream of agony escaping his lips. Concurrently, Gu Chengfeng was hurled backwards by the tremendous force. The might of a king realm expert was overwhelming. Even a mere collision of power caused Gu Chengfeng to feel as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, the sound of his bones cracking echoing in his ears. Yet, he soon realized that his bones were intact, and the turbulent energy within him calmed swiftly, leaving only a dull ache that would bear no significant consequence. A surge of astonishment coursed through Gu Chengfeng as he recognized that this was undoubtedly a result of the effects of the 7th-grade body refining elixir he had been consuming daily for the past several days. His physical strength had not only increased significantly, but his recovery abilities had also been greatly enhanced. Otherwise, under the impact of Mu Han's force, he would have suffered far more than he had. "Young Master Han! Young Master Han!" At that moment, Mu Han's 5 subordinates finally reacted and rushed to his side. "Ah, kill him! Kill him!" Mu Han's face contorted with rage, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, his gaze fixed menacingly on Gu Chengfeng, filled with boundless fury and murderous intent. He had never anticipated Gu Chengfeng would be so treacherous. "Yes, young master." The 5 men roared as they charged toward Gu Chengfeng. How unfortunate! A king realm expert truly possessed formidable power. Observing this scene, Gu Chengfeng could not help but sigh inwardly. He had initially believed he would surely kill Mu Han with this strike, only to be surprised by Mu Han's rapid response and immense strength, ultimately resulting in the severing of just one arm. Yet, that was sufficient. Even a king realm expert like Mu Han would suffer greatly with one arm lost. Die. After uttering that single word, Gu Chengfeng charged directly at the 5 men. The only one he truly feared was the King Realm Muhan. The rest had never commanded his respect. The purple energy surged like a rainbow. A low growl reverberated through the air, and a surge of purple energy soared into the sky. A single sword strike unleashed 5 dazzling beams of light, all aimed at 5 individuals. However, these 5 were evidently formidable in their own right, their blades shimmering with a radiant glow, empowered by their martial souls. The blades emitted explosive bursts that rippled through the void. Boom! In an instant, the might of the sword collided with the blades, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent 4 figures reeling backward. One figure's weapon was cleaved in 2, leading to their demise beneath the onslaught of the sword's brilliance. The 8th level of the Grandmaster realm. Gu Chengfeng's cultivation was laid bare with that one strike, leaving the others astounded. Yet, Gu Chengfeng offered them no chance to recover. With a sword in hand, he surged forward as they staggered back, swiftly closing the distance to confront the 4. The brilliance of the purple energy and sword power erupted in the air, and in the blink of an eye, 3 of them fell lifeless to the ground. Only one managed to retreat in haste, finding safety beside Muhan. "Young master, he is too powerful. We are no match for him." The words were laced with panic. Incompetence. Worthless. Muhan seethed with fury, his remaining hand striking the young man across the face. The youth clutched his cheek, silenced and retreating beside another who trembled in fear. Buzz. At that moment, the sword's might surged once more, and Gu Chengfeng had already reached Muhan's side. "Insect. Even with one arm, I can still slay you." Muhan gritted his teeth, growling, "Let me show you what true royal-level mental power feels like." As the words fell, an invisible force erupted from Muhan's gaze, surging forth into Gu Chengfeng's mind in an instant. It rendered Gu Chengfeng as if he had lost his soul, halting his advance abruptly. His eyes became vacant and devoid of light, frozen in place, even his sword slipping from his grasp. Royal-level mental attack. Chapter 79. The 3 martial souls manifest, slaying Muhan. Mental power, a force originating from the soul, enhances a cultivator's mastery over their own strength, even with identical abilities. The presence of mental power allows for a more formidable display of might. Furthermore, it grants cultivators unparalleled control over their powers, serving as the cornerstone for various auxiliary professions such as alchemists, blacksmiths, bone ritualists, and rune masters. The most terrifying aspect lies in its capacity for mental attacks. Such assaults can directly target a cultivator's soul, leading to mere disorientation or, in severe cases, rendering one a fool or causing their very essence to dissipate. Yet, only those who have attained the royal realm can wield mental power, and for those beneath this tier, to employ mental attacks is akin to a dimensional strike against mere insects. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng found his very soul engulfed in chaos, his consciousness shrouded in emptiness. It felt as though the entire world had crumbled around him, leaving him devoid of any awareness of the external realm. A formidable and formless mental force surged within him, akin to razor-sharp blades wreaking havoc within his spirit, threatening to tear his essence asunder. He was reduced to the mere existence of his subconscious. Just as despair clawed at Gu Chengfeng's very core, the sword soul of devouring from his dantian flickered to life. An overwhelming force of absorption surged into his mind. As this devouring power erupted, the mental force that sought to annihilate his soul rapidly dissipated, consumed entirely. "You wretched insect, I shall sever an arm from you, rendering you unable to survive or seek death." Muhan's voice reverberated with malice. His face contorted with a vicious grimace. He swallowed a healing pill and drew a dagger from his spatial pouch with the remaining hand. He turned to the young man behind him, roaring, "Mu Lin, flay his skin." "Yes, young Master Han." Mu Lin hastily retrieved the dagger and advanced toward Gu Chengfeng, seemingly struck by fear from the recent murder he had witnessed. Each step he took was accompanied by glances to ascertain whether Gu Chengfeng had regained consciousness. His own steps trembled with trepidation. Finally, standing before Gu Chengfeng and seeing no signs of awakening, he let out a primal scream. "Ah!" The dagger plunged fiercely into Gu Chengfeng's arm. Yet, in that instant, it was as though the blade had struck solid stone, emitting a resounding clang, failing to even break the surface of Gu Chengfeng's skin. Mu Lin, startled to his core, glanced back at the grim-faced Muhan. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his inner strength and thrust once more towards Gu Chengfeng's arm. However, at that moment, The boy's previously vacant eyes suddenly flickered with life. A chilling gaze fell upon Mu Lin, and in a flash, Gu Chengfeng unleashed a punch that struck Mu Lin squarely on the head. Bang! A tremendous force shattered Mu Lin's skull as if it were a watermelon, leaving only his limp body crumpled on the ground. Mu Lin. The sudden scene caused Mu Han's expression to shift dramatically. He could hardly fathom that this insignificant insect had regained consciousness. An insect incapable of mastering spiritual energy under the onslaught of mental force would at the very least become a mindless fool, if not dead. Do you still possess a treasure that protects the soul? Mu Han abruptly realized. This was the only possible explanation for the current situation. However, soul-protecting artifacts are typically owned by esteemed noble families. Even their Mu clan lacks such a possession. How could a lowly commoner like Gu Chengfeng have one? Killing you requires no such treasure. The boy's cold voice resonated at that moment. Then, with a mere flick of his wrist, the sword in the boy's hand transformed into a radiant beam of purple light as he wielded it, suspended in midair. One person, one sword, suddenly charging forth. Insect. Mu Han gritted his teeth, uttering only 2 words. His remaining hand swiftly grasped the war knife at his waist, and with a powerful swing, he struck towards Gu Chengfeng. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, sending Gu Chengfeng's figure hurtling away, even with only one arm. The might of Mu Han's strike was incomparable to Gu Chengfeng, such as the terror of the King realm. Yet, Gu Chengfeng appeared oblivious, halting only momentarily before charging forward once more. In the air, the power surrounding him surged and intensified with each resounding strike. The first was the might of a cold sword. The second was the might of flames. The third was the descent of an immense black sword. The consecutive accumulation of these 3 forces rendered the boy's power at that moment extraordinarily formidable. Even Mu Han's spirit trembled violently. His eyes widened in disbelief. 3 martial souls? How is this possible? He had heard of practitioners with 3 martial souls, combining their powers into a single attack, which was quite normal. However, the simultaneous manifestation of 3 martial souls was unheard of. Regardless of the number of martial souls, was it not common knowledge that only one could manifest at a time? Why then was it different for Gu Chengfeng? Observing the swirling power enveloping the boy, even he felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Martial soul manifestation. Without further thought, he gritted his teeth and roared, channeling the power of the 8th grade wind blade martial soul, which surged through him, causing his strength to skyrocket. Boom! In an instant, the swords clashed once more, the immense force causing both combatants to stagger backward. 3 martial souls, you shall perish too. With a forceful halt, Mu Han raised his knife once again, striking towards Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly, astonished by the sheer power of the War King realm. Even with the support of a 3-star soul, he could only barely hold his ground. The prospect of slaying Mu Han was utterly impossible. It was worth noting that when he was at the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm, he could effortlessly dispatch a great Grandmaster with a mere wave of his hand. Yet, the disparity between the 8th level of the Great Grandmaster realm and the War King realm had become so vast. Clearly, this was the enhancement brought forth by spiritual power. It seemed imperative that he swiftly mastered his own spiritual force. Gu Chengfeng muttered to himself with a furrowed brow. Suddenly, he raised his gaze towards the approaching Mu Han, God of Death Sword. A low roar erupted from his lips as he instantaneously spat forth a mouthful of blood, staining the blade of the Yunxiao sword. The sword, now tainted with blood, surged forth in a crimson light, its ferocity reaching an apex, as if it sought to rend the very heavens asunder. Clang! The bloodied sword swiftly shattered the long knife in Mu Han's grasp and directly cleaved towards his head. What sword technique is this? Mu Han's countenance changed drastically. He could scarcely believe that Gu Chengfeng's strike had suddenly become so terrifyingly potent. In the face of this sword, he felt as though he were but an ant. As the sanguine sword's might descended, his extensive combat experience compelled his body to twist at the last moment. The sword's force grazed his ear, descending with lethal precision. In an instant, his entire shoulder, along with the last remaining arm, was severed. The excruciating pain caused Mu Han to tumble to the ground, rolling incessantly while emitting heart-wrenching cries. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng also landed, his cold blood-red eyes fixed on Mu Han, before he swung his sword down decisively. Gu Chengfeng, you dare to kill me? I, Mu's family, will annihilate your entire Ziyun sect. Mu Han bellowed towards the heavens, his body trembling with fury. Chapter 80. The Celestial Palace of Martial Souls, the Key. Boom. At the moment when the sword descended, a force materialized out of thin air, shattering violently before Gu Chengfeng. His expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively crossed the Yunxiao sword before his chest. The force collided with the sword's blade. A tremendous impact that sent Gu Chengfeng staggering back several meters. Finally, the long sword propped against the ground, leaving a long mark as he barely managed to halt his retreat. A formidable presence. Lifting his gaze, Gu Chengfeng discerned several figures swiftly approaching from a distance. Bai Ling'er, the fortunate survivor, Mu Han, immediately recognized the leading girl in white, the third miss of the Bai family from Bayan City. She was also ranked among the top 30 in the combat rankings of Bayan Academy. Suppressing the excruciating pain in his arms, he gritted his teeth and sat up, gasping heavily. "Thank you, Miss Ling'er, for saving my life." Bai Ling'er cast a glance at Mu Han, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. "You truly are worthless, unable even to slay a mere trash." Yet, she refrained from further remarks, turning to signal someone behind her. This individual immediately descended beside Mu Han, administering a hemostatic pill to him. Her indifferent gaze then fell upon Gu Chengfeng. "You are Gu Chengfeng? Who the hell are you?" Gu Chengfeng muttered under his breath and, without further ado, turned to flee. Bai Ling'er, her face momentarily stiffened, shouted explosively, "After him." "Yes, miss." At her command, the group immediately pursued. "Miss Ling'er, that fellow possesses a soul-protecting treasure. Consider it a gift for you." Mu Han bellowed through gritted teeth. Bai Ling'er scoffed dismissively. "What do I care for your treasures? How audacious to utter such words." The group continued their relentless chase in the direction Gu Chengfeng had vanished. Damn it. Watching the disappearing figures, Mu Han's expression darkened to an extreme. Not far away, the remaining subordinate trembled as he approached. "Young master, are you all right? Get lost." Mu Han kicked the youth away with fierce force. "You've lost both arms and still dare to ask if I'm fine. Just moments ago, you nearly perished at Gu Chengfeng's hands. Yet you failed to come to my aid. Now that you've survived, you come crawling back." Fury ignited in Mu Han's gaze, as if he could tear the young man apart. "Gather everyone from the Mu family immediately. Right now?" "Yes, yes." The youth wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, producing a firework from his hand. Upon igniting it, it exploded in the void above. Mu Han glanced down at the spatial pouch at his waist. Fortunately, it remained intact. "Let us go," he hissed through clenched teeth, realizing dusk was approaching. With demonic beasts lurking, finding shelter swiftly was imperative. Whoosh! Just as they were about to rise, a voice suddenly echoed, growing nearer. Startled, Mu Han looked up, and there it was, the figure he loathed with every fiber of his being, Gu Chengfeng. Mu Han was instantly struck with astonishment, instinctively retreating his steps. You. Xiaohanhan, are you surprised?" Gu Chengfeng grinned broadly, his smile radiant. This smile sent chills down Mu Han's spine, causing him to tremble. He kicked the young man beside him fiercely. Stop him! Stop him! Go to hell!" the young man cursed, mirroring Mu Han's earlier exclamation, before turning and fleeing. "You coward!" Mu Han was momentarily dumbfounded, staring at the advancing Gu Chengfeng, trembling as he pleaded, "Gu. Young Master Gu, please don't kill me, all right? I assure you, my Mu family will never trouble you again." However, his words proved futile, only serving to amplify the boy's gleeful grin. Yes. I have many treasures in my spatial ring to offer you. I even possess a key to the Martial Soul Heavenly Palace. All yours, just spare my life." Swoosh. Before he could finish, his head was severed. The young man's words echoed hauntingly in Mu Han's severed mind. "By killing you, all your possessions become mine." He swiftly seized Mu Han's spatial bag and vanished into the depths of the forest. Moments later, Bai Ling'er and her companions reappeared. Upon seeing Mu Han's lifeless body, Bai Ling'er clenched her teeth in fury. "Damn Gu Chengfeng, pursue him." They hurriedly took flight once more. Yet, shortly after their departure, Gu Chengfeng's figure leapt down from a nearby tree. The Bai family, very well. He glanced in the direction Bai Ling'er and her group had departed, muttering softly before heading in another direction. The release of the Sword of the Killing God had nearly drained Gu Chengfeng's strength, leaving him incapable of confronting a King Realm expert. Thus, he could only retreat for the time being, planning to eliminate these pests once his strength was restored. As night fell, the forest was enveloped in darkness, an ever-present danger where various beasts roamed. Gu Chengfeng found a cave, sealing the entrance before exhaling a sigh of relief. He retrieved several pills, beginning to consume them, and felt his nearly depleted strength rapidly rejuvenate with their infusion. However, before he could finish, Xiaohe suddenly dashed out, snatching the last 2 pills from his hand. Opening his eyes, Gu Chengfeng saw Xiaohe at his feet, crunching on the pills. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. "You little rascal. You have plenty of your own, yet you come to steal mine." Wang Wu. Xiaohe looked up, gazing innocently at Gu Chengfeng. The expression conveyed a clear message. He had simply followed the enticing aroma. "You." Gu Chengfeng was left speechless, deciding not to press the matter further. "Go ahead and eat. After all, my pills were all obtained by you." Suddenly struck by a thought, Gu Chengfeng could not help but point an accusatory finger at the small black creature and demand, "Pray tell, why did you not come to my aid when I was being beaten just now?" The small black creature raised its head and barked, clearly indicating, "You did not call for me either." Gu Chengfeng paused, pondering the validity of this remark. Then, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. "So, if I call upon you, you will assist me, correct?" The creature nodded affirmatively. "Ha ha ha, splendid!" Gu Chengfeng exclaimed with delight, promptly retrieving 2 vials of elixirs, pouring them out, and presenting them to the small black creature. Come, partake generously." The creature's eyes gleamed with excitement as it began to devour the treats with fervor, relishing every bite. Gu Chengfeng affectionately patted the creature's head, urging, "Eat well, for soon you shall help me deal with those wretched ones." The small black creature, with its bright, twinkling eyes, gazed up at Gu Chengfeng, nodding eagerly while gesturing with its tiny paw towards Gu Chengfeng's spatial pouch, signaling him to produce more elixirs. Gu Chengfeng, not one to be stingy, continued to offer vial after vial to the creature. However, just as the small black creature was reveling in its feast, a thunderous roar echoed from the forest outside the cave. Upon hearing this sound, the creature's eyes lit up with excitement. Woof! It barked loudly towards the entrance, and in an instant, it dashed out of the cave, abandoning its meal. The debris of grass that Gu Chengfeng had piled at the cave's mouth was sent flying. Little Black. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chengfeng's expression darkened instantly. It had eaten and then scurried away. He had anticipated the creature's assistance in confronting the White family. "You truly are a wretched little beast," Gu Chengfeng muttered through clenched teeth, cursing as he hastily sealed the cave entrance once more. With a deep sigh, he then retrieved Mu Han's spatial pouch. Chapter 81. The Names of the 7 Great Empresses. A dozen vials of 4th and 5th grade elixirs, a low-grade Earth-tier long sword, approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 3 Royal Realm talismans. Talismans? Gu Chengfeng took out the talismans, examining them with curiosity. Talismans are indeed remarkable items, crafted by specialized talisman masters. The higher the grade of a talisman, the more formidable its power. There are various categories, including defensive, offensive, and speed-enhancing talismans. These 3 talismans are all offensive in nature, and their grade has reached the 5th level of the Royal Realm. This signifies that once unleashed, their power would equate to a strike from a 5th-level Royal Realm expert. Gazing at the 3 talismans in his hand, Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but feel a shiver of apprehension. Such items are truly terrifying. Clearly, they were left by the Mu family for Mu Han's protection. Fortunately, that fool Mu Han was too arrogant. Before he could activate them, Gu Chengfeng severed his arms, rendering him incapable of using the talismans, ultimately leading to his demise at Gu Chengfeng's sword. Otherwise, Gu Chengfeng might have perished without understanding how. Gu Chengfeng took a deep breath. It seems that caution is essential when dealing with the scions of prominent families in the future. Just as he was about to stow away the spatial bag, a key, roughly the size of a baby's hand, caught his eye. This key. He vaguely remembered Mu Han mentioning something about the key to the Martial Soul Celestial Palace before his death. However, Gu Chengfeng was uncertain about what the Martial Soul Celestial Palace truly was. Could it be a hidden realm within the Martial Soul Burial Ground? It appears he must seek someone to inquire further. At that moment, Bai Linger and the others were pursuing him from behind, leaving him no time to question Mu Han. Roar, roar, roar. Outside the cave, the sounds of roaring in the forest continued unabated, and it seemed to be intensifying. Distinctly, Gu Chengfeng also heard a few barks, which seemed to belong to Little Black. A hint of worry crept across Gu Chengfeng's face. He hoped nothing had happened to that creature. However, he quickly shook his head. With Little Black's speed, there should be no one capable of catching up here. After securing the 3 talismans and the key, he promptly settled into a meditative posture. Having slain Muhan and the other 9, he had accrued over 30 drops of spiritual essence. Once fully absorbed, Gu Chengfeng's cultivation reached the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. He estimated that with just a few more drops of spiritual essence, he would break through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. Just as Gu Chengfeng was about to open his eyes, he suddenly sensed a trace of the devouring power of the heaven-swallowing, sword-martial soul lingering in his mind. He understood that this power had surged into his consciousness when Muhan launched a mental attack, consuming that spiritual force. Otherwise, he might have already perished under Muhan's blade. However, after the devouring, shouldn't he have returned to the Dantian within the heaven-swallowing, sword-martial soul? Why does it remain in his mind? Full of suspicion, Gu Chengfeng immersed his consciousness into this trace of the heaven-swallowing, sword-martial soul's power. Buzz! In the next moment, the sword soul of the devouring sky emitted a tremor and suddenly shattered within his mind. As it disintegrated, a formidable, intangible force surged forth from the remnants of the sword soul, rushing into Gu Chengfeng's consciousness. It transformed into strands of ethereal energy, mental energy. Upon sensing this power, Gu Chengfeng was filled with immense joy, realizing it was entirely pure mental energy. Soon, it seamlessly integrated into his mind. When he attempted to manipulate it, this mental energy immediately coalesced into flowing strands once more. Gu Chengfeng's eyes flew open. In an instant, a ghostly light radiated from his gaze, rendering the entire world remarkably clearer. Even the delicate threads of the spider web atop the cave became discernible. In astonishment, Gu Chengfeng raised his hand, igniting a flicker of flame in his palm. With a swift motion, he cast the flame towards the web overhead, which transformed mid-air into a fiery sword, then morphed into the head of a fire wolf, ultimately becoming a flame net that enveloped the web. The web was instantly reduced to ashes. As the flames dissipated, Gu Chengfeng gazed at his fist, his mind echoing with the phrase, as if an extension of my own will. At that moment, excitement illuminated the youth's eyes. Mental energy. He had actually mastered the mental energy typically wielded only by those of the King realm. The sensation of effortlessly unleashing power was exhilarating. After a while, as the thrill subsided, he looked at the mark of the Divine Abyss Pavilion on his palm and inquired, "My Lord Sword Emperor, can the power of the devouring sky sword soul consume mental energy?" His ability to command mental energy at his current cultivation level was evidently due to the devouring sky sword soul having absorbed Muhan's mental energy, subsequently refining it into pure mental energy and infusing it into his consciousness, thus enabling his comprehension of mental energy. It could be said that all of this was the merit of the devouring sky sword soul. The voice of the Moonlight Sword Emperor resonated, naturally. Any form of power can be devoured by the devouring sky sword soul. Otherwise, what would grant it the title of divine artifact? What a revelation! Upon receiving this affirmative response, Gu Chengfeng was overwhelmed with delight. Henceforth, would not the enhancement of his mental energy become significantly simpler? Mental energy is one of the most challenging powers to elevate within the realm of cultivators. Techniques for cultivating mental energy are exceedingly rare. It is likely that throughout the vast Qin dynasty, they are hard to find. One can only rely on certain treasures to gradually nurture and enhance it, alongside the passage of time, as aging also contributes to the elevation of mental energy. The tiers of mental energy are classified as yellow, human, earth, and heaven, with distinctions of inferior, middle, and superior grades. Suddenly, a thought struck Gu Chengfeng, and he asked, "My Lord Sword Emperor, if all powers can be devoured, can treasures also be consumed?" Within the treasures lies an immense power, and should one manage to devour these treasures, one would undoubtedly absorb an extraordinary magnitude of strength. The speed of cultivation would surely accelerate. The Moonlight Sword Emperor spoke slowly. "Indeed, it is possible. However, you must cultivate the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique to at least the 6th layer for it to be feasible." The 6th layer. Gu Chengfeng's breath hitched. At present, his Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique had merely reached the 2nd layer, barely allowing him to unleash multiple martial spirits. The sixth layer seemed a distant aspiration. The power of the third layer of the Great Evolution Devouring Heaven technique is martial spirit fusion. What enhancements it might bring remain uncertain. By the way, esteemed Sword Emperor, what are the martial spirits of the Empresses Huayakin, Fengxiling, Jinlan, and Huanlingzhen? What abilities do they possess? Gu Chengfeng had long been curious. These empresses had previously engaged with him in various endeavors, displaying their extraordinary prowess, only to vanish thereafter. He still harbored lingering thoughts about it. Empress Huayakin, known as the Demon Zither Empress, can obliterate a realm and countless lives with a single melody. Empress Fengxiling, referred to as the Destiny Empress, can perceive 1,000,000 years in an instant, rendering all things in the world visible before her. She possesses knowledge of celestial mandates and the ability to deduce the evolution of countless generations, leaving no mystery unexamined. Chapter 82, The Beast Tide. The celestial palace of martial souls is on the verge of emergence. Emperor Jinlan, known as the goddess of war, possesses a corporeal form that is invincible and eternal. With a single punch, the world is reduced to mere insects. The Phantom Array Emperor, dubbed the goddess of divine punishment, utters her decree, and annihilation befalls all foes. The Medicine Emperor, the Medicine Fairy, revered as the goddess of life, embodies the essence of life itself, a divine farmer through the ages, healing the world and safeguarding all beings. The Demon Emperor, Yu Huer, hailed as the matriarch of demons, commands the legions of demons with a mere utterance. One title after another resonated in Gu Chengfeng's ears, causing his heart to tremble profoundly, leaving him in a state of turmoil. It was utterly unexpected that these occasionally flamboyant and captivating empresses bore such formidable titles. This revelation instinctively led Gu Chengfeng to sense the 6 divine martial souls sealed within his dantian. If he could unravel the seals, would he not inherit the powers of these empresses? The divine star meteorite. Gu Chengfeng tightened his fist. He understood that he must hasten to the imperial palace and devise a means to acquire the divine star meteorite. This meteorite not only has the potential to unlock a divine martial soul seal, but could also awaken an empress, enabling a dual cultivation method. Imagine the power of 2 empresses combined. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the very mountain that Gu Chengfeng occupied. Rocks cascaded from the cave's ceiling, heralding imminent collapse. This abrupt shift jolted Gu Chengfeng from his reverie. Casting a glance at the precariously swaying cave, he hastily brushed away the remnants of his dreams and burst through the thicket, escaping the cave in a single breath. In the next moment, the entire mountain behind him crumbled. Raising his eyes, he beheld a colossal beast, towering like a palace, perched atop the collapsing mountain. This creature, clad in black scales and resembling a massive lizard, possessed legs akin to towering stone pillars, crushing the very mountain Gu Chengfeng had just vacated. The black demon giant lizard? Upon sighting this entity, Gu Chengfeng inhaled sharply. The black demon giant lizard is a fearsome beast of the Emperor realm. Even a king realm expert would appear as insignificant as an insect before it. Furthermore, its body is saturated with venom. Any creature beneath the Emperor realm that comes into contact with it meets swift demise. Gu Chengfeng was momentarily paralyzed by fear. How could he have stirred such a formidable creature while simply cultivating in a cave? Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Only then did he realize that this massive beast was not alone. In every direction, he could see dozens more, each comparable in size to a small mountain. The weakest among them were all beasts of the king realm, toppling the forest in their wake. The roars of these beasts echoed thunderously into the sky. Cursed fate! Could it be that he has encountered a beast tide? Gu Chengfeng dared not linger. Should he truly confront a beast tide, he would likely perish without even comprehending how. He fled toward the distant Zihue sacred land of the Bayan Academy. On the road, Gu Chengfeng encountered an overwhelming number of demonic beasts, as well as countless humans. The ferocious beasts charged wildly, while human cultivators scattered in panic. Many were trampled underfoot or struck down with a single blow. Faintly, he overheard the term beast tide from the terrified masses. However, it was evident that this was merely a prelude to the true beast tide. These demonic creatures were converging towards a singular direction, and the formation of the beast tide was simply a matter of time. The eruption of the beast tide would herald the emergence of the martial soul heavenly palace, It was uncertain whether this was a stroke of good or ill fortune. Regardless, survival was paramount. Without the Heavenly Palace key, even the appearance of the martial soul Heavenly Palace would mean nothing. Fleeing was the priority. Before long, 3 figures appeared ahead of Gu Chengfeng, shouting as they rushed towards a nearby area where the demonic beasts seemed sparse. Seeing this, Gu Chengfeng hurriedly dashed in front of them. Brothers. Yet, before he could finish, one of them barked, "Get lost. We don't have time for you. Run if you don't want to die." Gu Chengfeng merely smiled, unperturbed. He produced 3 pills. "I see that you 3 have expended considerable strength. I have some pills to share." As he spoke, he revealed 3 fifth-tier pills, handing one to each of them. Upon seeing the pills, the previously indifferent expressions of the trio brightened with a smile. "Brother, let's discuss this as we go," one of the young men suggested, and the 4 swiftly took to the skies. While soaring through the air, Gu Chengfeng inquired, "May I ask what exactly the Martial Soul Heavenly Palace is?" Having never heard of it, yet possessing 5th-tier pills, Du Fei couldn't help but scrutinize Gu Chengfeng more closely, and the other 2 cast him curious glances. To casually produce 5th-tier pills was no ordinary feat yet. The fact he had never heard of the Martial Soul Heavenly Palace suggested he was not of notable status. This prompted an instinctive exchange of glances among the 3, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. No discernible background, yet capable of producing 5th-tier pills. After a moment, Du Fei redirected his gaze and explained, "The Martial Soul Heavenly Palace is a concealed realm within the Martial Soul Burial Ground. However, its emergence is capricious. Sometimes it remains dormant for over a decade, and other times it surfaces annually. When the Martial Soul Heavenly Palace appears, it absorbs the martial soul power from the surrounding areas within the burial ground, culminating in the creation of a 9th-tier martial soul crystal, with a chance of yielding super 9th-tier martial soul crystals. Furthermore, the Martial Soul Heavenly Palace may contain a wealth of treasures, all at least of Earth-grade quality, including techniques and martial arts. However, to unlock the door to the Heavenly Palace, 3 Heavenly Palace keys must be used simultaneously." Du Fei expounded without diminishing his speed, even as they soared onward. "I see." Gu Chengfeng immediately grasped the essence of his explanation. "This place is not merely a secret realm. It is undoubtedly a treasure trove. One can expect to find martial soul crystals of at least the 9th rank, if not beyond, alongside a myriad of other treasures. What could possibly be more enticing than this? What is most significant is that he already possesses a Heavenly Palace key. Acquiring 2 more would allow him to monopolize this bountiful land." He then inquired, "What does this have to do with the beast tide?" Another young man shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain, but according to rumors, a Heavenly Palace key is concealed within the beast tide, though it remains unknown which beast harbors it." Understanding this, Gu Chengfeng expressed his gratitude to the 3 gentlemen and, having learned what he sought, turned to continue his journey towards the Zihui, sacred ground of the Bayan Academy. However, at that moment, Du Fei's voice echoed from behind, "Brother, please wait a moment." "Oh, is there something else?" Gu Chengfeng raised an eyebrow. Turning around, he observed the 3 approaching him. In an instant, Gu Chengfeng unsheathed his sword with a fierce glint, swiftly piercing the throat of one individual. As he withdrew his blade, blood splattered onto the 2 others beside him. "Damn you!" The 2, clearly taken aback by Gu Chengfeng's sudden aggression, could no longer conceal their ferocity. With a furious shout, they raised their swords to strike him down. Yet, as they moved, they were met with the sight of a formless, ethereal light emanating from the boy's gaze. Boom! Before they could comprehend the situation, a resounding explosion echoed in their minds. Their bodies became completely rigid, suspended in midair, before plummeting to the ground. Just before their descent, they managed to utter a few words. Mental power. How is this possible? With a swift flash, 2 sword shadows cut through the air, cleaving their bodies into 4 halves. Blood raining down like crimson droplets upon the forest below. Gu Chengfeng did not spare a glance at the corpses as he turned and departed. As a practitioner of the god-slaying sword path, his sensitivity to murderous intent was acute. The moment the trio called out to him, he sensed the chilling aura of malice surrounding them. Clearly, they had underestimated him, believing that because he was only at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, and they at the pinnacle of the same, they could easily eliminate him for their own gain. Alas, they all fell beneath Gu Chengfeng's blade. Chapter 83, Retreat of the 10,000 Beasts. The terrifying woman in red. Bang! Just as Gu Chengfeng soared past a mountain peak, a sudden shadow swept through the void, colliding fiercely with him. The impact sent him sprawling several dozen meters away, leaving his body feeling as if it had been shattered, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. As he regained his composure, he witnessed hundreds of immense black magic eagles erupting around him, their wings spanning over 10 zhang, resembling dark clouds rushing through the heavens. The sight sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, the black magic eagles were not targeting him. It was merely the tremendous airflow generated by their passage that had thrown him off course. Otherwise, he might have been torn apart by the flock. Rubbing his aching chest, he silently lowered his altitude. There was no way he could fight against or evade this horde of king and emperor-level black magic eagles. He lifted his garments to inspect the earth-grade inner armor he wore, and only then did he exhale in relief. It seemed that the beast tide had erupted. With even aerial beasts now in motion, Gu Chengfeng took a deep breath, no longer daring to charge recklessly. He glanced towards the distant purple radiance sacred land, realizing he would need to traverse over a dozen mountain peaks to reach it. It appeared to have become the refuge of many. He noticed numerous individuals, not affiliated with the Bayan Academy, also making their way towards the purple radiance sacred land, evidently seeking shelter. Roar, roar, roar. As he moved forward, the roars of the beasts grew increasingly deafening, a veritable sea of ferocious creatures dominating both sky and earth. Mountains crumbled, rivers ran dry, and trees in the forests were trampled to dust. From afar, the landscape was littered with various savage and ruthless beasts. Countless individuals had been ensnared within this chaos. Even if they had not been crushed underfoot, they had become mere mud beneath the beast's gnarled feet. To his dismay, Gu Chengfeng found himself inexplicably swept into the tide of beasts. In just a brief moment, he was surrounded by the rolling figures of the approaching creatures. Damn it! Gu Chengfeng could not help but mutter under his breath. Observing the writhing ground, he surmised that even the subterranean realm had been overrun by the beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Gu Chengfeng found himself in a predicament, a series of explosive sounds suddenly erupted from the beast tide several thousand meters ahead. This sound was evidently not caused by the beasts. With a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, Gu Chengfeng raised his gaze, only to be struck with shock. It was a person, a woman, navigating effortlessly amidst countless beasts, wielding a blood-red longsword. With each strike, a dazzling crimson sword light erupted. No, it was not merely sword light. It was the third stage of swordsmanship, sword energy, wielded by a sword king. No, it was the fourth stage, the sword intent. A sword emperor. In that moment, Gu Chengfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. A sword emperor, mastering the fourth stage of swordsmanship. He realized that he had only just begun to grasp the second stage of sword energy. The presence of the opponent in this soul burial ground signifies that they must be under the age of 20. A sword emperor under 20 years of age. In an instant, it felt as though a heavy hammer had struck Gu Chengfeng's mind, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. How outrageous. He had always believed that achieving the status of a grand sword master at his age was quite remarkable. Yet it was only at this moment that Gu Chengfeng truly understood the meaning of there are always greater talents beyond one's own. As he gazed at the figure clad in crimson, wielding a blood-red sword, effortlessly cutting through the tide of beasts and forcing them to retreat, Gu Chengfeng experienced, for the first time, the essence of a true prodigy. Amidst his reverie, two sharp barks suddenly pierced the cacophony of beastly roars, jolting Gu Chengfeng back to reality. Xiaohe! His eyes darted around, but all he could see were the terrifying creatures surrounding him, with no sign of Xiaohe. Yet Gu Chengfeng was certain he had not misheard. Simultaneously, he felt the surrounding roars of the beasts shift to a lower, more piercing tone. As if startled, the beasts within a radius of several hundred meters began to retreat. In the blink of an eye, within 500 meters, both above and below, there was not a single beast left. Whether it was the king-level flame rhinoceros or the emperor-level devouring python, all creatures had fled to a distance of 500 meters. Even the eyes of the beasts that had been fixated on Gu Chengfeng now reflected a glimmer of fear. Momentarily taken aback, Gu Chengfeng pondered as he stepped forward. The beasts continued to withdraw, creating a clear path 500 meters wide for him. What is happening? Feeling somewhat dazed, Gu Chengfeng instinctively murmured, "Could it be that the heroic aura I have concealed for 16 years is unable to suppress them? At that moment, his gaze seemed to catch something. He suddenly focused on a shadow perched upon the shoulder of a colossal golden-armored ape, which stood several dozen feet tall. Xiaohe. Gu Chengfeng rubbed his eyes vigorously, but the shadow vanished once more. Damn it, is it playing hide and seek with me? Gu Chengfeng could not help but mutter under his breath. Though he was uncertain of Xiaohe's intentions, it seemed highly probable that the extraordinary scene unfolding before him was intricately linked to Xiaohe. Without further contemplation, he charged forward. As before, every step he took caused the myriad beasts to retreat. With the obstacles cleared, Gu Chengfeng's speed increased significantly as he hastened toward the direction of the Purple Radiant's holy land. Along the way, amidst the throng of beasts, an eerie spectacle unfolded. Like a long serpent, it cleaved the tide of beasts in two. And it was not until a considerable time later that the separated horde behind the young man began to converge once more. At that moment, amidst the throngs of beasts, Gu Chengfeng, wielding her sword to vanquish demons, swiftly decapitated a royal-tier beast and immediately sensed the extraordinary phenomenon occurring within the tide. After a brief contemplation, her crimson robes billowed in the wind as she ascended with her sword, catching sight of the striking figure of a young man, 1,000 meters away, who commanded the retreat of myriad demons. The delicate arches of her brows lifted slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Could it be that this young man is an incarnation of a great demon? In this world, great demons possess boundless powers and can even assume human forms. To her, it seemed that only a being of such magnitude could inspire such fear in countless demons. After a moment of silence, the young woman murmured, "It appears that the celestial key must be in the possession of this great demon." With that, her figure suddenly leapt forth from the void, tracing a brilliant arc as she surged towards the young man who had transformed from a beast. Her speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she found herself hovering above Gu Chengfeng. With a resonant hum, her sword vibrated in her grasp, instantly carving a dazzling arc of blood-red sword energy through the void. The force of the blade shattered the air, as if it sought to rend the very heavens asunder, its crimson tip aimed directly at Gu Chengfeng. Chapter 84. The Sacred Land of Purple Radiance. Assassination. Gu Chengfeng beheld the scene, yet by the time he comprehended it, the blood-red sword light was already descending upon him with alarming swiftness. The speed was so extraordinary that, as soon as Gu Chengfeng perceived it, the sword light was mere inches from his head. In an instant, he found himself paralyzed. The formidable power of the fourth realm of swordsmanship had yet to manifest, yet the oppressive might of the sword overwhelmed him completely, rendering him immobile. This terrifying sensation was one Gu Chengfeng had never experienced before. Buzz. Just as the sword's pressure was a mere 3 inches from Gu Chengfeng's head, the blood-red sword force abruptly halted, suspending itself perilously above him. Gulp. Gu Chengfeng raised his gaze, fixated on the razor-sharp, blood-red blade so close that he could almost touch it, and he could not help but swallow hard. As the oppressive force dissipated, he hastily sidestepped. Unable to restrain his frustration, he exclaimed, "What is wrong with you, woman? Do I know you?" He narrowly escaped a lethal blow. "Are you even human?" At that moment, Gu Chengfeng furrowed her delicate brows slightly, observing the surrounding beasts that also retreated in tandem with Gu Chengfeng. Her eyes were filled with an unmistakable sense of confusion and bewilderment. "If I am not human, then what am I, a beast?" Gu Chengfeng huffed dismissively. He looked up at the girl and read, bemused as he remarked, "With such striking beauty and grace at such a young age, how could your eyes be so clouded?" Nevertheless, it must be said, she was indeed stunning. With an exquisitely delicate face and flawless skin, her long legs accentuated by the blood-red attire, enhancing their elegance. Yet, alas, she was half-blind. "Do not speak nonsense. My vision is perfectly fine. If you are not a beast, why do the beasts exhibit fear and yield to you?" Though she spoke thus, she had discerned that the youth was certainly not a transformed great demon. If he were, even she would find him formidable. Had she not reacted swiftly to halt that sword strike, the youth might have met his demise right then and there. How would I know? Perhaps my imposing aura intimidated the beasts, Gu Chengfeng retorted, rolling his eyes. He had no desire to linger, preparing to take his leave. After all, he was no match for her, otherwise he would. However, the girl gracefully landed in front of Gu Chengfeng, blocking his path, and appraised him from head to toe. It was this scrutiny that caused her eyes to widen in astonishment. 3-star soul? God of death swordsmanship? How did you discern that? Upon hearing these words, Gu Chengfeng was taken aback, his brow furrowing immediately. Without him even making a move, she could perceive his star soul and God of death swordsmanship, abilities that even the previous alchemy masters, Chengfeng and Zhuofeng, could not sense. Yet, the girl seemed unfazed by Gu Chengfeng's surprise, her astonishment quickly fading from her charming visage. He gently shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, my cultivation is too low. At just 16, I have only reached the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. Otherwise, I could engage in a spar." With that, the young girl soared into the air once more, darting towards the horizon. "You are so formidable. Do tell me, how old are you?" Gu Chengfeng could not suppress his indignation as he called out. "The same age as you," came the reply, echoing through the crimson light. Watching the girl's figure gradually fade into the distance, Gu Chengfeng licked his dry lips, his indignation slowly dissipating. Indeed, truly impressive, a sword emperor at 16. Her cultivation must have reached the imperial realm. Yet he, himself, had barely brushed the surface of the king realm. The disparity was stark. He conceded defeat, though curiosity gnawed at him. Who was this girl, so terrifyingly powerful? He even began to suspect she might belong to royalty. It was well known that the imperial family harbored many extraordinary talents. However, even among the royals, there seemed to be no reason for one to appear in this place. In a mere small secret realm within the northern territories, how could such a prodigy be stirred? "Just wait, I will soon surpass you." Leaving behind this declaration, Gu Chengfeng pressed onward towards the sacred land of purple radiance without a backward glance. As he ventured forth, the myriad of beasts retreated. Within half a day, Gu Chengfeng finally arrived at the area enveloped in boundless purple radiance. Within a kilometer of the perimeter where the purple glow spread, the beasts halted, as if even they dared not tread here. No wonder, amidst the outbreak of the beast tide, even those not associated with the Northern and Academy flocked here for refuge. Yet, most of these individuals congregated around the periphery of the sacred land of purple radiance. The edict established by the Northern King's city dictated that only those from the Northern and Academy could enter. The Northern Duke, the sovereign of the entire Northern territories, commanded respect, and even the 3 major sects of the North had to comply. "I knew you would come here, you wretched creature. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Just as Gu Chengfeng was about to step into the sacred land of purple radiance, a cold reprimand from a woman resonated from within. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the endless purple light, followed by 8 others. Wielding. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. "Quite clever of you to wait here instead of chasing after me. Enough idle chatter. Today, I shall personally sever your head in honor of Sister Lingjun and Brother Huafeng." Wielding declared coldly, her white aura suddenly bursting forth around her. The power of her 8th-grade spirit flower martial soul enveloped her entirely. With a white folding fan in hand, she swiftly directed it toward Gu Chengfeng. Torrential white spiritual energy coalesced into a swirling white magnolia blossom. As the magnolia spun rapidly, its petals flew forth like a flurry of sharp blades, hurtling towards Gu Chengfeng. He promptly raised his sword to counter the oncoming petals. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions erupted before Gu Chengfeng, each detonation unleashing an immense force that surged forth. Yet, rather than staggering him, these forces propelled the young man forward with renewed vigor. With a single sword in hand, he swiftly approached the swirling magnolia blossom. Whoosh! As the violet brilliance of his sword flared, it shattered the magnolia flower with a thunderous strike. The overwhelming power recoiled towards Wielding, forcing her to stagger back several paces. Gu Chengfeng, Weiling's delicate face registered shock. Completely unprepared for the revelation that a mere 9th-level Grand Master could dismantle her formidable strength. "Damn that guy," she muttered under her breath. Before unleashing a fierce cry, Heavenly Splendor Slash. A dazzling white light erupted from her folding fan, transforming into a stunning arc of brilliance, descending upon the advancing Gu Chengfeng with relentless force. In response, Gu Chengfeng immediately unleashed the Zixiao sword technique, his own purple aura coalescing into a formidable strike. Simultaneously, the powers of his 7th-grade fire spirit martial soul and 6th-grade cold sword martial soul converged into this singular, potent attack. Boom! In an instant, the two forces collided. creating a magnificent display of power that drew an ever-growing crowd. The onlookers were awestruck by this spectacle, a dual martial soul practitioner daring to engage in combat beyond their realm. Yet, they all understood that the outcome of this battle would not be swayed by the presence of dual martial souls. Indeed, such dual martial souls were rare prodigies, capable of battling beyond their level. However, true transcendence in combat remained an impossibility, not to mention a 9th-level Grandmaster, even one at the pinnacle of the 9th level, nearing the King realm, would find such a feat utterly unattainable. After a brief pause, the fierce energies dissipated, leaving the crowd in astonishment as Bai Ling'er's power was entirely torn apart. The young man's purple aura sword might still be surging towards her. A 9th-level Grandmaster overpowering a King realm practitioner? How could this be conceivable? I will have your life, mental force. In a fit of rage, Bai Ling'er revealed her true strength, unleashing her ultimate weapon in the King realm, her mental prowess. Chapter 85. The Southern Courtyard and the Dog. Prohibited entry? In this moment, Bai Ling'er was evidently in a state of utter desperation. Those below the realm of kings were mere ants, and as a formidable warrior of the King's realm, she found herself unable to subdue even a single ant. If she failed to eliminate Gu Chengfeng today, how could she ever show her face in the Bayan Academy again? How could she dare to call herself a prodigy? Death. An intangible wave of mental energy suddenly surged into the young man's mind, while Bai Ling'er forcefully swept her folding fan forward. The fan's light, spanning 8 feet, aimed directly at Gu Chengfeng's throat. The tumult of her mental force disrupted his very soul, and the fan's brilliance was a lethal strike. For anyone below the King's realm, death was inevitable. At that moment, many onlookers instinctively shook their heads. The outcome of the battle seemed sealed. Buzz. Yet, just as Bai Ling'er and her fan appeared before Gu Chengfeng, an invisible radiance erupted from his eyes. In the next instant, the spectators witnessed Bai Ling'er, poised to strike, abruptly halt in her tracks. The brilliance of her fan dissipated, and even her gaze turned to a blank void. Hiss! The young man raised a single finger, slicing through the air toward Bai Ling'er. His finger transformed into a sword, its gleam piercing through the void. Instantly, a crimson line appeared on Bai Ling'er's fair neck, and her fan fell to the ground. Her body followed suit, crashing to the earth. Even in death, her eyes remained devoid of life. In that fleeting moment, the world around them seemed to fall into a profound silence. As the onlookers stared in astonishment at this scene, the backlash of mental energy. It was unclear who shouted, but soon a chorus of gasps echoed through the crowd. Mental attacks were indeed terrifying, yet typically employed only against those with inferior mental prowess. To launch a mental assault against someone of superior strength would invariably result in a backlash. This was precisely why practitioners of the same realm seldom relied on mental attacks. However, no one had anticipated that Gu Chengfeng, a mere Grandmaster of the 9th level, could wield mental energy. Moreover, his mental power surpassed that of Bai Ling, a warrior of the King's realm. This ultimately led to the backlash, culminating in her demise at his hands. Wasn't mental energy something only the kings could command? How could he, at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, master it? In an instant, the crowd stood agape, their understanding of mental energy shattered. Miss Ling. At that moment, Bai Ling'er's subordinates finally reacted, rushing to her side with cries of alarm. Yet, Bai Ling'er was beyond saving, having succumbed to death. 7 drops of spiritual essence? Indeed, a prodigy. Gu Chengfeng sensed within his dantian a sudden surge of 7 drops. It could be said that she was the one from whom he gained the most spiritual essence. Even the previous Muhan had only contributed 5 drops. That accursed wretch. Return my lady's life. At that moment, a furious roar echoed, and one individual near the lifeless body of Bai Ling'er immediately shouted and charged toward Gu Chengfeng. Witnessing this, the others hastily followed. Gu Chengfeng merely lifted his gaze slightly and shook his head gently. In the next instant, the brilliance of the sword illuminated the surroundings, blood splattered, and the first assailant fell lifeless beside Bai Ling'er. The remaining individuals were momentarily frozen in shock, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they looked at Gu Chengfeng. Then they turned and fled. Since you have come, why not stay? Gu Chengfeng smiled faintly. Then, like a specter, he swiftly plunged into the midst of the 7. In less than half a minute, all 7 lay lifeless, each with a singular sword mark etched into their necks. One individual barely managed to sense a drop of spiritual essence within his dantian, prompting Gu Chengfeng to furrow his brow. Truly a group of worthless beings. At that moment, gasps of astonishment echoed around him, as many, upon witnessing the blood-soaked sword in the young man's hand, instinctively took several steps back. His strikes were swift, precise, and merciless. Each sword drawn resulted in death. 14 drops, sufficient to elevate him to the pinnacle of the 9th realm of the Grandmaster stage. Shaking his head lightly, Gu Chengfeng then proceeded toward the entrance of the Zihui sacred land. Upon seeing him approach, the dozen or so students from the Bayan Academy at the entrance hurriedly stepped aside, no longer daring to impede his path. However, before Gu Chengfeng could enter the Zihui sacred land, several figures surged forth once more, blocking his way. Ling Hua, Du Feng, Gu Hai, the 3 leaders stood before him. Seeing the trio at the forefront, the others at the entrance quickly bowed in respect. Ling Hua cast a cold, indifferent glance at them and spoke icily. Have I not told you that the southern courtyard and dogs are forbidden entry? Yes, yes, yes. The group wiped the cold sweat from their brows, bowing low, not daring to meet Ling Hua's gaze. Among them, a young man abruptly turned and pointed angrily at Gu Chengfeng, dog of the southern courtyard. Get out of the Zihui sacred land immediately. Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting flash of crimson flickering within. Repeat what you just said? The young man, bolstered by his companions, arrogantly retorted, I said, dog of the southern courtyard, immediately get out. However, this time, his words were abruptly cut short. In an instant, Gu Chengfeng's sword pierced through his throat. Having mastered his mental prowess, his control over the swords might have reached an unparalleled zenith. How audacious you cur! Ling Hua's fury ignited upon witnessing this. His subordinates were only permitted to be disciplined by him. An insignificant insect dared to kill one of his men in his presence. You had better not provoke me, regardless of who you are. Gu Chengfeng had no intention of further engaging with him. Swiftly brushing past the fallen figure, he entered the Zihui sacred land. In the Bayan Academy, no one had ever dared to disregard Ling Hua. You are the first. A voice, cold and devoid of warmth, emerged, accompanied by the fierce presence of a sword slicing through the air. Ranked 25th on the battle list, he would not tolerate even an insignificant insect from the South Academy daring to provoke him. Seeking death, Gu Chengfeng let out a light snort, and a crimson glint suddenly ignited in his eyes. With a swift motion, his hand, enveloped in dark power, seized Ling Hua's long sword. The force of devouring erupted, causing Ling Hua's expression to shift dramatically. Boom! An intangible wave of mental energy surged into Ling Hua's mind. In retaliation, a sword was drawn, and with a swift stroke, it severed the head. From the moment Ling Hua attempted to confront Gu Chengfeng to the instant he collapsed on the ground, mere seconds elapsed. He had barely drawn a single sword before meeting his demise. This. Everyone present was utterly stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Even Du Feng, ranked 22nd alongside Ling Hua, and Gu Hai, ranked 20th, were taken aback. They had never anticipated that the formidable Ling Hua would fall so easily to Gu Chengfeng. He had not even had time to unleash his martial spirit. The remaining guards from the Bayan Academy were completely paralyzed by fear. They no longer dared utter a word, turning to flee into the sacred land of Zihui. As they departed, they cast a glance back at the young man lying in a pool of blood. The youth had believed that with the support of Ling Hua, Du Feng, and Gu Hai, Gu Chengfeng would not dare to act against him. Yet, unexpectedly, both he and Ling Hua had been slain by Gu Chengfeng. They had no reason to linger any longer. What was a sneak attack to the dogs of the South Academy? Du Feng, gritting his teeth, could not help but shout in anger. However, Gu Chengfeng did not even spare him a glance. Instead, he bent down to search the corpse. He discovered a spatial pouch. Then, he turned to rummage through by Linger's body, suddenly recalling that he must not waste this opportunity. Another spatial pouch was acquired. As for the others, Gu Chengfeng deemed them unworthy of his time. A mere swarm of insects could possess nothing of value. Chapter 86. The Ascendance of the Martial Soul. A life for a life. You seek death. As Gu Chengfeng paid no heed to him, Du Feng's anger flared. Before his very eyes, Gu dared to touch the corpse. This was no mere disregard. It was a blatant slap to his face in front of the gathered crowd. You wish to die, do you? It was only at this moment that Gu Chengfeng finally lifted his gaze to regard his opponent. What are you, a mere nothing? Du Feng coldly retorted, and with that, he swung his long blade, fiercely cleaving towards Gu Chengfeng. In that instant, the power of his 8th-grade battle blade martial soul enveloped him entirely. Simultaneously, he maximized his mental energy, infusing it into the blade's radiance. With no desire to waste time, Gu Chengfeng directly summoned the power of his devouring sky sword martial soul. The dark, consuming sword shadows cloaked him, transforming the youth into a harbinger of death amidst the night. The figure was shrouded in darkness. The blade's light was stained with blood. Even his eyes glowed a crimson hue. Boom. At the moment of clash between blade and sword, the devouring sky sword, shrouded in its martial soul, effortlessly severed Du Feng's weapon. In that instant, Du Feng himself was cleaved in two. Blood stained the blade, droplets cascading to the ground as if it sought to engulf the earth itself. A divine-grade devouring sky sword martial soul, the pathway of the killing god. With just 2 strikes, he demonstrated to all present that the 25th and 22nd ranks on the battle list were mere ants. This scene was also witnessed by a young woman in red, concealed in the distance. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. A super 9th-grade martial soul? Killing across boundaries with such ease, I underestimated you. I never anticipated that this small northern academy of Bayan could produce such a prodigy. With better resources, he could achieve remarkable growth. Bayan Academy. Gu Chengfeng, she murmured softly before her figure vanished once again into the void, as if she had never been there. Gu Chengfeng. You. Among the three, only Gu Hai remained, now confronted by Gu Chengfeng, retreating involuntarily. The aura was too intimidating, particularly those blood-red eyes, as if they held an endless sea of corpses. Just a glance sent shivers through his soul, making him feel as though he might plunge into that abyss. Your name is Gu Hai, the 20th on the battle list, correct? Gu Chengfeng advanced steadily, while Gu Hai retreated, each word pronounced with deliberate clarity. Why yes, what of it? Gu Hai licked his parched lips, swallowing hard. Yet the thought of confronting Gu Chengfeng was utterly shattered by the boy's blood-red gaze. Gu Chengfeng stated, if you wish to live, step aside. Step aside. I am a proud genius, the 20th on the battle list. Gu Hai gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Gu Chengfeng. Though he spoke with bravado, his feet continued to retreat. With every step Gu Chengfeng took forward, Gu Hai found himself stepping back. Gu Chengfeng remained silent, slowly raising his bloodied sword. Don't make a move. Gu Hai bellowed. Is it just a matter of retreating? Then I shall retreat. Before his words could fully dissipate, he had vanished in a flash, fleeing with remarkable swiftness, devoid of even a hint of hesitation. From now on, forsake the Gu surname. You disgrace it. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Chengfeng could not help but emit a cold snort. If you choose to abandon the name, then dare not pursue. The intermittent sounds of heavy breathing gradually faded into the distance. Gu Chengfeng gently shook his head, opting not to chase after him. A wise man knows when to refrain from violence. Let it be. However, at that moment, the surrounding crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, particularly the members of the Bayan Academy. No one had anticipated that Gu Hai, the illustrious 27th on the battle rankings, would flee in such a disheveled manner without daring to retaliate. Turning his gaze toward the onlookers from Bayan Academy, Gu Chengfeng declared, informed the top of the battle rankings. You he, that her life is one I, Gu Chengfeng, shall claim. With that, he stepped into the entrance of the purple radiance sanctuary. As he entered the sanctuary, he was immediately enveloped by an immense surge of purple martial soul energy. This tidal wave of martial soul power surged into Gu Chengfeng's body and dantian, fortifying his martial soul. In mere moments, he felt his 6th-grade cold sword martial soul ascend, transforming into a 7th-grade cold sword martial soul. Even the strength of his 7th-grade fire spirit martial soul saw an enhancement. If this continued, it would not be long before he advanced to the 8th grade. What a remarkable place the Purple Radiant Sanctuary was, truly deserving of its title as a sacred ground for martial souls. Gu Chengfeng could not help but be astonished. The advancement of a martial soul could yield immense benefits for a martial artist. The disparity in power between a 7th grade and a 6th grade martial soul was equivalent to an entire realm of cultivation. Typically, to elevate a martial soul's grade, one must refine and absorb crystals of the same grade. Yet these crystals are exceedingly rare and valuable commodities. The higher the grade, the harder they are to acquire. Here, One could directly enhance their martial soul's grade. It was no wonder that all the prodigies of the northern region flocked to Bayan Academy. Get away from here. Why should they, who are not from Bayan Academy, be allowed to cultivate here while we cannot? Our southern courtyard is also part of Bayan Academy. Who says this is solely the domain of the northern courtyard? Just as Gu Chengfeng was attuning to the surrounding martial soul energy, a voice of extreme dissatisfaction suddenly pierced through the air. Raising his eyes, he saw a group of over 20 figures not far ahead, expelling a young boy and girl. With swords drawn, they directed their weapons at the two, forcing them toward the entrance. Enough chatter. Sure. Had it not been for your affiliation with the Xian poison sect, you and this insignificant insect would already be dead. We all possess antidotes. Should you dare to employ poison, even as a member of the Xian poison sect, you shall meet your demise. The resounding shouts pressured the pair to continue retreating. The individuals pressuring the two are the elite warriors of the Northern Academy, each renowned on the battle rankings. Among them, the foremost are the 16th ranked Huan of the Ice Lotus Sword sect and the 15th ranked Shibuhui of the Northern Night Fist sect. All right, I will remember you. Dare not to be alone, for I shall annihilate you. Sure exclaimed, biting her silver teeth in fury, before calling out to Lu Yanni, "Let us depart." The two turned to leave. However, at that very moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside them. Little brother. As the familiar warmth of the sun's energy enveloped her, the coldness on Shure's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Upon landing, Gu Chengfeng could no longer contain himself and embraced her arm, gently swaying it. Little sister, why have you arrived only now? I have missed you dearly. In that moment, the girl was filled with bashful charm, completely shedding the earlier aloofness she had displayed in the presence of the Northern Academy's strong, vile creature. Witnessing this scene, some among the Northern Academy's crowd could not refrain from uttering a low curse. Buzz. Just as the curse escaped, the young girl suddenly felt a pair of icy eyes fixating upon her. The gaze was frigid, seemingly harboring a blood sea within, brimming with boundless malice, deep and terrifying. Boom. In the next instant, she felt as though her entire head had exploded, her consciousness vanishing in an instant. Swoosh. An invisible sword of energy erupted before her neck, piercing through it in a heartbeat. By the time she fell to the ground, she had already become a lifeless corpse. From the moment the curse was uttered to her collapse, no more than 2 seconds had passed. She had perished in an instant. It was too swift, so swift that even the nearby elite warriors of the Northern Academy had no time to react. Chapter 87. Have the City Lord's mansion arrived? Upon seeing the lifeless form of Sister Yuer, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Anhua rushed to the side of the body, checking for any signs of life, but found only the exhalation of breath, devoid of any inhalation. Ah, cursed Gu Chengfeng, you dare to slay my sister Yuer. Anhua's visage contorted with rage, his bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on Gu Chengfeng. He recalled the words spoken at the tomb, urging her not to speak so recklessly in the next life. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng's indifferent voice drifted through the crowd. Young man, you are exceedingly handsome. I am utterly enamored. Isha embraced the young man's arm tightly, her face blooming like a peach blossom, cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Boss, we seem to be in quite a predicament, Lu Yanni observed nervously as he glanced at the throng of powerful figures in the north courtyard, ignited by Gu Chengfeng's statement. This was not merely 1 or 2 individuals, but rather 20 to 30 formidable warriors, renowned on the battle rankings, with over 15 at the Battle King level. Simultaneously, within the depths of the Purple Radiant's sacred land, a thundering roar echoed. Do not let that accursed Gu Chengfeng escape. Block his path. Looking up, Gu Chengfeng beheld a dozen figures hurtling towards him, including the previously escaped Gu Hai, evidently returned with news of Ling Hua and Du Feng's demise, now leading a charge to eliminate Gu Chengfeng. The foremost among them was none other than the top-ranked warrior, the one-armed Yu He. The command had emanated from Yu He himself. Realizing the dire situation, Gu Chengfeng shouted, "Run!" Grasping Isha with one hand and pulling Lu Yanni with the other, he turned to flee. Anhua, Shibuhui, and others momentarily stood bewildered, clearly taken aback by Gu Chengfeng's audacious demeanor. They had anticipated a display of arrogance and confidence, but he showed no regard for face, fleeing at the first opportunity. Chase him down. I will tear this dog apart, and avenge Sister Lanner. Anhua's furious roar spurred the crowd to pursue Gu Chengfeng and his companions. The overwhelming force surging from behind sent a chill down Gu Chengfeng's spine. 40 to 50 formidable warriors from the north courtyard. It seemed that all the battle-ranked warriors who had entered the martial spirit burial grounds had converged. As he quickened his escape, Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it. Is it really necessary to go this far, just for a few slain? Boss, just how many from the north courtyard did you slay? Why are they all pursuing us like mad?" Lu Yunyi swallowed hard after glancing back. He had initially thought Gu Chengfeng had come to rescue him and Yishur, but it was evident he had come to bring them trouble instead. Meanwhile, Yishur appeared oblivious to the chaos unfolding around her. A pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes remained fixated on Gu Chengfeng, who was being murmured about in a dreamy fashion. "Young sir, even in your attempts to flee, you are so strikingly handsome." Gu Chengfeng felt somewhat exasperated. "If you have nothing better to do, why not bring out your poison? This is a matter of life and death, yet you are indulging in frivolities." They had all become astute, carrying antidotes with them. The efficacy of the poison was quite limited. "Once I reach the War King realm, I shall deal with these rascals." Mid-sentence, Yishur suddenly realized her impropriety and quickly covered her mouth. How could she be so uncouth before the young sir? Thankfully, he seemed not to have heard her. However, before Yishur's voice could fully escape, it was abruptly interrupted by a series of swift, piercing sounds. Glancing down, she beheld arrows, sharp and menacing, hurtling towards the three of them. At this moment, they were merely a few hundred meters from the entrance of the Zihui sanctuary. "Damn it! There are still people blocking the way." Frowning, Gu Chengfeng abruptly propelled Yishur and Lu Yunyi away, then grasping the Yunxiao sword, charged directly into the rain of arrows. The formidable sword energy poured forth from his hands, shredding the arrows to pieces. "You two go ahead, they cannot stop me." He bellowed at the pair before plunging towards the 6 figures below. These 6 individuals, each wielding arrows, posed a constant threat from behind. If they were not eliminated, the trio could easily find themselves ambushed. Yishur cast a glance at Gu Chengfeng and then urged Lu Yunyi, "You go?" Following this, she too raced down alongside Gu Chengfeng. "Are you two not effectively rebuking me?" Lu Yunyi frowned, but also followed suit. He was a person of high integrity and could not abandon the two to flee alone. Since we are here, let us all remain." Upon witnessing the trio charging down, the leader of the 6, Anlong, couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smirk. Subsequently, his bow transformed into a long sword. Soaring into the air, aimed at Gu Chengfeng. Boom! In an instant, it collided with Gu Chengfeng's sword energy, sending his figure hurtling away. He spun multiple times in the air before barely managing to regain his balance. Fixing his gaze on the youth, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "You are not from the Bayan Academy. Young sir, are you all right?" Yishur arrived at Gu Chengfeng's side just then. Upon seeing him shake his head, she solemnly stated, "This individual is Anlong, the adopted son of Nzongming, the lord of Bayan City. People from the lord's manor?" Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He believed he had no grievances with the manor, except for that one incident. Could it be that Lord Nzongming has already learned of the matter concerning Xiaohe? As he gazed at Anlong ahead, Gu Chengfeng felt a slight chill run through him. If that were the case, things could become quite troublesome. "This individual possesses formidable strength. I shall intercept him. Young sir, you must flee. He dares not lay a hand on me." Not only does Anlong hesitate to confront her, but those pursuers from the north courtyard also refrain from any aggression. Only when Gu Chengfeng is unharmed can she find solace. Without waiting for Gu Chengfeng's response, Yishur charged directly at Anlong Bang. Just as Gu Chengfeng was about to utter something, a dull thud resonated from a distance. He raised his gaze to see Lu Yunyi being sent flying by the approaching Shibuhui with a single punch, crashing heavily to the ground. "Curse it!" Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but clench his teeth slightly and shouted at Yishur, "Shur, be cautious." He then rushed to Lu Yunyi's side. Before Gu Chengfeng could assist him, Lu Yunyi, gritting his teeth, managed to rise, flashing a smile at Gu Chengfeng and saying, "Boss, I'm fine." Yet, before he could finish, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Fearful yet unwilling to appear weak, he was merely showing off. Gu Chengfeng couldn't suppress a low curse, urging him to flee quickly. "If something happens to you, I cannot explain it to the sect master." Before he could finish, Shibuhui charged forward. The roaring power of his fist, bolstered by the terrifying 8th-tier battle body martial soul, was akin to a mountain collapsing. Gu Chengfeng's heart sank. He swiftly raised his Yunxiao sword, positioning it in front of him. The force of the punch crashed down upon the Yunxiao sword. The overwhelming power bent the sword and violently impacted Gu Chengfeng, propelling him backwards several dozen meters, leaving fissures in the rocky ground beneath his feet. Gu Chengfeng's complexion paled instantly, a cultivator above the 3rd level of the War King realm. At this moment, the surrounding Anhua and other strong figures from the north courtyard had already surged forward, encircling Gu Chengfeng in an instant. Following closely behind were the numerous powerful individuals brought by Yu He. 4 to 5 dozen warriors from the north courtyard completely surrounded Gu Chengfeng, forming layers upon layers around him. Their eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixated on Gu Chengfeng as though they were ready to devour him whole. Chapter 88 Today, I shall ensure that you find no means to survive, nor escape death. Boss, Lu Yunyi cried out, attempting to rush forward. Yet, he was struck down by a punch from Shi Buhui, who seized one of Lu Yunyi's legs and flung him before Gu Chengfeng as if he were a lifeless dog. Lu Yunyi. Gu Chengfeng's expression darkened, his eyes gradually filling with fury. The sword in his grasp, the Yunxiao sword, creaked ominously under the pressure of his grip. At that moment, dozens of lethal gazes were fixed upon him. Any movement would invite the wrath of countless adversaries. These individuals were no ordinary foes, but formidable warriors ranking high on the Northern Academy's battle list, each possessing the strength of a battle king. You severed my arm. Today, I shall ensure that you find no means to survive, nor escape death. With a single hand gripping his sword, Yu He glared at Gu Chengfeng with a countenance darkened by malice. He then placed one foot squarely upon Lu Yunyi. You care deeply for this little brother of yours, do you not? I shall make him my first target today. As the words left his lips, Yu He thrust his sword directly at Lu Yunyi. Splat! The blade pierced through one of Lu Yunyi's arms, causing his visage to contort in agony. Yet, he gritted his teeth and bore the pain in silence, refusing to utter a sound. If you wish to kill, then do so. To cry out would only signify that I am your pet. Lu Yunyi held his ground, his eyes fixed fiercely on Yu He. He had emerged from the Ziyun sect and could not afford to bring disgrace to it, nor to his boss. He would not succumb to death. Should you dare to harm him further, I shall annihilate your entire Ice Lotus Sword sect. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng was consumed by rage. The powers of the sky swallowing sword spirit, fire spirit, and cold sword spirit erupted from within him. With a fierce swing, he aimed his sword at Yu He. However, as his sword's might was unleashed, over 20 lethal forces surged forth from the surrounding crowd. Boom! The overwhelming power swept through the air, extinguishing Gu Chengfeng's sword's momentum into nothingness, preventing it from even reaching Yu He. There were simply too many. Kill him, Anhua barked, inciting the crowd to level their weapons menacingly at Gu Chengfeng. Down! Just then, Yu He let out a cold snort, declaring, his life is mine. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively took several steps back, yet their weapons remained trained on Gu Chengfeng. Should he dare to move, they would strike without hesitation. Yu He's icy gaze fell once more upon Gu Chengfeng, his sword aimed at Lu Yunyi beneath his feet, chillingly stating, given your profound concern for this insignificant insect, if I do not take further action, it would be a disservice to my hatred for you. Splat! In the next instant, another dull thud echoed as Yu He's sword once again pierced Lu Yunyi's other arm. The excruciating pain caused Lu Yunyi's entire body to tremble violently, yet he remained utterly silent. With a click of the tongue, it appears that this insignificant creature possesses quite the resilience. Suddenly, a voice emerged from another direction, unmistakably belonging to the city lord's son, Anlong, the offspring of Nzoming. One of his hands clutched tightly around Yi Shishir's neck, dragging her forcefully before Gu Chengfeng. Shishir. At the sight of this, Gu Chengfeng's face contorted with rage, veins bulging like twisted serpents. His teeth clenched so tightly that blood seeped from between them. A roar erupted from the depths of the young man's throat. If you dare to harm her, I, Gu Chengfeng, swear to annihilate every last one of you, leaving none alive. In that moment, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent transformed into a palpable force, resonating within his voice and crashing into the ears of all present. It sent an involuntary shiver through those who heard it. a foreboding sense of impending doom that chilled their very souls. Some could not help but retreat several steps, struggling to regain their composure. Witnessing this, Yishir's eyes brimmed with concern as she cried out, "Don't worry, big brother. He wouldn't dare to kill me. If he does, my Xian poison sect will wipe out his entire lord's residence." "Fear not, I shall not take your life," Anlong replied, raising an eyebrow and casting a sinister glance at Yishir. "But to toy with you is certainly within reason." With that, he shot a glance at Gu Chengfeng and licked his lips. "Isn't that right, brother Gu Chengfeng? Anlong, this man's life is mine." Yui stepped forward, positioning herself beside Anlong, her gaze dark and rife with murderous intent. "Rest assured, I shall not contend with Miss Yui." Anlong smiled faintly. As he spoke, he turned his attention back to Gu Chengfeng. "Gu Chengfeng, I am eager to witness how long you can suppress your little black dog. If you do not unleash it soon, I shall, in front of all, provide a delightful reward for my brothers in the northern courtyard. Ha ha ha. If you dare touch me, I'll obliterate your entire family." Yishir glared fiercely at Anlong Little Wild Hoof. "Do you dare to challenge me?" Anlong chuckled wickedly. "Little black dog." At that moment, the phrase echoed in the minds of many, their gazes fixed intently upon Gu Chengfeng, eager to discover whether the little black dog truly belonged to him, so they could report back later. Little black dog. Upon hearing those words, Yui felt a shudder run through her, instinctively recalling the terrifying shadow that had severed her arm. She involuntarily stepped back several paces, her cheeks a mix of fear and fury. "This is of your own making." In that instant, Gu Chengfeng suddenly threw his head back and bellowed, "Little black, come to me." In an instant, his voice soared, imbued with spiritual power and an unrelenting bloodlust, akin to thunder rolling across the heavens, sweeping outward in all directions. "Is it finally coming?" Anlong's eyes narrowed, and he tossed Yishir aside without hesitation. He came here solely to confirm whether that little black dog belonged to Gu Chengfeng. He had no desire to provoke Yishir, nor to bring unnecessary trouble upon himself or the Lord's residence. Yui, however, tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, positioning it before her. Her eyes filled with palpable anxiety. The trauma inflicted upon her by the shadow from that time still haunted her like a relentless nightmare, causing her to awaken in fright from her dreams each night. "Lu Yun." Yishir shot a fierce glance at Anlong and swiftly ran to Lu Yun's side, administering 2 healing pills to him. Supporting Lu Yun, she approached Gu Chengfeng step by step, murmuring, "Little brother." She wished to caution Gu Chengfeng against revealing the little black dog. But in that moment, she beheld the boy's eyes, blood-red and reminiscent of a sea of blood, harboring a tumultuous surge of lethal intent. Before she could utter a word, a voice resonated through the air, "Woof woof." The sound was not loud, yet it seemed imbued with a force that resonated with the very essence of the heavens, allowing everyone present to hear it distinctly. Yishir instinctively uttered 2 words, "Little black." She understood better than anyone the implications of Little Black's appearance. It unequivocally signified the exposure of Gu Chengfeng's identity. And when that happened, it would not only mean the Lord's residence of Bayan City would be in peril, but even the Bayan Academy would seek to tear Gu Chengfeng to shreds. Even the Northern King's residence might send someone. The alchemy master, Chengfeng, was affiliated with the Northern King's residence. At that juncture, even the Xian poison sect would have no means of safeguarding Gu Chengfeng. But now, it was all too late. For her and Lu Yun, Gu Chengfeng's murderous intent had already reached a staggering level, and no one could intervene. "Little brother." Gazing at the boy, the girl whispered softly, her hands, hidden within her sleeves, clenched tightly. In that moment, she seemed to have resolved upon a certain determination. Chapter 89. A thunderous roar, the beast tide descends. At this moment, the crowd's gaze was fixated upon the shadow in the void, as if they yearned to penetrate its essence. Yet, none could ascertain the true form of the shadow. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the shadow cleaved the sky and descended before Gu Chengfeng, causing the eyes of all present to widen in astonishment. Many individuals instinctively recoiled several steps, their expressions rife with trepidation as they regarded the shadow. It was the little black dog. Indeed, it was. As the shadow settled and the creature wagged its tail in a seemingly endearing manner towards Gu Chengfeng, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the throng. The notorious reputation of the little black dog had already spread throughout Bayan City, and the entire Bane Academy over the past fortnight. Not only had it pilfered treasures from the city lord's treasury, but it had also seized dozens of high-grade elixirs crafted by Master Chengfeng. Even the elixir repository of Bane Academy had been ransacked. Moreover, it had brazenly snatched the treasured Pill King Cauldron from the Pill Refining Peak in full view of numerous witnesses. It was fair to say that both City Lord and Zhongming and Peak Masters with Tianfeng, along with Master Chengfeng, were frantically searching for this little black dog. City Lord and Zhongming had issued a death warrant, vowing to find the creature at any cost. However, no one anticipated that this little black dog belonged to Gu Chengfeng. In an instant, the crowd was engulfed in shock and fury. Gu Chengfeng, you are truly doomed. Shi Buhui was the first to step forward. His fists clenched tightly as he glared at Gu Chengfeng with rage. The robbery of the elixir repository had led to a halt in supply for the Academy's students, leaving many without elixirs and forced to purchase them at exorbitant prices in Bane City. Yet even at high prices, only low-grade elixirs could be procured. The majority of elixirs in the city had been requisitioned by the city lord's mansion to replenish its treasury. For cultivators, the absence of elixirs was akin to severing their lifeline. Nevertheless, the words of Shi Buhui elicited a singular response from Gu Chengfeng, the chilling command to eliminate it. Woof! The little black dog barked, and in an instant, it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from before Gu Chengfeng. When it reappeared, Shi Buhui's body lay lifeless on the ground, his head completely severed from his torso. Shi Buhui. As the crowd's gaze fell upon the remains of Shi Buhui, they were met with the horrific sight of his dismembered corpse. A tremor of dread coursed through their hearts. They had not even witnessed the moment of his demise. The one-armed Yuhi, trembling in fear, retreated to the back of the crowd, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the little black dog returning to Gu Chengfeng. Woof! The little black dog barked triumphantly, as if to claim its victory before Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng directly produced a bottle of 6th-grade elixirs, tossing them one by one into the mouth of the little black dog. The creature crunched them as if they were mere jelly beans, the sound echoing through the astonished crowd. Every onlooker was left dumbfounded, their teeth clenched in disbelief. 6th-grade elixirs. Such high-tier potions held unfathomable value. Even a single one was worth a fortune. Yet here was Gu Chengfeng, feeding an entire bottle to a dog. At that moment, countless eyes ignited with fervent intensity, quickly morphing into a chilling malice. Fear not, everyone. A mere dog cannot slay us all. Let us unite and eliminate him, seizing the elixirs for ourselves. And Hua roared, his voice cutting through the tension. With that one declaration, the crowd's resolve was ignited. High-tier elixirs. The black dog had pilfered so many. Surely, they were all in Gu Chengfeng's possession, thousands of bottles. Who could resist such temptation? In an instant, dozens surged forward, their battle cries echoing as they charged at Gu Chengfeng. In that moment, all thoughts of enmity vanished. Their minds were consumed by 4 words: high-tier elixirs. No grudge could outweigh the allure of such treasures. Brother, let the little black dog lead us forth. As the formidable figures closed in, Shi nervously tugged at Gu Chengfeng's sleeve. With so many attacking, even if they perished, the Xuandu sect would never uncover the true culprits. Yet Gu Chengfeng appeared oblivious, gently stroking the little black dog's forehead, murmuring, "Little black, I want them all dead, not a single one spared. Can you accomplish this?" His voice was soft and measured, sending shivers down the spines of Shi and Lu Yunyi beside him. The little black dog tilted its head, seemingly pondering, before responding with a low growl. Woof! Encouraged, Gu Chengfeng rose, supporting Lu Yunyi with one hand and taking Shi's hand with the other, making his way step by step toward the entrance of the Zihui sacred land. He walked unhurriedly, not glancing back even once, as the overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged behind him, eliciting no reaction from him. Only 4 words drifted back from the youth's silhouette: "Kill them all." Wong Wong. The little black dog responded, suddenly leaping into the air, turning to face the oncoming assailants. Its eyes blazed with an inferno of fury, and then, with its head thrown back, it unleashed a long, haunting howl, a woo. The sound no longer resembled a dog's bark, but resonated like that of an awakened ancient beast. The echo thundered through the heavens, a tumultuous wave of sound shattering the silence. In an instant, the outskirts of the Zihui sacred land reverberated with the answering roars of countless demonic beasts. Their numbers surpassed thousands, even tens of thousands. It was as if the entirety of the world's beasts responded to the little black dog's call. Then, the entire earth began to tremble, the intensity of the quaking steadily increasing. In an instant, it felt akin to an earthquake, as the ground convulsed violently. What is happening? A monstrous beast? A tide of creatures? This terrifying spectacle instantly left all present in a state of shock and trepidation. Even the assailants rushing towards Gu Chengfeng and his companions came to a sudden halt. The violent tremors rendered them incapable of maintaining their footing, forcing them to rise into the air. Look in the sky. A voice cried out in alarm, prompting everyone to gaze upwards into the void. There, in the distance, a mass of dark clouds loomed ominously. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere clouds, but rather a multitude of colossal flying beasts, converging together in a frenzied charge. And there is more outside. Another horrified scream pierced the air. It dawned on the crowd that not only above them, but also around the perimeter of the sacred land of purple radiance, there appeared a terrifying swarm of beasts, surging forth like a relentless tide. The tide of beasts has arrived. In an instant, the same four words flashed through everyone's minds, causing countless individuals to tremble in place. The beast tide had already erupted. Yet the sacred land of purple radiance, enveloped in the divine power of the purple martial soul, had once kept the beasts at bay. However, at this moment, it seemed as though that divine power had faltered, as an endless wave of beasts recklessly surged towards the sacred land. Could it be? Could this black dog command the tide of beasts to launch an attack against them? Stunned. At this moment, everyone was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 90. Young Master. I too wish to engage in something of higher difficulty. The beast tide has arrived. Run for your lives. A piercing scream echoed, and in an instant, the entire purple radiance sanctuary erupted as if ignited by that very sound. The panicked crowd fled in all directions, but where could they escape? Above, below, and all around. A relentless wave of beasts surged forth. In that moment, the purple radiance sanctuary became the final destination for the beast tide. From the spirit beast graveyard, nearly all the demon beasts converged upon this location. The endless clouds of the beast tide loomed ominously overhead, suppressing even the sacred violet glow of the purple radiance sanctuary. When the sky turned pitch black, the sanctuary and its surroundings transformed into a paradise for the beasts and a graveyard for human cultivators. Ah, help! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Anhua of the Ice Lotus Sword sect was instantly devoured by a gigantic winged tiger. Following this, a dozen strong individuals from the North and Academy also fell prey to the beasts. Even those who managed to escape barely got far before being trampled into a bloody pulp by a horde of monsters. I swear I will no longer bear the surname Gu. I promise never to be a Gu again. Please spare my life, Boss Gu. Bang! As Gu Hai fled frantically, his words barely escaped his lips before a massive armored bear crushed his skull with a single swipe. Gu Chengfeng, if I perish, the City Lord's mansion shall dismantle you piece by piece. Faced with the onslaught of beasts, Anlong could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing in terror to the ground. Just as his voice erupted, a colossal toad squashed him into a flat cake. Gu Chengfeng, Yuhi, the top contender of the North in Academy's battle rankings, trembled and roared, but soon vanished amidst the beast tide, never to be seen again. Cursed Yuhi and his companions. Why did they choose to offend Gu Chengfeng? We are all doomed because of them. A bunch of fools, so arrogant. And now they've bitten off more than they can chew. If you perish, why must you drag us down with you? Even if I die, I will hunt you down, you idiots. A cacophony of anguish and fury reverberated throughout the purple radiance sanctuary at that moment. Meanwhile, Gu Chengfeng, accompanied by Yi Shishir and Lu Yanyi, steadily advanced toward the exit. Wherever they passed, the myriad of beasts retreated. All the creatures that charged forth veered away from the trio, carving out a path through the tide of beasts. This corridor finally offered the desperate crowd in the purple radiance sanctuary a glimmer of hope for survival. Follow Gu Chengfeng. This is our only route to safety. Hurry! The crowd, frenzied with desperation, chased after the trio. Among them were not only members of the Northern Academy, but also individuals from the City Lord's mansion, the three major sects, and even those from the Northern King's mansion. Yet Gu Chengfeng did not glance back. Only 4 indifferent words escaped his lips, not a single one left. Instantly, Xiao He responded, and soon, hundreds upon thousands of demon beasts surged forth, engulfing the passageway and consuming all those who dared to rush in. Not a single one left. Blood had thoroughly drenched the entirety of the purple radiance sacred land. A crimson tide surged skyward, transforming the land into a river of blood. The purple radiance sacred land was said to be the exclusive domain of the Ban Academy, forbidding entry to those without status or background. However, in reality, this restriction applied solely to those lacking influence. Individuals of considerable repute could easily enter the sacred land for cultivation through their connections within the Ban Academy. This had become an unspoken rule. Consequently, the sacred land was teeming with at least tens of thousands of people, members of the Ban Academy, the three major sects, the Northern King's residents, and numerous powerful families. Yet today, they all perished under the weight of Gu Chengfeng's words. The survivors were few and far between. Blood soaked into the earth of the purple radiance sacred land. But unbeknownst to anyone, a fissure suddenly appeared in the ground amidst the relentless rampage of the demon beasts. The crack was not long, yet upon its emergence, it swiftly consumed the surrounding blood. Even the low-lying streams of blood flowed back into it. As the blood poured in, the fissure seemed to come alive, expanding rapidly, spreading forth. At the same time, it devoured more and more blood from the sacred land. It has come. It is finally about to manifest. Meanwhile, in the endless void, a figure clad in red gazed intently at the fissure, murmuring softly to herself. As her words faded, the woman in red vanished once more into the clouds, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng had entered a cavern with Isher and Lu Yanni. Lu Yanni had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Isher's condition was far from ideal. Her delicate face was pale as she lay in Gu Chengfeng's embrace, evidently injured as well. Fortunately, neither of them faced life-threatening danger. Xiaohei. Gu Chengfeng called softly to Xiaohei at the cave entrance, and it promptly bounded over to him. Sitting on the ground, its front paws rested on Gu Chengfeng's knees, panting with its tongue out. Did you not know to appear unless summoned? Gu Chengfeng glared at Xiaohei with mild irritation. Had it shown up sooner, such dire circumstances could have been avoided. Woo. Xiaohei retracted its tongue and let out a few low growls, seemingly conveying, "How was I to know if you didn't call?" After contemplating for a moment, Gu Chengfeng acknowledged the reasoning, stroking Xiaohei's head. "All right, this time, you have indeed made a significant contribution. Once we return, I'll find you a lovely little female dog." Upon hearing these words, Little Black scratched his head with one of his front paws, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he lifted his head and barked at Gu Chengfeng. "Woof." "Ooh, what? You prefer wolves over dogs?" With a swift motion, Gu Chengfeng delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, "You are a dog, not a wolf. What do you seek a she-wolf for?" Little Black's head immediately drooped, and he let out a couple of whines, clearly quite displeased. Grabbing Little Black's ears, Gu Chengfeng interrogated, "Honestly, you rascal, did you just run out to find a she-wolf?" "Woof." Little Black responded excitedly, barking, "Woof, woof, woof," to Gu Chengfeng's ears. The barks morphed into a coherent phrase. "I found a she-tiger. She-s incredibly beautiful." Upon comprehending this, Gu Chengfeng's face darkened. Was this truly a dog seeking both wolves and tigers? Gazing at Little Black, Gu Chengfeng seemed to ponder something and gestured to indicate Little Black's stature, inquiring, "With your small size, can you even reach them? Wolves might be manageable, but tigers are at least several times your size. Even without resistance, you wouldn't be able to reach them." Hearing this, Little Black grew even more excited. "Woof." He barked at Gu Chengfeng, signaling him to take notes. Subsequently, Gu Chengfeng watched as Little Black stood upright, bouncing energetically upwards. With each leap, he propelled himself forward with great force, soaring to heights of several dozen meters. Gu Chengfeng's face was etched with disbelief. How could this be? Observing Little Black's proud demeanor, Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but scoff. "I never imagined you, of all creatures, would enjoy such high-stakes endeavors." However, just as Gu Chengfeng uttered these words, a soft voice emerged from his embrace. "Big brother, I too wish to engage in some high-stakes fun." Gu Chengfeng. Chapter 91. Breaking into the realm of kings, sudden turmoil. Get up quickly. Do you not have any awareness of your own situation? With an irritated huff, Gu Chengfeng prepared to assist Isher to her feet. However, Isher wrapped her arms around Gu Chengfeng's neck, declaring, "I refuse to." As she spoke, she pressed herself closer. Gu Chengfeng, taken aback, warned, I advise you to behave, or you might attract trouble. Come on, come on. The girl teased, tilting her head in defiance. Yet she ultimately stood up, no longer indulging in playful antics. Yi crouched down, gently stroking Xiaohei's head. Xiaohei, you are truly remarkable. Wang Wang. Xiaohei raised his head, his canine face radiating pride. Yi then looked up at Gu Chengfeng, saying, Brother, this time it seems we've stirred up quite a storm. By the time we leave the Wuhuan burial ground, you will likely be wanted in all directions. Gu Chengfeng raised an eyebrow. What? Are you afraid? The girl scoffed. What do I have to fear? Just try to make a move on me. Gu Chengfeng shrugged. If you are not afraid, then neither am I. Suddenly recalling something, he glanced down at Xiaohei. Xiaohei, because you arrived late, we all sustained injuries and consumed a considerable amount of elixirs. Don't you think you should woo-woo? Xiaohei immediately turned away, refusing to look at Gu Chengfeng. That's your fault. Do not forget who hatched you from your egg and who provided you with the elixirs for your cultivation huff. Before Gu Chengfeng could finish, Xiaohei opened his mouth and, right before Gu Chengfeng, expelled approximately 200 bottles of high-grade elixirs. Ha ha, now that's obedient. Gu Chengfeng laughed heartily as he gathered the elixirs from the ground, feeling quite satisfied as he ruffled Xiaohei's head. Xiaohei gazed up at Gu Chengfeng, mumbling in his doggy voice, clearly suggesting, next time, just ask directly. Ha ha. Unable to contain his amusement, Gu Chengfeng burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Yi squatted beside Lu Yunyi, examining his wounds. In a solemn tone, she stated, Lu Yunyi's arm has severed veins and bones. It may not be salvageable upon hearing this. Gu Chengfeng's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a somber expression. Not even one can be saved? Without his arms, he would become a mere shell of a man. Lu Yunyi was a proud individual, and it would be difficult for him to accept the reality of becoming incapacitated. That vile woman, Yu He, truly strikes hard. Yi could not help but curse softly. Gu Chengfeng remained silent, his mind immersed in the complexities of the alchemical arts, searching for a possible elixir that could preserve Lu Yunyi's arms. Before long, Gu Chengfeng discovered a solution, the 9-rank 5-sun continuation pill. This elixir could encourage the regeneration of new veins at the wound site, replacing the necrotic ones, while also fortifying the body's meridians, rendering them more resilient and permeable. It was an exceedingly rare and precious high-grade elixir. However, the 9th-grade elixir can only be concocted by a 9th-grade apothecary. Throughout the vast Dacian dynasty, the number of apothecaries is exceedingly limited. Within the Northern Territory, it seems that only the Northern King's residence possesses such a figure. It does not matter. If I have become useless, then so be it. Even if my arms and legs are incapacitated, as long as my dantian remains intact, I am not utterly devoid of hope. At this moment, Lu Yunyi's voice slowly emerged. Although his tone appeared somewhat optimistic, both individuals could discern the underlying reluctance within him. It seemed that having experienced life and death, Lu Yunyi had come to terms with much, stating, as long as I am alive, it is far better than those who have perished at the hands of the demonic beasts. It can even be considered a form of vengeance. Gu Chengfeng gazed at Lu Yunyi and suddenly inquired, Do you trust me, Lu Yunyi? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yunyi replied, Of course I trust you. Were it not for Gu Chengfeng today, he would have likely succumbed long ago. Giving Lu Yunyi's shoulder a reassuring pat, Gu Chengfeng declared, Very well, for the time being. Focus on your cultivation. I shall assuredly assist you in restoring your arms. Lu Yunyi was taken aback, but could not resist asking, Boss, you are not merely comforting me, are you? Gu Chengfeng scoffed dismissively. You are no beauty. What need have I to comfort you? Lu Yunyi blinked, then shyly lowered his head, saying, If it pleases you, I could transform into a beauty. Get lost. Gu Chengfeng kicked him lightly in jest. From his spatial ring, he retrieved dozens of bottles containing various elixirs and tossed them to Lu Yunyi. Take these and restore yourself. With that, Gu Chengfeng settled onto the ground. Employing the Swallowing Heaven's great art, channeling the power of the Swallowing Heaven's sword martial soul, and began absorbing the spiritual essence that had coalesced within his dantian. At this moment, 24 drops of spiritual essence had already gathered within his dantian. The power contained within the essence rapidly transformed into Gu Chengfeng's cultivation, visibly enhancing his prowess at an astonishing rate. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he broke through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grand Master realm. However, he was still a distance away from the War King realm. This caused Gu Chengfeng to furrow his brow, and he produced a bottle of elixirs, consuming them one by one. The power of the swallowing heavens sword martial soul devoured the energy within the elixirs. This scene left Yi Shishir and Lu Yunyi beside him wide-eyed in astonishment. Such a manner of consuming elixirs. Lu Yunyi could not help but swallow hard. He had never witnessed anyone consuming elixirs in such a fashion. These were all 6th-grade elixirs, and the potency was so great that it was challenging to fully refine and absorb them. Is he not afraid of the medicinal power accumulating within his body, affecting his foundation? Truly, a master reflects their pet. Yi Shishir cast a glance at Xiao He and could not help but comment. Now, she finally understood why Xiao He consumed elixirs so voraciously. It seems he had learned from Gu Chengfeng. A night passed in the blink of an eye. On that fateful night, the howls of the demonic beasts outside were incessant, resonating through the air. Strangely, the cries of these creatures grew increasingly shrill, interspersed with what appeared to be screams of terror. This cacophony roused Lu Yunyi and Yi Shishir from their meditative states, leaving them anxiously listening to the sounds outside. In stark contrast, Gu Chengfeng seemed oblivious to the commotion, deeply engrossed in his cultivation, earning the admiration of the two for his unwavering focus. It was only at dawn that Gu Chengfeng finally opened his eyes, revealing several additional potion vials scattered around him. With a resonant hum, an extraordinarily potent force surged forth from his body the moment he awoke. Upon sensing this formidable energy, both Yi Shishir and Lu Yunyi were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. He had ascended to the King realm. In a single night, Gu Chengfeng had elevated from the Grandmaster realm to the King realm, a feat bordering on the miraculous, one that even Yi Shishir had never encountered before. Before they could fully process this revelation, a thunderous roar erupted outside, accompanied by a violent tremor that shook the very ground beneath them, signaling signs of collapse within the cave. The menacing howls of the demonic beasts intensified, growing increasingly ferocious and terrifying. What was happening? Gu Chengfeng's heart raced with alarm as he quickly shouted, "We must leave now." Lu Yunyi and Yi Shishir hurriedly followed in his wake. Chapter 92. The majestic sword light of the great vehicle, the celestial palace, descends. Emerging from the cavern, the trio beheld an extraordinary spectacle. The entire firmament was ablaze with vibrant hues and resounding roars. An endless torrent of diverse martial spirits and divine energies surged forth like mighty dragons, converging towards the sacred land of purple radiance from all corners of the world. Surveying their surroundings, they noted that the ethereal brilliance of martial spirits had completely dissipated. Even the violet glimmer that enveloped the vicinity of the sacred land of purple radiance had vanished without a trace. The celestial energies had all coalesced into the central region of the sacred land. Could it be the emergence of the celestial palace of martial spirits? At the sight of this phenomenon, Yi Shishir could not help but exclaim. The impending beast tide and the gathering of martial spirit energies were unmistakable omens heralding the arrival of the celestial palace. Yet, they had never anticipated that this time the celestial palace would manifest within the confines of the sacred land of purple radiance, a first in history. Look! In the midst of his words, Gu Chengfeng soared into the air, ascending several hundred feet, his gaze fixed intently on the central region of the sacred land. What he beheld left him utterly astonished. A colossal fissure, resembling a dragon, nearly cleaved through the entire expanse of the sacred land. Wherever the crack traversed, mountains crumbled and the earth shattered. Countless demonic beasts, in a frenzy, surged towards the chasm. In mere moments, a harrowing roar erupted from the depths of the fissure, followed by a violent explosion of crimson mist, as if the creatures had been wholly consumed by the abyss. Yet, undeterred by the peril, the beasts on either side of the chasm continued their reckless charge, as though intent on filling the gaping maw with their very flesh. At this moment, many others, much like Gu Chengfeng and his companions, were also gazing in awe. Each face was etched with exhilaration and fervor. The celestial palace represented a treasure-laden sanctuary, a rare opportunity that one could only dream of encountering. Today, fate had bestowed upon them this chance. Most importantly, they had survived the looming crisis of the beast tide, and now, their focus shifted to the quest for the treasure. Heavenly blessings upon us. May someone gather the keys to the palace. Countless souls silently prayed. 3 celestial keys were required to unlock the celestial palace. Yet no one knew if they could be assembled. Over the years, the odds of gathering the keys had been dismally low. Nevertheless, each time the celestial keys were successfully united, a multitude of individuals would ascend to greatness. Everyone aspired to be among them. Thunderous rumbles. The earth continued to tremble violently, and the rift widened ominously. From its origin, the crack even began to extend in various directions. The ground, at this moment, began to swell ominously, as if something momentous were about to emerge from beneath. All who witnessed this spectacle fixated their gaze upon the rising earth with bated breath. Clenched fists and eyes filled with tension and excitement spoke volumes of the unrest within the hearts of the people. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, a towering blood-red pillar of light erupted into the sky, piercing through the heavens. At that very moment, the apex of a crimson grand hall broke through the earth. The entire structure slowly emerged from the ground, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of sanguine energy that illuminated the entirety of the soul burial ground. The crimson light radiated, exuding an aura of impending doom, enveloping the entire area in a palpable atmosphere of slaughter. Countless onlookers widened their eyes in shock, many finding their gaze transformed into a fierce crimson hue. With blades and swords raised, they recklessly slashed at their surroundings. As the carnage erupted, innumerable figures plummeted from the void. At that instant, these individuals were completely consumed by the bloodthirsty aura, stripped of their reason, consciousness, and autonomy, becoming mere puppets of the sanguine energy. The singular thought that remained in their minds was one of annihilation. Kill, kill, kill. Blood rained down from the void. Yet before it could touch the ground, it was drawn into the fissures of the earth, nourishing the blood-colored celestial palace that was on the verge of breaking free. Countless souls perished beneath the blades of others. Buzzing. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng found his consciousness entirely engulfed in crimson. However, his body remained suspended in the void, immobile. The bloodthirsty aura invaded his mind, leaving only an endless sea of blood and a sword in his consciousness. The sword hovered above the blood sea, radiating a vivid crimson hue, as if forged from blood itself. Suddenly, the sword moved, cleaving downward into the abyss of blood with tremendous force. As the sword struck, a radiant beam of light tore through the heavens and earth. Boom! The vast blood sea was violently split in two. In that moment, Gu Chengfeng abruptly opened his eyes, and the blood sword within his gaze materialized into reality, terrifying and sharp. The great ascension sword light surged forth. As the blood sword dissipated from his sight, Gu Chengfeng uttered 4 words. His mastery of the god of slaughter sword path had transcended from the initial sword light to the great ascension stage. Even he could hardly believe that the emergence of the Soul Palace had unleashed such a bloodthirsty aura, prompting a tremendous leap in his cultivation. And this was still thousands of meters away from the Soul Palace. What terrifying enhancements would await him upon entering the palace? A glimmer of anticipation gradually appeared in the youth's eyes. Rumbling. An hour later, the Soul Palace fully emerged, standing proudly before all present. The grand structure spanned dozens of miles, its entirety drenched in crimson, as though it were sculpted from blood itself. All those who survived under the onslaught of the Crimson Blood Palace found themselves profoundly shaken, despite having heard of the illustrious name of the Crimson Martial Soul Palace. It was only upon witnessing it that they truly comprehended the extent of its awe-inspiring presence. Yet, in this moment, no one dared to approach within 1,000 meters of the blood-red palace. 1,000 meters, a no-man's land. Just moments ago, those affected by the murderous aura of the Crimson Palace were nearly all within that deadly radius, and now they were all deceased. Only when the gates of the Crimson Palace swung wide open would the 1,000-meter exclusion zone dissipate, granting people the privilege to venture within and seek treasures. Suddenly, as the crowd gazed intently at the Crimson Palace, a streak of crimson light pierced the heavens, descending gracefully before the entrance of the palace. It was a young maiden, clad in flowing crimson robes. Her visage was exquisitely crafted, as if sculpted by a master artisan, and her form and demeanor reached an astonishing level of elegance. Particularly her crimson attire, which resonated with the essence of the Crimson Palace, imbued her with an air of heroic splendor. It was she. The moment Gu Chengfeng caught sight of the maiden, he recognized her instantly. She was the red-clad girl he had encountered amidst the beast horde. She had arrived. Could it be that she had obtained the key to the palace? Or perhaps she had come specifically for the Crimson Palace? Chapter 93. The Blood Sword Unmatched. The ancient national hero. The crimson-clad maiden, the blood sword unmatched. Could it truly be her? Gazing at the striking silhouette of the blood-hued girl standing proudly beneath the gates of the Blood Palace, Yishir's eyes widened in astonishment, her fair visage betraying an unmistakable shock. "Do you know her?" Gu Chengfeng inquired, his brow furrowing. Yet, before Yishir could respond, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd, reverberating through the air. The blood sword unmatched, Gu Chengfeng, the ancient national hero. It's truly the ancient national hero. She has arrived. Heavens, could I be mistaken? The fervent exclamations resonated, shaking the very heavens, as the faces of the throngs reflected sheer exhilaration. Beyond mere excitement, there was also an air of reverence and admiration. Is she truly the ancient national hero? Even Gu Chengfeng felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing such a claim. He was, of course, aware of the illustrious title of the Blood Sword Unmatched, Gu Chengfeng. The great Qian dynasty was founded upon martial prowess. Those who excelled in combat were hailed as prodigies, while the pinnacle of martial mastery earned the title of national hero. Countless prodigies existed, yet those who could ascend to the status of national hero were exceedingly rare. One must gain the recognition of the entire great Qian dynasty and receive a decree from the emperor to attain such a title. Within the great Qian dynasty's 800 cities, each was home to its own elite prodigies. To become a national hero, one must challenge the top prodigies of these cities before the age of 20, accomplishing this feat within 3 years. This meant commencing the challenges by the age of 17. Achieving victory in every encounter, to be eligible for nomination and a summons from the emperor. The emperor would then personally dispatch the dynasty's finest prodigies for sparring sessions. Only by triumphing over them would the emperor bestow the title of national hero, signifying unparalleled excellence. Over the course of several millennia, the number of individuals recognized as national heroes in the great Qian dynasty has scarcely exceeded 100. Amongst these heroes, Gu Chengfeng stands out as a paragon. Though she has yet to complete her challenges across the 800 cities, she has already garnered the recognition of the dynasty's foremost prodigies and even the emperor, receiving the title of national hero. However, in deference to the rules governing national heroes, she chose to complete her remaining challenges before officially accepting the title. Her presence here signifies her pursuit of the challenges against the prodigies of the uncompleted cities. Remarkably, Gu Chengfeng is merely 16 years old. This implies that she began her challenges against the elite prodigies of the great Qian dynasty at the tender age of 13, achieving victory in every contest. The implications of such accomplishments are profound. It is precisely for this reason that the name Gu Chengfeng has spread like wildfire throughout the great Qian dynasty. No wonder she is so formidable. It is indeed her. Gu Chengfeng had previously found himself puzzled by the extraordinary prowess of this 16-year-old sword monarch. Now, clarity dawned upon him. As he beheld the blood-hued silhouette of the maiden, he instinctively clenched his fist hidden within his sleeve. At the age of 16, he too wielded a divine martial soul and commanded the path of the sword of the god of death. He remained resolute in his belief that he could match her prowess. "Your invincible legend shall be shattered by me." A whisper, soft yet resolute, emanated from the youth's lips. "I believe in you," cheered the young girl beside him, her small fist raised in encouragement before Gu Chengfeng. A faint smile graced Gu Chengfeng's face. "Look, the key to the celestial palace. It is the key to the celestial palace." At that moment, a thunderous roar surged through the void surrounding the blood-red celestial palace, drawing the gaze of all present toward the crimson-clad maiden, Gu Chengfeng. With delicate, porcelain-like hands, she raised 2 keys, each the size of an infant's palm. Indeed, they were the keys to the celestial palace. At last, she turned to survey the crowd, her voice as light as a whisper yet melodious as a bell, echoing in their ears. "Is there anyone else who has obtained a key to the celestial palace?" Her words hung in the air, enveloping the crowd in a profound silence, their faces betraying a hint of disappointment. They had anticipated that Gu Chengfeng would arrive bearing 3 keys, believing that her presence would unlock the celestial palace and grant them the chance to uncover treasures. However, to their astonishment, she possessed only 2 keys. One was still missing. In an instant, eyes began to search desperately for the elusive 3rd key, yet no one stepped forward. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. and a figure appeared at the entrance of the blood-red gates of the celestial palace, standing beside Gu Chengfeng. In this figure's hand, too, was a key identical to that held by Gu Chengfeng. 3 keys to the celestial palace. The gates shall open. Ha ha ha. We are fortunate. Finally granted the opportunity to enter a legendary treasure trove. Excitement erupted among the crowd, but soon, all eyes turned to the youthful figure, eager to discover who had secured the final key. Gu Chengfeng. It is Gu Chengfeng, they exclaimed. It was he who had summoned the tide of beasts, annihilating all within the purple radiance sacred land. The god of killing, Gu Chengfeng. As the name resonated, the entire region erupted into a cacophony of astonished cries. Gu Chengfeng's reputation had already spread throughout the martial soul burial ground over the past 2 days. For the sake of 2 wronged friends, he had single-handedly invoked an endless horde of beasts to eradicate all the prodigies of the purple radiance sacred land, declaring, "Not a single one shall be spared." This declaration sent tremors through the hearts of all present. Within the martial soul burial ground, countless prodigies from the northern region were present. Yet none without status or identity even dared approach the purple radiance sacred land. It could be said that ordinary folk had long suffered under the tyranny of the purple radiance sacred land. Yet now, in a fit of rage, the youth had cleansed the sacred land in blood, avenging all those without connections or backgrounds. The figure known as the God of Slaughter has garnered quite the reputation. Are they barred from entry? Approaching them could spell death? Perhaps they were vanquished by Gu Chengfeng. They deserve it. In the hearts of the people, Gu Chengfeng, the God of Slaughter, has undeniably emerged as a hero who dares to challenge authority. Simultaneously, admiration for this youth swells within them, not solely for his conquest of the Zihue sacred land, but also for his audacity to offend countless formidable powers in the northern realm for the sake of friendship. Anyone harboring even the slightest doubt or tinge of cowardice would never dare to act in such a manner. As the saying goes, with friends like these, what more could one desire? Oh, it is you. The blood sword Wu Shuang, upon recognizing Gu Chengfeng beside him, momentarily hesitated. The fact that he could still recognize me speaks to the improvement of his vision. Congratulations. Gu Chengfeng smirked slightly. You certainly hold a grudge. The young woman gently shook her head. She could easily discern that he was still preoccupied with the earlier incident when she had severed a strand of his sword aura. She had intended to dismiss the matter, but before she could retract her gaze, she suddenly sensed something. Her beautiful eyes narrowing. Breaking into the ranks of the War King overnight? Ascending a level is relatively common, but achieving such a breakthrough in a single night, even she had never accomplished. Chapter 94. The God of Slaughter, Gu Chengfeng. The gates of the Heavenly Palace swing open. Indeed, Gu Chengfeng's cultivation was somewhat lacking, a fact that amused the ancient country scholar. He shook his head slightly. He had grown accustomed to others discerning his level of cultivation. After all, if they could see through his 3-star souls and the sword path of the God of Slaughter, what significance did a mere cultivation level hold? Gu Chengyue's expression was somewhat peculiar, and she chuckled, shaking her head. You're rather young, yet hold a grudge quite well. Train diligently, and seek your revenge for that sword strike. Many bore grudges, yet she had never encountered someone so fixated on her before. After all, most others had been subdued by her prowess. To everyone's astonishment, the God of Slaughter, Gu Chengfeng, was actually acquainted with the ancient country scholar. Observing the two engaged in conversation, though the words were inaudible, it left the crowd in a state of shock. However, it soon became clear. It was only natural for such exceptional individuals to know one another. Buzz. The ancient country scholar spoke no further. With a flick of his wrist, he inserted 2 Heavenly Palace keys into the Crimson Gate's keyholes. Witnessing this, Gu Chengfeng similarly placed his key into the final keyhole. Click, click, click. At that moment, the entire Crimson Gate emitted a series of mechanical sounds. The 2 doors slowly opened a crack, gradually widening. Buzz. The instant the gap in the Crimson Gate appeared, an overwhelming surge of luminous treasure energy erupted forth. Powerful waves of treasure aura cascaded out from within the gate, causing all present to hold their breath in awe. Countless individuals were stirred, preparing themselves to rush forward at the first glimpse of the Heavenly Palace, eager to seize treasures as soon as the 1,000-meter forbidden zone vanished. The earlier one entered, the greater the chance of obtaining exquisite treasures. Legends spoke of individuals who had even discovered artifact-level treasures within the martial soul Heavenly Palace. Miss Iwi, Lu Yanni looked eagerly at Ishirshir beside him, excitement bubbling within him. This was the legendary martial soul Heavenly Palace, a place brimming with treasures and inheritances. Securing even one could alter one's fate, and perhaps even restore his severed arms. Ishirshir's gaze remained fixed on the youth outside the Crimson Gate, resolutely stating, "Let's wait for him." Before Gu Chengfeng departed, he had instructed them not to rush inside, but to await his signal. It was well known that entering first increased the likelihood of acquiring top-tier treasures. Yet, few considered that the earlier one entered, the more competition one would face in claiming those treasures. Life and death would become trivial matters in the pursuit of wealth. Lu Yanni nodded slightly, taking a deep breath to quell his excitement. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the crimson gates of the Heavenly Palace swung wide open. Gu Chengfeng and the ancient country scholar instantly vanished through the entrance. Upon entering the grand hall, Gu Chengfeng beheld a mesmerizing array of treasures suspended in the ethereal void. Swords, spears, halberds, bows, armor, and an assortment of exquisite artifacts were plentiful. Numerous items, such as wish-granting scepters, fans, canes, and scrolls, adorned the space. Countless elixirs, techniques, and martial skills were also present, each of the highest caliber. With a sweep of his mental energy, Gu Chengfeng deftly seized several treasures exuding the most potent auras and ventured deeper into the hall. Time was of the essence. The ancient warrior had already dashed towards the innermost sanctum. Gu Chengfeng was acutely aware of his limited knowledge of this realm. Yet he was certain that the ancient warrior possessed far greater insight. The very fact that the ancient warrior had pressed onward indicated that superior treasures lay beyond. He could not squander precious moments on these artifacts. Suddenly, as Gu Chengfeng dashed past the treasure-laden hall, an overwhelming aura of bloodthirst surged into his mind, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. In his consciousness, a crimson ocean reappeared alongside a sword, which hovered ominously above the blood sea. Gu Chengfeng recognized that he had once again succumbed to the epiphany induced by this sanguine aura. Without hesitation, he reached out to sense the blood sword, simultaneously attuning himself to the ocean of blood beneath. In a brief moment, clarity illuminated his eyes. He extended his hand towards the sword hovering above the blood sea. In an instant, it seemed to respond to an unseen call, soaring into the air before cleaving downward into the blood ocean. With a resounding crash, the blood sea was split asunder. The crimson expanse within Gu Chengfeng's mind dissipated, yet the blood sword in his gaze became ever more solidified. Upon opening his eyes, he felt a surge of blood energy ripple through him. The initial stage of sword energy, the Sword King. The crimson glimmer in his eyes was tinged with exhilaration. His cultivation had undergone another remarkable transformation, ascending from the great ascension sword radiance directly to the third realm of swordsmanship, the Sword Chi realm. He had truly become a genuine Sword King. What a delightful surprise. Gu Chengfeng's gaze shifted deeper into the hall, his anticipation palpable. He quickened his pace, delving further into the depths of the martial soul celestial palace. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the treasure hall behind him. Over 10,000 individuals had gathered, transforming the hall into a veritable arena of slaughter. Countless souls, having laid claim to a prized artifact, were swiftly met with treachery from their peers. Ultimately, lives were lost, and treasures were forsaken. In less than half an hour, the hall was awash in blood. Some astute individuals, upon acquiring a coveted treasure, made a hasty retreat from the celestial palace. Yet the majority, having secured one treasure, sought further riches, only to meet their demise in the hands of others while still clutching their coveted spoils. The avarice and darkness of human nature are vividly displayed here. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng finds himself at the entrance of a diverging passageway. Two corridors lead deeper into the unknown. One of them pulsates with an unmistakable, immense power of martial spirits. It is highly likely that this is the renowned location within the martial spirit Heavenly Palace. The origin of the martial spirit crystals, sources of 9th grade, and even super 9th grade martial spirit crystals. The other passage, however, leads into a profound abyss, exuding an ancient aura that reveals nothing of what lies within. It remains uncertain which path the ancient scholar chose. Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow and muttered softly, then resolutely stepped into the martial spirit corridor. He had come for the martial spirit crystals, and now that he had arrived at this juncture, there was no need for further hesitation. Even if the other passage held treasures galore, They would pale in comparison to what lay within the secret chamber of the Divine Abyss Pavilion. As Gu Chengfeng stepped into the martial spirit corridor, he felt an overwhelming tide of bloodlust surging forth from the depths of the passage. It concealed an immense aura of lethal intent, as if a blood-soaked deity of slaughter lurked within, instilling terror. Undaunted, Gu Chengfeng pressed forward against the crimson menace. After approximately half an hour, he arrived before an expansive hall. The entrance bore a plaque inscribed with 3 formidable characters: Hall of Slaughter. Chapter 95. The Temple of the God of Killing. Whoever obstructs me shall perish. The 3 characters on the plaque, drenched in a vivid crimson hue, appear as if they are dripping with blood. Each stroke and curve seems to be etched by a sharp sword, enveloping the characters in a chilling, blood-red radiance that captivates the soul. The moment Gu Chengfeng laid eyes upon these characters, he felt a tremor within his heart. Even his own path of the God of Killing began to stir restlessly, almost yearning to break free from his control. Could it be that the martial soul here is connected to the path of the God of Killing? Suppressing the turmoil within, Gu Chengfeng hastily diverted his gaze, hesitant to confront the 3 characters any longer. Yet, the restlessness in his heart only grew more pronounced. After taking a deep breath, he boldly stepped into the grand hall. The hall was not as expansive as he had envisioned. Its end was visible at a glance. However, everything within was drenched in a blood-red hue. At the very center of the hall stood a stone platform, upon which lay an object resembling a crystal. Yet, the entire platform was shrouded in a layer of sanguine mist, obscuring his view of whether it was indeed the martial soul crystal Gu Chengfeng sought. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The crisp sound of dripping water echoed from the platform, resonating clearly in the vast and silent hall. As he approached the platform step by step, Gu Chengfeng finally discerned the source of the sound. It was not water at all, it was blood. Vivid drops of blood fell from above the crystal and swiftly merged into it, infusing the crystal with a potent aura of blood and generating wisps of sanguine mist that enveloped the surroundings. Raising his gaze along the trail of blood droplets, he beheld a blood-red longsword, inverted and suspended above the crystal. All the blood droplets descended from this sword. Moreover, Gu Chengfeng could faintly sense that the sword was absorbing the blood mist emanating from the crystal. Witnessing this scene, he was momentarily engulfed in uncertainty. A perfect cycle had emerged. The blood sword absorbed the blood essence to create droplets, which fell upon the crystal, causing it to generate more blood essence to sustain the sword's absorption. Only 100 meters away from the stone platform, Gu Chengfeng finally discerned the true nature of the crystal. It was indeed a martial soul crystal. Moreover, it was a unique martial soul crystal, one not catalogued within the martial soul compendium. The compendium encompasses all martial souls in the world, and the absence of this one signifies it as an exceptionally rare martial soul yet to be manifested. Such a martial soul defies classification. From Gu Chengfeng's perception, it was at least a 9th-tier martial soul. However, what stirred his heart most was not the blood-red martial soul crystal itself, but rather the blood sword hovering above it. The radiance of the blood sword was sharp and utterly mesmerizing. The moment Gu Chengfeng beheld the blood sword, he was instantly reminded of the blade that had traversed the blood sea in his mind during his previous breakthrough. It was nearly identical. Just a fleeting glance stirred his soul, as if it were being tumultuously agitated. Even the essence of the god of slaughter's swordsmanship resonated with the flickering crimson light emanating from the sword's body. Undoubtedly, it was a weapon perfectly attuned to the path of the god of slaughter. Should he possess this sword, Gu Chengfeng's prowess in the art of slaughter would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Drawing a deep breath to quell the tumult in his heart, he proceeded towards the stone platform. Young man, the treasures here are beyond your reach. Just as Gu Chengfeng was about to grasp the crimson martial soul crystal, a commanding voice thundered from behind him, accompanied by an overwhelming sword intent that sliced towards his outstretched hand. Gu Chengfeng's countenance shifted instantly, and he retracted his hand with a sudden urgency. Boom! The sword intent struck the ground, erupting with a formidable brilliance that cleaved the earth, leaving a deep fissure in its wake. Had Gu Chengfeng reacted any slower, he would have lost his hand entirely. The presence belonged to at least a 5th-tier Wang realm expert. Whirling around, he beheld 3 young figures standing at the entrance of the hall, clad in resplendent garments. They exuded an air of cold arrogance. Their demeanor was far beyond that of ordinary prodigies. The leader, sword in hand, was in the process of lowering it. Clearly the source of the earlier sword intent. The god of slaughter, Gu Chengfeng. The youth's glance prompted one of the three to immediately recognize him. He then whispered something to his companions. The leader appeared momentarily taken aback, before shaking his head and remarking, "It seems we have a doomed soul before us." To dare single-handedly obliterate the top prodigies of countless factions, his survival is only a consequence of being within this martial soul burial ground. Once outside, death is inevitable. A dying man need not squander such a valuable treasure. Luo Hua smiled faintly. Gu Chengfeng merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction before refocusing on his goal, acquiring the blood-colored martial soul crystal. Securing the item was paramount, and he had already delayed significantly. Pursuers were already closing in. Further procrastination would only invite more trouble. Whoosh. However, just as Gu Chengfeng reached out once more, the sword intent descended again. In an instant, he withdrew his hand, pivoted sharply, and drew the Yunxiao sword from his waist, transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at the trio. How audacious! Once could be overlooked, but this incessant provocation was intolerable. What unfounded confidence! Ignorant of their impending doom. Before the leader, Luo Hua, could react, his companions swiftly shouted in unison. Thereafter, their sword intents surged forth, clashing against Gu Chengfeng. Bang! Bang! With two resounding explosions, Gu Chengfeng was immediately repelled by the force of their sword intents. I had thought him to be an exceptional talent, yet he turned out to be nothing more than a waste at the first level of the King realm. Upon revealing his cultivation, both individuals could not help but display a trace of disdain on their faces. The fifth level of the King realm? At this moment, Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed, and within them, a chilling murderous intent began to emerge. He had no desire to squander time. With a silent roar in his heart, a colossal blood-red, killing aura surged forth from the Yunxiao sword, transforming into a purplish sword radiance that descended with a thunderous slash. The two men coldly snorted and raised their swords once more. Boom! The first man to charge forward found his sword's might instantly shattered, and then, from Gu Chengfeng's purplish sword strike, a sword chi extending several meters burst forth, directly cleaving across the young man's chest. Sword chi. How is this possible? Thud! Before the sound could fade, his figure had already collapsed, the wound at his chest having shattered his heart. Brother Ji. The young man's fall instantly left the other youth, who was rushing in, utterly astonished. Even Luo Hua, the leader who had remained stationary behind, wore a solemn expression. The third realm of swordsmanship, Sword Wind. He could scarcely believe that this juvenile was not merely a first-level King realm cultivator, but indeed a sword king. A sword king of such youth was a rare sight, even throughout the entirety of the northern region. However, amidst their astonishment, Gu Chengfeng's sword showed no signs of hesitation. After slaying the young man, he pivoted and directed his strike towards the other youth. No one shall live who obstructs my quest for treasures. Whoever stands in my way shall be killed. Chapter 96. The Blood-Devouring Sword, the God of Death's Martial Soul. What significance does sword energy hold? Today, you shall witness the sheer force of absolute domination. With a sharp command, Shang Yun summoned the power of his martial soul, enveloping his entire being. A chilling aura surged forth, as if intent on encasing the grand hall in ice. The ninth-grade Ice Blossom Martial Soul. Death, the longsword, now shrouded in endless ice crystals, emitted a formidable glimmer of frost. Descend. Just as the icy radiance was about to strike Gu Chengfeng, a sudden sharp reprimand from Luo Hua interrupted. Upon hearing this command, Shang Yun halted abruptly, dispersing the cold light and turning his gaze towards Luo Hua. Brother Luo, you. Yet, Luo Hua paid him no heed. His focus remained fixed on Gu Chengfeng, declaring, "You appear to be a prodigy. I grant you an opportunity to survive in the northern realm. A sword king at such a young age would surely pique the interest of the young prince." Swoosh. However, the only response was the sound of a blade piercing flesh and the dull thud of a severed head rolling away. Having relinquished his power, Shang Yun was caught unawares, struck down by Gu Chengfeng's sword. Even in his final moments, he could not fathom that Luo Hua had failed to halt the impending doom. Damn you, you dare! Witnessing this scene, Luo Hua was instantly engulfed in fury. This cur, devoid of martial ethics. You dare to lay hands on someone from the northern royal mansion. You shall not escape unscathed today. In his rage, Luo Hua's sword became enveloped in a torrent of crimson. The ninth-grade blood-devouring martial soul transformed him into a vision of blood-red fury. At this moment, his formidable cultivation at the 8th layer of the royal realm reached its zenith. An overwhelming power surged into his sword, producing a resplendent sound of clashing steel that resonated throughout the arena. Even from 100 paces away, Gu Chengfeng could sense the imposing might of the sword. Sword wind. Even Gu Chengfeng felt a tremor of apprehension. This was no mere beginner's sword wind. It was the subtlety of the advanced sword wind. Recognizing the vast disparity in their strengths and realms, Gu Chengfeng's heart sank. He was no match. God of Death's sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chengfeng unleashed his most potent sword technique. As the strike was executed, the powers of 3 martial souls coalesced into that singular blow. The brilliance of the sword was blinding, as if the harbinger of death had descended. In an instant, it collided with the overwhelming torrent of blood-red sword energy. In that moment, even Luo Hua felt a jolt of trepidation in the face of that strike. What an astonishing sword! He had initially perceived his opponent as a mere stronger insect, easily extinguishable with a flick of his finger. Yet, he never anticipated that such an insect could unleash such terrifying power in an instant. Destruction sword. As he shook his head, a surge of immense blood energy erupted into the air, merging with the sword's might. Boom! The sword of the killing god shattered with a thunderous roar after a moment of perseverance. Similarly, Luo Hua's blood destruction sword also exploded into a myriad of crimson light. The overwhelming force surged through the air, rendering it impossible to behold. Observing the swirling power of the void, Luo Hua let out a disdainful huff and declared, "You are granted a chance at life, yet you choose death." Without further hesitation, he plunged into the radiant tumult of energy. However, as he entered, he was taken aback. Where was Gu Chengfeng? He had vanished. Suddenly, at that very moment of astonishment, an immensely powerful wave of bloodthirst surged from above. Startled, Luo Hua looked up and beheld the missing Gu Chengfeng, who now grasped the blood sword hovering above the crystal of the martial soul on the stone platform. The resonating sound emanated from the sword itself. "Damn it! How dare you take my sword?" Luo Hua's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that his opponent would possess such cunning, deliberately abandoning their confrontation to seize the sword while he was distracted by its might. No, it wasn't just the sword. The martial soul crystal had also vanished. Clearly, both had fallen into Gu Chengfeng's possession. Damn it! Luo Hua was consumed by a mix of shock, fury, and resentment. The sword and martial soul crystal here were his rightful claim. Moreover, his father had informed him that acquiring this martial soul crystal and sword would elevate his swordsmanship to the realm of the killing god sword path. Within the northern realm, he would become the pinnacle of talent. He had awaited this day for far too long, yet it was snatched away by the youth before him. How could he endure this? Ha ha ha, fine sword. Truly an exquisite sword. At that moment, the air resonated with the boy's exuberant laughter. Grasping the sword ignited an exhilarating response within Gu Chengfeng's killing god sword path. The killing god sword path harmoniously fused with the blood sword. Even though Gu Chengfeng currently wielded only the initial stage of the sword wind realm, with this sword, he could undoubtedly unleash the subtle forces of the sword wind. The convergence of weapon and realm. The true synergy between a weapon and the cultivated realm is a pursuit sought after by countless cultivators, yet few attain it. Today, Gu Chengfeng achieved that. Furthermore, the quality of this sword was extraordinarily high, reaching at least the celestial tier, far surpassing the previous cloud sword. Return the bloodthirst sword and the killing god martial soul crystal to me. Unable to contain his wrath any longer, Luo Hua bellowed, unleashing his blood energy as he ascended. One man and one sword soaring directly towards Gu Chengfeng. The names bloodthirst sword and killing god martial soul resonated in Gu Chengfeng's mind, causing his smile to fade and a slight smirk to emerge. What splendid names they were. As his gaze descended, a flicker of blood-red brilliance flashed within his eyes. If that is the case, let me test my sword upon you. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, wielding his sword downward. Boom! The tips of the two swords clashed, erupting in an exquisite explosion of scarlet radiance. Crack, crack, crack. The overwhelming force unleashed shattered the sword in Luo Hua's hand into several fragments. A grimace crossed his face as he gritted his teeth, unleashing a surge of power that sent Gu Chengfeng staggering back. Upon landing on the ground, he glanced at the broken sword in his hand, then at the blood-devouring sword in Gu Chengfeng's grasp. In that moment, a murderous intent filled Luo Hua's eyes. You have stolen my god-slaying sword path. In that previous strike, he had sensed a terrifying aura of the god-slaying sword, an intensity of sword energy that could only be released by the god-slaying sword path. Without this sword energy, even if the opponent's blade were stronger, it would be impossible to shatter his sword. The god-slaying sword path had been prepared by the entire clan for him over the span of a decade. A decade ago, during the last opening of the Martial Soul Heavenly Palace, the existence of the blood-devouring sword and the god-slaying Martial Soul Crystal had already been discovered. Thus, for 10 years, he had participated in every iteration of the Martial Soul Heavenly Palace. Yet, he had never encountered the palace again, and even when it did appear, no one had found the 3 keys to the Celestial Palace. At last, everything had come to fruition. Yet, it had been seized by a mere insect. A decade of preparation. How could he accept such a fate? To seize it? When I command the god-slaying sword path, you were still playing in the mud. Gu Chengfeng snorted disdainfully, offering no further words, and once again brought his sword down. Chapter 97. Techniques, Martial Arts, and Heritage. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two engaged fiercely once more. This battle raged for half an hour, yet neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Although Gu Chengfeng's cultivation was relatively lower, he adeptly fused the god-slaying sword technique with the blood-devouring sword, elevating his swordsmanship to the realm of subtle sword energy. While he could not vanquish his opponent, he succeeded in rendering them helpless. Conversely, Luo Hua, with his overwhelming cultivation, remained undefeated. Neither could achieve the decisive slaying of the other. As their confrontation unfolded, waves of onlookers arrived at the god-slaying temple. However, upon realizing the combatants were the infamous Gu Chengfeng and the prodigious Luo Hua of the Northern King's manor, they swiftly retreated. No one dared to intervene. The name of Gu Chengfeng, the Godslayer, instilled fear in all. Luo Hua, being a favored scion of the Northern King, was equally untouchable. In such circumstances, retreat was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Yet, in their final moments before departure, they were astonished by Gu Chengfeng's terrifying prowess, his first-level king realm standing firm against the peak talents of the 8th-level king realm. Such a rarity. For long, people believed Gu Chengfeng relied on his canine companion. Today, they realized it was Gu Chengfeng himself who was far more formidable. Cease. Unable to slay his opponent, Luo Hua gradually regained his composure and bellowed to halt the skirmish. However, Gu Chengfeng was entirely engulfed in the ecstasy of the god-slaying sword technique. With the blood-devouring sword in hand, he wielded it as if he were a deity of death. Each stroke echoed with a jubilant roar of his soul, even suggesting a loosening in his nascent sword energy. The blood swords continued to rain down upon Luo Hua relentlessly. It was only when Luo Hua retreated to the central stone platform that one of Gu Chengfeng's strikes cleaved the platform in two, the tremendous recoil jarring him from his trance. Gu Chengfeng, halt. Observing the crimson fury in Gu Chengfeng's eyes begin to fade, Luo Hua raised his hand and shouted once more. In that moment, Gu Chengfeng finally regained his senses. A wave of dizziness and fatigue surged through him, prompting him to vigorously shake his head. It seemed he had gone a bit overboard. Yet, at that moment, his gaze upon the sword in his hand was ablaze with brilliance. What a magnificent blood-devouring sword. This single blade had significantly bolstered his strength. Before acquiring the blood-devouring sword, even his most formidable technique, the god-slaying sword, which amalgamated the power of 3 martial spirits, could not disturb Luo Hua. But now, he could stand toe-to-toe with Luo Hua in a deadlock. Since you cherish this sword, I shall grant it to you. In return, the crystallization of the Godslayer martial spirit belongs to me. You may propose any conditions. With a reluctant gaze torn from the blood-devouring sword, Luo Hua gestured outside. If you desire techniques, martial arts, or the chance to soar to great heights, I can provide all. Just wait a moment. Gu Chengfeng raised his hand to interrupt him directly. Firstly, the item is mine, not a gift from you. Secondly, he paused, a sudden thought crossing his mind, his gaze lifting slightly, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. Where are the martial arts techniques? Where lies the inheritance? What opportunities await for soaring to great heights? I know where the inheritance exists within the martial soul Heavenly Palace, and I can guide you to it. As for opportunities, I can introduce you to the young prince of the northern Wangfu. At that time, you shall be assured that none in the northern realm will dare to trouble you again. Gu Chengfeng shook his head, insisting, first, tell me where the martial arts techniques and inheritance are. Luo Hua extended a hand towards Gu Chengfeng, stating, hand over the killing god martial soul crystal, and I will take you there immediately. The blood-devouring sword is a treasure. Even if he cannot retrieve it here, he has various means to acquire it once outside. However, the martial soul crystal must be obtained without delay, for if the opponent refines it or solidifies it into a martial soul, it will be lost forever. Thus, both the blood-devouring sword and the killing god martial soul must belong to him. After a brief silence, Gu Chengfeng broke into a radiant smile. Very well. He then grasped the killing god martial soul crystal in his hand. A faint, crimson light burst forth from the crystal, enveloping Gu Chengfeng in a shroud of blood-red hue. Upon seeing this object, Luo Hua's eyes sparkled, and he became visibly excited. Excellent. You may propose any conditions. He stepped forward, reaching for the killing god martial soul crystal. But just as his hand was about to make contact with the crystal, a brilliant flash of blood light erupted from its crimson glow. The speed of this blood light was astonishing, and shrouded by the surrounding red aura, Luo Hua realized too late. With a swift motion, half of his arm was severed by the blade, followed by a second blood-red light aimed directly at Luo Hua's throat. His expression shifted drastically, and without a moment to check his severed limb, he retreated frantically, barely evading the strike. Gu Chengfeng. The furious roar erupted instantaneously. The voice of the youth rang out, I hold grudges, and this is the repayment for the 2 strikes you owe me from when I claimed the martial soul crystal. Now, I shall kill you. After consuming a healing elixir, Luo Hua shouted fiercely, wielding his sword with wild abandon as he charged towards Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng raised his sword in preparation to counterattack, but immediately realized that the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. He understood that this was due to excessive exertion. The previous strike of the killing god had already drained half of his energy, and after consecutive battles with Luo Hua, the remaining energy was almost entirely exhausted. In such a state, even with Luo Hua's severed arm, he could not hope to prevail. He hastily swallowed 2 elixirs. Feeling the endless devouring force begin to restore his strength, Gu Chengfeng suddenly bellowed towards the outside of the hall, Xiaohei. The resounding voice reverberated through the corridor, causing many who heard those 2 words to shudder involuntarily. Luo Hua was equally startled by the utterance, his previously fierce and grim expression dissipating significantly, as though doused with a bucket of cold water, awakening him to a clearer state of mind. Little Black. A mere bark from a dog extinguished the aspirations of countless prodigies within the sacred land of purple radiance. Who would not feel fear? In the very next moment after Gu Chengfeng's voice faded, a shadow swiftly traversed the space, appearing at Gu Chengfeng's feet. The creature tilted its head upwards, as if seeking favor, and let out a soft bark. Woof! Gu Chengfeng bent down, gently stroking the glossy black fur atop Little Black's head, before gesturing towards Luo Hua. Do you see him? Little Black glanced back at Luo Hua, its dark eyes flickering momentarily, then it let out a low bark. Woof! With a smile, Gu Chengfeng instructed, approach him. Should he dare to flee, seize him with a single bite. You, Gu Chengfeng. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Yet, before he could utter another word, the shadow had already materialized beside him. A pair of pitch-black eyes, seemingly ablaze with inner fire, fixed upon him. With a low growl that echoed powerfully, it transformed from the gentle bark it had directed at Gu Chengfeng into the fierce roar of a beast, sending tremors through Luo Hua's entire being. The wound on his severed arm reopened, blood gushing forth. Clutching his injury, Luo Hua's face turned pale, yet he dared not speak another word. Lead the way. The techniques, martial skills, and inheritances, missing even one. Gu Chengfeng chuckled, gesturing for Luo Hua to proceed. Little Black, observing Gu Chengfeng's gesture, stood up as well, slightly bowing and placing one paw upon its chest, the other mimicking a courteous gesture. Gu Chengfeng was thoroughly pleased, while Luo Hua trembled uncontrollably. He understood that encountering such a detestable person alongside a loathsome dog might very well spell his doom here today. Chapter 98. Apologies, I am no gentleman. Casting a lingering glance at the man and his dog, I ultimately closed my eyes and took a deep breath, guiding my steps outward towards the hall. Before long, the trio, 2 individuals and a dog, arrived at the fork in the passage where Gu Chengfeng had previously encountered. Under Luo Hua's guidance, they ventured into another ancient corridor steeped in a rich aura of antiquity. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals. However, upon seeing the injured Luo Hua and the pair of companions that followed, a realization dawned upon the onlookers. None dared utter a word, hastily retreating to a safe distance, even holding their breath as the trio passed by, fearful that the small black dog might suddenly attack. Among the crowd were also residents of Beiwang City, their eyes wide with astonishment at the scene before them. As denizens of Beiwang City, they understood all too well the status of Luo Hua and the Luo family behind him. Furthermore, Luo Hua was a trusted confidant of the young prince of Beiwang Manor. Regardless of whether Luo Hua emerged alive or perished, Gu Chengfeng would undoubtedly face dire consequences once the martial soul burial ground closed. Upon reflection, it was understandable. In the battle at Zihue's sacred land, countless prodigies from the northern territories had met their demise, offending nearly every prominent family and faction in the region, including both Beiwang Manor and the Luo family. Offending once was no different from offending twice. I demand to see the first reward within a quarter of an hour. Luo Hua's pace compelled Gu Chengfeng to furrow his brow in caution. Woof! The little black dog bared its teeth and barked. Luo Hua, after puffing out his cheeks, finally quickened his pace. This corridor, imbued with an ancient essence, was entirely unlike the previous martial soul passage. It resembled a labyrinth, branching in every direction, with new forks appearing every dozen or 20 meters. Each new passage led to one or several chambers. However, most of the doors to these rooms had already been flung open. Gu Chengfeng sensed several rooms, each resonating with distinct remnants of power, elixirs, rare treasures, martial techniques, and skills. Among others, there were even numerous corpses and skeletons scattered about. After meandering through countless twists and turns, having traversed at least dozens of forks, Gu Chengfeng found himself slightly disoriented. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Luo Hua halted before a door, gritting his teeth as he said, "The items you seek lie within. You would do well to behave, or else." With a soft snort, Gu Chengfeng left a directive for the little black dog. "Keep a close watch on him. If he makes any untoward movements, do not hesitate to attack." With that, he resolutely pushed open the door to the room. The ancient ambience within caused Gu Chengfeng's eyes to narrow, and his gaze immediately fell upon the bookshelf against the wall. There were 3 books in total. After cautiously probing the surroundings with his mental energy and confirming the absence of danger, he decisively collected the 3 tomes. One was titled Illusory Sea Technique, a superior-grade Earth-level skill. The other was Phantom Body Technique, a superior-grade Earth-level martial art. Another book is a superior-grade sword technique. Illusory Body Sword Technique. Clearly, they belong to the same series. After a brief glance, Gu Chengfeng could not help but feel a surge of delight. All are of superior grade, apart from the first technique, which is of no use to him. The other 2 are immensely beneficial for his current needs. "Thank you, Brother Luo Hua." Exiting the room, Gu Chengfeng joyfully patted Luo Hua on the shoulder. However, he inadvertently struck the shoulder where Luo Hua's arm had been severed, causing the recently staunched wound to bleed profusely once more. Luo Hua's pale cheeks contorted in pain. Just as he was about to express his ire, he heard the voice of the little black dog at his feet. Instantly, all words were caught in his throat. "Let us go onward." Gu Chengfeng gestured with his head. Luo Hua, under the coercion of man and dog, ventured deeper into the passageway. At that moment, they found themselves in a corridor devoid of any other presence. Nevertheless, many doors remained ajar, though the signs indicated that these had been left open for an exceedingly long time. Trailing behind Luo Hua, Gu Chengfeng observed the surroundings, increasingly puzzled about how Luo Hua knew this place. With so many passageways and intersections, guiding him accurately to this particular room clearly suggested prior knowledge. Unless one possessed a map, how could one possibly navigate to this location? This was unequivocally a vast labyrinth. Wait, a map? With this thought, Gu Chengfeng's gaze sharpened as he turned to Luo Hua. "Hand over the map of this place, and I shall let you go." To his surprise, Luo Hua shook his head resolutely. There is no map. Since there is no map, keeping you is of no use. I can find the rest on my own, as there is no one here to contest. Gu Chengfeng snorted lightly, then turned his attention to the little black dog. Attack. However, before he could finish, Luo Hua interjected. In this place, you can only open a maximum of 2 rooms. If you attempt to open a third, you will be immediately teleported away. You cannot find what you seek without me. Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed. He truly had not known such a stipulation existed. Clearly, Luo Hua dared not deceive him. Yet Gu Chengfeng showed no hesitation, coldly regarding Luo Hua as he declared, I will say this one last time. Either give me the map, or you shall perish. 3. Growl. 2. Growl. With each number, the little black dog growled menacingly beside him. The ferocious growls and fiery gaze transformed the little black dog into a fearsome beast in that moment. Each growl made Luo Hua's heart quiver. He had no doubt that at the instant Gu Chengfeng uttered the final number, the little black dog would lunge to bite. 1. Fine. I will give it to you. Ultimately, unable to withstand the intimidation from both man and dog, Luo Hua finally shouted, halting Gu Chengfeng's countdown. Xiao Hei's mouth curled into a grin, its eyes darting about with evident satisfaction at its own intimidation. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hua remarked, However, you just stated that if I relinquish the map, you would allow me to leave. Gu Chengfeng nodded, affirming. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Hearing this, Luo Hua finally exhaled with slight relief. He then retrieved a jade pendant from his spatial pouch. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into the pendant, which immediately illuminated, casting a topographical map upon the wall before them. Each passage and room was marked with simple annotations. Gu Chengfeng quickly located the chamber where he had recently acquired 3 books, marked with a single word, secret. Similarly, various rooms bore annotations such as array, medicine, elixir, poison, wind, blood, and many others remained unmarked. Pointing to the unmarked rooms, Gu Chengfeng inquired, what do these lack of labels signify? The absence of labels indicates limitless possibilities. Luo Hua replied, gesturing towards a nearby room, where, beneath a layer of dust, a skeleton lay concealed. Deep gashes from swords marred the walls of the chamber. Powerful beings have left their mark. Those who enter may meet their demise. There are terrifying beasts, intricate formations, and even puppets. One misstep could lead to death. Listening to Luo Hua's words, Gu Chengfeng felt a chill run through him. He had initially assumed these rooms contained treasures, only to discover the multitude of dangers lurking within. It was no wonder he had encountered corpses and remains earlier. Fortunately, he had refrained from wandering aimlessly. I have provided you with the map and shared all pertinent information. May I now take my leave? Gu Chengfeng smiled and nodded. Let us depart. Luo Hua cast a deep glance at Gu Chengfeng before turning to leave. Yet, at that very moment, his eyes brimmed with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. One day, he would personally flay this man and his dog to avenge the hatred within his heart. Whoosh! But in the next instant, he felt a piercing whistle behind him. Agonizing pain surged through his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to see a gaping hole in his torso, and the shadow that had just materialized before him was none other than that black dog. Turning stiffly, he looked back at Gu Chengfeng, blood seeping from his lips as he managed to utter through gritted teeth, You are not trustworthy. I apologize, I am not a gentleman. Chapter 99. Tempering Divine Power, the 7 Divine Meteorites. 10 drops of spiritual essence. Gazing at the quantity of spiritual essence condensed within his dantian, Gu Chengfeng could not help but be taken aback. The presence of one Luo Hua had indeed granted him an additional 10 drops. And with the 2 subordinates of Luo Hua each contributing 5 drops, he was on the verge of a substantial breakthrough. Observing the lifeless form of Luo Hua on the ground, Gu Chengfeng smiled faintly. It seems that eliminating such top-tier prodigies yields significant rewards. Approaching the corpse, he attempted to close its eyes, yet as soon as his hand withdrew, the eyes flared open once more. Gu Chengfeng shook his head and murmured, Glaring at me is futile. Had you not harbored murderous intent, perhaps I might have spared your life. The moment Luo Hua revealed his malice, his fate was sealed. It seemed as though the corpse heard Gu Chengfeng's words, for the once angered eyes finally closed. Gu Chengfeng gently shook his head, collected Luo Hua's spatial pouch, and handed the map jade pendant to Xiaohe. Go find Yishishir and Lu Yanni, bring them here, and let them choose what they need. Woof. Xiaohe let out a low bark, then transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Gu Chengfeng continued deeper into the passage. The map was now firmly etched in his mind, and his sole objective was that room marked with the character for meteorite at its deepest point. Unlike the other chambers, this one bore the unique inscription, and the area it encompassed was significantly larger than the rest. The character instantly evoked thoughts of the celestial meteorites in Gu Chengfeng's mind. Regardless of what it entailed, he felt compelled to investigate. The aura of divine power? Suddenly, a voice tinged with surprise resonated in Gu Chengfeng's mind, that of the Moonlight Sword Emperor. His steps faltered. The aura of divine power? Indeed, it is the aura of divine power, and I sense someone approaching it. The urgency intensified in the Sword Emperor's tone as he spoke the final words. He then commanded, "Hurry, this item must be obtained." Although Gu Chengfeng was unaware of the true nature of the divine power aura, he dared not hesitate. He immediately quickened his pace, advancing deeper into the passage. The Moonlight Sword Emperor had rarely spoken, only murmuring during their dual cultivation. This sudden urgency indicated that the matter was extraordinary. The mention of someone approaching the divine power aura prompted a fleeting image to cross Gu Chengfeng's mind. Blood Sword Wushuang, the ancient nation's warrior. Aside from her, it was unlikely that anyone else could have reached this place. As he hastened onward, he voiced his inquiry in his heart. Sword Emperor, what exactly is the aura of divine power? The Moonlight Sword Emperor had evidently regained his composure and replied slowly. Among the myriad martial souls in the world, there exist only 7 divine-grade martial souls, which are the 7 you possess. The power of these 7 martial souls does not originate from this world, but rather from the 7 divine stars that reside beyond the realms, high above in the ethereal skies. These celestial entities, forged from the divine essence of the God refining star, possess immense strength. The divine power contained within the 7 celestial stars is enshrined in their cores. And to harness this power, the cores of these divine stars were ultimately extracted. However, the cores of these celestial bodies have since been lost, becoming the only remnants of the 7 divine meteorites in existence. The voice of the Moonlight Sword Emperor echoed continuously in Gu Chengfeng's mind, causing his spirit to tremble with unease. He never anticipated that the origins of these 7 divine martial souls could be so fearsome. The core divine power of the God refining star. These are celestial bodies, each possessing boundless divine strength, reigning over millions of stars in the depths of the infinite universe, with formidable guardians watching over them. Yet, even their core of power could be extracted and transformed by the 7 great empresses into the most formidable divine martial souls. Could it be that the once mighty 7 empresses had grown powerful enough to dominate endless star realms and surpass the might of all beings? However, how could such overwhelmingly powerful empresses have succumbed to a slumber? Gu Chengfeng's heart was filled with uncertainty. Before he could voice his questions, the Moonlight Sword Emperor's voice resonated once more. Each of the 7 divine meteorites harbors the divine power of its respective star. This divine essence can be utilized to refine your physical body, crafting an exalted divine physique, and through mutual cultivation, the essence of this divine power can be infused into the bodies of the other 6 empresses, awakening them. So that is the case. Gu Chengfeng realized. He had initially thought that what he would restore was the essence of the supreme Yang sacred body, but instead, it would be through the exalted divine physique that the divine essence would be imparted to the empresses. Wait, the exalted divine physique. Gu Chengfeng's eyes widened suddenly. Just the name alone hinted at its terrifying potential. 7 divine meteorites. This meant that if he could locate them all, he could forge 7 exalted divine physiques. With a gulp, Gu Chengfeng could not help but swallow hard. It seemed to exude an aura of divine retribution. The Moonlight Sword Emperor paid no further heed to Gu Chengfeng, his murmurs drifting into the latter's ears. Upon hearing the term divine retribution, Gu Chengfeng immediately envisioned the figure of the Empress, enveloped in shimmering divine lightning, clad in a purple veil, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin as delicate as jade. The Empress of the illusory array, known as the Empress of divine retribution, who commands the descent of divine punishment, obliterating all foes. Divine Retribution Martial Soul. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng reached the pinnacle of his speed, darting through the labyrinthine passages. Yet, to his astonishment, even with the map of the maze etched in his mind, he still found himself disoriented. He had no idea how much time had passed, but he had already navigated through countless passageways. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the passage, jolting Gu Chengfeng's senses. Are we nearly there? His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed into the depths of the tunnel. Finally, it is within reach. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chengfeng accelerated once more. As the thunderous roars reverberated, a grand hall finally came into the view of Gu Chengfeng. This majestic hall marked the terminus of the labyrinthine passage. Enveloped in a resplendent purple radiance, the hall shimmered with swirling violet lightning, casting an air of enigma over its entirety. It resembled a celestial palace from the heavens, stirring the heart with its awe-inspiring presence. Gu Chengfeng hastened to stand before the hall, raising his gaze to behold the plaque above the entrance, where 3 grand characters were inscribed: Hall of Divine Fall. At this moment, the doors to the Hall of Divine Fall stood ajar, clearly indicating that someone had already ventured within. As he stepped through the threshold, the tumultuous roar of thunder resonated within, accompanied by the fierce shout of a young girl, "Shatter it for me." Instantly, Gu Chengfeng beheld an endless torrent of violet lightning converging in the center of the hall, morphing into serpentine bolts that cascaded down, engulfing that expanse completely. Through the maelstrom of violet lightning, he could faintly discern a blood-colored figure wielding a crimson longsword, nimbly evading the onslaught of descending lightning. The moment he recognized her, he realized it was none other than the renowned blood sword Wushuang from the ancient kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. The girl wielded her blood sword, unleashing a series of crimson sword flashes in an attempt to tear apart the oncoming lightning. However, it was evident that the violet lightning was overwhelmingly formidable. The moment her sword flashes made contact with the lightning, they were utterly obliterated into fine powder, unable to cause even the slightest tremor. Gu Chengfeng, having observed for but a moment, found his attention captivated by a stone platform situated at the very center of the thunderous array. This stone platform, in its dimensions, height, and shape, mirrored precisely that of the one from the Hall of the Killing God, where Gu Chengfeng had previously acquired the Killing God Martial Soul Crystal. At this instant, upon the stone platform, lay an object, a violet crystal, no larger than an infant's fist, completely enveloped in the luminous embrace of violet lightning. The Divine Punishment Crystal of Divine Fall. Chapter 100. Entangled in the Thunder Array, Facing Death Together? At this moment, Gu Guosher was desperately attempting to approach the central stone platform to seize the Divine Punishment Meteorite. Unfortunately, the area surrounding the platform was shrouded by an endless expanse of dense purple lightning, rendering it impossible for her to draw near. The terrifying nature of this thunder array was such that even Gu Chengfeng, standing several hundred meters away, could feel a tremor resonating from his very soul. It was unfathomable to consider the sheer ferocity of the purple lightning within the array. What a formidable Gu Guosher! Observing the figure of the young woman amidst the thunder array, Gu Chengfeng felt a profound stir within his heart. Were he in her position, he would likely perish before even entering, struck down by the purple lightning. At this moment, Gu Qingyue in the thunder array had evidently sensed Gu Chengfeng's presence. She cast a fleeting glance in his direction, but quickly refocused on the descending purple lightning surrounding her. The fearsome strikes of the purple lightning could obliterate one into mere dust with a moment's negligence. Gu Chengfeng, do not approach, or you shall surely meet your demise. A voice echoed from within the thunder array as a warning. Gu Chengfeng blinked slightly and inquired, Gu Guosher, are you unable to escape? Observing Gu Qingyue's condition, it was clear she had been battling for an extended period. Even her speed in evading the purple lightning and the strength of her sword strikes had noticeably diminished. This led Gu Chengfeng to suspect that she might be ensnared within the thunder array, as she evaded another bolt of purple lightning. Her voice rang out once more. If you wish to save me, there is no need. With your strength, it is utterly impossible. Gu Chengfeng smiled gently. Fear not. I merely wish to observe the spectacle. Saving you? Hardly. I am not so benevolent. He still vividly recalled how Gu Qingyue's sword had nearly cleaved him in two. Upon hearing this, the young woman's expression momentarily stiffened. However, she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head lightly as she replied, I advise you to leave at once. Once I perish, the thunder array will immediately engulf the entire hall again, and you will undoubtedly perish." When she arrived, the thunder array had already enveloped the entire hall. It was through her own strength that she had managed to contract the array to its current dimensions. But should she fall, there would be no one to restrain it, and it would revert to its original form. Gu Chengfeng shook his head, saying, "Then I thank you for your warning, Gu Guosher. Depart? How could that be possible? My objective is the divine punishment meteorite. I cannot leave without obtaining it." This was crucial not only for his divine-grade martial soul, but also for his future happiness. Even after multiple encounters, the mere thought of the illusory spirit array emperor still left him with a parched throat. That figure, that skin, that expertise. Ahem. Gu Chengfeng hastily cleared his throat, momentarily suppressing those thoughts. He then cautiously moved closer to the purple thunder array. Simultaneously, he began to consult the Moonlight Sword Emperor in his mind. Sword Emperor, how can the array be breached? What must I do to acquire the divine punishment meteorite? However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he had not received a response from the Moonlight Sword Emperor for quite some time. Could it be that she was feeling envious due to his imminent awakening of the illusion spirit array? Gu Chengfeng scoffed, inwardly muttering, "Not only is she heartless, but also a jealous one. Speak carelessly again, and I might just give you 100 flicks." The Moonlight Sword Emperor seemed unable to contain herself any longer, letting out a low huff. Flick what?" Gu Chengfeng blinked in surprise. The Moonlight Sword Emperor of the Divine Abyss Pavilion rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Humph. You know very well." Gu Chengfeng burst into laughter. "Ha! It seems our heartless Empress has learned to joke." Yet, upon hearing his laughter, the Moonlight Sword Emperor found herself momentarily stunned, a hint of confusion flickering in her gaze. How could this formidable Sword Emperor, known for her prowess in battle, utter such frivolous words? Was this truly her? Unable to suppress her mild irritation, she lightly scolded, "It's all your fault. You wretched brat. Blame your own nature. Why don't you?" Gu Chengfeng shrugged nonchalantly. However, the Moonlight Sword Emperor chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, Gu Chengfeng redirected his focus back to the purple thunder array. After a brief moment of contemplation, he unsheathed the bloodthirsty sword and unleashed a dazzling sword light towards the array. The sword might cleave through the air, directly sweeping towards the formation. Regardless of the strength of the purple thunder, he felt compelled to test it. As he initiated his attack, the ancient warrior within the array caught sight of his movement and shouted urgently, "Quick, retract your sword. Do you wish to perish?" Yet, Gu Chengfeng appeared oblivious to the warning, his sword light charging forward and crashing into the array. Boom! In an instant, the blood-red sword might struck against the thunder, and the brilliance of the lightning erupted in a dazzling display, instantly obliterating the blood sword's fierce radiance into mere particles. How terrifying! Gu Chengfeng's heart raced with shock. Even though he had anticipated this, it was only upon facing it that he truly comprehended the terrifying power of the thunder within the purple thunder array. It was over. He had truly brought this upon himself. The ancient warrior, dodging the thunder, merely shook her head, too weary to further engage. Just as her words fell, the thunder that had been struck by Gu Chengfeng's sword suddenly unleashed a tremendous force of attraction. Before he could react, he found himself drawn into the thunder array. A startled cry escaped him, yet it was too late. When Gu Chengfeng regained his senses, he was already within the confines of the thunder array. At that moment, a bolt of purple lightning descended from above. The terrifying power contained within the thunder seemed to harbor boundless divine might, pressing down upon Gu Chengfeng and rendering him completely immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as the lightning struck down upon him. In that fleeting moment, his scalp tingled with fear and his eyes widened in trepidation. It was only at this juncture that he finally grasped the meaning of the ancient warrior's warning. It was not fear of his disruption that prompted the warning, but rather a plea for him to avoid a fatal fate. Yet now, it seemed the moment had passed. Just as the thunder was poised to strike Gu Chengfeng, a blood-red figure suddenly traversed the space, grasping him and pulling him away. Boom! The thunder descended upon the very spot where Gu Chengfeng had just been confined, erupting into a tempest of violet lightning. A chill ran down Gu Chengfeng's spine. Humph! Does he think everyone harbors grudges like him? Gu Chengfeng could not help but let out a low hum. "I warned you against courting death, yet you insisted on doing so." In the midst of her words, She grasped Gu Chengfeng once more, evading a second bolt of thunder. Observing the girl beside him, Gu Chengfeng inhaled deeply and said, I apologize, I misunderstood. It was my own pettiness. Indeed, he had assumed that Gu Qingyue, like him, sought solely to acquire the divine punishment meteorite alone, regarding her warnings merely as a means to prevent his interference. Nothing more. Yet he had not anticipated that her intentions were genuinely rooted in concern for his safety. This realization marked the first time he understood that this world was not solely a realm of treachery and life-and-death struggles. It also contained a measure of sincerity. The girl lightly shook her head and replied, There is no point in further words. We are alike now, destined to perish here. In fact, I owe you gratitude for making this inevitable demise feel less solitary. Trapped within the purple lightning formation, she had long recognized that escape was an impossibility. Aware of her fate, there was no need for further sorrow. What use was resentment? It was far better to face death with a smile. Chapter 101. The Divine Meteorite Derivative, the Divine Crystal. Observing the girl beside him, Gu Chengfeng felt utterly bewildered, hastily interrupting her words. Ancient scholar, I did not come here to accompany you to your demise. Amidst the thunderous roar of purple lightning, Gu Chengfeng was pulled by Gu Qingyue, their voices becoming fragmented due to the cacophony of the storm. Yet, Gu Qingyue could discern his words clearly, only shaking her head lightly. It's all right. Soon. You shall come to understand. When she first found herself ensnared, she had not contemplated death either. After some time trapped, clarity emerged. Gu Chengfeng. He then took a deep breath, his gaze fixated on the palace gates beyond the great formation, and bellowed, Little Black. Little Black. Seeing Gu Chengfeng's relentless calls, Gu Qingyue sighed softly. Shouting for Little Black is futile. Even if he were to arrive, he would be unable to withstand the purple lightning here. This divine purple thunder was the power of the celestial punishment star, one of the 7 divine stars. Even formidable beings beyond the spirit and profound realms would meet their end upon contact. There was no exception. The celestial punishment star, a supreme celestial body, harbored immense strength, embodying the highest principles. It was beyond the endurance of mere mortal flesh. Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow, looking at Gu Qingyue. Then why did you come in? The girl shook her head. I believed I could endure, but in truth, I underestimated the terrifying nature of the celestial punishment thunder. The thunder continued to crash relentlessly. She clutched Gu Chengfeng's arm, persistently dodging the descending purple bolts. The perimeter of the thunder formation was enveloped by a storm of lightning, rendering escape impossible. Barking sounds reached Gu Chengfeng's ears. Turning his head, he saw Little Black frantically circling outside the formation, calling out to them, yet too fearful to approach. Clearly, as the ancient scholar had stated, Little Black could not save them. Gu Chengfeng fell silent, instinctively glancing down at the delicate, pale hand gripping his arm. It seemed that her grip was so tight that her nails had turned white, devoid of color. Not only her nails, but even the girl's exquisite face bore a sickly pallor. Nevertheless, her gaze remained tranquil. Death itself seemed insufficient to tarnish her ethereal aura. After a moment, Gu Chengfeng said, Let go of me. You should hide for yourself. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, then replied, You need not fear dragging me down. Whether it be sooner or later, the outcome remains the same. Dying together means companionship along the way. No, ancient scholar, you're mistaken. Gu Chengfeng quickly shook his head. I may still have a chance to survive alone. You. The girl's breath hitched slightly. She had intended to say more. But upon seeing the determination in his eyes, she ultimately released her grip. If the other did not wish to stay, there was no need to force the matter. Boom. At the very moment when Gu Qingyue released her grip, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly struck with ferocity. In an instant, the terrifying power of the thunder enveloped the young boy entirely. Gu Qingyue did not linger any longer. The outcome had already been predetermined. She continued to evade the onslaught of the purple lightning. Yet, in the next moment, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the spot where the boy had stood, causing her to falter momentarily. What is happening? In that very location, as the purple lightning erupted, it transformed into an endless torrent of electric brilliance. Amidst the roaring bolts, she could faintly discern a human form. The emergence of this figure startled even Gu Qingyue. Based on her understanding of the divine punishment thunder, she knew that the moment the lightning struck the boy, he would be obliterated into nothingness. It was utterly impossible for him to retain any semblance of human form. Not even a corporeal body, let alone stone, could withstand such a force. Yet now, it was moving. Suddenly, she observed that the figure shrouded in divine punishment thunder seemed to take a step. The girl quickly shook her head, thinking it must be the result of her exhaustion causing her to see things. In such circumstances, the boy was surely doomed. How could he possibly move? She even doubted whether she had truly seen a figure at all. However, after rubbing her eyes, the form remained. Moreover, it advanced another step toward the center of the formation, a movement she perceived clearly. This was no illusion. Gu Chengyue's mind erupted with disbelief. He hasn't perished? But how could this be? Gu Guosher, you must evade. Otherwise, you will be struck dead by the lightning. A sudden voice from the boy jolted Gu Chengyue back to reality, as she sensed a bolt of purple lightning crashing down upon her head. Her delicate frame twisted just in time to narrowly escape the thunder's wrath. How did you manage that? Turning her gaze back toward the boy, she finally realized the transformation in her expression. It was the first time since arriving in the Dacian dynasty that she encountered someone who could elicit such an uncontrollable reaction from her. The hermit possesses clever strategies, Gu Chengfeng replied with a mischievous grin. Following this, the silhouette enveloped by lightning continued to inch toward the center of the thunder array. The purple lightning seemed to have lost its ability to detect his presence and ceased its relentless assault. Gu Guosher, you must hold on. Once I retrieve the divine punishment meteorite, you shall live. The figure beneath the purple lightning drew ever closer to the central stone platform. Gu Chengyue took several deep breaths, finally managing to regain her composure. Be cautious. The fixed lightning pillars surround the stone platform. Passing through will undoubtedly subject you to another strike. Rest assured, Gu Guosher, came the confident reply. As the words fell, the human figure made its way beneath the fixed lightning pillars. Subsequently, he plunged directly into the fray. Boom! The terrifying thunderstorm unleashed its fury once more, swiftly enveloping Gu Chengfeng once again. However, at this moment, Gu Chengfeng exhibited little reaction. Surrounded by the formidable power of the devouring sky, soared martial soul. Any trace of thunder that dared to touch his body was instantly consumed by the black hole formed by the martial soul, rendering the lightning merely a swirling presence around him. Previously, he had hesitated to test this, but it was the Moonlight Sword Emperor who had assured him that the devouring sky, sword martial soul could withstand the thunder. Thus, he allowed Gu Chengyue to proceed. Upon experimenting, he indeed found it to be true. The object on the stone platform was not a divine meteorite, but rather a divine crystal. While the divine crystal contained a hint of the divine power akin to that of a divine meteorite, it was but a mere trace. The voice of the Moonlight Sword Emperor resonated gently. The devouring sky sword martial soul is a true manifestation of divine power, and thus, mere pseudo-divine power cannot inflict any harm upon genuine divine strength. Divine crystal? What is this? He had already comprehended the nature of the divine meteorite. Yet it seemed the Moonlight Sword Emperor had never mentioned anything regarding divine crystals, though the 7 divine stars resided high above in the heavens, obscured from view. They continuously showered divine radiance upon the earth. The divine meteorite would perpetually absorb the divine light, cascading from the stars, accumulating power. When this power reaches a certain threshold, it overflows, and over the years, it will evolve into a divine crystal, the transformation of a divine meteorite. Its essence was of little concern to Gu Chengfeng. His singular focus lay on one matter. Could it aid me in refining the supreme divine body and awakening the Empress? Chapter 102. The Secret of the Ancient National Hero. Certainly, it is achievable, albeit not to the level of the supreme divine body. The response from the Moonlight Sword Emperor elicited a slight sigh of relief from Gu Chengfeng. As long as he could awaken the Empress, everything else would be manageable. The divine fallen crystal, at the very least, contained a trace of divine power from the fallen star, and he believed that the transformed physique would not fall short. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward towards the stone platform. Though the thunder could not harm him, the explosive force still posed a challenge. With each step, he had to stabilize himself against the impact before daring to take the next. It took him a full quarter of an hour to traverse a distance of mere dozens of meters, finally arriving at the side of the stone platform. Gazing at the divine fallen crystal, which was encircled by a purple halo of thunder, A glimmer of surprise flickered in Gu Chengfeng's eyes. He reached out, grasping the crystal, and infused it with a surge of spiritual energy. Buzz! In an instant, a resonant hum filled the air, and the entire divine fallen crystal erupted in a blinding flash of purple divine radiance. The violet light surged forth, enveloping the entire great hall in an instant. Pop! A sharp sound echoed, as the entire void within the hall trembled, causing the invisible energy shield concealed within to collapse violently. The tempest of thunder that had surrounded the stone platform dissipated in that moment, vanishing without a trace. Bang! At that moment, Gu Qingyue also fell to the ground. Overwhelmed by weakness, the young girl sank to her knees, using her blood-red longsword for support, gasping for breath. Her arms shielded her bosom, which heaved with each labored breath. Lifting her gaze to the area radiating purple light, she caught sight of the boy's figure, which flickered in and out of view. Her pupils widened in astonishment. Her breathing became increasingly rapid. 5 trembling words escaped her lips, articulated one by one. Heaven-devouring, sword-martial soul. She could hardly believe that Gu Chengfeng was indeed the bearer of the heaven-devouring, sword-martial soul. The elder of the Xianfeng domain, at the cost of his life, had prophesied the emergence of one of the 7 divine star martial souls, the heaven-devouring, sword-martial soul, within the confines of the Xianfeng domain. Countless noble clans and powerful factions within the Xianfeng domain had dispatched numerous prodigious warriors to scour the dozens of kingdoms within, seeking the whereabouts of the heaven-devouring, sword-martial soul. She was among them, having spent 5 years in the great Qin dynasty, traversing nearly every city within. She had discovered nothing. Just when she thought her search was in vain, she never expected to encounter it here. No wonder the boy could withstand the divine punishment thunder summoned by the divine fallen crystal all on his own. With a divine star martial soul, it was hardly surprising. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure as she regarded the boy before her. He was far too weak, in such a fragile state. Should he be taken back to the Xianfeng domain, he would inevitably meet a grim fate, obliterated in the clash of myriad races. At that moment, it seemed she had made a decisive resolution. As the boundless purple radiance dissipated, the figure of the young man re-emerged, and she stood by his side. Startled upon opening his eyes, Gu Chengfeng found himself beside Gu Qingyue, causing him to take several steps back in alarm. Gripping the bloodthirsty sword tightly, he regarded Gu Qingyue with a gaze full of vigilance. "I warn you, the divine fallen crystal belongs to me. If you dare to covet it, my little black will bite you to death." As Gu Chengfeng finished his words, the little black creature promptly darted over. To Gu Chengfeng's astonishment, the creature did not rush towards him, but instead burrowed directly into Gu Qingyue's embrace. With its eyes twinkling, it nuzzled against her while gazing at him. Fuming, Gu Chengfeng exclaimed, "Little black, you wretched dog. How embarrassing. Whose good dog rushes at a beautiful woman like a lecher, and a woman who is utterly formidable, no less." Although he had initially intended to summon Little Black for aid, it was merely a bluff. He was acutely aware that even united with Little Black, they would stand no chance against this woman. If provoked, both he and Little Black would likely meet their doom. Just as Gu Chengfeng's words left his lips, a soft hum interrupted him. "Little Black, let us ignore your petty master and come with me from now on." While speaking, Gu Qingyue gently stroked Little Black's head. The creature, content, rubbed its head against her ample bosom, emitting soft sounds of satisfaction, leaving Gu Chengfeng utterly dumbfounded. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief as he lowered the bloodthirsty sword. Despite Little Black's unreliable nature and penchant for trouble, its loyalty was unquestionable. The fact that Little Black exhibited no wariness indicated that Gu Qingyue posed no danger. Suddenly, Little Black raised its head and barked at Gu Chengfeng, then shifted back slightly in Gu Qingyue's arms to make space. With a paw, it gestured towards Gu Chengfeng, its intent unmistakable, offering him a spot to join in the comfort of the young lady's embrace. This scene left Gu Chengfeng's face darkened with exasperation, while Gu Qingyue's cheeks flushed a delicate hue, hastily securing Little Black in her arms. A slender finger tapped Little Black's forehead gently as she softly admonished, "You are a dog, but he is a person, understand?" Little Black let out a contemplative whine. Gu Qingyue cast a meaningful glance at Gu Chengfeng, chiding him lightly. "You should teach Little Black better. Look at what nonsense you've instilled in it." "I have done nothing." It is clearly its own doing, Gu Chengfeng retorted, feeling utterly speechless. With a huff, the young lady responded, "Do you not understand the concept of leading by example? It must have learned something from you." Woof, woof, woof. Little Black, with its bright, sparkling eyes, nodded while calling out, "You haven't taught him." Gu Qingwei shot a glance at Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng clicked his tongue, unable to muster a single retort. Without a doubt, it must have been when Isher had previously drawn close to him that Little Black had picked up such behavior. Who would have thought that this little creature could learn so swiftly? To preserve his own illustrious reputation, Gu Chengfeng hurriedly stepped forward to pull Little Black away from Gu Qingwei, hoping to prevent any further revelations. Simultaneously, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Have you and Little Black met before?" Logically speaking, if they had not encountered each other, Little Black would not exhibit such familiarity. Gu Qingwei, taken aback, replied, "You can't possibly be unaware, can you? The beast tied in the Soul Master burial ground was instigated by Little Black. If it weren't for him, the Soul Master Palace would likely not have come into existence." What? That creature was responsible for the beast tide. Gu Chengfeng was utterly astonished upon hearing this. Indeed, Little Black had taken the mate of the Beast King, the Burial Heaven Tiger, inciting the wrath of the Beast King, which led to the entire array of beasts in the Soul Master burial ground pursuing Little Black. This, in turn, triggered the beast tide. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng's mind was buzzing, as if he had been struck by the purple divine thunder multiple times. When Little Black had mentioned capturing a female tiger, he had assumed it to be an ordinary tiger. Never did he dream it would be the mate of the Beast King. Holding onto Little Black's tail, Gu Chengfeng could not help but swallow hard and asked, "What happened next?" "Afterward, I assisted Little Black in slaying the Beast King, and inexplicably, Little Black became the new Beast King." Even she was curious about how Little Black ascended to that position. After all, only the Beast King has the power to summon the endless beasts of the Soul Master burial ground. Thus, the beast tide that obliterated the Violet Radiant's sacred land came to pass. Chapter 103. Is this welcome ceremony a tad too extravagant? Wang Wu. Xiao He let out a low whine, breaking free from Gu Chengfeng's grasp, raising its head with pride gleaming in its canine eyes. Subsequently, it demonstrated once more its valiant demeanor before Gu Qingwei, leaping, bowing, and barking. Gu Qingwei looked on in astonishment, seemingly perplexed by its antics, and inquired of Gu Chengfeng, "What is Xiao He doing?" Gu Chengfeng, his face dark with embarrassment, kicked Xiao He lightly, only for the creature to scurry behind Gu Qingwei to continue its display. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng wished he could disappear into the ground. What a disgrace. Ahem. He cleared his throat twice to mask his discomfort. I don't know what madness it's exhibiting. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwei seemed to have finally grasped the situation. As her eyes widened, her delicate face flushed a bright crimson. Turning away with a blush, she strode toward the palace exit, her steps faltering, whether from lingering weakness or indignation remained unclear. A sharp voice echoed back, "What on earth have you been teaching it?" Observing the retreating figure of the young woman, Gu Chengfeng weakly called out, "If I claim it wasn't I who taught it, would you believe me, Gu Guosher?" Yet, his voice grew increasingly devoid of conviction. Within the Xinyuan Pavilion, he and the Moonlight Sword Sovereign had indeed engaged in such challenging endeavors. But who would have thought that the mischievous Xiao He had been eavesdropping and even learning, watching the distant silhouette of the crimson-clad maiden? Gu Chengfeng realized that his once esteemed reputation was likely irrevocably tarnished. Just then, however, Gu Qingyue's figure paused abruptly. Noticing this, Gu Chengfeng hastily clarified, "Gu Guosher, I assure you, I am a respectable person." But Gu Qingyue did not turn back. Only a single phrase drifted back to him. "In the future, remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not wield the devouring sky, sword martial spirit." With that, Gu Qingyue's figure vanished entirely. Why? Hey, could you not finish your sentence before leaving? Yet, it was evident that Gu Qingyue had completely departed, leaving Gu Chengfeng at a loss for words, baffled by her abrupt exit. Wait a moment. How did she recognize the devouring sky, sword martial spirit? But upon reflection, it was clear. After all, even the 7 divine stars were aware of it. And knowing the divine meteorite and divine meteor crystal, it was not surprising she could identify the martial spirit. Shaking his head, he caught sight of Xiao He still parading around. He could not help but mutter, "Xiao He, come here this instant." Finally halting, Xiao He cast a quick glance at Gu Chengfeng, as if sensing something. In a flash, it vanished from sight, evidently retreating into the Xunyuan Pavilion. Gazing at the mark of the Xunyuan Pavilion in his palm, Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and muttered, "Please refrain from embarrassing me in front of women from now on. Especially beautiful ones." Xiao He remained silent. Gu Chengfeng left the grand hall, seething with frustration. As soon as he stepped out of the grand hall, an invisible force suddenly enveloped him with a thunderous impact. Before he could comprehend the situation, darkness descended upon him. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself hovering above a vast central square of Ban City. Regaining his senses, Gu Chengfeng quickly realized he had been teleported. But hadn't Luo Huang mentioned that one would only be teleported after opening the third door? Damn that scoundrel for deceiving me. Gu Chengfeng. It is Gu Chengfeng. He has emerged. Before he could react, a cacophony of enraged roars erupted from below. Glancing down, he saw that hundreds of figures surrounding the square were fixated upon him, their blades and swords drawn. Startled, Gu Chengfeng swallowed hard and mumbled, "Isn't this welcome ceremony a bit too extravagant? Run." Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Only a fool would remain. Clearly, news of the annihilation of the Purple Radiance sacred land in the martial spirit grave had already spread. These individuals were likely powerful members of various families and factions. Rough estimates indicated there were at least 20 or 30 factions present. Even if each faction sent only a few individuals, that would amount to hundreds converging upon him. His life was in peril. However, before Gu Chengfeng could escape, a multitude of shadowy figures reappeared in the surrounding void. "Gu Chengfeng, you shall not escape today. For slaying members of the Li family, you will undoubtedly meet your demise. We will claim your head today to honor the prodigy of the Wang family." The thunderous shouts reverberated like rolling thunder, swiftly sealing off all avenues of escape for Gu Chengfeng, encircling him in layers both inside and out. Above and below, every possible retreat was effectively blocked. This grand spectacle left countless onlookers utterly astonished, as they had never witnessed so many families and factions simultaneously hunting a single individual. Realizing he was cornered, Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brows and boldly declared, "Do not forget, this is Ban City. I would like to see if you dare to act here." At his words, the crowd around him gritted their teeth in fury. It was precisely because they were in Ban City that they had refrained from attacking. Otherwise, would they still be waiting? The city prohibited weapons, and once a fight broke out, the guards of the city lord's mansion would arrive instantly. Had they not heard of the law that does not punish the masses? A middle-aged man from the Bai family, one of the three great families of Ban City, bellowed and charged at Gu Chengfeng with his sword. Following him were several formidable figures from the Bai family, each exuding an aura not inferior to that of the Wang realm. "Yes, let us all strike down this scoundrel. When the city lord's mansion takes action, we shall bear the consequences together." The members of the Mu family also surged forth without hesitation. Immediately following were the Li family, the Zhao family, and others. These individuals predominantly belonged to the prominent families and factions of Ban City. Although other sects from the northern territories had also received news, their distance rendered them less immediate. However, those present in Ban City, upon receiving the information, hastily brought their people forth. The obliteration of the Purple Radiance sacred land had inflicted severe losses upon these families. For instance, the Mu, Bai, and Li families, three of the most esteemed in Ban City, had suffered the tragic demise of 90% of their elite in this generation. These were the very pillars of their family's futures, all perishing at the hands of Gu Chengfeng. How could they not seethe with rage? Seeking death, Gu Chengfeng's gaze narrowed, and he bellowed, "Xiao He." As the command echoed, he brandished his sword and advanced upon the middle-aged warrior of the Bai family charging forth. The bloodthirsty sword was drawn. With a swift arc, it severed the opponent's sword and cleaved him in twain. At that moment, a throng of individuals surged forward, their numbers exceeding a dozen. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Xiao He transformed into a shadow, darting forth to encircle Gu Chengfeng. Anyone daring to approach him met with a swift end, their necks bitten through, plummeting to the ground. In the blink of an eye, dozens had perished at the hands of the boy and his dog, painting the sky in a crimson hue. The onlookers below could only gasp in astonishment. They had anticipated the youth's inevitable demise amidst such a multitude of formidable foes. Yet, no one had foreseen the razor sharpness of his blade or the formidable presence of the terrifying black dog safeguarding him. As blood rained from the heavens, an oppressive aura descended. rendering none bold enough to advance. With each step taken by the boy and his dog, the encroaching crowd recoiled. The droplets of blood cascading from the bloodthirsty sword seemed to resonate within the very souls of the crowd, sending tremors of fear through their hearts. Chapter 104. A jug of wine, a sword, and the annihilation of 1,000,000 souls in one night. He had merely entered the realm of kings. Yet how could he possess such strength? At this moment, the formidable figures from various esteemed families quivered in trepidation. They had presumed that their ranks of kings would suffice to eliminate a mere youth. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the reality that even the mightiest among the sixth tier of kings could not withstand a single strike from the boy. The lad's bloodthirsty gaze, his blood-stained garments, and the sword emanating a crimson glow rendered him a veritable harbinger of death. No one could impede his advance. Nothing could withstand his onslaught. Gulp, gulp. A cacophony of dry swallows echoed through the air. Quickly summon reinforcements. This boy must not escape today. A middle-aged man from the Mu family bellowed through gritted teeth. However, scarcely had his voice resonated before a streak of blood-red light, akin to a venomous serpent, pierced through his throat. The only sounds that followed were the gurgling of blood. Yet, his warning had indeed reached others, prompting various factions to surge forth from the crowd in haste to summon aid. Now, only those with kingly prowess remained encircled, but the reinforcements arriving would undoubtedly surpass this level of strength. Kill! Gu Chengfeng, fully aware of the urgency, shouted at his companion, Little Black. The duo hastened towards the city's outskirts, carving a bloody path through the throngs of hundreds. In an instant, the skies above half of Bayan City were showered with blood and the remnants of bodies, casting a crimson hue over the city and inciting widespread panic among its inhabitants. Within the city, chaos reigned supreme. Meanwhile, Gu Chengfeng and Little Black neared the city walls. Aware that only by breaching Bayan City and returning to the southern courtyard of the Bayan Academy under the protection of the sword-wielding elder could they ensure their safety. The assailants encircling Gu Chengfeng were now deterred by the ferocity of the pair, who had become a whirlwind of carnage. At least 100 kingly warriors had perished at the hands of this singular boy and his canine companion. Consequently, as the conflict escalated, their adversaries dared not approach, encircling them instead without launching a direct attack. Thus, the pair managed to reach the city walls in under a quarter of an hour. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng exhaled a sigh of relief, surveying the crowd with cautious eyes. He then whispered to Little Black, "Let us go." However, just as they prepared to break free from the city, a series of thunderous shouts erupted from behind. "Want to escape? Dream on. Today, no one can save you." Accompanying the shouts were a dozen figures, revealing themselves to be the royal powerhouses of various families. Upon their arrival, the surrounding assailants immediately retreated. The royal realm. As Gu Chengfeng beheld the approaching figures, his brow furrowed, and he tightened his grip on the bloodthirsty sword. He was acutely aware that despite being endowed with the formidable slaughter god Sword Dao of the Third Realm and possessing 3 martial souls, his cultivation was merely at the first level of the king realm. It was utterly impossible for one at this level to transcend and slay those in the emperor realm. The chasm between their realms was insurmountable. "Little Black, can you manage?" Gu Chengfeng inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the group of over 10 individuals. "Woof!" Little Black responded in a low growl, its eyes similarly locked onto the group, flickering with an ember-like ferocity. Gu Chengfeng instantly comprehended the message. A few could be slain, but not too many. "Kill as many as you can, go?" With that, he brandished his sword and charged at the foremost Emperor Realm powerhouse. Little Black mirrored his action, dashing forward as well, seeking death. Bai Feng scoffed upon witnessing the audacity of the mere ant before him. With a swift gesture of his hand, he unleashed a powerful force that transformed into an invisible lance, crashing into Gu Chengfeng's sword aura. The sword aura shattered instantly, sending Gu Chengfeng hurtling backward. The might of an Emperor Realm warrior was terrifying. Even his most formidable strike was no match for a single blow. Crack! Meanwhile, Little Black sank its teeth into the shoulder of a Mu family Emperor Realm warrior, viciously tearing away half of the shoulder, bone and flesh alike. It had aimed for the neck, but the Emperor Realm warrior's reflexes were too swift, evading the fatal bite and resulting in a mere shoulder wound. A scream erupted from the warrior's lips, and he retaliated with a swift sword strike towards Little Black. In a graceful somersault, Little Black evaded the attack. transforming its form into a shadowy specter of power, crashing into the warrior's body with tremendous force. The impact created a deep dent in the warrior's chest, leading to his demise mid-fall, his heart shattered. Yet, Little Black was also sent reeling by the recoil, retreating back to Gu Chengfeng's side. "Kill that brat!" Bai Feng roared once more, prompting the remaining Emperor Realm warriors to simultaneously launch their assault. Waves of overwhelming and furious killing intent surged forth, as if they sought to obliterate Gu Chengfeng and the very space he occupied into nothingness. However, just as these terrifying attacks were about to engulf Gu Chengfeng, a resplendent sound emanated from above his head. A colossal sword, as dark as ink, materialized from thin air, hovering above. In an instant, it unleashed a series of sword auras that shimmered like the night sky. Swoosh! The sword aura swiftly cleaved through the three foremost attackers, separating them in twain. Blood gushed forth from their necks. Yet instead of cascading down, it coalesced in midair into three blood swords, formed entirely from their life essence. The blood swords glimmered brilliantly in the air, poised to strike at the other Emperor Realm warriors. Instantly, the crowd was struck with trepidation, their steps frozen in place, no longer daring to advance even a single step. A multitude of fearful eyes were cast upon the obsidian sword perched above Gu Chengfeng's head, simultaneously uttering the three words drenched in terror: the Black Demon Sword. As recognition dawned upon them, over a dozen individuals stumbled back, their feet barely touching the ground. Retreating several paces, their faces filled with horror. The Black Demon Sword, the Wine Sword Master. The emergence of the Black Demon Sword unmistakably signified the arrival of the Wine Sword Master, the preeminent warrior of Bayan City. Not merely in Bayan City, but even across the northern region, he was among the most formidable of champions. Who could forget that, in days of yore, the Wine Sword Master, in a fit of rage, had annihilated a city of 1,000,000 souls? The Sword Elder? Gu Chengfeng quickly realized that the Sword Elder had come. The taut strings of his heart began to ease ever so slightly. He still vividly recalled the words the Sword Elder had once imparted to him: "Join my ranks. And within the borders of Bayan City, should the heavens themselves collapse, I shall bear the weight for you. Those who wish to live, depart at once." Simultaneously, a voice, chillingly indifferent, erupted from the Black Demon Sword. The tone seemed to carry a tinge of crimson, reverberating through the minds of the gathered throng, causing even the Royal Realm warriors to feel a prickling unease at their scalps. Without a moment's hesitation, they retreated over 100 meters. To remain was to court death. The name of the Wine Sword Master was a mantle few could bear, a vessel of wine, a sword in hand, a knight that extinguished 1,000,000 lives. Unless one sought their own demise, who would dare defy him? Chapter 105. Preserve your dignity. Best keep it to yourself. At this moment, the figure of the Elder Sword Master appeared beside Gu Chengfeng. With a mere gesture, he caused the blood sword before the crowd to explode into a tempest of crimson mist, while the Black Demon's sword emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar, transforming into a streak of black light that fell into his grasp. "Move." A single word was uttered, and he began to stride towards the city's outskirts, with Gu Chengfeng closely following. No one dared to approach, nor did anyone have the audacity to obstruct their path. At that moment, a dozen sovereign-level experts and hundreds of king-level warriors were rendered speechless, their gazes averted from the Elder Sword Master. Only one phrase reverberated through the void: "From this day forth, should any of you dare to harm my disciple, I shall annihilate your entire clan." The echo of his words lingered, sending shivers through the souls of the powerful families and factions present. No one dared to question the authority of the Wine Sword Master, nor would they ever venture to do so. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the city, shaking the very foundations of the fortress. Simultaneously, a booming voice rang out: "Elder Sword Master, halt." In an instant, the crowd beheld over 100 armored soldiers, each mounted on black flame wolves, charging forth from the city. They resembled infernal knights, instilling a profound shock in the hearts of all spectators. The Black Flame Wolf Cavalry, the City Lord's Guard. Upon witnessing the cavalry, gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers. The king-level and sovereign-level experts of the families that had previously pursued Gu Chengfeng were now pale, scarcely daring to breathe. The Black Flame Wolf Cavalry, the mightiest guardians of Bayan City, boasted warriors of sovereign rank among their ranks. rendering them an invincible force that ensured the safety of the city. No one had anticipated that today's events would even draw the attention of the Black Flame Wolf Cavalry. Their presence signified the arrival of another formidable figure, the City Lord of Ban City, Zoming. Fortunately, it seemed that the City Lord's ire was directed not at them, but rather at the Wine Sword Master. The events of the day had indeed originated from their actions, and if the City Lord sought accountability, none would escape unscathed. The focus on the Elder Sword Master allowed them to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, landing with a resounding presence in the void. The moment Zoming appeared, a wave of overwhelming authority swept through the surroundings, compelling everyone to bow in reverence. "We pay our respects to the City Lord." The voice resonated through the air, and the crowd on the ground similarly knelt, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the City Lord." In an instant, both heaven and earth were filled with the sight of kneeling figures. Zoming, the sovereign of Ban City. Below the king, all others were but ants. However, the City Lord Zoming cast not even a fleeting glance at the crowd. His gaze fixed directly upon the two figures hovering above the city gate, Sword Elder and Gu Chengfeng. Particularly upon noticing the small black dog by Gu Chengfeng's side, a palpable grimace contorted his visage. Drawing a deep breath to quell the fury swelling within, he turned to Sword Elder and spoke. "Sword Elder, do you not think your actions are somewhat out of line? The bloodied streets of Ban City are littered with corpses, a scene of utter devastation. To simply declare the perpetrator must be taken away is hardly in accordance with propriety. Are you attempting to obstruct me?" Sword Elder slowly turned his head, casting a dispassionate glance at Zoming. "You should cherish the face I have spared you," he replied. With that, he disregarded further discourse and, accompanied by Gu Chengfeng, leapt into the air, departing from Ban City, leaving behind a visibly tumultuous Zoming. He hesitated several times, contemplating whether to impede Sword Elder's departure. Yet a sense of trepidation held him back. The message from Sword Elder was unequivocal. Should he dare to intervene again, his dignity would be irrevocably tarnished. "City Lord, this individual has not only slain the prodigies of our families, but has also mercilessly taken the lives of many from the City Lord's residence," shouted an elder from the Mu family, his eyes ablaze with indignation. "Indeed, City Lord, did you not behold that black dog? It was it that ravaged the treasury of the City Lord's residence. All of this was orchestrated by Gu Chengfeng, and he cannot be permitted to depart unscathed." The members of the Bai family echoed the outcry. "Silence, all of you." Zoming bellowed in frustration, his patience wearing thin. Did they think him ignorant? He was acutely aware of the situation. He had wished to keep this matter discreet, to avoid inciting the wrath of the madman known as Sword Elder. Yet, he had not anticipated that these imbeciles would publicly proclaim it. The City Lord's residents had nearly excavated the entire Ban City in search of that black dog, a fact now widely known. Furthermore, he had issued decrees vowing to slay both the dog and its master. Now, both had materialized. If he were to remain silent and allow them to leave without consequence, his authority as City Lord would be utterly obliterated. How could he hope to maintain control over Ban City thereafter? After a brief silence, Zoming gritted his teeth and stepped forward, declaring, "Sword Elder, you may take this individual, but the dog must remain." Allowing Gu Chengfeng to depart had already granted significant face to Sword Elder, and at the very least, it would not constitute a complete affront to him. Yet, just as his words lingered in the air, a sudden, resonant hum erupted. The black magic sword materialized before him, its tip mere inches from his forehead. An overwhelming aura of sharpness, imbued with the essence of boundless celestial principles, bore down upon Zoming. Instantly, he was engulfed in terror, his countenance shifting dramatically. He had not even sensed how the sword had appeared. He had believed that, with his current strength, he could contend with Sword Elder. Yet now, he comprehended the true terror of Sword Elder. Gurgle. The relentless pressure of impending death caused Zoming to swallow hard. With a resounding crack, the black magic sword swung violently, striking Zoming's face with ferocity, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing into the ranks of the Black Flame Wolf Riders below. "Speak another word, and I shall annihilate your entire lordship's residence." With those words, he vanished from sight, accompanied by Gu Chengfeng. Watching the retreating figures of the trio, Lord Zoming trembled, rendered speechless for an extended period. For the first time, he truly sensed the arrival of death. Had the old swordsman wished to take his life, he would have long since become a lifeless corpse. Clearly, the old swordsman had spared him out of respect for the headmaster of the Bayan Academy. In the entire northern region, even the northern king's residents held no authority before the old swordsman. Only the venerable headmaster of Bayan Academy could compel him to withhold his murderous intent. His increasingly swollen cheek throbbed painfully, and the fury in Zongming's gaze intensified. "My lord, are you unwell?" Someone approached to assist him. At that moment, the crowd's eyes turned towards him, causing Zongming's fists to clench tighter. "Get away, all of you. Leave me be. Get out." At the sound of his thunderous roar, the crowd dared not utter another word and dispersed in haste, tails between their legs. Even the Black Flame Wolf Riders retreated towards the Lord's residence. "Those who dare to harm the pride of my lord's house and pillage its treasures shall not go unpunished." With a furious shout, Zongming transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. Yet, before he could travel far, a sudden flash of purple light arced above him, pressing him down with immense force. The county princess. Upon recognizing the figure of the young lady atop the purple jade spirit vessel, Zongming's breath quickened. He hastily knelt in deference. "Your subordinate, Zongming, pays his respects to the county princess." Chapter 106. Divine Punishment and Calamity. Zongming, remember this. If I discover that a single hair on Gu Chengfeng has been harmed, you shall bear the consequences. With that, Zi vanished from Zongming's sight, leaving him trembling on the ground, his very soul quaking. Once again, it was Gu Chengfeng. While the arrival of the old swordsman could be somewhat justified, he could scarcely comprehend why even a figure of the princess's stature would come because of him. Who exactly is this Gu Chengfeng? At this moment, Zongming was utterly bewildered. If the old swordsman's appearance was akin to a stinging slap to his face, then the appearance of the princess was a thunderous blow to his head. He still had some fight left against the old swordsman, but in the presence of the princess, he dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts. The young princess of the Northern King's manor. She represented the authority of the Northern King's manor, and Bayan City was merely one of the many towns under its jurisdiction. With a single word from the young princess, he could instantly transform from a lofty city lord into a destitute wanderer. "My subordinate shall heed the princess's teachings." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zongming trembled as he bowed, daring not to utter another word. He then swiftly produced a communication talisman and commanded, "Immediately relay the order, from now on. In Bayan City, if anyone dares to harm even a single hair of Gu Chengfeng, this city lord shall annihilate their entire clan." The black dog. That black dog. The black dog belongs to Gu Chengfeng. As Gu Chengfeng followed the old swordsman back to the skies above Bayan Academy, a chorus of gasps erupted within the academy. Countless figures rushed towards the pill-refining peak to relay this news to Master Zhua. However, neither the old swordsman nor Gu Chengfeng paid any heed to the crowd, descending directly onto the southern courtyard peak. "Kid, be mindful when you kill in the future." The old swordsman offered no further words, simply turning to enter the grand hall. Gu Chengfeng blinked and called after the old man's retreating figure, "Headmaster, you're not scared, are you? I'm worried that if someone were to kill you, no one would be left to collect your corpse." The cold snort that echoed back made Gu Chengfeng click his tongue in response, before he dashed back to his cultivation chamber. At this moment, nearly 40 drops of spiritual essence had already coalesced in his dantian, sufficient to elevate his cultivation by 2 levels. More importantly, he possessed a 9th grade Killing God Martial Soul Crystal and a Divine Punishment and Divine Fall Crystal. Additionally, he had acquired 3 Earth Tier techniques and martial skills. One could say that this trip to the Martial Soul Grave yielded immense rewards. Having experienced the harrowing scene of being pursued by hundreds today, Gu Chengfeng understood that he must enhance his strength with utmost urgency. Otherwise, he might find himself ambushed by those rascals one day. Soon, the 40 drops of spiritual essence were completely consumed, and his cultivation soared to the 3rd level of the King Realm. His gaze fell upon the Killing God Martial Soul Crystal and the Divine Punishment and Divine Fall Crystal. Then he grasped the Divine Punishment and Divine Fall Crystal in his hand. A surge of spiritual energy penetrated the Divine Fallen Crystal, and in an instant, an immense force of violet thunder erupted from within, crashing into Gu Chengfeng's body. This power was colossal, far beyond Gu Chengfeng's imagination. The terrifying impact made him feel as though his blood, flesh, and even his bones were instantaneously shattered. The excruciating agony felt akin to someone wielding a sharp blade, mercilessly stirring his very soul. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Gu Chengfeng's lips as he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently. The torment was so profound that he yearned to end his own existence with a single stroke of his sword. Yet, his body was already beyond his control, as if his soul had departed from his flesh, while his consciousness remained painfully alert. Even the luxury of fainting was a distant wish. At this moment, he could hear the deafening thunder tearing apart his flesh and bones, a haunting sound that resonated within him. The thunder roared within his corporeal form. After being torn asunder, his flesh and bones were reborn beneath the tempest of thunder, only to be obliterated once more. This cycle continued relentlessly. For Gu Chengfeng, each passing second felt like an entire year. He could not discern how much time had elapsed when he finally sensed the thunder within him gradually dissipating, allowing him to regain feeling in his body and slowly reclaim control. Once he had fully mastered his corporeal vessel, Gu Chengfeng sprang to his feet, gazing down at his elevated hands. In that moment, it was as if he had been reborn. The sensation of commanding his own body was exquisite. With a resounding crack, as he clenched his fists, the sound echoed like thunder, relentless and unyielding. Instinctively, he unleashed a punch, and in that instant, a surge of violet lightning erupted in the void before him. The sheer power left Gu Chengfeng trembling with awe. Though his physical form was not inherently powerful, this punch, augmented by the divine punishment of thunder, unleashed a force rivaling that of a fifth-tier monarch. If this power were to be channeled through his bloodthirsty sword, Gu Chengfeng's eyes widened with astonishment as he grasped the sword, feeling an overwhelming sensation that he could slay an emperor-level adversary with a single stroke. However, it was evident that now was not the opportune moment to seek confrontation. Suppressing this impulse, Gu Chengfeng's figure swiftly vanished from the room. The Empress of Divine Punishment was of utmost importance. "Empress, I have arrived." Upon entering the Divine Abyss Pavilion, Gu Chengfeng could not contain his excitement and called out into the void. "Why such a ruckus?" Moonlight Sword Emperor shot him a disapproving glance. Gu Chengfeng smirked, "Humph. I'm here to seek the Empress of Divine Punishment, not to bother you, the heartless Empress." Hearing this, the Moonlight Sword Emperor frowned and huffed lightly. "Are you asking for trouble?" In that moment, a flash of crimson light suddenly erupted before Gu Chengfeng. The blood-red sword struck fiercely against Gu Chengfeng's rear, causing him to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. Enraged, Gu Chengfeng exclaimed, "You heartless Empress." He turned his head, adding, "I had intended to bring you along for the imminent battle against the Empress of Divine Punishment, but now that's out of the question." "Humph, are you certain?" The Moonlight Sword Emperor's eyes glinted like blades as he raised an eyebrow. Gu Chengfeng blinked, then broke into a grin. "Haha, I was merely jesting. How could one take a joke seriously, right, my esteemed Sword Emperor? Worry not, I shall ensure equitable distribution. Ha ha ha." His laughter echoed throughout the Divine Abyss Pavilion, infused with exhilaration. Silver-tongued rogue. The Moonlight Sword Emperor scoffed, then shifted the topic, inquiring, "Do you not wish to know what kind of constitution the Divine Punishment Crystal has bestowed upon you?" "Ah." At this, Gu Chengfeng's laughter abruptly ceased. "Indeed. What kind of constitution is it?" "The constitution of Divine Punishment," the Moonlight Sword Emperor replied slowly. "However, it cannot yet be deemed a true Divine Punishment constitution. It can only be considered a holy body for now." Chapter 107. Divine Punishment Martial Soul. 2 Unique Martial Techniques. The term holy body elicited a sudden narrowing of Gu Chengfeng's eyes. It indeed referred to the holy body. This was akin to his own supreme, Yang holy body, both belonging to the esteemed category of holy bodies. However, it was evident that the holy body of Divine Punishment differed significantly from the supreme, Yang holy body. Just a mere clenching of fists had already bestowed upon him an unimaginable level of terrifying power. His current cultivation level was still relatively low, yet the higher one's cultivation, the more formidable the enhancements would become. In contrast, the supreme Yang holy body, while also hailed as a holy body, had not revealed its true utility to Gu Chengfeng at all, especially before his encounter with the 7 Empresses. Beyond rendering him slightly more handsome and attracting the attention of women, it had proven to be of little practical use. Illusory Spirit Sister. The Moonlight Sword Emperor spoke no further, instead directly calling out into the void. This voice seemed to embody the essence of supreme Dao power, resonating with the laws of heaven and instantly melding into the boundless void, subsequently enveloping the slumbering purple figure within. Boom! In an instant, thunderous roars echoed, and the sky erupted in a dazzling display of purple divine light. The once recumbent purple figure slowly rose to a seated position, bathed in the brilliance of the purple aura. The figure of the Empress appeared as a celestial being, exuding an aura of superiority akin to that of a deity, her snow-white skin radiating an ethereal grace. "Thank you, Sister Moonlight." A gentle voice resonated softly, and then a radiant purple glow traced a path through the void, gradually descending before the Moonlight Sword Emperor. The figure offered a slight bow. "I pay my respects to Sister Moonlight." The Moonlight Sword Emperor gently supported the shoulder of the Divine Punishment Empress and smiled. "Illusory Spirit Sister, you can accompany me from now on. I shall no longer be alone." Just then, an untimely sound of swallowing echoed from the side. Turning his head, Gu Chengfeng found himself intently gazing at the Illusory Spirit Empress. "Hee, young master, what are you looking at?" The Illusory Spirit Empress chuckled. It's just that the Empress is too beautiful," Gu Chengfeng replied, momentarily taken aback, but ultimately unfazed, breaking into a grin. Indeed, she was extraordinarily stunning. Even after having experienced and appreciated every inch of beauty, he was still utterly captivated by the Illusory Spirit Empress. "Young master, your flattery grows sweeter by the day." The Illusory Spirit Empress smiled radiantly. She then curiously turned to the Moonlight Sword Emperor. "Sister Moonlight, how can you still feel lonely with young master by your side?" "Him?" The Moonlight Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. "He's nothing more than a little rascal. Just look at the glint in his eyes." He. Upon hearing this, the Illusory Spirit Empress stifled her laughter, her beautiful eyes glimmering as she looked at Gu Chengfeng. "Young master, are you truly a little rascal?" The soft murmurs, as gentle as cotton, enveloped Gu Chengfeng, evoking a sensation akin to his heart melting. He blinked and then broke into a grin, saying, "How about I let you experience what true mischief feels like right now?" Upon hearing this, the fair cheeks of the Illusory Array Emperor flushed slightly, though silent. She subtly nodded in agreement. "Oh, what a little rascal." The Moonlight Sword Emperor could not help but snicker quietly. Nevertheless, her actions did not falter. First, she removed the purple silk garment from the Illusory Array Emperor, followed by her own. In an instant, the grand hall resembled a garden blooming with two exquisite flowers. A sight to behold. "Heh, my two Empress wives, here I come." With a call, his body leaped forth, claws extended. Within the hall, the fierce battle raged on, yet none noticed a small black dog nestled in a corner, its round eyes fixated intently. Occasionally it would rise, nudging the air as if attempting to learn a new posture. At particularly thrilling moments, it would even stand, its paws gently patting as if applauding. The battlefield persisted for over 2 hours before it finally subsided. Under the brilliance of a sword light, Gu Chengfeng vanished from the fray. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in his own chamber, everything seeming dreamlike. Only the lingering ache in his waist spoke of the recent tempest he had endured. After several deep breaths, he finally managed to regain his composure. His thoughts descended into his dantian, where he immediately beheld the purple martial soul, previously sealed, now half unbound, radiating violet lightning and enveloping the entire dantian in a shimmering purple glow. Why had it not fully broken free? Gu Chengfeng observed for half an hour. Yet the seal on the Divine Punishment martial soul remained only partially undone. The other half stubbornly resisted release, leaving him somewhat speechless. Was he destined to wield only half the power of the Divine Punishment martial soul? When you find the Divine Punishment meteorite, only then can the remaining half be completely liberated. The voice of the Illusory Array Emperor echoed softly in his mind. "I see." Gu Chengfeng felt a touch of helplessness, yet recognized the inevitability of the situation. Nevertheless, he mused that even a fraction of the Divine Punishment meteorite's power would undoubtedly surpass that of a 9th grade or even super 9th grade martial soul. After all, it was a divine martial soul. "Ah, dear Illusory Empress, you promised that upon awakening, there would be a legacy. You have yet to bestow it upon me." Even the heartless Moonlight Sword Emperor imparted a technique to him, the Devouring Sky, Great Transformation. Surely, as the Divine Punishment Empress, The illusory array emperor possessed something of equal merit. For now, it was not feasible. His body remained too frail. Perhaps after a few more rounds of dual cultivation, he would be ready. The soft whispers of the phantom array emperor slowly emerged, and even when Gu Chengfeng referred to him as his wife, there was no rebuttal. Ha ha, splendid. Soon, I shall acquire the Starfall Stone. Gu Chengfeng's spirits soared, far gentler than the Moonlight Sword Emperor. Subsequently, regaining his focus, he directed his gaze towards the 3 tomes of spells and the crystallized essence of the god of slaughter lying on the ground. The successful consolidation of his movement technique would signify the emergence of his 5th martial soul, seemingly unlocking 2 pathways of inheritance. This thought ignited a brighter spark in Gu Chengfeng's eyes. However, after some contemplation, he resolved to take a moment to rest before continuing the consolidation of the god of slaughter martial soul. Previously, whether it was refining the celestial punishment divine meteor to transform the punishment body or engaging in a fierce battle with 2 ferocious women, he had expended an excessive amount of energy. It was imperative to recuperate and return to peak condition before proceeding with the consolidation of his martial soul and the unlocking of the inheritance doors. Nevertheless, before resting, he perused the phantom body technique and phantom sword technique, immersing himself in their study. As for the phantom sea technique, being a skill he had already surpassed with the devouring sky supreme technique, it held no necessity for his attention. The phantom body technique comprises 3 tiers. The first tier, Spirit Phantom Step, the second tier, Phantom Body Step, and the third tier, Phantom Flash Step. It is evidently a movement skill, one that is exceedingly essential for Gu Chengfeng at present. Similarly, the Phantom Sword technique consists of 3 tiers. The first tier, Spirit Phantom Slash, the second tier, Phantom Body Slash, and the third tier, Phantom Flash Slash. The names of these 2 martial arts are strikingly similar, indicating their complementary nature. They can be employed independently or in tandem. When utilized together, both the potency and speed reach extraordinary heights, enabling one to strike unexpectedly, rendering lethal blows in utter silence. Chapter 108. A little killing is acceptable, but how can one kill all at once? As Gu Chengfeng diligently practiced, news of his return had thoroughly spread throughout the Bayan Academy. Particularly, the tale of Gu Chengfeng's obliteration of the Zihui sacred land and the slaughter of over 10,000 prodigies sent tremors through the academy, eliciting fury from the higher-ups. Among those slain, at least 8,000 were students of Bayan Academy. In a single battle, the number of students was halved. From the top 10 prodigies on the battle rankings to the most ordinary newcomers, those who entered the martial soul burial ground were seldom spared. Furthermore, these individuals were predominantly from the northern courtyard. At that moment, the head of the dragon courtyard and the deputy head Ling stood in the main hall of the academy, their eyes brimming with uncontainable rage as they faced the old dean. This child has slain 8,000 prodigies from Bayan Academy. If we do not mete out the utmost punishment, how shall we face the people of the northern border? They exclaimed. It was one thing for ordinary citizens to be affected, but esteemed sects, families, and even members of the northern king's residence were among the casualties. If they sought retribution, how could Bayan Academy ever hope to maintain its standing in the northern border? Their voices echoed throughout the grand hall. Yet, the old dean remained composed, sitting calmly as he replied nonchalantly, "In cultivation, life and death are commonplace. It is the same everywhere. If anyone comes looking, let them come to me." With a slight shake of his head, he added, "However, this matter does indeed seem rather excessive." Hearing a glimmer of hope for resolution, the 2 quickly concurred. "It is utterly outrageous, beyond reason. Dean, you must intervene, especially concerning Old Sword. He is the mastermind, the true culprit." Before the head of the dragon courtyard could finish, the old dean mumbled to himself, "A little killing is acceptable, but how could one kill them all at once?" The 2 exchanged bewildered glances, utterly taken aback. The head of the dragon courtyard retorted angrily, "Dean, such words cannot be uttered. Killing is killing. Even a little is unacceptable, for they are all prodigies of Bayan Academy. Enough. I understand. You 2 may return to your tasks, or else you can go deal with Old Sword yourselves," the old dean declared. Upon hearing this, the 2 grew frantic. "We cannot handle Old Sword, which is precisely why we sought your assistance," they protested. "Everyone knows the terror of Old Sword. To confront him for a student, given his protective nature, would surely lead to our demise." Who would dare? Very well, I understand. The old dean waved his hand dismissively. He then produced a talisman. Activating it as he called out, "Old sword, come see me." Upon witnessing this, the two nodded slightly, bowing in respect before exiting the grand hall. Just before leaving, the head of the dragon courtyard couldn't help but turn back and say, "Dean, you must handle this impartially and never show favoritism, or you will only embolden Old Sword." Once outside the hall, the head of the dragon courtyard's expression turned icy as he fixed a determined gaze on Deputy Head Ling, stating, "You must immediately send someone to eliminate that boy while Old Sword is absent." After finishing his statement, he added, "Remember, it is best not to intervene personally, lest Sword Elder becomes displeased, and we find ourselves unable to restrain him. Rest assured, Dean Ling." Vice Dean Ling nodded and promptly departed. At that moment, someone had already arrived at South Courtyard Peak. It was none other than Gu Chengfeng, the master of the Alchemy Peak. His eyes were filled with fury as he descended into the courtyard outside the Grand Hall, followed by 28 students from the Alchemy Peak. "Gu Chengfeng, come out this instant." The Alchemy Peak, along with the Weapon Refining Peak and Formation Peak, stood independently apart from the South and North Courtyards, boasting significant stature. They could access the South and North Courtyards without restrictions. These individuals typically entered the academy through special professions, obtaining a recruitment token. Only those of considerable cultivation prowess could acquire such tokens to enter the two courtyards. The thunderous roar jolted Gu Chengfeng from his deep slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he emerged from the grand hall, exclaiming, "What is all this ruckus? Disturbing my peaceful dreams." "Gu Chengfeng, do you still have the audacity to sleep?" Upon seeing Gu Chengfeng's demeanor, Gu Chengfeng's anger escalated. "I have never wronged you nor offended you. So why does your spirit beast treat me this way and show such disrespect to the Alchemy Peak?" Previously, lacking concrete evidence, he refrained from speaking out, but now, with countless witnesses, the evidence was irrefutable. "Return the Medicine King Cauldron and the elixirs at once, and I shall treat this matter as if it never occurred." Gu Chengfeng seethed with rage. "Oh, it is Master Zhua. My apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. This is the fault of a junior. Please, do come inside." Now fully alert, Gu Chengfeng smiled and gestured for the others. "Esteemed seniors, please, you are all welcome. Enough with the pleasantries. Where are the Medicine King Cauldron and the elixirs?" The Medicine King Cauldron was a treasured heirloom of the Alchemy Peak, and its return was imperative. The elixirs were equally crucial for the cultivation of all students in the Bainan Academy. Gu Chengfeng's eyes twinkled as he quickly replied, "To not keep Master Zhua in suspense. Both the Medicine King Cauldron and the elixirs are indeed in my possession." Miao Yao Yao, the chief disciple of the Alchemy Peak, immediately stepped forward. "Then why do you not hand them over promptly? Do you wish to escalate this matter to the old dean before you comply?" "Oh, senior sister, what words are these?" Gu Chengfeng grinned widely and then turned to Master Zhua, saying, "Master Zhua, as I understand, the esteemed Medicine King left the Medicine King Cauldron to inspire the disciples of the Alchemy Peak, allowing any who had the chance to become a Medicine King to use it. Am I mistaken?" Miao Yao Yao interjected, "What do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that you have the opportunity to become a Medicine King?" "Senior sister, your words are misguided." Gu Chengfeng shook his head, thumping his chest. "It is not merely an opportunity. I am certain I will become a Medicine King. The Medicine King is the pinnacle of alchemy within the Diqian dynasty. The number of Medicine Kings throughout the entire Diqian dynasty is so scarce that we cannot even assemble a complete roster of the top 10 Medicine Kings. In the vast expanse of the Northern Territory, it is only within the Northern Prince's residence that one can find a single Apothecary King. His exalted status commands even the respect of the Northern Prince, who must treat him with deference, regarding him as a distinguished guest. How utterly absurd. Is it so simple to claim the title of Apothecary King? If that were the case, I could just as easily declare that I too shall become one in the future." Miao Yao Yao, clad in a form-fitting garment of pure white, felt her chest rise and fall vigorously in response to Gu Chengfeng's words. Her delicate face was flushed with indignation, and her large eyes glared at him as if she wished to devour him whole. In the future? Upon hearing those words, Gu Chengfeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He scrutinized Miao Yao Yao once more, noting her alluring figure, which was undeniably impressive. With a satisfied grin, he remarked, "If the senior requires assistance, I assure you that I possess the ability to help you ascend to the realm of the Apothecary King." "Assist me? Huh. You should first become an apothecary king yourself before making such claims. Miao Yaoyao huffed lightly, clearly not grasping Gu Chengfeng's intent. Her face was marked with distaste as she confronted his unwavering gaze. At that moment, Zuofeng stepped protectively in front of Miao Yaoyao, frowning as he addressed Gu Chengfeng. Young man, the title of Apothecary King is not one to be taken lightly. Though you indeed possess a remarkable talent for alchemy, it does not follow that you can simply declare yourself an Apothecary King. Zuofeng was not merely here to demand accountability. Despite Gu Chengfeng's youth, his exceptional talent for alchemy was something Zuofeng greatly admired. However, admiration must be tempered with the necessity of reclaiming what is rightfully his. As for the matter of theft, if Gu Chengfeng returned what was taken, Zuofeng was willing to overlook the incident, considering the young man's aptitude. With a smile, Gu Chengfeng countered, Master Zua, you must be an 8th-tier alchemist now, am I correct? Indeed, and I have been an 8th-tier alchemist for 50 years. At this point, a sense of pride illuminated Zua Tianfeng's gaze and countenance. An 8th-tier alchemist is regarded as the pinnacle within the alchemical community of the Daqian dynasty, as 9th-tier apothecary kings are exceedingly rare. After advancing to 8th-tier alchemist for half a century, any 8th-tier elixir, given the formula, is within his effortless grasp. This is his confidence and his pride. However, just as Zua Tianfeng finished his statement, a laugh erupted from the young boy beside him. The laughter caused Zua Tianfeng's expression to turn icy, and the students behind him from the alchemy peak flushed with anger. Miao Yaoyao pointed an accusing finger at Gu Chengfeng. Are you mocking the peak master? To her dismay, Gu Chengfeng's laughter only grew louder. Huh. His mirth escalated to the point where he clutched his stomach in pain from laughing. Meanwhile, Zuofeng and the others grew increasingly cold in demeanor. Young man, Zua Tianfeng bellowed, his teeth clenched as he glared at Gu Chengfeng. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, I will not let you off lightly. As the words fell, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Gu Chengfeng, weighing heavily upon him. In that moment, Zua Tianfeng was genuinely enraged. He could tolerate mockery of any kind. Yet alchemy was the grand path he had pursued throughout his life, holding an unparalleled position in his heart. And it was the achievement he took the greatest pride in. Nothing could be allowed to tarnish it. Above the imperial realm, as the pressure enveloped him, Gu Chengfeng's spirit tightened, and his laughter abruptly ceased. He had not anticipated that Zua Tianfeng was indeed a formidable figure above the imperial realm, perhaps even having reached the spiritual realm. However, in the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from within him, the power of divine retribution dispersing the encroaching pressure, allowing Gu Chengfeng to relax entirely. Yet, he refrained from laughter, responding instead, is it not laughable that a grade 8 alchemist, after 50 years, still cannot break through to the 9th grade apothecary realm? The art of alchemy demands profound depth. The longer one accumulates experience, the more exquisite their alchemical skills become. If you do not even understand this fundamental concept, how can you claim the title of alchemist? Before Zuofeng could respond, Miao Yaoyao retorted loudly. After 50 years of accumulation, why have you not mastered the 9th grade apothecary realm? Gu Chengfeng shook his head slightly, stating, in my view, this is not so-called accumulation. It is merely a waste of time. You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? You dare to speak so recklessly without understanding anything. Gu Chengfeng's words immediately provoked a furious outcry from those around him, their glares directed at him with palpable ire. Yet, Gu Chengfeng remained unfazed, asserting, if accumulation were truly effective, wouldn't everyone be an alchemical master? This is merely the ridiculous self-deception of those who cannot break through. Upon hearing this, the crowd was incensed. Although Zuofeng's expression was equally grim, he suddenly fell silent, even raising his hand to quell the crowd. Gu Chengfeng's remarks, though harsh, resonated with undeniable truth. Just then, a streak of light cut through the sky, and a figure descended. Accompanying this figure was a voice. What the young master says is correct. Though I may not wish to agree, it is an undeniable fact. Master Chengfeng. Greetings, Master Chengfeng. Upon seeing the newcomer, the alchemy peak disciples quickly straightened their postures and bowed respectfully. There is no need for such formality. Chengfeng gently waved his hand. He then approached Gu Chengfeng and Zua Tianfeng. Brother Zua, young Master Gu. Master Chengfeng, I am honored. Gu Chengfeng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chengfeng shook his head gently, saying, I am already aware that the black dog belongs to you. young master. If it were someone else's, I would surely pursue the matter relentlessly. However, since it is yours, let this matter rest. His loss is not significant, and if we speak of losses, they are primarily the responsibility of the city lord's manor. Of course, this was not the main reason. The primary factor was that he had already met with Nzoming, the city lord of Ban City. Nzoming's demeanor left him trembling with trepidation. Although Nzoming did not elucidate the specific reasons behind his turmoil, it was evident that he had endured significant trials that compelled him to set aside even the most profound animosities. He was well aware of Nzoming's character. He was not one to shed tears until he was truly bereft of hope. Learning from Nzoming's past experiences, he certainly would not approach recklessly, inviting his own misfortune. Therefore, he expressed his gratitude to Master Chengfeng with a respectful gesture. He had not anticipated that Master Chengfeng would demonstrate such magnanimity, especially considering he had previously deceived him regarding a spatial ring filled with medicinal herbs. Shaking his head, Chengfeng gently advised, "Young man, you must return the Wielding and the elixirs from the alchemy peak to Master Zhua. Those treasures do not belong solely to him." Master Zhua inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Chengfeng. "Boy, speak plainly. If you wish to belittle me, I shall overlook it, but you must provide me with a reasonable explanation." "Very well." Gu Chengfeng nodded in agreement before countering. "What is the obstacle that confines the two esteemed predecessors from advancing to the realm of the apothecary king?" Chengfeng responded, "Firstly, it is the art of alchemy, and secondly, the formulations. They lack neither talent nor skill. What they are missing is the mastery of top-tier alchemical techniques. Having attained their current level, they are acutely aware of their shortcomings, which prevent them from taking that final step. As for the formulations, particularly the 9th grade ones, each is a rare treasure. Without formidable backing, acquiring them is virtually impossible. Despite both having been 8th grade alchemists for decades, they have yet to encounter a single 9th grade formulation. If they have never seen the formulations, how can they hope to concoct 9th grade elixirs? Unless by some stroke of fortune, akin to when Gu Chengfeng previously concocted elixirs, provoking a phenomenon that elevates their 8th grade concoctions to the 9th grade realm. Such a possibility is exceedingly remote, like finding a needle in a vast ocean. Though masters will remain silent. Upon hearing Chengfeng mention these two critical elements, he fell into a profound silence. At that moment, despair was etched upon his face and reflected in his eyes, a despair regarding the realm of the apothecary king. It seemed that in this lifetime, he might never witness any prospect of breaking through to that pinnacle. Master Chengfeng shared a similar sentiment, observing the two enshrouded in silence. A subtle smile graced Gu Chengfeng's lips. He then fixed his gaze on Master Zhua and slowly declared, "I offer you an opportunity to become an apothecary king. Let us put the matters of the Wielding and the elixirs to rest, shall we?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Master Zhua abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief as they locked onto Gu Chengfeng. Master Chengfeng, equally astonished, was left speechless. Conversely, the alchemists gathered behind them could not contain their laughter, their mirth erupting with greater intensity than when Gu Chengfeng had laughed earlier. It was as if one had heard the most amusing joke in the world, especially the chief disciple of the alchemy peak, Miao Yao Yao, who laughed with such exuberance that her beauty seemed to blossom like a flower. Tears of joy sparkled in her enchanting eyes as she exclaimed, "He truly said he would grant the two esteemed alchemists the opportunity to ascend to the rank of Medicine King." Ha ha ha. Chapter 110, Reverence for Teachers. Treating the Young Master. Silence, everyone. Just as laughter filled the air, the Master's Wafeng suddenly erupted with a roar, akin to a thunderclap, resonating in the ears of all present. The alchemy students of the peak were instantly rendered motionless, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Master's Wafeng. He approached Gu Chengfeng, bowing and clasping his fists. "If the young master truly possesses the ability to impart alchemical techniques to me, I am willing to honor him as my teacher for life." Stunned, the onlookers were left speechless by this scene and statement. The peak master actually believed him. "Master, you would be better off trusting me." Silence. Before Miao Yao Yao could finish her retort, Master Wafeng raised his hand, pointing towards the direction of the alchemy peak. "Return at once." "Master, one who only knows how to steal is a worthless." Another, unwilling to relent, attempted to speak but was silenced by the cold glare. "Get out." Miao Yaoyao cast a deep look at Master Wufeng, then fixed her gaze on Gu Chengfeng. Turning away with a wave, "Leave." The crowd immediately took to the skies, departing from the southern courtyard peak. In an instant, only 3 individuals remained: Gu Chengfeng, Master Wufeng, and Master Chengfeng. However, in the distance, numerous figures of students from the northern courtyard appeared, evidently sent by Deputy Dean Ling. Yet, due to the presence of the 2 alchemy masters, they dared not provoke but watched from afar. If the young master can truly grant us the opportunity of becoming the Medicine King, I too am willing to follow Master Wufeng, honoring the young master as my teacher for life. After a brief silence, Master Chengfeng decisively stepped forward, bowing and clasping his fists. For them, the title of Medicine King represented the pinnacle of their lifelong pursuit. Decades devoted to the path of alchemy, all in pursuit of that lofty, ethereal realm of the Medicine King. Yet, to date, with little time left, they hadn't even brushed against its threshold. The heavens do not grant life, nor do they grant time. Both had long resigned themselves to their fate. Yet now, suddenly, someone claimed to offer assistance in reaching the realm of the Medicine King. Even if it were false, a mere dream, or a deception, they were compelled to try, if only for that fleeting, intangible possibility. They understood that this might be their final chance to attempt such a feat. Whether they succeeded or failed mattered not. It was merely to quell the lingering dissatisfaction in their hearts and conclude their journey with a definitive statement. Their respectful demeanor did not go unnoticed by the powerful figures of the northern courtyard watching from afar. Minter and Ling furrowed his brow, and after a moment, he gritted his teeth. This scoundrel dares to deceive even the 2 alchemy masters. He truly brings his own demise upon himself. It seems the 2 masters have placed considerable trust in him. Should we not warn them? Inquired Luo Ning, ranked 10th on the battle list, in a deep voice. There is no need for such trouble. It would be better to directly eliminate this scoundrel on behalf of the 2 masters, suggested Shinjiru, ranked 8th, with a cold glint in her eyes. This sentiment was quickly met with agreement from the others. Their reaction did not escape Gu Chengfeng's notice. Although he could not discern their words, their intentions were unmistakable. Since they had arrived, it would be unwise to frighten them away. With a slight glimmer in his eyes, he chuckled softly at the 2 alchemy masters, saying, "Esteemed elders, I am merely jesting with you. Please do not take it to heart." Buzz. At the moment his words fell, an icy fury replaced the warmth in the eyes of the 2 masters. Their previously clasped hands transformed into lethal weapons. Pointing ominously at Gu Chengfeng, "You insolent wretch, do you think I have lived this long merely for your amusement?" Their anger was palpable, and both were thoroughly incensed. Master Chengfeng drew a sword, aiming it squarely at Gu Chengfeng. The sudden shift did not go unnoticed by the onlookers from the north courtyard, who erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Indeed, playing with fire. It seems we need not intervene." They jeered. The ants can only survive through deception. Yet, in the next moment, the spectators observed the 2 masters, who were poised to annihilate Gu Chengfeng, seemingly receiving something from him. After uttering an enigmatic phrase, they turned and departed. Clearly, they were deterred by the old swordsman, unwilling to strike directly. It might also be that the masters deemed it beneath their dignity to slay a mere youth. The crowd shook their heads in amusement, recognizing that while the masters hesitated, they felt no such restraint. "Let us go," commanded Minter and Ling with a wave of his hand, and the crowd surged toward the blood-red life and death bridge. Simultaneously, several booming shouts echoed toward the south courtyard peak. "Gu Chengfeng, come forth to meet your demise. Face your end." Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the alchemy peak, Zhuo Tianfeng trembled as he cradled a tome, while Chen Feng absorbed every word. The opening characters boldly proclaimed, "The art of alchemy with 10,000 flames." As they delved deeper into the text, each line left them wide-eyed and trembling with astonishment. The art of alchemy with 10,000 flames was the true essence of alchemy. Having perused only a few pages, Zhuo Tianfeng could not contain his exclamation, his aged face alight with excitement, a thrill not felt in decades. Chen Feng, equally astonished, remarked, "Now I understand why young Master Gu, at such a tender age, possesses such mastery in alchemy. The techniques we practiced were nothing but the most wretched of dross." With laughter that echoed through the grand hall, the two celebrated their newfound knowledge, shaking the very foundations of the alchemy hall. Those outside, witnessing the commotion, wondered if the masters had lost their minds. As calm returned, Chengfeng turned to Zhuo Tianfeng, saying, "Brother Zhuo, we must clear the obstacles for young Master Gu before returning. Otherwise, I shall feel unworthy of his generosity." They both recognized the throng from the north courtyard peak that was seeking trouble. As he spoke, he prepared to rise and return to assist Gu Chengfeng. The individuals in the northern courtyard were formidable, ranking among the top 10 on the battle list. And Gu Chengfeng had only been at Bayan Academy for less than 2 months, rendering him unlikely to be their match. However, Zhuo Tianfeng raised his hand to halt him, stating, "No need. Young Master Gu's prowess surpasses imagination. Just now, he effortlessly shattered the power I had subdued without any discernible reaction. This is impossible." Chengfeng exclaimed, astonished. He was acutely aware of Zhuo Tianfeng's strength. The latter's force was capable of suppressing not just a youth, but even a formidable royal realm expert could not possibly break free. Zhuo Tianfeng continued solemnly, "If I am not mistaken, young Master Gu possesses a sacred body." A sacred body. The mere mention of those words caused Chun Ming's eyes to widen in disbelief. The supreme sacred body was a rarity within the entire De Qian dynasty, with perhaps only 3 individuals possessing such an extraordinary trait. "Brother Chun, consider once more. With a sacred body and such exceptional alchemical skills at his disposal, what does that imply?" "This," Chengfeng gasped, "an extraordinary background." Zhuo Tianfeng nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, and it is highly probable that he hails from a reclusive ancient clan of which we have never heard." Reclusive families were entities that even the royal family would avoid, representing terrifying legacies that had endured for millennia. Chengfeng could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, taking a considerable time to regain his composure before solemnly declaring, "It seems our decision today may alter the course of our lives. For us, this is a fortuitous opportunity, one that could shape our destinies." Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Tianfeng looked at Chengfeng and said, "From now on, regardless of circumstances, we must adhere to what we previously agreed upon, to treat our master with the utmost respect." Chengfeng nodded emphatically, "Yes. Respect our master and treat young master with honor." Chapter 111, Slaying in Ling. "He has arrived. Gu Chengfeng has come. Today he shall not depart. For the sake of my Northern Academy's 8,000 prodigies, this youth must be eradicated." As the figure of the boy soared through the air, beneath the life and death platform, a dozen formidable warriors from the Northern Academy tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes gleaming with a palpable murderous intent. "Gu Chengfeng, I commend your audacity." And Ling, the mentor, uttered with a faint, indifferent smile, clapping his hands. Yet, the murderous aura emanating from his gaze was unmistakably palpable. He had allowed Gu Chengfeng to linger far too long. Today marks the end. And Ling, Gu Chengfeng's gaze suddenly fixated upon the mentor, his pupils flashing with a hint of crimson. As he neared the life and death platform, a radiant ethereal light erupted around him, and his form suddenly traced a phantom image, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. The speed unleashed in that moment was astonishingly swift. Even the top 10 on the battle rankings could barely register the flicker of his form before his presence dissipated from their view. Alarmed, they hastily searched around them. In an instant, they finally managed to recapture Gu Chengfeng's figure. However, at that moment, he had already materialized before Ling. They had not even perceived when he had altered his trajectory. Ling stood upon the blood bridge of the Northern Academy, while they had positioned themselves beneath the life and death platform to hunt Gu Chengfeng. Yet, astonishingly, he had directly traversed past them to confront Ling. In that fleeting moment, a chill ran down their spines. The speed was unfathomable. How could Gu Chengfeng, merely at the 3rd level of the King realm, possess such extraordinary swiftness? However, it soon dawned upon them that this youth must have honed his power to prioritize speed. This could indeed elucidate his previous slayings. Yet, speed is ultimately a mere diversion. The true path lies solely in strength. Before absolute power, all else is but an illusion. To directly seek out Ling would only yield a singular outcome: death. And Ling's cultivation had long ascended to the 8th level of the King realm. Within the entire battle rankings, only 3 could rival Ling. "You are courting death." And Ling found it laughable that he dared approach him. The last time, he had survived solely by his swift escape. This time, he returned at an even greater speed to seek his demise. Truly, a few kills had inflated his arrogance. "Death." With a cold sneer, a sword materialized in his hand. And then, the blade danced through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword force, akin to a tempest, cascading towards Gu Chengfeng. Illusion. Gu Chengfeng uttered a single word, and in an instant, only a phantom remained in his place, as he charged directly into the tempest of the sword's fury. Yet his true form had, unbeknownst to him, traversed the tempest of swords and appeared above Minter Anling's head. Minter Anling remained oblivious, continuing to manipulate the sword curtain that descended upon him. Boom. In the next moment, the tempestuous sword curtain had utterly shredded Gu Chengfeng's figure. A smirk involuntarily crept onto Anling's lips as he uttered two words dripping with disdain. Ant. This insignificant ant had finally met its demise, brought about by his own hand. This thought brought a flicker of joy to his countenance. For both Vice Dean Ling and Dean Long had promised him the position of Elder of the Northern Academy should he eliminate Gu Chengfeng. With that, he could personally retrieve Mu Yui, who had been expelled from the Northern Academy. But wait, Minter Anling, beware. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, drawing the attention of all present to the space above Minter Anling. Anling's heart jolted as he instantly sensed something amiss. An exceedingly sharp aura of power was already coalescing above him. Was the figure he had just obliterated merely an illusion? How could this individual move with such swiftness? Alarmed, Anling's complexion shifted drastically, yet the sword's might continued to descend, leaving him no time to react. However, his extensive combat experience prompted his body to instinctively roll to the side. He narrowly evaded the fatal strike that descended from the heavens. His speed was indeed commendable. Yet, Gu Chengfeng's sword intent was even swifter. Like a startled swan, it left behind a fleeting afterimage. While his body had escaped, his legs had not managed to roll away in time. Swish! A blade-like shadow, reminiscent of a fleeting vision, swiftly struck the blood bridge, leaving Anling's legs firmly planted in place. Two crimson lines marked his path, and soon after, Anling lost his balance and fell backward violently, as blood gushed forth. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips. Ah! Yet Gu Chengfeng's sword showed no signs of halting. With a sudden upward thrust, he then delivered a horizontal slash towards the fallen Minter Anling. Minter Anling. Onlookers from below the life and death platform gasped in horror, rushing forth. However, no matter how swift they were, they could not outpace Gu Chengfeng, who had unleashed the first layer of the illusory body technique, Spirit Shadow Step. Spirit Shadow Step and Spirit Shadow Slash comprised the final strike he had reserved for Anling. It was a lethal blow. He would ensure that Anling became the first to perish beneath the illusory body technique and illusory sword technique. He would grant this troublesome Anling no chance for reprieve. To kill or not to kill, should he choose the former, he would leave no opportunity. Gu Chengfeng. Anling's piercing shriek pierced the heavens, as a spirit sword intent swelled within his eyes, growing ever more formidable, until it burst forth, shattering both pupils. Swish! Blood sprayed 3 feet high, and his head rolled away. Anling was dead. Minter Anling. Gu Chengfeng, do you dare to slay your mentor? The formidable warriors of the Northern Academy, witnessing this scene, were instantly consumed by rage, disregarding all else as they charged forth with fervor. Among them, a dozen individuals boasted the mightiest cultivation, having reached the 8th level of the spirit realm, while the weakest among the rest stood at no less than the 5th level. Collectively, these 12 represented the pinnacle of talent within the Northern Academy. Before the annihilation of the Purple Radiant Sacred Ground, there were many who could have outmatched them. Yet, with the fall of that sacred domain, they had ascended to the status of the Northern Academy's elite, a mere swarm of ants. As Gu Chengfeng gazed at the oncoming assault, the contempt in his eyes was palpable. With a single sword in hand, he thunderously met the onslaught of the 10 attackers. Employing the ethereal step, he flickered and vanished, reappearing beside one adversary, and in an instant, his sword cleaved through the air. Whoosh! The force of his blade effortlessly shattered the opponent's defenses, severing their head with ease. Damn it, his speed is too swift. We must band together and take him down, Shunjiru shouted fiercely. Upon hearing her words, the others quickly gathered at her side, uniting their strength to unleash a formidable wave of sword energy directed at Gu Chengfeng. This collective force, combining the might of 10, reached unimaginable heights. Even Gu Chengfeng felt a shiver run through him. A mere Northern Academy, teeming with ants. He regarded them with indifference, a group that prided themselves as prodigies, claiming unparalleled superiority, yet now they could only muster the courage to strike in unison. True warriors walk alone. It is the ants that cluster together. Today, you shall meet your end. Feng Xiaoyu, ranked 4th on the battle list, could not help but issue a sharp command, prompting the group to intensify their efforts, rendering the assault on Gu Chengfeng's life even more terrifying. Words may not wound, but a blade brings death. Their singular objective today was clear: to slay Gu Chengfeng. Chapter 112. The Sword Madman. At this moment, amidst the void in the northern courtyard, two youthful figures, a young man and a woman, stood poised. The young man, clad in white garments, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the battle upon the blood bridge. Merely his presence seemed to stir the surrounding void, summoning fierce gales. His eyes radiated an air of arrogance, while his countenance exuded an untamed spirit. He was none other than Gu Chengfeng, the second ranked on the Northern Academy's battle list, yet truly the unrivaled strongest. In the northern courtyard, the sword madman. Indeed, it was this detestable wretch. I must personally flay him alive, for only then can the hatred within my heart be assuaged. Beside him, the woman's brows were sharp as ice, her gaze flickering with coldness and murderous intent. One hand gripped a sword, while her other arm remained empty. This woman was Yu He, the top contender on the battle list of the northern courtyard, and the sole survivor of the Purple Radiant's sacred land who managed to escape the beast tide. With the defensive and speed talismans bestowed by her master, she had narrowly evaded the onslaught. Though the soul martial tomb remained open, she dared not linger within, not even entering the soul martial heavenly palace. Fearful of encountering Gu Chengfeng again and losing her life at his hands. Hearing that he had emerged, her teeth clenched in rage. That was the soul martial heavenly palace. To gain entry would inevitably yield great fortune, yet she was forced to withdraw because of Gu Chengfeng. A mere ant, mused the sword madman, shaking his head in disdain. He had expected much from the rumors surrounding Gu Chengfeng, yet his present appearance was a profound disappointment, extinguishing any desire to engage. Just as he prepared to depart, Yui suddenly called out softly, "Senior brother, look." The sword madman turned to glance back, witnessing a young man surrounded by a dozen formidable adversaries from the northern courtyard. As the terrifying strike from 13 combined forces loomed over him, an unending tempest of thunder erupted around the youth. The roiling lightning coalesced into countless serpentine bolts, enveloping him entirely and forming a magnificent armor of thunder. Boom! At the same instant, the combined assault of the northern courtyard's warriors crashed against the thunderous armor. The sword's might roared, shaking the heavens, yet it failed to breach the thunderous defense. Instead, it summoned an overwhelming tide of lightning that surged forth from the youth, engulfing the 13 assailants. The cataclysmic purple lightning, in that instant, resembled the might of a celestial being, annihilating 10 of the 13 into charred remnants. Only Luo Ning, Shun Jiru, and Feng Xiaoyu survived, their formidable cultivation allowing them to endure the onslaught of the purple tempest, yet they merely remained alive. Among the three, Roning and Shun Jiru were both struck by the purple thunder, rendering their bodies rigid and immobile. Only Feng Xiaoyu, ranked 4th on the battle list, managed to evade the assault of the thunder and suffered no harm. Is it due to their physique? This scene caused the sword madman to slightly raise an eyebrow, only to dismissively shake his head. There is indeed some merit, but it is merely that. Yuhi gritted her teeth, muttering, "That scoundrel must have obtained a fortuitous inheritance within the martial Soul Heaven Palace. Previously at the Purple Radiant Sacred Land, he lacked such a physique. Yet now he possesses it. Clearly, it is an opportunity acquired from the martial Soul Heaven Palace. This should have been hers." With one hand gripping her sword, she contemplated rushing forward to slay Gu Chengfeng on the spot, yet she hesitated. That dog was far too terrifying. To this day, he lingered in her mind like a haunting nightmare, refusing to dissipate. "Take it. Here." The sword madman raised his hand and tossed 2 royal grade attack talismans into Yu He's grasp, causing her to brighten with joy. "Thank you, senior brother," she exclaimed, and in an instant, she surged towards the life and death platform. With the royal grade attack talismans in hand, if that dog dared to show himself, she would annihilate him. Meanwhile, the sword madman continued to observe with indifference. Crackle! 2 consecutive bolts of thunderous sword light struck down Roning, ranked 10th, and Shun Jiru, ranked 8th, both of whom fell to the ground, unwilling to accept their fate. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng's sword was aimed directly at the last remaining opponent, Feng Xiaoyu. Enveloped in thunder, he appeared as though a thunder god had descended, with thunder roaring in his wake. Even from 100 meters away, Feng Xiaoyu could feel the oppressive force of the thunder. Gazing at the 13 lifeless bodies on the ground, his heart trembled with fear. They were all dead. Everyone who had come was dead, leaving him as the sole survivor. Even Minter and Ling had perished at Gu Chengfeng's hands. Gu Chengfeng, just you wait. With a furious growl, Feng Xiaoyu turned and fled. He understood well that the current Gu Chengfeng was not someone he could contend with. Before releasing his physique, he might not have been a match, let alone now when its full power was unleashed. If he did not escape, the only outcome would be to add another corpse to the ground. You worthless fool. But just then, Yuhi's figure streaked through the sky, arriving in an instant. With her sword held in one hand, she cursed under her breath, and her weapon suddenly radiated a magnificent surge of power, crashing down towards Gu Chengfeng. Yuhi, you possess quite the tenacity. Upon seeing her, Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had thought Yuhi had perished within the purple radiant sacred land. Yet here she stood, alive. However, he quickly deduced that she was the direct disciple of the Venomous Beauty, a core disciple of the Ice Lotus Sword sect, and possessed powerful talismans for protection. This was entirely plausible. Raising his hand abruptly, a blade of purple energy materialized and sliced directly towards the might of Yuhi's sword. The purple aura and violet thunder entwined, amplifying the sword's might with an overwhelming force. In an instant, their energies collided with a resounding impact, halting Yuhi in midair. Gu Chengfeng, too, was forced back several paces by the sheer force before regaining his stance. The pinnacle of the 9th realm? Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Although he was aware of Yuhi's formidable prowess, he had not anticipated he would ascend to such heights. And, even with the black dog shielding you, your demise is inevitable. He growled through clenched teeth. The overwhelming power of the 9th grade poisonous sword martial soul enveloped Yuhi, emanating waves of verdant sword energy. The green light flickered, exuding an eerie, ghostly allure. The chilling potency of the toxic martial soul imbued Yuhi's long sword with a mesmerizing and formidable brilliance. It has been long since I have been compelled to wield my martial soul. Prepare to meet your end. With that proclamation, a surge of green poison erupted skyward. The sword's aura roared, carving a brilliant green sword chi above Gu Chengfeng's head. This minute sword energy was enhanced to its peak potency, extending several feet in length, and descending with ferocity. Phantom slash. Amidst the tumult of thunder, a radiant sword aura erupted from Gu Chengfeng's counterattack. In that fleeting moment, the two were enveloped by the tempest of thunder and green brilliance. The very fabric of the void was distorted, creating waves of tumultuous energy. The ensuing shock waves caused Feng Xiaoyu, who had been suspended in midair, to change countenance as she hastily descended onto the blood bridge to avoid being caught in the aftermath. While she feared not the thunder, being merely residual energy and hundreds of meters away, the venomous assault inherent in Yuhi's poison sword martial soul was dreadfully perilous. A moment's inattention could result in the contamination of one's very essence, potentially rendering even the martial soul itself impotent. Gu Chengfeng was doomed. As she witnessed the poisonous force engulfing him, Feng Xiaoyu could not help but emit a soft grunt of dismay. Chapter 113. Dare to move me, try it. Is it lethal? Gu Chengfeng, however, did not retreat or evade, allowing the deadly power of Yuhi to envelop him completely. His mind, instead, was immersed in the sword energy that Yuhi had just unleashed. The sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air for a considerable distance, its formidable brilliance shaking the very essence of the heart. Yuhi's sword energy exhibited a remarkable fusion with the sword path, far surpassing anything before. Gu Chengfeng vaguely sensed the intangible Dao essence contained within the sword energy, a quality he himself lacked. This realization triggered a transformation in Gu Chengfeng's already wavering initial sword energy, hinting at a breaking of the mirror. There was no time to regard the encroaching lethal poison of the martial soul. However, his sudden act of closing his eyes in silence prompted Yuhi to emit a disdainful snort. Indeed, without that dog, he is nothing but a waste. She then turned her gaze to Feng Xiaoyu behind her. Immediately send word. I, Yu He, shall soon sever Gu Chengfeng with my sword. Yes, senior sister. Feng Xiaoyu dared not speak further, hastily producing several communication talismans, and the message was swiftly dispatched. In mere moments, hundreds of figures soared into the sky, appearing in the void on either side of the bridge of life and death. The onlookers quickly beheld Gu Chengfeng, standing still with his eyes closed. Coupled with the lingering green poisonous aura in the air, they immediately understood the situation. It seemed he had succumbed to Yu He's martial soul poison. The outcome was sealed. Gu Chengfeng was destined to perish. Senior sister Yu He, kill him. Kill him. Excited roars erupted from the crowd, reverberating through the void. The animosity towards Gu Chengfeng in the northern courtyard had reached an apex. Since Gu Chengfeng entered the southern courtyard, numerous powerful figures from the northern courtyard had met their demise. Among the top 100 on the battle rankings, at least 60 to 70 individuals had perished directly or indirectly at Gu Chengfeng's hands. Consequently, the once great northern courtyard now lay in ruins. With the impending Northern Domain Academy exchange, the Bayan Academy could face severe repercussions because of Gu Chengfeng. Several dozen academies would participate in the exchange, each sending numerous representatives. Those who ranked highly might even receive special invitations from the two premier academies of the Daiqian dynasty. The special invitations from these two prestigious institutions were incomparable to those from Bayan Academy, the Royal Academy, and the Great Ancient Academy. They enjoyed the resources of a single institution. They even had the chance to be summoned by the Emperor, achieving worldwide fame and soaring to great heights. In previous years, Bayan Academy had consistently seen individuals break into the top 3. Moreover, within the top 10, they typically secured at least 3 slots. Among the 100, there were always at least 20 who made the list. However, this year, due to Gu Chengfeng's emergence and the continuous slaughter of the Northern Courtyard's elites, it seemed the past glories could not be rekindled. A decline in the Academy's ranking would inevitably impact its resources, resulting in significant consequences. In such circumstances, how could one not harbor hatred towards Gu Chengfeng? Kill Gu Chengfeng. Kill, kill, kill. The crowd swelled, their shouts resonating louder, echoing throughout the entirety of Bayan Academy. Even the higher-ups within the academy arrived in succession, including the head of the Dragon Institute and the vice-head Ling, along with Elder Gu. Even the master of the alchemy Peak, Zhou Tianfeng, and the alchemy master Chengfeng abandoned their studies on the alchemical techniques provided by Gu Chengfeng to join the fray. And today let everyone witness the consequences of offending my Binglian sword sect, of provoking my Yu He. With a shimmering green sword in hand, Yu He advanced step by step towards Gu Chengfeng. To kill Gu Chengfeng, he was destined to die? Yet, she would not allow him to perish easily. She intended to flay him, to peel his skin, to extract his bones. She aimed to ensure that this insignificant being met a most tragic demise, suffering immensely in the process. With a swift motion, she closed the distance to within 10 meters of the youth, unleashing a strike aimed at Gu Chengfeng's scalp. It is said that beginning from the scalp allows for the most complete skin to be removed. A chill, an ominous air, a frigid intensity, and a murderous intent all converged in that moment. As her words echoed, the very air above the blood bridge seemed to solidify. Countless individuals within earshot felt an inexplicable dread wash over them, a coldness surging from their souls to the crown of their heads. Many minds echoed the same thought simultaneously. Offending anyone is permissible, but to provoke a woman like Yu He, who harbors grudges, is a perilous endeavor. The consequences of offending her are dire, truly terrifying. Buzz. Yet, just as Yu He's blade of light was about to strike Gu Chengfeng's head, the youth's previously shut eyes flew open. In an instant, within his pupils, a blood-red sword surged forth, radiating a dazzling crimson glow. He was not poisoned. The moment his eyes opened sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. It must be noted that even when Yu He sought to flay Gu Chengfeng, the venomous power of her martial soul had enveloped him entirely, pervading every corner of his being. Under such conditions, let alone Gu Chengfeng, who was merely at the 3rd level of the King realm, even a formidable Emperor realm expert would scarcely survive against the overwhelming coverage of the 9th grade poison from the sword's martial soul. The toxicity of the 9th grade poison sword martial soul had long been validated by countless powerful practitioners. Poisoning the meridians and injuring the martial soul could lead to crippling at best and death at worst. It is also one of the martial soul's most feared, as detailed in the Martial Soul Codex. Yet now, Gu Chengfeng had managed to open his eyes anew. Buzz! In the midst of the crowd's bewilderment, the blood-devouring sword in the youth's hand suddenly shot upwards with a fierce thrust. In an instant, an intricately sharp sword energy surged forth, effortlessly tearing through the oppressive sword aura above. Even Yuhi's sword suffered a fracture from the impact. Startled, Yuhi drew back, propelled by the force of Gu Chengfeng. Meanwhile, Gu Chengfeng's figure dashed forward, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Yuhi. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed the distance to Yuhi. The sword was raised, invisible yet luminous, as it shimmered like an illusion. With the second layer of the Phantom Blade technique, he unleashed the Phantom Slash. Caught off guard, Yuhi hastily prepared to counter, positioning her sword defensively before her. Simultaneously, she summoned the power of her poison sword martial soul, infusing her long sword with formidable brilliance. However, at that moment, the number of martial souls that enveloped Gu Chengfeng had already reached 3, the 6th grade Cold Sword martial soul, the 7th grade Fire Spirit martial soul, and the Divine Punishment martial soul. Particularly, the moment the thunderous might of the Divine Punishment martial soul fused with the power of the punishment body. The sword in Gu Chengfeng's hand emanated a terrifying aura. This overwhelming presence caused even the esteemed onlookers of the academy to shudder involuntarily. Yuhi's eyes widened in terror, her hair standing on end. The brilliance descending from that sword was no longer merely pressure of force, but rather the ominous shadow of death. Such a shadow only appeared in the face of certain doom. This strike she could not withstand. To falter meant death. Break for me. Yuhi gritted her teeth and shouted fiercely, decisively retracting her sword and unleashing 2 royal tier attack talismans against Gu Chengfeng's sword might. In an instant, the brilliance erupted across the heavens. Yet, in the blink of an eye, beneath a radiant flash of thunder, one of the talismans shattered. Soon after, the second followed suit. Even after the second talisman was destroyed, the terrifying sword might remained, still descending relentlessly. Although its brilliance had been significantly diminished, it was still sufficient to slay Yuhi. Hiss, how could this be? How could it be so powerful? At that moment, the crowd was utterly stunned, witnessing a single strike shatter 2 royal tier attack talismans. This was equivalent to a powerful blow from a royal tier expert. The strength of Gu Chengfeng's sword had transcended the realm of royalty. With the 3rd layer of the king's realm, he had unleashed a terrifying strike surpassing the royal tier, completely shattering the understanding and perception of power and realms. Gu Chengfeng, dare you to move against me, try it. Fixating on that sword, Yuhi gritted her teeth and shouted in rage. At that moment, she was truly alarmed. That descending sword was no longer simply a display of might. It was the Grim Reaper beckoning her. Should it descend, death would be inevitable. Chapter 114, Old Man. Do you have no shame? Haha, I am a person who cannot refuse the requests of women, as you wish. With a swift slash of his sword, Gu Chengfeng unexpectedly revealed a radiant smile, a brilliant gleam that, under the blood-red glow of the blood bridge, sent a shiver through the hearts of countless onlookers. Gu Chengfeng. No, Yuhi must not die. Witnessing this scene, a series of low shouts erupted from the void. Elder Yi, Vice Dean Ling, and Dean Long swiftly moved into action. Yuhi, being the top contender on the battle list, was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding talents in the Bayan Academy. Currently, among the top 10 prodigies of the Bayan Academy, counting Yuhi and the Sword Madman, only 3 remained. The others had all perished at the hands of Gu Chengfeng. If Yuhi were to fall, the Academy would be stripped of its elite talents, losing all chances of excelling in the Northern Domain Academy Exchange Conference. Elder Yi, being the closest, instantly positioned his sword above Yuhi's head. Boom. Gu Chengfeng's sword power collided fiercely with Elder Yi's strike. The tremendous force not only repelled Elder Yi's sword, but also sent Gu Chengfeng hurtling backward. He spun midair several times before finally regaining his balance. After casting a glance at Elder Yi, Gu Chengfeng showed no signs of hesitation as he drew his sword and charged at him. With a low growl, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy. Old man, if you obstruct me, I shall slay you first. At that moment, the power of the swallowing heaven sword martial soul surged forth, enveloping the blood-devouring sword without hesitation. With a single strike, it bore the weight of 4 martial souls. The roar of the sword echoed, causing the very void to tremble. Madness. Gu Chengfeng had succumbed to a frenzy. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd felt a profound tremor in their spirits. They had believed that with Elder Yi's intervention, this matter would come to a close. Yet, no one anticipated that Gu Chengfeng would charge directly at Elder Yi without a second thought. This was a true Imperial Realm powerhouse. He was utterly deranged. Madman. Elder Yi, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but furrow his brow and mutter a curse. As an elder, he found himself in a dilemma. To engage Gu Chengfeng would invite scorn, and to refrain would likely result in the same fate. There was no time for hesitation. He must act decisively. Just then, a surge of spiritual energy from Vice Dean Ling penetrated his ears, causing his eyes to narrow. He glanced back, and not only did Vice Dean Ling nod at him, but Dean Long also gave a slight nod. In that instant, he understood. His gaze snapped back to Gu Chengfeng. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me. Buzz. Alongside the sound came a vast, invisible force, akin to an intangible canopy, descending upon Gu Chengfeng. The canopy was formless, yet as it swept forth, it caused the void to ripple with powerful waves. Spiritual energy? Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet none could have anticipated that Elder Yi would directly unleash his mental force to assassinate Gu Chengfeng. Elder Yi, a formidable figure at the Emperor realm, and at the age of 60 to 70, possessed at least a high-level mental force, potentially nearing the human tier. His attack, a manifestation of mental force, was undoubtedly directed towards ending Gu Chengfeng's life. Moreover, mental assaults are renowned for their swiftness and ferocity. By employing mental force, Elder Yi offered no opportunity for anyone to rescue Gu Chengfeng. Yi Chongqing, you wretched old man, do you have no shame? Just then, a furious roar echoed, piercing through the air like a sharp sword, utterly shattering Elder Yi's mental force. As his mental attack crumbled, Elder Yi immediately suffered a backlash, his complexion paling as he stumbled back several steps. Gritting his teeth and raising his gaze, he beheld Zhuo Tianfeng suspended in the void, watching him intently. Zhuo Fengzhu. All present were part of their faction. They had believed that this mental force would effortlessly obliterate Gu Chengfeng. Yet they were utterly astonished that Zhuo Tianfeng would intervene on Gu Chengfeng's behalf. Every alchemist possesses formidable mental force as a foundation. As a master alchemist, Zhuo Tianfeng's mental prowess had long surpassed the human tier. Only such immense mental strength could counteract his assault. However, Elder Yi was perplexed. Zhuo Fengzhu, who should have relished the opportunity to torture Gu Chengfeng, why did he choose to assist him? Yet, Zhuo Fengzhu did not spare Elder Yi a second glance. Instead, turning his attention to Gu Chengfeng below, young Master Gu, are you unharmed? At that very moment, however, as his gaze shifted, he was momentarily taken aback. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the heavy, labored breathing echoing throughout the area. On the blood bridge, the youth had mysteriously appeared before Yuhi. A sword had completely pierced her heart, the blade emerging from her back, still dripping with blood. The droplets fell to the ground, shattering into countless fragments, deepening the crimson hue of the blood bridge. Drip, drip. In the suffocating silence, the sound of blood hitting the ground resonated like a haunting melody in the ears of the onlookers. Yet, this beauty was steeped in a chilling sense of foreboding. Yuhi, my junior sister. After a brief moment, a cry of alarm shattered the air. The winds roared violently in the void, fury surging forth. A wild sword tore through the air, crashing down toward Gu Chengfeng. The fierce aura of the sword left a swirling tempest in its wake, causing the very heavens and earth to change color. The sword maniac. The sword maniac has struck. A shout, accompanied by the sound of the raging winds, jolted the astonished crowd back to reality. They gazed in awe at the figure descending from the void, cries of astonishment erupting around them. The sword maniac. The Northern Academy, the true first powerhouse. Alongside Yuhi from the Ice Lotus Sword sect, both under the tutelage of the venomous beauty, their bond is indeed profound. It is said that the sword madman entered the Northern Academy solely to protect Yuhi. With her sudden demise, how could the sword madman simply let it go? Enraged, his sword fell, directly aiming at Gu Chengfeng. An overwhelming force descended, causing even Gu Chengfeng's heart to tremble violently. The Great Ascension Sword Qi. Imperial Realm Cultivation. Ninth grade Mad Sword Martial Soul. Within a single strike, 3 powers intertwined, rendering the sword's radiance utterly terrifying. Gu Chengfeng hastily drew the bloodthirsty sword from Yuhi's chest, lifting it high, crossing it above his head. Amidst the surging aura, the mad sword crashed against the bloodthirsty sword. Boom! In an instant, a colossal force erupted, stirring up endless gales that swept in all directions. The lifeless body of Yuhi was also swept away by this fierce tempest. Junior sister Yuhi, the sword madman shouted in anguish, then abandoned Gu Chengfeng to rush down the blood bridge. He cradled Yuhi's body in his arms and soared back to the blood bridge. In that moment, everyone could clearly perceive the distortion on the sword madman's face and the murderous intent in his eyes. However, the majority of the onlookers turned their gaze toward Gu Chengfeng, eager to discern whether he was alive or dead. As the surrounding power dissipated, the figure of the young man emerged before them. A tremendous force from the mad sword had driven the youth's body 3 inches into the blood bridge, shredding his garments into myriad strips. His complexion was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he evidently survived. Young master, Gu young master. At that moment, 2 exclamations rang out, and 2 figures instantly appeared by Gu Chengfeng's side. These individuals were none other than the 2 esteemed alchemists, Master Chengfeng and Master Zhuofeng. Their appearance astonished the crowd. Especially their address of Gu Chengfeng sent waves of shock through the onlookers. Young master, this was a title of respect. Even a figure like the sword madman did not possess the privilege to be addressed as such by the 2 alchemists. Only those of exceedingly high status, who garnered utmost respect and recognition from them, could carry this honor. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, when Master Zhua had stopped Elder Yi, he too had referred to Gu Chengfeng as young master. In an instant, everyone realized that Master Zhua's intervention was not merely out of disdain, but rather a protective measure for Gu Chengfeng. Yet, how could this be? Gu Chengfeng was the one who had not only allowed that black dog to steal Master Zhua's alchemy cauldron, but had also plundered the elixir vault of the alchemy peak. Shouldn't Master Zhua wish to see Gu Chengfeng dead? Master Chengfeng should feel the same. In that moment, all were left in a state of utter bewilderment. Chapter 115. Truly, the young master is a divine being. Gu Chengfeng remained silent. With a thunderous roar, he abruptly withdrew his feet from the bridge, propelling his entire body into the air. The bloodthirsty sword in his hand pointed directly at the sword madman. The sword madman's gaze was intensely fixed upon Gu Chengfeng. In the next moment, ethereal lights flickered around Gu Chengfeng, and he suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. The crowd's attention swiftly shifted towards the sword madman. Yet, confusion ensued. Where had Gu Chengfeng gone? Was he not charging towards the sword madman? How could he simply disappear? Look, behind us. At that moment, a cry of astonishment erupted, redirecting everyone's gaze to another direction. A shadow was racing at an astonishing speed towards the south courtyard peak. This spectacle filled the eyes of onlookers with countless questions. Gu Chengfeng ran away? At that instant, it seemed as if the crowd's eyes would pop from their sockets. The once bloodthirsty and seemingly unhinged Gu Chengfeng had simply fled. He was frightened away by the sword madman. Had he not been intent on killing Elder Yi, disregarding everything in his path? I will slay the madman within half a month. Simultaneously, Gu Chengfeng's voice thundered back, confirming for all that he had indeed been scared off. What a scoundrel! Many were left both amused and infuriated by Gu Chengfeng's abrupt retreat. To call him audacious would not be misplaced. He dared to kill Yuhi, to confront Mentor Anling, and to strike Elder Yi. Yet, to label him cowardly seemed equally fitting, as he had turned tail and fled at the mere sight of the sword madman's strike. However, it must be acknowledged that Gu Chengfeng exhibited a remarkable degree of intelligence and rationality. Who was the sword madman? He had breached the Imperial realm over half a year ago, and his current cultivation surely surpassed the 3rd level of the Imperial realm. His terrifying prowess was beyond the humble Gu Chengfeng's capacity to contest. In the Bayan Academy, the sword madman had not made a move in 2 years. The people had anticipated witnessing the current strength of the sword madman. It was fortunate that Gu Chengfeng ran swiftly, otherwise he would undoubtedly have faced death. Indeed, the young master is a divine being. Both Sui Tianfeng and Chengfeng were left in awe, unfazed by societal judgment, with an unpredictable disposition. He possessed both courage and a deep appreciation for life. Such individuals are undoubtedly the most adept at seizing opportunities for survival. The likelihood of becoming a formidable force in the future is greatly enhanced. Many martial cultivators are exceedingly arrogant when faced with someone they cannot defeat. They recklessly engage in battle, priding themselves on their unwavering martial spirit. Yet, they fail to realize this is merely foolishness. In the realm of martial cultivators, only by surviving can one truly become a strong individual, rather than succumbing to reckless endeavors. Two masters, why do you? At that moment, Vice President Ling and President Long arrived before the two, their expressions a mixture of surprise and uncertainty as they inquired. Clearly, they sought to understand why the two addressed Gu Chengfeng as young master. However, before they could finish their question, Zhou Tianfeng interjected with a curt, "It concerns you not." With that, the two vanished into the void, leaving behind the two heads of the Northern Academy, their expressions fluctuating unpredictably. Gu Chengfeng, I swear, if I do not slay you, I shall not be human. The roar of the sword madman resonated at that moment, echoing like thunder across the expanse of the Northern Academy, reverberating without end. The murderous intent within his voice sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. As his words fell, he clutched the lifeless body of Yu He and charged towards the southern peak. Sword young master. Yet, he was instantly halted by Vice President Ling, who advised, Old Sword has already returned. Be patient, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him. The mention of Old Sword made the sword madman grit his teeth, but he ultimately fell silent. Before arriving at the Northern Academy, his master, the venomous beauty, had warned him that while he could disregard anyone within the academy, there were two individuals he must never provoke, the headmaster of the Northern Academy and, of course, Old Sword. This illustrates the formidable nature of Old Sword. Ultimately, the sword madman departed, cradling the corpse of Yu He. He, young master is indeed worthy of the title. At that moment, a light laugh echoed in the void. Courtesy of El Air. Stop laughing. Go see if Chengfeng is in any trouble, Zi remarked, shaking her head. The two then soared towards the southern peak. In the midst of a vast, icy mountain range stood an unparalleled sect. The main hall of the sect resembled a sword cleaving the heavens, poised atop the icy peaks. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the stillness of the endless ice fields. Who dares to harm my beloved disciple? I shall devour you whole. The resounding cry triggered an avalanche across the mountains. Following this, a figure ascended into the sky, tracing a brilliant arc of sword light before disappearing into the horizon. Damn it, I'm glad I fled swiftly. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the southern peak, Gu Chengfeng panted heavily, astonished by the overwhelming strength of the sword madman. It was simply outrageous. He realized that he was entirely outmatched. The moment the power descended upon him, even with his utmost effort, he barely managed to withstand a single strike from his adversary. Should another blow come, he feared he would meet his end at the hands of the sword madman. Even Xiao He might not be able to contend with such a formidable opponent. The strength was overwhelming, extinguishing any desire for resistance within him. It was an impossible battle. If he did not flee, he would likely perish without understanding how. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gu Chengfeng licked his parched lips and after a brief moment, muttered, In a few days, I shall put an end to you. You wretched cur. He tossed 2 pills into his mouth and swallowed them without hesitation. Soon, his injuries began to mend significantly. A glance at his inner armor revealed several cracks, a testament to the ferocity of the sword strike from the mad swordsman. Young master, just as he was about to remove his armor, he heard the voice of Luer from outside. Gu Chengfeng paused. It had been several days since he had seen Zi and Luer, and he felt a pang of longing. Without the luxury of changing his attire, he stepped out of the room. Luer stood outside the hall, while Zi sat in the pavilion within the courtyard. Upon seeing Gu Chengfeng emerge, Luer hurriedly greeted him with a beaming smile. Luer pays her respects to the young master. Gu Chengfeng appraised her from head to toe and chuckled. You, my dear girl, are becoming increasingly charming. Uft. Luer pouted, then turned to Zi and exclaimed, Miss, the young master is teasing me. Do not speak carelessly. Zi replied with a radiant smile, then addressed Luer. You, my dear, have some perceptiveness. Why not assist the young master with his attire? Look at how he is dressed. Oh, Luer responded, and began to gently remove the tattered remnants of Gu Chengfeng's clothing. He extended his arms and declared, "No need for the armor." "Understood," Luer sweetly replied, her delicate hands meticulously unfastening the armor. As she beheld the young man's well-defined chest, she blinked in surprise and could not resist poking it, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Oh, how resilient it is." Gu Chengfeng shrugged, then called out to ZZ, "Do keep an eye on your maid. She is teasing me." "You too." A hint of exasperation crossed the young girl's face as she remarked, "I feel somewhat superfluous here." Casting a glance at Gu Chengfeng and Luer, she added, "Shall I take my leave?" Luer blinked, as if understanding something, and proposed, "Miss, why not join in the fun? It truly is quite resilient." ZE paused for a moment, then laughed, "I shall join." Chapter 116, The Third Door of Legacy. The Angry Soul Codex. Observing the two women beside him, who were playfully giggling and teasing, Gu Chengfeng felt an immediate surge of frustration. He swiftly pulled Zi's ear closer, admonishing, "Little girl, you are playing with fire. Do you realize that?" Caught off guard, Zi's ear, nestled in the embrace of the youth, abruptly ceased her laughter. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes fixated on him, filled with astonishment. Greener, too, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected scene. As if recalling something, she turned to leave, murmuring, "I have something to attend to." However, just as she lifted her foot, Gu Chengfeng seized her as well, declaring, "Neither of you shall leave today." "Ah, my lord, you can't." Greener squealed, attempting to evade. Yet, Gu Chengfeng restrained her, chuckling, "Let us see if you dare to be mischievous in the future." At that moment, Zier's charming face was etched with panic. She attempted to move, but found herself utterly devoid of strength. The youthful vigor emanating from Gu Chengfeng effortlessly shattered her defenses. Gazing at him, she shook her head repeatedly, her voice a fragmented whisper, "Chengfeng, in the future, will it be all right?" Upon hearing her words, Gu Chengfeng felt a buzzing in his mind, cursing himself internally for the predicament he found himself in. He forcefully suppressed his desires and gently helped Zier to her feet. Closing his eyes, he took several deep breaths, managing to regain a semblance of calm. "Zier, I apologize. I do not blame you, it's just that right now." The young girl's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Before she could finish, she reached over and pulled Greener closer, pushing her towards Gu Chengfeng, saying, "Greener, attend to the young master well. And do not forget to discuss the important matters." With that admonition, she transformed into a streak of violet light, vanishing into the void. "Miss I." Greener called out softly, but received no reply. As she evaded Gu Chengfeng's gaze, he pulled her directly into the main hall. An hour later, Greener emerged from the hall, her cheeks still flushed, walking slowly and somewhat unsteadily. She glanced back at the hall and cautiously made her way to the pavilion, where she sat down. After several cups of cool tea, her heart gradually calmed. Yet, she did not leave. Leaning against the stone table, she stared at the entrance of the hall, awaiting the young man's return. Caught up in merriment, she had forgotten to convey the important matter her mistress had instructed her to share. Hesitating to re-enter and seek out Gu Chengfeng, she felt her resolve wavering. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Chengfeng was no longer in the room, but had entered the Divine Abyss Pavilion. Having largely recovered, it was time to unlock the next door of legacy. Woof! From a distance, Xiaohei came bounding over, affectionately nuzzling Gu Chengfeng's leg. Ruffling Xiaohei's head, he strode directly toward the door of legacy. Upon opening the third legacy door, Gu Chengfeng stepped inside without hesitation. As with the previous two chambers of legacy, the room contained only a stone platform and a box. The box was adorned with intricate carvings that shimmered with strands of pearlescent light. Faintly, one could discern figures clad in white garments, their heads crowned with peculiar shapes, each cradling a luminous orb, seated on the ground as if engaged in a silent prayer. Gu Chengfeng gazed at the carvings with a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty, struggling to discern their connection to any particular legacy. Taking a deep breath, he infused the box with a surge of spiritual energy. In an instant, a brilliant white light surged upward, coalescing into a vivid image above the box. The scene depicted bore a striking resemblance to the motifs etched upon the carvings. However, this time, Gu Chengfeng could ascertain that these veiled figures were not praying, but rather engaged in some form of divination. Strange and incomprehensible visions emerged from the orb, leaving Gu Chengfeng bewildered. Shaking his head, he shifted his focus to the slowly opening box. The moment the box sprang open, a stream of pearlescent light surged into his mind, transforming into a scroll of memories that spanned deep within Gu Chengfeng's soul. The Codex of Wrathful Spirits. For characters, aglow with white light, were inscribed at the forefront of the scroll. The Codex of Wrathful Spirits, adhering to the principles of the Heavenly Way. It enables one to become a soul master, a destiny master, shaping the epics of existence. The first tier, soul forging. The second tier, wrathful soul. The third tier, wrathful soul explosion. Note, the power is immense. Use with caution, lest it endanger one's own soul. The consequences may range from minor injuries to complete soul disintegration. Following this, the scroll detailed the methods of cultivating the Codex of Wrathful Spirits. Gazing at the codex within the scroll, Gu Chengfeng was utterly astonished. This codex was, in fact, a technique for soul cultivation. It was a mental prowess technique, simultaneously accompanied by 3 forms of mental attack spells. Mental cultivation methods? Upon reviewing the Codex of Wrathful Spirits, Gu Chengfeng's eyes sparkled with delight. Mental prowess, inextricably linked to the soul, is notoriously difficult to enhance. For a long time, Gu Chengfeng believed that the improvement of mental prowess could only be achieved through the gradual increase of cultivation and age. Yet, he had never imagined that the martial cultivation realm possessed techniques for mental prowess. Such knowledge he had not encountered even in ancient texts. One could only fathom its rarity. The ability to cultivate mental prowess would undoubtedly accelerate its enhancement, rendering lethal actions swifter and more decisive, suppressing the thrill within. He perused the introduction to the Codex of Wrathful Spirits once more. Gu Chengfeng found himself puzzled by the terms Soul Master, Destiny Master, such unfamiliar concepts. After a brief moment of contemplation, he exited the chamber and made his way to the Grand Hall. Turning his gaze to the Moonlight Sword Empress and the Illusion Spirit Array Empress suspended in the void, he inquired, "My esteemed Empresses, what are Soul Masters and Destiny Masters?" As the fleeting light passed, the ethereal figure of the Illusory Array Emperor materialized beside Gu Chengfeng. In a gentle tone, she remarked, "Soul Masters are practitioners who specialize in the cultivation of mental prowess. They possess an extraordinarily formidable spiritual force capable of ending lives invisibly. However, they do bear a significant flaw. When their cultivation is lacking, they become vulnerable to close-range confrontations, which can prove quite troublesome." "I see." Gu Chengfeng nodded thoughtfully. "If I were to cultivate the path of a soul master while simultaneously wielding immense power, would I not be invincible?" The Illusory Array Emperor smiled gracefully. "In theory, that is indeed the case. What about Destiny Masters?" Gu Chengfeng inquired, lifting his gaze slightly. The Illusory Array Emperor explained, "Once the path of the Soul Master is cultivated to its zenith, the mental force undergoes a transformation into divine consciousness. When complemented by the techniques of a Destiny Master, one can perceive the world, comprehend the laws of heaven, and discern the destinies of individuals, thereby influencing the very fabric of existence." "Influencing? You mean fortune-telling?" Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing this, the Illusory Array Emperor appeared momentarily stunned, her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation. A Destiny Master cannot simply be referred to as a fortune-teller. If the Phoenix Radiant Spirit Emperor were to hear you say that, you might find yourself in grave peril. Gu Chengfeng blinked, instinctively glancing towards the ethereal figure of the Phoenix Radiant Spirit Emperor, enveloped in a luminous white glow and resting in slumber. "So, you mean to say that the Phoenix Radiant Spirit Emperor is indeed a powerful Destiny Master?" "Indeed," the Illusory Array Emperor affirmed with a slight nod. "Dusty Master," Gu Chengfeng murmured softly, and seizing the moment while the Illusory Array Emperor was distracted, he swiftly grasped a handful of something high above and made his hasty exit from the Divine Abyss Pavilion. Only a single phrase echoed hauntingly within the Grand Hall. "Next time, I shall come to grace you." The Illusory Array Emperor, her head bowed, gazed at the spot where the young man had made his sudden move, her delicate features etched with astonishment. Observing this scene, the Moonlit Sword Emperor could not help but smirk. "I told you, he is nothing but a little lecher." The Illusory Array Emperor blinked and then softly murmured to herself, "I quite enjoy this feeling." Moonlit Sword Emperor. Chapter 117. The third layer of the Great Yin Swallowing Heaven Technique. Fusion of multiple martial souls. Buzzing. As Gu Chengfeng returned to his chamber, he grasped the ninth-grade Killing God Martial Soul crystal and began to condense the ninth-grade Killing God Martial Soul. In an instant, the room was engulfed by a torrent of crimson light. The surging blood glow swiftly enveloped the entire training room, then surged forth into the grand hall. Ultimately, it ascended to a height of 100 feet, the blood light responding to the heavens, causing a stir throughout the entire Northern Academy. Countless gazes turned towards the direction of the south courtyard peak, their eyes filled with astonishment. Someone was condensing their martial soul, a ninth-grade martial soul. It must be Gu Chengfeng. The other two from the south courtyard had yet to emerge from the martial soul burial ground. This fellow had actually obtained a ninth-grade martial soul crystal within the burial ground. Exclamations erupted, and the eyes of many reflected boundless envy, jealousy, and resentment. A ninth-grade martial soul crystal and a thunderous physique. Both of these were exceptional treasures, yet they had all fallen into Gu Chengfeng's hands. This boy must be eliminated, otherwise, the Northern Academy shall not know peace. At the entrance of the Grand Hall, Long Yuan, the head of the Dragon Courtyard, stared solemnly at the distant crimson phenomenon in the void, his brow furrowing deeply. That young man was growing increasingly powerful. Having only entered the Northern Academy for a mere 2 months, he was already aiming to surpass the first formidable warrior of the South Courtyard, the Sword Madman. His rapid growth was beyond imagination. If this continued unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Even the North Courtyard could find itself in jeopardy. News had already reached him that the powerful figures from the North King's manor were coming to deal with him, so there was no need for further intervention on our part. Beside him, Vice Head Ling approached with a smile. The North King's manor, you say? Long Yuan raised an eyebrow, and his tense expression gradually relaxed. That works too. At least we won to offend the old sword master. Vice Head Ling chuckled. This time, if the boy meets his end, it will not be our fault. He only has himself to blame for being so arrogant and for having killed so many. Young master, in the pavilion of the South Courtyard Peak, Air blinked her eyes, observing the scene. She then murmured softly, only young master is capable. Only he is worthy of my lady. Just as her words fell, a purple radiance shimmered through the air and landed before Air. Upon seeing this, she quickly stood up. My lady. Air appraised Air from head to toe, and although she did not speak, the teasing glint in her eyes made Air's cheeks flush, her head nearly touching her chest. Air tenderly lifted Air's chin and teased, how does it feel? Isn't it wonderful? My lady. Air replied with a shy pout, you are so annoying. Giggles erupted from Air, her laughter ringing out joyfully as Air turned away. With a pouting hum, she said, Miss, please refrain from laughing. The young master has mentioned that it will soon be your turn. Humph. Me? The young girl blinked slightly, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the direction of the Grand Hall. In that moment, memories of the youth embracing her flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. After taking a few deep breaths to quell the strange sensations within her, she turned to Green and shook her head, saying, all right, no more jesting. Have we addressed the matter at hand? Green, with her head lowered, replied softly, not yet. It was too embarrassing at the time, and I felt hesitant to speak. Smiled and said, very well, then wait for the young master to emerge. I have some matters to attend to. With that, she vanished once more into the pavilion. Gather. In the room, with a low command from Gu Chengfeng, an endless torrent of crimson brilliance surged toward him like a tidal wave. Within his dantian, a blood-red martial soul began to take shape as the crimson energy flowed into his body. Ultimately, it manifested into a blood-red god of slaughter martial soul, a ninth-grade god of slaughter martial soul, fully formed. Moreover, it was a unique ninth-grade martial soul, considerably more powerful than an ordinary one. With 5 martial souls, he should be able to cultivate the Da Yin Swallowing Heaven technique to the 3rd layer, right? The 3rd layer of the Da Yin Swallowing Heaven technique allows for the fusion of multiple martial souls. Previously, when Gu Chengfeng possessed 4 martial souls, he could not reach the 3rd layer no matter how diligently he practiced. It remained uncertain whether 5 martial souls could propel him to that level. The might of multiple martial soul fusion was indeed remarkable, but came with a cautionary note. It possesses immense power, necessitating the enhancement of the physical body, or else one risks losing control and facing the peril of explosion. Earlier, Gu Chengfeng had boldly claimed that within half a month, he would eliminate the sword maniac. Inspired by the prospect of achieving the third layer of the Da Yin swallowing heaven technique, should he successfully cultivate to that level, he would have a significant advantage in vanquishing the sword maniac. Thus, Gu Chengfeng seated himself and commenced the cultivation of the third layer of the Da Yin swallowing heaven technique. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Gu Chengfeng not only cultivated the third layer of the Da Yin swallowing heaven technique, but also practiced the Rage Soul Cannon, successfully elevating his mental prowess to the intermediate yellow tier. Just as he prepared to continue his cultivation, Green's voice echoed from outside. "Young master, young master." Upon hearing this sound, Gu Chengfeng could not help but raise an eyebrow. After days of diligent practice, his energy was quite vigorous. Subsequently, at Green's call, he drew her into the room. An hour later, Gu Chengfeng donned a white robe and slowly emerged from the grand hall, taking a seat in the pavilion. Green, having brewed a fresh pot of tea, approached him with a graceful demeanor, though her steps retained a hint of unsteadiness. Lowering her head, she poured a cup of tea for Gu Chengfeng, saying, "Young master, please sit." Gu Chengfeng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After Green sat down, a teasing smile appeared on his face as he inquired, "Do you have something to discuss with me? Surely it cannot be merely for..." "Not at all. There is indeed a matter of importance," Green replied, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, akin to a ripened apple. After sipping several cups of tea, she finally composed herself and spoke slowly. "Young master, are you aware of the young lady's true identity?" Gu Chengfeng shook his head. "I do not know." Although he was uncertain, he sensed that Ziyer's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary, holding considerable standing throughout the northern territories. It was quite possible that she was associated with the Northern Prince's residence. Green interjected, "The Northern Prince's residence, the little princess." "The little princess?" Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, his previous conjectures solidifying into a more profound realization. A princess implies she is the daughter of the Northern Prince. It is no wonder that even the sixth princess recognizes her. He had not anticipated that the northern forces, deeply entwined with the Ziyun sect, would be linked to the Northern Prince's residence. In that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Yishir's earlier words. Suddenly recalling something, Gu Chengfeng asked curiously, "If she is indeed the little princess of the Northern Prince's residence, shouldn't her surname be Bei?" "Yes, that is correct," Green nodded. "The young lady's real name is Bei Yi. She uses the name Ziyi merely to conceal her identity." "Bei Yi," Gu Chengfeng repeated softly twice. In truth, the young lady had never intended to deceive him. She simply had not figured out how to convey this to him. Gu Chengfeng shook his head, interrupting Green. "It matters not. A name is but a mere alias." Then, raising an eyebrow, he queried, "However, what prompted you to reveal this to me today?" Upon hearing this, Green became flustered and stood up abruptly. "Is it not because of you, young master?" She quickly realized her slip and hurriedly lowered her head to sit back down. Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. "Because of me what?" Chapter 118, The Northern Prince's Mansion. Meeting the Northern Prince, Green, pouting her lips, remarked, "It is because you, my lord, slayed so many within the soul burial ground. And among them were numerous prodigies esteemed by the royal mansion. The Northern Prince's mansion has dispatched a considerable number of individuals. The people of the Northern Prince's mansion had been halted by Ziyi, yet the matters concerning Gu Chengfeng and Ziyi had already reached the Northern Prince's ears. The prince has since commanded that the young lady find time to escort the young master back to the mansion." Upon mentioning the prince, Green instinctively recoiled, a hint of trepidation evident in her demeanor. The Northern Prince meeting him? Even Gu Chengfeng felt a shiver run down his spine. Without having met him yet, he sensed an intangible pressure weighing upon him simply from the name. The Northern Prince, the sovereign of the entire Northern Territory. He wields absolute power over life and death, and even the formidable three great sects must bow in submission to the authority of the Northern Prince's mansion, wary of any insubordination. However, calm soon settled over him. Certain matters must be confronted. As Ziy's betrothed, it was merely a matter of time before he would meet her father. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Has Ziyi mentioned when we might go?" Green shook her head. "The young lady has not specified." Suddenly recalling something, a look of concern crossed her delicate features. "Oh, my lord, the young lady asked me to remind you to be particularly cautious. Many factions within the northern city have sent people with intentions to kill you." and they will not approach as openly as those from the northern prince's mansion. Gu Chengfeng shrugged nonchalantly. Let them come. If they can kill, then let them. If not, I shall flee. What is there to fear? Seeing Gu Chengfeng's reaction, Green felt a slight relief wash over her. As long as her master was prepared, she felt assured. If all was well, then she would take her leave. After Gu Chengfeng nodded in acknowledgement, Green turned and departed. Gu Chengfeng remained seated in the pavilion, and after a brief silence, he once again immersed himself in his cultivation. Within his dantian, over 60 drops of spiritual essence had now coalesced. The slaying of a month-old grain had contributed an additional 10 drops. Shinjiru and Luo Ning had added 15 drops between them. The remaining individuals combined had contributed about 40 drops. This accumulation of spiritual essence was sufficient to elevate his cultivation by 2 or even 3 levels. The surging spiritual energy erupted from the essence, which Gu Chengfeng absorbed, propelling his cultivation forward at an accelerated pace. However, it was not long before a voice sliced through the tranquility of the southern courtyard peak, shattering the silence. Gu Chengfeng, I did not expect you to have the leisure to cultivate here. This voice startled Gu Chengfeng from his meditative state. He abruptly raised his gaze, spotting the figure of an elder suspended in the void. It was Elder Yi from the northern courtyard. A frown creased his brow, and a flash of sword intent flickered in his eyes. In an instant, the bloodthirsty sword was in his grasp, transforming into a streak of light. He charged toward Elder Yi, declaring, If you dare to come, then you shall face the consequences. His desire to eliminate this old foe had long been brewing. Elder Yi, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head and smile, saying, Hee, were I in your position, I would immediately make haste to the northern forest. Otherwise, you may never see your junior sister, Yi, and junior brother, Lu Yun, again. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chengfeng's heart jolted, and his figure came to an abrupt halt as he frowned and asked, What do you mean by that? Elder Yi huffed lightly. Whether you go towards the northern city and back to the academy is entirely up to you. With that, Elder Yi vanished into the void. Without hesitation, Gu Chengfeng soared into the air, rushing towards the northern forest. Surrounding the northern academy was an endless expanse of mountainous woods, known as the northern forest. Elder Ye's implication was clear. Lu Yun and Yi had been ambushed on their way back to the academy. The assailants were undoubtedly those seeking vengeance against him. Gu Chengfeng surmised it was highly likely that they were people from the city lord's mansion. If they dare to harm them, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of your city lord's mansion, he vowed, gripping his bloodthirsty sword tightly. Enveloping himself in ethereal light, Gu Chengfeng executed his mystic steps, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the northern forest. Meanwhile, in a forest located over 30 miles from Northern City, a dozen figures surrounded 2 individuals. These 2 were none other than Yi and Lu Yun, who had just emerged from the martial soul burial grounds. Among the encircling group, aside from the leading young man, all others had reached the realm of the Emperor. Little Lu, kill. Glancing at Lu Yun, Yi exclaimed. And with a surge of power, a force erupted above the crowd. In an instant, a cascade of verdant powder rained down upon them. She is from the Xian poison sect. Be wary of the poison, Feng Xiaoyu warned, and among the group, several individuals conjured a gust of wind to disperse the toxic powder. Just then, Lu Yun raised his sword abruptly, pointing it at the crowd. In that instant, brilliant patterns descended from above, transforming into a formation that enveloped the dozen individuals entirely. A battle array master. Feng Xiaoyu gasped, taken aback by the revelation that Lu Yun was indeed a battle array master. A battle array, as the name implies, refers to a combat formation. It utilizes array patterns to replace the traditional footings, foundations, and channels of formations, circumventing the slow deployment and material consumption associated with conventional formations. With a mere wave, one can unleash a combat formation. Although its power may not match that of a standard formation, it still possesses astonishing might. Buzz. The moment the formation was activated, an invisible force surged, flooding into the minds of the assailants, causing them to momentarily lose focus and become dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Yi directed her sword into the formation, swiftly slaying 2 Emperor Realm powerhouses who had yet to regain their senses. Just as Yi was preparing to continue, Lu Yun shouted, Miss flee quickly. My battle formation has only just begun to cultivate. It cannot hold them. The two immediately turned and ran. However, they had underestimated the terrifying prowess of the Emperor realm experts. In mere moments, the battle formation was shattered, and they found themselves once more surrounded. This time, their adversaries were evidently prepared. Both Yi Shishir's poison and Lu Yunyi's formation had lost their efficacy. Dozens of sword auras were aimed menacingly at the two. Yi Shishir gritted her teeth, glaring at Feng Xiaoyu. If you dare to harm us, I assure you, the Xintong sect will annihilate your Feng family. In Beiwang City, there are 3 prominent families, the Luo, the Long, and the Feng. These individuals belong to the Feng family. Nay, we would never dare to harm Miss Shishir. Feng Xiaoyu replied with a smile, yet her gaze swiftly turned to Lu Yunyi, a murderous intent gleaming in her eyes. But eliminating him is entirely permissible. However, I can offer you a chance to live. Immediately contact Gu Chengfeng and summon him here, and I shall spare your life. Ha! Upon hearing this, Lu Yunyi spat a mouthful of blood onto Feng Xiaoyu's face. If you have the courage, then kill me. Calling me your master is impossible. If I perish, my master will surely avenge me. You dare seek death? Feng Xiaoyu was instantly enraged, thrusting her sword fiercely toward Lu Yunyi. Yet, Lu Yunyi remained defiant. His neck arched back defiantly, glaring at her. Whoosh! Just as Feng Xiaoyu's sword light was about to pierce Lu Yunyi's neck, a sound of the air being rent asunder suddenly pierced through the void. In an instant, it severed the sword in Feng Xiaoyu's hand, and then continued its trajectory toward her head. Gu Chengfeng, recognizing the blood sword, Feng Xiaoyu let out a startled cry and swiftly retreated. At the same time, the forces of the Feng family on either side struck fiercely against Gu Chengfeng's blood sword, sending it flying. A figure appeared in midair above everyone, and with a wave of his hand, the blood sword soared back into the youth's grasp. Chapter 119 now? Do you comprehend the consequences? Young master, boss. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yi Shishir and Lu Yunyi were initially filled with joy, but their expressions swiftly changed as they exclaimed, Boss, flee quickly. These wretched beings are all Emperor realm experts, far too formidable. Though Yi Shishir remained silent, her thoughts mirrored those of Lu Yunyi. However, Gu Chengfeng merely smiled faintly, then turned his gaze directly towards Feng Xiaoyu, inquiring with a grin, the individuals you brought, are they not? He had anticipated that they were members of the city lord's mansion, only to discover they were individuals brought by Feng Xiaoyu. So what if they are? In the face of Gu Chengfeng's smile, Feng Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable chill running down her spine. The youth's voice rang out once more. Have I ever mentioned to you what the consequences are for those who dare to harm me? What does it matter to me? Gritting her teeth, Feng Xiaoyu glanced at the individual she had brought along, which momentarily reassured her. Coldly regarding Gu Chengfeng, she declared, Gu Chengfeng, today marks your demise. It appeared she remained oblivious to the truth, which would soon be revealed to her. At that moment, the smile on Gu Chengfeng's lips grew increasingly radiant. In the next instant, a flash of spiritual light erupted beneath his feet, and a similar luminescence flickered in his hands. His figure then vanished from the sight of the crowd. Be cautious. Witnessing this scene, Feng Xiaoyu immediately shouted a warning to her companions. Yet, these individuals merely smiled dismissively, failing to regard Gu Chengfeng as a threat. To them, he was merely a fleeting young insect. However, a sudden muffled sound shattered their understanding and perceptions. Scalding blood erupted above their heads, awakening their senses with a jolt. This individual was exceptional. They must proceed with caution. After a bellow, the group no longer dared to be careless and took to the air, surrounding Gu Chengfeng with intent to eliminate him. 5th level of the War King realm. This. Feng Xiaoyu was taken aback by the sight. Just 2 days prior, Gu Chengfeng had only been at the 3rd level of the King realm. How had he ascended to the 5th level in the blink of an eye? 1 level per day? Clearly, it wasn't only we who possessed great fortune. The boss's opportunities were even more profound. Lu Yunyi, observing the scene, could not help but be slightly astonished. Yi Shishir shot Lu Yunyi a glance, exclaiming, Nonsense. Let us not forget, the fortune we both have is bestowed upon us by the young master. Just moments earlier, upon witnessing the smile on Gu Chengfeng's lips, she had already sensed that victory was assured. Boom. In a flash, the remaining 9 Emperor Realm experts had fully engaged in battle with Gu Chengfeng. Though their cultivation was formidable, after Gu Chengfeng executed the 2nd tier of his illusory body technique, he moved with ghostly swiftness, weaving through the powerful assaults of his adversaries. These individuals could not even grasp the shadow of Gu Chengfeng, especially at the moment when Gu Chengfeng was enveloped in crackling lightning. He appeared to have transformed into a deity of thunder. In his hand, the bloodthirsty sword, under the dominion of the killing god and divine punishment martial souls, resembled the scythe of the grim reaper. With each swing, a life was claimed. In mere moments of confrontation, 5 adversaries had already fallen beneath Gu Chengfeng's blade. This spectacle left Feng Xiaoyu in a state of profound shock, while Li Shishir and Lu Yanni were filled with exhilaration. After exchanging a glance, the two promptly retreated. They understood that, in the face of these foes, Gu Chengfeng's only vulnerability lay with them. Their safety was paramount. Only then could Gu Chengfeng be deemed invincible. "Damn it!" exclaimed one of the middle-aged men among the remaining 4, his voice booming. The 4 swiftly positioned themselves back to back. With each of Gu Chengfeng's strikes, they combined their strength to shatter his attacks effortlessly, forcing him to maneuver around them. At that moment, he found no effective means to vanquish the quartet. In a one-on-one engagement, he could obliterate his opponent without difficulty. Against 2, it required little effort. 3 posed a challenge, yet 4 was undeniably arduous. Unable to divide and conquer, he faced the combined onslaught of 4. Unless he resorted to his hidden cards, Martial Soul Fusion and the Killing Goddess Sword, success seemed elusive. Yet, hidden cards remained just that. He would not employ them unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, in the void, 2 figures observed the unfolding drama. These 2 were none other than the head of the Dragon Academy and the vice head, who noted the boy's increasing strength in just a few days. With a slight furrow in his brow, the head produced a communication talisman. "When will our reinforcements arrive?" "In a quarter of an hour." Upon receiving this response, the head nodded slightly and then vanished alongside the vice head. "Boss, watch out." Just as Gu Chengfeng continued to engage the 4, a shout from Lu Yanni pierced the air. In the next instant, Lu Yanni raised his hand, and intricate formations surged through the void, swiftly encircling the quartet in a battle array. A third-tier chaotic soul formation. "Be cautious." Realizing the implications, Feng Xiaoyu shouted a warning to the 4. However, by the time his voice reached them, the battle array had already enveloped them. Buzzing. The chaotic soul power of the formation erupted, causing the 4 to feel a resounding explosion within their minds. For a fleeting moment, their consciousnesses blanked. Though it lasted but an instant, in the realm of life and death, it proved utterly fatal. Seizing the moment, Gu Chengfeng executed a phantom slash, the sword's might sweeping across the field. In a heartbeat, 3 heads fell, severed from their bodies. Only one individual, forewarned, managed to evade the effects of the formation, narrowly escaping the deadly onslaught. Witnessing the immediate demise of 3 individuals, he wasted no time and turned to flee. However, before he could take 2 steps, an invisible force surged into his mind. In an instant, his thoughts became a void, and his entire body plummeted to the ground. With a swift motion, a blade cleaved through the air, pinning him mercilessly to the earth. In his final moments, a singular thought consumed him. How could a mid-tier yellow-grade mental force be so formidable? His own mental force was also mid-tier yellow-grade. Logically, only a high-tier yellow-grade mental force could affect him. Yet he distinctly sensed that the recent mental assault was indeed mid-tier yellow-grade. The mid-tier yellow-grade unleashed an attack power akin to that of a high-tier yellow-grade. Even in death, he could not fathom the reason behind it. "Gu Chengfeng, you. In a fleeting moment, the powerful adversaries lay slain, leaving Feng Xiaoyu's eyes filled with terror. Even his finger, which pointed accusingly at Gu Chengfeng, trembled uncontrollably. With every utterance of "you," he involuntarily retreated a few steps. His heart raced, especially when he beheld the boy's blood-red eyes turning toward him. Overwhelmed with fear, he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Have you now grasped the answer?" The boy's indifferent voice resonated in Feng Xiaoyu's ears as the sword pointed slowly in his direction. In that instant, Feng Xiaoyu felt utterly desolate. With a thud, he knelt before the boy, pleading, "Gu, young master, spare me. I realize my mistakes and shall never provoke you again." "I'm sorry, it's too late." The youth gently shook his head, and in a heartbeat, the bloodthirsty sword soared forth. With a swift thrust, it pierced through Feng Xiaoyu's chest. The tremendous force propelled him, pinning his body harshly against a nearby tree. In that moment, the bloodthirsty sword emitted a resounding cry, akin to the ecstasy that follows a sanguine feast. Chapter 120. You truly are a little sprite. Young master, you are becoming increasingly handsome, exclaimed Isher, her hands cradling her chin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Yunyi was equally taken aback. On the ground lay a dozen corpses, all powerful beings of the imperial realm, save for Feng Xiaoyu, who was impaled upon a tree. None had escaped. All had perished beneath Gu Chengfeng's sword. It could only be said that he was extraordinarily formidable. It had been but a short while since his emergence from Xian's sect, yet he had already attained such unparalleled strength. Boss, let me. As Gu Chengfeng approached Feng Xiaoyu's lifeless form, Lu Yunyi hurriedly rushed forward, yanking out the bloodthirsty sword. The blade, stained with crimson, appeared even more vibrant in its hue. The glint of the blood-soaked sword evoked a chilling sensation in the heart. Gu Chengfeng advised, examine what they possess and gather it all. He then turned to Isher, scrutinizing her. Are you all right? In an instant, his gaze landed upon the girl's prominent features. Oh, it seems you've grown. The girl, upon noticing, proudly puffed out her chest. Young master, you have a keen eye? She leaned closer to Gu Chengfeng, half resting on his shoulder, and whispered softly in his ear, I discovered a herb in the Wuhuan burial ground that aids in growth. Its effects are remarkable. Gu Chengfeng was taken aback. Such a herb exists? The girl blinked her alluring eyes at him, exhaling sweetly. I've heard that when ground into a potion and applied, the effects are even greater, but I was hoping young master would assist me in applying it. You little sprite. Gu Chengfeng inhaled deeply, suppressing the stirrings of temptation within him, and pushed her away. Now was not the time for such distractions. He then called out to Lu Yunyi. Hurry up and gather everything. We must return swiftly. This place is not safe. Right away, boss. Lu Yunyi swiftly stripped the last individual's spatial pouch and rushed over. 13 corpses, 13 spatial pouches. Lu Yunyi handed them directly to Gu Chengfeng, who shook his head. You keep them. They are of no use to me. Let us go. With that, he sheathed the bloodthirsty sword and set off towards the northern academy, with Lu Yunyi closely following. Observing Gu Chengfeng's retreating figure, Isher pouted, coward. She then hastened to catch up with them. Clang. Yet, before the trio could venture far, a long spear, radiating with brilliance, descended from the heavens, embedding itself before Gu Chengfeng and shattering a large stone beneath it. The spear quivered, emitting a resonating hum. Gu Chengfeng immediately sensed the danger, turning to pat Lu Yunyi on the shoulder. Take Isher back first. Understood. Lu Yunyi nodded, showing no hesitation as he swiftly turned and made for the north and academy with Isher. Both of them were in a weakened state, their internal energies depleted. Even in this moment, they would be of little assistance and would only burden Gu Chengfeng's focus. As the two figures receded into the distance, Gu Chengfeng's gaze gradually lifted. This time, only 3 silhouettes materialized in the void. Gu Chengfeng remained motionless, and they too did not advance to intercept Isher and Lu Yunyi. Clearly, their sole target was Gu Chengfeng himself. Despite their small number, the presence emanating from the trio was formidable, each surpassing the 4th level of the Emperor realm. In contrast, the previous members of the Feng family had only reached up to the 3rd level. Even standing still, merely observing Gu Chengfeng, these 3 instilled a profound sense of pressure within him. Raising his eyes to the trio, Gu Chengfeng tightened his grip on the bloodthirsty sword and inquired, Who sent you? The Northern King City, the Long family. The foremost middle-aged man raised his hand, and a long spear erupted from the ground, soaring into his grasp. He then spoke indifferently. You must understand why we are here, correct? Another middle-aged voice chimed in, to be frank. Long Xiao, Long Hua, Long Ying, Long Bin, Long Shiyun, and many other prodigies from our Long family. Did they not all perish at your hands? With each name uttered, the expression on the middle-aged man's face grew increasingly grim. Realizing that the list was far from exhaustive, at least 30 or 40 prodigies had met their demise in the martial soul burial grounds. In that conflict, aside from the 4 who bore protective Emperor realm talismans, all others had perished. This generation of prodigies was nearly annihilated. The magnitude of the loss was immeasurable, shaking the very foundations of their family. I never anticipated that so many would die by my hand. Gu Chengfeng shrugged and remarked, but there's no need for you to panic. It wasn't just your Long family that suffered. Others have fallen as well, making it a balance of sorts. Wouldn't you agree? You. Upon hearing this, The faces of the three twitched uncontrollably. Peel him alive. The foremost middle-aged man growled through clenched teeth. With that, wielding the long spear, he charged at Gu Chengfeng, closely followed by the other two. A flash of crimson sword light flickered in Gu Chengfeng's eyes, and the thunderous energy around him surged. The power of the divine punishment body roared within him, alongside the devouring power of the sky-swallowing sword. The energies of four martial souls enveloped his entire being. In an instant, he evaded the spear thrust from the leading middle-aged man. With a swift maneuver, he leapt and unleashed a sword strike towards one of the middle-aged men behind him. Seeking death, the middle-aged man retorted coldly, summoning his 6th-grade battle wind martial soul while consolidating his 4th level of the Emperor realm into a long knife, slashing downward at Gu Chengfeng. Yet, his gaze caught a glimpse of an intangible brilliance emanating from the youth's eyes. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening sound resonated in his mind, plunging his consciousness into a void. The power he had gathered dissipated instantaneously. The silhouette of the youth swiftly appeared, and with a flash of his sword, he had already severed the head of his opponent. Second brother. This sudden spectacle left the other two in a state of utter shock. They could hardly fathom that this mere boy could slay someone at the 4th realm of the imperial stage with a single strike. It's the power of spiritual energy. Third brother, protect the soul. The leader, a middle-aged man, instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, his warning came too late. Blood sprayed through the air as a head fell, and another was similarly dispatched by Gu Chengfeng in a swift manner. Ah, you wretched creature! I will tear you to shreds. The deaths of his companions instantly transformed Long Qiyuan into a fierce figure. The long spear in his hand erupted with a chilling radiance, piercing through the air towards Gu Chengfeng. Unhurried, Gu Chengfeng unleashed the Rage Soul Codex once more, forging his spirit. However, this time, when the spiritual force surged into the middle-aged man's head, his body merely trembled slightly before rapidly recovering. He had evidently suffered little impact. This was the first failure of Gu Chengfeng's Rage Soul Codex, clearly due to the opponent's overwhelming spiritual power. As Gu Chengfeng's spiritual strike faltered, an equally potent spiritual force swept into his mind. This caused Gu Chengfeng to startle inwardly. High-level spiritual energy of the yellow tier. No wonder the soul forging had failed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly activated the Rage Soul Codex to shield his soul from the adversary's mental assault. True to its reputation as a sacred text for the soul, the Codex instantly transformed into a protective barrier, completely warding off the opponent's spiritual attack, preventing it from invading Gu Chengfeng's mind. However, Gu Chengfeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness, only to then become rigid, his eyes rolling back as he uncontrollably plummeted towards the ground. You dare to challenge me in spiritual strength? You are still too green. Die! With a thunderous roar, the middle-aged man charged downward, his spear radiating boundless fury, seemingly intent on tearing Gu Chengfeng apart. Just as the spear's brilliance was about to strike Gu Chengfeng, the youth's previously rolled back eyes suddenly gleamed with light. In that instant, his entire body executed a remarkable somersault, dodging the spear's trajectory while his sword aimed directly at the middle-aged man's neck. The middle-aged man, believing Gu Chengfeng to be incapacitated by his spiritual might and thus vulnerable, had completely let down his defenses. Gu Chengfeng's sudden resurgence took him entirely by surprise. Most critically, Gu Chengfeng's speed was astonishing. Although he was only at the 5th realm of the sovereign stage, even the middle-aged man found himself unable to react in time. In that fleeting moment, only one thought remained in his mind. It was over. As the young warrior's sword approached the target's head, an unexpected force caused his entire body to be violently propelled backward, and he spewed a mouthful of blood mid-air. The middle-aged man, though bewildered by the sudden turn of events, quickly regained his composure and steadied himself, retaliating with his firearm aimed at Gu Chengfeng. Old dragon. Gu Chengfeng gazed skyward, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the atmosphere. Moments ago, he had been poised to deliver a fatal blow to the middle-aged man, only to be thwarted by a voice that left him momentarily stunned. The words were clear and unmistakable. You truly deserve to die. He recognized the voice as belonging to the esteemed head of the Northern Academy's Dragon Courtyard. Never had he anticipated such audacity from the dragon head to strike directly at him. Old dragon, dragon clan. In an instant, Gu Chengfeng grasped the situation. realizing that the dragon head was indeed affiliated with the dragon clan of Beiwang City. Buzz! The sound of a gunshot sliced through the air. Gu Chengfeng clenched his teeth, raising his sword high before hurling it towards the advancing middle-aged man, declaring with fervor, "Sword of the killing god." Rumbling. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, the very earth beneath the forest trembled violently. The ground shook with a force accompanied by the thunderous sound of countless war hooves pounding the earth. This overwhelming noise could only be produced by hundreds, if not thousands, of colossal beasts. The sheer force of the disturbance sent ripples through the surrounding space, causing it to become tumultuous and unstable. The nascent sword of the killing god dissipated in midair, and even the lethal lance of the middle-aged man lost its momentum. Both warriors wore expressions of shock as they instinctively distanced themselves and turned their gazes toward the source of the tremendous commotion. Golden light. An endless cascade of golden radiance surged into the sky, akin to a tidal wave sweeping towards the two men. This astonishing sight left even the dragon head and vice head concealed within the clouds, utterly astonished, their faces etched with disbelief. The golden armored cavalry of the royal city. The dragon head uttered, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. The full title of this formidable force was the Golden Armored Earth Dragon Iron Cavalry, a premier cavalry regiment under the Northern Prince. Though their numbers were limited to approximately 1,000, each warrior possessed terrifying prowess at the pinnacle of the ninth realm in the imperial cultivation. This singular cavalry unit held the terrifying power to sweep through the various factions of the northern region with ease. Within the Northern Prince's domain, only two individuals had the authority to command the Golden Armored Cavalry, the Northern Prince, Bei Jintian, and the young Prince, Bei Tianming. It was improbable for the Northern Prince to leave Beiwang City lightly. Thus, the only plausible conclusion was that the young Prince, Bei Tianming, was behind this. How could the esteemed young prince possibly appear in such a place? In that moment, the dragon head's eyes were filled with an endless sense of astonishment and suspicion. His gaze instinctively fell upon Gu Chengfeng below, and an inexplicable thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that he has come because of him? This notion, once birthed, clung to his consciousness relentlessly. Beside him, Vice Dean Ling wore a look of astonishment and remarked, "It seems Gu Chengfeng has slain too many prodigies of the Northern Prince's manor. Their wrath is surely provoked, and the young prince must be here to take his life." Foolishness. Yet, before he could finish his statement, he was admonished by Dean Long. How could a mere Gu Chengfeng possess the stature to warrant the young prince's personal intervention, especially accompanied by the golden armored cavalry of the royal city? Even if the lord of Bayan City and Zhongming were to rebel, it would not reach such significance. Dean Long's expression darkened considerably. Furthermore, true prodigies of the Northern Prince's manor are invariably equipped with life-preserving talismans. Even in death, they would not fall in significant numbers, insufficient to incite such fury from the manor. If it is not to slay Gu Chengfeng, then what is it? Vice Dean Ling's eyes flickered with suspicion. The golden armored cavalry of the royal city? The young prince? Not only did Dean Long recognize this, but the middle-aged Long Qiyuan also discerned it. His spirit trembled fiercely, eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed toward the blinding golden light approaching rapidly. The young prince? At that moment, Gu Chengfeng also learned the identity of the visitor from Long Qiyuan. Though he had not heard of the golden armored cavalry, he was familiar with the young prince, Ziyi's elder brother. Could it be that he has come to see me? Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Hadn't Ziyi mentioned that they were to meet the northern king in Beiwang City? Why was the young prince here? Could it be that he is anxious? Before Gu Chengfeng could ponder further, amidst the collapse of endless trees, a torrent of golden light had already approached and halted several hundred meters before him in Long Qiyuan, towering over 3 meters. The golden earth dragon flapped its enormous golden wings, stirring up gusts of golden wind with every beat. Thousands of them lined up in perfect formation, exuding an overwhelming, oppressive force that left one gasping for breath. Particularly striking was the lead golden earth dragon, standing 5 meters tall, adorned with a blood-red single horn atop its head, lightning crackling around it, emitting a terrifying sound that sent shivers down the spine. Upon the backs of these golden earth dragons sat figures clad in golden armor, with only their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears exposed. The rest of their bodies were completely enveloped in gilded armor. Each soldier's gaze bore a faint glimmer of bloodlust. emanating an air of lethal intent. One could discern from their eyes that these individuals had undoubtedly traversed the battlefield, having slain hundreds, if not thousands. Such piercing gazes could not have formed otherwise. Only the youth upon the back of the bloodhorn dragon was not clad in armor. Instead, he donned luxurious attire woven with golden threads, radiating opulence. Here stands Long Chiyuan of the Long family, paying his respects to the young prince. At the moment the golden-armored rider halted in the royal city, Long Chiyuan, trembling with trepidation, hastily bent down to kneel upon the ground, scarcely daring to draw a breath. Yet, the young prince cast not a glance in his direction. His gaze was fixed directly upon Gu Chengfeng, and with a voice laced with indifference, he inquired, "You are Gu Chengfeng?" The instant the young prince's gaze swept over, the terrifying aura contained within those eyes sent a tremor through Gu Chengfeng's very spirit. Even his soul felt the impact of a formidable surge of mental force. This mental onslaught was at least at the level of a human tear. Fortunately, having just engaged with Long Chiyuan, the Rage Soul Codex had been safeguarding his soul, sparing it from significant harm. It was also fortunate that the opposing party had not unleashed a direct mental assault, but merely infused a trace of mental energy within his words. Otherwise, even the Rage Soul Codex would have been insufficient to withstand such an attack. This alone made it evident that this young prince was not only of high status, but his strength was undoubtedly more terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chengfeng slightly cupped his fists and nodded in respect, saying, "Gu Chengfeng pays my respects to the young prince." Though unaware of the young prince's purpose, he recognized the importance of maintaining decorum, especially as he was the brother of Zi. Chapter 122, Epiphany. The Grand Master Sword Chi. A detached gaze fell upon Gu Chengfeng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. In an instant, it felt as though thousands of eyes were simultaneously fixated on him, each corner of his being laid bare under their penetrating scrutiny. This overwhelming sensation of being fully exposed sent a shiver through Gu Chengfeng's heart. Instinctively, he activated the Great Swallowing Heaven technique, and the feeling of being pierced through vanished entirely. Oh, the young prince's eyes flickered with intrigue, a hint of surprise crossing his features. There was indeed something noteworthy about this individual. It was no wonder he had caught Er's attention. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the lifeless body on the ground, immediately assessing its level of cultivation, which materialized in his mind. He then gestured to a nearby armored knight, raising 2 fingers and pressing them downward. The knight understood the command, thrusting his feet into the golden dragon beneath him, propelling his entire body towards Gu Chengfeng with great momentum. In his grasp, a knight's long sword swung down with tremendous force aimed directly at Gu Chengfeng. Seeing this, Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed as he swiftly drew the bloodthirsty sword, positioning it defensively before him. Boom! The long sword clashed against the bloodthirsty sword with a thunderous impact, the immense force driving Gu Chengfeng backward uncontrollably. Second level of the Imperial Realm. The knight's coarse voice resonated. Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brows, immediately unleashing the divine punishment body, while the myriad powers of his martial souls surged within him, channeling into the bloodthirsty sword. A tempestuous aura of crimson lightning erupted from the bloodthirsty sword, halting his retreat. Third level. The knight growled, and once again, a surge of power emanated from his long sword, forcing Gu Chengfeng to stagger backward once more. With a swift motion, Gu Chengfeng planted his foot firmly and unleashed a dazzling arc of spirit-infused brilliance from his sword. The illusory slash burst forth with resplendent might, once again arresting his backward motion. Fourth level. The knight's voice boomed again, and with the utterance of his words, an overwhelming aura of supremacy surged forth from his long sword. The extreme blade aura surged, instantly suppressing the sword's might in Gu Chengfeng's hand. The pressure forced Gu Chengfeng to retreat several steps, gritting his teeth as he released the subtle sword chi, finally slowing his backward momentum. Yet, he remained unable to halt it entirely. The ferocity of the extreme blade aura was too formidable, nearly leaving him breathless. The combined ferocity and strength seemed intent on shattering all of Gu Chengfeng's power. Although Long Chiyuan also possessed the 4th level of the Imperial Realm, his cultivation could not be compared to the knight before him. Long Chiyuan's realm was at best at the subtle spear aura level, while the knight had already attained the extreme realm. The 2-tier disparity in realms was not trivial. The same level of cultivation, but the enhancements brought by the gap in realms equated to at least 2 levels, if not more, of cultivation power. Faced with the Emperor's fourth realm, Long Qiyuan, Gu Chengfeng could still engage in battle, yet before the golden armored cavalry, he appeared significantly strained. This exemplifies the paramount importance of cultivation levels. The sharpness, the force, sensing the extreme blade aura pressing down upon his blood-biting sword. Gu Chengfeng's gaze flickered slightly, and he immediately immersed himself in a profound state. Though he maintained a posture of resistance with his sword held horizontally, it was evident that his mind had transcended the act of fighting. Enlightenment. Observing this scene from the back of the blood-horned earth dragon, the young prince felt his eyes narrow slightly, a hint of interest gracing his cheeks. At that moment, the golden armored cavalry turned to seek the young prince's counsel with a glance. He gently shook his head, signaling for them to maintain their strength and not to interrupt. The golden armored cavalry nodded in understanding, stabilizing their force to ensure no fluctuations would disrupt Gu Chengfeng's moment of enlightenment. The young prince then gestured to another golden armored cavalryman. This knight swiftly leaped into action, appearing in the area behind Gu Chengfeng. Raising his hand to shatter the trees obstructing Gu Chengfeng's retreat, clearing all hindrances to ensure his path remained unobstructed, thereby preserving the sanctity of Gu Chengfeng's state of enlightenment. This spectacle left Long Qiyuan, watching from a distance, profoundly shaken. Initially, he believed the golden armored cavalry had come to slay Gu Chengfeng, filling him with secret delight. However, at this moment, he comprehended that they were, in fact, assisting Gu Chengfeng. Coupled with the young prince's earlier words, Long Qiyuan felt a wave of realization wash over him. Trembling, he prepared to withdraw quietly, but a mere glance from the young prince rendered him immobile, forcing him to kneel and wipe the cold sweat from his brow, too fearful to lift his head. Gu Chengfeng's figure was continually pressed back by the long blade of the golden armored cavalry, retreating at a steady pace. The path behind him had already been cleared, stretching several hundred meters, with even the larger stones shattered. In no time, the youth's eyes suddenly snapped open. In an instant, a crimson sword light surged forth from his gaze, instantly enhancing the blood-biting sword, causing its brilliance to surge dramatically. With a thunderous roar, he halted his retreat, the sword energy radiating 4 feet outward. The Great Ascension sword energy. The young prince, witnessing this development, nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. At such a young age, possessing the Great Ascension sword energy was not particularly remarkable to him. However, achieving such insight and successfully breaking through amidst combat showcased a level of comprehension and talent that was indeed impressive. Continue. Gu Chengfeng proclaimed, his body now steady. Prepare yourself. It's time for the 5th realm. The golden armored cavalry responded with a fierce cry, the menace of their knightly blades surging once more. Yet this time, Gu Chengfeng did not await his retreat. The blood-biting sword had already begun to summon forth a torrent of power. With each surge of power, the radiance upon the long sword intensified. For the first time, the essence of the frost blade martial soul merged within the sword's body. Subsequently, the fire spirit martial soul followed. Then the god of death martial soul, and finally, the divine punishment martial soul. Each fusion of the martial souls exponentially augmented the sword's might. When the god of death martial soul integrated for the 3rd time, Gu Chengfeng's visage contorted slightly, as an overwhelming force threatened to shatter him. He forcefully channeled his mental energy into the longsword, striving to control the amalgamated power, thereby stabilizing it. As the force of the divine punishment martial soul surged into the sword, an earth-shattering shriek echoed forth, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast awakening within the blade. It required nearly all of his mental fortitude to suppress the combined power of the martial souls within the sword, ensuring it did not erupt uncontrollably. Should this terrifying energy burst forth, even Gu Chengfeng himself would be utterly obliterated. In that moment, the sheer strength contained within the bloodthirsty sword was comprehended most acutely by the golden armored knight, his adversary. Even he was forced to retreat in haste. With a countenance transformed by alarm, he roared once more, 6th layer. Instantly, the power within his blades surged to the 6th tier. Yet, even with this enhancement, he remained overpowered by the dreadful might emanating from the bloodthirsty sword. 7th layer. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the strength of the 7th tier of the imperial realm, finally halting his retreat. At that moment, astonishment was etched across the golden armored knight's eyes. It was not only he. The cadre of golden-armored knights behind the young prince similarly displayed expressions of sheer terror. They understood all too well that Gu Chengfeng, with his cultivation at the 5th tier of the King realm, had compelled this golden-armored knight to unleash the might of the 7th tier of the Imperial realm, an extraordinary feat indeed. Chapter 123. If the spirit realm can survive, I shall grant you the hand of Ear. At this moment, Long Qiyuan was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that Gu Chengfeng possessed such formidable strength. It was only now that he comprehended that surviving under Gu Chengfeng's blade was solely due to the fact that the youth had not unleashed his full power. Had he revealed such force earlier, Long would have surely perished beneath Gu Chengfeng's sword. How could this be possible? Even the Dragon Academy master, suspended in the void, could not help but sharply inhale a breath of cold air. He was acutely aware that each of the golden-armored knights of the royal city was among the most exceptional prodigies in the northern realm. Yet now Gu Chengfeng, at the 5th level of the royal realm, accomplished this feat even after many years as the Northern Academy master. He had never witnessed anyone endowed with such terrifying talent. This young man as future would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Yet, the more remarkable his talents, the graver Long's expression became. Had today's events not transpired, there might have been room for negotiation between the Long family and the youth. However, today's occurrence had irrevocably positioned the Long family in opposition to him. The more formidable the youth's abilities, the greater the threat to the Long family. The only solution now was to eliminate him to secure the Long family's future aspirations. Very well, very well. Even the young prince, at this moment, lightly applauded, with satisfaction increasingly evident in his gaze. However, a hint of doubt soon crossed his features as he murmured, "For martial souls, will he be able to master them in the future? In the realm of cultivation, possessing numerous martial souls is not necessarily advantageous. There exists a repulsive force among martial souls. The more one possesses, the stronger the impact of this repulsion becomes. When one's cultivation is low, the clash of martial souls may not be overtly apparent. In fact, it can bestow significant power upon the practitioner, much like the youth before him. Yet, as one's cultivation ascends, the repercussions of these clashes intensify. It could even lead to a complete backlash against the practitioner, culminating in their demise. This is why many esteemed cultivators in the cultivation world do not advocate for the possession of multiple martial souls. Thud, thud, thud. The golden-armored knights unleashed the power of the 7th level of the Imperial realm, forcing Gu Chengfeng to retreat repeatedly. At this moment, determination was etched across Gu Chengfeng's face. Clenching his jaw, he gripped his sword with unwavering resolve. Today, he intended to discover the limits of his own potential. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, "Sword of the God of Slaughter." The instant those 4 words escaped his lips, almost all the remaining power within him was instantaneously drawn forth, fully merging with the blood-devouring sword. The amalgamation of the 4 martial souls, coupled with the sword of the God of Slaughter, unleashed a torrent of bloodlight from the blood-devouring sword, its radiance soaring skyward. It halted his body in place, simultaneously colliding against the golden-armored knight's blade. What more? The golden-armored knight was taken aback, initially believing that the youth had reached his utmost limit. However, he was astonished to witness an even more potent force erupting forth. In that fleeting moment, the long blade he held against the youth's sword seemed to embody a sensation of being shattered. Eightfold. He, not daring to underestimate the situation, elevated his strength once more to the 8th tier, barely managing to withstand the youth's strike. The arms that gripped the long knife trembled slightly before he tightened his grip, finally stabilizing himself. Raising his gaze, he beheld the youth's blood-soaked visage, evidently a result of excessive exertion, with vitality surging uncontrollably. The golden-armored knight discerned that the youth had reached his absolute limit. If this continued, the youth might sustain grave injuries. Enough. The voice of the young prince resonated softly at that moment. Upon hearing those words, the golden-armored knight immediately lifted his long knife, retracting his strength. However, the youth seemed oblivious. His swords might still barreling forward. This caused the knight's expression to shift dramatically. Just as he pondered, the youth's voice rang out, "Stand aside." The golden-armored knight firmly planted his foot, swiftly evading to the side. Whoosh! A brilliant crimson radiance suddenly cleaved through the air, swiftly darting forth like a blood-red meteor, appearing before the kneeling Long Qiyuan. "You!" Long Qiyuan instinctively sensed an impending threat. He sprang to his feet, raising his spear and channeling all his strength to block in front of him. Clang! Hiss! Two sounds echoed in rapid succession, the spear shattering instantaneously. As the crimson sword's might cleaved through Long Qiyuan's body, crashing down upon the ground. It carved a gash nearly a foot deep into the mountainside. In an instant, the wound filled with blood, streaming forth from Long Qiyuan's form. The entirety of his being had been cleaved in twain by that singular strike. Damn it! In the void, witnessing this scene, the head of the Dragon Academy couldn't help but grit his teeth in a low curse. Yet at this moment, with the young prince and the golden-armored knight present, he dared not reveal himself, choosing instead to remain concealed within the clouds, seething with rage. Old dog Long, if you wish to kill me again, send more men next time. This number is clearly insufficient for my slaughter. In an instant, the youth raised his head, a resounding cry erupting forth. The sound reached the ears of the head of the Dragon Academy, causing his cheeks to twitch violently. Clenching his fists tightly, he vanished into the void alongside Vice Dean Ling. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng stumbled, his pallid complexion nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. The bloodthirsty sword embedded itself into the rocky earth beneath him, allowing him to stabilize his form with great difficulty. My lord, the golden-armored knight, engaged in combat with Gu Chengfeng, rushed to his side, supporting him. Gu Chengfeng took a deep breath, retrieving 2 pills to swallow before faintly nodding to the golden-armored knight beside him. Thank you. The sword of the god of death, when drawn, it is certain to claim a life. The golden-armored knight possesses the ability to unleash a formidable strike, yet he finds himself unable to do so. He can only pour forth his power. Otherwise, he would inevitably suffer the backlash from the sword of the god of death, which is perilous. Boom. At this moment, the hooves of the blood-horned golden-armored knight thundered forward, arriving before Gu Chengfeng. The young prince gazed down at Gu Chengfeng and proclaimed, "If you survive the spirit realm, I shall persuade my father to grant you permission to marry Ear. I shall escort you back to the Northern Academy." Having spoken, he did not wait for Gu Chengfeng's response, but waved his hand dismissively. The royal city's golden-armored knights surged forth, rolling back toward their original direction, leaving behind only the knight who was engaged in battle with Gu Chengfeng. "Young master, let us depart. I shall escort you home." The knight inclined his head slightly in respect to Gu Chengfeng. "No need." Suddenly, a voice interjected, though it did not belong to Gu Chengfeng. A violet radiance simultaneously pierced through the void, descending before Gu Chengfeng and the golden-armored knight. "Princess?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, the knight was taken aback and hastily knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute. "I pay my respects to the young princess." The violet-clad Ear nodded slightly, and then gestured, "You may leave." "Yes, princess." The knight immediately rose and leaped back onto the golden-armored earth dragon, racing toward the direction in which the young prince and others had departed. "Ear." Gu Chengfeng smiled faintly at the girl beside him. However, before his smile could fully form, darkness enveloped him, and he completely fainted. Until now, he had managed to maintain his consciousness only in the presence of the young prince. With Ear as his sole companion, he could no longer hold on. At this moment, both his mental energy and spiritual power, as well as his physical strength, had been utterly depleted. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was like a lamp run out of oil. Why push yourself so hard? My brother merely stopped by to take a look. Cradling the youth in her arms, Ear gazed upon his pallid face, a tinge of sorrow appearing on her delicate features. Subsequently, she leapt onto the violet jade spirit boat, which shot forth like a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Chapter 124. The arrival of the ancient gentleman at the Northern Academy. In the training room of the southern courtyard peak, Gu Chengfeng finally opened his eyes after a prolonged slumber lasting 3 days and nights. "Young master, you are finally awake," exclaimed Luer, who had been vigilantly watching over him. Her face lit up with joy as she called out to the outside, "Miss, the young master has awakened." Before long, Zi arrived at Gu Chengfeng's bedside, holding a damp towel. Observing the youthful confusion in his eyes, she sat beside him and gently helped him into an upright position. "Chengfeng, wipe your face and refresh yourself. You've been asleep for 3 days and nights," she said, tenderly dabbing at his cheeks. With a hint of reproach, she added, "Why must you exert yourself so? It was merely a meeting." The coolness of the towel finally roused the young man from his stupor, and he shook his dazed head. Grasping the delicate hand of the young lady, he gazed at her exquisite features and softly replied, I cannot afford to be careless. If I do not perform well, wouldn't tea that brings shame to our ear. Z instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but the warmth that enveloped her fingers made her reconsider. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted, Who belongs to you? Gu Chengfeng leaned closer, their noses nearly touching, and breathed, Shall I make you mine right now? The warmth of his breath sent a shiver through Z, causing her to instinctively lean back, almost losing her balance. Gu Chengfeng quickly caught her, drawing her into his embrace and reclining back as he called to Lure. Lure, close the door. Huh. Oh. Lure paused for a moment before reacting, rushing out of the room to shut the door behind her. Lure will wait outside. With a soft thud, the door clicked shut. The warmth between them intensified. Z's cheeks were aflame, and though she seemed to want to say something, only soft murmurs escaped her lips. She pushed against Gu Chengfeng's shoulders, managing to create a bit of distance. Yet, the confusion in her eyes was evident, filled with a flurry of emotions. Chengfeng, this is not right. Chengfeng, I'm sorry, just wait a little longer, will you? The heavy breaths startled Gu Chengfeng, and after exhaling deeply to calm himself, he turned to stand at the edge of the bed. He faced away, taking deep breaths to suppress the fire igniting within him. Z, slightly flustered, rose and wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, whispering softly, In a few days, I will take you to meet my father. Then, everything you desire will be yours. The sound of her voice sent a tremor through Gu Chengfeng's heart, and he inwardly chastised himself. Turning around, he gently caressed her cheek and said softly, I apologize, I was too impatient. Lifting her chin, their eyes met, and he chuckled gently. It is only because our ear possesses such irresistible charm. Amidst the delicate atmosphere, the young maiden shyly turned her head away. Hastily shifting the topic, she inquired, By the way, Chengfeng, have you heard that the great wilderness has erupted into war once more? Another war? Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. When did this occur? The great wilderness has only enjoyed a few years of peace. I never anticipated that the flames of conflict would ignite again. Hasn't the sixth princess been stationed at Great Wilderness City with her troops? With her presence, how could Beiming dare to infringe upon our Dacian borders? It seems Beiming has yet to be subdued by the sixth princess. Z shook her head gently. Did not the sixth princess leave the great wilderness alongside us? She was summoned back to the imperial city. She hasn't returned yet? Gu Chengfeng was surprised. He recalled the sixth princess mentioning her brief return to the imperial city, believing she would soon return to the great wilderness. After all, Beiming had been lurking ominously, and her absence provided them with an opportunity. Indeed, it appears there has been some upheaval in the imperial city, Z replied, shaking her head slightly. I cannot ascertain the specifics, but my brother is set to lead troops to the great wilderness for support and fortuitously passed through Bayan City to check on you. I see, Gu Chengfeng mused, realizing that someone of the young prince's stature, burdened with countless affairs, would seldom take the time to visit him. He pondered the extent of the conflict, hoping the flames of war would not reach the Ziyun sect. Otherwise, the sect might once again have to relocate, having done so countless times over the years to evade the ravages of war. Z nodded in agreement. Indeed, when the opportunity arises, it would be safest to move the Ziyun sect to the northern territories. As she spoke, Z seemed to sense something, her gaze sharply turning towards the doorway. There, peering through the crack, a pair of eyes was furtively observing the room. Green. Z called out sharply. Ah, came a startled exclamation from outside the door, as Green hurriedly withdrew her gaze. With a hint of exasperation, Z shook her head and beckoned, Come in. The door creaked open slowly. Green, head bowed, stepped inside and timidly uttered, I didn't see anything. Rolling her eyes in annoyance, Z retorted, If we have done nothing, then of course you wouldn't see anything. At this, Green instantly raised her eyes, blinking at Z before leaning closer to whisper, Miss, if it's not a problem, I can serve both you and the young master from the side. Go away, Z replied, somewhat irritated. Since you're so adept, why not stay and continue serving the young master? Yes, miss, Green responded promptly. All right, I shall take my leave. With that, Z exited the room, ensuring the door was securely closed behind her. Only Gu Chengfeng and Green Air remained. Green Air timidly glanced at Gu Chengfeng, saying, Green Air is here to assist you with your attire. With a swift motion, he pulled her closer, exclaiming, Attire? Come here. At that moment, a fiery figure pierced through the void above the Northern Academy, descending upon the square outside the main hall. Simultaneously, a voice emanated from this figure, resonating with authority. "Where is the foremost individual of Northern Academy? Come forth and meet me." This simple declaration seemed to imbue the air with an aura of supreme significance, rapidly spreading across much of Northern Academy. In an instant, the Academy was engulfed in a cacophony of tumult, voices brimming with indignation. Who possessed such audacity to provoke Northern Academy in this manner? Let us investigate. Soon, an increasing throng gathered in the square outside the main hall. However, when they beheld the crimson-clad figure standing at the center of the square, an immediate silence enveloped them. Yet, this stillness was short-lived, as gasps of astonishment erupted. Bloodsword Wushuang, the ancient national scholar. It is indeed the ancient national scholar. The crowd exclaimed. Northern Academy welcomes the esteemed ancient national scholar. We pay our respects. In an instant, the multitude knelt on one knee, raising their voices in veneration. Regardless of gender, each face reflected an overwhelming sense of reverence and respect. The news of the ancient national scholar's appearance in the martial soul burial grounds had long circulated, and the populace had speculated that he would soon arrive at Northern Academy. Little did they anticipate his arrival would be so swift. Chapter 125. Who truly reigns as the supreme power of the Bayan Academy? In the dynasty of 800 cities, Bayan City has evidently become the penultimate station, with only the final stronghold, the Great Wilderness City, remaining. Upon completion, the name of the nation will be irrevocably solidified. Has the ancient national talent arrived? At this moment, the foremost expert of Bayan Academy, the Sword Madman, has received this news and swiftly ascends into the air. At this instant, even his soaring figure radiates a hint of excitement. The ancient national talent, the most exceptional prodigy of the great Qian dynasty. Moreover, he is the only one whose superiority has been acknowledged by the emperor, unassailable by any other. To engage in battle with the ancient national talent is undoubtedly the aspiration of every prodigy throughout the great Qian dynasty, considered the utmost honor. One need not hope to vanquish the ancient national talent. Merely withstanding a single strike from him would ensure a resounding reputation across the great Qian dynasty, garnering the attention and respect of the world. Alas, throughout the dynasty's 800 cities, no individual has yet emerged capable of fully enduring a single strike from the ancient national talent. If others cannot achieve this, I, the Sword Madman, shall be the first. With a proud declaration that pierced the heavens, his words resounded in the ears of countless students of Bayan Academy. In an instant, their spirits were stirred, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Should the Sword Madman truly withstand a strike from the ancient national talent, the fame garnered would not solely belong to him, but would elevate the entire Bayan Academy. Countless prodigies would then flock to bolster the strength of Bayan Academy. Sword Madman, Sword Madman. As they gazed upon the lone figure and sword descending from the sky, the throngs gathered in the square erupted in fervent cheers. Faces alight with exhilaration, it felt as though they themselves were about to confront the ancient national talent, ready to embrace this honor. In the blink of an eye, the Sword Madman alighted before Gu Chengfeng, a mere 100 meters away. With sword in hand, he bowed deeply, declaring, "I am the foremost expert of Bayan Academy. The Sword Madman, here to greet the ancient national talent. You are the foremost expert of Bayan Academy?" Gu Chengfeng regarded the Sword Madman, her delicate brows knitting slightly. "Indeed, I am." The Sword Madman straightened, drawing his long sword and raising it slowly. "I humbly request your guidance, ancient national talent." At this moment, the crowd held their breath, their eyes fixated in anticipation of the imminent clash. Yet, what they received was a voice tinged with skepticism from the ancient national talent. How could someone with such pitiful talent be the foremost expert of Bayan Academy? Pitiful. The instant those words fell, it struck the crowd like a thunderclap, reverberating within their minds and leaving them stunned in place. They could hardly fathom that the one they deemed the strongest, with unparalleled talent and extraordinary prowess, was merely labeled as pitiful by the ancient national talent. Many wished to contest this assertion, but the one who uttered those two words was none other than the ancient national talent himself. No one dared to question the authority of the ancient national talent, not even the head of the Dragon Academy. The ancient scholar paid no heed to the crowd's reaction and declared, "Bring forth the true strongest of the Bayan Academy to meet me." This proclamation left the onlookers somewhat bewildered. The genuine strongest has always been the sword madman. At this moment, the head of the Dragon Academy stood forth, affirming, "Ancient scholar, the sword madman is indeed the foremost expert of our Bayan Academy." The ancient scholar paused briefly, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Is there not a youth named Gu Chengfeng? Is he not from the Bayan Academy? Have I perhaps erred in my recollection?" Gu Chengfeng. Upon hearing this name, the audience's eyes widened in disbelief, astonishment etched across their faces. They never anticipated that the ancient scholar would directly mention this name. "Surely you are mistaken, ancient scholar. How could Gu Chengfeng possibly compare to the sword madman? Indeed, ancient scholar, you must have misidentified him. The sword madman is undoubtedly the unrivaled prodigy of the Bayan Academy." In an instant, a cacophony of voices erupted. A mere Gu Chengfeng, though possessing some skill, was but an ant in the presence of the sword madman. The head of the Dragon Academy raised his hand to silence the crowd, then chuckled softly. "To be candid, ancient scholar, just days ago, Gu Chengfeng was so terrified by the sword madman that he fled in panic, unable to confront him. How could he be considered a top-tier prodigy?" Ha ha. The crowd could not contain their laughter, recalling the comical scene of Gu Chengfeng fleeing in that moment. Silence. Just as the laughter erupted, it was quelled by the ancient scholar's stern voice, directing his gaze at the head of the Dragon Academy. "They may be forgiven, but I am astonished that you, as the head of the Dragon Academy, possess such a narrow vision. I wonder how you came to hold such a position." With that, he surveyed the crowd, finally fixing his gaze upon the sword madman. "If Gu Chengfeng is but an ant, then you are nothing more than a complete waste." She had not intended to speak so bluntly, but the foolishness of these individuals, including the academy head, left her no choice but to forsake any semblance of decorum. The sword madman's expression darkened to an extreme, his teeth clenched as an uncontrollable surge of fury emanated from him. With a sudden, thunderous roar, he bellowed, "Ancient scholar, if I am a waste, then taste my sword and judge for yourself." As his words fell, he unsheathed his sword. A blade infused with all his strength coalesced under the might of the raging winds, transforming into a howling dragon of wind that thunderously descended upon the ancient scholar. Though this strike bore an air of disrespect towards the ancient scholar, he felt compelled to unleash it. Even if it merely forced the ancient scholar back a step, it would grant him the chance to establish his renown across the world, illuminating his boundless future. Humph! The ancient scholar, upon witnessing this, merely snorted lightly. In an instant, a colossal aura of power surged forth, shattering the sword madman's tempestuous sword force almost instantaneously. Even the sword madman himself was sent flying backward, spewing blood mid-air. Then he was violently thrown to the ground. At this sight, all present gasped in shock, a tingling sensation crawling over their scalps. The mighty sword madman, regarded as the strongest in their eyes, could not even withstand a mere grunt from the ancient national scholar. Is this the terrifying power of the ancient national scholar? It was only at this moment that people comprehended the truth. The ancient national scholar had not spoken in vain. In his eyes, the sword madman was indeed a worthless being. You. The sword madman, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise, bore a countenance of utmost distress, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then shouted an accusation before the ancient national scholar. "I am indeed a worthless being. Does that mean my Gu Chengfeng, who is even less capable, is not also worthless?" As these words fell from the sword madman's lips, a somewhat languid voice echoed from the distant void. "Since you have admitted your own worthlessness, it would be prudent for you to remain silent." The moment the voice resonated, the crowd lifted their gazes in unison, beholding a youthful figure stepping through the air. Gu Chengfeng. It is Gu Chengfeng. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a series of hushed exclamations rippled through the crowd. Gu Chengfeng had truly arrived. Gu Chengfeng. The sword madman's gaze fell upon the figure gliding towards them, his teeth clenched in rage. This was supposed to be his stage, where he would shine brightly and bask in glory. Yet today, it was all snatched away by Gu Chengfeng, reducing him to a mere laughingstock in the eyes of others. At this moment, the sword madman's eyes were filled with fury and murderous intent. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Neither the ancient national scholar nor Gu Chengfeng, nor even the crowd, cast him a second glance. The gaze of everyone present was now firmly fixed upon Gu Chengfeng. Chapter 126, The Ultimate Sword Intent. the prodigy of the nation. Before Gu Chengfeng could react, a sharp bark pierced the air, and a shadow darted towards Gu Qingyue. Initially taken aback, Gu Qingyue's expression quickly transformed into one of delight, her beauty illuminated by a radiant smile as she gently stroked the little black dog's forehead. "Little Black, it's been so long." With a joyous whimper, Little Black nestled affectionately into Gu Qingyue's embrace. This unexpected scene seemed to freeze time itself, leaving all present in a state of astonished silence. The black dog was well known to belong to Gu Chengfeng, yet no one anticipated that this mischievous creature would share such a close bond with the illustrious Gu Qingyue. It appeared that she held a deep fondness for the little black dog as well. Could it be that Gu Chengfeng and Gu Qingyue were acquainted? Surely, only with such familiarity could Gu Qingyue interact with Little Black in this manner. In an instant, the crowd's gaze shifted between Gu Qingyue and Gu Chengfeng, their hearts filled with uncertainty. "Little Black, you wretched creature." Gu Chengfeng finally regained his composure, muttering a curse under his breath. How could he have forgotten to confine Little Black? The last time, it had tarnished his reputation irreparably. He hoped it wouldn't embarrass him again. Clearing his throat, he hastened towards Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue, you'd best ignore it. It speaks nothing but nonsense." He reached out to grab Little Black. However, with just a glance from Gu Qingyue, an invisible barrier of force materialized before Gu Chengfeng, halting his advance. Looking up at Gu Chengfeng, Gu Qingyue retorted, "I think you are the one speaking nonsense. For heaven's sake, Little Black has ruined me." Meeting Gu Qingyue's earnest gaze, Gu Chengfeng could only respond with exasperation. His eyes narrowing at Little Black nestled in Gu Qingyue's arms, warning, "If you dare to ruin me again, I swear I'll make you regret it." With a tilt of its head, Little Black buried itself further into Gu Qingyue's embrace, completely ignoring Gu Chengfeng. "You insufferable dog." Gu Chengfeng groaned in frustration. At that moment, the unfolding scene confirmed the crowd's suspicions. Gu Chengfeng was indeed acquainted with Gu Qingyue. The onlookers quickly understood why Gu Qingyue had come to Bayan Academy, directly calling upon Gu Chengfeng. Many could not help but speculate whether Gu Qingyue's presence was intended to elevate Gu Chengfeng's status. With her esteemed position, a mere word from her could propel someone to great heights. Employing the method of leveraging the Academy's foremost swordsman to enhance Gu Chengfeng's reputation was undeniably a clever tactic. "Gu Qingyue, if I am not mistaken, when you and Gu Chengfeng spar later, will you hold back?" The swordsman seemed to sense the tension, gritting his teeth and letting out a low grunt. First, they sought to undermine him in order to elevate Gu Chengfeng, allowing Gu to rise to prominence with legitimate acclaim, thereby shaking the world with his reputation. Such a cunning strategy. The moment the sword madman uttered these words, a flicker of doubt swept across the faces of the onlookers, their gazes converging upon Gu Guashe. Even the head of the Northern Academy's Dragon Court refrained from quelling the murmurs of suspicion, evidently in tacit agreement with the sword madman's assertion. Yet, irrespective of the sword madman's words or the skeptical stares from the crowd, Gu Qingyue appeared impervious to their scrutiny, casting not even a fleeting glance in their direction. She continued to gently caress the small black creature nestled in her arms. The faint air of indifference and the aloofness that seemed to repel strangers could only be softened by the presence of the small black creature. Her response to the reactions around her was singular, an utter disregard, or perhaps a deliberate act of ignoring. Engage in combat. After a brief moment, she lifted her gaze back to Gu Chengfeng and uttered a single word, "Come." Gu Chengfeng replied with a succinct affirmation. The instant his words fell, the blood-red longsword at Gu Guashe's waist was suddenly drawn, slicing through the air and hovering ominously above him. In an instant, a torrent of crimson light erupted from the sword, filling the space with an overwhelming radiance, engulfing thousands of meters of the air in a blood-red haze. The formidable sword intent emanating from the sanguine glow sent shivers through the hearts of all present. The peak of sword momentum. At this moment, even the head of the Dragon Court gasped, realizing they were on the brink of the fifth realm of sword intent. A top-tier sword emperor, a terrifying genius on the verge of ascending to sword sovereign. Such formidable prowess instilled trepidation even within the Dragon Court's leader, who sensed that he might not even stand a chance. In that instant, he comprehended why this young girl had been personally endorsed by the emperor as a national scholar before even completing the challenge of the 800 cities of the empire. At merely 16 years of age, a prodigy beyond compare, Even the most gifted individuals he knew, at 26, had not reached such heights. Incompetence. In that very moment, the crowd collectively thought of two words, which were, in fact, a reflection of their own inadequacies. Before such an extraordinary maiden, who among them was not deemed worthless? Gulp. The sword madman to the side could not suppress a swallow, his eyes betraying a profound sense of despair. The chasm of disparity was insurmountably vast, akin to an endless abyss, extinguishing any thoughts of surpassing her. In that moment, he fully grasped the absurdity of his once prized talents in the face of her brilliance. To be labeled as worthless by Gu Chengfeng was perhaps a gross overestimation of his capabilities. In comparison to her, he was nothing but refuse. In an instant, the crowd began to retreat in haste, including the sword madman. The weight of the oppressive atmosphere was overwhelmingly formidable. Even with a solitary blood sword suspended above, its mere presence rendered them as if crushed beneath an immense peak, unable to draw a breath. Under the oppressive might of the sword, only three figures remained: the ancient national hero, the head of the Dragon Academy, and Gu Chengfeng. Upon witnessing this, the head of the Dragon Academy quickly withdrew, leaving only the ancient national hero and Gu Chengfeng, who had retreated several meters prior to the battle. Had he grown even stronger? Gazing at the terrifying radiance of the blood sword above, Gu Chengfeng could not help but feel a tightening in his chest. On that fateful day, when the martial soul Heavenly Palace faced the divine retribution of the purple lightning, they had only wielded the great ascension sword intent. Yet now, he found it had reached an extraordinary peak, truly worthy of the title of national hero. Whispering to himself, Gu Chengfeng's sword ascended into the air as well. The great ascension sword Qi surged forth, exuding a similar blood-red brilliance. But beneath the overwhelming aura of the ancient national hero's sword, it seemed almost non-existent. This was the disparity. However, this was merely in comparison to the ancient national hero. In contrast to the surrounding crowd, the onlookers from the Bayan Academy gasped in astonishment. Great ascension, sword Qi. Even the sword fanatic felt a jolt of realization. His own sword Qi was but at the great ascension level. Yet, he was 3 years senior to Gu Chengfeng. From his investigations, he knew that Gu Chengfeng had entered the Bayan Academy only possessing the Great Ascension Sword Wind realm. In less than 2 months, he had astonishingly transcended the Sword Radiance realm to attain the Great Ascension Sword Qi realm. In just 1 month, he had advanced 2 major levels in swordsmanship. This was a feat that had taken him 2 years to achieve. If Gu Chengfeng were granted 3 more years, it was unfathomable what terrifying heights he might reach. It was only at this moment that he realized perhaps the ancient national hero was not deliberately suppressing him to elevate Gu Chengfeng. This might very well be the truth. However, his demeanor quickly shifted to one of cold resolve. Talent does not equate to strength. Today, he would personally eliminate Gu Chengfeng. Chapter 127, The Sword Madman. He must die today. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng's sword aura surged upwards, confronting the overwhelming crimson sword radiance above him. Under the immense pressure of the blood sword's might, the entire bloodthirsty sword trembled violently, as if it might shatter and fall at any moment. In that instant, a hint of crimson gradually enveloped Gu Chengfeng's gaze. Suddenly, he was surrounded by various martial soul energies, which were instantaneously infused into the bloodthirsty sword. These martial soul energies merged together in a flash. As the 4 martial souls fused, the sword's power surged wildly, defying all odds as it advanced towards the ethereal crimson sword aura. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of spatial explosions reverberated between the 2 swords, causing many onlookers to widen their eyes in astonishment. They had anticipated that Gu Chengfeng's sword aura would shatter instantly beneath the might of the ancient national swordsman, yet they were taken aback to see it rise defiantly instead. What a formidable strike! Though they could not fathom the extent of its power, they could sense its terrifying potential. Would it withstand the ancient national swordsman's blow? Countless gazes were fixed intently on the bloodthirsty sword above Gu Chengfeng's head. Only the head of the Dragon Academy furrowed his brow in contemplation. Rumble. Just as the sword aura seemed unable to ascend any further, a series of purple glimmers erupted from the youth's body, accompanied by dazzling bolts of lightning. As the thunder enveloped him, the sword aura within the bloodthirsty sword surged once more, dispelling its momentary decline and striking upward fiercely. It was the physique of thunder. At the very least, it was a spirit body. The crowd gasped in astonishment, momentarily forgetting that Gu Chengfeng possessed such a physique. The enhancement provided by one's physique could be immensely significant. Even the most ordinary physique could bolster one's cultivation power by more than one level. Achieving a spirit body would be even more terrifying. As for the sacred body, it was unheard of, and thus, beyond comprehension. Boom. In the next moment, the bloodthirsty sword, entwined with lightning, shattered all oppressive forces and struck against the crimson sword aura of Gu Chengfeng. The sky was filled with blood light, which shattered in that instant. The ancient national swordsman's sword aura was broken. Gu Chengfeng had truly withstood the ancient national swordsman's strike. In an instant, an endless chorus of gasps erupted as the entire world seemed to boil over in that moment. Even the head of the Dragon Academy, who longed to see Gu Chengfeng suffer 1,000 deaths, revealed a flicker of excitement in his eyes. However, this feeling was quickly replaced by malice and murderous intent. Yet no matter how he felt, the truth remained unchanged. Gu Chengfeng had withstood the ancient national swordsman's strike. He was the only one among the 800 cities of the great Qian dynasty to achieve this feat. This strike, containing the realm, talent, and aptitude of the ancient national swordsman, served to demonstrate that Gu Chengfeng's aptitude and talent were only inferior to that of the ancient national swordsman, surpassing the countless prodigies of the great Qian dynasty. The name Gu Chengfeng shall undoubtedly resonate at this moment, transcending the northern borders and permeating every corner of the vast Qian dynasty, becoming a name revered by countless admirers. Is it merely the case that he can shatter an effortless sword's might? Yet, at this instant, Gu Chengfeng's gaze remains fixated on the dissipating crimson sword aura in midair, struggling to accept such an outcome. A strike that nearly exhausted his full strength could only be compared to an unrefined blow from his opponent. Even that seemingly casual strike was executed by a young girl whose innate talent and understanding were merely combined with her realm, lacking the consolidation of her cultivation, martial soul, martial techniques, and physique. Should he unleash his full potential, he might find himself unworthy even to engage. Chengfeng, after all, possesses bloodline power, having trained under its influence from a tender age. How could one possibly compare to him after only a few months? Fear not, for within a year, one shall surely catch up. Just as Gu Chengfeng's eyes brimmed with reluctance, a gentle voice, akin to a soft breeze, swept through his mind, easing his discontent. The voice belonged to the phantom array emperor. Bloodlines. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow. He had certainly heard of bloodlines, aware only that they were formidable and terrifying, yet knew little beyond that. The words of the phantom array emperor suggested a phenomenon even more fearsome than mere physical endowment. After a brief silence, Gu Chengfeng inwardly inquired, "Is there a bloodline present within the gate of inheritance?" The phantom array emperor replied calmly, "Naturally, and you are not far from accessing a bloodline yourself. It seems I must continue my search for the martial soul crystal," Gu Chengfeng resolved silently. However, at that very moment, the impatient sword madman abruptly stood forth, coldly admonishing Gu Chengfeng, "Do not presume we are fools." Unable to discern that Gu Guosher is merely letting you off easy, otherwise, with your 5th level king realm cultivation. What right do you have to withstand a single strike from Gu Guosher? Even a 5th level emperor realm would be but an ant beneath Gu Guosher's blade. The word letting off easy echoed in the crowd's minds, prompting them to recall earlier events. It seemed to resonate with reason. Nevertheless, Gu Guosher remained indifferent, gently petting Xiao Hei's head, standing there with a serene demeanor. Letting off easy? Gu Chengfeng, who had been brooding, suddenly fixed his blood-red gaze upon the sword madman upon hearing those words. "You." Just as the sword madman was about to utter something further, their eyes met. In that instant, the sword madman felt a violent tremor within his soul, as if thunder had struck his mind, leaving it in a chaotic buzz. Even the words he had yet to speak were abruptly silenced. Buzz. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a blade entwined with purple lightning abruptly sliced through the void, aimed directly at him. Suddenly regaining his senses, the sword madman tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand and roared, "You vile creature, how bold you are!" In the next instant, a tremendous gale surged around him, imbued with the formidable might of his super 9th grade frenzied sword martial soul. In a heartbeat, this power erupted from his being, causing the eyes of countless onlookers to widen in shock. This time, Gu Chengfeng not only chose not to flee, but also opted to strike first. "Do not harm the young master, sword madman." A voice rang out from the crowd, causing many to lift their gaze. An elderly figure stood among the throng. "It is Vice Dean Ling." Upon recognizing the speaker, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The heads of the two academies could only govern matters within their own institutions, while the dean and vice dean held sway over the entirety of the Bayan Academy. Within the Bayan Academy, Vice Dean Ling's stature was second only to that of the old dean, undoubtedly surpassing that of the head of the North Courtyard. It was unexpected that even Vice Dean Ling would speak up at this moment, clearly moved by Gu Chengfeng's terrifying talent and aptitude. Moments ago, when Gu Guosher had aimed a strike at Gu Chengfeng, it required not only sheer strength to withstand it, but also immense talent and capability. Were it merely a matter of power, many could have braved that sword. This clearly illustrated the remarkable prowess of Gu Chengfeng's gift and quality. By withstanding Gu Guosher's strike, Gu Chengfeng had evidently become the emblem of the Bayan Academy. With Gu Chengfeng present, the Bayan Academy would surely attract even more top-tier prodigies seeking renown. He must perish today. Yet, for the sword madman, there was but one declaration. His resolve to kill Gu Chengfeng was unwavering, and no one could alter that fate. Chapter 128. The Body of the Mad Sword and the Venomous Beauty. In an instant, the fierce sword aura of the mad swordsman collided with Gu Chengfeng's formidable sword might, resonating before the eyes of countless spectators. At that moment, a tempestuous wind surged, accompanied by an endless display of lightning, interspersed with hints of crimson. The deputy dean, witnessing this scene, could not help but display a flicker of anger, ready to intervene. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a thunderous sound erupted. An overwhelming force surged forth. As a brilliant bolt of lightning pierced through the tempestuous sword might, utterly shattering it, and unleashing a violet-red radiance that swiftly struck towards the mad swordsman. As the sword might was torn apart, the mad swordsman's expression changed dramatically, his body reeling backward uncontrollably. This spectacle rendered the deputy dean momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in astonishment. Not just him, the crowd stood transfixed, their minds momentarily blank. No one had anticipated Gu Chengfeng's sword to possess such lethal sharpness. While they had witnessed his talent and potential against the ancient kingdom's champion, it was only at this moment that they comprehended the true implications of such prowess. It signified the ability to transcend ranks, to battle across realms. A fifth-tier king confronting the third-tier emperor of the mad swordsman. It was crucial to acknowledge that the mad swordsman was also an elite prodigy, capable of challenging opponents beyond his level. His strength was undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, that of an ordinary 6th or 7th-tier emperor. Damn it, how dare he deceive me? The mad swordsman, abruptly halting his retreat, gritted his teeth and once more raised his furious sword. "Mad sword, break!" he roared, thrusting his sword skyward. In that fleeting moment, all his power was channeled into the mad sword. The great sword wind, along with his martial prowess and even mental fortitude, reached their zenith within this strike. The instant the sword was unleashed, even the void was cleaved, producing ripples of distortion. It swiftly crashed against the blood-red sword held by Gu Chengfeng, forcibly pinning him in midair. Subsequently, the two sword auras dissipated, and Gu Chengfeng performed a somersault, landing gracefully on the ground. The mad swordsman, however, retreated 3 paces. His countenance darkened to an extreme. If the first strike had been met with some disdain by the mad swordsman, and thus was countered by Gu Chengfeng, it could be understood. Yet this second strike was undoubtedly a powerful blow from the mad swordsman, yet it merely managed to shatter Gu Chengfeng's initial sword strike. The disparity was now evident. Only a few days had passed since the last encounter. How had he grown so formidable? Countless eyes reflected sheer astonishment. Was this the terrifying essence of a top-tier prodigy? At that moment, the crowd instinctively glanced at the indifferent ancient kingdom's champion standing nearby. Their gazes filled with remorse for having doubted whether he had eased Gu Chengfeng's path to victory. However, the ancient kingdom's champion remained unresponsive, leaving only 4 words echoing in their minds: transcendent and detached. No one and nothing can influence her. Gu Chengfeng, I will bring about your demise. After a brief silence, the sword madman, gripping his sword tightly, contorted his face into a more sinister expression. Physical prowess is not solely your domain. I possess it as well. the body of the mad sword. As these words left his lips, a tempestuous wind surged around him once again, with the blade's sharpness aimed directly at Gu Chengfeng. Cease this at once. At that moment, a figure appeared seemingly from thin air, standing between the two, raising a hand that dispelled the sword's menacing aura while simultaneously pushing Gu Chengfeng back several paces. Let it end here, unharmed on both sides, and consider it a draw. The voice of the vice dean echoed, clearly intent on preventing further conflict. Both individuals were undoubtedly the most formidable talents of the Bayan Academy, and with the upcoming exchange meeting, the Academy was counting on them to shine. No further incidents could be tolerated. Yet, it was evident that his words were merely an act of courtesy towards the sword madman. Though the sword madman had also unleashed his physical prowess, it paled in comparison to Gu Chengfeng's thunderous physique. Should they continue to battle, it was an undeniable truth that he would struggle to match Gu Chengfeng. The sword madman was acutely aware of this, yet all he perceived was the humiliation directed at him. Dignity is something one must earn for oneself. The sword madman did not require anyone's favor. Today, no one would obstruct him. Gritting his teeth, he fixed a steely gaze upon the vice dean, refusing to yield to anyone's pretense of superiority. However, at the very moment he spoke, a blood-red figure enveloped in lightning had already circled past the vice dean, dashing to confront the sword madman. In unison with the flash of the sword, a voice thundered, "Who do you think you are?" One breath demanded the death of Gu Chengfeng, while the other insisted no one could intervene, truly considering himself a person of significance. "You." The sword madman's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly raised his sword to block, channeling his strength into the blade to withstand Gu Chengfeng's strike. Crack! In an instant, the swords collided, and the sword madman's weapon was shattered into two pieces. The overwhelming force sent him hurtling through the air. Yet before he could land, Gu Chengfeng, sword in hand, reappeared before him. "You wretched fool, are you seeking death?" The sword madman, both startled and enraged, bellowed. In his hand appeared a spirit jade pendant, which burst forth, forming a radiant sword shield before him. Boom, boom, boom. The successive sword strikes collided with the shield, unleashing a magnificent brilliance. With each explosion, the energy shield forced the sword madman to retreat several steps. After a flurry of strikes, the shield shattered spectacularly. The sword madman spat a mouthful of blood, once again sent flying to the ground with a heavy thud. "Did you not claim you would kill me? Did you not assert that no one could stop you? Get up and face me." Gu Chengfeng wielded the Chengfeng sword, slicing through the air with a flash of crimson light, his relentless pursuit echoing like thunder as it surged towards the sword madman. In that moment, the sword madman found himself utterly bewildered. He could scarcely fathom that Gu Chengfeng possessed such formidable strength, so formidable that even his pinnacle 9th-level imperial power, embodied in a sword shield, was shattered. Along with the destruction of the sword shield, his fighting spirit was similarly obliterated. This insurmountable feeling was one he had encountered for the second time, the first being the disdainful scoff of the ancient national scholar just moments before. "Sword madman, rise." Yet, at that very instant, a furious voice resonated from the void, a woman's fierce shout. The moment her voice pierced the air, Gu Chengfeng found himself halted in place, as if bound by an immense force that rendered him immobile. The terrifying pressure caused his complexion to shift dramatically. This power was overwhelmingly potent, transcending the very boundaries of the spiritual realm. It surpassed Gu Chengfeng's comprehension of strength entirely. Should this power wish to extinguish his life, it would be but a fleeting thought. His gaze shot forward into the void, where a figure clad in resplendent, multicolored attire materialized, gliding through the air. This figure possessed a high-bridged nose and a pair of slanted eyes, her alabaster cheeks resembling a dusting of flour. The moment she appeared, a chilling breeze swept through the surroundings, instilling a profound chill in the hearts of all present. It was none other than the Ice Lotus Sword sect's matriarch, the venomous beauty Bing Huayin. The sight of her caused Gu Chengfeng's brow to furrow in displeasure. This wicked woman once again. The crowd gathered in the square fell into a profound silence, utterly astonished that a figure as formidable as the venomous beauty had graced their presence. It was evident that she had come for her disciple, the sword madman. Chapter 129. He is my fiancé. Once again, you insignificant insect. The venomous beauty hovered in the void, instantly recognizing Gu Chengfeng. her triangular eyes flashing with a sinister glint. Master. Upon seeing her, the sword madman was filled with overwhelming joy and promptly rose to his feet. Do not call me master. The venomous beauty coldly snorted, her disdain palpable. How could this sect leader raise such a useless being who cannot even defeat a mere insect? Master, I. The sword madman's face stiffened at her words, and suddenly a thought struck him. He hurriedly exclaimed, Master, it was this Gu Chengfeng who killed junior sister Yueha? Upon hearing this, an endless chill enveloped the venomous beauty. Her gaze abruptly shifted back to Gu Chengfeng. You deserve to die. With a low growl, an invisible force surged forth, violently suppressing Gu Chengfeng. I, sect leader. You have overstepped your bounds. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed, instantly dispersing the invisible force that bore down on Gu Chengfeng. The vice dean ascended into the air, positioning himself before the venomous beauty. This is the Northern Academy. And what of the Northern Academy? Get lost. The venomous beauty roared, and in an instant, a tremendous force erupted, crashing into the vice dean. He barely managed to conjure a protective barrier before being violently sent flying. You dare to obstruct me? The venomous beauty's triangular eyes narrowed. But you have reminded me. As she spoke, her gaze fixed upon the sword madman. Go over immediately and kill this insect. She had her reservations about certain individuals within the Northern Academy. If she were to personally eliminate a student from there, it would indeed attract unwelcome attention and create significant troubles. Yes, master. Hearing this, the sword madman could not help but feel elated, swiftly brandishing his sword as he approached Gu Chengfeng. You wretched thing, I have declared that today I shall kill you. High talent and great strength, so what? An insect without a background deserves to die? Do you dare to defy me? Endure it. With each step he took, words of fury escaped the sword madman's lips, seemingly venting the pent-up rage he had endured throughout the day, especially with the third proclamation, which rendered the faces of many around him grim. Those with backgrounds are ultimately few. Should those without be condemned to death? Yet, no one dared to stand forth and refute the sword madman. After all, even the sect leader, the venomous beauty, was present. Who would dare provoke her? However, what no one noticed was that at this moment, Gu Guoshi, who had remained unresponsive, slowly lifted his gaze. His delicate brows arched slightly, revealing a fleeting hint of crimson. But just as Gu Guoshi was about to make a move, a sharp voice pierced the heavens. Today, I shall see who dares to lay a hand on him. Upon hearing these words, the ancient scholar slightly raised his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips before he averted his eyes. A beam of violet light suddenly streaked across the sky, resembling a long rainbow. Whoosh! 2 consecutive flashes of purple light appeared. One sliced through the sword madman, severing his sword-wielding arm, which fell to the ground in an instant. The other struck the shackles upon Gu Chengfeng, shattering them utterly and liberating him from his suppressed state. Subsequently, a violet figure materialized beside Gu Chengfeng. Amidst the sword madman's anguished cries, she turned to Gu Chengfeng and inquired, Are you all right, Chengfeng? Naturally, Gu Chengfeng offered a faint smile at the girl before him. However, his heart was tumultuous at that moment. He was well aware of the formidable prowess possessed by Zi'er. Though she held no rank on the battle list at the Bain Academy, it was only because she chose not to compete. To sever the sword madman's arm with a single strike was entirely expected. Yet, to obliterate the oppressive shackles of the venomous beauty with one blow left Gu Chengfeng bewildered. This poisonous woman, despite her nefarious nature, undoubtedly possessed immense strength, likely above the spirit realm, if not higher. Yet now, she had been vanquished by Zer's single sword strike. What terrifying power was this? Surely it rivaled that of the ancient scholar. Was this not a tad exaggerated? Monsieur, the appearance of Zer caused even the venomous beauty to flinch, her gaze flickering with suspicion. She dared not speak further and quickly approached her, offering a courteous nod and inquiring, Monsieur, what brings you here? It was evident she wished to ask about the relationship between Zer and Gu Chengfeng and why she would come to his aid. Yet she refrained from doing so directly. Zer glanced back at the venomous beauty and pointed at Gu Chengfeng, declaring simply, He is my fiancé. Boom. Upon hearing this proclamation, the venomous beauty felt as if her head had exploded, her eyes widening in astonishment as she stared at Gu Chengfeng. Fiancé. The crowd was equally astounded by Zer's 3 words. While they knew of the profound connection between Zi and Gu Chengfeng, they had not anticipated such a relationship. Even the vice dean was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. Though others were unaware of Zi's true identity, he was fully aware. He had never imagined Gu Chengfeng possessed such a status. Leave at once. Given your unintentional transgression today, I shall let it pass this time. But do not let it happen again. Zi coldly gestured to the venomous beauty. Yes, yes, yes. In that moment, the venomous beauty's aura dissipated entirely, her former arrogance vanishing. After speaking, she turned to leave. Master, wait for me. Observing the venomous beauty's hasty departure, the sword madman grew anxious. Even the pain of his severed arm had been forgotten as he soared into the air in pursuit. Yet, the speed of the venomous beauty was astonishing, and she vanished almost instantaneously. Disciples? What did that matter now? The situation had escalated to involve the Northern King's estate, if he did not retreat. The Ice Lotus Sword sect itself might face annihilation. At that moment, not only was the sword madman bewildered, but the crowd too was left in a state of shock. The formidable venomous beauty, frightened into abandoning her disciples, fled at a mere utterance from Zier. A singular question flickered through the minds of the onlookers. What was the true identity of Zier? Boom. Simultaneously, a resounding explosion erupted, accompanied by a dazzling spray of crimson light, shattering the heavens above. The sword madman, in pursuit of the venomous beauty, had barely taken flight before his entire body plummeted from the void. Another arm vanished amidst the chaos, crashing heavily to the ground. Instinctively, the crowd turned their gaze toward Gu Chengfeng, who, wielding the bloodthirsty sword, approached the fallen sword madman step by step. A cold remark echoed forth. Your backing has fled. Now, who is the mere insect? Buzz. The word struck the sword madman, causing his very soul to tremble violently. As he beheld the youth's blood-red sword advancing towards him, an overwhelming shroud of death enveloped him, rendering even the agony of his severed arms unperceived. He crawled to his knees, collapsing with a thud onto the ground. I am an insect. I am an insect. Spare me, Gu Chengfeng, spare me. From now on, I will avoid you. With each utterance, his forehead struck the earth with fervor. In that moment, he bore no semblance of the esteemed champion of the rankings. Yet, after 3 desperate pleas, his voice faltered into silence, for his head could rise no higher. Chapter 130. The Saintess, a deeper understanding? Damn, damn, damn. At this moment, in the distant void, the expression of the serpent-hearted beauty had darkened to an extreme. Her gaze directed towards the Northern Academy, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. The demise of Ling Kaier at the hands of this youth was one matter, for she had not yet taken her under her wing. However, now 2 of her true disciples had fallen victim to Gu Chengfeng's hand. How could she possibly let this go unpunished? Yet, soon enough, the serpent-hearted beauty's countenance regained its calm. The murderous glint in her eyes was replaced by a contemplative demeanor. First, the 6th princess, then Bei Yi, and now the prince consort of the Bei Wang residence. It seemed even the ancient nation's prodigy had significant ties to this youth. Moreover, in less than 2 months, he had transformed from a mere ant in the realm of masters to possessing such formidable strength. The serpent-hearted beauty murmured to herself, her eyes suddenly alight. This young man is undoubtedly extraordinary. Whether it be the 6th princess, Bei Yi, or the ancient nation's prodigy, they are all remarkable women. The cream of the dynasty. This alone is sufficient to indicate the youth's exceptional nature. Revenge might be set aside, with these 3 women involved. It could potentially entangle the entire Ice Lotus Sword sect. Perhaps I should send the Saintess of the Ice Lotus Sword sect to delve deeper into this youth. Thus, it was decided. After reaching this conclusion, a smile unconsciously crept upon the serpent-hearted beauty's lips, and she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, at the main plaza of the Northern Academy, an eerie silence prevailed. Drip, drip. Only the sound of blood droplets falling from the blood-soaked sword in the young man's hand broke the stillness. The blood of the sword madman, the one who had held the title of the strongest in Northern Academy for over 2 years. Yet now, he lay dead at the hands of a new student who had barely been enrolled for 2 months. At this moment, the crowd trembled, their gazes quaking with fear. What a terrifying youth. Today, they bore witness not only to the fall of a formidable warrior, but also to the rise of an extraordinary prodigy. It may not be long before this young man etches his own legacy in history. Sister Ear, you have a fiancé now, yet you did not inform me. Just then, a gentle voice gradually resonated. Gu Chengfeng smiled as he looked at Zi Ear. Sister Yu. Zi Ear beamed, hastening towards Gu Chengfeng to embrace her, saying, Sister Yu, you are far too busy. It is quite a challenge to meet you. You two know each other? Gu Chengfeng asked, slightly taken aback. Of course. We have known each other for 3 or 4 years, Gu Chengfeng replied, beckoning Gu Chengfeng. Chengfeng, why are you standing so far away? Come closer. Nodding, Gu Chengfeng took a few steps forward and smiled at Gu Chengfeng, saying, since you are good friends, you must also trust Ear, and if you trust her, you should trust me as well. I am truly not the person you think I am. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glare at the little black dog, exclaiming, it's this damned creature that's deliberately sabotaging me. Observing Gu Chengfeng's reaction, Zi couldn't help but be taken aback and inquired, what is going on here? They had previously encountered each other in the martial spirit burial ground. Gu Chengfeng smiled faintly, gently stroking the little black dog in his arms. Then cast a meaningful glance at Zi, saying, Sister Ear, in the future, when you and your fiancé are engaged in your endeavors, do keep little black at a distance, lest he lead you astray. Zi paused, perplexed. Engaged in what endeavors? I don't believe I've ever met little black. All I've heard about him comes from others. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengfeng sensed the situation was precarious and hurriedly approached Zi, interrupting, Ear, Gu Chengfeng has arrived. As the hosts, we must extend our proper hospitality, right? Indeed, Zi nodded in agreement, then added, let's go, Sister Yu. I shall treat you to the local delicacies of Bayan City. Gu Chengfeng glanced at Zi and then at Gu Chengfeng, seemingly discerning something, yet she refrained from elaborating. With a subtle smile, she nodded, very well. The three then proceeded toward the exit of the square. Witnessing this scene, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for the trio. The vice dean silently mused to himself that he must promptly inform the old dean of the happenings here. With that, he ascended into the air. However, just moments later, a voice suddenly resonated from the void above. It seems we have arrived at just the right moment. The people from Bayan Academy are all gathered here. At the utterance of these words, all actions came to an abrupt halt, including those of Gu Chengfeng, Zi, and Gu Chengfeng. The crowd's gaze swiftly turned toward the void, where 3 figures manifested in midair. These 3 individuals, adorned in distinct garments and bearing varied emblems on their chests, each embroidered with different characters, represented Feng Taiji. They were Ling Feng from the Divine Wind Academy, Ming Jing from the Ling Tai Academy, and Du Piaoyao from the Wu Ji Academy. Some among the crowd immediately recognized the identities of these 3 individuals. The 3 major academies hailed from the northern region's western, eastern, and central territories. Collectively known as the 4 great academies of the northern region, alongside Bayan Academy. Each of these 3 was renowned as a prodigy within their respective institutions, all ranking among the top 10 with formidable strength. Upon hearing Zi's brief introduction of the figures beside her, Gu Chengfeng merely shook his head, saying, let's go. Zi replied with a smile and nodded. Gu Chengfeng remained silent, and the 3 soon departed. After their exit, the 3 figures in the void had already paused above the crowd. 2 men and 1 woman scanned the throng below. The woman in the center, Ming Jing, furrowed her brow slightly, expressing, I heard that Bayan Academy has numerous prodigies. Why is it that all I see are a bunch of rubbish? Ling Feng also frowned, remarking, is there not a single one at the Emperor's realm? Are the individuals from Bayan Academy truly so inept? Their words were devoid of any subtlety, resonating loudly throughout the square, reaching the ears of the thousands of students present. In an instant, the expressions of the crowd darkened considerably. 2 individuals should be mindful of their words in Bayan Academy. Just then, a figure ascended dramatically from the throng. It was none other than Ning Zicheng, ranked 5th on the Bayan Academy's battle list, arguably the sole survivor among the top 10. However, as he had just entered the void, Du Piaoyao, who had remained silent among the 3, waved his hand dismissively. In that moment, a tremendous force surged forth, striking Ning Zicheng squarely across the face. The resounding slap sent him crashing back into the crowd. A cold voice emerged from Du Piaoyao. Incompetents are unworthy to engage in conversation with us. With just that single blow, Ning Zicheng was left with no opportunity to resist. It was an overwhelming display of absolute power. Instantly, The atmosphere among the gathered individuals from Bayan Academy fell into a profound silence. Chapter 131. The Fourth Inheritance, The Path of Battle Array. Du Piaoyu. Ning Zicheng, struggling to rise, covered his face, gritting his teeth, his eyes aflame with fury. He was not alone. The crowd at the Bayan Academy, shrouded in silence, wore equally grim expressions. This slap had not only struck Ning Zicheng's face, but had also tarnished the dignity of the entire Bayan Academy. Anger surged through the throng. How audacious it was for outsiders to come to the Bayan Academy and assault its members. They roared in outrage, yet none dared to confront the three in the void. Even Ning Zicheng could not withstand a single blow from them, and they were certainly no match for these three formidable opponents. A swarm of worthless ants from the Bayan Academy, be silent. Quickly summon your strongest warrior, the Sword Madman, to face us. Today, their intent was solely to challenge the Sword Madman. They had learned of the ancient national scholar's presence in Bayan City, and it was undisputed that his opponent would be the Sword Madman. Defeating the Sword Madman would grant them an opportunity to battle the ancient national scholar, an opportunity too grand to be overlooked. Looking for the Sword Madman, the crowd fell momentarily silent. Then someone pointed to the lifeless body on the ground, exclaiming, "He is the Sword Madman you seek, but he is already dead." Dead. Upon hearing this, the three narrowed their eyes, frowning as they inquired, "Was he killed by the ancient national scholar?" Yet, it seemed they had never heard of the ancient national scholar killing during a challenge. How could this time be different? It was our academy's strongest prodigy who struck him down, and he even received a sword strike from the ancient national scholar. You are too late. As the words were spoken, the crowd began to search for Gu Chengfeng. However, it was evident that Gu Chengfeng and his companions had already departed. Had the battle concluded? Cursed be it. The glory of receiving a strike from the ancient national scholar had been snatched away. At this revelation, the three clenched their jaws in frustration. They had rushed upon receiving the news, only to find themselves delayed. Du Piaoyu bellowed in fury, "Who did this? Today, we shall take revenge." If they could not battle the ancient national scholar, then slaying the one who had received a strike from him would still bring them renown. Remember his name, Gu Chengfeng. You three should temper your arrogance. If Gu Chengfeng were here, how could you dare to wreak havoc in the Bayan Academy? Indeed, emboldened by the mention of Gu Chengfeng, the crowd found their confidence, shouting fervently. They seemed to forget that just moments ago, they had been clamoring for Gu Chengfeng's demise. Gu Chengfeng. Very well. We shall go find him now. With that, the three took to the air and departed. The crowd, witnessing this, surged toward the direction of the southern peak. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng, Zi'er, and Gu Guosher found themselves within the grand confines of the most illustrious tavern in Bayan City, the Listening Wind Tavern. As the wine flowed and the night deepened, the establishment had already prepared rooms for the trio, guiding them to rest under the watchful eyes of several tavern maidens. They planned to return to the Bayan Academy the following day. Upon entering his chamber, Gu Chengfeng immediately summoned his spiritual energy to expel the effects of the alcohol. Taking a deep breath, he began to examine the spiritual essence within his dantian. To his astonishment, he discovered that over 60 droplets of spiritual essence had gathered there. Remarkably, the Sword Madman had contributed 12 droplets alone, marking him as the most prolific source of spiritual essence Gu Chengfeng had encountered in a considerable time. After another deep breath, Gu Chengfeng activated his swallowing heaven sword martial soul and commenced the operation of the great swallowing technique, consuming the gathered spiritual essence. His cultivation level surged rapidly. An hour later, bolstered by the potency of several medicinal pills, he achieved a breakthrough to the 8th level of the King Realm, ascending 3 levels in succession. With newfound vitality coursing through him, a spark of surprise illuminated his face. The elevation of his cultivation stirred a tempest of power within him, igniting an impulsive desire to unleash this strength. In a moment of exhilaration, he found himself in the Divine Abyss Pavilion. Upon noticing the 2 enchanting figures seated gracefully on the Linghuang carpet in the center of the hall, he could not contain his excitement. "My esteemed empresses, I have arrived." He then dashed forward. "Young man, you would do well to behave," exclaimed Yuehua Sword Emperor, retreating several meters in response to the spectacle. "Chengfeng, cease your antics." The illusory spirit array emperor gently nudged Gu Chengfeng. Yet, in his current fervor, Gu Chengfeng paid little mind. With a leap, he tackled the illusory spirit array emperor. succumbing to the sweet sounds that filled the air. Could you too exhibit a semblance of restraint? The Yuehua Sword Emperor, witnessing the scene, bit her lip, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson. Even turning away could not shield her from the intoxicating melodies that quickened her heartbeat and rendered her breath uneven. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and plunged into the fray. 3 hours later, a voice resonated through the hall, prompting Gu Chengfeng to rise. My esteemed empresses, please take a moment to rest. I shall open a door to the legacy. He smiled, gently caressing their shoulders before striding towards the passage of inheritance. Having consolidated the god of killing martial soul, he had yet to receive its legacy. This opportunity was fortuitous, allowing him to address it all at once. He was eager to discover what the fourth legacy would bestow upon him. The door to the fourth legacy soon opened. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chengfeng stepped inside, his gaze fixating upon the box resting on the stone table. With a few steps, the ethereal energy merged into the surroundings. An image materialized above the box, depicting a tumultuous inferno that engulfed the heavens and the earth. Within this blaze stood a figure, cloaked in flames, their hands shimmering with fiery patterns. These intricate designs surged into the endless flames, intensifying their ferocity and overwhelming might. Gu Chengfeng observed the scene with a sense of bewilderment. Could it be a formation? The figure amidst the flames was evidently manipulating the surrounding inferno, amplifying its strength and terror. Only a formation master could achieve such a feat. Could they not? The box gradually opened, and the vision within the luminous screen began to fade. Gu Chengfeng's gaze fell upon the interior of the box, and in the next moment, a flame-colored radiance surged into his mind. Ultimately, it transformed into a fiery scroll, unfurling vigorously within his consciousness. 10,000 array classics. Forge battle formations with 1's own array patterns and ascend to the path of the battle formations. First tier Fire Sword battle formation. Second tier Wind Howl battle formation. Third tier Chaos Soul battle formation. Upon witnessing the contents of the scroll, Gu Chengfeng's eyes involuntarily narrowed. He had never anticipated that this inheritance would pertain to battle formation masters. Previously, during his encounter with the formidable members of the Feng family in the Bayan Forest, Liu Yanni had unleashed the third-tier Chaos Soul battle formation, inducing a momentary state of disorientation in 4 opponents, leading to the swift annihilation of 3, thereby turning the tide from disadvantage to advantage. Liu Yanni's battle formation had left Gu Chengfeng profoundly astonished. The ability to deploy it instantly in combat, coupled with its capacity to disorient opponents, rendered it an absolute killing technique, rivaling even the most potent psychic assaults. Unlike psychic attacks, which bear the risk of backlash, battle formations carry none of such peril. The path of the battle formation master is undoubtedly a profoundly formidable and unique avenue, perhaps even rivaling the path of the Godslayer's sword. In certain respects, it holds a greater capacity for intimidation, renowned for its cunning, unpredictability, and the inability to guard against its myriad variations. Chapter 132. This is a case of not letting the fertile water flow to outsiders. Similar to the art of alchemy, the scrolls of the myriad formations contain intricate diagrams of battle formations ranging from 1st to 9th tier, along with methods of their arrangement. However, unlike alchemy, the realm of formations demands the condensation of array patterns. These patterns substitute the foundational elements of formations, such as the footings and the core, ultimately converging into a genuine battle array. To gather 100 array patterns qualifies one as a first-tier formation master, capable of unleashing first-tier formations. 200 patterns elevate one to a second-tier formation master, and so forth. By condensing 900 array patterns, one can achieve the status of a 9th-tier formation master, capable of releasing 9th-tier formations. Throughout a single night, Gu Chengfeng devoted himself to condensing these patterns. Ultimately, he managed to gather just over 300 patterns, barely qualifying as a 3rd-tier formation master. Further attempts to condense more would prove exceedingly arduous. The discipline of formations demands an exceptionally high level of mental acuity, requiring precise mental focus to release the patterns to their designated positions. With hundreds of intricate patterns, any deviation, no matter how slight, would render the formation impossible to coalesce. The mental demands of this art surpass even those of alchemy by more than double. With his current intermediate yellow tier mental strength, Gu Chengfeng could barely condense over 300 patterns. It is estimated that at least advanced yellow-tier mental strength is necessary to become a 4th-tier formation master. After a night of cultivation, Gu Chengfeng found himself somewhat peckish. As dawn broke, he stepped out of his room and knocked on the door of the adjacent room belonging to Zhu. I'm coming in. He pushed the door open and entered directly. However, upon stepping into the room, Gu Chengfeng's footsteps abruptly froze in place. His pupils widened in astonishment, completely taken aback. In the room stood a figure as smooth as jade, one hand holding a plate of delicacies, while the other rested at her lips, with a trace of oil lingering at the corner of her mouth. The young maiden was clad in nothing but her own skin. Her striking physique and flawless complexion laid bare, resembling an exquisite painting, captivating and soul-stirring. Gu Chengfeng found himself utterly stunned. Not only was he dumbfounded, but the maiden was equally bewildered. As their eyes met, a sound of gulping echoed from the boy's throat, filled with disbelief. Gu Guisher? This utterance jolted the maiden awake, prompting an ear-piercing scream. Gu Chengfeng. In her fluster, the plate of delicacies slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor. She swiftly waved her hand, and a blood-red sheer garment flew through the air, enveloping her delicate figure. Simultaneously, she gestured towards Gu Chengfeng, and an unseen force propelled him out of the room. Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving Gu Chengfeng sprawled on the floor, utterly bewildered. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the ear enter this very room, and now the occupant had inexplicably transformed into Gu Guisher. Most bewildering of all, she was unclothed? Alas! At this moment, Gu Chengfeng could not help but inwardly lament. In the eyes of the other party, he had never possessed a favorable image, and now, it seemed his reputation was utterly tarnished, the kind of stain that could never be washed away. Unable to contain himself, he shouted at the door, Gu Guisher, I am a respectable individual. Chengfeng, what transpired? Just then, another door swung open, and Zier approached Gu Chengfeng's side, reaching out to pull him up. Her gaze filled with a hint of confusion as she regarded him. Gu Chengfeng pointed towards the room before him, then at Zier, and weakly inquired, Isn't this your room? It is mine, but sister, you mentioned that this room has excellent soundproofing, which she prefers when she cultivates. As she spoke, Zier seemed to recall something, her pupils widening in alarm as she pointed at Gu Chengfeng with her mouth agape. You didn't just barge in there, did you? Gu Chengfeng wore a face of grievance. This is the first time I've heard of someone cultivating in the nude. And the key point is that the door wasn't locked. I thought you were inside, looking for something to eat. The young girl couldn't help but slap her forehead. This is a special room provided by the Listening Wind Tavern. There's no way anyone would disturb it. I didn't lock the door either. Sister, you said that being unclothed while cultivating allows the body to be completely open, enabling every inch of skin to connect with the celestial energies, thus enhancing the absorption speed of spiritual power. Oh dear. Why don't you go find something to eat? With that, Zier went to knock on Gu Chengyue's door. Sister, you. Open the door, it's me. Seizing the opportunity while Zier was preoccupied with knocking, Gu Chengfeng muttered, This really isn't my fault, before making a hasty exit. As he fled, he couldn't help but murmur, Can it really enhance the cultivation speed? I might just give it a try. The doors soon swung open, revealing the visibly irate Gu Chengyue, who looked around but did not spot Gu Chengfeng before pulling Zier into the room. Fuming, she remarked, You must discipline your fiancé properly. All right, sister, I'm not angry anymore. Zier playfully peeked at Gu Chengyue, shaking her head as she spoke. He didn't mean it. He thought I was still in that room. Pinching the young girl's chin, Gu Chengyue replied with a teasing tone. All right, you may protect him. In truth, even without Zier's defense, she had no intention of punishing Gu Chengfeng. After all, he had saved her life, and moreover, she had come to find him on behalf of the great Qian dynasty. Besides, this situation could hardly be blamed entirely on Gu Chengfeng. It was perfectly reasonable for him to enter his fiancée's room, and the fault lay in the lack of timely communication regarding the room change. I knew, sister, you would be the best. Zier beamed sweetly, and then suddenly playfully pinched Gu Chengyue's bosom, teasingly saying, Sister, you are becoming more and more alluring. You little minx. Gu Chengyue huffed lightly, returning the playful gesture towards Zier. The melodious laughter of two women echoed incessantly within the room. After a brief moment, it ceased, and Zi'er suddenly remarked, "Since we've already seen, why not let me make a concession and offer a spot for Sister Yu? Perhaps you could accept her as well." Gu Chengfeng shot a glance of reproach at Zi'er, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting, you little girl?" Zi'er tilted her head and huffed. "This is what they call not letting fertile waters flow to outsiders. If I am indifferent, why should you care? Humph. Pa, pa, do not speak such absurdities." Meanwhile, Gu Chengfeng had already hastily returned to the Northern Academy. There was no other choice. That woman, Gu Guoshi, was indeed beautiful and possessed a remarkable figure. But her strength was utterly formidable, terrifyingly so. It was impossible to contend with her, and should matters escalate, it would indeed be troublesome. It was best to keep a safe distance. However, as he soared above the southern peak, Gu Chengfeng was taken aback by the sight surrounding him. It could be described as a sea of people. The individuals from Northern Academy had nearly encircled the entire southern peak. Gu Chengfeng momentarily wondered if the group from the Northern Academy had lost their minds and intended to assault the southern peak. His appearance instantly caught the attention of the throngs below. Gu Chengfeng has returned. It is indeed Gu Chengfeng. The three from Shunfeng Academy, Lingtai Academy, and Wuji Academy. Your doom has arrived. Gu Chengfeng, eliminate those three arrogant fellows. Slay them so they understand that we, the people of Northern Academy, are no mere ants or useless beings. The shouts erupted like thunder, causing an immediate surge of fervor among the crowd. In that moment, it seemed as though they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, their faces flushed as they shouted at the top of their lungs. Throughout the day, they had endured endless humiliation from the trio of prestigious academies. Several individuals, unable to bear it any longer, had attempted to retaliate. Yet they could not withstand even a single blow and were swiftly slain on the spot. They had waited an entire day, and finally, Gu Chengfeng had returned. Chapter 133, The Union of Yin and Yang, a breakthrough in mental power. Upon hearing the calls from below, Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but raise his brow slightly. Instantly, he recalled the three individuals who had appeared just before his departure from the Bain Academy yesterday. However, he soon shook his head, descending directly into the south courtyard peak. His stomach growled with hunger, and he chose to disregard everything else. At last, you have returned. As soon as he landed, Yishishir hurried over and enveloped Gu Chengfeng in a warm embrace. The fragrant breeze enveloped him, and the soft touch quickened his heartbeat. Shaking his head, he inquired, Sure, do you have anything to eat? I'm famished. Yes, I'll go fetch some. In no time, Yishishir brought forth an assortment of snacks and tea, which Gu Chengfeng devoured with great enthusiasm. However, to his surprise, just after finishing, he felt a surge of energy rising within him. His body began to heat up, and a wave of fiery warmth coursed chaotically through him. As an alchemist, Gu Chengfeng instantly recognized the implications. His eyes widened as he stared at Yishishir, frowning. Are you this hungry? This girl had added something to his food. I'm sorry, big brother, Yishishir said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, her voice soft. I'm not hungry, but I truly crave your body. With that, she pulled Gu Chengfeng into the grand hall. Upon entering, she blushed deeply and launched herself onto him. Not only had Gu Chengfeng indulged in the snacks, but she had also partaken. The two dashed into the training room, where, under the influence of the potent effects, they completely lost their rationality, igniting a tumultuous storm of passion within the confines of the training chamber. Meanwhile, above the south courtyard peak, the occupants of Bain Academy were in an uproar. No one had anticipated that Gu Chengfeng would so brazenly ignore them and retreat to the training room. The three young individuals from the three major academies, observing him hide away, furrowed their brows. They had expected Gu Chengfeng, who had garnered such attention from the crowd, to be a formidable figure, only to discover he was a coward. How could someone who withstood a strike from Gu Guoshi be so inept? Hadn't they heard rumors that Gu Guoshi had shown leniency? Today, no matter where he hid, he must be dealt with. Du Piao couldn't suppress a cold snort, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The title of the first to withstand Gu Guoshi's sword was now lost, and he felt compelled to eliminate this interloper who had dared to seize his honor. At this moment, the news had already spread throughout Bain Academy, with more and more individuals stepping forward to seek out the head of the Long Dragon Institute and the deputy head. This was a matter of the Academy's prestige. If the three were not expelled, how could Bain Academy maintain its standing in the northern domain? Yet, what could the two accomplish? within the confines of the North Courtyard. Those capable of confronting the three adversaries had either directly or indirectly met their demise at the hands of Gu Chengfeng. Ultimately, the two could only seek the assistance of Vice Dean Ling, hoping he might intercede on their behalf with Gu Chengfeng. Although both harbored intentions to eliminate Gu Chengfeng, it was only he who could potentially preserve the dignity of the Bayan Academy. Vice Dean Ling swiftly arrived at the grand estate of the South Courtyard. Just as he was about to head to the training room to find Gu Chengfeng, he was hastily intercepted by Lu Yanni. "Vice Dean," he exclaimed, "you mustn't. My boss." Lu Yanni licked his lips, struggling to devise a plausible excuse. He is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. However, before he could finish his sentence, a series of peculiar sounds emanated from the main hall, intermittent and strange. The noises were not loud, yet they could not escape the keen ears of Vice Dean Ling. Lu Yanni's expression darkened as he covered half of his face, rendered speechless for a moment. What was there to explain? The critical issue was that it was not just one voice calling out. Two voices were in unison, rising and falling in an endless cadence, at times resembling the melodious flow of a mountain stream, and at other times, the gentle babbling of a brook, occasionally punctuated by playful clicks of the tongue. Even the 60-year-old Vice Dean Ling felt a flush creep across his face. After a prolonged moment, unable to contain himself, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed in exasperation, "What a disgrace! What a disgrace! This is utterly ridiculous." With a deep sigh, he took to the air, exclaiming, "Youth is truly wonderful." He soared into the void. Observing the three prodigies of the three great academies, Vice Dean Ling wiped his aged face and called out, "Gu Chengfeng has entered a state of enlightenment and will soon emerge." With that, he left without a shred of dignity intact. He vowed that this was the first time he had ever fabricated such a tale. Yet, unexpectedly, the wait extended into 3 full hours. By midday, doubts began to arise among the onlookers, speculating whether Gu Chengfeng had indeed been too frightened to emerge. Fortunately, he finally appeared, stepping out of the hall. Gu Chengfeng's cheeks still bore a rosy hue, with marks resembling strawberries adorning his neck. It was only after channeling his energy that these marks dissipated. Whoosh! As his figure materialized, 3 silhouettes descended swiftly from the void, hovering 100 meters above the courtyard, looking down upon Gu Chengfeng. "We thought you would remain a timid turtle. Now that you have emerged, prepare to meet your end." Ling Feng and Ming Jing shouted in unison, brandishing a sword and a long whip, both aimed menacingly at Gu Chengfeng. Yet, Gu Chengfeng merely cast a languid glance at the two, stretching his limbs before taking a seat on the steps at the entrance of the hall. He paid little heed to the three, instead allowing his mind to delve into the recesses of his consciousness, sensing something profound. The weariness on his face diminished slightly, replaced by a glimmer of surprise. His mental strength had reached the advanced level of the yellow rank. He could hardly fathom that, under the dual cultivation with Isher, his spiritual power could actually be enhanced. Was it due to a state of bliss? He pondered thoughtfully. Isher possessed a rather rare constitution known as the Wanin Ju Ti, which, when combined with his Dao Jiang Xing Ti, created a profoundly mystical sensation that surged towards his soul. The impact was extraordinarily intense, akin to soaring in the clouds, an ethereal feeling of transcendence. Even during his encounters with the Moonlight Sword Emperor and the illusionary Spirit Array Emperor, none had offered the same level of comfort as that with Isher. The Wanin Ju Ti, no wonder. Leaning against the steps, Gu Chengfeng murmured quietly to himself. However, his silence only served to deepen the coldness etched on the faces of the 3 figures in the void. Du Piaoyao's eyes flickered with disdain, followed by a scoff. "Gu Chengfeng, if you fear death, simply acknowledge today that you are a worthless waste, and we shall take our leave." Following his words, Gu Chengfeng finally reacted, albeit with a slight lift of his gaze. Emitting a rather languid voice, "Are you here to fight?" "No. We are here to kill you," Ming Jing retorted sharply, and without further ado, she lashed her whip towards Gu Chengfeng with a resounding crack, akin to thunder. Merely admitting to being a waste would not suffice. Death was the only means to claim the reputation that clung to Gu Chengfeng. Yet, at the very moment the whip was hurled towards him, Ming Jing noticed the youth abruptly raise his head. His eyes suddenly flashed with a crimson hue. This blood-red gaze made Ming Jing's heart tremble as if a sword were poised to rend her very soul. In the next instant, boom, a violent explosion reverberated within Ming Jing's mind, and her entire consciousness plunged into a void, her body uncontrollably descending. Before her awareness faded, one thought remained. Such formidable spiritual power. Chapter 134. The Might of the Battle Array, Instantaneous Execution. Mingjing. At this moment, both Lingfeng and Du Piaoyao, who stood behind, were taken aback. Lingfeng's figure flickered and he swiftly caught the falling Mingjing, immediately channeling his mental energy into her mind, attempting to thwart the mental assault from Gu Chengfeng. However, he was horrified to discover that Mingjing's soul had been utterly shattered. All that remained in his embrace was a soulless corpse. Lingfeng's heart trembled violently, and his complexion turned pallid. With a stiff neck, he turned to Du Piaoyao behind him, uttering two hoarse words, "She's gone." Gone. Upon hearing these words, Du Piaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Her gaze immediately fixed upon Gu Chengfeng, who was half leaning against the steps. An expression of grave concern etched upon her face. Mingjing possessed advanced mental prowess of the yellow tier. Initially, they thought it was merely a momentary mental disturbance, but they never anticipated that it would result in the annihilation of her very soul. Yet, it was evident that the assailant only wielded advanced mental power of the yellow tier. Soul technique. Soul master. You are indeed a soul master. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Du Piaoyao's eyes widened in shock, instinctively taking 2 steps back. She immediately summoned her mental energy to safeguard her soul. The path of the soul master is exceedingly rare. Only they can cultivate soul techniques and unleash mental assaults that surpass their own tier. Invisible and intangible, their lethal force is both eerie and terrifying. Upon hearing Du Piaoyao's words, Lingfeng's expression shifted as well, promptly fortifying his soul with mental energy. Although soul masters are formidable, protecting the soul with mental energy is not insurmountable, for their mental prowess also resides at the advanced yellow tier. Mingjing's downfall was solely due to her unpreparedness. In an instant, Gu Chengfeng's swift execution demonstrated his prowess. Ha ha ha, splendid. Eliminate these 3 wretched beings. Boss Gu, let them know that in Bayan Academy, not just anyone can act with impunity. At this moment, the crowd erupted in a fervent chorus of cheers. For an entire day, the individuals from Bayan Academy had been harboring immense indignation towards the arrogant trio. Gu Chengfeng's decisive annihilation not only extinguished their bravado, but also established the authority of Bayan Academy. It conveyed to them, through sheer strength, that they were but true weaklings before the elite of Bayan Academy. Just then, Gu Chengfeng, leaning against the steps, finally stood up slowly, stretching his body with a series of cracking sounds. At this moment, both Lingfeng and Du Piaoyao were fixated on Gu Chengfeng, their vigilance heightened. The death of Mingjing left no room for complacency. Suddenly, Gu Chengfeng took a step towards them, prompting both to draw their weapons, a knife and a sword, fixing their gaze unwaveringly on him. Lingfeng even discarded Mingjing's lifeless body onto the ground, adopting a defensive stance. However, Gu Chengfeng did not even cast a glance at the two. He simply strode silently toward them, his expression calm and his eyes profound. An intangible sense of oppression enveloped the air, akin to a bloodied sword relentlessly piercing the souls of the two. With each step he took, they found themselves retreating in tandem. After several dozen paces, Gu Chengfeng finally came to a halt, and the two followed suit. In that moment, with swords gripped tightly, their arms trembled slightly, a clear indication of their exertion. At that precise moment, a voice from the youth drifted through the air. "Let us see what spoils you can present to me." As he spoke, he crouched down and yanked the spatial pouch from Mingjing's waist. After a cursory examination, he tossed it back onto the corpse, simultaneously spitting in disdain. "Pa, just like humans. All worthless. This. Ha ha ha, look how frightened these two are." Gu Laodao merely picked up a spatial ring. "And yet you both seem utterly terrified, don't you? Ha ha." The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in laughter. Countless mocking gazes fell upon Lingfeng and Du Piaoyao, rendering their expressions exceedingly grim. An affront. A blatant humiliation. Gu Chengfeng had chosen this manner to humiliate the two. In this insignificant Bayan Academy, it was only they who humiliated its people. Yet now they were subjected to such disgrace by someone from Bayan Academy. "Gu Chengfeng, you have insulted us too severely." Furious, Lingfeng felt the flame of rage engulf him, and in an instant, his long sword was enveloped in a torrent of blazing fire. The 9th-grade blazing martial soul instantly shrouded him, igniting both his body and sword in a fierce conflagration. With the cultivation of the 4th realm of the Emperor stage, the sword's might was amplified to its zenith. The fiery sword energy surged forth, resembling a venomous serpent of flames, reverberating through the hearts of the onlookers. Ling Feng's unleashed power abruptly silenced the laughter swirling around them. They had previously witnessed the terror he could unleash. He was even stronger than the sword maniac by a fair margin. With the element of surprise lost, a flicker of concern crossed the crowd. Would Gu Chengfeng prove to be Ling Feng's match? Dare to insult me? Prepare to die, he bellowed, unleashing the formidable blazing sword intent that thundered through the air toward Gu Chengfeng. Yet, at that moment, Gu Chengfeng merely shook his head lightly and remarked, "Those who insult others shall themselves be insulted." As his words fell, a hand slowly rose. In an instant, white patterns surged forth from his palm, enveloping Ling Feng entirely. Ling Feng snorted coldly, and the spiraling sword intent lashed out at the white patterns. Yet, before it could reach them, the patterns vanished into thin air, dissipating as if they had never existed. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon could not help but burst into laughter. Ha! What a pitiful display of power. Indeed, a soul master's mental attack is utterly ineffective, merely worthless. Initially, I assumed that the other party's unwavering confidence stemmed from some formidable backing. To my astonishment, that feeble power was scarcely more enduring than the fleeting nature of a mere flatulence. What else could it be but a mere sham? The blazing sword's might, accompanied by raucous laughter, descended in tandem. Yet, what he failed to perceive was the grave countenance of the onlookers surrounding him, including Du Piaoyao, who mirrored the same anxiety. It seemed that he had witnessed the force unleashed by Gu Chengfeng before. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he hastily recalled something, urgently warning Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, be cautious. That is a formation pattern. He is still a battle array master." Unfortunately, his warning arrived too late. The moment his voice echoed, a resounding conflagration erupted around Ling Feng, enveloping him entirely in a fiery light array, from which surged hundreds, if not thousands, of flame wolves, charging ferociously at him. Taken aback, Ling Feng wielded his long sword in a desperate flurry. Yet, the sheer multitude of flame wolves, hundreds, if not thousands, overwhelmed him in an instant. "Ling Feng!" Du Piaoyao cried out in alarm, raising his long sword as he rushed toward the battle array. However, just before he could reach it, Gu Chengfeng's sword had already been unsheathed, transforming into a streak of crimson light that vanished within the array. The moment the sword light disappeared, Ling Feng's furious cries were abruptly silenced, leaving only the thunderous roars of the advancing flame wolves. Chapter 135. Only now remembering to apologize? It is too late. Boom. Du Piaoyao swung the longsword in his hand, its brilliant blade slicing through the air, tearing a rift in the battle formation. At that moment, the formation shattered into fragments amidst the void. "Ling Feng!" Du Piaoyao bellowed. But the only response was a faint thud. Looking down, he beheld a charred corpse crashing to the ground, and embedded in the chest of the lifeless body was a sword. A blood sword seemingly forged from the very essence of blood, glimmering with a menacing crimson light. Buzz! At that instant, the blood sword emitted a prolonged, haunting sound before transforming into a streak of light, returning to the outstretched palm of Gu Chengfeng. Dead? So swiftly extinguished? The surrounding void fell into an eerie silence as the onlookers stared, transfixed by the charred remains, their hearts trembling in dread. "Gu Chengfeng! Gu Chengfeng!" It was unclear who cried out first, but soon, an overwhelming chorus of shouts erupted around the south courtyard peak. The thunderous clamor reverberated against the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the Bayan Academy, as if the entire institution quaked in response. Within this cacophony, a singular name resounded, a name that ignited the fervor of every student at Bayan Academy, Gu Chengfeng. After a considerable moment, the piercing shout of Du Piaoyao broke through the din. With a face contorted in rage, his eyes brimming with insatiable malice, he pointed accusingly at Gu Chengfeng, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Third-tier battle array master, Gu Chengfeng, you have concealed yourself well." The third-tier Fire Wolf battle array could only be unleashed by a third-tier array master. He had never anticipated that Gu Chengfeng was not only a formidable soul master, but also a terrifying battle array master. Yet, in response to the accusation, Gu Chengfeng merely smiled faintly. He then gradually returned to the steps of the hall, seated himself, and gazed up at Du Piaoyao, the blood sword in his hand slowly gesturing towards the two corpses on the ground. In a calm voice, he stated, "Now kneel beside the corpses and apologize for humiliating the Bayan Academy. I may allow you to leave alive. Apologize. Apologize." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted once more, a thunderous roar directed at Du Piaoyao. The uproar was deafening. Du Piaoyao's expression darkened further, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "What does the Bayan Academy amount to that I should apologize? Die?" He unleashed the heavenly blade. Amidst the roar of fury, Du Piaoyao wielded his long sword, launching a ferocious attack towards Gu Chengfeng. The might of the heavenly blade surged, shaking the skies with its descent. Yet, Gu Chengfeng remained unperturbed, merely observing with a tranquil demeanor, as if he were utterly oblivious to the impending strike. The crowd, captivated by the unfolding drama, collectively held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation. Just as the long blade descended upon him, the young man raised a single finger, and the bloodthirsty sword soared into the air, enveloped in a crimson glow intertwined with a thread of dark brilliance, striking forth towards the descending weapon of Du Piaoyao. Clang! At the instant of contact, a resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. In the void, two severed blades plummeted earthward. The bloodlight cleaved through the heavens, instantaneously appearing above Du Piaoyao's head. Realizing the imminent danger, Du Piaoyao's countenance shifted dramatically as he retreated several paces, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of forces that coalesced above him to withstand the might of Gu Chengfeng's strike. Thud, thud, thud. The ominous sounds reverberated as the bloodthirsty sword carved through everything in its path, rendering all defenses as fragile as parchment, tearing them apart in succession. Not a single barrier could endure even for a moment. Even Du Piaoyao's strongest defense, fortified by the full power of his fifth realm in the imperial stage, crumbled instantaneously. As the defenses shattered one after another, the terrifying might of the sword forced Du Piaoyao to kneel upon the ground, coming to a halt only when the bloodthirsty sword was a mere half-inch from his scalp. The chilling bloodlight enveloped Du Piaoyao, causing his entire being to tremble slightly. His face was painted with boundless terror. You. His pallid cheeks and frightened eyes betrayed his dread, his very teeth chattering in fear. He could scarcely fathom how formidable Gu Chengfeng was, so terrifying that he found himself with no room to retaliate. It was a complete and utter domination. The eighth realm of the monarch stage utterly overshadowed his fifth realm of the imperial stage. This overwhelming prowess, coupled with the formidable soul master skills and battle formations previously displayed, rendered Gu Chengfeng before him as an insurmountable mountain, a mountain he could never hope to transcend. With a swift motion, Gu Chengfeng remained silent, merely gesturing lightly towards the bloodthirsty sword. Instantly, a fresh surge of bloodlight erupted from the sword. The blade pressed down once more, halting just at Du Piaoyao's scalp. As the breeze swept by, Du Piaoyao's long hair was swept onto the blade, cascading chaotically around him. Yet, he had no inclination to notice the scattered strands. The penetrating chill pierced his very soul, causing it to tremble at that moment. A shadow of death loomed over him, marking the closest he had ever been to demise. With but a thought, Gu Chengfeng could extinguish his life on the spot. Fear enveloped him. At this moment, he was truly terrified. His entire body involuntarily leaned forward, and he fervently bowed his head to the ground. Bang! I was wrong. I should not have come to insult the Bayan Academy, should not have sought to kill its people, should not have humiliated its students. Bang! We, the disciples of the Wujixu Palace, are but refuse, mere waste. I beseech you, noble sir, grant me my freedom. Bang! I realize my transgressions. Please spare my wretched life. With each bow I make, a declaration reverberates forth, resonating loudly enough for all the scholars of the Bayan Academy present to hear distinctly. In that instant, the faces of every Bayan Academy student were illuminated with excitement. Just moments prior, these three individuals had been mercilessly mocking the students while indulging in wanton slaughter. Yet now, two of them lay slain before them, with one kneeling in abject supplication. Such is the fate of those who come to the Bayan Academy with arrogance. Now, may I be allowed to depart? After completing 3 bows, Du Piaoyao, his countenance ashen, turned his gaze towards Gu Chengfeng, preparing to rise. However, the bloodthirsty sword descended directly, forcing his head down to the ground. Gu Chengfeng gently shook his head. I'm afraid it is too late to remember to bow and apologize now. You are not a man of your word. Du Piaoyao growled through gritted teeth, rendered immobile with his head pinned to the earth. This is the consequence of your disobedience. With that, the longsword swung down with ferocity. Du Piaoyao's scream resonated simultaneously. I am merely ranked 10th in the Wujixu Palace. My palace is filled with formidable warriors. Should you dare to slay me, You shall surely meet your demise at their hands during the Academy exchange, undoubtedly. Swish. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was cleaved in twain, blood and viscera spilling across the ground. Chapter 136. A unique mental talent. As the lifeless bodies lay on the ground, the disciples of the Northern Academy erupted into endless cheers. However, Gu Chengfeng merely sheathed his bloodthirsty sword and strolled into the pavilion, taking a seat as if none of this pertained to him or was his doing. He then turned his gaze toward Lu Yanni, who stood stunned not far away, and called out, "Clean up the courtyard. The bodies are an eyesore." Yes, boss." Lu Yanni was momentarily taken aback, but immediately set to work. This incident quickly spread beyond the Northern Academy, especially within the three major academies. Upon hearing the news, a wave of outrage swept through, with many clamoring for the Academy's top talents to confront the Northern Academy. However, soon after, they chose to remain silent in light of another piece of information. The youth who had slain those men had accepted the sword of the ancient national scholar. If the killing of these three could demonstrate the youth's strength and talent, then accepting the sword of the ancient national scholar was sufficient proof of his exceptional aptitude. A rarity in the world. This news, upon reaching the imperial city, stirred significant ripples even there. The public was aware that the ancient national scholar had traveled through 800 cities of the dynasty, challenging the foremost talents. Yet, there was another reason for his journey: to select the most extraordinary prodigies to serve the dynasty. Thus far, the ancient national scholar had identified over 100 individuals, each of whom had been placed on a priority cultivation list by the dynasty. Before long, they would be brought to the imperial city for training and might even be sent to battle for the glory of the dynasty. However, a truly unparalleled prodigy had yet to emerge. The benchmark for this distinction was one who could accept the sword of the ancient national scholar. Now, that individual had finally appeared. Even the emperor of the Deqian dynasty had heard of this and dispatched the dynasty's third prince to personally engage with this extraordinary talent. "Boss, when did you cultivate the battle formation technique?" Just after finishing the cleanup of the courtyard, Lu Yanni rushed to Gu Chengfeng, his face a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. He had never witnessed Gu Chengfeng practicing the battle formation technique before. Initially, he thought that with the fortuitous circumstances he encountered in the Starfall Heavenly Palace, having obtained a legacy of the battle formation technique from a powerful being, he might one day rival his boss. Yet, he never expected that in silence, Gu Chengfeng's mastery of the battle formation technique had reached the third tier. This left him feeling somewhat unbalanced. Gently polishing the bloodthirsty sword, Gu Chengfeng casually remarked, "Oh, I just learned it yesterday. It's quite fascinating." "Why yesterday?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yanni's eyes widened, and then his entire demeanor sagged. With a gaze full of sorrow, he lamented, "Boss, you are such a prodigy. How am I supposed to survive? Could you perhaps grant me a modicum of breathing space?" Setting aside the bloodthirsty sword, Gu Chengfeng lifted his eyes to Lu Yanni and inquired, "By the way, what insights did you acquire from the battle formation inheritance at the Martial Soul Heavenly Palace?" Lu Yanni sighed softly. "I only received insights on the cultivation of battle formations, and even the battle formation diagrams are limited to just 3. Now, I find myself at a loss on where to obtain the diagrams for cultivating 4th-tier formations." As he spoke, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon him. He promptly rose and sat beside Gu Chengfeng, leaning forward with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Boss, could it be that you possess?" Before Lu Yanni could finish his thought, Gu Chengfeng raised a hand to gently push his head away, asking curiously, "Your mental strength has already reached the advanced stage of the yellow rank? To truly control 400 formation patterns, one requires mental strength of such caliber." Lu Yanni grinned widely. "Hee, I am on the verge of reaching the human rank." Gu Chengfeng was taken aback, unable to fathom that this individual possessed such formidable mental prowess, surpassing even his own. With a hint of disbelief, he asked, "Have you come across a Soul Master cultivation technique?" "Soul Master? What is that?" "There are no cultivation techniques. Mental strength simply improves while I sleep. It's that simple." Lu Yanni stared blankly at Gu Chengfeng, as if stating the most obvious fact. He then posed a question in return. "Isn't that how your mental strength increases, boss?" "That is absurd." Gu Chengfeng looked at Lu Yanni with an expression of exasperation, unable to contain his scrutiny of this peculiar individual. It appeared that this fellow possessed an extraordinary talent in the realm of mental strength. Without a Soul Master cultivation technique, his mental prowess had already advanced at such a remarkable pace. Were he to acquire one, it would surely be extraordinary. Cunning as he was, Lu Yanni quickly discerned the implications and leaned in closer to Gu Chengfeng, narrowing his eyes with a sycophantic grin. Boss, you know I cherish you above all else. For you, I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames. I am your most devoted little follower. Should we venture out and I find myself in a predicament, it would surely be your reputation on the line. Silence. Gu Chengfeng, with an expression of disbelief, kicked the bothersome individual aside and commanded, "Fetch me some paper and ink." Paper and ink. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yanni's eyes brightened, and with a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Certainly, boss." He vanished like the wind before swiftly returning, laying the animal hide parchment flat on the table and carefully placing the pen in Gu Chengfeng's hand. His service was impeccable. Observing Lu Yanni's demeanor, Gu Chengfeng couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he began to write. The first 4 characters he inscribed were Anger Spirit Codex. Upon seeing those 4 characters inscribed, Lu Yanni could not help but spit into his palm, adjust his hairstyle, and with a quick toss of his head, he smugly murmured to himself, "Truly, I am a man of the wind, most adept at understanding others." Soon after, Gu Chengfeng meticulously transcribed the entire contents of the Rage Spirit Codex from the ancestral scroll in his mind. He also diligently recorded the cultivation methods of the 10,000 Array Classic, along with the comprehensive battle formation diagrams. Upon witnessing the inclusion of additional materials, particularly the complete set of battle formation diagrams ranging from the 1st to the 9th rank, Lu Yanni was so exhilarated that he instinctively embraced Gu Chengfeng's head. Had it not been for Gu Chengfeng's quick reflexes, he might have even taken a bite out of him. "Quickly get off." Gu Chengfeng, utterly exasperated, kicked the fellow out of the pavilion. Lu Yanni clutched the papers as if they were treasures, turning back to Gu Chengfeng with a beaming smile and teasingly remarked, "Boss, love you. Lu Yanni, if you continue this ridiculous behavior, I swear I'll deal with you." Gu Chengfeng, both amused and irritated by Lu Yanni's antics, realized he had never noticed how infuriating this guy could be. With a swift movement, Lu Yanni darted away. At that moment, from within the grand hall, a soft, sultry voice called out, "Little brother, I want more." Sure. Upon hearing that voice, goosebumps prickled across Gu Chengfeng's skin. Even a certain part of his body reacted uncontrollably. Truly, she was a temptress. After muttering a curse under his breath, Gu Chengfeng decisively charged into the grand hall, leaving behind a quiet whisper that echoed softly in the pavilion. "I am not one to succumb to temptation. It is all for the enhancement of my mental fortitude." Chapter 137. Inheritance. The Devouring Demon Eye. In the grand hall of the Northern King's residence in Beiwang City, Prince Beijing glanced at his second son, Beisugue, and inquired, "My dear second son, the exchange event at the Northern Academy is set to commence in just over a month, is it not? How are the preparations at the Bayan Academy progressing?" Beisugue replied, "I have heard of a prodigy named Gu Chengfeng who has successfully taken on the sword of the ancient national scholar. I am planning a visit to the Bayan Academy soon." Gu Chengfeng, the Northern King, murmured the name softly. "Such a talent emerging from our northern territory must be brought back and nurtured with utmost care." As if recalling something, he continued, "While you're at it, do check on your fiancé. Remember, regardless of whether he is a genius or a failure, ensure that arrangements are made accordingly." He added, "After all, it is a marriage contract left by our ancestors, and we must uphold it." Beisugue fell into a brief silence before asking, "What if my sister is unwilling?" Both the father and brother were acutely aware of Beiyer's character. Once she sets her mind on something, it is as if no force could sway her. If she refuses, matters could become complicated. The Northern King replied, "Treat him well and ensure his life is free of worries. As for the situation with the Xian sect, if it does not work out, we can have the eldest son bring back troops from the great wilderness and settle them in our northern territory as a form of restitution. I have contemplated this matter for several days. This is the most prudent course of action. It also serves as an explanation to our ancestors." "Understood, Father," Beisugue nodded, then bowed respectfully and departed. Ah, what a relief. At the entrance of the main hall on South Peak, Gu Chengfeng stretched comfortably, his countenance radiant and devoid of any fatigue from recent battles. Perhaps it was the result of Isher's unparalleled physique, for he felt a sensation unlike any he had experienced with the Moonlight Sword Emperor, the Illusion Spirit Array Emperor, or with Lure. Initial stage of human-level spiritual power. Upon sensing his spiritual power, Gu Chengfeng was pleasantly surprised to discover that it had indeed ascended another level. This led him to ponder with some incredulity. Could it be that each visit would elevate me by a tier? If that were the case, then… Gu Chengfeng could not help but swallow hard. Little rascal, you are overthinking it. It is merely because the essence of the unparalleled physique was most potent during the initial 2 encounters, and you absorbed it. Future enhancements will occur, but certainly not at such an accelerated pace. In his mind, he heard the Moonlight Sword Emperor's light reprimand, prompting him to blink in surprise. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed in shock, Moonlight, you didn't witness that incident, did you? That would mean it was a live performance. Even Gu Chengfeng, with his thick skin, felt his cheeks flush at that moment. Pah, who would want to see such a thing? The Moonlight Sword Emperor retorted with a scoff. Yet, as her words faded, the voice of the illusory spirit array emperor resonated. I am intrigued, and I long to join. Chengfeng, why not come in? Let us explore the essence of life together. Gu Chengfeng. Too much is detrimental to one's health. He resolutely shook his head in refusal. Although he felt splendid at present, moderation was essential. The illusory spirit array emperor's voice chimed like a bell, laced with allure. Tempting him, Sister Yuehua's power has regained a portion of its strength. There is a legacy to it. Legacy. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chengfeng's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself within the Divine Abyss Pavilion. From a distance, he beheld 2 extraordinarily beautiful figures seated upon the spirit phoenix carpet in the grand hall. 2 empresses, I have arrived. The moment the words left his lips, he dashed forward. It is said by the illusory spirit to seek her. It has nothing to do with me. The Yuehua Sword Emperor waved her hand to halt him. However, Gu Chengfeng would not grant her any opportunity. After a significant time had passed, the enchanting light within the hall dissipated, and a single gesture from the Yuehua Sword Emperor had landed upon Gu Chengfeng's forehead. An immense surge of black energy surged into Gu Chengfeng's body, causing his mind to erupt with pain, curling him agonizingly to the ground. This terrifying devouring force stirred violently within his mind, before converging towards Gu Chengfeng's eyes. In that moment, his pitch-black pupils seemed to transform into 2 black holes, exuding an endless, radiant darkness. As the black holes churned, it appeared as though they could consume all things in existence. When Gu Chengfeng opened his eyes once more, he found himself at the entrance of the grand hall. The moment his eyes fluttered open, an overwhelming gravitational force seized the entire sky, creating 2 boundless black vortexes that reached into the heavens. The tumult in the sky resembled the onset of an apocalypse, striking terror into all who beheld it. This horrifying spectacle was immediately captured by countless mighty figures of the Dacian dynasty. Even they felt a tremor of unease. Among the myriad of powerful beings, some rejoiced in their hearts, believing this to be a celestial phenomenon heralding the emergence of a rare treasure, while others trembled, fearing divine retribution aimed at purging the sins and scoundrels of the martial arts realm. Yet, the majority held on to the belief in the appearance of a wondrous treasure. Consequently, innumerable powerful figures from various dynasties began to flock toward the northern realms, eager to uncover the location of this extraordinary event. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Bayan Academy, the elder president abruptly burst from the grand chamber. His once ancient eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing the celestial anomaly above. His expression shifted dramatically, and his gaze turned toward the direction of the southern peak. As his eyes narrowed, he spotted a youth languidly reclining on the steps below. The elder president furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Moments later, it descended to the ground and began its journey towards the southern peak. At this juncture, Gu Chengfeng murmured 4 words, devouring demon eye. Evidently, this was the extraordinary ability recently bequeathed to him by the Moonlight Sword Emperor. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a unique power known as ivision. Ivision can be classified into 3 categories: innate, acquired, and techniques of ivision. The innate variety is self-evident, as it is possessed from birth. The acquired form, on the other hand, is typically inherited or results from significant upheaval, leading to a transformation in one's gaze. Both these types of ivision are formidable. The techniques of ivision, while somewhat less potent than the former 2, are still considered rare martial arts. However, regardless of the type, ivision is invariably endowed with terrifying strength. The breath-holding eye can decelerate speed by dozens or even hundreds of times. The 10,000 divine eyes, with a single gaze, can encapsulate myriad pathways of power. The heavenly calamity heavy eye, when unleashed, resembles the descent of a deity of death. There are countless other terrifying forms of eye vision. Yet, within the realm of cultivators, those who possess eye vision are exceedingly rare, even scarcer than battle formation masters by several thousandfold. Anyone endowed with eye vision is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. According to the information within the inheritance of the Moonlight Sword Emperor, the devouring demon eye is a gaze specifically targeting the soul. Its manifestation is even more dreadful than mental attacks, possessing the ability to directly consume a person's soul. Moreover, it exerts a restraining influence over spiritual power and realm strength, making it an extraordinarily fearsome form of eye vision. Gu Chengfeng was keen to test the capabilities of the devouring demon eye. However, after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and chose not to dwell further on it. Instead, he focused his thoughts on the 30 or so droplets of spiritual essence residing in his dantian, which he had accumulated from vanquishing the 3 individuals from the 3 major academies. After a brief silence, he began the process of absorption. Chapter 138, The Academy of Northen, the Elder Dean. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy coursed into Gu Chengfeng's body, causing his cultivation to ascend at a pace almost visible to the naked eye. Brother, I have broken through 3 levels consecutively. Just then, a voice resonated within the hall. It was Yi Shishir, yet her words trailed off abruptly upon witnessing Gu Chengfeng in his meditation. She approached with utmost caution, her footsteps light, and settled gently beside him, fearful of disturbing his concentration. Resting her elbow on her fair, delicate thigh, she cupped her fragrant chin with both hands. Tilting her head to admire the youthful contours of his profile, a sweet smile gracing her charming face. In her heart, she mused softly, brother is truly handsome. The more I gaze, the more I am captivated. Had it not been for the apprehension of interrupting his practice, she would have surely pressed closer to him. Do I have gold on my face? A sudden voice jolted the young woman from her reverie. She pouted slightly. Not even gold can rival your allure, brother. Leaning closer to Gu Chengfeng, she sweetly exclaimed, congratulations on advancing to the 9th level of the King Realm. Indeed, it has not been an easy journey. She rose slowly, stretching her body, producing a series of satisfying pops from her joints. Yet at that moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. The Emperor Realm. The 4th level? You have ascended 3 levels again. Unsurprisingly, Gu Chengfeng was taken aback. Previously, after their first dual cultivation, Yi Shishir's cultivation had surged 4 levels, from the 6th level of the King Realm to the 1st level of the Emperor Realm. Now, she had ascended another 3 levels, reaching the 4th level of the Emperor Realm. This was truly extraordinary. It is all thanks to you. Brother, you are remarkable, and I adore you. The enchanting blush graced her jade-like cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. As she spoke, she directly embraced Gu Chengfeng's arm, whispering sweetly into his ear, shall we continue? All right, let us take a break. Gu Chengfeng quickly shook his head, extricating himself from her captivating presence and making his way to the pavilion, finding it difficult to resist the enchanting aura that surrounded Yi Shishir. Just as Gu Chengfeng settled into the pavilion, an elderly figure, his hair completely white, suddenly appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. The old man, clad in a flowing white robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Despite his weathered visage, his eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if capable of perceiving the very essence of the world. He exuded an air of sagacity that immediately signified he was no ordinary individual. The Elder Dean? Upon recognizing the visitor, Yi Shishir's flirtatious demeanor vanished, replaced by astonishment. She hastily approached the elder, calling out to Gu Chengfeng, brother, Yi Shishir, pay my respects to the Elder Dean. She bowed deeply before the venerable figure. Gu Chengfeng, upon hearing the voice, approached without the slightest hint of negligence. He bowed respectfully and said, I am Gu Chengfeng, here to pay my respects to the esteemed headmaster. The headmaster, a legendary figure of the Bayan Academy, stands as the very cornerstone of the institution. Having surpassed the age of 200, his profound cultivation remains unfathomable. It was once rumored that he single-handedly entered the imperial palace, confronting a certain death at the hands of the emperor, yet instead of seeking retribution, the emperor chose to grant clemency. The Bayan Academy has endured through the years primarily due to the presence of the headmaster. Allegedly, even the Prince of the North is a disciple of the headmaster. There are whispers that the current emperor once paid his respects and honored the headmaster as a disciple. Had the headmaster wished, the Beian Academy could have easily ascended to be the third grand institution of the Dacian dynasty, alongside the Royal Academy and the Great Ancient Academy. However, the headmaster prefers solitude and has no desire for such recognition. This is the venerable headmaster of the Beian Academy, a man adorned with countless legendary tales. With the headmaster's arrival, neither of them dared to exhibit any form of disrespect. The headmaster, casting a glance at the two, merely smiled and waved his hand to indicate that they need not be so formal. He then slowly made his way toward the pavilion, motioning for Gu Chengfeng to follow. "Before me, there is no need for such restraint. Please, take a seat," he said, gesturing toward the chairs before him with a warm smile. "Chengfeng, in recent days, your name has been ringing in my ears incessantly." Suddenly recalling something, he laughed and inquired, "By the way, I call you young Master Chengfeng. I hope you do not mind." "Not at all." Gu Chengfeng quickly waved his hand. "I am rather flattered by your kind address, headmaster. Come now, do not jest with me. How could you be surprised?" The headmaster raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled. "You remain unfazed when confronting the masters of the academy, undeterred by the prodigies of the academy, and ruthlessly dominate the martial soul graveyard. How could a mere phrase rattle you?" Feeling a bit sheepish, Gu Chengfeng scratched his head and leaned closer to the headmaster, whispering, "Have I caused you quite a bit of trouble?" Although he had never voiced it, Gu Chengfeng was well aware of the consequences that followed the battle at the martial soul graveyard. Various factions in the northern region sought his demise. Yet, only the Long and Feng families from North King City sent a few individuals to confront him, after which all other pursuits ceased, even the Lord of Beian City. And Zhongming fell silent. Gu Chengfeng was convinced that such a development was due to the headmaster's intervention. It is precisely for this reason that, despite this being their first meeting, Gu Chengfeng held the headmaster in the highest regard. Is it not the nature of youth to be impetuous, to stir up trouble? The greater the chaos one incites, the more it reflects their capabilities. The inept do not create disturbances, for they possess neither the ability nor the means to do so. The elderly dean chuckled and shook his head, saying, "When I was your age, I stirred up trouble that nearly incited a war between two nations. What you've done pales in comparison. The younger generation naturally cannot be compared to the venerable dean." However, at that moment, Gu Chengfeng's eyes involuntarily blinked. He then tentatively inquired, "Esteemed dean, if I were to create a ruckus in the future, would you be willing to assist me in resolving it?" Upon hearing this, the elderly dean raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of irritation. "I knew you were not one to exhibit humility." Realizing the situation was amiss, Gu Chengfeng quickly smiled and said, "Ah, I was merely jesting." However, before he could finish, the dean interrupted him. "In this grand Dacian dynasty, as long as one does not shatter the heavens, I still possess a modicum of influence." Upon hearing this, Gu Chengfeng's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He promptly called out to Yi tea, "It's ready." Yi who had been waiting nearby, immediately approached with a tray of tea. Gu Chengfeng cheerfully poured a cup for the elderly dean and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "I knew it. Esteemed dean, you are truly remarkable." He then leaned closer to the dean and whispered, "If one were to court a princess, could that smooth things over?" The dean, upon hearing this, spluttered his tea, which he had just taken a sip of. He stood up abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Chengfeng, and exclaimed, "You little rascal, where did you hear such things? How do you know that I once courted the princess of Beimei?" "What?" Gu Chengfeng was taken aback, his heart racing with astonishment as he exclaimed, "You've even courted a princess from an enemy nation." Perhaps he had begun to grasp the reason behind the dean's earlier remark about nearly provoking a war in his youth. Realizing the implications of Gu Chengfeng's exclamation, the elderly dean quickly regained his composure. He had overthought the situation. The boy was merely speculating, leading him to believe that his past had been uncovered. He swiftly raised his hand to press Gu Chengfeng back into his seat. After glancing around to ensure their conversation remained private, he fixed Gu Chengfeng with a fierce glare and warned, "You little rascal, consider this matter forgotten. Do you understand?" He then turned his gaze to Yi, adding, "And you, young lady, have heard nothing. Is that clear?" Chapter 139, A Lack of Interest in Sparring, the Battle of Life and Death. "Junior, remember this well." Yi promptly bowed and nodded before retreating. However, Gu Chengfeng's gaze shifted, and he exclaimed loudly, "Did you not hear, esteemed old dean? You cannot speak without honoring your word. You little rascal." The old dean was about to scold him when he noticed Gu Chengfeng standing tall, shouting, "You explicitly acknowledged that you would assist me in winning over the princess. You cannot deny it." Oh, the old dean was momentarily taken aback by this remark, then couldn't help but chuckle, lightly scolding Gu Chengfeng, "You cheeky boy." Hee hee. Gu Chengfeng grinned widely, and then rose to pour the old dean another cup of tea, before saying, "Esteemed old dean, you must have a matter of importance that brings you here, correct?" The presence of such a figure as the old dean was unexpected, especially since even the old sword master had not received such an honor. Moreover, the old sword master had been missing for quite some time. Thus, it was evident that there was an important issue at hand. The old dean gestured for Gu Chengfeng to sit down and said slowly, "Chengfeng, did you grow up here in the great wilderness, or were you brought here by someone?" Gu Chengfeng nodded. "I've grown up here. Since I can remember, I was raised by an outer disciple of the Lingfeng sect. Later, after manifesting a 6th-grade spirit sword martial soul, I was promoted to an inner disciple. Eventually, I caught the attention of the sect leader, Du Tiannan, who took me as his direct disciple and conferred upon me the title of the sect's holy son." He looked at the old dean with curiosity and asked, "Why do you suddenly inquire about this?" But the old dean did not answer his question. Instead, he continued, "It is no wonder that to this day, you still remain within the Dacian dynasty. Esteemed old dean, you..." Gu Chengfeng felt a mix of confusion and uncertainty upon hearing the old dean's words. What did he mean by still remaining in the Dacian dynasty? He was already a person of that dynasty. Where else would he go? The old dean fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly, shaking his head. "There is no need to inquire further. Asking too much will only bring you harm, not benefit." With that, he stood up and turned to walk outside. Gu Chengfeng, feeling somewhat exasperated, called after him, "Esteemed old dean, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Why the mystery?" Hearing this, the old dean paused, turned back to glance at Gu Chengfeng, and cautioned, "Remember, in the future, avoid using the devouring heaven sword martial soul and the devouring demon eyes unless absolutely necessary. Even then, use them sparingly, remember." With that, he vanished from sight. Indeed, he disappeared without a trace. Gu Chengfeng didn't even see him take flight. One moment he was there, and the next, he was gone in a flash of light. Gu Chengfeng was left wondering if he had imagined it. Yet, at that moment, he had neither the time nor the inclination to ponder further, as the old dean's parting words echoed in his mind. The same warning had been issued previously by Gu Guesher. The only distinction lies in the fact that, at that time, he had not inherited the devouring magic eye. However, it is evident that both the venerable dean and the ancient national scholar conveyed a unified message. These two undoubtedly possess some knowledge. Could it be my lineage? Gu Chengfeng found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Regarding his origins, he had previously inquired with the elders of the Lingfeng sect, receiving but a singular answer: an orphan discovered at the foot of the mountain. Yet, his identity seemed utterly unrelated to the heavenly devouring sword martial soul and the devouring magic eye, did it not? Such things were merely awakened due to his supreme, yang sacred body, which roused the 7 empresses. This was purely a matter of serendipity, with no connection to his identity at all. It is truly perplexing. After pondering for quite some time without arriving at any conclusions, Gu Chengfeng could not help but shake his head, resigning himself to further contemplation. Nevertheless, a decision had already formed in his heart. He would undoubtedly seek out the ancient national scholar for a more thorough inquiry at the first opportunity. As thoughts of the ancient national scholar crossed his mind, Gu Chengfeng involuntarily recalled the strikingly perfect physique he had observed earlier at the Listening Wind Tavern. Even now, the memory ignited a restless fire within him. He licked his parched lips and shook his head, casting those thoughts aside. "Little brother, are you feeling hungry?" At that moment, a voice filled with temptation broke through. As he Shirshir's alluring figure draped itself over Gu Chengfeng. "Allow me to satisfy your hunger, shall I?" Startled, Gu Chengfeng quickly sidestepped, waving his hands in protest. Go away, go away. What a disgrace in broad daylight." "Bah, you're nothing." Shirshir scoffed lightly, turning away to return to the grand hall. Gu Chengfeng then settled back onto the stone bench, retrieving a bottle of elixirs and resuming his cultivation. At the 9th level of the King realm, he still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the Emperor realm. The disparity in power between the Emperor and King realms is akin to heaven and earth. The advancement of cultivation and the transformation of power would significantly elevate one's strength once more. People were abuzz about the North Domain Academy exchange, emphasizing that even to gather more spiritual essence, one must partake in the festivities. Lacking strength is simply unacceptable. After several days of diligent cultivation, he had consumed at least 10 bottles containing hundreds of 7th-grade elixirs. Yet, his cultivation had only progressed marginally, barely touching the peak of the 9th level of the King Realm. This left Gu Chengfeng feeling somewhat disheartened. Filled with silent frustration, is the enhancement of cultivation truly this sluggish without spiritual essence? It would seem that without engaging in lethal encounters, advancement is exceedingly arduous. It is not merely the absence of spiritual essence that hinders progress. Rather, the greater the number of martial souls one possesses, the more substantial the energy required for cultivation increases. Were it another, they might have already breached the Emperor realm. The voice of the illusory spirit array Emperor echoed in Gu Chengfeng's mind, leaving him both contemplative and somewhat resigned. Indeed, every advantage carries its drawbacks. However, compared to the elevation of his cultivation, he still favored the inheritance. You are Gu Chengfeng, are you not? At that moment, a tranquil voice unexpectedly reached Gu Chengfeng's ears. Startled, he abruptly raised his head and beheld 2 figures materializing in the distant void. They were young men. The foremost of them donned resplendent satin garments, exuding an extraordinary opulence, with a distinctly noble aura reflected in his gaze. As he hovered in midair, an imposing presence emanated from him, unmistakably the scion of highborn lineage, blessed with an innate charisma. The youth positioned slightly behind him bore an indifferent expression, his eyes radiating a haughty coldness, evidently a formidable individual in his own right. Upon seeing these two, Gu Chengfeng's gaze sharpened slightly, and he inquired with measured calm, "Gentlemen, do you seek me for something?" These two were markedly different from those who had approached him earlier. He sensed no trace of hostility emanating from them. Although their demeanor was somewhat aloof, bordering on indifferent, it lacked any overt antagonism. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Chengfeng's tone was more tempered. The elegantly attired youth nodded subtly, then descended into the courtyard with his companion. Yet, Gu Chengfeng remained unmoved, seated in the pavilion, turning to observe the pair. The young man accompanying the noble figure furrowed his brow at the sight and remarked, "Young man, Shun Tiyu," however, before he could finish his statement. The noble youth's piercing gaze silenced him. With a slight bow, he addressed Gu Chengfeng, "Young Master Gu, it has come to my attention that you have accepted a challenge from the sword of the ancient kingdom. If so, would you be inclined to engage in a sparring match?" His words, though edged with intent, were articulated with decorum, and he exuded no hint of malice. Seemingly genuinely interested in a friendly contest. Observing the two, Gu Chengfeng leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, savoring it before responding slowly, "I have no interest in sparring. However, I am intrigued by the prospect of a life-and-death battle." Chapter 140. The Divine Flame of Heaven, the Crimson Xian Flame. The words were spoken softly, yet they carried an air of arrogance that mingled with the breeze wafting through the pavilion. "Youngster, you are exceedingly presumptuous." The youth in splendid attire was accompanied by Feng Xiaoyan, whose brows furrowed instantly. The sword in his hand was half drawn, its blade glimmering with a chilling radiance. However, before he could make another move, the youth in lavish garments raised a hand to halt him, a faint smile still gracing his lips. Throughout the exchange, his expression remained placid, unchanging. "Young Master Gu, it is no wonder you could withstand the strike of a warrior from the ancient realm. True prodigies are often bold. Without audacity, they are but the mundane. There is no need for flattery. If a battle is to ensue, let it be so, but know that swords are blind, and life and death are indifferent. If you choose not to fight, then depart. I have no time to squander on you." With that, he withdrew his gaze from the two, seizing the teapot to refill his cup. As the tea poured forth, a voice resonated from outside the pavilion. "Xiaoyan, go." "Yes, second young master." Feng Xiaoyan immediately clasped his fists in acknowledgement. In a single leap, he was before the pavilion, his gaze, which had been fixed on the youth within, now glinted with a hint of coldness. Deep within his eyes, a fleeting shadow of murderous intent flickered momentarily. Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He gently set his teacup down upon the table and turned to face his opponent. "What is your name?" "Feng Xiaoyan. I seek your guidance, young Master Gu." "Feng Xiaoyan." Gu Chengfeng repeated the name softly, a flicker of realization crossing his visage. No wonder, just a moment ago, he had sensed a trace of killing intent emanating from him. The name was not unexpected. Grasping the bloodthirsty sword upon the stone table, he instantly descended from the pavilion, positioning himself 100 meters from Feng Xiaoyan. Feng Xiaoyan unsheathed his long sword, slowly directing it towards Gu Chengfeng. Young master, life and death are indifferent. If there are fatalities, do not hold it against me. This declaration was directed at Gu Chengfeng, yet it also resonated with the youth in splendid attire behind him. The youth understood the implication, merely smiling gently as he remarked, "Young Master Gu's confidence is admirable. Engage in battle without reserve, and regardless of the outcome. I shall not pursue accountability." Upon hearing the words he wished for, Feng Xiaoyan bellowed, "Understood." At the moment the words left his lips, his figure transformed into a streak of wind, a formidable sword intent aimed directly at Gu Chengfeng. Sixth level of the Imperial Realm? Gu Chengfeng mused, shaking his head slightly. Indeed, he surpasses Feng Xiaoyu by a margin. With that, the bloodthirsty sword was unleashed, and as it swung, the divine swordsmanship erupted forth, bloodlight blooming from its blade. In an instant, the majestic sword wind surged forth, intertwining with Feng Xiaoyan's strike. The azure sword wind and the sanguine sword wind collided, swiftly tearing apart the azure gust. Feng Xiaoyan's heart suddenly tightened, and he swiftly pivoted to one side, allowing Gu Chengfeng's blood-red sword wind to crash onto the ground. He gazed at Gu Chengfeng with a mix of astonishment and confusion. The latter's sword wind had already reached an extraordinary realm. Yet, Gu Chengfeng was merely at the Great Ascension level. This was a full minor realm above, and still, he found himself at a disadvantage against his opponent. This left him in a state of bewilderment. There are numerous paths within the sword arts. Yours is but the ordinary sword path. While young Master Gu practices the God of Slaughter sword path, it is entirely normal for a lower minor realm to obliterate your sword edge. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind, belonging to a youth clad in splendid garments. As he uttered these words, a distinct admiration flickered across his face. The God of Slaughter sword path is not to be compared with the ordinary sword arts. In a certain sense, the ordinary sword path is unworthy even to serve as an attendant to the God of Slaughter sword path. The higher one's cultivation, the more pronounced this disparity becomes. The God of Slaughter sword path. Evidently, Feng Xiaoyan had heard of it, and his expression shifted dramatically upon hearing those four words. The God of Slaughter of the Wine Sword Sovereign? Throughout the entire Deqian dynasty, the name of the God of Slaughter, the Wine Sword Sovereign, was known far and wide. Never did he anticipate that this youth also practiced the terrifying God of Slaughter sword path. However, it was not long before the astonishment on Feng Xiaoyan's face transformed back into indifference, and the hidden killing intent deep within his eyes once again blossomed. Today, the prospect of slaying someone who practiced the God of Slaughter sword path seemed particularly exhilarating. In an instant, Feng Xiaoyan unleashed all the power within him. The ninth-grade wind sword martial soul enveloped his entire being, and at that moment, he uttered four words, Heavenly Wind Sword Slash. Suddenly, radiance erupted from the long sword, and boundless sword brilliance poured forth, coalescing into a vortex of sword wind that roared towards Gu Chengfeng. Phantom Slash. In a flash of inspiration, Gu Chengfeng's figure appeared beside Feng Xiaoyan. The swords might aim directly for Feng Xiaoyan's throat. Yet, Feng Xiaoyan's reflexes were equally swift. In the blink of an eye, he redirected the Heavenly Wind Sword, executing a horizontal slash that collided with Gu Chengfeng's Phantom Slash. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued. The ferocious sword aura and spiritual brilliance surged forth, and both combatants were propelled backward. However, they had scarcely retreated a few steps before they charged at each other once more. Die! Feng Xiaoyan bellowed, and in that instant, an overwhelming flame surged into his sword. This flame was incredibly potent, far beyond what any ordinary flame martial soul could summon. Even a ninth-grade flame martial soul could not achieve such power. Only a special type of flame could do so. As the fiery energy fused with the wind sword's brilliance, the strike became overwhelmingly powerful, shaking half the heavens. Even Gu Chengfeng, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not help but narrow his eyes. The divine punishment power he had been summoning dissipated, and only the might of the divine punishment martial soul merged into the bloodthirsty sword. Then, with the sword held before him, the sword energy surged forth, intercepting the terrifying whirlwind of Wind Xiaoyan's flame sword. The might of the sword was so formidable that it forced Gu Chengfeng to retreat repeatedly. Yet, what audacity was this? Witnessing the scene, Wind Xiaoyan could not help but let out a low grunt, the flames within him surging even more vigorously, amplifying the sword's power once again. With the intention of slaying Gu Chengfeng with this one strike, he bellowed, "Brother, I shall avenge you." The sword's might came crashing down, relentlessly pushing Gu Chengfeng back. However, in that moment, Gu Chengfeng's gaze was not fixed upon Wen Xiaoyan. Instead, his eyes were solely captivated by a flickering flame, and he uttered a few words. Tinged with surprise, "It truly is a flame of the earth grade. The wonders of the world, shaped by the heavenly forces, can give rise to extraordinary phenomena. In the realms of mystical lands, various flames may emerge, referred to as the Heavenly Dao flames. These flames symbolize the essence granted to the cultivators by the Heavenly Dao. Such flames can significantly enhance a cultivator's power, particularly for alchemists, possessing unparalleled effects. Not only do they increase the success rate of alchemy, but they may also trigger miraculous occurrences, elevating the grade of the elixirs produced. They are indeed treasures that are rare and elusive. Gu Chengfeng had previously only encountered descriptions of such flames in literature, yet this was his first time witnessing the true Heavenly Dao flames. At least you possess some knowledge. But it is futile. The day you killed my brother sealed your fate. With Wen Xiaoyan's murderous roar resonating, the sword's might erupted entirely. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng finally fixed his gaze upon Wen Xiaoyan. Shaking his head gently, a brilliant radiance of thunder erupted around him, abruptly halting his retreat. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed a thunderous sword strike that shook the heavens. In a resounding crash, Wen Xiaoyan's sword might was utterly shattered. At the instant the sword's power crumbled, Gu Chengfeng's figure flickered with a flash of lightning, vanishing from the spot. Chapter 141, Murder and Flame. You are no good either. Such formidable vitality, at least surpassing that of a spiritual entity. The young man in elegant attire, who had absorbed the entire scene before him, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. He then shook his head gently, acknowledging that the battle had come to an end. However, he made no move to intervene nor uttered a word to stop it. Everything adhered to the agreement made with Gu Chengfeng prior to the conflict. How could this be possible? The sword's might was repelled, and Feng Xiaoyan's expression shifted instantaneously, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. His body was hurled backward by the terrifying force of the thunderous sword. Just as he struggled to regain his footing, he suddenly perceived a flash of lightning before him. In the blink of an eye, a sharp pain surged through his lower abdomen. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a sword embedded in his lower abdomen, a blade shimmering with a chilling crimson light. With a cough, a torrent of blood erupted into the air, Feng Xiaoyan's face turning ashen as he trembled at the sight of the bloodied sword piercing his abdomen. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, causing him to expel yet another mouthful of blood, his hands clutching the sword embedded in his lower abdomen. Blood had thoroughly soaked half of his body, leaving one to wonder whether the crimson liquid flowed from his abdomen or from the wound inflicted by the sword he grasped. Trembling, he turned his gaze toward the young man in elegant attire behind him, whispering with a quivering voice, "Second young master, save me." Yet, the young man merely shook his head gently. The terms of their agreement had been established before the battle. Life and death were left to fate. He would not break his own rules for the sake of one individual, unless Gu Chengfeng voluntarily chose to spare him. But would Gu Chengfeng ever do such a thing? In that moment, Gu Chengfeng raised his hand and effortlessly extracted the blood-draining sword from Feng Xiaoyan's abdomen. With his other hand, he reached out toward the wound on Feng Xiaoyan's lower abdomen. In an instant, a flicker of flame erupted from Feng Xiaoyan's dantian, landing in Gu Chengfeng's grasp. The flames danced like sprites, their searing heat compelling Gu Chengfeng to channel his spiritual energy to envelop his palm. Gu Chengfeng, you, the crimson profound flame, which he had acquired at great cost and through perilous trials in a secret realm, had now been seized by Gu Chengfeng. This realization contorted Feng Xiaoyan's face into a grimace, and in a fit of rage, he spat another mouthful of blood, yet his eyes remained fixated on Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng merely smiled softly, then unleashed a divine thunderous force before Feng Xiaoyan's very eyes. The thunderous energy surged into the flames, and in a mere moment, the flames in his palm became docile. Even after Gu Chengfeng dissipated his power, the searing sensation was no longer felt. It was evident that the crimson profound flame had been completely refined. In a fleeting moment, the crimson flame of the Xian vanished into Gu Chengfeng's grasp, gradually igniting within his dantian. Gu Chengfeng, return my crimson flame. Feeling an utter disconnection from the Xian, Feng Xiaoyan could scarcely attend to the wound in his dantian, unleashing a thunderous roar of fury. In the next instant, his bloodied hands hurled several streaks of spiritual light toward Gu Chengfeng. I want you dead. Talisman. Witnessing this scene, even the elegantly attired youth's expression darkened instantly. In the realm of cultivators, engaging in a life-and-death contest was one thing, but resorting to talismans was utterly contemptible. Such contests were meant to showcase one's own strength, and talismans drew upon the power of others, stripping the duel of its essence. The elegantly dressed youth bellowed, Feng Xiaoyan, retract the talismans immediately. Ha ha. It's too late for that. I want him dead. I want Gu Chengfeng to perish. Feng Xiaoyan erupted into maniacal laughter. Let us all die together. Having slain his brother, seized his crimson flame, and ruined his dantian, his existence has lost all meaning. Better to die together. He shall not escape unscathed. You wretched creature. The elegantly attired youth muttered under his breath, then suddenly raised his finger, directing the talisman's energy forward. Yet, before the power could escape his grasp, he beheld Gu Chengfeng, standing calmly in place, confronting the oncoming force of the talisman without retreating a single step. The tranquility and confidence etched upon his visage were unmistakable. This was the pinnacle of a 9th-level royal talisman. Observing this, even the elegantly dressed youth's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. After a brief silence, he immediately dissipated the energy at his fingertips, narrowing his gaze upon the youth before him. Just as the talisman was about to reach Gu Chengfeng, the youth's eyes deepened, transforming into fathomless abysses. An endless torrent of pitch-black power surged within his gaze, morphing into twin black holes. An intangible force of devouring energy roared within his eyes, sending a tremor through the heart of the elegantly dressed youth, as if his very soul were on the brink of being consumed by those dark voids. He hastily averted his gaze, yet for a long while, he could still perceive 2 swirling black vortices lingering in his vision. Only after gathering his strength could he finally suppress the anomaly in his sight. However, at that moment, he realized he had not heard the sound of the talisman shattering. Raising his eyes once more, he found Feng Xiaoyan completely collapsed in a pool of blood, his eyes turned ashen, the once black pupils now vanished. The 3 talismans that had approached Gu Chengfeng lay powerless on the ground before him, their energies spent. Clearly, Gu Chengfeng had obliterated Feng Xiaoyan's soul with his gaze before the talismans could explode. With the absence of their wielder, the talismans had lost all potential for detonation. However, to achieve this, one must instantaneously eliminate the wielder of the released talisman. Gu Chengfeng accomplished this. With the sword of the god of death, spiritual entities, piercing gaze, and now an additional form of earth-grade flame. Gazing upon the youth before him, who stood indifferently with a blood-red longsword in hand, the elegantly attired young man spoke softly. Young Master Gu, you truly deserve the reputation of withstanding a strike from a national hero. Today, witnessing your prowess, it is evident that your renown is well-founded. His words caused the youth to glance up suddenly. Yet, in that moment, the boy's eyes continued to shimmer with a dark vortex. Faced with this terrifying gaze, the elegantly dressed young man merely shook his head gently and swiftly unfurled his folding fan to shield his sight. Simultaneously, a voice accompanied by a resonant sword cry surged forth from the front. Your subordinates are treacherous and cunning. I see you are no better. With a thunderous roar, the sword cry was imbued with the fury of thunder, swiftly enveloping the space before him. Beneath the fan, the elegantly attired young man's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by Gu Chengfeng's audacity to strike directly at him. Nevertheless, he merely smiled faintly. Then, with a gentle flick of his folding fan directed at Gu Chengfeng, an immense force erupted forth. This power not only dispersed the sword's might emanating from Gu Chengfeng's bloodthirsty sword, but also propelled him several dozen meters away, gently landing him on the ground. The sheer magnitude of this force left Gu Chengfeng utterly astonished. How could it be so formidable? He had never anticipated that the elegantly dressed young man before him possessed such terrifying strength. It was likely that his cultivation was at least at the spirit realm. In the presence of such power, Gu Chengfeng found himself utterly incapable of resistance. I refused to believe it. Moments later, gritting his teeth, Gu Chengfeng let out a low growl. Once more, bloodlight erupted from the bloodthirsty sword. Yet at that very instant, a voice resonated from the void. Chengfeng, do not. This is my second brother. If you harm him, I will not let you off lightly. Chapter 142, the second young master of the Wang Mansion, North returns. Second brother? Upon hearing Zi's voice, Gu Chengfeng's heart jolted, and he couldn't help but widen his gaze at the elegantly dressed young man before him. Previously, he had surmised that the individual might belong to the Northern Prince's mansion. After all, Feng Xiaoyan's family, the Feng clan, is one of the 3 prominent families in Northern King City. It is only natural that such reverence from Feng Xiaoyan could only stem from someone of the Northern Prince's lineage. However, he had merely assumed that the individual was an ordinary young master from the Northern Prince's mansion. Little did he know, he was actually Zi's second brother. This was indeed a second uncle by marriage. With a newfound sense of restraint, he swiftly raised his hand to retract the bloodthirsty sword, dissipating the menacing aura exuded by it. Yet, at that moment, Basa Gui's calm voice resonated. No need to hold back. Continue. As his folding fan waved, an overwhelming presence coalesced, yet remained unspent. Oh! Upon hearing this, Gu Chengfeng subtly lifted his brow, immediately grasping the implication. His second uncle intended to personally gauge his strength. Very well. With a low growl, the bloodthirsty sword in Gu Chengfeng's grasp surged with renewed brilliance. In that instant, not only the power of the blood-colored killing god martial soul was invoked, but also the strength of the other 3 martial souls, aside from the devouring sword, melded into the bloodthirsty sword. The ongoing divine punishment body also contributed its might to the blade. The amalgamated force of 4 martial souls caused the sword's radiance to swell exponentially, reaching a terrifying magnitude in the blink of an eye. The ferocious sword wind, emanating an aura of power extending several feet, distorted the surrounding void even before a strike was made. This successive enhancement elicited a subtle shift in Basa Gui's previously tranquil expression. It was previously assumed that Gu Chengfeng had exhausted all his strength in his earlier encounter with Feng Xiaoyan. Yet, it became evident that the power he had displayed was merely at 60 to 70% of his capacity. This realization intensified the intrigue in Basa Gui's gaze. What a remarkable Gu Chengfeng! He murmured softly, and the roiling energy in his folding fan surged anew. Just as he prepared to amass additional strength, he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze beside him. A glance revealed Zi, who was casting a warning look in his direction, though she spoke not a word. The implication of her gaze was unmistakable. All right, I won't harm him," he whispered indulgently, compelled to halt the gathering of power. Nonetheless, the strength within Gu Chengfeng's sword continued to escalate. As the fiery crimson flames surged into the blade, the sword's brilliance soared to yet another unprecedented height. The intensity of its radiance caused Basa Gui to involuntarily tremble with astonishment. The dazzling glow of the crimson flame illuminated the young man's visage, casting a fierce crimson hue upon him. "Zi, if you obstruct me any further, I might just get hurt. After all, I am your own brother." With a sharp reprimand directed at Zi, Basa Gui promptly unleashed a surge of spiritual power. In an instant, the fan radiated a blinding brilliance, its formidable aura soaring skyward. Zi pouted and huffed, declaring, I don't care. You must not harm him, not even a bit." Suddenly, a sword's might descended with a thunderous crash. Basa Gui swiftly raised his folding fan, unleashing the amassed power within, resulting in a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. The overwhelming force caused the entire south courtyard peak to tremble lightly, sending ripples cascading through the heavens, spreading in all directions. The waves stirred the winds, creating a tempest that could be felt by those thousands of meters away. As the brilliance dissipated, a sword and a fan hovered midair, their gazes locking in mutual recognition. "We agreed, no releasing your gaze," Basa Gui suddenly remarked. Gu Chengfeng shook his head with a smile, replying, "You jest, second young master, even with my gaze. I could not harm you. I appreciate your restraint." "All right, that's enough," Zi interjected, her voice resonating as she waved her hand toward the void. 2 invisible hands immediately grasped the sword and fan, forcefully separating them and returning them to Gu Chengfeng and Basa Gui. This spectacle left both men momentarily astonished, and they simultaneously uttered, "You've grown stronger again?" Their synchronized exclamation prompted them to glance at one another. Ha ha ha. After a brief pause, they could not contain their laughter. Moments later, as their mirth subsided, Basa regarded Gu Chengfeng with admiration, saying, "I never expected such a remarkable talent as you to exist in the Northern Territory." It seems my northern palace has been blind to your prowess. Gu Chengfeng quickly shook his head, insisting, "You flatter me, second young master. Your strength is truly astonishing. I dare not compare myself to you." This statement was not mere modesty or flattery, but rather the truth. The second young master appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, yet possessed such terrifying strength. His full-powered strike could not even breach the defense of Beisa Gui's fan. It was essential to note that the latter had yet to unleash the power of his martial soul. Given his status, he must have other formidable abilities at his disposal. If a real confrontation arose, Gu Chengfeng might not withstand even a single blow. After standing here for so long, do you not intend to invite me in for a discussion? The second young master inquired with a smile, gesturing toward the pavilion behind Gu Chengfeng. Oh, I have indeed been remiss. Gu Chengfeng acknowledged with a slight nod, making a gesture of invitation. Second young master, please. Haha, splendid. The second young master then stepped forward into the pavilion, with Gu Chengfeng closely following. Simultaneously, a voice echoed towards the grand hall. Lu Yunyi, come out and tidy up. Coming, boss. Lu Yunyi swiftly emerged. At that moment, Zier had also caught up to Gu Chengfeng, following him as they entered the pavilion alongside the second young master. Glancing at Zier beside her, she whispered, "Your second brother arrived without a word of warning. I nearly got into a scuffle. How embarrassing. The crucial part is, I was unaware as well. As soon as I sensed his aura, I rushed over." She patted Gu Chengfeng's arm reassuringly. "But fret not, second brother has a far more accommodating temperament than elder brother, and he dotes on me. He won't give you any trouble." Gu Chengfeng nodded, "I can see that." As they conversed, the pair stepped into the pavilion, and upon taking their seats, Zier promptly seized the teapot to pour tea for Bei Suagui and Gu Chengfeng. However, Bei Suagui placed a hand over his teacup, gazing at Zier with a playful smile, teasingly saying, "Zier, I believe it's time for you to reintroduce me to young Master Gu." "Second brother," the young lady protested, then pouted slightly. "You've already seen through it. What more is there to introduce?" Bei Suagui shook his head with a smile. No, I haven't deduced anything at all. If you don't introduce him, I might just take my leave." With that, he pretended to walk away. "TCH," the young lady huffed, finally gesturing towards Gu Chengfeng, declaring, "Gu Chengfeng, my fiancé whom I brought back from the Ziyin sect." She then provocatively glanced at Bei Suagui. "There are no female sword cultivators in the Ziyin sect. I hope you're not too disappointed, second brother? If there were a female sword cultivator with a betrothal, it should be you and her." Initially, one would expect Bei Suagui to outright deny it. However, he sighed. If only there were a sword cultivator like Chengfeng. Upon hearing this, Zier blinked mischievously, jesting. "How about, I give Chengfeng to you?" Bei Suagui. Gu Chengfeng. Chapter 143. The 10 Realms of the Great Path, the bottleneck of cultivation. Chengfeng, to his astonishment, discovered that the renowned figure of the Bayan Academy was none other than Er's betrothed. He mused that should his father become aware of this, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. With that thought, he couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at Zier, and said with a hint of irritation, My dear, why did you not mention this sooner? Were you planning to keep this from us if I hadn't arrived?" Unperturbed by the accusation, Gu Chengfeng quickly shook his head and replied, "I beg your pardon, second young master. My capabilities are rather limited. I did not wish for to face difficulties upon her return. I intended to enhance my strength before paying my respects to His Highness and the second young master." "Stop," Bei Suagui interjected, raising a hand to interrupt Gu Chengfeng. He reproached, "Addressing me as second young master feels rather distant now." Gu Chengfeng glanced at Zier, who smiled and nodded in encouragement. He promptly rose to his feet and bowed respectfully, stating, "Gu Chengfeng pays his respects to you, second brother." Ha, splendid. We have gained another fine younger brother." Bei Suagui laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Gu Chengfeng as his sister's fiancé. Just then, freshly brewed tea arrived, and at that moment, Lur approached with a teapot in hand. The three settled around the stone table, engaging in conversation for quite some time. As dusk began to settle, Bei Suagui stood and shook his head, saying, "Let us conclude for today. I must return to report to father. Chengfeng, prepare yourselves. It would be best if you both return to the palace within these next 2 days. Furthermore, regarding the exchange meeting at the North Domain Academy, the reputation of Bayan Academy is at stake. which is crucial for the North's prestige. Chengfeng, this matter rests upon you. Having finished his exhortation, Beisuo Gue turned slowly and walked towards the pavilion's exit. Understood, second brother. Rest assured, second brother. Both Gu Chengfeng and Ziyi responded with a nod. Beisuo Gue then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the vast sky above. Once he departed, Ziyi turned to Gu Chengfeng and inquired, "When shall we return?" Gu Chengfeng replied, "It is entirely up to you. Just let me know once you have made your decision." After some contemplation, Ziyi declared, "Then, let it be 3 days hence." "Very well." Gu Chengfeng nodded in agreement. With the time set, Ziyi took her leave, but made it a point to keep Lur behind, claiming it was to care for Gu Chengfeng. Watching Ziyi's retreating figure, Gu Chengfeng turned to Lur, bewildered, and asked, "Will Ziyi not feel jealous?" Lur shook her head and responded, "I am merely the lady's personal maid, and attending to you is my duty. How could the young mistress possibly feel envious of me?" Gu Chengfeng stared at Lur in a daze, and after a moment, muttered, "You people from the Grand City truly know how to play the game." As a child raised on the border, though sheltered by a sect, he had never been enlightened on such matters. The customs of affluent families were entirely foreign to him. "I never anticipated such a situation. In truth, my dear sir, there is no need for excessive concern. Even Miss Sher shares this sentiment. For my young lady, as long as it is the principal wife, that suffices. As for the outside world..." A gentle smile graced Green's lips as she began tidying the teacups on the stone table. While she worked, she remarked, "The young lady has stated that as long as you do not bring anyone home, it is permissible." Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback, ultimately unable to restrain himself from giving a thumbs up. Noticing his gesture, Green paused her tasks and said, "Sir, the young lady has clearly mentioned that while one may indulge in leisure, it must not be reckless. Should you dare to venture into the brothels, the young lady will." At this, she cast a pointed glance at Gu Chengfeng's lower half, her fingers forming a scissor-like shape, playfully mimicking a threatening gesture. A shiver ran through Gu Chengfeng, and he swiftly shook his head, declaring, "I harbor not the slightest interest in such women." "Very well, sir. I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." She emphasized the word anything with a hint of mischief before turning to depart. After Green's exit, Gu Chengfeng appeared to recall something suddenly. He muttered softly, "Northern destiny, where the north belongs. Destiny belongs to the heavens." It seemed that this northern prince was not a mere trivial figure. However, such matters bore no relevance to him. Subsequently, he activated the Deyin Tun Tian Ju, channeling the power of the Tun Tian Sword's martial soul to absorb the 13 drops of spiritual essence accumulated within his Dantian. Yet, he still found himself a considerable distance from the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Wang realm. A rough estimation suggested that he would need at least 40 more drops of spiritual essence to attain that possibility. The 9th level pinnacle has always been a threshold within the realms of martial cultivation, whether in the Grand Master realm, Wang realm, Huang realm, or Ling realm. The same holds true. To ascend from the 9th level to its pinnacle, one requires at least 3 times the strength needed to progress from the 8th level to the 9th. Once the pinnacle of the 9th level is reached, the next realm of cultivation lies tantalizingly close. However, there exists another prerequisite, the Great Dao realm, commonly known as a bottleneck. The 10 realms of the Great Dao are as follows. 1. Wind realm. 2. Light realm. 3. Qi realm. 4. Momentum realm. 5. Intent realm. 6. Heart realm. 7. Truth realm. 8. Origin realm. 9. Domain realm. 10. Great Dao realm. The 10 realms of Sword Dao fall within these Great Dao realms, renaming themselves as Sword Wind, Sword Light, Sword Qi. Various other paths, such as the Dao of the Blade, the Dao of the Spear, and the Dao of Wind, are all encompassed within. To ascend from the 9th level pinnacle of the Wang realm into the Huang realm, one must reach at least the 3rd level of the Qi realm in the Great Dao. Transitioning from the Huang realm to the Ling realm necessitates achieving the 4th level of the Momentum realm. Without sufficient attainment in the Great Dao, forcibly breaking through would inevitably lead to an inability to control overwhelming power, ultimately causing internal chaos and catastrophic demise. Nonetheless, Gu Chengfeng's advancement has been remarkably swift. He has already attained the 3rd level of the Sword Dao, the Sword Qi realm, rendering the notion of a bottleneck entirely irrelevant to him. Once he reaches the pinnacle of the 9th level, he will effortlessly step into the first level of the Huang realm. Yet, as one delves deeper into the realm of the Great Dao, the path to further enlightenment becomes increasingly arduous. This predicament shall soon cease to exist. Within the realm of cultivators, countless practitioners have reached the pinnacle of the 9 levels of various realms early on. Yet they find themselves unable to break through due to insufficient understanding of the Great Dao, resulting in stagnation in their cultivation. Those lacking in talent may find themselves ensnared for a lifetime. Upon completing the devouring of spiritual essence, Gu Chengfeng promptly retrieved several bottles of elixirs, preparing to continue his cultivation through consumption. Suddenly, at that moment, Xiao He seemed to have caught a whiff of the elixirs and burst forth from the Divine Abyss Pavilion's insignia. It squatted before Gu Chengfeng, wagging its tail, its canine visage exuding an air of obsequiousness. "Have you finished your elixirs?" Gu Chengfeng inquired with a hint of skepticism as he gazed at Xiao He. "Woof." Xiao He nodded eagerly in affirmation. Could it be? Consumed over 1,000 bottles? Devoured them as if they were mere meals? Surely, one could not finish them all unless this creature was perpetually feasting. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao He let out a low bark. Its eyes fixated on the elixirs in Gu Chengfeng's hands, drool pooling at its mouth. Seeing this, Gu Chengfeng felt a sense of helplessness and offered 2 bottles of elixirs to Xiao He, which finally brought some tranquility to the creature. Gu Chengfeng then resumed his own consumption of elixirs for cultivation. 3 days swiftly passed. During this span, Gu Chengfeng consumed 20 bottles of elixirs, while Xiao He devoured an astonishing 40. This was despite Gu Chengfeng returning Xiao He to the Divine Abyss Pavilion midway. Otherwise, it was likely that even 100 bottles would not suffice. However, to Gu Chengfeng's dismay, despite the passage of 3 days, he had yet to break into the 9th pinnacle of the King realm. He still required at least 10 more drops of spiritual essence to achieve that breakthrough. Chengfeng. At the break of dawn, the figure of Zi appeared before Gu Chengfeng. After exchanging a few brief words, the two departed from the Northern Academy. Chapter 144. The Ethereal Pavilion, Cold Fair. In the northern city of Wangcheng, the foremost stronghold of the north, sprawling across 100 miles, stands an imposing edifice. This city, built beside water, is flanked by mountains to the west and north, nestled within 3 formidable natural defenses, resembling a fierce beast crouching at the feet of the colossal mountains. Surveying the entirety of the northern territory, even an army of 1 million would find it nearly impossible to breach its walls. It is unequivocally a bastion of military might. Within the royal city, in a grand hall of a towering pavilion that reaches a height of 100 zhang, 2 figures flickered into existence, Gu Chengfeng and Zi Yi, before a spatial portal. Within this grand hall, there are at least 100 such portals, with people traversing through them in a constant flow. The Ethereal Pavilion undeniably lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 pinnacle commercial empires of the dynasty. Previously, Gu Chengfeng had only heard tales of it, but had never availed himself of its services. After all, the cost of using a spatial portal is exorbitant, and he is hardly wealthy. The Ethereal Pavilion boasts a presence in every major city across the great Qian dynasty. With 800 cities in the dynasty, the Ethereal Pavilion operates over 1,000 establishments, standing alongside the Martial Spirit Hall and the Treasure Pavilion as the 3 great commercial empires of the realm. Gazing at the maiden beside him, Gu Chengfeng could not help but jest. "Well, it seems I have struck up a connection with a wealthy lady, huh?" With a playful lift of her lips, the maiden retorted, "Do not speak carelessly. It is clearly I who have discovered a treasure." As she spoke, her delicate hand lifted, her porcelain arm gently looping around Gu Chengfeng's. With a radiant smile, adorned in a flowing lilac dress, she resembled a blooming purple rose, exquisite and alluring. Even Gu Chengfeng, who had witnessed her beauty countless times, felt his heart race anew. The passers-by paused to steal glances, and many a man's eye betrayed a flicker of envy as they beheld Gu Chengfeng. Yet, the 2 of them remained oblivious to the world around them, merely gazing into each other's eyes, as if only they existed in that moment. Gradually, they made their way outside the hall under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Upon their exit, 2 young women clad in the attire of the Ethereal Pavilion bowed deeply, announcing, "Miss Ear, the lounge has been prepared." Evidently, they had been awaiting their arrival. "Let us go," Zi responded with a slight nod. Soon, they were escorted into an elegantly adorned private chamber. The 2 young women bowed and exited the room, closing the door behind them while standing respectfully outside. This is. Gu Chengfeng glanced around, puzzled. Shouldn't they have proceeded directly to the northern prince's residence? My second brother informed me yesterday that the third prince is at the royal residence. I must first deal with him before proceeding. Ziyi explained. The third prince had long harbored intentions towards her, having mentioned marriage to her father on several occasions, only to be rebuffed due to her youth. His current visit was likely tied to this matter. If she were to bring Gu Chengfeng, her betrothed, back at this moment, it would undoubtedly cause complications if the third prince were to find out. She was unafraid, yet Gu Chengfeng was likely to attract the enmity of the third prince, possibly even inciting resentment. She did not wish to embroil Gu Chengfeng in significant trouble due to her actions. With a slight furrow of her brow, she nodded and said, "Very well, if that is the case, then you may proceed." Gu Chengfeng did not elaborate further. It was indeed peculiar for a woman of such exceptional talent, aptitude, strength, and beauty as Ziyi to lack suitors. He was acutely aware that he currently stood no chance against someone of the third prince's caliber. The third prince was backed by the royal family that governed the entire Diqian dynasty. A single word from him could lead to Gu Chengfeng's utter ruin. And it was not only him. Even the northern king's residence was similarly vulnerable. Sensing something in Gu Chengfeng, Ziyi gently approached his side. Her beautiful eyes blinked softly as she spoke in a soothing voice. "Do not worry, Chengfeng. A mere third prince is not worthy of my regard. In my eyes, there is only you." "Oh, is that so?" Gu Chengfeng raised his gaze to the young woman, tilting his chin and tapping his cheek with a finger. The implication abundantly clear. The young woman blushed at his gesture, yet after taking a deep breath, she pressed her red lips against his cheek. However, before she could retreat, Gu Chengfeng unexpectedly turned his head. In an instant, their noses met, and their lips brushed together, filling the air with a fragrant sweetness. The young woman's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and even her delicate form trembled slightly. Just as she intended to pull away, she felt a pair of strong arms encircle her waist, and with a gentle force, she found herself seated in the embrace of the young man. "Chengfeng." The young woman's eyes became momentarily dazed as she softly murmured his name. Gu Chengfeng smiled faintly, then exerted a gentle strength to right her posture, patting the back of her dress as he said, "All right, you may go." The young woman responded softly and then fled the room, but not before casting a lingering glance back at the young man. In that brief moment, her beauty radiated with a captivating allure, leaving Gu Chengfeng momentarily entranced. When he regained his senses, her figure had vanished. He couldn't help but shake his head and let out a soft snort. "This little girl. I shall have you one day." Moments later, Gu Chengfeng rose and exited the room. The northern king city was indeed renowned throughout the Diqian dynasty. While it could not rival the imperial city, it still ranked among the top 3 cities in the dynasty. The grandeur of its architecture and the prosperity within its walls reached impressive heights. Since he was in the northern king city, it was only fitting that he explore and familiarize himself with this place as the prospective son-in-law of the northern king's residence. Before long, Gu Chengfeng found himself in the grand hall of the ethereal pavilion. The place was bustling with activity, with numerous individuals lining up at several counters, all engaged in acquiring spatial tokens for travel to various major cities. Only with the token can one unlock the corresponding spatial gate. Glancing around, Gu Chengfeng navigated through the crowd, making his way toward the exit. "Clear the way, make way, everyone step aside." Just then, a series of low growls emanated from behind him. A group of 5 emerged into the crowd's view. Leading them was a girl of about 15 or 16, her chubby cheeks adorned with an air of indifference and arrogance. With thick brows and weak eyes, her stout figure resembled that of an ox. A noticeable roll of flesh on her forehead, lending her an intimidating presence. "Lung Feier, Miss Lung." Upon recognizing the newcomers, a chill swept through the surrounding crowd, prompting them to hastily part and create a passage. Lung Feier of the ethereal pavilion was the daughter of the deputy pavilion master, holding a position of great esteem within the pavilion, where her word was nearly law, and few dared to offend her. "Did you not hear me? Move aside." As Gu Chengfeng pondered his next steps, he was caught off guard by the voice that reached his ears. Turning around, he realized he was the only one left in the pathway. Meanwhile, Lung Feier and her 4 companions stood directly before him. As Gu Chengfeng's gaze fell upon Lung Feier, he couldn't help but pause momentarily. How could she have such an appearance? While her complexion was indeed fair, Her visage resembled that of a village butcher, rendering it somewhat difficult to behold. Shaking his head, he decided to step aside. Her appearance was of no concern to him. Yet, before he could take a single step, a coarse female voice thundered beside him. "Get lost." The sound was loud, echoing like a blaring horn. Accompanying the voice was a powerful gust of wind from a hefty hand, hurtling toward Gu Chengfeng's face. What? This scene left Gu Chengfeng momentarily stunned. He had already yielded, and now she was cursing and striking him? Was this the manner of those from the ethereal pavilion? Chapter 145. The Pride of the Talented. Who stands in the way shall perish. What a misfortunate fellow. The poor lad should recognize his bad luck, knowing it was Miss Long, yet still hesitating. He truly deserves his fate. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads at the sight. However, throughout the ordeal, not a single soul dared to cast more than a fleeting glance at Lung Feier, choosing instead to avert their eyes. Many were acutely aware of her temperament, exceedingly sensitive and irascible. Any prolonged gaze upon her would be interpreted as mockery of her appearance. Countless individuals had suffered grievously, even fatally, for such perceived slights. Moreover, due to the formidable protection offered by the ethereal pavilion, those who had been harmed found themselves unable to seek justice, forced into silent endurance. Although the ethereal pavilion operates as a commercial empire, primarily engaged in business, it is imperative to possess substantial strength and a robust background to thrive in such a competitive arena, especially so for an establishment of its magnitude. It is rumored that the ethereal pavilion is associated with a terrifying influence from the upper domain, the Xianfeng region, to the extent that even the royal family must treat it with deference. At that moment, it was evident that the young man had drawn Lung Feier's ire merely for daring to look at her twice. With a hum, Gu Chengfeng raised his hand, unleashing a force that shattered the adversary's palm strike. Simultaneously, he frowned and remarked, "I have yielded the way. Was it truly necessary to act so?" After all, they were members of the ethereal pavilion, and he had no desire to incite trouble. Yet, how dare he obstruct my path? Lung Feier's face twitched with rage. Those who dare to mock me with their gazes are deserving of death. Those who resist are even more so. Gu Chengfeng furrowed his brow. "Have I mocked you?" He found himself at a loss for words. Had he not merely glanced? Enough prattle. Lung Feier huffed angrily, then gestured violently toward her stout companion behind her. "Immediately incapacitate him and cast him out of the ethereal pavilion." She added coldly, "Should he dare to resist again, feed him to the dogs." "Yes, miss." The four subordinates promptly accepted their orders and charged toward Gu Chengfeng. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng felt a surge of anger. Throughout this encounter, he had remained silent, only to be commanded to leave and attacked without provocation. The crux of the matter was the expectation to endure without retaliation, to be threatened with dismemberment for resistance. What kind of reasoning was that? Who had nurtured such a brazen demeanor? He muttered under his breath, and in an instant, he drew the bloodthirsty sword. Gu Chengfeng did not wish to create discord, yet that did not equate to fear. If he allowed himself to be trampled upon without reaction, he would no longer be Gu Chengfeng. Others may indulge such behavior, but he would not tolerate such insolence. This was undeniably the end. The crowd, upon hearing the words brazen demeanor, immediately shook their heads in disapproval. Originally, one could have sought mercy, perhaps finding a resolution, but now, indeed, upon hearing these words, Lung Feier's face quivered with rage, and she bellowed through gritted teeth. "Kill him. No. Dismember him. Reduce his bones to dust." At her command, the four subordinates, not daring to hesitate, hastened their advance towards Gu Chengfeng. Each of the four wielded a long blade, radiating the formidable power of the sixth realm of the Emperor stage. The blade sliced through the air, all aimed at Gu Chengfeng's head. "Seeking death," Gu Chengfeng exclaimed, as the bloodthirsty sword in his hand erupted with a crackling tempest of thunder. A crimson thunderstorm surged forth from his blade, cleaving through the air in 4 strikes aimed at the assailants. Boom! In an instant, his strikes met the long swords of the four, resulting in 3 blades shattering upon impact. Simultaneously, Gu Chengfeng's figure surged forth, appearing before them in a heartbeat. The bloodthirsty sword swept horizontally, a brilliant flash of crimson light. In that fleeting moment, 3 of the assailants bore deep gashes across their throats, blood gushing forth like a torrential flood. Before the last could comprehend his fate, a blood-red sword pierced through his chest. With a swift motion, the sword was withdrawn, and blood sprayed several feet into the air. It was astonishingly swift. From the initiation of the confrontation to the annihilation of the four, scarcely 3 breaths had passed, leaving the onlookers completely stunned. Only when the sound of blood spraying echoed did the surrounding crowd awaken from their stupor. As they trembled in shock, they instinctively recoiled, swiftly vacating the area surrounding Gu Chengfeng for several dozen meters. Gazing upon the 4 bodies, still upright, yet lifeless, an audible gasp rippled through the hall. The spectators were left awestruck by Gu Chengfeng's ruthless prowess. No one had anticipated that this seemingly youthful lad, appearing no older than 16 or 17, possessed such formidable strength, executing his actions with such ferocity and decisiveness. When he refrained from striking, all was well, but once he acted, he did so lethally. It appeared he was merely at the 9th realm of the king's stage, yet, quickly, some discerned Gu Chengfeng's true cultivation level, igniting a renewed wave of astonishment within the hall. To kill 4 formidable opponents of the 6th realm of Emperor stage in the span of 3 breaths, with only the 9th realm of King stage prowess. Who was this remarkable youth? However, the astonishment soon fell silent as all eyes turned to Lung Feier, whose face had turned a deep shade of purple, a hue of extreme fury. Her expression conveyed to everyone that this matter was far from over. Should they dare to provoke further, they too would suffer the consequences. What a tragic fate for such a rare prodigy. The pride of the gifted often leads to their downfall. The crowd inwardly shook their heads in lament. To have offended Lung Feier, and to have done so within the ethereal palace by slaying its own, spelled certain doom for the youth. It was possible that even the family and forces behind him would face dire repercussions. "Bring me people. I demand assistance." In the next moment, a piercing roar reverberated through the grand hall. As the sound dissipated, a dozen figures clad in guard uniforms surged forth from the periphery of the hall. Without uttering a word, they charged towards Gu Chengfeng. Death was the sole word that escaped his lips. Subsequently, wielding his sword, he advanced towards the oncoming guards. It appeared that the bloodthirsty sword had been invigorated by the taste of blood, or perhaps it was the crimson glint in the young man's eyes, or perhaps the scent of blood on the ground that ignited the sword's brilliance. In an instant, as he plunged into the throng of guards, an extraordinarily radiant crimson light erupted forth. Thunder roared, and the sanguine glow blossomed. None could withstand a single strike. With a cultivation level at the 6th stage of the Emperor realm, and with both the divine punishment and the power of star-soul fusion unleashed, he swept through them like mere ants, leaving at least 1 guard from the ethereal pavilion fallen at his feet with every stroke. In that moment, as he claimed his 10th victim, Gu Chengfeng transformed into a veritable deity of death. Those who obstructed him faced annihilation, leaving the surrounding crowd utterly dumbfounded. However, it wasn't long before some noticed guards descending from the upper levels. The guards above possessed a minimum cultivation of the 8th stage of the Emperor realm, with their numbers swelling to 30 or 40, including a middle-aged steward. Clearly, the commotion had alarmed the ethereal pavilion. Witnessing this, the crowd hastily retreated to the periphery once more. Yet, Gu Chengfeng seemed oblivious, continuing his relentless slaughter. However, after dispatching his 11th foe, his gaze abruptly shifted from the guards to Lung Feier, and in that instant, his eyes blazed with lethal intent. Chapter 146. Now you know fear? It's too late. Amidst the dazzling brilliance surrounding him, the second form of the illusionary body technique and the illusionary sword technique were executed almost simultaneously. With a single person and a single sword, he surged through the remaining 5 guards in an instant. The 5 were utterly oblivious to how Gu Chengfeng had managed to slip past them. When they finally realized that Gu Chengfeng was headed towards Lung Feier, their faces turned ashen with alarm. Should anything happen to Lung Feier, their fate would undoubtedly be sealed by Vice Pavilion Master Lung. "Miss, be careful." The 5 guards yelled in unison, rushing after Gu Chengfeng once more. Lung Feier shot them a furious glare, her eyes blazing with indignation as she scolded, "Get lost, you bunch of useless fools." A dozen powerful warriors of the 6th rank of the Emperor realm cannot even eliminate a mere ant at the 9th rank of the King realm. And yet you've allowed yourselves to be slaughtered in return. You've brought shame upon the Kongling Pavilion. Her piercing gaze then fixed on the approaching Gu Chengfeng, and in an instant, she raised her hand. With a palm resembling a giant fan, she unleashed a powerful gust towards him. The tremendous force sent ripples through the crowd 100 meters away, causing their garments and hair to flutter wildly. evoking expressions of trepidation. Especially when the gale struck before the youth, it seemed to disperse the sword aura in his grasp, as if he were a mere child. Gu Chengfeng was also sent staggering back. "Aunt, today I shall personally end your life." With a cold snort, Lung Feier charged towards Gu Chengfeng, her formidable presence akin to a small mountain leaping forth. The onlookers could not help but grimace in fear, astonished by her prowess. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, she stood at the pinnacle of the 9th rank of the Emperor realm. At such a tender age, her cultivation was undoubtedly among the very best in the northern region. Within the Kongling Pavilion, perhaps only the young master Ruo Huitang could rival her strength. Die! With her giant hand sweeping through the relentless wind, she brought it crashing down before Gu Chengfeng. The overwhelming energy seemed poised to crush him on the spot. Even Gu Chengfeng felt a shiver run down his spine, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is it really that terrifying? Now you know fear? It's too late." In a low growl, Lung Feier's colossal palm descended with finality. Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed. "I'm not afraid of you killing me. I fear you might crush me." In the instant those words left his lips, he executed a swift, illusionary step, creating distance between them. If I don't tear you apart today, I am not Lung Feier." Her fury intensified at Gu Chengfeng's mockery. With every step he retreated, she pursued relentlessly, her imposing figure capable of dwarfing him, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. After several rapid retreats, he found himself once more facing her descending palm. In Gu Chengfeng's eyes, a flash of crimson brilliance ignited, and he ceased his retreat. The blood-devouring sword in his hand was suddenly flipped upward, surging forth with ferocity. Boom! The ultimate palm wind instantly collided with the might of Gu Chengfeng's sword. The blood-devouring sword unleashed a fierce bloodlight, swiftly shredding through the force of Lung Feier's fist. Yet, her hand continued its downward strike unabated. Gu Chengfeng abruptly sidestepped to the right, leaving the blood-devouring sword to charge upward. His palm struck the sword's tip, and the force from Lung Feier's hand clashed against it, bending the blade, showcasing the immense power behind her strike. However, in the next instant, the sharp and fierce blood-devouring sword completely obliterated the energy within Lung Feier's palm. With a resonant sword howl, the blade straightened abruptly. Whoosh! The very next moment, it pierced through Lung Feier's palm, soaring into the air and carving a bloody arc before returning to Gu Chengfeng's grasp. Lung Feier's anguished scream erupted simultaneously. Clutching the wound on her palm, she writhed in pain, perhaps overwhelmed by the agony of her pierced hand, jumping in place. Boom, boom, boom. Each time she landed, the ethereal hall trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. As her flesh jiggled, Gu Chengfeng's eyes grew increasingly murderous, and in the next moment, he charged directly at her. With a powerful sweep of his sword, amidst the thunderous roar, he aimed for Lung Feier's head. "Miss, be careful," cried the nearby guards, rushing forward in alarm. However, before they could reach the might of the sword, a burst of thunderous light exploded from the blade, striking them down. The electric surge paralyzed them in place, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground. At that moment, Lung Feier had regained her composure, gritting her teeth as she glared at Gu Chengfeng. "You dare lay a finger on me." But the moment her words left her lips, the sword's ferocity intensified, its speed accelerating. In an instant, it was already before her. Lung Feier's heart quivered, and as she gritted her teeth, she produced 2 talismans, ready to unleash them upon Gu Chengfeng. Yet, just as she was about to strike, she was taken aback by the sight of the approaching youth, whose eyes had suddenly transformed from crimson to a pitch-black void. 2 swirling vortexes, akin to black holes, churned within his gaze, ensnaring her very soul, which began to spiral chaotically in tandem with the whirlpool. In that fleeting moment, Lung Feier felt as if her entire consciousness had been consumed by the devouring vortex. Soul gaze. How could an ant possess such power? As the final thought flickered, her awareness was engulfed in an eerie darkness, and all perception of the outside world vanished completely. With the loss of consciousness, Lung Feier's body became utterly rigid, frozen in place. The bloodied sword hovered ominously, yet there was no sign of trepidation. Cold Feier was doomed. In that moment, the surrounding crowd collectively gasped in shock. Even the gaze upon the youth trembled slightly. This young man possessed audacity beyond measure. However, amidst their astonishment, a singular question flickered through their minds. Was this sheer bravado or an unfounded confidence? Yet, even within the entire Northern King City, it was unlikely that anyone from the Northern King's manor would dare such a thing. In the ethereal pavilion, to slay the daughter of the deputy pavilion master was nothing short of madness. Suddenly, as Gu Chengfeng's sword was poised to descend upon cold fire, an unforeseen force surged forth, instantly shattering the might of his blade. The tremendous power collided with Gu Chengfeng, who barely managed to raise his sword in defense, only to be propelled backward several meters before he could regain his footing. A powerful entity from the spirit realm. His gaze snapped toward the staircase on the second floor, where a middle-aged man with a furrowed brow approached. Not only he, but within the crowd, at least 30 or 40 figures swiftly converged, encircling Gu Chengfeng in layers. In an instant, he found himself ensnared, save for a single pathway leading toward the middle-aged man and the steward. The situation had escalated. Witnessing this, everyone immediately grasped the gravity of the unfolding events. Chapter 147. When stepping outside, one's identity is self-assigned. However, the steward merely glanced at Gu Chengfeng without any further interest. Gesturing to the two individuals beside him, they promptly approached and lifted the already collapsed Lung Feier, bringing her out and instructing others to fetch a reclining chair to settle her comfortably. Once this was accomplished, the steward's gaze swiftly swept over the surrounding crowd, and he bowed slightly, addressing the guests with a measured tone. Esteemed patrons, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but an unforeseen circumstance has necessitated the temporary closure of the ethereal pavilion for today. I kindly request that you return tomorrow, and I assure you that all expenses for your visit will be waived. With that, he signaled to the 30 or so guards encircling Gu Chengfeng. The crowd immediately began to disperse. Recognizing the sincerity of the ethereal pavilion, the patrons naturally complied and departed. They were acutely aware that the establishment had already shown them considerable respect. Lingering any longer would risk losing face, especially with the presence of the guards, which spoke volumes. Nevertheless, as they left, many could not resist casting a final glance at Gu Chengfeng, shaking their heads in resignation. Soon, the grand hall of the ethereal pavilion was left with Gu Chengfeng as the sole outsider. Bang! As the sound of the door closing echoed, an overwhelming chill permeated the vast hall. Scores of figures gradually encircled Gu Chengfeng, each pair of eyes brimming with a palpable sense of menace. It had been many years since anyone dared to cause a disturbance within the ethereal pavilion, let alone commit murder on such a scale. The audacity to target someone of Miss Lung's stature was particularly shocking. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the long knives in the hands of the crowd were drawn, all aimed at Gu Chengfeng. Yet, instantly, the steward's sharp command halted their movements. The crowd hesitated momentarily, but then retreated several paces. At this juncture, the steward stepped forward to confront Gu Chengfeng and inquired, "Might I ask, young sir, if you are aware of the consequences of causing a disturbance in my ethereal pavilion?" Gu Chengfeng regarded the steward with calm composure and replied, "I do not instigate trouble. However, I do not let matters rest when they are brought to me. I am not here to debate right or wrong." The steward gently shook his head, stating, "In this world, right and wrong hold no significance. In the realm of cultivators, there exists no morality, only the magnitude of one's strength, nothing more." With a dispassionate demeanor, the steward continued, "I simply wish to understand what gives you the confidence to take a life here." Though he should have acted immediately, he refrained, continuing to speak. "Or perhaps, what assurance do you possess that you can survive after committing such an act?" His words, though indirect, inquired pointedly into Gu Chengfeng's identity and background. Having navigated the realm of cultivators for many years, encountering a myriad of situations and individuals, the steward understood one fundamental truth. There are always those beyond one's comprehension, and the world is vast. The young man before him, even in the face of such peril, maintained an air of tranquility and poise throughout. In his perception, there exist only two types of individuals capable of such feats: those with profound cunning or those endowed with ample confidence. A mere youth, he harbored doubts about the depth of the opponent's cunning, which suggested a likelihood of the latter. Confronted by the ethereal pavilion, one must possess such confidence to navigate the situation adeptly, lest he attract greater troubles for himself and the pavilion. "Oh!" The reaction of the other party elicited a fleeting expression of surprise in Gu Chengfeng's gaze. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent, stating coldly, "If you dare not act, then step aside at once. A good dog does not obstruct the path." This arrogant youth, emboldened in this place, seemed unaware of the peril he courted. A young guard, weary of Gu Chengfeng's ostentation, muttered a curse before raising his long knife toward him. Yet, as his voice fell, he was met with a pair of obsidian eyes that bore into him. Within those eyes swirled two vortices, akin to black holes that could consume all. In an instant, his world plunged into darkness. Amidst a flash of crimson, a finger sword pierced the guard's throat. In his final moments, he was oblivious to the manner of his demise. Clang! Thud! The long knife fell to the ground, and his body collapsed, convulsing a few times before becoming lifeless. Only 2 words, steeped in indifference, emerged from the youth's lips, noisy. The entire sequence transpired with alarming swiftness. Within a heartbeat, a life had been extinguished. Even the 2 individuals beside the deceased were caught off guard, let alone the others. It was only after those final words resonated that the onlookers snapped back to reality. Casting a glance at the corpse, their eyes turned back to Gu Chengfeng, now brimming with unrestrained fury and murderous intent. "You seek death, boy. I shall slay you." 30 to 40 long knives were simultaneously raised, all aimed at Gu Chengfeng. Halt! Yet their movements were once again halted by the steward. The guards could hardly suppress their rage, yet they dared not disobey. The steward's brow furrowed as he inquired, "Are you from the martial spirit temple, the treasure pavilion, or perhaps of royal lineage?" In the entirety of the Daiqian dynasty, only these 3 factions had the audacity to behave so brazenly within the ethereal pavilion, particularly at such a tender age, with such a fearsome gaze. Even the northern king's mansion did not possess such qualifications. In response to the steward's gravity, Gu Chengfeng merely smiled faintly, slowly raising his bloodthirsty sword to wipe it gently. With a languid lift of his eyelids, he uttered, "What does it matter who I am? Should you lay a hand on me, I assure you, the entire ethereal pavilion shall cease to exist." What is identity? When one steps beyond the threshold, identity is merely a fabrication of oneself. If ignorance is bliss, then allow me to conjure a tale that shall terrify you. Upon hearing those words and observing the calmness and indifference of the youth before him, the steward's heart quivered in an instant. Could it be that the young master hails from the upper realm? It is no wonder that he could defeat someone at the pinnacle of the emperor realm with his cultivation at the 9th level of the king realm. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinarily rare gaze, as if harboring a power that transcended the 9th-grade martial soul. Indeed, only someone from the upper realm could achieve such feats. At this moment, even the form of address shifted from you to young master. Yet, Gu Chengfeng paid him no heed. He continued to gently polish his blood-devouring sword and remarked nonchalantly, "In this world, there are far more powerful forces than the ethereal pavilion." With that, he sheathed his sword and abruptly turned, striding towards the hall's exit. A single phrase echoed back from the youth's retreating figure. "Remember, some individuals are not ones you can afford to provoke." In that instant, an air of haughty authority surrounded the young man, causing even the steward, standing 100 meters away, to tremble at the intensity of his presence. As he approached the hall's door, the guards of the ethereal pavilion, who had once encircled him, instinctively took a step back with each advance he made. Ultimately, they created a pathway for him to exit. No one dared to utter a word, and even their breaths were subdued, as if fearful of completely offending the young master. Clearly, they had been thoroughly intimidated by Gu Chengfeng's identity. Upon reaching the entrance, Gu Chengfeng exhaled a sigh of relief within himself. Thankfully, he had managed to frighten them. Otherwise, it would surely have become quite troublesome. Without further hesitation, he raised his hand to push open the hall's doors. However, at that moment, a woman's startled voice rang out from behind. "Gu Chengfeng? Oh no, we're doomed." Upon hearing that voice, Gu Chengfeng instantly realized he had been recognized. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him: run. Without a second word, he turned on his heel and accelerated towards the grand hall's entrance. Chapter 148. To kill one is to kill all is also to kill. Gu Chengfeng. The very Gu Chengfeng from the Northern Academy, the one who caused Chuer's demise in the Soul Burial Ground. Upon hearing this name, the gaze of the steward, who stood at the entrance of the hall, instantly turned menacing. With a swift motion of his hand, an invisible wave surged forth, pointing decisively ahead. In that moment, an intangible force enveloped the entrance entirely. Simultaneously, Gu Chengfeng had already placed his hand against the grand door. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, regardless of the might he exerted, the door remained immovable. Instead, it retaliated with waves of force that propelled Gu Chengfeng several feet backward. A formation. Almost instantaneously, Gu Chengfeng realized the gravity of his predicament, his heart sinking. He was now completely ensnared within this trap. Frowning, he turned to see the steward's ferocious countenance and a young girl standing behind him. It was evident that this girl was the one who had unveiled his identity, yet he did not recognize her. Casting a fleeting glance at the surrounding crowd, he noted the glint of blades, all exuding a murderous intent. With a slight shift in thought, he directed a calm gaze toward the girl and said, "My lady, one should not speak carelessly. Could it be that you have mistaken the person? Impossible. I witnessed with my own eyes how you summoned the beast tide to invade the sacred land of Zihui, leading to the demise of all its prodigies." The girl retorted, her voice resolute. She then turned to the steward, declaring, "Miss Chuer perished at his hands." Chuer, the steward's daughter, had been among the myriad prodigies in the sacred land of Zihui, falling victim to the onslaught of the beast tide. Upon this confirmation, the steward's face flushed with rage, and through clenched teeth, he spat out 3 venomous words, "Gu Chengfeng." Raising his hand abruptly, the steward was about to command the execution of Gu Chengfeng when, in a flash of spiritual light, Gu Chengfeng vanished from sight. Locking onto Gu Chengfeng, the latter made a beeline towards the cluster of guards. His speed was astonishing. Before the steward could fully comprehend the situation, 2 guards closest to the youth had already met their fate at the edge of his bloodied blade. Without pausing, he charged towards several other guards. With his identity exposed and the exit sealed, retreat was no longer an option. It was time to take the initiative and eliminate as many foes as possible. At this moment, the steward regained his composure and bellowed at the crowd, "Seize him alive. I shall personally flay his skin and extract his heart." Upon hearing this, the guards surged forward, converging on Gu Chengfeng. A glimmer of realization flickered in Gu Chengfeng's eyes. It was evident that catching them off guard was now virtually impossible. Executing the second form of the illusory body technique, he swiftly darted backward, reappearing 3 paces away. The rest of the guards pressed in once more. At that instant, Gu Chengfeng raised one hand, and in a heartbeat, invisible patterns erupted into motion, flashing with intensity. In the blink of an eye, 300 intricate formations vanished entirely into the void before him. As the crowd surged forward, a single point of finger activated the formations. Thunderous roars echoed as torrents of formidable lightning descended from all directions, swiftly enveloping the area in a shroud of chaos. The third-tier Thunder Battle Array unleashed an unending barrage of lightning, engulfing at least 30 individuals within its tempestuous grasp. Thick, arm-sized bolts of lightning rained down indiscriminately, incapacitating anyone struck, causing them to convulse and collapse. While they were not immediately obliterated, they lost all ability to evade the onslaught. In the ensuing strikes of the second and third bolts, many were completely annihilated. Some managed to evade 1 or 2 strikes with their speed, but the density of the lightning was overwhelming, and soon they too lay prostrate on the ground. Within moments, at least 10 had perished beneath the might of the array. Meanwhile, Gu Chengfeng seized the cover of the thunderous assault to vanish from his original location. When he reappeared, he stood beside 6 individuals untouched by the storm. As the others remained paralyzed in fear, flashes of sword light erupted, and 4 were swiftly dispatched with slashed throats. The remaining 2 turned to flee, racing back to the side of the steward. A battle array? Cursed be it. At that moment, the steward could no longer remain passive. Drawing a long sword with swift precision, he unleashed a dazzling sword aura that swept across the battlefield, scattering the array entirely. Yet, only 8 individuals remained standing amidst the remnants of the chaos. The rest lay dead or incapacitated, writhing on the ground. In but a brief moment, of the 38 guards, only 10 were left alive. Die for me. The steward's figure surged through the void, directly slashing toward Gu Chengfeng. The might of his spirit realm cultivation radiated in a brilliant display, as if to rend the very fabric of the void itself. Sensing the imminent danger, Gu Chengfeng decisively retreated. To confront a spirit realm powerhouse head-on would only spell his doom. As he fell back, he called out internally, "Little Black." Instantly, his right hand shot upward, The mark of the Divine Abyss Pavilion erupted in a flash of black radiance, surging straight toward the steward. In an instant, the dark light pierced through the steward's form. Blood erupted into the air, the long sword clattering to the ground, and his body plummeted with a thunderous crash. Upon landing, he was already a lifeless corpse, a gaping hole the size of a bowl in his chest, a horrific sight to behold. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, filled with an expression of endless shock and disbelief, utterly unaware of how he had met his demise. Gu Chengfeng scarcely cast a glance at the steward's lifeless body. Surveying the remaining individuals, he coldly uttered four indifferent words: "Leave none alive. To slay one is to slay, and to annihilate all is still to slay, regardless." The enmity with the ethereal pavilion has already been forged, so let the storm come with even greater ferocity. Woof! In the void, a voice filled with excitement echoed from Little Black, followed by flashes of dark light within the grand hall. With each flicker, a life succumbed to the ground. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng surged forward, sword in hand, towards the young woman who had recognized his identity. Had it not been for her, he would have departed unscathed. The moment Little Black's shadow manifested, the girl's face turned ashen with terror. She had witnessed firsthand, during the spirit soul burial, how this very shadow summoned the beast tide and ravaged the violet radiance sacred land. No one understood the horror of this shadow better than she did. Sucking in a breath, Gu Chengfeng stood before the girl, observing her vacant gaze, and whispered softly. The girl was instantly jolted awake. But upon realizing the identity of her awakener, this demon, she collapsed in fright. Especially when the young man raised his sword, panic overtook her. "Please spare my life. I am merely an ordinary disciple of the ethereal pavilion." Before her plea could fully escape her lips, her head was severed from her body. Gu Chengfeng exhibited no hesitation as he dashed toward the chaise lounge. He raised his sword, aiming to strike down the mastermind behind today's chaos, Lung Feier. Without her meddling, he would not have found himself ensnared in such turmoil. Anyone could live, but she must perish. He intended to sever her head. Yet her visage was so ample, the excess flesh nearly enveloping her chest, that he could not find the target, forcing him to aim for her head instead. As the sword descended, Little Black Shadow appeared beside Gu Chengfeng. It was evident that those lives had been extinguished. All that remained was to eliminate Lung Feier to conclude this affair. Impudent cur, how bold! Just as the blade was about to cleave Lung Feier's head, a furious shout resounded, instantly sending Gu Chengfeng's sword hurtling away. Along with it, Gu Chengfeng was thrown backward, tumbling over a dozen meters. Chapter 149. Dare to touch him? Seeking death. With a low growl, Little Black surged forward towards the staircase. An elderly man emerged at that moment, accompanied by dozens of guards who burst forth from various entrances of the first-floor hall. These guards were no longer the ordinary sentinels they once were. Each donned a suit of black leather armor, exuding an aura that none fell below the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Imperial realm. Clearly, the true elite guards of the ethereal pavilion had arrived. In such a significant situation, how could there be no response? They simply had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. In an instant, Little Black reached Elder Luo, whose expression turned icy. With a sudden thrust of his palm, he repelled Little Black, causing himself to retreat several steps as well. Little Black transformed into a streak of black light and returned to Gu Chengfeng's side. A low, resonant voice echoed in Gu Chengfeng's ear, manifesting in his mind as a thought. This old man is formidable. This could be troublesome. Indeed, it was not only Little Black who sensed it. Gu Chengfeng felt it too. While he could gauge the strength and cultivation of the previous steward, the elder before him exceeded the limits of his perception entirely. The terrifying aura surrounding him loomed like an endless mountain, suffocating Gu Chengfeng with its oppressive weight. It was at least at the 9th layer of the spirit realm, possibly even reaching the mystical realm. Elder Luo. At that moment, Lung Feier, reclining on a chair, was jolted awake by the recent display of Gu Chengfeng's sword prowess. She scrambled to her feet and stumbled toward Elder Luo, pointing at Gu Chengfeng with gritted teeth, demanding, "Elder Luo, I want you to kill him immediately. Right now." "Yes, Miss Feier." Elder Luo nodded, and then turned his gaze toward Gu Chengfeng, coldly stating, "I care not who you are. Anyone who dares to harm my ethereal pavilion must die today without exception." Gu Chengfeng met his gaze directly, his brow furrowed, responding solemnly, "Is that so? I shall see how you intend to kill me today. Then watch closely and prepare to meet your end." With those words, a surge of power twisted through the void, aimed directly at Gu Chengfeng. As this force swept through, the disturbed air resonated with thunderous sonic booms, its might shaking the heavens. Yet, Gu Chengfeng did not even glance at the oncoming power. Instead, he lowered his gaze to his right palm. A voice echoed in his mind. "To my two Empress wives, someone dares to bully your husband. Who dares to bully my man?" Came the voice of the illusory spirit array Empress. But before the words could fully escape, a resounding boom erupted. A thunderous explosion suddenly reverberated against the gates of the ethereal pavilion, shattering the massive doors into countless fragments. Accompanying this cacophony was the furious shout of a young man from outside. "Stop this at once." Simultaneously entering the hall was not only the youth, but also an elderly man who followed closely behind him. With a mere snap of his fingers, the elder effortlessly obliterated the force aimed at Gu Chengfeng, dispersing it into the void. This scene caused Gu Chengfeng's gaze to sharpen as he turned to look. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he was momentarily taken aback. Second brother? The individual was none other than the second son of the Northern King's mansion, the elder brother of Zi, Bei Sugui. "What is the matter, Chengfeng? Are you unharmed?" Bei Sugui approached Gu Chengfeng, and upon seeing that he bore no injuries, he felt a slight sense of relief. After Zi returned to the palace and informed him of Gu Chengfeng's presence, he had come to escort him. The third prince's visit to the Northern King's mansion was not solely for matrimonial purposes. He had also wished to see Gu Chengfeng. In fact, the topic of marriage had not even been broached due to Gu Chengfeng's presence. However, he had not anticipated encountering such a situation. Blood? Suddenly, Bei Sigui's expression turned icy as he noticed Gu Chengfeng's right abdomen, where blood had soaked through his garments. He glared fiercely at Elder Luo. "You dare to harm him? Are you seeking death?" Gu Chengfeng quickly raised a hand to stop Bei Sugui, gesturing towards the corpses strewn across the ground. "It's their blood. Did you kill all of them?" Bei Sugui gazed at Gu Chengfeng in astonishment. Gu Chengfeng nodded. "Pretty much." Even Bei Sugui was momentarily taken aback. Then he gave a thumbs up. "You little rascal, quite ruthless." After saying this, he grasped Gu Chengfeng and turned to leave. "Let us return to the palace first." The elder followed closely behind. Whoosh! Just at that moment, Elder Luo, finally regaining his composure, swiftly positioned himself in front of the two. With a furrowed brow, he spoke in a grave tone. "Second young master, this is the ethereal pavilion. This child has slaughtered my people here. Not even you can take him away today. Impudent." Before Bei Sugui could respond, the elder accompanying him interjected with a low growl. Bei Sugui raised a hand to halt the elder, looking coolly at Elder Luo. "Indeed, this is the ethereal pavilion, but do not forget, this is the territory of the Northern King's mansion." With that, he disregarded Elder Luo and continued to pull Gu Chengfeng away. "Second young master, you." Elder Luo's face twitched as he made several attempts to intervene, yet he hesitated to step forward. Although he was an elder of the ethereal pavilion, his own family resided in the Northern King's city. While the ethereal pavilion might not fear the Northern King's mansion, he certainly did. "Stop." Just at that moment, a sudden bellow halted their steps. Turning around, they saw a middle-aged man who had appeared in the hall without their notice. Deputy Master Long. Upon the arrival of the newcomer, Elder Luo instantaneously seemed to find his anchor, swiftly retreating to the side of the middle-aged man. Not only Elder Luo, but also Lung Feier immediately rushed to stand before the middle-aged figure. Unable to contain her grievances any longer, she burst into a heart-wrenching wail. "Father, this Gu Chengfeng struck me and even attempted to take my life on several occasions. I am so frightened, woe is me, father. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime." The tragic cries echoed through the air, rendering the complexion of the deputy pavilion master, Long, exceedingly grim. "Do not worry, Feier, your father shall certainly stand for you." After offering a few soothing words, the deputy pavilion master swiftly positioned himself before Gu Chengfeng and his companions. His gaze, as frigid as ice, bore down on Gu Chengfeng. "It is you who nearly took my Feier's life. How dare you possess such audacity?" With that, a sword materialized in his hand, his eyes sweeping over Bei Sugui and the elder. "I apologize, second young master, but today, no one shall take this boy away." At this moment, the expression of the second young master was equally grim. He had not anticipated that Lung Hui would be so resolute. While Elder Luo could be easily manipulated, the Deputy Pavilion Master was already a figure of considerable authority within the Empty Spirit Pavilion. Even within the grand expanse of the Dacian dynasty's Empty Spirit Pavilion, he wielded significant influence. If they truly refused to release the boy, it would pose a considerable dilemma for him as well. Bei Sigui cast a penetrating gaze at Leng Hui and said, Deputy Pavilion Master Leng, are you truly prepared to sever all ties with our Bei Wang city over this matter? I have said it. Today, no one shall take him away. The Deputy Pavilion Master drove the blade of his sword into the ground with a resounding thud, the tip sinking 3 inches into the earth, the sword's body emanating a fierce and imposing aura. Very well. At this moment, a flicker of indignation appeared in Bei Sigui's eyes. Chapter 150, The Royal Family. The Third Prince. Just as Bei Sigui was about to speak, Gu Chengfeng suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path. Shaking his head, he said, Second brother, you should return. I can handle this. He discerned the predicament Bei Sigui faced, a situation he had desperately wished to avoid. Previously, he had concocted an identity to slip away, precisely to prevent this matter from escalating. He understood all too well that once it blew up, it would inevitably implicate the Bei Wang Fu. The Wang Fu was not merely a singular entity, it was a formidable force. As the betrothed of Zi heir, and having yet to formally enter the Wang Fu, the trouble he had already caused would certainly cast an unfavorable light on both him and Zi heir. Such a situation would only bring her embarrassment. His gaze, now icy, turned directly towards the cold Vice Pavilion Master before him. Just as he prepared to advance, Bei Sigui halted him again. How do you intend to handle this? Rest assured, with me here today, you shall come to no harm. If Kong Linggu dares to act against you, let them try. In that moment, Bei Sigui's eyes were filled with indifference and resolve. He disregarded the old man's repeated cautions from behind him. Gu Chengfeng was the brother-in-law he had chosen. With him present, no one would dare to act. In an instant, he produced a communication talisman. Captain Luo, bring the silver-armored iron cavalry to Kong Linggu, immediately. Second young master, this. The old man behind him gasped in shock at the mention of the silver-armored iron cavalry. This unit, second only to the golden-armored cavalry within the Bei Wang Fu, was a true cavalry force, outnumbering the golden-armored troops by hundreds. Typically, the silver-armored iron cavalry was only deployed during times of war. The second young master's actions clearly indicated an intention to escalate this conflict with Kong Linggu to the level of warfare, leaving no room for reconciliation. Upon hearing the second young master's decree, even the Vice Pavilion Master's expression tightened. Father, I don't care. This ant has bullied me and slaughtered so many of our people. He absolutely cannot be spared. Cold Fei Air's voice echoed with indignation from behind. Hearing her cry caused a sharp pang of pain in the Vice Pavilion Master's heart. His gaze towards Gu Chengfeng became even more resolute and frigid. He then produced a communication talisman of his own. Guardian Elder, at Kong Linggu in Bayan City, troublemakers have killed my steward and harmed my elder, with guards suffering over 100 casualties. Come swiftly. A voice faded away with the talisman, and the mention of the Guardian Elder sent a chill through the hearts of everyone present from Kong Linggu. Father, Cold Fei Air's eyes brimmed with emotion. The Guardian Elder was undoubtedly the most formidable protector of Kong Linggu, revered throughout the entire Dacian dynasty. It appeared that reconciliation was no longer an option. The old man behind Bei Sigui could not help but let out a soft sigh. The gaze involuntarily lingered on the youth beside Bei Sigui. He had never anticipated that the second young master would hold such high regard for this boy, even willing to sever ties with the ethereal pavilion entirely. Summon the messenger. With a decisive wave of his hand, the vice master of the cold pavilion commanded, and dozens, if not hundreds, of formidable guardians surged forth, encircling Gu Chengfeng, Bei Sigui, and the elder in an instant. The vice master's piercing gaze settled squarely on Bei Sigui as he inquired, Second young master, do you truly insist on protecting this child? I will protect him. Bei Sigui replied coldly, casting a significant glance at the elder beside him, who immediately positioned himself in front of Gu Chengfeng. Kill. The vice master of the cold pavilion ceased his idle chatter and, with a sweeping gesture, commanded his formidable guards into action. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the hall, resounding with a chilling authority. A mere branch of the ethereal pavilion. How audacious. As the voice emerged, An invisible wave of energy surged forth from beyond the hall, swiftly infiltrating the minds of everyone within the ethereal pavilion. In an instant, over 100 guardians stood transfixed, their eyes devoid of life, their bodies rendered immobile. Even Elder Luo succumbed to this suppression. "Break it!" The Vice Master's expression darkened, and with a thunderous roar, he exerted his strength repeatedly until he finally shattered the oppressive force that had descended upon him. However, as he did so, his complexion paled, and he stumbled back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look back, only to see the figures entering the ethereal pavilion, causing his face to shift dramatically, his very spirit trembling with fear. There were 3 individuals. At the forefront stood a young man, adorned in a resplendent robe, holding a folding fan, with a visage as exquisite as jade. His gaze was indifferent, his expression stoic. Yet he exuded an overwhelming sense of authority simply by standing there. This pressure did not stem from mere cultivation, but from an innate charisma, a regal aura that evoked the sensation of wanting to submit. The air was thick with the essence of a king, a bearing that only royalty could possess. The third prince. In an instant, the Vice Master recognized the visitor, hastily bowing with cupped fists. Cold Hui pays his respects to His Highness, the third prince. He had encountered the third prince on several occasions during his visits to the imperial city, hence his immediate recognition. The third prince regarded him with calmness, his voice resonating softly, a mere vice master of a branch of the ethereal pavilion, behaving so recklessly, seemingly disregarding the royal family of my dynasty. What are your intentions? The words may seem plain, yet each syllable uttered by the third prince appears to harbor an overwhelming authority, suffocating those who dare to listen. No, I dare not. The vice master of the cold pavilion's head was nearly bowed to his chest. The third prince scoffed. Is it you who dares not? Or is it your ethereal pavilion that lacks the courage? It is I who do not dare. But the ethereal pavilion. The vice master hastily replied. I, merely a humble vice master of a division, cannot represent the entirety of the ethereal pavilion. His authority extended solely to the royal city division. Humph. With a mere huff, the third prince exuded an aura of unyielding power, reaching its zenith at that moment. Only when his gaze shifted away from the vice master did the latter finally exhale a long sigh of relief. In that instant, it seemed that his cultivation had lost all significance. The third prince no longer regarded him, but instead turned his attention to Gu Chengfeng and Bei Segui. A single phrase echoed in the vice master's ears. The person, this prince will take away. If there are any grievances, await my return to the royal city and seek me there. With that, he waved his hand at Bei Segui and Gu Chengfeng, commanding leave. Depart. Bei Segui grasped Gu Chengfeng's arm, and they strode towards the palace exit. However, before departing, he shot a fierce glare at the vice master, clearly indicating that today's humiliation would not be easily forgotten. Chapter 151. If Lingxiao, if the pavilion master. Gu Chengfeng remained silent, trailing behind. His gaze filled with a blend of astonishment and uncertainty as he observed the silhouette of the third prince ahead. He never anticipated that the third prince would make an appearance in this place. However, it was evident that this time, he had undoubtedly borrowed the light of Bei Segui. The third prince indeed possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Aside from lacking his charm, everything else seemed quite commendable. Hold on, third prince. Just as several individuals were on the verge of stepping out of the ethereal pavilion's grand hall, a figure suddenly materialized outside the entrance. A voice resonated, accompanied by an intangible force that swept into the hall, dispersing the oppressive energy that had subdued over 100 guards of the ethereal pavilion. In an instant, the suppressive force dissipated completely, causing these individuals to awaken with a start. Yet, at that moment, their faces and eyes were etched with profound terror. No longer daring to linger, they hastily retreated to the periphery of the hall, trembling in place. The third prince's presence in my Bayan city's ethereal pavilion warranted a warm welcome from the pavilion master. Rua Lingxiao, the pavilion master of the ethereal pavilion in Bayan City, bowed respectfully to the third prince. As he straightened, one hand abruptly gestured towards the interior of the hall, waving several times. Slap, slap, slap. In an instant, a series of crisp slaps echoed throughout the hall. Deputy Pavilion Master Lung Hui, Elder Luo, and Lung Feier each bore 2 vivid handprints on their faces. Subsequently, a sharp command rang out. Come forth and apologize to the second young master and the third prince. But, Pavilion Master. Deputy Pavilion Master Lung's heart quivered as he pointed at the blood and corpses strewn around, attempting to voice his concerns. Slap. Before he could finish, he received 2 more resounding slaps. Thereafter, he dared not utter another word, covering his face as he approached. Elder Luo and Lung Feier were equally terrified, especially Lung Feier, whose flesh trembled uncontrollably. They hurriedly followed Deputy Pavilion Master Lung forward. Kneel. Gazing at the 3, Pavilion Master Rolingxio uttered 2 indifferent words. Deputy Pavilion Master Lung, gritting his teeth, ultimately knelt on the ground, with Elder Luo and Lung Feier promptly following suit. Third Prince, second young master, today we have acted presumptuously. We beseech your forgiveness. The 3 bowed their heads, urgently pleading for mercy. The third prince cast a calm glance at them before turning to Rolingxio, even an apology. It should be directed towards young Master Gu, rather than us. Upon hearing this, before anyone could react, Gu Chengfeng's eyes widened. The third prince was aware of his identity. This was rather peculiar. If he knew, shouldn't he be targeting him? Why was he instead speaking up on his behalf? Quite strange indeed. Yes, the apology should indeed be for my younger brother. Bei Sage promptly nodded in agreement. Alas, esteemed lord, you seem to be mistaken, the elder responded, shaking his head. The matter at hand today concerns the ethereal pavilion and this young lad, and bears no relation to the royal residence or the imperial family. What do you mean by that, young Master Lingxiao? Bei Sage instantly detected the underlying tension, his brows furrowing in response. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its rightful owner. The massacre of so many from the ethereal pavilion cannot simply be dismissed, even if I were to forgive. The souls of the departed would not acquiesce. Young Master Lingxiao gestured towards the 3 individuals kneeling before him, in deference to the third prince and the second young master. These 3 have wronged you both and must duly kneel in apology. His gaze then fixed upon Gu Chengfeng. Yet, as for this one who has slain members of the ethereal pavilion, blood must be repaid with blood. The ethereal pavilion is a commercial entity. It does not engage in power struggles unless absolutely necessary. However, for a commercial power, reputation is paramount. This youth has taken the lives of dozens within the ethereal pavilion, including a steward. Should he be allowed to depart unscathed, the pavilion's reputation shall be irrevocably tarnished. This is intolerable for us. Even if the news reaches the imperial capital, the matter will be handled accordingly. The third prince regarded young Master Lingxiao, his expression stoic. Lord, are you implying that you disregard even my face in this matter? Your Highness should comprehend that this transcends mere appearances. It is a matter of principle, and the principles of the ethereal pavilion must not be compromised, young Master Lingxiao replied, maintaining a tone of utmost respect while exuding undeniable resolve. The third prince nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He cast a glance at Gu Chengfeng before turning to Bei Sage, shaking his head gently. Sage, let us depart. Bei Sage frowned. And what of Chengfeng? Come. The third prince commanded tersely, offering no further explanation as he led his companions away. Young Master Lingxiao, sensing the shift, promptly made way. The third princess' footsteps echoed as he exited. Observing the retreating figure, Gu Chengfeng initially frowned, but then shook his head in acceptance. Indeed, assistance is a matter of goodwill, while refusal is a matter of duty. The ethereal pavilion, after all, holds significant influence throughout the entire Dacian dynasty, contributing astronomical sums in taxes annually. The third prince, as a royal, had no obligation to incur the wrath of the ethereal pavilion for the sake of an obscure individual. His gaze turned to Bei Sage. Brother, you should return. Rest assured, I can manage this. However, Bei Sage raised his arm, pushing Gu Chengfeng behind him. I, Bei Sage, declare that anyone who dares to harm you today must first step over my corpse. I wish to see if they have the audacity to take my life. Yet, before he could finish his statement, an overwhelming force suddenly pinned Bei Sage in place. A voice then reached the elder beside the second young master. Take the second young master away. Yes, esteemed lord. The elder dared not utter another word, cradling the subdued second young master as he exited the grand hall. At that moment, the doors of the ethereal pavilion slowly closed. Only a voice, as resplendent as the heavens, echoed from within the hall. I apologize, second young master, but principles must not be compromised. I shall personally accompany the members of the Ethereal Pavilion to the Northern Prince's residence to offer my sincerest apologies. As the voice faded, a thunderous sound resounded as the grand doors of the Ethereal Pavilion shut with finality. Simultaneously, the oppressive force restraining Bei Sige dissipated instantaneously. Once free, Bei Sige erupted in fury, kicking the elder aside. "You wretched cur! If anything happens to Gu Chengfeng, I will have your head." After his furious outburst, he pointed directly at the grand doors of the Ethereal Pavilion. "Break it down. Smash it open." Second young master the elder swallowed hard, wishing to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by the second young master's roar. "Smash it open." "Yes." Second young master the elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow, then immediately summoned his strength to strike the doors of the Ethereal Pavilion. A series of deafening booms erupted, yet the doors remained impervious, as if the seals upon them had been inscribed by the very hand of Ling Xiao himself. He could not breach them. "Second young master, you useless fool." "Useless?" Bei Sige's face contorted in rage, his jaw clenched tightly as he furiously produced a communication talisman. "Captain Luo, why have the silver-armored iron riders not yet arrived? Hurry up. Move it." However, a voice soon reached Bei Sige's ears. "Second young master, Miss Ear has intercepted us, preventing our passage. She has gone over herself." "Ear, what can she possibly do?" In that moment, Bei Sige truly felt a surge of desperation. What could one Ear accomplish? If reinforcements did not arrive soon, Gu Chengfeng might end up reduced to a mere pulp, unrecognizable and stuck to the ground. Chapter 152. A sentence, a corpse. At the moment the palace doors closed, countless eyes, filled with an insatiable thirst for blood, fixated upon Gu Chengfeng. The ground, stained crimson with the blood of numerous corpses, shimmered with a chilling, ominous light, saturating the grand hall with an oppressive aura of impending death. The vice pavilion master, Lung Hui, alongside Lung Fei, and Elder Luo, all regarded Gu Chengfeng with unwavering intensity, as if they wished to devour him whole. Yet, in the face of their piercing gazes, Gu Chengfeng merely stood there, calm and composed, observing them with a serene demeanor. Little Black remained quietly at his side, seemingly oblivious to the murderous intent surrounding them. "Blood debts must be repaid. Before my ethereal pavilion, no one can protect you," came the languid voice of Pavilion Master Ruo Lingxiao. However, Gu Chengfeng simply shook his head gently and replied, "I do not require anyone's protection." Such youthful audacity and resolve were indeed rare. To maintain composure before the Pavilion Master was an uncommon feat. Observing the boy's reaction, a flicker of admiration crossed Ruo Lingxiao's eyes. In the face of life and death, you remain unruffled. This mindset is not something ordinary individuals possess. Coupled with your considerable talent and strength, if you survive, you are destined for greatness. Yet, this fleeting admiration quickly dissipated from Ruo Lingxiao's gaze as he shook his head. "Alas, those who kill for my ethereal pavilion must perish. It is the rule. Rules cannot be broken. Had the situation been less severe, perhaps I could have spared you. But now, there is no chance." Gu Chengfeng lifted his gaze slightly to meet Ruo Lingxiao's eyes. "Is that your final decision?" he inquired, before withdrawing his gaze and reaching into his spatial pouch, retrieving a bottle of 7th-grade elixirs, tossing them into Little Black's eagerly waiting mouth. Simultaneously, the youth's voice resonated. "As this pertains to the life, death, and future of the ethereal pavilion, I hope you all contemplate your decisions carefully." His words, coupled with his indifferent actions, ignited the fury of Vice Pavilion Master Long. Taking a step forward, he glared at Gu Chengfeng, gritting his teeth. "You are in our grasp, not the other way around." At that moment, Lung Fei chimed in, "Father, Pavilion Master, just kill him. Why waste time with him?" However, as long as Ruo Lingxiao remained silent, none dared to act. At this juncture, Ruo Lingxiao furrowed his brow, pondering what confidence the youth possessed to utter such words. Ultimately, he shook his head and waved his hand decisively. "Kill?" The word death had long been awaited by Vice Pavilion Master Long. At the very instant the command was given, a hand, imbued with overwhelming power, shot towards Gu Chengfeng, descending like an unyielding mountain upon him. Roar! Even Little Black, at this moment, sensed the terrifying aura of murderous intent, emitting a low growl. It swallowed the elixir in its mouth, and a fierce flame gradually ignited in its canine eyes. Thus, do not blame me. Observing this scene, Gu Chengfeng gently shook his head. Boom. At that instant, a sudden explosion resonated from the entrance of the hall. Subsequently, the grand doors of the ethereal pavilion were forcefully flung open. An invisible force surged into the hall, materializing above Gu Chengfeng's head as an enormous hand of violet light reaching for the heavens. It swiftly crushed the hand that the cold vice pavilion master had aimed at Gu Chengfeng. Then, it directly lunged towards the vice pavilion master. An endless cascade of murderous intent rolled forth from this violet hand, instantly enveloping the entire grand hall of the ethereal pavilion. The vice pavilion master, pointed at by the violet hand, contorted his face into a grotesque expression. He was soon forced to kneel upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Who dares? Witnessing this scene, Pavilion Master Ruo Lingxiao let out a thunderous roar, subsequently unleashing several waves of power to strike at the hand. However, none of the forces could approach the violet hand, all dissipating around it. The violet hand descended with a thunderous force. Bang! With an ear-splitting crash, the entire body of the vice pavilion master was obliterated on the spot. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Father! Upon witnessing this horrific scene, Lung Feier stood frozen in place, her face etched with infinite terror. She was so frightened that she stumbled back several steps before collapsing to the ground. Vice Pavilion Master. Vice Pavilion Master. The surrounding guards of the ethereal pavilion were also gripped by shock at this moment. Even Pavilion Master Ruo Lingxiao's expression had drastically changed. This power was overwhelmingly strong. Even he found himself utterly defenseless before it. Gritting his teeth, he stiffly turned to look outside the hall. Just then, a streak of violet light pierced through the void, rushing into the hall. Accompanying this violet light was a voice laden with an unyielding and chilling murderous intent. Today, should anyone dare to lay a finger on Gu Chengfeng, they shall be turned into 1,000 pieces. The voice echoed, and the scene fell into a profound silence, with everyone staring in astonishment at the young lady who had appeared beside Gu Chengfeng. Princess Ear. At this moment, the crowd was nearly dumbfounded. Almost no one present was unfamiliar with Princess Ear. Even those who did not know her had heard of her. The princess of the Northern King's mansion. Yet, they had never heard of Princess Ear being so formidable, capable of effortlessly obliterating the vice pavilion master with a mere gesture. And even Pavilion Master Ruo had been rendered powerless to intervene. It was well known that Pavilion Master Ruo possessed terrifying cultivation exceeding the profound realm, a top-tier existence throughout the entire Deqian dynasty. How could a mere girl of 16 or 17 be so fearsome? This has utterly subverted the imaginations of those present. It is not only them. Even the second son of the North Prince, Bei Sigui, outside the hall, was left in shock. My sister, this. He pointed at the purple figure inside the hall, unable to utter a single coherent word for quite some time. Ear, you. Even Gu Chengfeng could not help but lick his parched lips. His eyes filled with disbelief. A powerful being. Do you possess a protector? After a brief silence, a sudden flash of incredulity ignited in Ruo Lingxiao's eyes. A protector? Upon hearing these three words, the gathered crowd was plunged into an abyss of confusion. Even Gu Chengfeng had never encountered such terminology. However, Ruo Lingxiao quickly shook his head. No, it is impossible. How could anyone in the mere Great Qin dynasty possess a protector? Even in the upper domain, the Xinfeng domain, those who have protectors are exceedingly rare. This cannot be true. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the purple-clad Ear and demanded, Who on earth are you? Yet, Ear paid him no mind, merely gazing at Gu Chengfeng, pointing a finger at Elder Luo. Is he going to kill you? Gu Chengfeng nodded, yes. Boom. The moment Gu Chengfeng affirmed with a nod, Elder Luo's body was violently shattered. Then, Ear's finger pointed at the collapsed figure of Lung Feier on the ground. What about him? Gu Chengfeng continued to nod. Yes. Boom. Lung Feier's body also exploded into fragments on the spot. These two individuals did not even have the chance to react before meeting their demise. The death of these two instantly cloaked the entire hall in a veil of terrifying bloodlight. Almost everyone present was so frightened that they staggered backward. The surrounding guards were so alarmed that they retreated until they were pressed against the wall, unable to move any further, before finally coming to a halt. Their faces were ashen, and they dared not even glance at Gu Chengfeng and Ear. Chapter 153, The 18 Elders. Even Gu Chengfeng gazed in astonishment at the young girl beside him. He had already discerned that the voice was not that of Zier, but rather that of an elder. Had it not been for Gu Chengfeng's ability to sense Zier's lingering aura, and the fact that the elder was aiding him due to Zier, he might have believed she had been possessed. After the demise of Lung Feier, Zier pointed again at the surroundings. Are they guilty? No. We merely acted under the orders of the Deputy Pavilion Master and the Pavilion Master. We never intended to harm the young master. Please spare us. We were only following orders. At the moment Zier gestured, these individuals were so petrified that they simultaneously fell to their knees, fervently bowing their heads and pleading for mercy. However, Gu Chengfeng offered them no reprieve, uttering a singular word, guilty. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, the great hall reverberated with a cacophony of terrifying explosions. With each detonation, a life was obliterated before them. The sound of over 100 explosions shook the very foundations of the hall. No, this has nothing to do with them. Do not kill them. The pavilion master of the ethereal pavilion, Ruo Lingxiao, trembled violently, desperate to halt Zier's merciless slaughter. Yet his words bore no influence. At that moment, even his body was ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him immobile, forced to witness the hall become a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh. Outside the hall, Bei Sigue watched this scene unfold, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes wide with fear and horror. Many others had gathered around, equally horrified by the hellish spectacle within the ethereal pavilion. Quickly shut the door. Bei Sigue quickly regained his composure, instructing the elder beside him to close the doors of the ethereal pavilion. Simultaneously, he dispatched a command that summoned several patrolling guards of the royal city, commanding them to apprehend anyone who had witnessed the events, lest the incident be leaked. The ethereal pavilion was indeed formidable. Even the northern royal mansion could hardly contend with its power, let alone the backing it had from the upper domain. Should today's events attract the attention of the upper domain's formidable beings, the northern royal mansion would surely suffer the consequences. There could be no allowance for this news to spread indiscriminately. At that moment, only 3 individuals and a dog remained alive within the hall: Gu Chengfeng, Zier, Ruo Lingxiao, and the little black dog. After the others had been annihilated, Zier once again directed her gaze towards Ruo Lingxiao. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, emanated slowly from the girl's lips. Is he guilty? Gu Chengfeng was just about to nod in affirmation. In his contemplation, it was either to kill or to spare entirely. Having already taken so many lives, there was no necessity to allow even one more to survive, particularly that of Ruo Lingxiao. Today, even if the formidable being controlling Zier refrained from intervening, either the Moonlight Sword Emperor or the Phantom Array Emperor would surely take action. The outcome would be inevitable. Father. Yet before Gu Chengfeng's voice could fully escape his lips, a piercing scream erupted from the staircase, interrupting him. A young girl, her visage marked by urgency, rushed through the blood-soaked ground and the remnants of the fallen, hastening to stand before Ruo Lingxiao, clad in a flowing blue garment. The fabric barely concealed the fitted blue and white attire beneath. She possessed a slender form, her face exquisitely delicate, and her 2 cascading ponytails imbued her beauty with a hint of youthful innocence. Upon reaching Ruo Lingxiao, the girl anxiously clutched his arm, her fair face awash with panic. Haidang. You. Ruo Lingxiao's expression shifted palpably upon recognizing her, and he instinctively raised his hand to push her away, yet found himself powerless due to the restraints binding him. He could only shout in fury, "You must leave. This does not concern you." "No, I will not leave." Ru Haitang gazed steadfastly at her father. Her defiance sent Ruo Lingxiao's eyes into a frenzy, prompting him to urgently glance at Gu Chengfeng. "Gu, young master, my daughter is innocent in this matter. I implore you, do not harm her. I am willing to sacrifice my life." However, Gu Chengfeng remained silent. Thud. In desperation, Ruo Lingxiao sank to his knees. "I beseech you, young master, show mercy." Throughout his life, he had never submitted, and as the leader, he held his reputation in the highest regard. Yet, in this moment, he knelt for the sake of his only daughter. "Father, I." Upon witnessing this, Ru Haitang's face turned ashen, and in her desperation, she released her hold and rushed to kneel before Gu Chengfeng amidst the blood and gore. "I beg you, spare my father's life." Thud, thud, thud. Her head struck the ground, blood and viscera splattering upon her, yet she remained undeterred, continuing to plead for her father's life. "Haidang." The sight shattered Ruolingxio's heart. Countless times he longed to rush forward and stop Ruheitang, but bound as he was, he could only watch helplessly. Yet Gu Chengfeng, confronted with this scene, merely shook his head with a gentle resolve. I have warned you to proceed with caution in your decisions. This is your own choice, and I bear no blame. His gaze then slowly shifted to Zier. Ruheitang is willing to serve as a slave for life, to attend to you, young master. I implore you, spare my father's life. I beseech you for mercy. The girl, in her desperation, struck her head against the bloodied ground, her voice laden with unending supplication. Her ponytails fell into the sanguine pool, yet she remained oblivious to her plight. In response, the only reply she received was a chilling decree of kill. From the youth, devoid of any compassion, a single word escaped, as if the heart of Huaitong was engulfed in despair. Meanwhile, Ruo Lingxiao firmly shut his eyes, bracing himself for the impending divine retribution. A solitary phrase surged forth from his lips. The rules cannot be broken. At that moment, a surge of power from Zi's hand descended upon Ruo Lingxiao's head. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar echoed throughout the grand hall. At that very moment, Huaitong's body crumpled helplessly into the sanguine pool, her complexion as pale as parchment. With trembling eyes, she struggled to gaze at her father. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her father stood there, seemingly unscathed. Father! A cry laden with myriad emotions erupted from the young girl's lips, and she rushed to Ruo Lingxiao's side, trembling as she embraced him. Father, I am not dead. At this juncture, even Ruo Lingxiao was rendered speechless. Not only had she survived, but it seemed that the oppressive force surrounding them had dissipated. This left him filled with astonishment and doubt. Gu Chengfeng glanced quizzically at Zi, who merely responded with a soft inquiry. The girl's gaze then turned toward the void of the grand hall, where a figure of an elder materialized out of thin air. It had been many years since anyone had dared to be so brazen within my ethereal pavilion. A mere remnant of a soul dares to be so audacious, oblivious to its impending demise. In the next moment, an icy, disdainful voice resonated from the elder. The instant the voice emerged, the entire grand hall seemed to be shrouded in a layer of frost, chilling to the bone. The 18th elder, upon recognizing the newcomer, Ruo Lingxiao's heart jolted, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Bowing deeply, Ruo Lingxiao pays respects to the 18th elder, one of the 18 guardian elders of the ethereal pavilion, ranked 18th, known to all as the 18th elder. Chapter 154, The Four Great Elders Strike. Ruheitang. I pay my respects to the 18th elder. Ruheitang straightened her posture, a hint of color returning to her pale face. Are you all right, dear? The 18th elder settled beside Ruheitang, gently ruffling her hair, his gaze tinged with concern. Yes. The young girl took a deep breath and nodded softly. Subsequently, the 18th elder stepped forward slowly, positioning Ruheitang behind him. His once bright eyes suddenly turned icy, fixated on Zer as he coldly declared, a mere remnant soul dares to act so brazenly in my ethereal pavilion. Who grants you such audacity? With a disdainful snort, he pointed at Zier. Noise. Yet, as soon as his words escaped, Zier uttered two slightly aged syllables. In an instant, two shadowy figures sliced through the void, delivering a resounding slap across the 18th elder's face. Slap. Slap. The two sharp sounds echoed, propelling the 18th elder backward several steps. The power he had yet to gather shattered instantly. 18th elder. Witnessing this scene, Ruolingxio and her father were struck with alarm, rushing to the 18th elder's side, their eyes wide with dread. Meanwhile, the 18th elder clenched his teeth, his gaze darkly fixed on Zer before him. His expression reflected both shock and horror. A remnant soul wielded the strength of a saint. What terror would it unleash at its peak? Catching sight of the approaching father and daughter, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who is this formidable being that we have offended? Gritting his teeth slightly, he commanded, You two, leave this place at once. Go. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a force that propelled them towards the palace doors. He then raised his head and spoke in a solemn tone. As a venerable powerhouse, why do you stoop to bullying and slaughtering these juniors here? Do you not fear becoming the subject of ridicule? Ridicule? Does it concern me? Sir, pointing at Gu Chengfeng beside her, regarded him with indifference, stating, Whoever dares to harm this youth shall meet their end. The 18th elder's expression darkened. So, You have no intention of resolving this matter amicably? Amicably? I have not struck for thousands of years, and now that I have yet to satiate my thirst for blood. How can we speak of amity? Ziyi remained cold. With the murderous intent of the ancestor of Zixiao unreservedly directed at the 18th elder through her gaze. If you wish to resolve this, you may self-destruct before me. Dream on. At these words, the 18th elder was instantly enraged, a folding fan appearing in his hand. He swung it forcefully at Ziyi from a distance. Ziyi raised one hand lightly, and in an instant, a majestic brilliance erupted forth, shattering the 18th elder's strike. It then thunderously pierced through the air, materializing before the 18th elder. His expression shifted dramatically as he retreated repeatedly. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion shattered before the 18th elder, causing the folding fan in his hand to disintegrate into countless fragments. Even the 18th elder suffered grievous wounds, bloodied flesh torn from his chest. After many years of refraining from combat, he found himself woefully out of practice, unable to eliminate even a mere insect with a single strike. It seemed he would need to engage in battle more frequently henceforth. The sigh of the ancestor Zixiao resonated through Z's lips, a singular phrase drifting within the grand hall, rendering the atmosphere cold and desolate, save for the crimson glow of blood. Even Gu Chengfeng felt a slight chill creep over him, as he stood beside her, acutely aware of the aura enveloping her. That sharp energy, akin to a formidable divine sword, was utterly captivating. Despite her efforts to restrain it to avoid affecting him, it still sent tremors through his very spirit. In a moment of acute perception, his mind was engulfed in a sea of bloodlight, compelling Gu Chengfeng to shut his eyes and immerse himself in its sanguine depths. Within the recesses of his consciousness, he navigated through the bloodlight, the sword's might flashing across the heavens, as if intent on tearing apart this crimson realm. The sudden, unusual shift within him drew Zer's attention. Her eyes flickered with intrigue, and a smile graced her lips. Enlightenment? Indeed, this girl possesses remarkable insight. The moment her words fell, her gaze returned to the 18th elder. Die! The single utterance summoned boundless power, converging before the 18th elder, seeking death. Yet at that instant, a thunderous shout reverberated through the air. 3 figures materialized beside the 18th elder, each raising their hands to shatter the force that surged toward him. They exchanged glances before moving gracefully into the air, each wielding a tremendous power that shook the very foundation of the ethereal pavilion. The combined might of the 3 was such that even the ancestor Zixiao felt a shiver of trepidation. The 15th elder, the 16th elder, the 17th elder. In the background, Ruo Lingxiao's heart quivered. He had never anticipated that today's events would summon 4 elders in succession. Each of these 4 elders was undoubtedly among the most esteemed figures in the great Qin dynasty, individuals whose mere presence could cause the entire realm to tremble. Even the reigning emperor would treat them with the utmost respect. It was precisely because of the existence of these 18 venerable guardians that the ethereal pavilion commanded such reverence, remaining untouchable within the great Qin dynasty. It had been centuries since all 4 elders had acted in unison. Damn it! Ancestor Zixiao furrowed her brow, a low grunt escaping her lips. Even she found the combined assault of the 3 elders rather formidable. Child, leave at once. A voice echoed in Ziyi's ears. Ziyi, perplexed, replied, Master, are you unable to contend with them as well? Humph, merely 3 insignificant ants. In my prime, I could crush them with a single finger. Yet now, the venerable purple sky ancestor lamented, in my residual soul state, my power is but a mere fraction, 1,000th, of its former glory. Prolonging this stalemate is detrimental to us. Upon hearing this, Ziyi couldn't help but feel anxious. But Chengfeng seems to be in the midst of a profound breakthrough. Master, please endure a little longer. Do not interrupt Chengfeng's enlightenment. Hearing her words, the purple sky ancestor couldn't suppress a low curse. You foolish girl. Are you not concerned that my residual soul might suffer irreparable damage, leading to my complete demise? And yet you still think of that wretched boy? However, despite his words, the purple sky ancestor took control of Ziyi's body and unleashed a series of formidable energies, obliterating the combined assault of the 3 elders in midair. Simultaneously, a residual wave of power enveloped Gu Chengfeng in protection. I initially thought you were formidable, but it appears you are nothing extraordinary. What audacity you possess to be so arrogant within my ethereal pavilion. Elder 15 barked, then turned to Elder 18. Old 18, can you still fight? Kill. Elder 18 uttered a single command before soaring into the air. The other 3 elders followed suit, gathering their powers in unison. In an instant, for radiant beams of energy enveloped the grand hall of the ethereal pavilion. Endless torrents of might converged from all directions into the hands of the 4, coalescing into a colossal sword that roared with a terrifying might, as if seeking to rend the heavens asunder. The overwhelming brilliance surged forth, descending towards ZE with lethal intent, seeking death. The purple sky ancestor roared, unleashing the might of a divine sword to counter the onslaught. Yet, despite his formidable strength, he could not overcome the united strike of the 4. While he could contend with 3, facing 4, especially those of peak profound realm, was a challenge even he found arduous. He could only watch helplessly as the violet radiance bore down upon them. Master! Ze cried out in alarm. Yet, at that moment, Gu Chengfeng remained immersed in his state of enlightenment, oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Chapter 155. Raising a finger to connect with the heavenly path, summoning the thunder. Damn it, you 2 little brats, are you trying to drag me down with you today? At this moment, the esteemed ancestor of Zixiao could not help but curse vehemently. Yet, despite her frustration, she refrained from withdrawing her power. Given her strength, she was indeed incapable of contending against the 4 peak experts of the Xian realm who had joined forces, but if she wished to leave, none could impede her. However, she could only take Zi with her and could not save Gu Chengfeng. The Zixiao ancestor understood well that as long as Gu Chengfeng remained, Zi would be unable to depart. With no other choice, she had to endure. Buzzing. An overwhelming force rattled the void within the ethereal hall, fiercely pressing down upon Zi. At that moment, her body began to tremble, as if it might shatter under the strain at any moment. This incited the Zixiao ancestor to unleash a torrent of curses inwardly. You little brats. I tell you, this is the Lingxiao Pavilion. Anyone who dares to provoke us shall face our wrath without exception. A chilling voice erupted from the mouths of the 18 elders, followed by the simultaneous intensification of power from the 4, rendering the force descending upon Zi swifter and even more formidable. Buzz. At that instant, the boy who had been meditating with his eyes closed suddenly opened them. In that fleeting moment, the blood sword hidden deep within his gaze burst forth in a resplendent crimson glow. Ultimate sword chi. Upon opening his eyes, he instantly directed his gaze toward the force looming above Z's head. With a single word, he uttered, shatter. In an instant, where his eyes pointed, the void was torn asunder, and boundless purple divine radiance, accompanied by the booming sound of thunder, erupted from the rift in space. Boom. The next moment, a purple lightning bolt surged forth, crashing down upon that force, utterly dismantling the combined strike of the 4 elders of the ethereal pavilion. This terrifying spectacle, akin to a divine miracle, caused the expressions of the 4 to change dramatically. Could this be divine thunder punishment? The father and daughter of Relingxio were left dumbfounded by this scene. Ancient texts proclaim, the heavenly path is virtuous and often punishes earthly sins with divine thunder. Wherever thunder descends, divine punishment befalls the sinful. The heavenly path cleanses the transgressors. Divine thunder is purple, and divine punishment rends the skies. Everything is as it appears before our eyes. Could it be that they have done something to anger the heavenly path? At that moment, the eyes of the father and daughter were fixed intently on Gu Chengfeng. It seemed as though this divine punishment thunder had manifested in the world by the mere utterance of his words. This boy can summon divine thunder punishment. But how is that even possible? It was not just the father and daughter who were shocked. The 4 esteemed guardians of the ethereal pavilion also gazed at this scene with wide eyes filled with terror and astonishment. Alongside their fear and shock was a profound sense of incomprehension. Indeed, they are utterly incapable of comprehending how divine retribution could manifest in the world so suddenly. Could it be that by merely gazing upon the youth and the maiden before them, they have provoked the wrath of the heavens? At this very moment, the boy's piercing gaze fixated upon the 18th elder among the 4 great elders, and he uttered a single, indifferent word, die. Boom. In an instant, a bolt of violet divine lightning materialized from thin air, crashing down with thunderous ferocity. The 18th elder had scarcely registered the unfolding events before he was reduced to mere dust, vanishing entirely without a trace. Die? The boy's gaze shifted with unimpeded resolve towards the 17th elder. No. Boom. Before the 17th elder's cry could resonate, he too vanished alongside the 18th elder. The boy's eyes then turned to the 16th elder. Please spare me, young master. I beg for your mercy. The 16th elder, overwhelmed with terror, fell to his knees before Gu Chengfeng, his voice trembling with unabated fear. He was utterly paralyzed by fright. The bizarre and terrifying scene extinguished any flicker of defiance within him. The concepts of divine will, divine lightning, and divine punishment bore down upon him, suffocating him with their weight. It was at this moment that he comprehended the magnitude of the entity they had provoked. To summon the divine, to beckon the lightning, to invoke divine punishment. The beings they sought to slay were not mere mortals, but gods, the god of divine retribution. Please, young master, cease your hand. I am willing to self-destruct to atone for my transgressions, and I assure you, from this day forth, the ethereal pavilion shall never trouble you or the esteemed princess ear again. In the back, Ruo Lingxiao trembled in fear and also knelt to the ground. Boom. Yet, it seemed the boy did not hear their pleas. The body of the 16th elder shattered in an explosive display. The boy's eyes turned yet again, this time towards the final elder, the 15th elder. If you must kill me, might I ask how you accomplished such feats, so that I may meet my end with understanding? The 15th elder did not kneel in supplication, but instead fixed his gaze intently upon Gu Chengfeng. Ruo Lingxiao and her father shared the same expression, both captivated by the unfolding mystery. They too wished to understand the nature of this reality. To perish without even comprehending the manner of one's demise. What a deeply frustrating fate. At this moment, not only they, but even Ziyi looked at Gu Chengfeng with a heart full of questions. The method of summoning divine lightning and invoking divine retribution was far more terrifying than the earlier actions of the patriarch Zixiao, sending shivers down their spines. It had transcended the limits of her understanding entirely. It seems this insufferable brat, much like yourself, harbors the soul of a formidable being, one far superior to my own. In his presence, even at my peak, I would be but an insignificant insect. The astonishment of the venerable Zixiao resonated within Ziyi's mind. Following a brief exchange, both Zixiao and Ziyi succumbed to a profound silence. Perhaps they had both comprehended the reason behind Gu Chengfeng's astonishing rate of growth. Moreover, he effortlessly commanded an array of intricate paths and formidable powers. Firstly, the sword Dao of slaughter. Secondly, the alchemical Dao. Thirdly, the soul master Dao. And fourthly, the battle array Dao. Additionally, there was the terrifying spiritual companion, Little Black. It could be said that each of these was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, especially when multiple paths converged within a single person. Even the most exceptional talents could scarcely achieve such a feat. Human energy is finite, rendering it impossible to cultivate several paths to an advanced level simultaneously. If what Zixiao stated holds true, then everything becomes explicable. Zixiao could not help but marvel. Child, whether it be luck or some other reason, you seem to continually stumble upon treasures. At this moment, the youth finally uttered a phrase, evidently in response to the elder of the 15th pavilion. This single utterance caused the elder's aura to wither, ultimately leading him to close his eyes and declare, "In my life, as you wish." The youth nodded, a single word of death poised on his lips, when suddenly a voice interjected, "Hold on, young master." At that instant, another elder appeared beside the elder of the 15th pavilion, 14th elder of the ethereal pavilion. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the elder of the 15th pavilion's expression shifted, and he exclaimed with anger, "Knowing you face certain death, why do you come to meet it? Do you wish to see the ethereal pavilion perish overnight?" However, the 14th elder refrained from further words. After inhaling deeply, he turned his gaze to Gu Chengfeng and remarked, "Young master, enough lives have been taken. The necessary grievances have been addressed. To annihilate completely would merely squander your strength and yield no benefit." The 14th elder continued, "Why not engage in dialogue? By conserving some of your energy, fewer lives will be lost within my ethereal pavilion. What say you, young master?" Chapter 146. Do you think these treasures can save your life? The once majestic and imposing hall of the ethereal pavilion, now drenched in blood, shattered flesh, and corpses, had lost all semblance of dignity and grandeur. Instead, an oppressive aura of slaughter lingered within the chamber. Following the pronouncement of the 14th elder, the surviving members, including Ruo Lingxiao and her father, along with several others, fixated their gaze upon Gu Chengfeng, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat, eyes filled with an overwhelming tension. Their fates, life or death, hinged precariously on the words of the youth. "Apologies, but I have not yet quenched my thirst for blood," the youth's voice echoed within the hall, resonating like a chilling whisper from the netherworld, binding souls and demanding retribution. "Isn't your ethereal pavilion rather arrogant and brazen? I, Gu Chengfeng, merely delayed a moment in yielding, and you sought to take my life, even aiming to annihilate my sect behind me. The second son of the northern Wangfu pleaded for mercy, and you disregarded him. The third prince of the royal family intervened on my behalf, only to be dismissed. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Z and the intervention of the illusory spirit array emperor, I might have perished long ago. Now that fear has gripped you, you choose to capitulate. My apologies, but it is too late." At these words, Ruo Lingxiao and her father, along with the 14th and 15th elders, felt a violent tremor in their spirits. Their faces paled dramatically, as the youth's gaze slowly pointed towards them. The 14th elder shut his eyes, realizing that the events of this day could not end well. It was not merely his life at stake. The fate of all formidable beings within the ethereal pavilion was in jeopardy. The 18th elder might face total annihilation at the hands of this young man. Even the entire ethereal pavilion could vanish within the great Qin dynasty. The power behind the youth was terrifying beyond comprehension, transcending anything he could fathom. Was it the Holy Realm, the Immortal Realm, or perhaps the Divine Realm? He did not know, but he was acutely aware that the other party possessed absolute means to effortlessly obliterate every strong figure in their ethereal pavilion. He had warned earlier that the ethereal pavilion, having been unmatched for years, had led its members to act increasingly recklessly, inevitably courting disaster, a calamity that had arrived far sooner than anticipated. The 14th elder sighed softly, realizing they had indeed provoked forces far beyond their capacity to contend with. "Young master," just as Gu Chengfeng's lips began to move, preparing to utter the lethal command, Ruo Haitang, her bloodied twin tails cascading behind her, suddenly suppressed her unease and bowed respectfully toward Gu Chengfeng. As his gaze shifted towards her, she stepped forward and, with a commanding voice directed at the second floor, proclaimed, "Summon aid to select the finest elixirs for young Master Gu and Princess Yer, to replenish their spiritual energy expended today." "Yes, young mistress." A voice promptly responded from the staircase leading to the second floor. The unfolding events had already reverberated throughout the grand hall of the ethereal pavilion, yet due to the occurrences on the first floor, individuals from the other levels had been strictly prohibited from entering. As Ru Haitang's words continued, she proclaimed, additionally, "Select 2 of the finest soul-protecting treasures to compensate young Master Gu and Princess Yer for their spiritual losses." "Yes, young mistress," came the swift reply, and someone was dispatched to fulfill her command. Ru Haidang further added, "Moreover, young Master Gu and Princess Yer have both expended considerable physical energy today. Bring forth those 2 9-leaf sacred spirit ginsengs to replenish their vital essence." "Understood, young mistress." No one dared to hesitate for a moment. It was evident that Ru Haitang's directives were not yet concluded. Retrieve 2 of the highest-ranking tokens from the ethereal pavilion, the Tianyu tokens, and present them to young Master Gu and Princess Yer without delay. "Yes, young mistress." With Ru Haitang's for commands echoing through the hall, an air of silence enveloped the space. Even the 14 elders, who had resigned themselves to fate, suddenly opened their eyes, their gazes fixed intently on the young man before them. They observed that the cold malice in his eyes had noticeably diminished, and the lethal word that had lingered on his lips was never uttered. The girl beside him also exhibited a subtle shift in her demeanor. Her previously frigid gaze now softened. At that moment, the 14 elders collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, and the 15th elder mirrored their sentiments. Almost instinctively, they turned their eyes towards Ru Haitang's retreating figure, admiration gleaming in their gazes. Unexpectedly, it was Ru Haitang who had dulled the boy's blade of slaughter. "Oh!" Even Gu Chengfeng could not help but raise an eyebrow, taken aback by the audacity of the girl who dared to confront his murderous intent. He regarded her with indifference, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, revealing a hint of wickedness. "Do you truly believe these offerings will preserve your lives? Young master has misunderstood." I do not intend for these items to quell your wrath. They are merely an apology for our previous actions, nothing more. Ru Haiding slightly bowed before Gu Chengfeng. If young master still harbors anger, you may slay us without hesitation. We shall utter not a single word more. As she spoke, four silhouettes of young women descended swiftly from the second floor. Each carried a tray laden with the items Ru Haiding had instructed. As they reached the ground floor, their bodies trembled, and their faces paled, clearly shocked by the terrifying scene before them. Nevertheless, they steadied themselves, and at Ru Haitong's silent cue, each knelt before Gu Chengfeng and Ziyer. The two spatial bags lay open, and as their spiritual energy flowed within, they immediately sensed at least 200 8th-grade elixirs in each bag. The jade pendants were unmistakably soul-protecting treasures. The radiance emanating from them indicated that their quality had undoubtedly reached the celestial tier. It is well known that in the realm of cultivators, soul-related treasures are exceptionally rare, whether for offensive or defensive purposes. Even the most ordinary low-grade items can incite fierce competition among countless top-tier powerhouses. How much more so for heavenly-grade treasures, whose value is beyond imagination and likely exceedingly rare throughout the entire Deqian dynasty. As an alchemist, Gu Chengfeng is acutely aware of the worth of 2 9-leaf Holy Spirit ginseng. Holy Spirit ginseng is an exceptionally precious natural treasure. The longer it matures, the more potent its effects. Each leaf signifies a millennium of growth, and with 9 leaves, this specimen boasts an astonishing 9,000 years. This remarkable herb possesses the miraculous ability to revive the deceased. Even when consumed in slices, it can fortify the flesh, rendering it as resilient as adamantine. On the final tray, there lie 2 celestial jade tokens. Within the confines of the ethereal pavilion, these tokens hold an extraordinarily esteemed status. In the Deqian dynasty, any matter handled within the ethereal pavilion is free of charge, and should any trouble arise, one can directly seek the assistance of the powerful beings within the pavilion. The presence of these 4 items nearly dissipated Gu Chengfeng's murderous intent by half. While the thrill of killing may be exhilarating, it does not contribute to his spiritual essence. After all, tangible rewards are far more valuable. Not only him, but even Ziyer cast her gaze upon him at this moment. Although she uttered no words, her eyes conveyed a clear message. 6 words sufficed. This is nearly acceptable. The ethereal pavilion, after all, stands as the pinnacle of commercial empires within the Deqian dynasty. Its collapse would undoubtedly have profound ramifications for the dynasty. Moreover, the ethereal pavilion is backed by the enigmatic forces of the upper domain, which could potentially attract formidable beings from that realm. Thus, concluding this matter might indeed be a wise choice. Chapter 147. One must never be enemies with this young man again. These items shall serve as an apology from the ethereal pavilion for the offense caused to young Master Gu and Princess Ear today. I humbly ask that you accept them. With a deep breath, Ru Haiding bowed deeply to the 2. However, Gu Chengfeng withdrew his gaze from the offerings, slowly casting a glance at Ru Haiding before sweeping his eyes over the elders of the 14th and 15th pavilions, as well as Ru Lingxiao. At this sight, the 3 of them trembled slightly. In the midst of silence, the 14th elder stepped forward and declared, "Young Master Ru, if you have not yet quenched your thirst for vengeance, I am willing to self-destruct to assuage your anger." Upon hearing this, Gu Chengfeng raised an eyebrow and began to respond, "I shall accept the offerings, self-destruction." Boom. Yet before Gu Chengfeng could finish his sentence, the 14th elder gritted his teeth fiercely, and his entire body erupted in a catastrophic explosion. The terrifying force of the self-detonation instantly warped the surrounding space into a chaotic tumult. Even the 15th elder and Ru Lingxiao were sent flying. No one had anticipated that the 14th elder would truly follow through with his words and choose to self-destruct. In an instant, a look of sorrow shadowed the faces of the 2. Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to say that he would accept the offerings and that self-destruction was unnecessary, allowing the matter to pass. Yet, he never expected that the 14th elder of the ethereal pavilion would be so resolute, opting for self-destruction without hesitation. Had he only delayed for a moment longer, he could have preserved his life. What was the necessity of this, Elder 14? Ru Haiding was equally stunned. She discerned the implications behind Gu Chengfeng's words and realized he harbored no intention of further bloodshed. Yet, this was nothing short of a senseless sacrifice. However, She quickly regained her composure and once more bowed deeply, imploring, "Please, young master, quell your wrath." The two behind her nodded in agreement, clasping their fists. "Please, young master, quell your wrath. Enough, enough. Let this matter rest. Take care of yourselves." Gu Chengfeng said no more, waving his hand to gather the items from the table. Then, taking Princess Ear's hand, they stepped onto the bloodied ground, leaving a trail of footprints leading towards the grand entrance of the Hall of Space. Along the way, Ruo Haiteng, Ruo Lingxiao, and the 15th elder bowed and retreated, clearing the path. "Farewell, young Master Gu, Princess Ear." Their voices resounded within the grand hall of the ethereal pavilion. Yet, Gu Chengfeng and Princess Ear remained silent and did not look back. Crack, crack, crack. Just as they reached the grand entrance, the imposing doors, previously sealed, began to slowly creak open. Outside stood the second young master of the Northern King's Manor, Bei Sige, his eyes filled with urgency. Beside him stood a commander clad in silver armor, gripping a long blade with an air of sternness. Behind them, a formidable array of silver-armored cavalry stood in perfect formation. The streets and the air were nearly inundated with these silver-armored warriors. The ethereal pavilion was completely surrounded, shimmering with a silvery light that illuminated the entirety of Northern King's city. Clearly, it was the silver-armored iron cavalry of the Northern Prince's residence. Zi'er and Gu Chengfeng lingered within the grand hall, while Bei Sige grew increasingly anxious. Upon the arrival of the silver-armored cavalry, they swiftly encircled the ethereal pavilion and opened its grand doors. Should anything befall Zi'er and Gu Chengfeng, he vowed to obliterate the entire pavilion without hesitation. "Little sister?" Chengfeng. Just as the doors swung open, Bei Sige was taken aback with both surprise and joy upon seeing Gu Chengfeng and Zi'er standing at the entrance. Without a moment's thought, he raised his hand and commanded, "Destroy the entire ethereal pavilion." The roar echoed, filling the air with a cacophony of bloodthirsty shouts. "Second brother, it's already over. Are you trying to escalate matters?" Zi'er glared at Bei Sige, her tone sharp. "Chengfeng and I are unscathed, so rest assured." Bei Sige scrutinized them closely, his brow furrowing as he confirmed, "You truly are unharmed?" Gu Chengfeng patted his chest and chuckled. "No worries, second brother. We are perfectly fine." Zi'er gestured toward the ethereal pavilion behind them, adding, "It is they who have matters to worry about." That's a relief, indeed. With their reassurances, Bei Sige finally felt at ease. He stepped behind them and glanced into the grand hall, only to recoil in horror at the sight. Exchanging glances with Gu Chengfeng and Zi'er before thoughtfully closing the doors of the pavilion, his gaze shifted to Commander Luo beside him. "Commander Luo, withdraw the troops immediately." "Yes, young master." Commander Luo replied, and soon the iron cavalry, under his command, began their march back to the royal residence. "Let us be off. Father must be growing impatient. We should return swiftly." With a wave of his hand, Bei Sige summoned a fiery owl, soaring into the sky. Not once did they mention the ethereal pavilion again, leaving one to ponder whether they were stunned into silence or had come to some understanding. Seeing this, Zi'er unleashed a beam of purple light, pulling Gu Chengfeng onto the purple jade spirit boat as they followed Bei Sige's fiery owl towards the Northern Prince's residence. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the ethereal pavilion, an eerie silence prevailed. No longer were there merely the 15 elders and the Ling Xiao trio present. 4 additional figures had also arrived, elders from the ethereal pavilion, led by the 8th elder. Upon hearing the account from the 15th elder, their expressions darkened to the extreme, particularly upon learning of the young man's terrifying abilities to summon divine retribution and command heavenly thunder. Even they found themselves momentarily paralyzed in fear. The 8th elder's face was gravely serious. "If what you say is true, the forces behind this child may have surpassed the realm of immortality, possibly even reaching the divine level." In a moment of silence, all present found themselves struck by the profound implications of the term divine realm. Such a concept transcended their wildest imaginings. Even within the celestial domain, beings of the divine realm were legendary figures. The emergence of such a terrifying entity within the great Qian dynasty left them in a state of utter despondency, obliterating any thoughts of vengeance that may have lingered in their hearts. Only one thought remained in their minds: one must never again consider this individual an enemy. The 8th Pavilion Master turned his gaze towards Ruheitang and remarked, Haitang, your actions were commendable. Had you not stabilized the young man in time, our entire ethereal pavilion might have been reduced to ashes. Upon my return, I shall certainly commend you to the Grand Pavilion Master. The loss of so many lives, including 4 elders, was indeed a catastrophic blow. Yet, discovering such an exceptional disciple as Ruheitang provided some semblance of solace. Ruheitang bowed her head and humbly replied, 8th Pavilion Master, it is not I who deserves praise. Had it not been for our ethereal pavilion in Beiwang City, this calamity would not have occurred. If the Grand Pavilion Master does not hold us accountable, we would be immensely grateful. Very well, remain here for the time being. Remember, do everything in your power to improve relations with this young man. Even if it proves futile, never again should you consider him an enemy. Rest assured, 8th Pavilion Master. I shall soon present a significant gift to visit young Master Gu at the Beiwang Mansion. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Beiwang Mansion, the 3rd prince took his seat upon the main throne, with the Duke of Beiwang seated beside him. Observing the Duke, the 3rd prince shook his head slightly and remarked, I have long heard of Gu Chengfeng's prowess in mastering the sword of the ancient nation. My imperial father sent me to behold this youthful prodigy. Yet I find myself somewhat disappointed. He is merely an arrogant and ignorant braggart. Oh, pray, elucidate, Your Highness, the Duke of Beiwang replied with a slight bow. This young man dares to slaughter recklessly within the ethereal pavilion. Initially, I intended to spare him for the greater good, but in the end, I had no choice but to abandon that notion. The 3rd prince's expression reflected a tinge of helplessness as he gently shook his head. It has come to my attention that he is betrothed to Princess Ear. This engagement shall surely be severed. For this young man is destined to perish within the ethereal pavilion. No one can save him. When the members of the ethereal pavilion inquire, I shall simply deny any knowledge of this matter to avoid entanglement with him, he continued. The ethereal pavilion is an entity that even the royal family must regard with deference. A mere youth daring to act with such arrogance is merely digging his own grave. His demise is inevitable. Chapter 148. The talented are easily broken. Indeed, there exists a marital pact, established by our ancestors centuries ago, and I, as the prince, must adhere to the will of my forebears. The northern prince's words paused momentarily, his gaze subtly shifting towards the 3rd prince, seemingly awaiting his response. The 3rd prince nodded in agreement, fervently asserting, in our great Qian dynasty, we are founded upon martial prowess and governed by filial piety. It is imperative that we honor the wishes of our ancestors. However, he continued, yet, should the betrothed meet with misfortune, this engagement ought to be annulled. Would you not concur, Northern Prince? Your Highness speaks most wisely. The Northern Prince nodded vigorously in affirmation. In that moment, his expression and words exuded utmost reverence. He then confidently thumped his chest, declaring, I am well aware of your feelings towards my daughter, the young Lady Yi. My previous rejection was solely due to this engagement. If this pact were to be nullified, I would certainly not deny your request. The 3rd prince nodded in agreement, saying, if there is an engagement, I would not dare to speak further on this matter. But then, with a grin, he added, rest assured, Northern Prince, I am destined to forge a splendid union with Lady Yi. With your support, should I be fortunate enough to marry her, our combined strengths may very well present an opportunity to vie for the throne. At that time, ha ha ha, the 3rd prince laughed heartily, as though envisioning a radiant future ahead. The Northern Prince chuckled along, though this smile lingered only on his lips and face. A fleeting hint of disdain shimmered in the depths of his eyes. At that moment, the 2nd young master and the young princess returned. Outside the grand hall, a chorus of enthusiastic shouts suddenly echoed. Upon hearing this, the 3rd prince's eyes lit up with joy, and he promptly rose, exclaiming, Northern Prince, I shall personally go to greet them. Then, I shall trouble your highness. The Northern Prince's gaze subtly arched, and he let out a barely perceptible scoff. Yet, the 3rd prince, filled with excitement, was oblivious to any underlying sentiments. After a brief adjustment of his attire, he swiftly exited the grand hall. Suddenly, a fiery glow descended from the void, and as the blazing phoenix arrived, Bei landed gracefully. The 3rd prince approached enthusiastically, smiling, So Gue, why have you returned so late? I have been back for quite some time. It is not I who returned late, but rather your highness who departed hastily. Bei Suague shook his head and strode directly into the grand hall, clearly displeased with the third prince's abrupt departure. The third prince furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to dwell on it, merely commenting, "Thay, when one is not in a position of power, one cannot comprehend how to navigate such circumstances. You will learn in due time." However, Bei Suague remained silent. At that moment, a violet glow flickered in the void, and seeing this, the third prince immediately cupped his hands, stating, "Lady Yi'er, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Yet, the third prince's voice abruptly ceased at this point. A pair of eyes suddenly caught sight of another figure beside Z, a youthful silhouette, Gu Chengfeng. Upon recognizing him, the third prince's gaze froze in disbelief, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Soon after, his brows knitted tightly together. How could Gu Chengfeng still be alive, after causing such a tremendous uproar in the ethereal pavilion and taking so many lives? He had even received word that several of the Elder Guardians had been drawn into the fray. This was undeniably a monumental issue. Not even he, as a prince, could expect to emerge unscathed from such a situation. Yet, how was it possible that Gu Chengfeng remained alive? In an instant, he recalled the words of the Northern Prince from earlier. In the past, whenever the topic of Zi arose, the Northern Prince would employ various means to dismiss it. Yet this time, he had surprisingly acquiesced, and in his moment of excitement, he had failed to notice the peculiarity. Now, as he regained his composure, the incongruity became apparent. Coupled with the fact that Gu Chengfeng had returned alive, he could not help but suspect that the Northern Prince had received prior knowledge of Gu Chengfeng's survival and had deliberately orchestrated this encounter to silence him. This realization tightened the third prince's heart, and his expression gradually darkened. It was he who had proclaimed that with an engagement in place, the matter should no longer be broached. To bring it up again would be to contradict himself. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the anger bubbling within and approached with a smile, saying, "My Lady Z, it has been a long time." He then turned to Gu Chengfeng with a grin, "Young Master Gu, it is truly fortunate to see you unharmed. What a blessing indeed. Your Highness the Third Prince." Z and Gu Chengfeng immediately bowed upon their descent. There is no need for such formalities. The third prince began to utter more, but as he observed them rise, they bypassed him entirely, entering the grand hall. His expression momentarily stiffened. Standing outside the hall, his aura shifted to one of barely contained ire. His concealed hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. How dare these two display such blatant disregard for him? Z could be excused, given her noble status, but a mere youth dared to act in such a manner. It was utterly disrespectful. "Do not be angered, Your Highness. He is merely a young prodigy. Our great Qin dynasty has never lacked for such talents." At that moment, an elderly figure beside the third prince spoke up slowly. The third prince frowned slightly and replied, "But only he alone can withstand a strike from the ancient nation's swordsman. My father sent me to the northern territories specifically for this individual." The elder shook his head with a smile. "Ah, Your Highness, do not think so. To withstand a strike from the ancient nation's swordsman merely indicates exceptional talent and aptitude. It does not wholly represent strength. Most importantly, it is known throughout the cultivation world that prodigies are often prone to misfortune. Upon hearing these words, the third prince's eyes narrowed slightly. The elder seized the opportunity to continue. "I am well aware, Your Highness, of your appreciation for talent. However, talent and power are intertwined, and I trust you know how to choose wisely. Those with power attract talent from all directions, while those without it are shunned. Talent embodies the pinnacle of excellence, while power resides within the Northern Prince's residence. The Northern Prince wields military authority over millions. Should a union with the royal house be achieved, he would have an army of 1,000,000 at his disposal, making the position of crown prince easily attainable. Naturally, the most extraordinary talents will flock to him. Yet, the prospect of such a union faces a formidable obstacle in Gu Chengfeng. The proud elites will certainly attend the Northern Domain Academy's exchange meeting, and at that time, Your Highness need only offer subtle guidance to a few individuals to easily sever that obstacle. The influence of the Northern Prince will undoubtedly serve Your Highness well." "Ha ha ha, splendid." The elder's words dispelled the clouds of doubt that loomed over the third prince, causing him to laugh heartily. "Your Highness, the banquet is prepared. Please take your seat." As the two conversed, the Northern Prince personally arrived, accompanied by Bei Suague, Zi, and Gu Chengfeng, to welcome the third prince. The third prince discreetly cast a glance at Gu Chengfeng beside Zi, before smiling and entering the grand hall. Whether others noticed his fleeting gaze remained uncertain, but Gu Chengfeng sensed it distinctly. Particularly, the faint glimmer of murderous intent in the prince's eyes, though subtle, was unmistakable to Gu Chengfeng. This revelation caused Gu Chengfeng's pupils to constrict sharply. Murderous intent. It appears that a peaceful resolution between himself and the third prince is unattainable. Initially, he believed the third prince to be a virtuous royal, but it seems he may have overestimated his character. Chapter 149, The Royal Banquet. The hidden malice within the third prince's gaze in the vast garden of the northern prince's residence. A long table stretching several dozen meters lay elegantly upon the square. Surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms, a gentle stream meandered nearby, where koi gracefully glided through the water. The cool breeze carried an enchanting aroma throughout the space. Atop the long table, an array of exquisite wines and delicacies adorned the surface, while dozens of youthful figures occupied their seats. Behind each individual stood a charming young maidservant, dutifully attending to their needs. Among these attendees were young men and women, all under the age of 20, each bearing an air of pride and superiority. These were the prodigies of the northern region. Anyone seated here was undoubtedly among the elite of the north. The three prominent families of Northern City, the three major sects of the north, and various other cities had sent forth their most distinguished talents, ranging from 1 to 3 or 4 representatives each. It could be said that these exceptional individuals were renowned throughout the northern region. This time, it was imperative that His Highness the Third Prince witness the prowess of our northern prodigies, thereby granting us greater opportunities to enter the imperial court. It was rumored that this royal banquet not only welcomed the third prince, but also a peerless talent, the one who had bested the ancient nation's swordmaster, Gu Chengfeng. I have heard that Gu Chengfeng bears another identity as the betrothed of Princess Yi-Er. Hasn't he, the third prince, always held a fondness for Princess Yi-Er? It seems this banquet may not be as tranquil as anticipated. Amidst the chatter of these prodigies, a sudden voice reverberated from beyond the garden. Lord Northern Prince. The third prince has arrived. Upon hearing this announcement, the young elites at the banquet promptly rose to their feet, adjusting their attire slightly, and cast respectful glances towards the entrance. Before long, the third prince, Lord Northern Prince, Beisuge, Princess Yi-Er, and Gu Chengfeng approached the assembly. We pay our respects to the third prince and to Lord Northern Prince. The crowd bowed their heads in unison, clasping their fists in salute. They also offered their respects to Beisuge and Princess Yi-Er, saying, "Greetings, second young master and Princess Yi-Er." However, as they bowed, their eyes discreetly darted towards the young man standing beside Princess Yi-Er, Gu Chengfeng. This name had resonated in their ears for many days. They had not heard it just once. The first time was amidst the massacre of 10,000 prodigies from the Purple Radiant's holy land within the Soul Burial Grounds. Among those present, nearly every family or faction represented had suffered losses in that calamity, with many already having issued orders for the young man's pursuit. Yet, due to his continued presence at the Northern Academy, they had been unable to act. The second instance was when he had taken down the ancient nation's swordmaster. If the first incident sparked enmity among countless families and factions, this second feat had utterly astounded them. The general familial powers may be oblivious to the significance of inheriting the sword of the ancient nation, yet the esteemed families and great forces are acutely aware. This is a method employed by the royal dynasty to select the most exceptional talents. The emergence of this title heralds the imminent possibility of the youth entering the imperial city, paying homage to the royal family, and ascending to heights above others. Consequently, the various assassination orders will abruptly cease. No one would dare pursue the youth, risking the annihilation of their own lineage. This elucidates why, in recent times, no one has sought to trouble Gu Chengfeng. However, at this moment, it appears that events are unfolding in a manner unforeseen by all. This involves the third prince, whose stance unequivocally represents the entire royal dynasty. Given Gu Chengfeng's engagement to Zi-Er, it seems fated that a cordial relationship with the third prince is unattainable. The connection between the third prince and Zi-Er has long been public knowledge, which has led many to perceive a glimmer of opportunity for vengeance against Gu Chengfeng. Distinguished talents, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Please take your seats, the third prince remarked with a gentle smile. gesturing for the assembly to settle before he ascended to the main seat. The Northern Prince and the second young master Basa Gui flanked him on either side, while Gu Chengfeng and Zier took their places beside the Northern Prince. Esteemed guests, you are the pinnacle of our Northern Territory's talents, the very backbone of our future, and potentially the pillars of the great Qin dynasty. However, whether you can become such pillars will depend on whether you can capture the third prince's favor today. The Northern Prince's smile was serene as his gaze swept across the assembly of elites. Shortly, I shall organize a martial arts contest. His Highness the Third Prince has proclaimed that the victor will be awarded a 9th-grade martial soul crystal. Additionally, I shall bestow a 6th-grade star meteorite. I hope you all strive diligently. The mention of the 9th-grade martial soul crystal and the 6th-grade star meteorite ignited expressions of delight among the gathered elites, who had initially believed there would be no rewards. To their astonishment, not only did the Third Prince offer a prize, but the Northern Prince also augmented it. The rarity of a 9th-grade martial soul crystal needs no elaboration, and the 6th-grade star meteorite is likewise a treasure of considerable scarcity. After refinement, it not only enhances the physical body, but can also elevate one's cultivation by at least 1 or even 2 levels. Such items are indeed rare commodities. Even Gu Chengfeng's eyes flickered with intrigue upon hearing of these prizes. He had not anticipated such offerings. Yet, it seemed that obtaining them would not be an easy feat, and he was uncertain of his eligibility to participate. He subsequently inquired, Northern Prince, Third Prince, may I partake in this contest? Of course. The Northern Prince replied with a slight nod. The Third Prince appeared momentarily taken aback, only to be visibly pleased thereafter. Yet, both reactions remained concealed within the depths of his eyes, as his countenance maintained a tranquil and composed smile. Certainly, there is no issue. At that moment, amidst the banquet, a figure suddenly rose. Casting a glance at Gu Chengfeng, he clasped his hands in greeting towards Prince Bei and the Third Prince, inquiring, Esteemed Prince Bei, Third Prince, may I ask the identity of this young gentleman? Might you introduce him to us? The speaker, a tall and formidable figure clad in a pale yellow long robe, exuded an aura of terrifying physical prowess, evident in the contours beneath his garment. He was none other than the holy son of the North Night boxing sect, Yi Mengren. Indeed, we too are curious to learn more about this dashing young gentleman. What is his surname and given name? From the other side, a young lady immediately stood as well, echoing the sentiment. She was adorned in a short qipao, her waist graced by a delicate sword. Her exquisitely crafted visage appeared as if sculpted from the finest jade, and her remarkable figure, accentuated by the fitted attire, was particularly alluring. The sight of her snow-white legs beneath the hem of her dress possessed an innate allure that rendered it difficult for men to avert their gaze. She resembled a blooming ice lotus, captivating yet exuding an air of aloofness that kept admirers at bay. She was none other than the Holy Maiden of the Ice Lotus Sword sect, Bing Yin'er. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed upon Gu Chengfeng, her enchanting eyes occasionally sparkling with an unusual light. The utterance of their inquiries drew the attention of all present at the banquet, who were well aware of Gu Chengfeng's identity. In this moment of inquiry, it was evident that they sought to gauge the Third Prince's attitude towards Gu Chengfeng, a revelation that would ultimately dictate how they would approach him henceforth. Chapter 150, The Overwhelming Praise, The Celestial Armor. As the esteemed guests at the banquet cast their gazes upon him, Prince Bei turned slowly to look at Gu Chengfeng, smilingly beckoning. Chengfeng, come and meet these illustrious talents. Zier also smiled and gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. After a brief moment of silence, Gu Chengfeng rose to his feet. Addressing the assembly of exceptional individuals with a tranquil smile, he declared, I am Gu Chengfeng from the Bayan Academy. There is no need for you all to conceal your murderous intent. I shall speak plainly. The sacred land of purple radiance in the martial soul burial grounds was annihilated by my hand. The Third Prince harbors animosity towards me, and those who wish to eliminate me need not hold back. Feel free to act against me without hesitation. Having spoken, Gu Chengfeng cast no further glance at the gathering, returning to his seat with an air of nonchalance. His cultivation in the god-slaying sword path endowed him with a heightened sensitivity to the presence of malice. Even the faintest trace was perceptible to him. The moment he arrived at the banquet, he discerned that, among the 30-odd individuals present, at least 30 bore a flicker of murderous intent in their eyes. He was acutely aware of their motives and chose to speak candidly to avoid any pretense. Yet, the instant his words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. Every individual present stared at Gu Chengfeng in stunned disbelief. No one had anticipated such unvarnished directness from him, especially at a royal banquet. Among the attendees were not only the third prince, but also Prince Bei, the second son of the royal family, the young princess, and the foremost talents from the northern realm, each a figure of great renown. Even if they were all aware that this was merely a facade, one would expect at least a semblance of decorum to be maintained. However, no one could have foreseen that this young man would so recklessly lay bare the underlying tensions, disregarding the sensibilities of those present and dragging the third prince into the fray. While one might label this as boldness, it could also be deemed a foolhardy act. With a single statement, he had transformed the prestigious royal banquet into a mere marketplace. Under such circumstances, even if the third prince had initially held no ill will towards him, he certainly would now. Moreover, Gu Chengfeng's words had allowed a number of previously subdued murderous intents to gradually surface. At that moment, it was not just the crowd that was taken aback. Even Ziyi paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Looking at the young man beside her, she remarked with mirth, "Chengfeng, you are indeed remarkably forthright." She, too, detested such occasions. Had it not been for Gu Chengfeng's presence, she would never have attended. Now, it could be said that with his words, he had completely shattered the solemn atmosphere of the gathering. Meanwhile, Prince Bei's expression momentarily stiffened, but he merely shook his head lightly. A glance at the third prince revealed a tumultuous array of emotions flickering in his eyes, barely masked by the faint smile he struggled to maintain. After a brief moment of silence, the tranquility of the banquet was shattered by a voice. "Just now, that lad Chengfeng forgot to mention that he is still the intended son-in-law of my Wangfu, the fiancé of Bei." As soon as these words escaped the lips of the northern prince, a palpable shift occurred among the guests, their hearts instinctively tightening. Even the latent murderous intent dissipated significantly. Although the attendees were predominantly youthful, they were perceptive enough to discern that the northern prince's statement was a clear endorsement of Gu Chengfeng. Simultaneously, it served as a warning. To move against Gu Chengfeng was to provoke the northern Wangfu. While it was indeed Gu Chengfeng who had made the assertion, how he chose to articulate his thoughts was his prerogative. Should they take it to heart and attempt to harm him, it would be prudent to consider the northern Wangfu's reaction. In that moment, all eyes turned to the third prince. He had yet to speak, and his stance was of paramount importance, for they had all come with the intention of engaging with him. Although the northern Wangfu wielded significant influence, who among these top-tier prodigies would not aspire to ascend to the imperial city and gain favor with the royal family? This was something the northern Wangfu could not provide. At this juncture, the third prince gradually rose, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Ah, Master Gu, you are indeed worthy of being the intended son-in-law of the Wangfu. Not only is your talent exceptional, but your ability to cultivate the atmosphere is unparalleled. However, while jesting is one thing, I assure you, I am not one to harbor petty grievances." Though the third prince wore a smile, the emphasis he placed on the phrase intended son-in-law was unmistakable. It was evident that his feigned indifference was merely a facade. The crowd picked up on this nuance, and they eagerly chimed in. "Indeed, Your Highness, your magnanimity is known far and wide." Yet, before their praises could fully unfold, the third prince raised a hand to silence them, directing his gaze toward Gu Chengfeng. "Master Gu, you are youthful and brimming with talent, your words imbued with confidence. Receiving the sword of the ancient nation's champion certainly places you at the pinnacle of our dynasty's prodigies. Only with such assurance could one utter such audacious declarations. Indeed, across the 800 cities of the dynasty, Gu Chengfeng was the sole recipient of the ancient nation's sword, thus earning the title of the foremost prodigy. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic agreement. Amidst this fervor, there remained one individual who had yet to speak, her keen gaze fixed intently on Gu Chengfeng. She was none other than the Holy Maiden of the Ice Lotus Sword sect, Bingyan. "Chengfeng, do not be swayed by the third prince's words," she whispered, leaning close to his ear. "This is undoubtedly a ploy to elevate you only to bring about your downfall. Fear not, I understand." Gu Chengfeng replied with a knowing smile and a nod. Having already made his declaration, he had no illusions that the events of the day would conclude amicably. Indeed, even without his proclamation, a favorable resolution was never on the horizon. What does a favorable resolution entail? It does not signify kindness towards others, but rather the imposition of one's will through strength, compelling others to act with benevolence. That is the essence of true resolution. Kindness not earned through strength is merely servility masquerading as goodwill. After the events at the ethereal pavilion, he had gained profound insight. Had it not been for the absence of the phantom array Emperor's intervention, even if he had prostrated himself to kiss the toes of others, he would have been summarily dispatched with a single kick. To subdue him would have been a mercy. Just then, the voice of the third prince resonated once more. Esteemed peers, you are the pinnacle of talent from the northern frontier. With the tools at your disposal, you shall not only honor the name of young Master Gu, but also establish your own renown. This prince has resolved to add another piece of celestial grade armor as a reward. Anyone who can contend with young Master Gu to a standstill shall be entitled to this prize. These words immediately unveiled the true intentions of the third prince. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers at the prospect of battling to a draw for celestial grade armor, a rare treasure indeed, unparalleled throughout the entire Diqian dynasty. Such an artifact could be deemed the cornerstone of any family or faction, a treasure worthy of guarding their lineage. What if many can achieve this? A voice boomed from the throng, redirecting attention back to the third prince. With a smile, he replied, "Should you reach a standstill, I believe that as exceptional talents, you must exert your utmost effort to unleash your greatest potential. Only then can the disparity between you and young Master Gu's innate gifts be truly discerned, correct?" His words, delivered with subtlety, resonated deeply within the crowd, leading them to grasp the prince's underlying message. How could one truly unleash their full potential? The answer was evident: through a fight for survival. The third prince's notion of battling to a standstill was merely a fade. What he truly desired was a singular command: to kill. Rest assured, we shall give our all, that we may understand the chasm that lies between us and the foremost genius of the dynasty, shouted one individual, and the crowd echoed this sentiment, albeit with a hint of disdain when uttering the phrase foremost genius. Yi Mengren, the holy son of the Northern Night Fist sect, turned his gaze directly towards Gu Chengfeng, tauntingly inquiring, "I trust that young Master Gu, as the foremost genius, will also exert himself to the fullest, yes?" Yet, in his eyes flickered a glint of provocation. The so-called foremost genius was but a jest. Only those who can mature into greatness hold significance. Those who perish prematurely are of no consequence. Chapter 151. A sword erases, love whomever. The third prince truly possesses a broad-mindedness. Upon hearing these words, Beisugue could not help but let out a soft snort. Subsequently, he shifted his chair closer to Gu Chengfeng, whispering in his ear, "Chengfeng, when the time comes, if things go awry, do not be overly ambitious." Any lost face, your second brother will recover for you. Understood? Thank you, second brother. Gu Chengfeng replied with a smile and a nod. Do not stand on ceremony with me. Beisugue grinned broadly. However, Zi merely smiled and said nothing further. Go forth, Chengfeng. The northern prince gave a slight nod to Gu Chengfeng. Without further ado, Gu Chengfeng rose into the air and landed on the open square outside the banquet. Turning back to the crowd at the feast, he gestured invitingly, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not hold back. Your chance for revenge has arrived." Arrogance. At these words, Yi Mengren of the Northern Night Fist sect immediately let out a low grunt and was about to take action when a figure clad in white descended before Gu Chengfeng. Observing this scene, the northern prince instinctively glanced at Zi beside him. Though no words were exchanged, the question was clear: what was the extent of Gu Chengfeng's strength? The young girl clasped her father's arm, her eyes brimming with confidence as she stated, "Father, you shall see for yourself." The northern prince affectionately ruffled Zi's hair. "I am well aware of your discernment, my dear. I hope you do not let me down." On the surface, today's royal banquet was prepared for the third prince, but in truth, it was intended for Gu Chengfeng. Assessing Gu Chengfeng's power was but one aspect. There were two additional reasons. One was to establish Gu Chengfeng's authority, fully intimidating the various sects within the northern territory, ensuring they would not dare to covertly strike against him. The other, and perhaps the most crucial, was to seize this opportunity to proclaim to the world that Gu Chengfeng, the unparalleled genius inheritor of the ancient nation's sword, is the county horse of the northern prince's residence. However, all of this hinged on one condition: Gu Chengfeng must defeat all opponents. Fear not, father. My brother and I have already observed him. His talent and potential are undoubtedly exceptional, yet his strength. Bei Sugaway furrowed his brow slightly. May still be lacking a tad. This was not due to any other reason, but solely because Gu Chengfeng was still young, merely 16 years of age. Most of those present were nearly 18 or 19. Yi Mengren of the Northern Night Fist sect was even 20 years old, despite Gu Chengfeng's exceptional talent and potential. Surmounting a gap of several years was exceedingly challenging. After all, these individuals were all top-tier prodigies. Were they of the same age? He could confidently assert that Gu Chengfeng would have no rivals. Strength. Upon hearing Bei Sugaway's words, the northern prince nodded and immediately beckoned to those behind him. An elderly man behind him immediately understood the situation and promptly summoned 4 of the most formidable warriors from the royal mansion, who then appeared around the square, vigilant and ready to intervene in the battle to prevent any unforeseen incidents involving Gu Chengfeng. Upon witnessing this scene, the third prince could not help but raise an eyebrow, subsequently signaling to another elder behind him. The elder likewise indicated to the 2 individuals beside him to exit the venue, leaving only himself to guard the third prince. The intention was unmistakable, to intercept any threats from the Northern King's mansion should someone attempt to harm Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng, do you still remember Feng Xiaoyu and Feng Xiaoyan, who perished at your hands? A young man in white descended before Gu Chengfeng, his cold, piercing gaze fixated upon him. Gu Chengfeng replied nonchalantly, "Just tell me who you are." "I am Feng Qingyang, and I." Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of crimson light swept past him, and with a swift stroke of a bloodied sword, he was struck down instantly. As he fell, 3 faint words escaped his lips, "Understood." Seemingly acknowledging this, Feng Qingyang's body collapsed to the ground, his throat gurgling as he managed to utter 2 final words, "Insidious." Yet, Gu Chengfeng did not cast him a second glance, his gaze shifting directly to the crowd at the banquet. Next, it was only upon hearing his voice that the crowd, still in shock, began to react, astonished that the confrontation had concluded so swiftly. However, was it not excessively treacherous to launch a sneak attack while another was introducing themselves? Gu Chengfeng, to ambush from the shadows is not the conduct of a gentleman. Such despicable behavior tarnishes the reputation of the princess and the royal mansion. In an instant, another figure landed in the square, his furious voice echoing as he leapt into action. "Sneak attack, you say?" Gu Chengfeng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the dark-faced youth before him. "Are you prepared now?" "Aye." Facing the boy's gaze, Long Hua slightly furrowed his brow, and then immediately unleashed his 9th-rank wind, Sea Martial Soul. Drawing his long sword, he positioned it before him, and after completing these actions, he coldly huffed, "I am ready." Despite his disdainful words regarding Gu Chengfeng's ambush, it was evident to all that the swift execution of Feng Qingyang was a display of overwhelming power. With a single stroke, Gu Chengfeng had vanquished Feng Qingyang, who was at the 5th realm of the emperor, while Long Hua himself was only at the 6th realm, making him acutely aware of the need for caution. "Since you're prepared, then I shall proceed. Please refrain from accusing me of ambush, if you will," Gu Chengfeng inquired mildly. "Enough of your prattle. Perish." Long Hua muttered under his breath, raising his sword as a brilliant flash erupted, the tempestuous might of the wind seemed merging with his blade. In an instant, an overwhelming radiance erupted from the long sword, cleaving towards Gu Chengfeng. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chengfeng merely shook his head lightly. Subsequently, he suddenly swung his sword and then sheathed it, all occurring within the span of a brief breath, seamlessly executed. Yet, just before the bloodied sword returned to its scabbard, a resounding clang erupted, followed by a sharp hiss. After the 2 successive sounds, Long Hua, who had charged at Gu Chengfeng, came to a halt in his tracks. With a crash, half of a broken sword fell to the ground, soon followed by the other half. What followed was the head and body of Long Hua. In an instant, blood sprayed in all directions, plunging the banquet into a profound silence, a stillness akin to death. Some even leapt to their feet, eyes wide in horror as they gazed upon Long Hua's lifeless form on the plaza. Another sword strike had obliterated him. If the first strike bore the element of a surprise attack, then this second strike left no room for doubt. The 5th level of the sovereign realm fell to a single blow. The 6th level, likewise, succumbed to another. Most crucially, at that moment, everyone sensed Gu Chengfeng's cultivation level, the 9th level of the King Realm. With the 9th level of the King Realm, he had eradicated the top talents of the 5th and 6th levels of the Sovereign Realm with a single stroke. A suffocating sensation surged through the crowd instantaneously. In response to this spectacle, the Northern Prince could only utter a single word, yet that word sufficed to convey everything. Indeed, it was fitting for one who could withstand a strike from a top-tier genius of the ancient nation. Simultaneously, the third prince, with a faint smile, began to applaud, his gaze sweeping over the stunned assembly, directly proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems the disparity between us and young Master Gu is quite substantial. Is this truly all the Northern Realm's prodigies have to offer?" Upon utterance of these words, it was as if a fire ignited atop the heads of the crowd. The Northern Realm, along with my North Night Fist sect, still stands strong. With this declaration, a robust figure, nearly as imposing as the Night Fury, thundered onto the battle stage. "I am Shi Xiong of the North Night Fist sect. Gu Chengfeng, let us see if you dare to be arrogant any longer." Chapter 152. The Terrifying Reality of True Body Cultivation. The North Night Fist sect is renowned for its mastery of body cultivation. Its disciples rigorously train their physiques, becoming as formidable as adamantine and possessing bodies akin to iron bones. Within the same realm of cultivation, body cultivators are nearly invincible, able to withstand their opponent's assaults with sheer physical might. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as looking down upon their peers in martial arts. Among them, Shi Xiang stands out as a core disciple of the North Night Fist sect, endowed with remarkable innate talent in body cultivation. His strength has reached the 8th level of the Sovereign Realm, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. Among those present, only a handful can contend with him. Notable among them are the Holy Son of the North Night Fist sect, Yi Mingren, the Holy Maiden of the Ice Lotus Sword sect, Bing Yenner, and another. The top genius under the North King City, a confidant of the second young Master Bei, the battle prodigy Luo Tong. Shi Xiang's swift appearance took everyone by surprise. However, what astonished them even more was Gu Chengfeng's terrifying prowess. The overwhelming display of strength extinguished the murderous intent in the eyes of the majority present after witnessing Long Hua's swift demise by a single stroke. That brilliant sword strike did not merely slay Long Hua. It shattered the fighting spirit of all who bore witness. "You strike first. Do not claim I am bullying you." Before Gu Chengfeng stood Shi Xiang, resembling a colossal beast, glaring with fierce, oversized eyes that seemed ready to devour him whole. An intense pressure enveloped the air as Shi Xiang's furious gaze bore down upon him. With the blood-devouring sword in hand, Gu Chengfeng appeared almost childlike before Shi Xiang, exuding an aura of fragility. "Very well, I am grateful to you." Gu Chengfeng beamed brilliantly, and in an instant, thunderous energy erupted around him, the power of divine punishment surging forth. Simultaneously, the might of his divine punishment martial soul, killing god martial soul, fire spirit martial soul, and the 6th grade cold sword martial soul enveloped his entire being. This immediately propelled Gu Chengfeng's aura to its zenith. The terrifying waves of power coursing around him caused many observers to involuntarily narrow their eyes. Is this the power of 4 martial souls? Those present were all top-tier geniuses, acutely sensitive to the essence of martial souls. The presence of 4 distinct martial souls could not possibly escape their discerning eyes. Yet, they could only identify 2 of them. As for the killing god martial soul and divine punishment martial soul, they were entities not even recorded in the martial soul compendium. Especially when these 2 martial soul powers manifested, even the onlookers felt a tremor in their own martial souls. Such phenomena could not be achieved by mere 9th-grade martial souls. The only conceivable explanation was that they were both super 9th-grade souls. In that moment, the crowd collectively felt a shiver run down their spines. Instinctively, a singular thought echoed in their minds. Is this the caliber that can withstand a sword strike from an ancient national warrior? At that moment, even the third prince could not help but narrow his eyes. For martial souls, 2 of which are super 9th grade, such terrifying potential is nearly unparalleled. Even in the imperial city, at that moment, I caught a glimpse of the North Prince, his face radiating satisfaction, alongside the proud North Ear and the boisterous laughter of Bei Seguei. This sight ignited a flicker of determination within the third prince, who clenched his teeth in silence. As he redirected his gaze towards the youth in the square, a newfound resolve surged within him. Although the prodigies may delight the masses, they ultimately pale in comparison to the allure of military power. Should an opportunity to ascend to the throne arise, he would stop at nothing to seize it. This dynasty, under his stewardship, would undoubtedly reach its zenith. No unforeseen circumstances would be tolerated. Should any arise, he would eliminate them. No one could stand in his way. Moments later, he turned to the elder beside him and commanded, "Summon Yi Fenghua." "As you wish, Your Highness." The elder promptly retrieved a communication talisman, dispatching the message forthwith. "What is this? The god of death, martial soul?" At that instant, sitting at the banquet, Luo Tongyi's eyes narrowed in alarm. The hand that clutched the wine cup tightened violently, shattering it into a cloud of powder, which slipped through his fingers. "Hua Gu, you truly perished at your hands. The god of death, martial soul that robbed my Luo family's decade of efforts, has slain my Hua Gu. You are deserving of death." In that moment, Luo Tongyi's eyes were filled with boundless fury and a thirst for vengeance, coupled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. 10 years. The entire family had dedicated a decade to the god of death, martial soul, and the sword path of the god of death, striving to cultivate a top-tier prodigy to elevate the family. Yet, they never imagined that Luo Hua would meet his demise. Even the god of death, martial soul, and the sword path had been seized by the youth before him. Truly, he must perish. Whoosh. Simultaneously, the sword in Gu Chengfeng's hand had been fully drawn. A surge of purple energy coalesced, embodying the boundless essence of the god of death, and swiftly sliced towards the stone bear. Humph. The stone bear merely snorted disdainfully, then raised his hand, where flashes of golden light flickered, and he grasped the sword's might with bare hands. Boom. In an instant, the force erupted from the stone bear's grasp, its overwhelming power causing him to stagger back 3 paces. Each step reverberated through the square, causing the ground to tremble slightly and startling numerous birds and insects from the surrounding flora, while the waters of the nearby stream rippled with tumultuous waves. Witnessing this spectacle, even Gu Chengfeng could not help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. He had never anticipated that his strike would be caught barehanded by the stone bear. The blade's sharpness had not only been enhanced by the divine punishment body, but also empowered by the strength of 4 martial souls. One strike was sufficient to slay an ordinary 8th-tier sovereign prodigy, yet it was caught empty-handed by the stone bear. Previously, Gu Chengfeng had only known of the formidable physical prowess of the body cultivator, but he had not expected it to be this formidable. And, after the might of the sword was crushed in his grip, the stone bear disdainfully uttered 2 words. "Is that so?" Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, with a sudden lift of his left hand, he pointed decisively at the stone bear. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, a torrent of thunder surged within the stone bear's fist. Evidently, the immense power of thunder, still lingering in the shattered sword's might, was deftly manipulated by Gu Chengfeng, who directed it to penetrate directly into the stone bear's body through the palm. As the thunder coursed within, the stone bear instantly felt a numbing sensation engulfing its entire being. Faint streaks of lightning danced around its form, clearly indicating that it had been paralyzed by the thunder. At that moment, even the terrifying energy amassed around it dissipated instantaneously. Whoosh! At this juncture, Gu Chengfeng swiftly drew a sword, sweeping it toward the stone bear's throat. The strike was rapid, precise, and lethal. The blood-red sword light resembled a scythe of death, leaving a gruesome trace even in the void it traversed. A sword of fatality. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, who could not help but exclaim in their hearts how terrifying the thunder was. The body cultivator, possessing a physique of extraordinary fortitude, appeared utterly vulnerable to the thunder, which could completely bypass its strength and invade the stone bear's interior. This was no ordinary thunder. Boom! In the next moment, the sword's might swept across the stone bear's neck. However, the anticipated sound of flesh being cleaved did not resonate. Instead, a forceful explosion erupted. Sparks flew as the energy detonated. Fool! The stone bear is a body cultivator, its physique as resilient as metal or stone. How could a single sword break through it? Even with the thunder? The derisive laughter of the North Night Fist sect's holy son, Yi Ming, rang out at this opportune moment, prompting a collective realization among the crowd. Indeed, this exemplified the terrifying nature of body cultivators. Is this even possible? Witnessing the energy being shattered by the opponent's physique stirred tumultuous waves within Gu Chengfeng. He had always believed that the path of body cultivation rendered one invincible only when bolstered by its power. Yet, he had not anticipated that even without such reinforcement, the physique remained formidable. In that fleeting moment, Gu Chengfeng found his resolve to pursue the path of body cultivation solidified further. With such a terrifying physique, would he not be impervious to any ambush? Chapter 153, A Decisive Strike, Leaving No Room for Regret. Let us see how many swords it takes to break through. Gu Chengfeng murmured softly, and then his sword moved again in a series of swift actions. Boom, boom, boom. Each stroke of his sword accurately struck the neck of the stone bear. Every slash landed precisely upon the same scar left by the previous stroke. After 3 consecutive strikes, blood began to seep from the wound, clearly visible. What was most chilling, however, was that each of the youth's swords was imbued with formidable purple lightning power, causing the stone bear's body to become rigid once more, even as it attempted to recover. It was evident that the youth intended to sever the stone bear's head as one would chop wood. Even the holy son of the Northern Night Fist sect, Yi Mengren, could no longer maintain his composure at this moment. Gu Chengfeng, what sort of man is this? With a furious roar, Yi Mengren surged forth from the banquet, charging directly towards Gu Chengfeng in the square. Catching a glimpse of Yi Mengren in his peripheral vision, Gu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dazzling aura suddenly erupted from his sword. Phantom Slash. Just as Yi Mengren reached the square, a brilliant sword strike, akin to a fleeting shadow, had already cleaved through the stone bear's neck. Swoosh. The sword swept past, its edge magnified several times, instantly shattering all defenses of the stone bear, severing its head cleanly. The enormous head rolled to the ground, its eyes still wide open in a furious glare. As Yi Mengren landed, the severed head came to rest at his feet, its unblinking gaze fixed upon him. The lifeless stare, meeting Yi Mengren's fierce eyes, caused him to tremble involuntarily. He then looked up abruptly, his furious gaze locking onto Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng, I swear. The stone bear had been his most loyal subordinate in the Northern Night Fist sect, accompanying him for over a decade since he joined the sect. This visit to the Northern Wangfu for the banquet was meant to expose the stone bear to the world. Yet, he never anticipated that it would meet its demise right before his eyes. Today, I shall tear you apart. In the midst of his roar, an overwhelming force surged from Yi Mengren's body as he raised a fist, striking down towards Gu Chengfeng amidst a thunderous explosion in the vast emptiness. Witnessing this scene, those present felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Mengren was notorious in the northern region for being reckless. Moreover, he possessed terrifying strength. Even when considering the entire northern region, he ranked among the top 3. This ranking was not arbitrary. It was forged through countless battles. Nearly everyone with a notable background had crossed fists with Yi Mengren. His tenacity was second only to that of Luo Tong, the battle formation master. Anyone who had faced Yi Mengren in combat had never emerged unscathed. Gu Chengfeng, this time, may have ventured too far. As the night beast charged toward him, the onlookers at the banquet could not help but murmur silently among themselves. If it took such effort to slay a stone bear, how could he possibly breach the defenses of the night beast? Most notably, the terrifying purple lightning had already been utilized, and the night beast would undoubtedly be prepared, no longer foolishly attempting to grasp the opponent's sword might with bare hands. This effectively meant that Gu Chengfeng's throat was firmly locked. Even if he refrained from attacking, it was likely he could not slay the night beast with sheer force. The decisive strike, the willingness to eliminate without leaving future troubles, appeared somewhat coarse yet possessed a rare, delicate thoughtfulness. Indeed, a rarity. At this moment, however, the northern prince showered praises without reservation. Casting a glance at the square, his gaze shifted directly to the side where Ziyi stood. My dear girl, do you have confidence? This inquiry evidently regarded Gu Chengfeng's chances against the night beast. Ziyi blinked and replied, I can protect myself, but whether I can kill him remains uncertain. It was not merely the night beast. Even the mightiest of the great Qian dynasty, the laughing madman, would struggle to pose a threat to Gu Chengfeng. The matter of the ethereal pavilion had already clarified everything. Haha, that is reassuring. Upon hearing this, the northern prince nodded slightly, feeling at ease. Yet, Bei Suogue, observing the square, still wore an expression of unease. He then unabashedly shouted, Chengfeng, if you can't win, come down. There is no shame in that. Indeed, there was no shame. One was 20 years old, the other 16. 4 years was ample time for one's strength to undergo earth-shattering changes, especially for top-tier prodigies. Even conceding would not be disgraceful. Competing against peers of the same age. Conceding and losing would be shameful, but with such a significant age gap, none would think ill of it. Nor would it diminish Gu Chengfeng's reputation as a top-tier prodigy for having withstood a strike from the ancient nation's champion. However, Gu Chengfeng merely smiled and shook his head. As he gazed towards the night beast charging like a colossal creature, within his eyes, a blood-red sword materialized instantaneously. Fusion. With a low shout, the bloodthirsty sword in Gu Chengfeng's hand surged with overwhelming might. The 6th grade Cold Sword Martial Soul, the 7th grade Fire Spirit Martial Soul, and the 9th grade Killing God Martial Soul. These 3-star souls instantaneously fused within the bloodthirsty sword. In an instant, the sword's might multiplied several times. Simultaneously, a surge of divine punishment martial soul's thunderous power infused itself within, yet did not merge with the sword's might. The moment the sword was unleashed, it collided thunderously with the night beast's fist. Boom! The terrifying force of the impact nearly instantaneously halted the night beast's charge. The 9th-level Emperor Realm's physical cultivation erupted from the night beast's fist at that moment. Sword might and fist might stood in confrontation upon the square. Crack! In just a brief moment, the large blue stone beneath their feet shattered explosively. The feet of the two individuals were firmly embedded in the fragments of blue stone, sending shards flying in all directions. This scene caused the onlookers to grimace in astonishment. It was truly formidable. No one had anticipated that Gu Chengfeng had not exerted his full strength during the earlier confrontation with the stone bear. The ferocity of this strike, had it been directed at the stone bear, would have sufficed to sever its head with a single blow, rendering 4 strikes unnecessary. Yi Mengrun, too, was taken aback by the sheer might of Gu Chengfeng. However, today he was determined to shatter Gu Chengfeng's skull in retribution for the stone bear. "Break from me," he bellowed suddenly. With that, a surge of immense power erupted from Yi Mengrun's fist, instantly obliterating the might of Gu Chengfeng's blade. Amidst the rumbling of the earth, he charged once more towards Gu Chengfeng. Phantom step. Phantom slash. Gu Chengfeng murmured internally, transforming into a streak of ethereal light, swiftly appearing behind Yi Mengrun, his sword poised to strike. Yet, Yi Mengrun's reflexes were equally swift. The moment Gu Chengfeng's sword energy manifested, Yi Mengrun had already redirected his fist to counter, once again shattering Gu Chengfeng's blade's might. This compelled Gu Chengfeng to furrow his brow in concern. He had assumed that Yi Mengrun's imposing stature would hinder his speed, but he had not anticipated that his opponent would be so quick. The physique cultivated through physical training indeed bestowed an impressive enhancement to speed as well. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire square reverberated with the resounding clashes between Gu Chengfeng and Yi Mengrun, causing the ground to tremble and the hearts of the spectators to race in response. Truly remarkable, thought Bing Yenner, the Holy Maiden of the Ice Lotus Sword sect, as she gazed at the sword-wielding youth on stage, his countenance blooming like a peach blossom, his enchanting eyes twinkling with increasing interest. "My master truly understands me, having found such an exceptional young man." As she smiled, she mused to herself, if only his cultivation were a touch higher, if he could reach the imperial realm, Yi Mengrun would stand no chance against him, making him all the more endearing.